Wuji, you old fool, take your wretched disciple away. This 9-turn golden lotus of mine took 3,000 years to cultivate, and he destroyed it all. On the immortal medicine peak, a white-haired old man glared furiously, his beard bristling as spittle splashed across Wuji Immortal Emperor's face. Wuji Immortal Emperor helplessly wiped his face, secretly cursing his incompetent disciple in his heart. Wuji, you old man, you must give me an explanation today. A still charming beautiful woman drifted down from the sky, her will-leaf eyebrows raised in fury, eyes blazing with rage. Palace Master Lu, what has stirred you to such anger? Wuji Immortal Emperor felt utterly helpless. Without needing to think, he knew it was again his wretched disciple's doing, so he cursed the boy viciously in his heart once more. Of all the people he could offend, why did he have to provoke the Liwa Immortal Palace? The Liwa Immortal Palace was entirely composed of female cultivators, one couldn't strike them, and reasoning with them was equally futile. You'll have to ask your good disciple about that. Yesterday, he secretly snuck into my Liwa Immortal Palace and slipped into the disciple's bathing pool. Palace Master Lu paused mid-sentence, her face flushing slightly. She clenched her pulley teeth, cheeks puffing up, her furious expression seeming to freeze the very air around her. Wuji Immortal Emperor cursed Ye Chen viciously in his heart yet again. Wuji, old man, your disciple Ye Chen actually kidnapped our holy maiden and extorted 1 million high-grade spirit stones. Today you must give me an explanation. Another still charming middle-aged beautiful woman leapt onto the immortal medicine peak, pointing at Wuji Immortal Emperor as she furiously spoke. Sect Master Su, there's this matter too. Is there perhaps some misunderstanding? Perhaps there is some misunderstanding between us. Wuji Immortal Emperor laughed apologetically, asking despite knowing the answer. Pfft! No misunderstanding. Our holy maiden only glanced at Ye Chen once in the crowd, but your disciple insisted she was coveting his looks, claiming his fragile heart had been wounded, so he kidnapped our holy maiden and demanded compensation. Sect Master Su stamped her foot in fury. Wuji Immortal Emperor was left speechless, his mouth twitching involuntarily. This disciple's shamelessness truly reached its absolute peak. This was already the 864th complaint he had received this month, each one, without exception, caused by his precious disciple Ye Chen's outrageous behavior. Stealing immortal herbs, watching fairy maidens bathe, kidnapping for ransom. There was nothing this boy didn't dare to do. Yet he was extraordinarily gifted, having stepped into the void refinement realm at only 15 years old. Moreover, he had the entire Wuji Immortal Palace backing him, so although the major sects of the Immortal Realm dared to be angry, none dared to speak out. They could only come running here to lodge complaints. Everyone, please calm down. Once I find that unfilial disciple of mine and bring him back, I shall give you all a proper explanation. Wuji Immortal Emperor smiled apologetically while calculating in his heart how to catch that brat Ye Chen. Master, were you looking for me? Just then, an infuriatingly cheeky voice came from outside the great hall. Ye Chen appeared wearing an elegant white brocade robe, waving his folding fan, strutting in with the air of a refined young gentleman. You unfilial disciple! How dare you come back? Wuji Immortal Emperor was so angry his beard stood on end, pointing at Ye Chen's nose as he cursed loudly. Do you even know what terrible things you've done? You've stirred up the entire Immortal Realm. Ye Chen nonchalantly picked at his ear. Master, you're wrong about that. I've always been doing good deeds. How have I stirred anything up? Wuji, if you don't give us an explanation today, we'll go report this to the Heavenly Emperor. Exactly. Ye Chen must be severely punished, or we swear we won't let this rest. Your disciple ate my mount, the great rock bird. You must compensate me today. Hearing Ye Chen's unrepentant words, everyone present who had come to complain was outraged beyond measure, each one raising their voices to denounce Ye Chen's evil deeds. Outside the great hall, the voices of sect masters and elders rose and fell in an overwhelming wave, their collective fury causing the entire Wuji Immortal Palace to tremble and hum. Sigh! How can you all wrong a good person like this? I'm doing good deeds, helping others. Ye Chen shook his head, putting on an innocent and round expression. The complainers who had come to press charges were all stunned by Ye Chen's pitiful act, waiting to hear what he would say next. Old man Qifeng, your 9-turn golden lotus had been sitting in the herb garden for 3,000 years, about to rot away in the field. I helped you collect it. Instead of thanking me, you come here to blame me. And you Palace Master Lu, I saw that your Liwa Immortal Palace is full of female disciples whose hearts lack comfort. I kindly wanted to go console their souls. Ye Chen turned his head to look at Palace Master Lu and added after finishing his sentence. Who would have known I took a wrong turn and accidentally entered the bathing pool? I had no idea your Liwa Immortal Palace disciples bathe without clothes. I only took one glance, and they didn't suffer any loss or lose a piece of flesh. And Sect Master Su, your holy maiden, was ogling my handsome face, and I didn't even mind. I saw she was unsafe traveling alone, so I kindly escorted her home and asked for some travel expenses. That's not too much to ask, is it? And all of you. Ye Chen's silver tongue twisted every single complaint into a clever justification. For a moment, those who had come to complain were rendered utterly speechless by Ye Chen's shameless sophistry. Master, look, everything I've done is good deeds, helping others. They're all left speechless. Ye Chen spread his hands, a smug and triumphant expression on his face. You! Wuji, Immortal Emperor, was so enraged he nearly failed to catch his breath. His trembling finger pointed at Ye Chen without pause. Even though his thick skin had been thoroughly tempered by Ye Chen over the years, upon hearing this latest excuse, he finally completely lost his composure. Wuji, Immortal Emperor, took a deep breath, forcefully suppressing the rage in his heart, turned to Ye Chen and said, "Wretched disciple. Today your master shall expel you from the sect, banish you to the mortal realm. Without my command, you shall never set foot in the immortal realm again." Ah! Master, you can't be serious. I've done so many good deeds and you still want to punish me. This is unjust. Ye Chen panicked upon hearing about being banished to the mortal realm and hurriedly tried to defend himself. However, Wuji, Immortal Emperor's mind was already made up. With a wave of his great hand, he directly sealed Ye Chen's cultivation, then kicked him off the edge of the clouds. Ah! You old fool, you're really doing this. Ye Chen let out a tragic scream, cursing as he transformed into a streak of flowing light and disappeared into the horizon. The Canglan Realm, also known as the Canglan Continent at the Tianxuan Sect. At this moment, the Tianxuan Sect was recruiting new disciples, and the plaza before the mountain gate was packed with people queuing for talent testing. Boom! A tremendous crash. The Tianxuan Sect's gate was smashed to pieces by something, leaving a huge crater in the ground. Wood splinters flew and dust billowed into the air. Who goes there? How dare you trespass upon our Tianxuan Sect? The gate-guarding disciples, upon seeing this, were furious and rushed forward with drawn swords. The gate-guarding disciples stared intently into the crater and saw a handsome youth in a white brocade robe lying sprawled in the pit, looking utterly bewildered. Who are you? Why have you trespassed upon our Tianxuan Sect? A gloomy-looking Foundation establishment youth disciple shouted harshly, his long sword pointed directly at Ye Chen. His name was Jia Hogan. He was the direct disciple of the Tianxuan Sect's Grand Elder, and in truth, the Grand Elder's illegitimate son. He was also the Tianxuan Sect's foremost genius, having broken through to the Foundation establishment realm at only 18 years old, a feat exceedingly rare across the entire Canglan continent. This made him arrogant, domineering, tyrannical, and utterly vindictive. Ye Chen rubbed his sore backside, climbed out of the large pit, and patted the dust off his clothes. He said impatiently, "Why all this nonsense? Call your sect leader out. How dare you show disrespect to our Tianxuan Sect?" Jia Hogan, his anger blazing, drew his sword and pointed it at Ye Chen. "A bunch of ants, daring to act insolent before me." Ye Chen sneered and was about to teach these ignorant fools a lesson, but suddenly found his body completely empty. Not a trace of magical power could he muster. What's going on? Where is my cultivation power? Damn, it's sealed. Barbecue Q. Ye Chen's face turned pale, and he burst out cursing, "Old bastard, sealing my cultivation. Do you want no one to give you a proper funeral? Senior brother, this guy seems to be an ordinary person. Let's capture him directly." A disciple, seeing Ye Chen's panic, assumed he was just a commoner and spoke out boldly. "Attack!" At Jia Hogan's command, the disciples exchanged glances and simultaneously struck, swinging their long swords toward Ye Chen. Seeing this, Ye Chen remained unfazed. Although his cultivation was sealed, he had once been at the void refinement stage in the Immortal Realm. With his physical body alone, he could shatter a Foundation establishment cultivator. Bam, bam, bam. Ye Chen felled each chi refining disciple with a single punch, sending them sprawling with blood streaming from their noses. A bunch of trash. Jia Hogan cursed as he watched his chi refining disciples fail to subdue a mere mortal. "I didn't want to kill you, but now I've changed my mind." Jia Hogan stared at Ye Chen with icy venom. Ye Chen folded his arms across his chest, tilted his head up at a 45-degree angle, and whistled nonchalantly, as if he hadn't heard a word. You! Seeing Ye Chen ignore him, Jiao Hogan's face grew even darker. He charged forward with his sword, intending to cut Ye Chen down. Ye Chen still paid him no heed. Just as Jiao Hogan closed in, Ye Chen suddenly lifted his size 42 foot and stamped it firmly onto Jiao Hogan's face. Caught off guard, Jiao Hogan was sent flying backward, crashing heavily to the ground with his sword skittering away. He struggled to get up, but his face throbbed with excruciating pain, and his head rang with a loud buzz. Blood trickled from his mouth and nose. A clear imprint of a size 42 foot was visible on his face. Damn it! I'll kill you! Jiao Hogan hauled and charged at Ye Chen again. Ye Chen smirked disdainfully, sidestepped to dodge Jiao Hogan's attack effortlessly, and then landed another kick to his abdomen. With a loud out, Jiao Hogan spat out a mouthful of blood, collapsed to the ground, and could no longer rise. The watching disciples were utterly stunned, frozen in place. A man entirely devoid of spiritual energy had actually knocked a foundation establishment cultivator unconscious. You dare to injure our senior brother? You're dead! Jiao Hogan's lackeys, recovering from their shock, immediately shouted and drew their swords, charging at Ye Chen. Stop! At that moment, a furious roar rang out, and a figure flashed like lightning, appearing before Ye Chen in an instant. With a single palm strike, he sent the several disciples staggering back. Master! Sect leader! The crowd looked up and saw that the newcomer was none other than the Tianxuan Sect leader, the divine transformation realm expert, Venerable Xuanji. Venerable Xuanji's face was dark, his gaze like lightning as it swept over the repelled disciples, finally settling on Ye Chen. His voice carried an inherent authority. You have trespassed into our Tianxuan Sect's mountain gate, destroyed our gate, and injured our sect disciples. Do you have any explanation? Ye Chen had now calmed down, knowing today's affair would not be easy to resolve. He cupped his hands and said, trying to keep his tone peaceful, I am Ye Chen. I meant no offense. I stumbled in here by accident. How dare you destroy our gate and think you can just walk away with a mere accident? Venerable Xuanji's beard bristled with anger, his voice booming like a bell. That's right, kid. Do you know how expensive the Tianxuan Sect's gate is? A disciple pointed at Ye Chen's nose and cursed. Ye Chen rolled his eyes. These country bumpkins, what do they know about expensive? So, how do you want to compensate? Ye Chen said, picking his ear impatiently. Inwardly, he was growing anxious. He had no spirit stones to pay with when he was kicked down from the upper realm. The old man had stripped him of all his treasures and spirit stones. His cultivation was also sealed. He could handle a few foundation establishment cultivators, but against this divine transformation expert, he didn't even have a chance to flee. He could only stall for time. Sect leader, I think this kid is obviously here to cause trouble. Let's capture him, cripple his cultivation, and make him work as a servant to pay off his debt. A disciple suggested. I agree. Other disciples chimed in. Silence. A soft rebuke rang out as a white figure drifted gracefully, landing in front of Ye Chen. The newcomer was also a divine transformation realm elder, with an immortal-like bearing, white hair, and a youthful face. He was the Tianxuan Sect's supreme elder, Su Taishu. As soon as Su Taishu appeared, Ye Chen sensed the faint fluctuations of law power around him, along with the subtle aura of immortal qi. Not simple, this is a hidden powerhouse, far more than he appears, Ye Chen murmured to himself. Law power was only comprehended upon breaking through the tribulation transcendent stage, and immortal qi only appeared after becoming an immortal. The people of the Canglan continent couldn't perceive such things. Although well hidden, it couldn't escape the perception of Ye Chen's myriad lost body. Moreover, this prodigy Ye Chen had already comprehended law power at the void refinement stage, making him very familiar with laws. Supreme Elder. Everyone quickly bowed. Su Taishu ignored them, instead sizing up Ye Chen, a glint of sharp light flashing in his eyes. A myriad lost body. Interesting, interesting, very interesting. Su Taishu stroked his beard and murmured to himself. Young man, what is your name? Su Taishu asked with a beaming smile. Ye Chen, Ye Chen replied impatiently. Ye Chen, would you be willing to take me as your master? Su Taishu suddenly said. What? The crowd was in an uproar. The Supreme Elder wanted to take this kid as a disciple. Ye Chen was also utterly bewildered. What was this old man up to? Take you as my master? What's in it for me? Ye Chen squinted at Su Taishu. Ye Chen was not impressed by Su Taishu's proposal. He was the youngest junior disciple of a top-tier Immortal Realm sect. Why would he ever need to curry favor? How dare you? How dare you show disrespect to the Supreme Elder? A disciple roared. It's fine. Su Taishu waved his hand and said with a chuckle, Young man, you're quite something. I appreciate you. If you take me as your master, I guarantee that within 3 years, you will become the #1 genius of the Canglan Realm. The #1 genius. Sounds decent, but... Ye Chen rubbed his chin, pondering, I'm flat broke right now. You should at least give me a welcome gift, right? Now that he had just arrived in the Canglan Realm, he was penniless. The Immortal Emperor Wuji had confiscated all his treasures and spirit stones. The title of #1 genius didn't matter much. He was already hailed as the #1 genius in the Immortal Realm. The main thing was benefits and spirit stones. If the price was right, he, Ye Chen, wouldn't mind selling his soul and body. After all, he could consider taking a master if it came with enough spirit stones. What gift do you desire? Su Taishu asked. Spirit stones, the more the better, Ye Chen replied without hesitation. You little rascal, you really are. Su Taishu could only laugh and cry at the same time. This kid really had an enormous appetite. Very well, old man agrees. As long as you become my disciple, I will give you 1 million medium-grade spirit stones. Su Taishu gritted his teeth and spoke. 1 million. That's too little. After all, you're a venerable grand elder. Your generosity is rather pitiful, isn't it? Ye Chen pursed his lips, his expression dripping with disdain. You! Su Taishu nearly spat blood, unable to believe this kid's audacity. Countless people had wept and begged to become his disciple, yet he refused them all. Today, he had initiated the offer himself, and yet Ye Chen actually dared to negotiate conditions. 3 million. That's the absolute maximum. Su Taishu ground his teeth as he spoke. In the Canglan Realm, 3 million medium-grade spirit stones was an immense fortune far beyond what an ordinary person could possess. Medium-grade spirit stones served as the primary currency in the Canglan Realm, while the Immortal Realm relied on high-grade and top-grade spirit stones for transactions. How powerful are you? If I cause trouble, can you protect me? Ye Chen pondered for a moment before asking. With his cultivation sealed, he needed to find a formidable backer. Moreover, he lacked spirit stones for cultivation. The fastest way to acquire them was through plundering, which required an even stronger ally. He suddenly felt somewhat disdainful toward the myriad arts physique. It was useless for his own cultivation. He could only feed it massive amounts of spirit stones and spiritual herbs, which would then convert into his own spiritual energy to enhance his cultivation. If not for this, why would he have roamed the Immortal Realm plundering spirit stones through robbery and kidnapping, provoking widespread outrage and earning his master's wrath, resulting in his banishment to this Canglan continent? Su Taishu snorted coldly. Thief! In the Canglan Realm, there is no one I cannot protect. As long as you become my disciple, not to mention minor troubles, even if you were to tear a hole in the heavens itself, old man will cover for you. Ye Chen's eyes lit up, and he rejoiced inwardly. If he truly had such a powerful backer, he could walk wherever he pleased in the Canglan Realm from then on. Deal! Ye Chen agreed readily. You! Su Taishu suddenly felt as though he had been swindled. Master above, please accept this disciple's bow. Ye Chen knelt and kowtowed with a grin. Su Taishu shook his head helplessly. This kid was truly a little sly fox. Su Taishu was a hidden powerhouse, and it seemed becoming his disciple wasn't such a bad deal after all. He should keep this thought to himself. If Su Taishu were to know what he was thinking, he would surely kick him and remind him to stay grounded in reality. Enough, rise. Su Taishu helped Ye Chen to his feet, then turned to the crowd. From this day forward, Ye Chen is my personal disciple. No one is to show him disrespect. Violators will be expelled from the sect. Yes. The crowd acknowledged, though some harbored resentment. None dared to defy Su Taishu's command. Ye Chen, come with me. Su Taishu led Ye Chen away from the square, beginning to introduce him to the affairs of the Tianxuan Sect. Ye Chen feigned attentive listening on the surface, but his mind was elsewhere, already devising various schemes to accumulate spirit stones. This Tianxuan Sect doesn't seem particularly remarkable. Ye Chen thought to himself as he listened to Su Taishu's introduction, yet he carefully noted certain details about the sect, preparing to make his move when the opportunity arose. Su Taishu led Ye Chen to a peak shrouded in clouds and mist, Qinshu peak of the Tianxuan Sect, which would now serve as Ye Chen's cultivation grounds. He handed Ye Chen 3 million medium-grade spirit stones and a jade slip containing a cultivation technique. Little Chen, this technique must never be revealed to outsiders. If you encounter any difficulties, come find me at the back mountain. With that, Su Taishu departed. Ye Chen casually tossed the technique aside, muttering to himself, what technique is so secret that outsiders cannot know of it? Back in the Immortal Realm, he had even auctioned off immortal-grade techniques for spirit stones. Ye Chen dumped all 3 million spirit stones into the heavenly doll pearl, and with his cultivation sealed, he could only rely on the pearl to see if he could break through the seal. He sat cross-legged, and the heavenly doll pearl absorbed the spiritual energy from the spirit stones, pressing against the seal. After the time it took for one incense stick to burn, all the spirit stones were consumed, yet Ye Chen's cultivation had only recovered to the 5th layer of qi refining. Furious, Ye Chen seeded, cursing the Wuji Immortal Emperor 10,000 times in his heart. 3 million. 3 million medium-grade spirit stones had only restored so little of his cultivation. How much would it take to fully recover? That damn old man banishing him to the lower realm was bad enough, but sealing his cultivation as well. Did he really want no one to perform the funeral rites for him? In this world, the cultivation ranks were divided into qi refining, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, soul transformation, void refinement, body integration, Mahayana, and tribulation transcendence, with each realm further subdivided into 9 minor stages. According to this book's setting, all major worlds, including the Immortal Realm, begin cultivation from qi refining. Calming his emotions, Ye Chen picked up the technique jade slip Su Taishu had given him. Though he held it in low regard, he still needed to examine it, otherwise, if Su Taishu asked about it and he knew nothing, he would have no satisfactory explanation. After his divine sense swept through it for a moment, Ye Chen was so startled that he jumped up. It's actually an untransmitted technique of the Wuji Immortal Palace from the Immortal Realm. Ye Chen could no longer remain calm. Only direct disciples of the Wuji Immortal Palace could cultivate such techniques. How could Su Taishu possess it in the lower realm? Could it be that this Su Taishu is an illegitimate son the old man sired in the lower realm? That must be it, otherwise, how could he explain having an untransmitted technique of the Wuji Immortal Palace? Ye Chen immediately confirmed his suspicion. So you old man, appearing so virtuous on the surface, actually sired an illegitimate child in the lower realm. Ye Chen's heart filled with inner mockery and self-indulgent imagination. Wait a moment. Ye Chen suddenly realized something was off. The Wuji Immortal Emperor, the foremost Immortal Emperor of the Immortal Realm, has nothing to be ashamed of acknowledging. Even if he refused to acknowledge him, he shouldn't have sired a child in the lower realm. He was at least his own flesh and blood. The more Ye Chen thought about it, the more uneasy he felt. Su Taishu appeared to only have reached the soul transformation realm on the surface, yet there was an implicit aura of law power and immortal energy emanating from him. Then didn't I just take my own senior brother as my master? No, I must go find him to dissolve this master-disciple relationship, and then make him kowtow his head back to me. Ye Chen rushed to the back mountain in a panic, arriving at a wooden cabin. Without knocking, he pushed the door open and entered. Su Taishu was brewing tea inside the cabin. Seeing Ye Chen burst in without warning, his hands froze, and his eyes locked onto Ye Chen in astonishment. Ye Chen felt unnerved by Su Taishu's piercing gaze, and the words he was about to shout were forcibly swallowed back. Qi refining 5th layer. A genius. A monster. In just a short time of cultivation, he has already broken through to the 5th layer of qi refining. Su Taishu gazed at Ye Chen as though he were looking at an extraordinary treasure. Ye Chen, however, grumbled inwardly, so what if it's the 5th layer of qi refining? It cost me 3 million medium-grade spirit stones. The mere thought made his heart ache. I was wondering. Ye Chen didn't know how to address Su Taishu anymore. Calling him master felt too awkward, but calling him senior brother seemed too direct. Better to ask tactfully first. Have you ever made any grave mistakes? I mean the kind that could make you regret it for the rest of your life, or ones that have lasting consequences. Ye Chen added. Su Taishu wore a bewildered expression, unable to comprehend why Ye Chen would ask such a question. Yet this inquiry drew him into memories of years past. A handsome young gentleman, accompanied by an ethereal fairy with skin like solidified cream, wandering together in joy and laughter. But later, the fairy abandoned him and departed, leaving the handsome young gentleman engulfed in profound agony. Caught within his reminiscing, Su Taishu's face initially carried a faint smile, only to suddenly transform into one of excruciating sorrow. Observing Su Taishu's transformation, Ye Chen's suspicions were now confirmed. He was indeed one of his senior brothers, banished to the mortal realm by the old man. A sense of shared hardship stirred within Ye Chen's heart, as he cursed the Wuji Immortal Emperor 10,000 times in his mind. Far away in the Immortal Realm, the Wuji Immortal Emperor suddenly sneezed several times in succession. That damned old man, truly merciless. Ye Chen thought to himself, the words spilling from his lips unbidden. What did you say? Su Taishu was startled awake from his memories by Ye Chen's outburst. I said, that old codger is utterly merciless. Ye Chen responded without hesitation, his words dripping with bitter hatred. Rebellious disciple. Believing Ye Chen was insulting him, Su Taishu roared in fury, kicking Ye Chen out with a swift foot. Ah! My buttocks! Ye Chen shrieked, clutching his buttocks as he flew out of the wooden cabin in a perfect parabolic arc. Crash! He plummeted onto the plaza of Tianxuan Sect, creating a human-shaped crater upon impact, his face covered in dust and utterly disheveled. Countless disciples gathered around, staring at Ye Chen sprawled in the pit, each wearing expressions of utter bewilderment, clueless about what had transpired. Tui! Even his kicking style is identical to that old man. That confirms it, he must be that old cook's disciple. Ye Chen rolled over, pulling himself out of the crater while muttering under his breath. Wait, he hasn't even returned my culto yet, so why did he kick me out? Ye Chen suddenly recalled his purpose for seeking Su Taishu. He hadn't even finished speaking before being booted out. Oh well, what can I do? As the saying goes, an elder brother is like a father. I'll just swallow my pride and accept it. Ye Chen, thoroughly resigned, could only find solace in self-reasoning. Just then, intense combat sounds erupted from a distant arena, drawing his attention. The surrounding disciples also lost interest in this eccentric fool Ye Chen, turning and heading toward the arena to watch the fight. Ye Chen stopped a disciple to inquire, only to learn that the 5th elder and 6th elder of the sect were doing for a cultivation cave dwelling. Whoever won would claim ownership of the cave. Adhering to the philosophy of never missing a good show, Ye Chen also pushed forward to watch the excitement. Ha! This 6th elder is quite the sneaky one. Ye Chen murmured to himself as he observed the arena combat. The 6th elder had concealed his true cultivation level on the surface. The 6th elder appeared to be one minor realm lower than the 5th elder. In reality, the 6th elder was actually 2 minor realms higher than the 5th elder. On the arena, the 5th elder pressed the 6th elder hard, yet the 6th elder handled every attack with effortless ease, clearly not wanting to reveal his true strength. Ye Chen's eyes lit up. This was a fantastic opportunity to earn spirit stones. He nimbly pulled out a table from his Canglan bag and slammed it onto the ground. Come, place your bets, Bet on Elder 5 to win odds of 1 to 10. Bet on Elder 6 to win odds of 1 to 1. Ye Chen bellowed with all his might, his voice hoarse from shouting. Anyone watching would think he was some street performer. The Tianxuan Sect disciples stared at Ye Chen as if watching a complete fool. It was obvious Elder 5 would definitely win. Was this some kind of gift? This kid must be out of his mind. Elder 5 is certain to win, and you're offering 1 to 10. Whatever, since someone wants to donate spirit stones, we might as well take them. With that, a crowd surged forward to place their bets. I bet 1,000 inferior spirit stones on Elder 5 winning. A disciple was the first to pull out a bag of spirit stones and toss it onto the table. I'll bet 500. I'll bet 2,000. All the disciples bet on Elder 5's victory, as if afraid they'd miss out if they were too slow. Ye Chen gazed at the mountain of spirit stones, a cunning smile curling at the corner of his lips. Fellow Taoist, are you sure you don't want to bet on Elder 6's victory? Ye Chen spoke to a disciple who had wagered on Elder 5 with an utterly sincere expression. 1 to 1 odds, guaranteed profit with no losses. The disciple shot Ye Chen a dismissive glance. Do you take me for a fool? Elder 6 is about to be knocked down. Alas, don't blame me for not warning you later. Ye Chen shook his head with theatrical regret, wearing an expression that clearly said, I tried to tell you. You there, are you Ye Chen? A burly, muscular young man strode up to Ye Chen, his tone somewhat hostile. I am. What's it to you? Ye Chen replied without even lifting his head. If this guy was here to cause trouble, he wouldn't mind teaching him a lesson. My name is Canglan. Jiao Hogan, whom you beat up, was my junior brother. I challenge you. Canglan glared with fury, pointing one finger at Ye Chen as his muscles tensed, as if ready to strike at any moment. Canglan. A faint twitch crossed Ye Chen's lips as an image flashed through his mind, a dung beetle, rolling a little yellow ball. An immediate wave of disgust washed over him. Truly, disciples from the same master did share similarities, even their names were chosen with such grandeur, Canglan and Jiao Hogan. Ye Chen cursed inwardly with all his might. Fighting? No interest. Ye Chen shrugged, spreading both hands wide, utterly nonchalant. To him, Canglan was merely a child. What satisfaction could come from fighting a child? Humph, too cowardly to accept a challenge. You're a complete coward. You, a Foundation Establishment 6th layer, actually have the nerve to challenge me, someone who just stepped into cultivation at Qi refining 1st layer. Have you no shame? Ye Chen shot him a glance and directly mocked with disdain. You! Canglan's face flushed crimson with rage, his fists clenched tight, murderous intent firmly locked onto Ye Chen. However, the sect had rules. No one was allowed to fight arbitrarily within the sect. Severe cases would result in expulsion. Any grievances had to be settled through arena challenges. Since Ye Chen refused the challenge, the other party had no choice and dared not act rashly, only fuming with veins bulging on his forehead. Canglan glanced at the match on the arena, pulled out a bag of spirit stones, and slammed it onto the table. Kid, I'm betting 100,000 spirit stones on the 5th elder to win. Can you afford to pay up? Ye Chen's eyes lit up, his face beaming with joy. This senior brother is truly wealthy and generous. Fair dealing, honest with all. I won't shortchange you a single coin. Ye Chen rubbed his hands together with a grin, as if already counting the 100,000 spirit stones. However, senior brother, the 6th elder is sure to win. Are you certain you want to bet on the 5th elder? Ye Chen asked with a look of utmost sincerity, a sly glint flickering in his eyes. Not betting on the 6th elder. Canglan snorted coldly, utterly unconvinced by Ye Chen's nonsense. Phew! Stop spouting nonsense here. The 5th elder will surely win. Canglan slammed the bag of spirit stones heavily onto the table. Ye Chen stopped persuading and deftly stowed the spirit stones into his Canglan bag. Don't blame me for not warning you, he muttered under his breath. After putting away the spirit stones, he stopped shouting. Everyone's attention was fixed on the match in the arena. Ye Chen watched the fight and shook his head repeatedly. The sparring between the 5th elder and the 6th elder was like a child's play in his eyes. Although the 6th elder seemed to handle it with ease, it was still somewhat difficult for him to win without revealing his true cultivation level. Each time, the perfect moment to strike was missed. Ye Chen stroked his chin, analyzing the situation on the arena. 6th elder. Kick his butt. Ye Chen couldn't hold back any longer and suddenly let out a loud shout. That shout startled all the surrounding disciples. What the hell? Is this kid crazy? How dare he yell during an elder's match? This kid's asking for death. The crowd cast strange looks at Ye Chen. Meanwhile, the 6th elder on the arena heard Ye Chen's voice and instinctively raised his leg, kicking the 5th elder right in the rear. Bam! The 5th elder, caught off guard, was kicked off the arena and landed face first in the dirt. The entire venue fell silent. Everyone stared in stunned disbelief, as if time itself had frozen. I won. The 6th elder himself was stunned. He hadn't expected to win without revealing his cultivation level. And to win in such a manner. Kid, you dare to ruin my plans. I'll have your head. The 5th elder scrambled to his feet in disgrace, furious and hopping mad. He vented all his anger over losing onto Ye Chen. If not for Ye Chen's reminder, how could he have lost? With that, he was about to strike at Ye Chen. If you lack skill, don't make a fool of yourself here, blaming others for your loss. Ye Chen is the newly accepted disciple of the Supreme Elder. Do you dare to touch him? The 6th elder stepped in front of Ye Chen, warning the fifth elder not to act rashly. Upon hearing that Ye Chen was the supreme elder's disciple, the fifth elder's raised hand froze in midair, though the fury on his face did not diminish in the slightest. He fixed a murderous glare on Ye Chen. Finally, with a cold snort, he flicked his sleeves and left. Ye Chen shrugged indifferently, watching the fifth elder's retreating figure, a sly smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. Just now, from the chatting of the disciples watching the fight, he had learned that the fifth elder was in charge of the resource hall. All the sect's disciples' cultivation resources were distributed through him. This fifth elder often abused his power to line his own pockets, skimming off the disciples' cultivation resources. A plan had already formed in Ye Chen's mind. How could he let such a vast fortune slip away? The fifth elder is narrow-minded. He might secretly cause trouble for you, the sixth elder warned Ye Chen as he watched the fifth elder leave. Let him come if he's not afraid of getting beaten. Ye Chen shrugged and smiled nonchalantly. The sixth elder looked at him in slight surprise, not expecting Ye Chen to be so unconcerned. Not bad. No wonder the supreme elder took you as a disciple. If anything comes up, feel free to come find me at Wenjian Peak. With that, the sixth elder turned and left. Ahem. I accept your forfeiture, everyone. Ye Chen cheerfully swept the mountain of spirit stones on the table into his Canglan bag. Looking at the dumbfounded Canglan, his smile grew even brighter. Canglan's face turned ashen. He had never expected the fifth elder to lose to the sixth elder, who was of lower cultivation. 100,000 spirit stones. Gone just like that. Canglan felt his heart bleed. He shot Ye Chen a vicious glare and turned away. Humph, kid, you just wait. Canglan said through gritted teeth. Ye Chen watched Canglan's retreating figure, the corners of his mouth lifting into a sly, sinister smile. Want revenge? Come ahead. I'll be waiting. Night fell, and the entire Tianxuan Sect grew quiet. A middle-aged man clad in night attire appeared before the fifth elder's cave dwelling. This middle-aged man was none other than Ye Chen, who had altered his appearance. Ye Chen kicked the door of the fifth elder's cave dwelling to pieces. Who? The fifth elder, who was sitting cross-legged on his bed regulating his breath, suddenly opened his eyes and stared warily at the disguised Ye Chen at the entrance. Ye Chen stepped into the cave and slowly approached the fifth elder. Who are you? Why do you break into my cave at night? The fifth elder asked in terror, a foreboding feeling rising in his heart. Nothing much, just want to borrow some things to spend, Ye Chen said with a grin, then swung his fist and smashed it into the fifth elder's eye. The fifth elder only saw a fist slowly enlarging before his eyes. Ah! He let out a miserable scream, and one of his eyes turned into a black eye. Fellow cultivator, wait. Have I ever offended you? The fifth elder, beaten without any chance to fight back, quickly begged for mercy. You haven't offended me. I just purely want to give you a beating. Ye Chen grinned mischievously, his fists raining down on the fifth elder's face. The fifth elder, utterly defenseless, had blood gushing from his mouth and nose. In just a few moments, the fifth elder was beaten unconscious. So fragile for a nascent soul-stage cultivator. Ye Chen frowned and sneered contemptuously. Ye Chen carelessly dropped the fifth elder onto the ground and stripped him of all his magic treasures and Canglan bag. Then, he ransacked the fifth elder's cave, pocketing everything of value before swaggering away. Ye Chen returned to his residence and began to count the loot he had plundered from the fifth elder. There were over 10 million medium-grade spirit stones, along with various kinds of magical artifacts. In his heart, Ye Chen cursed the fifth elder thoroughly. How many cultivation resources from the sect's disciples had this fifth elder embezzled to accumulate such tremendous wealth? But now it all belonged to Ye Chen. Ye Chen couldn't help but reveal a mouthful of white teeth. This fifth elder had spent half his life laboring for Ye Chen's benefit. Ye Chen stored away all the magical artifacts. He had no use for such things and would only wait for an opportunity to sell them for spirit stones. Ye Chen then placed all the spirit stones, totaling over 10 million, into the heavenly doll pearl, attempting to break through his cultivation seal. When all the spirit stones were exhausted, Ye Chen's cultivation had only recovered to the 4th stage of foundation establishment. Enraged, Ye Chen cursed the Wuji Immortal Emperor thoroughly in his heart once more. His heart was bleeding, his face full of anguish. After cursing the Wuji Immortal Emperor, Ye Chen hit his cultivation once again, only revealing a chi-refining 1st stage cultivation level. Early the next morning, the fifth elder's screams echoed throughout the entire Tianxuan Sect. When the crowd rushed over, they saw the fifth elder's cave dwelling in complete disarray, while the fifth elder himself lay on the ground, beaten black and blue. Who did this? The fifth elder roared furiously, his voice filled with grief, indignation, and despair. The disciples looked at each other in bewilderment, not daring to speak up easily. At this moment, Sect Master Xuanji True Person arrived after hearing the news. Seeing the fifth elder's miserable state, his expression turned grim and terrible. What on earth happened here? The Sect Master shouted in rage. Sect Master, I don't know. Last night, a mysterious person suddenly broke in and beat me up savagely, then stole my magical artifacts and my Canglan back. The fifth elder struggled to get up, complaining tearfully to the Sect Master. Did you see what that person looked like? Xuanji True Person asked. It was a middle-aged man I had never seen before. He wasn't from our sect, and his attacks were extremely vicious. The fifth elder's face was filled with indignation, his eyes reddened, as he could only shake his head helplessly. Xuanji True Person frowned. A stranger had actually entered the sect undetected. After pondering for a moment, he said, I will definitely investigate this matter thoroughly. You should rest and recover from your injuries first. Meanwhile, the mastermind Ye Chen didn't wake up until late morning. He stretched lazily, yawned, and walked out of his room with a leisurely, carefree demeanor. Seeing all the nervous patrolling disciples around him, Ye Chen secretly laughed. It must be that news of the fifth elder's beating had spread. But on his face, he wore an expression of confused curiosity. What's going on? Why are all the sect disciples so on edge? Ye Chen deliberately asked a nearby disciple. You don't know? The fifth elder was beaten to a pulp last night. The nearby disciple said with a suspicious look. What? Ye Chen pretended to be shocked. The fifth elder was beaten. Who did this? How brazen. We don't know who did it either. The disciple shook his head. The sect is conducting a strict investigation. The entire sect launched a thorough investigation. However, after an exhaustive search, none of the formations detected any traces of someone having broken in. Ye Chen couldn't care less about these matters, strolling leisurely within the sect. After all, no outsider had broken in at all. The person who had done the beating was himself. He chatted with various disciples throughout the sect, probing desperately for information about the sect's situation. Things like who was the richest, for instance. He, Ye Chen, loved helping others the most, especially helping those wealthy people. Yes, helping definitely, not robbing. But during his conversations with the disciples, Ye Chen learned that there was a forbidden area on the sect's back mountain, though no one knew what lay within. Ye Chen decided to investigate. When he infiltrated the forbidden area, he discovered it was actually a spirit stone mine. This was an enormous fortune. Ye Chen's mouth stretched all the way to his ears. Haha, if I mine this spirit stone vein, it will be more than enough to restore my cultivation. Then I can walk all over the Canglan continent. Ye Chen circled around the spirit stone vein, frowning slightly. Alas! This is actually a mine that provides energy for the sect protection array. If I mine all the spirit stones away, the array will collapse. Ye Chen contemplated whether to mine it or not. Without the sect protection array, the Tianxuan Sect would have no defense, completely exposed, easily vulnerable to attacks. Mining just a small portion shouldn't be a big problem. Once I restore my cultivation, I can casually rearrange a small sect protection array at will. After deliberation, Ye Chen decided to mine it anyway. After all, this enormous fortune was right before his eyes. Giving it up entirely was not his style. He took out his tools and began mining spirit stones, but as he mined, a voice suddenly sounded in Ye Chen's ear. Good disciple, what are you doing? Su Taishu appeared silently behind Ye Chen, greeting him in a cheeky manner. Ye Chen was startled, dropping the mining tool in his hand to the ground. He turned around, saw it was Su Taishu, and breathed a sigh of relief. It's old Su, you gave me quite a scare. As Ye Chen spoke, he raised his hand to wipe the non-existent sweat from his forehead. What's going on with your cultivation? Su Taishu noticed Ye Chen only displaying Qi refining first stage cultivation, frowning slightly. Isn't this for the sake of staying low profile? Ye Chen scratched his head, revealing a cunning smile. Upon hearing Ye Chen's response, the corner of Su Taishu's mouth twitched. Your cultivation at the Qi refining stage still needs to be low profile. Suddenly, Su Taishu came back to his senses. He jumped up directly and grabbed Ye Chen's ear. Hey! You rascal! What did you just call me? Ow, it hurts, it hurts. Old Su, please listen to my explanation. I can't call you master, this is for your own good. Ye Chen winced in pain, hastily begging for mercy and trying to explain. For my own good? You little rascal is spouting nonsense. Explain yourself clearly. Su Taishu frowned deeply. He had decided that if Ye Chen's explanation wasn't satisfactory, he would confine the boy for a few days. Ye Chen was already convinced that Su Taishu was his senior brother. Calling him master was absolutely impossible, it felt too awkward. He simply couldn't bring himself to say it. He immediately dropped his playful expression and began his performance. He put on an expression of extreme agony, his eyes reddening, his voice turning choked with emotion. Old Su, I once had a master. I treated him with the utmost respect, following his every word and obeying his every command. At this point, tears welled up in Ye Chen's eyes. His voice trembling, he continued, but he didn't favor me. He often berated and beat me. Until one day, when he learned that I was doing good deeds outside, helping others, he flew into a rage, abolished my cultivation, and expelled me from the sect. What Ye Chen described was heartbreaking, tearful, and agonizing. Tears rolled down his cheeks. At this moment, Ye Chen seemed to truly be immersed in those painful memories, unable to extricate himself. If this acting were in modern times, it would absolutely earn him an international film award. Meanwhile, in his heart, he was silently chanting, Old geezer! Don't blame me for this. It was you who weren't human, banishing senior brother to the lower realm, and wanting to banish me too. He continued, I often cursed my master in my heart. At this point, Ye Chen emphasized his tone. The curses were very harsh, very venomous. If I called you master, wouldn't that mean I'm insulting you as well? I hold you in such high regard, so of course I wouldn't insult you. I understand that once a teacher, forever a father. I shouldn't curse my former master, but whenever I think of those painful memories, I can't help but curse a few words. Ye Chen was really straining himself to avoid calling Su Taishu master. Su Taishu opened his mouth, but truly didn't know what to say. Ye Chen watched Su Taishu in silence, his heart sinking, thinking the other wasn't satisfied with this form of address. If you don't like the title Old Su, calling you Old Tai would also work. If that's still not satisfactory, Old Su isn't out of the question. Ye Chen gazed at Su Taishu with burning intensity, full of anticipation for his answer. This fellow's thought process was truly something else. Upon hearing Ye Chen's words, Su Taishu's facial muscles quivered, his fists clenched tight, as if the next moment he would not be able to hold back from attacking. He looked at the Ye Chen before him, at a loss for words. Had it been anyone else, they would have been slapped to death long ago. Old Tai, Old Su, how they sounded, how peculiar. Su Taishu fell into deep contemplation, feeling something wasn't quite right. Ye Chen was unaware that he had been repeatedly dancing on the edge of death. Su Taishu took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the fury rising in his heart. Ye Chen, you're saying you were expelled from your sect for doing good deeds. Then what exactly were these good deeds of yours? Su Taishu felt he had grasped the key point. Expelled for doing good deeds. This would surely chill the hearts of countless others. Hearing Su Taishu's question, Ye Chen proceeded to justify each of his deeds in the Immortal Realm one by one. I helped an old man harvest the herbs that were about to rot in his medicine garden, preventing them from decaying in the field. I consoled a young girl whose heart had been wounded, helping her find clarity and stabilize her dull heart. I escorted a young girl wandering outside safely back home. And I delivered a giant rock bird to the land of its dreams. Ye Chen put on a round expression, as if bearing tremendous injustice. As Su Taishu listened to these so-called good deeds Ye Chen had described, his expression grew peculiar. Although he had only recently taken Ye Chen as a disciple, he could still discern Ye Chen's character to some extent. Those good deeds of yours wouldn't have been stealing the old man's herbs, harassing that young girl, and that rock bird was probably cooked by you. Su Taishu cheerfully corrected each of Ye Chen's good deeds. Ye Chen stared in disbelief, wide-eyed. Apart from not harassing the young girl, Su Taishu had actually hit the mark on everything else. Old Su, I never expected you to view your disciple in such a way. Everything I did was with the best of intentions. Ye Chen assumed a pitiful appearance, as if he had suffered the greatest injustice in heaven. Save your smooth talk. This master knows full well what kind of character you possess. Watching Ye Chen's pitiful act, Su Taishu's hands trembled with rage. He truly wished to slap Ye Chen to death, Could you possibly act any more convincingly? Hey! Old Su, I'm now your flesh and blood disciple. You must believe that I'm a person of excellent moral character. Ye Chen blinked his large eyes, his face radiating sincere innocence. Excellent moral character. The corner of Su Taishu's mouth twitched. In no way did Ye Chen appear to have any excellent moral character. Forget it. I don't want to know about your past misdeeds. Call me whatever you like. Su Taishu waved his hand helplessly, his expression one of complete disdain. Alright then. Old Su, please make yourself comfortable. This disciple shall go dig for spirit stones. Ye Chen grinned, picked up his mining tools, and prepared to start digging. Disciple, are you truly that desperate for spirit stones? Didn't I just give you 3 million spirit stones? Su Taishu furrowed his brow slightly, quickly stopping Ye Chen to ask. Upon hearing this, Ye Chen immediately put down his mining tools and prepared to begin his earth-shaking, heaven-moving performance. He instantly switched to an expression of utter agony, his eyes reddening, as if he were completely immersed in painful memories. Just as Ye Chen was about to spin a tale of his past experiences of going hungry and lacking clothing, Su Taishu quickly interrupted. Alright, stop your act. Go ahead and dig this spirit stone vein if you wish. With that, Su Taishu immediately soared into the sky and flew away. He was afraid that if he lingered for even another second, he would not be able to restrain himself and would slap Ye Chen to death. Alas! Old Su, don't leave. My tragic experiences haven't even been told yet. Old Su! Old Su! Seeing Su Taishu fly away, Ye Chen shouted at the top of his lungs toward the sky. Just then, the elder of the law enforcement hall, who had just arrived at the Forbidden Grounds entrance, heard Ye Chen's shouting and immediately stopped in his tracks. He stood at the entrance of the Forbidden Grounds, gazing toward the direction where Su Taishu had flown, utterly frozen in place. His face was filled with disbelief, hardly daring to trust what his ears had heard. The law enforcement hall disciples behind him were also stunned, exchanging glances with expressions of utter astonishment. The Supreme Elder's origins were mysterious. Once provoked to anger, he gave no face to anyone. Even the sect master had to treat him with the utmost respect. Yet Ye Chen dared to address the Supreme Elder in such a manner, and the Supreme Elder was not even angry. Could it be that Ye Chen possesses an incredibly powerful background, which is why he doesn't put the Supreme Elder in his eyes? The law enforcement hall elder began to speculate wildly. It turned out that Canglan and Jiahogging bore grudges against Ye Chen and had been secretly monitoring him all along. Learning that Ye Chen had entered the Forbidden Grounds, they frantically rushed to the law enforcement hall to file a complaint. The law enforcement hall elder received the news and immediately led several law enforcement hall disciples rushing toward the Forbidden Grounds. Disciples were prohibited from entering the sect's Forbidden Grounds at will. Those who violated this rule would have their cultivation abolished and be expelled from the sect. At this moment, Ye Chen sensed someone at the entrance. He turned and looked toward the law enforcement hall elder. The elder noticed Ye Chen turning around and immediately raised his gaze toward the sky, as if he had not noticed Ye Chen's existence at all. Seeing their elder act in this manner, the law enforcement hall disciples followed suit. Some looked up at the sky, others down at the ground, anything but in Ye Chen's direction. Jiahogging and Canglan stood among the law enforcement hall disciples, filled with anticipation that Ye Chen would be severely punished by the law enforcement hall elder. Ye Chen trespassed the Forbidden Grounds. Jiahogging failed to read the situation. Relying on being the secret son of the Grand Elder, he began issuing orders to the law enforcement hall elder. The elder was so startled that he shivered. He quickly sealed Jiahogging's mouth with spiritual energy. Canglan also wanted to speak, but was likewise silenced by the elder with spiritual energy. All the other disciples were too terrified to say a single word. Oh, aren't these fellows from the law enforcement hall? Are you patrolling? Seeing their manner, Ye Chen suppressed a smile and deliberately spoke in a loud voice. Ha, yes, we were just passing by. The elder's body stiffened, forcing a dry laugh. With that, he grabbed Canglan and Jiahogging by the backs of their necks, lifting them up like chicks, one in each hand, and led the disciples away in haste. Ye Chen watched their departing silhouettes, revealing a sinister smile. These two wretches, Canglan and Jiahogging, had dared to cause trouble for him. Since that was the case, he would not show them any mercy. Late at night, Ye Chen once again altered his appearance to that of a middle-aged man and quietly arrived before Canglan's cave dwelling. At this moment, Canglan and Hogan were conspiring inside their cave dwelling on how to murder Ye Chen. Ye Chen, having altered his appearance, said nothing and burst through the door. Before Canglan and Hogan could react, he knocked them both down with a single punch each. Canglan and Hogan stared in terror at the unfamiliar middle-aged man before them, their hearts filled with fear. "Who are you? How dare you trespass into my cave dwelling?" Canglan shouted, forcing himself to stay calm. Ye Chen, a master of face slapping, answered directly with his fists, pounding their faces relentlessly. Only after knocking both unconscious did Ye Chen stop, feeling somewhat bored. He looted all valuables and quietly slipped away. The next morning, Canglan and Hogan, their faces bruised and swollen, slowly regained consciousness. Seeing the ransacked cave dwelling and the empty treasure vault, they flew into a rage. "Who did this?" Hogan roared furiously. The various grand elders of the sect gathered there, their expressions grim. Someone had broken into the sect repeatedly, yet no trace could be found. The sect raised its defense level once again. Meanwhile, Ye Chen happily mined spirit stones from the vein every day. Sigh. Ye Chen let out a soft sigh as he faced the spirit stone vein. Now, as his cultivation was unsealed to higher realms, the demand for spirit stones multiplied exponentially. After mining for over half a month, his cultivation had only been unsealed to the 7th layer of foundation establishment. Ye Chen cursed the Wuji Immortal Emperor bitterly in his heart once more. Today, the sect master had even come personally to beg Ye Chen to stop mining, as continuing would affect the sect's protective formation. Since Ye Chen was now considered a member of the Tianxuan Sect, he had to give face. He could only sigh helplessly. Fortunately, the sect master gave him an important piece of information. A mysterious valley in the southern part of the Canglan Realm was about to yield a rare treasure, and many cultivators would be heading there to seek it. Ye Chen had always been intrigued by such strange and unusual things, so he naturally wouldn't miss this excellent opportunity to join the excitement. However, Ye Chen currently had little understanding of his own combat power. He had heard that the emerging treasure would attract even Lianshu and Hachi stage cultivators. Maybe I should practice with old Su. Ye Chen thought of testing his current combat strength with Su Taishu. No, senior brother descended to the lower realm earlier than me. He's definitely overwhelmingly strong. There's also the risk of being caught, and then I'd be exposed. After thinking it over, Ye Chen dismissed the idea. The Grand Elder is at mid-stage of Huashen. Actually, I can try him. And by the way... Hee. Ye Chen nodded, a lewd grin spreading across his face. He decided to go find the Grand Elder for a sparring match that evening. Night fell, and the Tianxuan Sect was enveloped in silence. Ye Chen once again changed his appearance to that of a middle-aged man, and under the cover of the dim night, he left Qingxiu Peak. How dare you? Who is it that dares intrude upon the Tianxuan Sect? As soon as Ye Chen arrived at Qingxiu Peak, where the Grand Elder cultivated, he was detected by the Elder, who was meditating in his cave dwelling. The Grand Elder flashed out of his cave and appeared on the peak, staring at Ye Chen from afar. Who are you? Why do you trespass upon the Tianxuan Sect repeatedly? The Grand Elder recognized Ye Chen. He looked exactly like the portrait of the previous intruder. Ye Chen paid no heed to the Elder's interrogation. With a strange yell, he lunged at the Grand Elder. The two fought for a while, evenly matched, neither able to overpower the other. I should be able to handle a peak Huashen cultivator, and escape from a Lianshu cultivator without trouble. Ye Chen had roughly gauged his combat strength. There was no need to continue tangling with the Grand Elder. He began to fight dirty, directly grabbing the Grand Elder by the hair. Caught off guard by this unexpected move, the Elder's hair was firmly seized by Ye Chen. Ah! You shameless brat! The Grand Elder roared. Ye Chen didn't care. He immediately followed up with a slap to the Elder's face, leaving a large handprint. The Grand Elder, furious and humiliated, swung his hand to counterattack, but Ye Chen agilely jumped away and kicked him in the rear. Ha ha, old man, what can you do to me? Ye Chen laughed triumphantly. The Grand Elder trembled with rage, releasing his oppressive aura of the 5th layer of Huashen, clenched his fist, and threw a full-force punch at Ye Chen's face. The force of the punch seemed to ignite the surrounding air. Yet Ye Chen showed no fear, dodging left and right, then seized the opportunity to dash forward and land a punch on the Elder's stomach. Ouch, missed! Ye Chen taunted while evading the attacks. The Grand Elder, driven mad with fury, summoned his sword and slashed at Ye Chen. The fierce sword intent aimed straight for Ye Chen's vital point. Ye Chen formed a sword with his fingers, unleashing an even more domineering, perfected sword intent that shattered the Elder's sword intent. That size 42-foot kicked the Grand Elder's face again, causing him to stumble and nearly fall. Immediately, a large footprint appeared on the Elder's face. Damn it! I'll kill you! The Grand Elder gritted his teeth and roared. Humiliation. Hair-pulling, face-slapping, rear-kicking Ye Chen's shrewish fighting style filled the Elder with deep shame. The Elder was already bruised and swollen, his eyes red with rage, teetering on the brink of exploding. Ye Chen continued his own way, unleashing all sorts of shameless moves, beating the Grand Elder into a sorry state. Old man, that's enough fun for today. I'm off. Ye Chen looked at the bulging storage pouch in his hand, grinned slyly, and transformed into a streak of light, quickly disappearing into the night. Stop, you little thief! The Grand Elder refused to let go, roaring in anger as he prepared to chase. But Ye Chen's speed was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, he was gone. The Grand Elder couldn't even discern the direction Ye Chen had taken. He could only stop resentfully, looking around in vain, trying to find where Ye Chen had vanished. Ye Chen had used the top-tier movement technique of the Wuji Immortal Palace, earth shrinking to an inch. Even a Hechi cultivator would find it difficult to catch up. Ah! Little thief, don't let me catch you. I'll make you wish you were dead. The Grand Elder stood there, roaring in fury. His shouts echoed through the silent night sky, soon alerting the sect master and the other Grand Elders. The sect master arrived quickly with several elders. Seeing the Grand Elder's bruised and miserable state, they were all shocked. Grand Elder, what happened? The sect master frowned and asked. It's that same person again. He broke in, beat me up, and stole all my savings before escaping. The Grand Elder took out the portrait of the middle-aged man, Ye Chen's altered appearance, and said. The sect master and the elders exchanged bewildered glances. This person had broken into the sect several times, yet they couldn't find a single clue. Back at Qingxiu Peak, Ye Chen went straight to sleep, preparing to head to the mysterious valley the next day to seek treasure. The following day, after leaving the sect, Ye Chen deliberately changed his appearance again, disguising himself as a greenhorn young lad. He mingled into a group of rogue cultivators also heading to the southern valley, and they set off in a grand procession towards the mysterious valley. Along the way, he acted timid and fearful to perfection, occasionally asking nearby cultivators for information. His curious, childlike demeanor made it difficult to associate him with the Demon King who had turned the Immortal Realm upside down. Taoist friend, may I ask what rare treasure lies in this valley that attracts so many cultivators? Ye Chen tugged at the sleeve of a burly man with a full beard, feigning curiosity. Kid, at the first level of chi refining, you dare to seek treasure in this valley. Are you not afraid of dying? The bearded man glanced at him sideways, annoyed by his immature appearance. Ye Chen was not offended. Instead, he shrank his neck with a look of fear and whispered, You are right, Taoist friend. I am new here and heard of the rare treasure appearing, so I came to try my luck and improve my strength. I hope you, senior brother, can give me some guidance. As he said this, he secretly slipped a low-grade spirit stone into the bearded man's hand. The bearded man weighed the spirit stone in his hand, his expression softening. He cleared his throat and said slowly, Since you're sensible enough, I'll tell you. It is said that a 10,000-year-old spirit fruit tree grows in this valley, bearing fruit only once every millennium. Consuming it can wash the marrow, refine the bones, and enhance cultivation, a rare and precious treasure. Ye Chen feigned surprise, his mouth agape and eyes full of longing. However, this 9 revolutions golden spirit fruit was indeed helpful for Ye Chen to break his cultivation seal, and he was determined to obtain it. After half a day's journey, the group finally arrived at the mysterious valley. At the entrance, clouds and mist swirled, spiritual energy dense and hazy. Several towering ancient trees could be vaguely seen, their branches lush and leaves thick, exuding an ancient and mysterious aura. At the valley entrance, the crowd was bustling. Powerhouses from all sides arrived, some stepping on flying swords with sword aura swirling around them, others riding exotic beasts, majestic and imposing. Among these many powerhouses, Ye Chen, a small cultivator at the first level of chi refining, stood out conspicuously. Yo, where did this greenhorn come from? At the first level of chi refining, you dare to join this crowd? A burly man laughed loudly, attracting a round of laughter from the surrounding crowd. Humph, you don't know your place. You probably don't even know how you'll die. A sharp-faced cultivator cast a disdainful glance at Ye Chen. Such a treasure is not something a weakling like you can covet. Go home and drink your mother's milk. Someone said sneeringly. Ye Chen remained expressionless, completely disdainful of their mockery. In his eyes, they were nothing but frogs at the bottom of a well, laughing at a descending god. He secretly observed the surroundings, memorizing the terrain. Then, he laid down a series of concealed restrictions, waiting for the opportune moment to catch all those who mocked him in one fell swoop. After setting everything up, Ye Chen sneered inwardly and followed the group deeper into the valley. Look! What is that? Suddenly, someone in the crowd exclaimed, pointing at an open space deep in the valley. Everyone followed the sound and saw a strange fruit tree growing on the open ground, its entire body golden. The branches were laden with fist-sized golden fruits, emitting an enticing fragrance. It was precisely the legendary 9 Revolutions Golden Spirit Fruit. The moment everyone saw the 9 Revolutions Golden Spirit Fruit, their eyes filled with greed and desire. Ha ha, this treasure is mine. The burly man rushed forward first, completely disregarding others. Grab it! No one knew who shouted, but the originally calm crowd instantly erupted. Everyone scrambled toward the spirit fruit tree, afraid of falling behind. In an instant, the scene descended into chaos. Powerhouses from all sides made their moves, spell-lines interweaving, and the sounds of magical treasures clashing filled the air. Ye Chen deliberately lagged behind the crowd, a sly smile on his face. Boom! Just as everyone was about to approach the spirit fruit tree, the ground suddenly shook violently. One after another, array restrictions were activated, trapping everyone inside. What's happening? Damn! It's a trap! The sudden turn of events caught everyone off guard, and they all panicked. Ye Chen used ground shrinking step, turning into a streak of light, effortlessly crossing the array restrictions and arriving at the spirit fruit tree. He plucked all the ripe 9 Revolutions Golden Spirit Fruits. Ye Chen looked at the unlucky ones trapped in the array, a smug smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Then, he casually pocketed a few of the unlucky ones' Canglan pouches. Those who had been pickpocketed only realized it then and began cursing loudly, but trapped in the array, it was useless. Ye Chen was about to leave when suddenly several powerful auras descended, blocking his path. 3 integration stage powerhouses appeared before him, blocking his way. Ancestor, he took all the 9 Revolutions Golden Spirit Fruits. A young man inside the array shouted at an old man with white hair and beard. Oh! The old man glanced at the young man inside the array. Interesting. A kid at the first level of Qi refining dares to come here. How about this? Hand over the 9 Revolutions Golden Spirit Fruit, and I'll spare your life. The old man remained calm and aloof, looking down at Ye Chen, whom he could crush with a flick of his finger. Heh, I earned the 9 Revolutions Golden Spirit Fruit through my own efforts. Seniors, are you trying to seize it by force? Ye Chen was not flustered. He estimated that with the arrays he had prepared in advance, escaping should be no problem. Let's talk. If you don't hand it over, you'll die. One of the middle-aged integration stage cultivators barked impatiently. Ye Chen snorted coldly, then try it. With that, he flickered and used ground shrinking step to flee into the distance. That kick hit his cultivation. He's not at the Qi refining stage. The 3 integration stage powerhouses realized they had been fooled by Ye Chen and quickly pursued him. As Ye Chen fled, he cleverly activated the arrays he had set earlier to trap them. One of them said angrily. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Ye Chen dashed toward the deepest part of the valley. The 3 integration stage powerhouses joined forces to shatter all the arrays. Don't let him escape! The leading powerhouse roared, speeding up the chase. The rogue cultivators and sect disciples also pursued from behind. Ye Chen kept running toward the deepest part of the valley. The deeper he went, the more numerous and powerful the spirit beasts became. A mischievous grin curled at the corner of Ye Chen's mouth. He attacked the spirit beasts, striking once and then fleeing. Even the spirit beasts sleeping in their dens received a slap. Roars of enraged spirit beasts echoed through the valley. Ye Chen's provocation successfully angered many spirit beasts. In an instant, the entire valley seemed to explode, with spirit beasts all chasing after Ye Chen. As for the 3 integration stage powerhouses, they were about to catch up to Ye Chen when a large group of enraged spirit beasts appeared before them, following behind Ye Chen. The leading powerhouse at the divine transformation stage roared, "Damn brat, how cunning!" With too many high-level demon beasts, the 3 divine transformation experts dared not recklessly cross the beasts to capture Ye Chen. They could only lock onto his aura and pursue him from behind. In the valley, Ye Chen led a horde of demon beasts at the front, occasionally striking nearby beasts along the way, causing the army of demon beasts to grow ever larger. Behind the demon beasts, 3 divine transformation experts were in pursuit, and behind them trailed a motley crowd of independent cultivators and disciples from various sects. Ye Chen ran to a fork in the road, casually picked up a leaf, infused a strand of his aura into it, and tossed it toward the left path. The leaf instantly transformed into Ye Chen's current appearance and dashed madly into the left fork. Meanwhile, Ye Chen's true body quickly suppressed his own aura with the heavenly dull pearl and swiftly entered the right path. Sensing Ye Chen's aura, the demon beasts charged into the left path. When the 3 divine transformation experts reached the fork and detected Ye Chen's aura fluctuations in the left branch, they too pursued without hesitation. After everyone had entered the left path, Ye Chen reappeared at the fork, just in time to see the young man who had earlier complained to the elderly divine transformation expert running at the very back. Without a second thought, Ye Chen stepped forward, knocked the young man unconscious, lifted him by the nape of his neck like a chick, and sprinted toward the valley exit. After the crowd and demon beasts had chased for some distance, the leaf transformed Ye Chen reverted to a leaf and drifted slowly down from the air, and only then did they realize they had been tricked. "No, we've been deceived," one of the 3 divine transformation experts roared. Just as they were about to turn back, the demon beasts that had been pursuing Ye Chen's aura found their target vanished and immediately fell into a frenzied state. Roar! A giant 2-headed bear was the first to pounce at the crowd. "Damn it! These beasts have lost their target and are taking it out on us." A divine transformation expert cursed. The scattered cultivators and sect disciples immediately fell into chaos. Some tried to resist the demon beasts, while others fled in all directions. "Everyone, stay calm. Don't panic." The leading divine transformation expert tried to control the situation, but amid the chaotic attacks of the demon beasts, his efforts had little effect. Meanwhile, Ye Chen had already reached near the valley exit, carrying the unconscious young man. He took the young man's Canglan back and then slapped him awake. The young man slowly regained consciousness, his eyes still dazed and unaware of what had happened, but his face stung with a fiery pain. When he saw Ye Chen before him, he was instantly terrified and tried to struggle. Ye Chen looked at him coldly and said, "Don't move. I won't kill you for now." The young man was so frightened that he dared not move, his voice trembling. What do you want? Speak. Your name and affiliation." Ye Chen's tone was cold and unwavering. "Don't kill me, I'll talk. My name is Xian, a direct disciple of the Tianxuan Sect." The young man stammered, his eyes full of terror, his body instinctively shrinking back. "That old man at the divine transformation stage just now, what is he to you?" Ye Chen asked. "He is the ancestor of the Tianxuan Sect and also my great-grandfather." Xian dared not hide anything and answered honestly. Upon hearing the answer, Ye Chen's eyes lit up. "So, you're quite valuable, ho." A mischievous grin spread across Ye Chen's face as he looked at Xian, as if gazing at a pile of spirit stones. Ye Chen snorted disdainfully. "He can't even save himself right now. How can he take care of you?" With that, Ye Chen suppressed Xian, sealed his spiritual sense, and tossed him into the heavenly dull pearl space, planning to find an opportunity to have the Tianxuan Sect pay spirit stones to ransom him. At this moment, the sounds of battle cries and demon beast roars still echoed incessantly in the valley. The 3 divine transformation experts, together with the sect disciples and independent cultivators, were in a sorry state. Ye Chen glanced back at the chaos deep in the valley, a smug smile curling at the corner of his mouth, and quickened his pace to leave this place of trouble. In the Canglan Realm, within the bustling Tianwu city, a city under the jurisdiction of the Tianxuan Sect, Ye Chen strolled leisurely along the streets, his gaze occasionally sweeping over the shops on both sides. Suddenly, a flash of anger appeared on his face, but a moment later, a faint, amused smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Not far ahead, a group of richly dressed youths surrounded a young master in brocade, who swaggered out of a tavern with an air of arrogance. That young master in brocade was obese, his face full of fat, and his small, narrow eyes glinted with greed. Passers-by on the street, upon seeing the young master in brocade emerge, all gave him a wide berth, as if they had encountered a group of ferocious bandits. The young master in brocade had just stepped out of the tavern when he spotted a beautiful female cultivator by the roadside. Lust immediately stirred within him, and he staggered over, reaching out to touch her cheek. "Little beauty, come play with this young master," the brocade-clad young master said with a lecherous grin. The female cultivator's face paled in fright as she retreated repeatedly. A man in blue robes, who was accompanying her, rushed forward, shielding her behind him. "Young master, please show some restraint," the blue-robed man said, his voice trembling but still summoning his courage. The young master's face darkened. "Humph, who do you think you are, daring to ruin my fun?" At this moment, some bystanders, who were not afraid of trouble, began to murmur among themselves. "This young master in brocade is Sure Kachong, the second son of the Sure family, one of the 4 great clans of Tianwu City. The Sure family wields immense power in Tianwu City. This young couple is likely in for trouble." "Indeed, I've heard that the eldest son, Sure Clan, was taken as a disciple by the grand elder of the Tianxuan Sect. That makes Sure Kachong even more brazen. He's always bullying men and abusing women, committing every evil deed." "Phew! None of the 4 great clans are good. They're always committing atrocities and abducting women. Sigh, but they have a powerful family. We can only feel indignant but dare not speak up." "Young master, please calm down. My junior sister and I were just passing by and meant no offense. Please spare my junior sister," the blue-robed man hurriedly said. "Spare her? The little beauty I've set my eyes on, how can I let her go so easily? Be wise and submit to me, and I promise you'll have the time of your life." Sure Kachong wore a lecherous expression, his greedy eyes roaming over the female cultivator. "Young master, my junior sister is an innocent person. I beg you to be lenient," the blue-robed man said while bowing with clasped hands, his body trembling slightly. Sure Kachong sneered, "Let's talk. Today, you'll hand her over whether you like it or not, or else you'll never leave Tianwu City." The female cultivator was so frightened that she clutched the blue-robed man's sleeve, her eyes filled with terror and helplessness. Ye Chen took in the whole scene from the side, and anger surged within him. He calmly took out the jade pendant from his bosom, gently stroked it, and pretended to nonchalantly walk past Sure Kachong. The jade pendant was crystal clear, emitting a faint ripple of spiritual energy. It was obvious that it was no ordinary artifact. Sure Kachong, with his keen eyesight, spotted the jade pendant in Ye Chen's hand at a glance, his eyes instantly gleaming with greed. Stop. This young master has his eye on this jade pendant." Sure Kachong fixed his gaze on the pendant, shouting as he extended his fat hand to block Ye Chen's path. Noticing that Ye Chen had only reached the first stage of qi condensation, he assumed the youth would be an easy target. Ye Chen feigned surprise as he looked up at Sure Kachong. "And then what?" Ye Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, a mocking smile playing on his lips. With his arms folded across his chest, he appeared utterly unconcerned. Cut the nonsense. Whatever this young master desires is already his." Sure Kachong was enraged by Ye Chen's casual disregard. "Oh, then come and take it if you're able." Ye Chen shrugged nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Sure Kachong flew into a raging fury. Under normal circumstances, anyone who caught his eye would obediently present their possessions to him, yet this young man before him showed absolutely no respect. "Boy, you refuse the toast only to be forced to drink. Seize him." The moment the words left his mouth, his lackeys surged forward in a pack, attempting to capture Ye Chen. Yet before their hands could even make contact with Ye Chen, their vision blurred and his figure had vanished completely. Where did he go? Everyone looked around in shock and confusion, but there was no sign of Ye Chen. "Ah!" A sudden scream pierced the air as one of the lackeys clutched his stomach and collapsed to the ground in agony, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. Before the others could react, Ye Chen had somehow appeared behind another lackey, a playful smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. "You!" The lackey pointed at Ye Chen, his face twisted in terror, unable to form another word. Ye Chen sneered, grabbed a handful of his hair, and slammed his head into the ground. "Ah!" Before the lackey could process what was happening, his head crashed against the ground, a clump of hair torn away by Ye Chen, leaving him bleeding from the scalp. "You call yourselves men and think you can rob me?" Ye Chen stepped on the lackey's chest, his tone cold and dismissive. "You brat, you're asking for death." Sure Kachong's rage boiled over upon seeing his subordinate beaten, and he drew the sword at his waist, lunging toward Ye Chen. A cold gleam flashed across Ye Chen's eyes as he dodged the sword with ghostly speed, simultaneously driving a punch straight into Shor Kechong's abdomen. Shor Kechong let out a blood-curdling scream as crimson blood sprayed from his mouth, his body flying backward before crashing heavily to the ground. Ye Chen launched himself forward and planted his foot squarely on Shor Kechong's groin. A pair of sickening crunches echoed through the air. Shor Kechong now had the qualification to serve in the palace among the concubines. Ah! Shor Kechong screamed in agony, both hands clutching his groin as his entire body trembled with pain, cold sweat drenching his forehead. He lay on the ground wailing uncontrollably, his body curled like a dried shrimp, unable to rise no matter how long he tried. My lord! Witnessing this, the remaining lackeys were utterly terrified, their courage completely shattered. They dropped to their knees without hesitation, begging for mercy. Spare our lives, master, spare us. We were blind to recognize greatness and offended you. Ye Chen regarded them coldly, speaking with undisguised contempt. A bunch of useless trash. At this moment, cheers erupted from the crowd of onlookers. Well done. This wicked young master has been arrogant and domineering all along. It's about time someone taught him a lesson. Absolutely. This young hero proves that greatness knows no age. Let's see if Shor Kechong dares to act recklessly again. Exactly right. Someone should have dealt with this kind of bully long ago. We are deeply grateful for your intervention, benefactor. Without you, my junior sister and I would hardly have escaped unscathed today. Your kindness is beyond measure, and I have no way to repay it. Ye Chen waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing. You should leave quickly before further trouble arises. The man in green robes hastened to respond. Benefactor, the Shi family holds considerable influence in Tianxuan City. They are unlikely to let this go. Ye Chen smiled faintly. That's all the better. If they come to me, I won't need to seek them out myself. Ye Chen certainly wouldn't let such an opportunity to accumulate spirit stones slip away. Before the man in green could offer further advice, Ye Chen cut him off. Go now. Don't delay any longer. With no other choice, the man in green offered his thanks once more before departing swiftly with his junior sister. Ye Chen turned to face Shor Kechong, looking down at him with a detached expression. Your name is Dumb Beetle. Shor Kechong's face had drained to pallor from the agony, but hearing Ye Chen's question, he forced out a roar through the pain. You bastard! My name is Shor Kechong. Ye Chen let out a scoff. Oh! Given your character, Dumb Beetle suits you far better. He continued with mocking amusement. Your brother is called Dumb Beetle too. What a pair of brothers you are, both nothing but stinking pests. Oh! Then tell me, would your ancestor be able to bring you back to life if I killed you right now? Ye Chen crouched down, leaning close to Shor Kechong with a teasing smile. You wouldn't dare. Shor Kechong's eyes widened in terror, his body instinctively shrinking backward. If you wish to keep your life, hand over all the spirit stones on your person. With his life hanging in Ye Chen's hands, Shor Kechong dared not resist. He quickly ordered his men to hand over all the storage pouches on his person. Ye Chen took the storage pouch and swept his divine sense through it, discovering no less than 1,000,000 mid-grade spirit stones. His eyes lit up immediately. Not bad, not bad. It seems you're quite the plump sheep. Ye Chen said with a grin. However, these spirit stones aren't enough. Shor Kechong asked in terror. What else do you want? Quite simple, Ye Chen said indifferently. Have your family send another 3 to 5 million mid-grade spirit stones, or else? As he spoke, he flipped his wrist, and a black rope appeared in his hand, the immortal binding rope. 3 to 5 million spirit stones. Upon hearing this, Shor Kechong's face turned deathly pale. This was his family's income for several years. What? Unwilling? Ye Chen looked at him with a half-smile. And no, it's not that. Shor Kechong gritted his teeth and spoke in a trembling voice. I'll send someone back to fetch them right away. Ye Chen nodded with satisfaction, bound Shor Kechong with the immortal binding rope, and then lifted him up as easily as one would carry a chick. Let's go. Take me to your home so I can collect it myself. With no choice but to comply, Shor Kechong led Ye Chen toward his family's estate. Shor Kechong roared inwardly, vowing to make Ye Chen pay the moment they returned to the clan. That damned bastard! How dare he treat me like this, making me incapable of continuing my lineage? When I get back to the family, I'll have him sliced into 1,000 pieces to quell the hatred burning in my heart. Before long, the two arrived at the gates of the shore residence. The guards at the entrance were utterly horrified at the sight of their young master in such a wretched state and rushed inside to report. Soon, a middle-aged man dressed in luxurious robes and exuding an imposing aura strode out, followed by a host of experts. This man was Shi Duang, the current patriarch of the Shi family. Who dares to harm my son? Shi Duang bellowed in fury. Shi Keqiang, upon seeing his father, immediately acted as if he had found a savior, beginning to sob and recount his grievances. Father, you must avenge me. He has made me unable to be a man anymore. You insolent brat. Shi Duang turned his gaze to Ye Chen, his eyes blazing with rage. Let's talk hand over the spirit stones to ransom him, or else I can't guarantee he'll live alive. Ye Chen, however, showed no fear and brandished the immortal binding rope in his hand. Just then, a powerful surge of energy erupted from within the shore residence, and two figures appeared like ghostly phantoms. Who dares to run wild in our shore family? One of the ancestors roared, his eyes like lightning, his whole body radiating the oppressive pressure of the nascent soul stage, enough to send chills down anyone's spine. Ye Chen curled his lips into a disdainful smile, utterly unimpressed by the pressure the two ancestors exuded. He chuckled lightly, a mere nascent soul stage, I could crush you with a flick of my hand. You're asking for death. Seeing Ye Chen's utter disregard, the two ancestors were enraged and directly attacked him, caring nothing for Shi Keqiang's life. Ye Chen let out a cold snort, casually tossing Shi Keqiang aside like a piece of trash, then vanished his speed so fast that no one could track his movements. The next second, Ye Chen had already seized both ancestors by the neck with one hand each, as if they had willingly offered their throats to him. The two ancestors widened their eyes in disbelief and terror. They had never imagined that Ye Chen could be so overwhelmingly powerful. With such meager strength, you dare to swagger in front of me? Ye Chen said coldly, tightening his grip even further. At this moment, the entire Shi family was seething with turmoil. This man, who appeared to be only at the first level of qi refining, could effortlessly subdue their ancestors. Seeing this, Shi Duang hastily intervened to stop Ye Chen from killing them. Young friend, please hold back, don't act rashly. Let's discuss this calmly. Shi Duang had even changed his address, for Ye Chen's strength far exceeded their expectations. Originally, they had assumed that the family's nascent soul ancestors could easily capture Ye Chen, but they never anticipated that Ye Chen would instantly turn the tables, holding the life and death of the two ancestors in his hands. If Ye Chen actually delivered a killing blow, the Shi family would lose two critical nascent soul ancestors, a catastrophic blow for the clan. Oh, now you want to negotiate? If you'd said that earlier, none of this would have happened. Ye Chen said with a mocking grin, then sealed the two nascent soul ancestors and tossed them at his feet. What conditions must we meet for you to release them? Shi Duang forced down the rage boiling inside him. 200,000 mid-grade spirit stones for one person. There are 3 here, which one will the patriarch choose? Ye Chen raised an eyebrow and spoke with a half smile. You, young friend, you are truly asking for the sky. Shi Duang's heart burned with fury. This was the wealth accumulated by the family over a century. So the patriarch is unwilling to exchange spirit stones for the prisoners. Then there's no need to keep these 3 wastes alive. Ye Chen shrugged indifferently and made as if to strike. Hold on. Our Shi family still has a void refinement ancestor. If you force him to act, it will be a fight to the death. Do you truly wish to take that path? Shi Duang stared at Ye Chen with venomous eyes, veins bulging on his forehead. Pfft! Don't threaten me with that old fossil who already has 1 foot in the grave. Ye Chen sneered, casting a glance deep into the Shi residence. He had long since detected a decrepit void refinement cultivator inside, whose strength had dwindled to barely 1/10 of its prime. He could only make 1 move before he would die. You! Shi Duang pointed a trembling finger at Ye Chen, his chest heaving violently. Their void refinement ancestor was indeed at the end of his life. Making a single move would hasten his death. He hadn't expected Ye Chen to perceive this so easily. Do as he says, give him the spirit stones. At that moment, the ancient voice of the void refinement ancestor echoed from the depths of the family compound, carrying an authority that brooked no disobedience. The Shi family members were all startled, their faces full of reluctance. Ancestor, this is the wealth our family has amassed over a century. Sherdong couldn't help but protest. Pfft! The void refinement ancestor thundered. You worthless lot, you bully others and rely on your power every day. This is your own doing. Hearing the ancestor's rebuke, the entire Shi family lowered their heads, not daring to speak another word. Sherdong hesitated for a moment but finally gritted his teeth and ordered an elder to fetch the spirit stones. After a short while, the Shi family reluctantly handed over 6 million mid-grade spirit stones to Ye Chen. If you'd just done this from the beginning, we wouldn't have wasted everyone's time. Ye Chen pocketed the spirit stones, a smug smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Young friend, I apologize on behalf of these worthless juniors. I hope you won't stoop to their level. The ancient voice of the Shi family's void refinement ancestor rang out once more. Old man, since you're reasonable, I'll let it go this time. I trust you'll discipline your descendants properly in the future. With that, Ye Chen turned and left, a playful smirk still lingering on his lips. While among the onlookers, he had heard plenty of stories about the 4 great families and other noble clans bullying and oppressing the weak in Tianwu City. Late at night, a dark figure slipped into the Li residence, one of the 4 great families of Tianwu City. Moments later, the patriarch's agonized shrieks rang out. Spare me, young hero! All the spirit stones of my Li family are here, please accept them. Pfft! You're wise. I'll spare your life today. The black-clad figure collected the spirit stones and vanished from the Li residence in a flash. Did you hear? The Li family was also visited by the chivalrous thief Night Shadow last night. No kidding. They say Night Shadow appears and disappears like a ghost, and not a single guard in the Li family even noticed. Serves them right. The Li family has been committing all kinds of evil and bullying the innocent. Getting robbed is heaven's justice. Exactly. I hear that the chivalrous thief Night Shadow only plunders the wealth of the wicked rich. How satisfying. Who says otherwise? Now those noble families in the city are all like frightened birds, afraid to do any more wrong. Ha ha ha. Indeed. I heard that. Throughout Tianwu City, in every street, alley, tea house, and tavern, people were buzzing with talk about the heroic deeds of the chivalrous thief Night Shadow. As the mastermind behind all this, Ye Chen sat in a tea house, savoring fine tea while listening to the surrounding conversations, a playful smile curling at the corners of his lips. The results are quite satisfactory, Ye Chen mused to himself. Ever since the Shi family had offered 6 million mid-grade spirit stones last time, Ye Chen had donned a disguise. Disguised as a black-clad vigilante, he specifically targeted the wealthy and corrupt noble families at night. In just half a month, Ye Chen had visited every prominent family in Tianwu City, each time returning fully loaded and with considerable gains. These noble families, backed by their powerful clan influence, had long preyed upon the common folk and oppressed the local people. Ye Chen knew he was no saint, but he couldn't resist those wealthy families with their abundant spirit stones. It was, in a way, a form of indirect justice. However, Ye Chen still felt somewhat frustrated. Over the past half-month, he had collected considerable spirit stones from these families and refined them all using the heavenly pearl, yet his cultivation had only unlocked to the early stage of Golden Core. Nevertheless, after entering the Golden Core stage, he discovered that the laws of the universe he had once comprehended could now be utilized. At this moment, 2 distinguished young men in cyan robes walked side by side into Tianwu City. These 2 were Lin Shuo, the eldest disciple, and Su Chen, the second disciple of Su Taishu from the Tianxuan Sect. Having traveled together for years to hone their skills, they were passing through Tianwu City on their way back to the sect and decided to rest inside the city. Hearing the enthusiastic discussions about the vigilante Night Shadow among the crowd, they stopped in their tracks. Night Shadow. Quite interesting. Lin Shuo furrowed his brow slightly, showing interest. Do you have some thoughts, senior brother? Su Chen raised an eyebrow, a glint flashing in his eyes. This Night Shadow can be considered a righteous man, Lin Shuo said calmly, his tone betraying no emotion. Who could disagree? These families in Tianwu City have been arrogant and cruel for too long. They deserved to be taught a lesson. Su Chen agreed. Let us investigate who this Night Shadow truly is. Lin Shuo spoke as he walked toward the city. I wonder who this Night Shadow is as well. Su Chen hurried to follow. The 2 of them arrived outside the mansion of a noble family in Tianwu City. Senior brother, why are we here? Su Chen asked in a hushed tone. To see if Night Shadow has left any traces behind, Lin Shuo replied coolly. Makes sense. Su Chen nodded. Lin Shuo closed his eyes and released his powerful divine sense, carefully scanning the surroundings. Found it! After a moment, Lin Shuo suddenly opened his eyes, a glint flashing within them. Senior brother, what have you discovered? Su Cheng asked anxiously. I sense a faint trace of the power of loss, Lin Shuo said with a faint smile. The power of loss? Could it be that this night shadow is a tribulation transcendence cultivator? Su Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. Precisely. This person may well have comprehended the laws of the universe at the tribulation transcendence stage. Lin Shuo nodded, his tone certain. He is. Su Cheng sucked in a cold breath. Senior brother, can we use this trace of law power to locate him? Only those at the tribulation transcendence stage or beyond could possibly comprehend the power of laws. For someone at the void refining stage like Ye Chen to have comprehended the laws was truly rare. No, unless this person reveals themselves and leaks the power of laws. Lin Shuo shook his head. Sigh. Su Cheng sighed softly, looking somewhat disappointed. Junior brother, let us walk around the city. We may yet find something useful. Lin Shuo patted Su Cheng on the shoulder. Meanwhile, in the tea house, Ye Chen set down his teacup, tossed a spirit stone on the counter, and rose to leave. Walking along the bustling main street, his mind was already turning over future plans. Suddenly, he heard a commotion ahead, as if some lively market was taking place. Ye Chen's interest was piqued, and he decided to go and see what was happening. He enjoyed such lively occasions the most, especially since he might find some useful treasures while there. He lowered his figure and blended into the crowd, discovering that Wangbao Pavilion was hosting a public auction here. Wangbao Pavilion was the largest auction house on the Canglan continent, possessing immense power. They dared to auction any treasure, no one dared to cause trouble at their auctions, and their branches were spread across the entire Canglan continent. Ye Chen transformed himself into a mysterious figure cloaked in black robes and wearing a bamboo hat, slipping into the auction venue. On the display platform, all manner of rare treasures filled the stalls, dazzling to behold. The auction had already begun, and an elderly man on stage was enthusiastically introducing the items. Ye Chen glanced over them casually and found that most of the auction items were spiritual herbs, pills, and low-grade magical artifacts, none of which held any attraction for him. Though these treasures were rare on the Canglan continent, who was Ye Chen? The youngest junior brother of the strongest sect in the Immortal Realm, doted upon by all. With eyes set high, he naturally looked down upon such items. It was only when he spotted an familiar face seated in the front row that Ye Chen's eyes lit up. This person was the ancestor of the Canglan Sect, the grandfather of Xian Yushu. Xian Yushu was currently within the space of Ye Chen's heavenly doll pearl, and Ye Chen had been contemplating sending a message to the Canglan Sect to demand spirit stones in exchange for his return. Who would have thought he would encounter him so conveniently? Ha ha! Ye Chen gave a cunning smile, forming a plan. He left and made his way to the backstage area of the auction. After a short while, as the auction drew to its close, Ye Chen returned to the auction hall. Next up is the final item of this auction. It was just delivered by a mysterious patron, the elderly man announced loudly. This item is rather special. It is the first time Wangbao Pavilion has ever auctioned such an object. The elderly man explained with an odd expression. As his voice fell, a servant behind him pulled away the white cloth covering an iron cage. Xian Yushu, tightly bound within the cage, was revealed to the crowd. Immediately, murmurs erupted from the audience. No one had expected the final item to be a person. What? The final item is actually a person. Can a person be auctioned? Wait. That person looks like Xian Yushu of the Canglan Sect. Yes, I recognize him. It is Xian Yushu of the Canglan Sect. Upon seeing Xian Yushu in the cage, the ancestor of the Canglan Sect's face underwent a dramatic change. His eyes widened in fury, and he abruptly rose to his feet. Who has the audacity to kidnap a disciple of my Canglan Sect? The ancestor roared, his voice brimming with anger and authority. Instantly, the entire auction hall fell deathly silent. He stared fixedly at Xian Yushu on the stage, his hands clenched into fists, his entire body radiating an overwhelming aura that everyone present could feel. Xian Yushu was a descendant of the Canglan Sect ancestor and one of the most outstanding young disciples of the sect. Xian Yushu had been missing from the mysterious valley for half a month, and the ancestor of the Canglan Sect never expected to see him again in such a manner. Wangbao Pavilion, what is the meaning of this? The ancestor of the Canglan Sect turned his gaze toward the elderly man on stage, his tone icy. The elder of Wang Baogu faced the patriarch of Xian Sect questioning, his expression darkening instantly as he released the mighty pressure of the Mahayana stage, forcefully suppressing the Xian Sect patriarch's aura. Thief! Within my Wang Baogu, you dare to run wild. If you wish to save someone, then bid properly and purchase them. The elder of Wang Baogu warned coldly. Under this overwhelming pressure, the Xian Sect patriarch's complexion darkened further, yet he was well aware that the strength of Wang Baogu far exceeded what Xian Sect could afford to provoke. Very well, I'll see who dares to compete with my Xian Sect for this person. The Xian Sect patriarch gritted his teeth, forcing down his burning anger. At this moment, the crowd below erupted in murmurs, none expecting things to escalate so dramatically. Meanwhile, Ye Chen, concealed within the throng, allowed a barely perceptible smile to curve his lips. Bidding commences now, with an opening price of 1 million mid-grade spirit stones, and each increment must be no less than 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones. The Wang Baogu elder stated without expression, his gaze sweeping across the assembled crowd. 1 million mid-grade spirit stones. The Xian Sect patriarch, consumed by fury, let out a derisive snort and placed the opening bid, his eyes scanning the surroundings to deter others from competing. A heavy silence fell over the crowd below, with no one daring to bid immediately. After all, this involved Xian Sect, and no one wished to incur their enmity. 2 million mid-grade spirit stones. At that moment, Ye Chen, shrouded in black robes, gave a cunning smile and raised his bidding paddle. Xian Yushu had been confined within Ye Chen's heavenly dog pearl for over half a month, meaning Ye Chen had been responsible for his care during that time. Had he only bid 1 million spirit stones, Ye Chen would have felt it a terrible loss, so he raised his bid without hesitation. Moreover, the Xian Sect patriarch had pursued him through the mysterious valley, and Ye Chen was not one to suffer losses without seeking recompense. He could profit from additional spirit stones as well. What a perfect solution. Upon hearing Ye Chen's bid, the Xian Sect patriarch was seized by fury, his gaze locking onto Ye Chen. Who are you to dare oppose my Xian Sect and bid to snatch this person? His voice trembled with barely contained rage. The highest bidder wins. What need for all this nonsense? Ye Chen's voice emerged low and gravely from beneath his black robes. You foolish creature, daring to challenge the authority of my Xian Sect, do you comprehend the consequences? The Xian Sect patriarch trembled with rage. Humph, consequences. Stop threatening me, old man. If you want to save someone, then place your bid. Ye Chen shrugged, feigning indifference. Xian Sect patriarch, you must observe the rules of this auction. Highest bidder prevails. Do not disrupt the proceedings. The Wang Baogu elder interjected once more with a warning. He understood that only the Xian Sect patriarch would bid so generously for Xian Yushu. Anyone else would have already been silenced, and the elder would not have spoken with such measured restraint. The Xian Sect patriarch's face turned ashen with barely concealed fury, yet he dared not provoke Wang Baogu. He forced himself to remain composed. Very well, let us see how much spirit stone this cowardly figure possesses. 5 million mid-grade spirit stones. 6 million mid-grade spirit stones. Ye Chen sneered and continued raising his bid. 7 million mid-grade spirit stones. The Xian Sect patriarch's eyes bulged as he roared in fury. 8 million mid-grade spirit stones. Ye Chen raised his bid without hesitation. At this point, the Xian Sect patriarch's expression grew increasingly grim. He had not anticipated Ye Chen would be so persistent, nor that the price would escalate so far beyond his expectations. Who are you, sir? Has my Xian Sect ever wronged you? The Xian Sect patriarch's face darkened with barely contained fury. Even the most foolish person could surmise that this figure in black robes harbored a grievance against the Xian Sect. No one would bid so extravagantly merely to spite them. I have wronged no one. I simply find this amusing. Is that not permissible? Ye Chen raised an eyebrow, wearing a mischievous grin with his arms crossed, radiating complete indifference. You! The Xian Sect patriarch pointed at Ye Chen, finally comprehending that this robed figure was the one who had captured Xian Yushu for auction. His gaze, thick with murderous intent, locked onto Ye Chen as he fought the urge to charge forward and tear him apart. Yet to rescue Xian Yushu and preserve his sect's honor, he gritted his teeth and shouted, 10 million mid-grade spirit stones. A deathly silence fell across the venue as everyone was stunned by the staggering sum. 10 million mid-grade spirit stones could drain an entire sect dry. Ye Chen deemed this sufficient. Pushing further might force Xian Sect to abandon the bid entirely. Very well, since the Xian Sect patriarch is so determined, I shall yield to you. Ye Chen offered a faint smile and spoke casually, declining to bid further. Alas, I had hoped to rescue brother Yushu at a high price, having taken an instant liking to him upon first meeting. How unfortunate that my wishes remain unfulfilled. Nevertheless, Xian Sect proves itself worthy of its reputation as a major sect, with such considerable wealth. I trust you will treat brother Yushu well upon your return, Patriarch. Ye Chen gave a slight bow, his expression a mixture of amusement and mockery, though his eyes concealed a subtle cunning. The surrounding crowd erupted in murmurs upon hearing his words. Is this what you call yielding? You were the one driving the price up all along. Does anyone have the audacity to speak so shamelessly? And who could match your thick skin? Wouldn't you fear retribution for such behavior? This robed figure has grown far too bold, daring to insult the Xian Sect Patriarch so brazenly. Doesn't he fear revenge? Hush, keep your voice down and avoid drawing trouble upon yourself. Still, Xian Sect has certainly suffered a significant loss today. What is this robed figure's true identity, to dare challenge Xian Sect so openly? Will he escape unscathed? Humph, Xian Sect has grown accustomed to their arrogance, but today they've encountered someone equally formidable. Some murmured quietly, though most chose silence, watching from a distance to avoid being drawn into the turmoil. The Xian Sect Patriarch's body trembled slightly, veins bulging on his forehead. His eyes burned with barely contained fury, radiating an intent to kill so intense it seemed almost tangible toward Ye Chen. He fixed his gaze upon Ye Chen, his heart seething with rage. This youth has humiliated my Xian Sect so grievously today, I will ensure he meets a fate worse than death. He understood the dire consequences of causing trouble at the Wangbaogu auction, forcing himself to suppress his fury. With a disdainful snort, he refused to glance at Ye Chen once more, paid 10 million mid-grade spirit stones, and departed hastily with Xian Yushu in tow. As he left, he signaled to several of his disciples with a subtle glance. Those disciples understood immediately and slipped away from the crowd, trailing Ye Chen at a distance while closely monitoring his every move, waiting for the right moment to exact revenge. After collecting the spirit stones from auctioning Xian Yushu at Wangbaogu, Ye Chen prepared to return to his sect. Having been away for over half a month, he had already extracted nearly all he could from the various families of Tianwu City. With his storage bag bulging, Ye Chen walked out of Tianwu City in excellent spirits. The moment he emerged, he noticed the Xian Sect members watching him from the shadows, and a cunning smile crossed his face. Here came another source of spirit stones. Feigning ignorance, Ye Chen strolled leisurely toward Tianxuan Sect. Meanwhile, the Xian Sect Patriarch, seething with rage, immediately gathered his trusted disciples and pursued Ye Chen on his sword, heading in the direction he had taken. That damn black-robed brat! How dare he humiliate my Xian Sect like this? I will tear him limb from limb. He gritted his teeth, murderous intent erupting like a volcano, wishing he could devour Ye Chen alive. Meanwhile, Lin Shuo and Su Cheng had wandered around Tianwu City without finding any clues about Night Shadow. Senior brother, it seems we won't find any other leads on Night Shadow, Su Cheng said somewhat disappointedly. No matter, if fate wills it, we shall meet again. Let us return to the sect first. Lin Shuo's gaze was profound as he said calmly. Senior brother is right, let's head back. Su Cheng nodded in agreement. Ye Chen strolled leisurely, paying no heed to the money-giving child behind him. Suddenly, a powerful pressure descended from the sky, enveloping Ye Chen's entire body. Ye Chen's heart stirred slightly, he stopped and a mischievous smile appeared on his face. Finally going to make a move. Ye Chen muttered to himself. The figure of the Xian Sect ancestor descended from the sky, blocking Ye Chen's path. His face was dark, and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. Brat, you have quite the nerve, daring to kidnap my sect's disciple and even publicly auction to humiliate my Xian Sect. Today, you will pay the price. The Xian Sect ancestor bellowed, his voice like a great bell, deafening. Ye Chen sneered inwardly, thinking that old fellow really couldn't contain himself, chasing after him so quickly. Old man, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't speak recklessly. When have I ever humiliated your sect? Ye Chen asked with faint confusion, his face full of innocence. Phew! Stop playing dumb. Do you think I don't know that you kidnapped Yushu? The Xian Sect ancestor laughed in anger, pointing at Ye Chen's nose and cursing. Hey, old man, you've wronged me. I placed a bid at the auction. If I had kidnapped him, would I have needed to bid? Ye Chen said with a straight face, his expression full of seriousness. You! The Xian Sect ancestor was so angry, he nearly coughed blood. This brat was simply impervious to reason and twisted the truth. Brat, you're seeking death. The Xian Sect ancestor roared, unable to contain himself any longer, and struck out with a palm towards Ye Chen. This palm contained terrifying power, as if it would crush Ye Chen into minced meat. Seeing this, Ye Chen unhurriedly activated the space law, and his figure instantly vanished from the spot. The Xian Sect ancestor was at the body integration stage, while Ye Chen was only at the golden core stage. A direct confrontation would certainly be disadvantageous. Boom! A loud crash, the surrounding trees were shattered into pieces, and a huge pit appeared on the ground where Ye Chen had just stood. Space law! The Xian Sect ancestor was greatly alarmed. Only exceptionally talented tribulation transcendence cultivators could comprehend the space law, yet the black-robed man before him was only at the golden core stage and had already grasped a top-tier law. The Xian Sect ancestor was filled with uncertainty. In the entire Canglan continent, there were very few tribulation transcendence cultivators. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. If this black-robed man were truly a tribulation transcendence powerhouse, today's matter would be hard to resolve peacefully, and might even bring catastrophic disaster to the Xian Sect. The Xian Sect ancestor's tone carried a hint of probing and fear, and he even changed his address to Daoist friend. Ye Chen couldn't be bothered to respond. He used the space law to teleport behind the Xian Sect ancestor and threw a punch. The Xian Sect ancestor felt the wind of the punch behind him, but as he turned, bam! A punch landed on his eye socket. Before he could react, Ye Chen raised his size 42 foot and kicked him square in the face. The Xian Sect ancestor was kicked to the ground. Ye Chen grabbed his hair with one hand and used the other to slap him left and right. Slap, slap, slap. He struck the Xian Sect ancestor's face, turning his cheeks red and swollen. You old bastard, dare to lay a hand on me? Today I'll teach you a lesson. Ye Chen cursed as he continued to beat him. Trying to be arrogant. Trying to be domineering. Ye Chen kept kicking the Xian Sect ancestor's stomach. Each kick was full of force, causing the ancestor to bend over and curl up. Aren't you so capable? Come on, keep going. Ye Chen's fists rained down like raindrops on the Xian Sect ancestor's body, leaving him utterly unable to fight back. The Xian Sect ancestor was beaten, disoriented. He wanted to resist but was restrained by Ye Chen's law power, only able to let out painful groans. Ye Chen became more and more excited as he beat, shouting with spittle flying, "Let you taste my power, see if you dare to be arrogant again." For a time, the Xian Sect ancestor was beaten into a sorry state, his clothes tattered. Just as the ancestor had been beaten into submission, Lin Shuo and Su Cheng sensed the fluctuations of battle here. Such a powerful law force is the same as the residual law from the Tianwu city clan. Lin Shuo sensed the law emanating from Ye Chen's battle. Could it be Night Shadow? Su Cheng exclaimed. Let's go see. A glint of light flashed in Lin Shuo's eyes, and he flew towards the direction of the battle with Su Cheng. They moved extremely fast, arriving at the battle scene in the blink of an eye. By then, Ye Chen had already knocked the Xian Sect ancestor to the ground and was looting their storage pouches. Hee, thanks for the hospitality. Ye Chen pocketed all the loot, his face full of smugness. Having stripped the Xian Sect ancestor and his men clean, Ye Chen was in high spirits. Just as he was about to slip away, he suddenly sensed two unfamiliar auras approaching rapidly, and a playful curve lifted the corner of his mouth. Ha! Still more people who aren't afraid of death coming to deliver wealth. Could they be helpers from the Xian Sect? He swept his divine sense and found that one of them actually contained law power, obviously a tribulation transcendence powerhouse. Looks like there are quite a few uninvited guests today. Ye Chen's lips curled into a playful smile, a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes. Strike first to gain the advantage, strike later and suffer. He was no saint, since the other party came with ill intentions. They couldn't blame him for being ruthless. Are you the famous chivalrous thief, Night Shadow? Lin Shuo frowned. He had clearly sensed the law power just now, but the Ye Chen before him was only at the golden core stage. Yet here only Ye Chen remained standing. Even the Xian Sect ancestor at the body integration stage had been knocked unconscious. This black-robed man must be unusual. Lin Shuo stood with his hands behind his back, thinking, I am at the tribulation transcendence stage. Why not make a move to test him? Night Shadow. What is that? Is it worth money? Ye Chen looked at the two with a smile. his tone carrying a hint of teasing. A tribulation transcendence cultivator was beyond Ye Chen's current ability to defeat. He could only escape using the space law. Lin Shuo smiled slightly and directly attacked Ye Chen, wanting to test if Ye Chen was Night Shadow. Seeing Lin Shuo attack directly, Ye Chen became even more certain that he was a helper from the Xian Sect. He made a prompt decision, deciding to strike first. Space law, teleport. Ye Chen's figure flickered and instantly vanished from the spot. Not good. It's the spatial law. Bam! A shock surged through Lin Shuo's heart, but before he could react, his vision blurred. Bam! Ye Chen's fist smashed mercilessly into Lin Shuo's left eye, sending stars spinning before his eyes. Before Lin Shuo could recover, Ye Chen's fist struck his nose again, blood gushing forth instantly. You! Lin Shuo clutched his nose, staring at Ye Chen in utter disbelief. He could never have imagined that Ye Chen's speed would be so swift, nor his strength so terrifying. Watch my sword! Seeing this, Su Chen roared in fury, summoning a flying sword and thrusting it toward Ye Chen. Trivial tricks! Ye Chen sneered, his figure flickering once more as he evaded the flying sword strike. Bam! Ye Chen's fist connected squarely with Su Chen's right eye, turning it black and swollen instantly. Ah! Su Chen cried out in agony, flying backward through the air. Spatial law, teleportation. Ye Chen unleashed the spatial law once more, vanishing from his original position. Lin Shuo was a true tribulation transcendence cultivator, and if they didn't flee now, they'd lose their chance forever. Damn it! He escaped! Lin Shuo and Su Chen struggled to their feet, gazing at the empty surroundings with eyes full of reluctance. They had only intended to test whether Ye Chen was Yi Ying, never expecting to be soundly beaten instead. This youth is bizarre. Let us return to the sect first and make further plans. Lin Shuo wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said in a deep voice. Yes, senior brother. Su Chen nodded reluctantly. They could not fathom how they, elite disciples of the prestigious Tianxuan Sect, had been defeated by a golden core cultivator. Moreover, they had been beaten to such a wretched state. Using the spatial law, Ye Chen flickered through several spaces and arrived at the entrance of Tianxuan Sect. He removed his black robe, reverted to his true appearance, suppressed his cultivation to the 6th level of Qi refining, and then walked step by step up the mountain. Qi refining cultivators could not fly on swords, so to conceal his identity, he had no choice but to walk up the mountain to avoid raising any suspicion. Ha ha, Tianxuan Sect, I, Ye Chen, have returned. Gazing at the majestic mountain gate of Tianxuan Sect, a playful smile curved Ye Chen's lips. As soon as Ye Chen entered the sect, he heard numerous disciples hurrying toward the martial arena, discussing animatedly. I've heard the disciples of Tianxuan Sect are provoking us again. This is already the 3rd time this year. I wonder if our Tianxuan Sect can redeem itself this time. An idea stirred in Ye Chen's mind, and he followed the crowd toward the martial arena. On the martial arena, a Tianxuan Sect disciple stood tall and straight, a long sword in hand, his expression arrogant. He shouted toward the Tianxuan Sect disciples, doesn't Tianxuan Sect have a single capable fighter? The Tianxuan Sect disciple who had taken the stage was already drenched in sweat, clearly having suffered in their earlier exchanges. Is this the extent of Tianxuan Sect's capabilities? Truly most disappointing. The Tianxuan Sect disciple's mocking expression grew even more pronounced. I had thought this was a renowned orthodox sect, but it turns out to be nothing but a bunch of good-for-nothings. I see this so-called Tianxuan Sect is nothing to write home about, merely a hollow reputation. He cast a contemptuous glance at the Tianxuan Sect members below the stage. The Tianxuan Sect disciple clenched his teeth and roared in anger, stop your arrogance and fight again. However, his attacks revealed numerous openings in the eyes of the Tianxuan Sect disciple. Are you worthy of fighting me? You're simply overestimating yourself. The Tianxuan Sect disciple sidestepped with ease, letting out a cold sneer. The Tianxuan Sect disciples below the stage were all red with anger, yet powerless to do anything due to their limited strength. Don't just use those flashy moves, attack his lower body. Unable to bear watching any longer, Ye Chen shouted loudly from below the stage. Hearing Ye Chen's words, the Tianxuan Sect disciple instinctively attacked his opponent's lower body, but still failed to turn the tide. Oh, hurry up! Use skill, not brute force! Ye Chen exclaimed in frustration. Where does this reckless upstart come from, shouting nonsense here? The Tianxuan Sect disciple glanced at Ye Chen with utter disdain. How dared a mere Qi refining 6th level cultivate randomly offer advice here? Ye Chen paid no mind and continued shouting at the top of his lungs. Left, right, oh, go upward. Kick his butt. Hey! Tug at his hair. The Tianxuan Sect disciples burst into loud laughter upon hearing Ye Chen's instructions, which sounded like a quarrelsome woman's bickering. Ha ha, Tianxuan Sect actually has to rely on this babbling fool for guidance. How absurd and ridiculous. Where did this madman come from? He's spouting nothing but incoherent nonsense. Has Tianxuan Sect run out of people? Letting this clueless fool come here and embarrass himself. The Tianxuan Sect elder sneered contemptuously at Elder 6 of Tianxuan Sect. Look at your Tianxuan Sect, you've fallen so low that you're accepting disciples who have no discipline whatsoever. Your sect's decline to this state is truly pitiable. Elder 6 of Tianxuan Sect smiled, casting a dismissive glance at the Tianxuan Sect elder. Having been guided by Ye Chen, he naturally understood how profound Ye Chen's instructions truly were. The more these people laughed now, the harder their faces would be slapped later. The Tianxuan Sect disciples, though somewhat embarrassed on the surface, remained fully focused on the battle unfolding on the stage. Don't mind what they say, Ye Chen's guidance can be useful at times. Exactly, let's finish this match first. Everyone, trust our own sect members. Hearing his companion's encouragement, the Tianxuan Sect disciple's fighting spirit reignited, and he attacked the Tianxuan Sect disciple once more. The Tianxuan Sect disciple was somewhat distracted by Ye Chen's interference, and the Tianxuan Sect disciple took the opportunity to counterattack a few times, but was quickly suppressed again. Impatient, Ye Chen rushed straight onto the stage. Move aside, move aside. Let me show you how to fight. Speaking which, he carelessly lunged at the Tianxuan Sect disciple, using both hands and feet in a completely unstructured manner, like a quarrelsome woman throwing a tantrum. The Tianxuan Sect disciple was thrown into disarray by Ye Chen's sudden and bizarre fighting style, momentarily unable to defend himself. Let you be arrogant, let you be smug. Ye Chen took the opportunity to scratch and grab, muttering constantly. You shameless rogue, how dare you act so recklessly? The Tianxuan Sect disciple was both furious and exasperated. But Ye Chen paid no heed, continuing with his own reckless tactics. The Tianxuan Sect disciple was thoroughly overwhelmed by Ye Chen's unruly fighting style, completely defenseless, and ultimately defeated. The Tianxuan Sect disciples below the stage were initially stunned, then erupted into enthusiastic cheers. The defeated Tianxuan Sect disciple's face was extremely grim. The Tianxuan Sect elder was equally furious, rising to his feet and pointing at the Tianxuan Sect members, shouting, Don't celebrate too soon. Today you merely employed despicable tactics. Next time we'll make you regret it. The Tianxuan Sect disciples joined in the clamor. Exactly, you were just lucky this time. Next time we'll surely avenge this humiliation. Hee hee. Elder Chen, you've already lost, so don't fuss over the details. There's no rule specifying how a duel must be fought. Elder Lu stroked his beard and smiled triumphantly. In recent years, the Heavenly Sword Sect had been coming to their doorstep to challenge, flaunting their newly recruited genius disciples. The Heavenly Dao Sect had been constantly on the defensive, but today they finally had their revenge. Just wait and see, Heavenly Dao Sect. We are not done with you yet. Elder Chen of the Heavenly Sword Sect snorted derisively, and after hurling his threats, led his disciples away from the training ground in disgrace. The disciples of Heavenly Dao Sect were immersed in the joy of victory, paying no mind to the threats from Heavenly Sword Sect. Watching them depart, Ye Chen already had a plan forming in his mind. He brushed the dust from his clothes and a cunning smile spread across his face. He thought to himself, Heavenly Sword Sect still hopes to return safely. Keep dreaming. Ye Chen took the opportunity to slip away, altering his appearance and donning a black robe. Hee hee. Wearing black was simply to make the robbery feel more authentic. Elder Chen and his disciples walked swiftly, their voices low with anger as they plotted their next move. Humph. Next time we'll poison their food directly. They'll be too weak to fight back. The elder's face darkened as he spoke. Wise words, Elder. We could bribe their disciples to slip the poison into their meals. A disciple chimed in eagerly. Despicable. What filthy tactics. Ye Chen overheard their vile scheme and cursed them in his heart. In a flash, Ye Chen materialized before them and threw a punch before they could react. Phew! Who's there? The elder swiftly positioned himself to shield his disciples, unleashing his soul transformation stage pressure toward Ye Chen. The pressure had no effect on Ye Chen, who landed a solid punch to the elder's face. I'll kill you. Blood poured from the elder's nose as he screamed in pain and rage. Before the elder could retaliate, Ye Chen struck him again in the eye. His disciples tried to intervene, but were immobilized by Ye Chen's loss. Ye Chen grabbed the elder by the hair and rained punches on his face. As a seasoned face slapper, he focused exclusively on the elder's visage. The elder's face became severely bruised and swollen as he cried out in agony. Only when he collapsed unconscious did Ye Chen release him and turn his attention to the remaining disciples. Wails echoed across the area as the disciples fell one by one, their bodies battered and bruised. Ye Chen struck with brutal force yet deliberately avoided killing them. He confiscated all their storage pouches and bound them with rope, leaving them piled in a heap. Ye Chen stroked his chin, his gaze sweeping over the bound group like a miser surveying a pile of treasure. Hee. What an enormous windfall. Ye Chen chuckled, his eyes gleaming with avarice. He retrieved a transmission talisman from one of the more conscious disciples. Boy, send a message to your sect. Tell them you're in my hands. 1 million mid-grade spirit stones per person for all 8 of you. I'll be merciful and ask for 10 million. And hurry it up, or you'll regret it. Ye Chen snarled, delivering a harsh kick to one of the bound disciples nearby. The designated disciple trembled in terror as he accepted the transmission talisman, his hands shaking as he sent out the distress signal under Ye Chen's threats. Once that was done, he looked pitifully at Ye Chen, terrified the man might lose his temper and beat him again. He felt profoundly wrong. This so-called discount was actually a price hike. One person should cost 1 million mid-grade spirit stones, so 8 ought to be 8 million. Instead he's asking for 10 million. This isn't a discount at all, it's price gouging. Behave yourselves and wait for your sect to come rescue you, or else. Ye Chen said with folded arms and a mocking grin. After a long wait, a powerful aura suddenly appeared on the horizon. A figure shot toward them like a streak of light and landed before Ye Chen. The newcomer was an elder in green robes radiating immense pressure, the heavenly sword sex formation integration ancestor. Which junior dares to kidnap my disciples? The elder's eyes blazed with fury, his voice booming like a great bell. You old fool, your disciples are despicable and deserve punishment. Ye Chen felt the overwhelming pressure but showed no fear, standing tall with a cold sneer. How dare you? Release them immediately or face a fate worse than death. The ancestor's brows furrowed as killing intent flashed in his eyes. You want them back? Bring 10 million mid-grade spirit stones first. Ye Chen refused to back down. The ancestor's face darkened. You're sealing your own fate. Ye Chen crossed his arms. Enough talk, hand over the stones and take them, or this is over. The tension reached its peak. Suddenly, the ancestor swept his hand and a fierce sword she shot toward Ye Chen. Ye Chen had anticipated this and vanished using spatial laws. The ancestor's eyes narrowed instantly, scanning his surroundings with confusion and anger. He never expected Ye Chen to have comprehended spatial laws, assuming he possessed some rare treasure instead. Meanwhile, Ye Chen had silently appeared behind him. A wicked smile crossed Ye Chen's face as he delivered a sharp kick to the ancestor's rear. Ouch! The ancestor stumbled forward, nearly falling. He turned around in fury. You brat, you're asking for death. How dare you ambush me? Old man, this is called warfare's deceptions. Ye Chen laughed loudly. The ancestor's face flushed with rage as he attacked again, but Ye Chen's spatial laws made him appear and disappear unpredictably, causing every strike to miss. Old fool, can't catch me. Ye Chen taunted while dodging. The ancestor grew even more furious, his techniques becoming sharper. Yet Ye Chen always vanished at critical moments, reappearing where the ancestor least expected. Suddenly, he materialized behind him again and punched him in the face. Bam! A bruise instantly formed on the ancestor's face. AHH! He roared, turning to counterattack, but Ye Chen had vanished once more. And so, Ye Chen continuously exploited the advantage of spatial laws, landing successful ambushes time after time. Before long, the ancestor's face was severely bruised and swollen. The body integration stage elder was beaten by Ye Chen until he had no strength to fight back, collapsing to the ground, gasping for air, his eyes full of anger and unwillingness. Kid, you're ruthless. The elder gritted his teeth and said, if you had been like this earlier, things would have been fine. Hand over the spirit stones. Ye Chen stood with his hands on his hips, grinning. Having no choice, the elder took out 10 million medium-grade spirit stones from his storage ring and handed them to Ye Chen. Ye Chen took the stones, examined them carefully, and nodded in satisfaction after confirming they were correct. Humph, old man, this isn't enough. Hand over all your valuables. Ye Chen pushed his luck. You. Don't go too far. The elder's face darkened, unwilling to hand over his treasures. Ye Chen ignored him and directly searched him, taking away his artifacts, pills, and other valuable items. Ye Chen packed all these things into his storage ring, then untied the ropes binding the Tianxuan Sect disciples. Get lost. Don't let me catch you using dirty tricks again. Ye Chen turned around and teleported away with his rich harvest. Moments later, he appeared at the gate of the Tianxuan Sect. After restoring his appearance, he hummed a cheerful tune and walked into the sect. This extortion of the Tianxuan Sect not only filled his pockets but also vented his anger. How satisfying! Ye Chen hummed a tune and returned to Qinxiu Peak in a good mood. As soon as he stepped into the bamboo hut, he saw his master Su Taishu sitting upright, with two people standing before him. These two were none other than Lin Shuo and Su Chen, whom he had beaten up earlier. At this moment, the two were bruised and swollen, their faces filled with resentment. Su Taishu was scolding them. Yo, old Su, you're here. Ye Chen scratched his head and said with an awkward smile. Upon hearing Ye Chen's address of old Su, Su Taishu's expression instantly froze. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly, and a hint of helplessness and embarrassment flashed in his eyes. This kid, calling me that in front of my two senior disciples, where is my dignity as a master? Su Taishu had no choice but to nod coolly and hum softly in acknowledgement. He sighed deeply in his heart. After all, it was he who had begged Ye Chen to become his disciple. Lin Shuo and Su Chen were stunned when they heard Ye Chen address their master this way, their eyes wide with disbelief. Lin Shuo thought to himself, this Ye Chen is incredibly audacious, daring to be so disrespectful to the master, and the master hasn't even lost his temper. The muscles on his face twitched slightly as he forced himself not to show too much surprise. Su Chen also muttered inwardly, could Ye Chen be the master's newly found illegitimate son? Su Chen felt he had discovered a huge secret of the master, his heart churning with shock, but on the surface he maintained a serious expression, daring not to reveal anything. The two exchanged a glance and simultaneously turned to look at Ye Chen. Ye Chen also saw the bruised and swollen pair, his pupils contracting. No way, what a coincidence. Ye Chen muttered to himself, a bit nervous. They won't recognize me, will they? He recalled the process of their fight and felt he hadn't left any clues. Xiao Chen, come here. Let me introduce your two senior brothers. Su Taishu no longer bothered about how Ye Chen addressed him, a smile appearing on his face. This is your senior brother Lin Shuo, and this is your second senior brother Su Chen. They will guide you in your cultivation. Greetings, senior brothers. Ye Chen stepped forward reluctantly, forcing a smile and bowing to the two senior brothers. Lin Shuo and Su Chen looked at Ye Chen with somewhat unnatural expressions. Meeting their junior brother for the first time with their faces bruised and swollen, how could they maintain any dignity as senior brothers? They never imagined that this seemingly harmless junior brother was the one who had beaten them black and blue. You're too polite, junior brother. Lin Shuo smiled awkwardly. Hello, junior brother. Su Chen also smiled slightly and greeted him. Two senior brothers, why are you so extraordinarily valiant? Ye Chen looked at the bruised duo, pretending not to know anything, and asked curiously. Lin Shuo and Su Chen exchanged a glance, both seeing embarrassment in each other's eyes. They couldn't very well say that they had been beaten by a golden core stage kid, could they? Oh, it's nothing. We accidentally fell down. Lin Shuo made up an excuse. Right, fell down, haha. Su Chen echoed. Ye Chen barely suppressed his laughter, thinking to himself, fell down. Quite symmetrical. Of the two, one had a black eye on the left, the other on the right. Su Taishu saw this scene, sighed lightly, and shook his head, feeling disappointed. His senior disciple, a tribulation transcendence cultivator, had been beaten black and blue. If this got out, he would lose all face on the Canglan continent. Su Chen was only at the golden core stage, so being beaten was somewhat understandable. But Lin Shuo was at the tribulation transcendence stage, already at the pinnacle of the Canglan continent. Thinking of this, Su Taishu couldn't help scolding Lin Shuo a few more times for failing to protect his junior brother. After the scolding, Su Taishu took out a bottle of ointment and handed it to Su Chen. Ye Chen stared at the ointment, noticing that old Su kept scolding the senior disciple but seemed to give extra care to the second disciple. This Su Chen also had the surname Su, the same as old Su. Could Su Chen be old Su's illegitimate son? Ye Chen's mind was filled with all sorts of strange and fanciful ideas. Alright, you three are now fellow disciples. Help each other and progress together. Xiao Chen, you've just joined. If you have any questions about cultivation, ask your two senior brothers. Su Taishu finished his instructions. Okay, old Su. Ye Chen blinked, his gaze shifting between Su Taishu and Su Chen, a sly expression on his face as if he had discovered a big secret of Su Taishu's. Alright, you may leave. Su Taishu waved his hand. Ye Chen followed Lin Shuo and Su Chen out of the bamboo hut, secretly deciding that this secret must never be known to outsiders. Lin Shuo and Su Chen walked ahead in silence, the atmosphere awkward. Ye Chen followed behind, muttering to himself, old Su's illegitimate son is my junior, isn't he? Well, it seemed Lin Shuo was also his junior. Ye Chen seemed to have sorted out their relationships. His eyes rolled. He should give his juniors some gifts, shouldn't he? So he stepped forward, placing one hand on Su Chen's shoulder. Little Su, since we're meeting for the first time, I'll give you a small gift. Saying that, Ye Chen took out a top-grade artifact he had looted and handed it to Su Chen. Lin Shuo and Su Chen, upon hearing Ye Chen calling Su Chen Little Su, stopped in their tracks. This was the second senior brother, after all, and he directly called him Little Su. The two paid no attention to the artifact. But considering that Ye Chen even called his own master Old Su, they felt relieved. Su Chen looked at Ye Chen's sincere face, opened his mouth, and for a moment didn't know what to say. Ye Chen assumed he was stunned by the top-grade magical artifact, so he pressed it into Su Chen's hand. Take it, I don't need this artifact. As he spoke, Ye Chen took out another artifact and handed it to Lin Shuo. Xiao Lin, this one is for you. Lin Shuo's hand instinctively accepted the artifact, but he was at a loss for words, his mouth opening and closing without a sound. Lin Shuo and Su Chen gazed at the artifact in their hands with complicated expressions. Junior brother, this is far too precious. We cannot accept it. Su Chen broke the silence first. Yes, junior brother, you just joined the sect. Keep it for yourself. Lin Shuo quickly nodded in agreement. Since I'm giving it to you, take it without being polite. Besides, I don't need these artifacts anyway. Ye Chen waved his hand dismissively. He truly didn't need them and didn't care for them in the Immortal Realm. His artifacts were all top-grade immortal treasures. He had only been kicked down to this realm, and his master, Wuji Xiandi, had taken them all away. That binding immortal rope had been taken from Su Taishu. Lin Shuo and Su Chen exchanged glances, hesitated for a moment, and finally accepted the artifacts. Su Chen scratched his head and said, Then junior brother, if you ever need anything from this senior brother, just ask. That's right, we're brothers in the same sect, no need to be formal, Lin Shuo added. Ye Chen smiled and nodded, and the atmosphere among the three finally eased slightly. Let's go, senior brothers, I'll treat you to drinks. Ye Chen said generously. Good, we won't go home until we're drunk. Lin Shuo and Su Chen said in unison. The three linked arms and began grilling meat and drinking on Qingxiu Peak, quickly becoming close. After several rounds of drinks, all three had flushed faces and showed signs of intoxication. Xiao Lin, what's your cultivation level on this continent? Ye Chen asked, patting Lin Shuo's shoulder. Lin Shuo was slightly startled, not knowing why junior brother would ask this. Was he questioning his combat ability? Xiao Lin, don't misunderstand. I just started cultivating, so I don't know what the highest cultivation level on Canglan continent is, Ye Chen explained, seeing Lin Shuo's confusion. Lin Shuo found Ye Chen's explanation reasonable. After all, this junior brother had only just begun cultivating and might not be familiar with the cultivation hierarchy. Junior brother, the highest cultivation on Canglan continent is the Tribulation Transcendence Realm. Beyond that, one must ascend to the Upper Realm. Lin Shuo nodded and explained to Ye Chen, then continued, I am at the Tribulation Transcendence Realm, and few on Canglan continent can defeat me. Lin Shuo had almost said that except for Su Taishu, he was invincible on this continent. But remembering he had just been beaten by a golden core youth, he held back. Ye Chen's eyes lit up upon hearing this. He now had another free bodyguard. From now on, he could walk boldly on Canglan continent. I must bring this free bodyguard with me whenever I go out in the future, Ye Chen thought, a brilliant smile spreading across his face. Junior brother, cultivate hard. With your talent, You can also reach the tribulation transcendence realm and ascend through the righteous path. Lin Shuo spoke with anticipation and longing in his eyes. Ascend? Ye Chen had never thought about ascending. He had just been kicked down by his master, Wu Ji, and was still upset about it. On the surface, he still pretended to be very satisfied and nodded. Turning around, he put his hand on Su Chen's shoulder again. Xiao Su, what's your relationship with Lao Su? Ye Chen ultimately couldn't resist his curiosity and asked what he most wanted to know. Upon hearing Ye Chen's question, Su Chen's mouth opened slightly, looking at him with confusion. He felt he couldn't keep up with this junior brother's train of thought. Junior brother, why would you ask that? I'm just the master's disciple. I noticed the master takes special care of you, so I was curious. Ye Chen chuckled, his eyes misty from drink. Junior brother, you're overthinking it. The master treats all of us disciples equally. Su Chen shook his head helplessly. Ye Chen stopped pressing the issue and, seeing the nearly empty wine jar, waved his hand. We've had enough to drink. Junior brother will head back to his room to rest first. As he spoke, he staggered to his feet and walked toward his room, muttering to himself. Lao Su is surnamed Su, and Xiao Su is also surnamed Su. Could I be wrong? His muttering clearly reached Lin Shuo and Su Chen's ears. The two exchanged glances and were instantly dumbfounded. Could this junior brother think you're the masters? Lin Shuo looked utterly disbelief. What's going on in this junior brother's head? Su Chen was also at a loss, neither knowing whether to laugh or cry. In fact, Su Chen also had a moment where he thought Ye Chen might be the master's illegitimate son lost for many years. The two shook their heads helplessly and continued drinking the remaining wine, but their minds were still occupied by Ye Chen's bewildering words. Ye Chen returned to his room and placed the tens of millions of spirit stones obtained through an involuntary property donation event into the heavenly doll pool. After a moment, the spirit stones were completely consumed, but Ye Chen's cultivation only recovered to the fourth layer of golden core. Ye Chen once again cursed at the sky, venting his frustration at Wu Ji. His heart was bleeding after consuming tens of millions of mid-grade spirit stones. His cultivation had only unlocked 3 minor realms. For several months in a row, Ye Chen never left his room. Every day on Qingshu Peak, he lay on a lounge chair basking in the sun without cultivating, looking completely laid back and indifferent. The senior brother Lin Shuo watched Ye Chen, who was only at the qi refining stage, lying around every day like this, and sighed lightly. Today, he simply could not bear it any longer. As the senior brother, he felt responsible if his junior brother did not strive in cultivation. Junior brother, you cannot continue wasting your time like this. Don't you want to ascend through the righteous path as soon as possible? Lin Shuo walked straight up to Ye Chen with a serious expression. I don't want to. What's so good about ascending? I haven't had enough fun in this Canglan Realm yet. Ye Chen remained motionless and replied straightforwardly. No way, junior brother, your thinking is wrong. Get up and cultivate with me. From today on, I will supervise your cultivation every day. Lin Shuo showed the sense of responsibility of a senior brother and directly reached out to pull Ye Chen up. Senior brother, stop tormenting me, I'm very tired. Ye Chen lazily lifted his eyelids. To avoid cultivating, he directly called out to the senior brother. Lin Shuo ignored Ye Chen's excuses and forcibly dragged him to the cultivation ground. However, not long after beginning cultivation, Ye Chen actually fell asleep and started snoring. Ye Chen, wake up! Lin Shuo was both angry and helpless, and loudly awakened Ye Chen. Startled by the shout, Ye Chen jolted awake and opened his eyes drowsily. Senior brother, let me sleep a bit more. As he spoke, he closed his eyes again, preparing to continue sleeping. How can you do this? If you don't cultivate properly, how can you improve your cultivation? Lin Shuo was frustrated, more anxious than Ye Chen himself. What's there to rush? I have my own measures. Ye Chen rubbed his eyes, looking completely indifferent. Lin Shuo shook his head in anger but had no way to deal with this lazy junior brother. Ye Chen, seeing the helpless Lin Shuo, decided to reassure him a bit and suddenly released his qi refining 8th layer cultivation. Junior brother, you've already reached the 8th layer of qi condensation. Lin Shuo sensed Ye Chen's cultivation aura and was stunned, his eyes wide with disbelief. Senior brother, even though I sleep a lot, my cultivation hasn't lagged behind. Ye Chen smiled proudly. Junior brother, with your outstanding talent, you should work harder at cultivation and reach foundation establishment as soon as possible. With your aptitude, you'll surely ascend to the righteous path within a millennium. Lin Shuo paused for a moment before regaining his composure and spoke earnestly. Senior brother, reaching foundation establishment isn't that easy. Isn't it better to let things take their natural course? Ye Chen pursed his lips. He had no desire to ascend early. Another month passed, with Lin Shuo supervising Ye Chen and Su Chen's cultivation daily, yet Ye Chen fell asleep every time he practiced. Whenever Lin Shuo lectured him, Ye Chen remained indifferent. Su Chen, however, was a cultivation maniac who only knew how to cultivate from dawn till dusk. Seeing Ye Chen's attitude, Lin Shuo had no choice but to supervise his sword practice, thinking this way he wouldn't fall asleep. Junior brother, come, let's practice sword forms. Ye Chen looked reluctant but picked up his sword anyway. The two faced each other and began sparring. Without using spiritual energy, just pure sword form exchanges. On the surface, Ye Chen seemed perfunctory, swinging his sword casually and sporadically. Lin Shuo watched this and sighed inwardly. However, as the exchange deepened, Lin Shuo gradually realized that every move of Ye Chen's, though seemingly casual, was actually extraordinarily exquisite. Though it appeared full of openings, whenever he wanted to attack, it was always skillfully neutralized. This junior brother is a genius in the sword path. Lin Shuo felt both surprised and delighted in his heart. Senior brother, this is so boring. Yet Ye Chen remained as nonchalant as ever, muttering under his breath. While sparring with Lin Shuo, Ye Chen was secretly pondering in his heart. Senior brother's sword technique is quite good, but there are still quite a few flaws. Ye Chen knew that if he pointed it out now, senior brother would lose face, and he himself would risk exposure. I'd better find an opportunity to give him some guidance secretly. This way I can help senior brother without making him awkward. Ye Chen decided to wait until nightfall, transform into night shadow, and find Lin Shuo to spar. After finishing sword practice with Lin Shuo, Ye Chen hadn't even had time to rest when Su Chen stepped forward eagerly. Junior brother, let me spar with you too. Ye Chen helplessly shrugged and had to pick up his sword again. As soon as he began sparring with Su Chen, Ye Chen noticed some obvious problems in Su Chen's sword techniques. For instance, his force application was incorrect, and the transitions between sword forms lacked fluidity. But Ye Chen remained composed, still appearing nonchalant on the surface. After the sparring ended, Su Chen panted heavily and looked at Ye Chen with anticipation, as if waiting for his evaluation. But Ye Chen just smiled without saying much. Thinking to himself, second senior brother's sword techniques have quite a few problems too. I'll point them out tonight all at once to avoid trouble later. As night fell and lanterns were lit, Ye Chen transformed into night shadow, preparing to give Lin Shuo and Su Chen a special swordsmanship lesson. Clad in black night clothes, Ye Chen moved through the night of Qingxiu Peak like a ghost. When Ye Chen arrived at their residence, Lin Shuo and Su Chen instantly sensed the movement. Who's there? Lin Shuo shouted. When they clearly saw the newcomer was the golden core black-robed man who had beaten them last time, both were startled. Before they could react, Ye Chen struck directly with his sword. His mature sword intent spread out, and the powerful aura made the surrounding air seem to freeze. It's actually mature sword intent. Lin Shuo and Su Chen were utterly shocked, but quickly drew their swords to engage. Ye Chen's sword techniques were fierce and precise. During the exchange, it seemed like he was attacking, but actually he was skillfully using sword forms to guide them. Your sword is too forceful, overly rigid, easily broken. Ye Chen instructed Lin Shuo while making moves. Hearing this, Lin Shuo was shocked and instantly understood his problem. He slightly adjusted his sword momentum and it indeed became smoother. Sword form transitions should follow your heart, don't be too rigid. Ye Chen then instructed Su Chen. Su Chen adjusted according to his words and immediately felt his sword technique's power increase significantly. The three sword shadows intertwined in the night, and under Ye Chen's guidance, Lin Shuo and Su Chen's sword techniques became increasingly refined. Seeing that Lin Shuo and Su Chen had made obvious progress under his guidance, Ye Chen felt it was enough and no longer lingered in battle. He enacted the spatial law and instantly vanished from where he stood, teleporting back to his residence. Lin Shuo and Su Chen were startled when Ye Chen suddenly disappeared. Worried something had happened to him, they hurried to Ye Chen's residence. After a moment, they arrived at his door and knocked urgently. Ye Chen was lying in bed at this time. Hearing the knocking, he pretended to be sleepy as he got up and opened the door. Senior brothers, what brings you here in the middle of the night? Seeing Ye Chen looked freshly awakened and seemed to know nothing, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. Junior brother, we just saw a mysterious person and were worried something might happen to you, so we came to check. Ye Chen yawned. I see, thank you for your concern, senior brothers. I'm fine. After telling Ye Chen to be careful, Lin Shuo and Su Cheng turned and left. Ye Chen watched their retreating figures and secretly chuckled, closed the door, and continued sleeping. Several days later, deep in a desolate mountain range in the Canglan Realm, a massive pillar of light shot into the sky, accompanied by rolling thunder, as if tearing heaven and earth apart. A secret realm is about to open. This news spread rapidly like the wind throughout the entire Canglan Realm. Countless cultivators set out at once, hurrying toward that mountain range to await the secret realm's opening. A secret realm is a blessed land left over from ancient times. It contains countless opportunities and treasures, but is also full of dangers and the unknown. After learning of the secret realm's opening, the major top sects of the Canglan Realm quickly gathered their higher-ups to investigate together. This secret realm is mysterious and unpredictable, full of dangers. Cultivators with too high a cultivation level entering might cause the secret realm to collapse. Indeed, disciples at the Golden Core stage and below can more easily adapt to the rules within the secret realm, and it also gives the younger generation more training opportunities. Another sect leader nodded in agreement. But we must also make sufficient preparations, equip the disciples with enough magical treasures and pills, and ensure their safety. Someone added. After careful investigation and discussion, they ultimately decided to send disciples at the Golden Core stage and below to the secret realm to seek opportunities. Various sects began selecting suitable disciples and preparing resources for the upcoming secret realm expedition. Ye Chen and Su Cheng were naturally on the list. As Ye Chen and Su Cheng prepared to depart for the secret realm, Su Taishu approached Ye Chen. Little Chen, your cultivation is too low. Take these talismans, they will protect you from anyone below the nascent soul stage. Su Taishu tossed a handful of protective and offensive talismans to Ye Chen. Old Su, you still have this skill. Ye Chen's eyes lit up as he held the stack of talismans, grinning from ear to ear. You brat, your master knows far more than that. Su Taishu rolled his eyes and huffed. Old Su, you're awesome. Ye Chen nodded repeatedly and gave Su Taishu a thumbs up. After 2 days of travel, the Tianxuan Sect elder led the disciples destined for the secret realm to its entrance. Lin Shuo was among them, tasked with protecting his 2 junior brothers. The entrance area was desolate, with withered yellow weeds swaying weakly in the wind. Not far away, a few dead trees stretched their bare branches, silently recounting the vicissitudes of time. Junior brother, once inside the secret realm, hide yourself first and wait for me to find you. At the secret realm entrance, Su Cheng instructed Ye Chen. The secret realm was about to open, and upon entry, they would be scattered and randomly teleported to various locations within. As the senior brother, Su Cheng naturally wanted to protect Ye Chen's safety. Don't worry, little Su. I have the talismans old Su gave me, I'll be fine. Ye Chen chuckled, for he actually wanted to act alone, which would make it easier for him to go collecting donations. As the secret realm opened, many cultivators eagerly stepped inside, and Ye Chen followed the crowd into the secret realm. Stepping into the secret realm, the scenery changed abruptly. No longer the desolate mountains, but a fragrant valley filled with birdsong. Spiritual energy swirled throughout the valley, clearly an excellent cultivation treasure land. Ye Chen altered his appearance and looked around, vigilantly observing the surroundings. Soon, he noticed a group of people gathered somewhere, seemingly in fierce contention over some treasure. Ye Chen quietly approached and saw at the center of the crowd a gleaming sword planted straight into the ground, its blade radiating powerful spiritual energy fluctuations. Ye Chen stared fixedly at the sword, sensing it was extraordinary, far from an ordinary object. This sword is actually an Emperor-grade artifact. Ye Chen could faintly perceive the Emperor's aura emanating from the blade and was immediately shocked. Emperor-grade artifacts ranked above immortal artifacts and were extremely rare even in the Immortal Realm, let alone appearing in this lower realm. Ye Chen felt this secret realm was far from ordinary. I'm taking this sword, those who know what's good for them will get lost. Humph, treasures belong to the worthy. Why should it be yours? The surrounding cultivators fiercely contested the Emperor's sword, their eyes filled with greed. Ye Chen watched this scene and shook his head. For an Emperor-grade sword like this, contention was futile. Only by gaining the sword's recognition could one claim it, otherwise, they couldn't even approach it. Boom! Suddenly, a cultivator approached the Emperor's sword, reaching out to draw it, only to be forcefully repelled by a wisp of Emperor aura radiating from the blade. The cultivator spat a mouthful of blood and crashed heavily to the ground. Yet the other cultivators did not give up. They grew even more frantic in their contention, each believing themselves to be the destined one. Watching their struggle, Ye Chen's lips curled into a cold smirk. He released his fully comprehended sword intent toward the Emperor's sword. The Emperor's sword sensed Ye Chen's sword intent, its blade trembling with a joyful ring, as though it had been born to belong to him. The sword sent forth a divine thought, yearning to establish a connection and recognize Ye Chen as its master. Ye Chen received the sword's divine thought and immediately established a connection. The Emperor's sword and Ye Chen perfectly harmonized, as if they had always been one. Ye Chen also felt a strange familiarity with the Emperor's sword, his heart filled with an indescribable blend of confusion and complex emotions. His figure flashed, appearing beside the sword like a phantom, and he extended his right hand to draw the Emperor's sword from the ground. He raised the Emperor's sword high in his hand, its blade gleaming with cold, fierce light that seemed to pulse with icy radiance under the sunlight. This sudden development startled everyone, who turned to look at Ye Chen with eyes full of anger and vigilance. "Kid, you're asking for death. Let go of the sword at once, it doesn't belong to you." A burly cultivator roared, swinging his massive axe downward toward Ye Chen. Hum! The Emperor's sword emitted a resonant ring, radiating a wave of Emperor aura that pinned everyone nearby, rendering them immobile. At the same moment, a flood of memories not his own surged into Ye Chen's mind. Thereafter, Ye Chen felt as though he had been drawn into a vast starry expanse. Below lay a shattered world, seemingly ravaged by an apocalyptic war. In that boundless starry sky, brilliant stars seemed ignited by the flames of war. A towering heavenly emperor stood proudly, clad in magnificent battle armor, his hand gripping the fearsome emperor's sword Jinhong. Opposing him was a demon emperor exuding an aura of pure evil, his demonic energy rolling like thick ink spreading across the starry void. The collision of their powers shook the cosmos, with light and darkness intertwining. The heavenly emperor's gaze burned like torches as he wielded Jinhong, his sword strikes flowing like dragons, each slash carrying the power to destroy heaven and earth. The demon emperor refused to yield, unleashing his sinister demonic arts in a life-and-death struggle against the heavenly emperor. Ye Chen watched their battle intently, etching every strike of the heavenly emperor into his memory. After a prolonged fierce battle, the heavenly emperor unleashed the Jinhong One Strike, slaying the demon emperor with a single blow. Yet the heavenly emperor was also gravely wounded, his body faltering, his battle armor stained crimson with blood. Jinhong slipped from his weakening grip, streaking across the starry sky like a brilliant comet before falling into the unknown. The heavenly emperor's figure gradually dimmed, eventually dissipating into the starry void, leaving behind only endless desolation and that thrilling chapter of the past. Ye Chen remained lost in thought for a long time, a profound sense of sorrow welling within him, as though the heavenly emperor who had died protecting his world was none other than himself. Even an invincible heavenly emperor could fall to enemies too powerful. The world was not as peaceful as he had perceived, perhaps beyond his sight, formidable foes still lurked. Gazing at Jinhong in his hand, he began to mutter to himself. "So your name is Jinhong. Our meeting must be the arrangement of fate. I will surely make your renown resonate through heaven and earth once more, honoring the glory of the heavenly emperor." Ye Chen held Jinhong, stroked it gently for a moment, then sealed it within his body. As he turned, he encountered the burly cultivator's massive axe descending upon him. Ye Chen sneered, sidestepping the blow with ease while his hand shot out like lightning, gripping the cultivator's throat. "You!" The burly cultivator's face flushed red, his eyes wide with terror. He never imagined that this seemingly ordinary young man possessed such terrifying strength. "Those who wish to live will hand over their storage bags immediately." Ignoring the cultivator's terror, Ye Chen's gaze swept over the assembled crowd ready to attack him. Still reeling from the fear instilled by the emperor's sword, none dared to resist. They all unfastened their storage bags from their waists and tossed them to the ground. Ye Chen nodded in satisfaction, collected all the storage bags, and then vanished in a flash. Only after he had departed did the assembled cultivators begin to regain their composure. "Damn it, that kid actually took the sword," a cultivator said through gritted teeth. "We can't let him escape with it, we have to get the sword back." Another person chimed in. By now, everyone had completely forgotten the terror that Ye Chen had instilled, their hearts filled only with longing for the emperor's sword. The cultivators all produced communication talismans, sending messages to their respective sects to gather more forces, preparing to pursue Ye Chen and seize Jinhong. At this moment, Ye Chen had already fled far from that nest of trouble. He halted within a secluded mountain cave, beginning to meticulously inventory the storage pouch he had just acquired. Hee, this harvest is quite substantial, with quite a few spirit stones. A gleeful expression spread across Ye Chen's face. Just as Ye Chen was excitedly cataloging the treasures within the storage pouch, Su Chong was anxiously searching for any trace of Ye Chen elsewhere within the secret realm. Little junior brother, where on earth have you gone? Su Chong muttered to himself while meticulously scouring every corner. Meanwhile, Ye Chen overheard two passing cultivators conversing within the mountain cave. I heard that the Heavenly Emperor's inheritance site has been discovered ahead, and quite a number of experts have already rushed over there. Then what are we waiting for? Let's hurry too, perhaps we might obtain an extraordinary fortuitous encounter. Upon hearing this, a glint of surprise flashed across Ye Chen's eyes. The Heavenly Emperor's inheritance. Worth taking a look. Without bothering to finish inventorying the storage pouch, he rose and hastened toward the location of the Heavenly Emperor's inheritance. Elsewhere, while searching for Ye Chen, Su Chong too caught wind of the news regarding the Heavenly Emperor's inheritance site. My little junior brother might head there as well. With this thought, Su Chong quickened his pace, searching for Ye Chen while making his way toward the inheritance site. After Ye Chen traversed several mountain ranges, a palace suspended in the sky came into view. Connecting to the palace was a celestial staircase, resembling a colossal dragon coiling upward, emanating an aura of profound mystery and antiquity. However, both the palace and the staircase were encased within a massive barrier. Ethereal light flowed across the barrier, runes flickered and sparkled, radiating a formidable aura. Outside the barrier stood a stone tablet for testing one's aptitude. Only those whose aptitude met the required standard after the stone tablet's examination could enter the barrier's interior. At present, numerous cultivators vying for the Heavenly Emperor's inheritance had already gathered here. Ye Chen spotted Su Chong among them, who was looking around everywhere in search of Ye Chen. Having disguised himself through techniques, Ye Chen did not approach to greet him. He had no desire to reveal his identity just yet. The cultivators formed a long queue before the stone tablet, undergoing aptitude testing in turn. Someone pressed their hand onto the tablet. It flickered faintly before the radiance dimmed. That person's face instantly turned ashen, and he walked away dejectedly. Others placed their hands upon the tablet, and the stone tablet blazed brilliantly, indicating their aptitude qualified. Those whose aptitude qualified wore expressions of joy, striding proudly into the barrier. At this moment, a burly, muscular man, after failing the stone tablet's test, refused to accept his fate and depart. He let out a bellowing roar, attempting to forcefully breach the barrier. The barrier instantly erupted with formidable force, radiant light flashing, directly reducing that man to ashes. This scene made the cultivators present draw a sharp, collective breath, prompting them to treat the aptitude test with far greater caution. Those who entered the barrier still had to endure the trial of the celestial staircase. Some cultivators had barely set foot upon the staircase when the immense pressure overwhelmed them, leaving them gasping for breath. Others, unable to withstand the pressure, tumbled directly down from the staircase. Yet some cultivators bore the pressure and climbed upward with grueling effort. It appeared that the higher one climbed, the more arduous the ascent became, the pressure clearly intensifying with each step upward. Ye Chen stood quietly to the side, observing. He held no interest in the Heavenly Emperor's inheritance. He had his own dough and required no other legacy. Nevertheless, Ye Chen remained curious about what lay within the palace specifically, whether there were abundant spirit stones within. His mind was filled with thoughts of spirit stones. There was no helping it. He required astronomical quantities of spirit stones to advance his cultivation. Ye Chen utilized the laws of space to pass through the barrier, directly entering the palace, and not a single person detected his movement. The moment he entered the palace, an ancient and enigmatic aura rushed to greet him. The palace interior was spacious and magnificent, its vaulted ceiling soaring aloft, as though capable of cradling the very stars. The surrounding walls were inlaid with peculiar gems, emanating soft yet resplendent radiance that bathed the entire palace in dreamlike splendor. At the very center of the palace stood a colossal statue. The statue depicted the Heavenly Emperor who, within the starry firmament, had wielded the Jinhong sword against the Demon Emperor. The statue possessed a dignified bearing with blazing, piercing eyes, as though gazing down upon all mortal things. Just as Ye Chen was examining this Heavenly Emperor statue, A hazy luminescence rippled across its surface, and an illusory figure gradually emerged from within the statue. A chill ran through Ye Chen's heart, and he immediately tensed. Young man, do you know who I am? The Heavenly Emperor's phantom gazed fixedly at Ye Chen, speaking slowly. Who are you? Ye Chen knitted his brows. Oh, I've even forgotten who I am myself. I am merely a remnant will, awaiting a destined one, solely to pass on my legacy. The Heavenly Emperor's phantom fell silent for a moment before sighing softly. I perceive you possess extraordinary talent. Entrusting this legacy to you would certainly propel you further along the path of cultivation. He regarded Ye Chen, his eyes filled with expectation. I appreciate your generous offer, senior, but I have my own Dao. Accepting your legacy would be detrimental to my path. Ye Chen refused without hesitation. Very well. To remain steadfast in one's own Dao is truly commendable. The Heavenly Emperor's remnant will paused, as though he had never anticipated Ye Chen's refusal, then nodded with apparent approval. He cast his gaze over the crowd below and shook his head. Within that mass of people, there was not a single cultivator whose aptitude satisfied him. The Heavenly Emperor's remnant will could discern at a glance that even among those who had passed the stone tablets test, not a single cultivator possessed the caliber to ascend the celestial staircase. Alas, it seems my legacy shall be severed. My remnant will is about to dissipate. Thus, I caused this secret realm to manifest in the world, hoping to find a destined one of exceptional aptitude to perpetuate my legacy. The Heavenly Emperor's remnant will fell into contemplative silence before sighing helplessly. Upon hearing this sigh, Ye Chen's mind suddenly flickered with the image of Su Cheng. This Heavenly Emperor who left behind a remnant will would never allow his legacy to simply end. Even if ultimately no one could ascend to this palace, he would select a cultivator of relatively superior aptitude from the crowd below to receive the legacy. This freely given legacy must not fall into someone else's hands. Adhering to the principle that one must seize any opportunity for advantage, Ye Chen was determined to obtain this legacy. He himself had no need for the legacy, but his senior brother Su Cheng required it. Ye Chen resolved to secure some benefits for his senior brother. Senior, that individual below is my senior brother Su Cheng. I believe he is certainly capable of inheriting your legacy. Ye Chen pointed toward Su Cheng, who was queuing below for the aptitude test, recommending him to the Heavenly Emperor's remnant will. The Heavenly Emperor's remnant will gazed in the direction Ye Chen indicated, fixing his eyes upon Su Cheng and scrutinizing him closely. At that moment, Su Cheng was pressing his hand onto the stone tablet with an expression of intense nervousness. The stone tablet erupted with 7-colored brilliance, indicating his aptitude was extraordinary. This youth's aptitude is indeed exceptional among all today's test takers. It is undoubtedly the finest. He is truly the sole suitable candidate. The Heavenly Emperor's remnant will nodded with extreme satisfaction, beholding hope for the continuation of his legacy. Su Cheng successfully passed the stone tablet's examination, entered the barrier, and headed toward the celestial staircase. Senior, did you leave behind any spirit stones or treasures within this palace? I've found you such an exceptional inheritor, surely you should show some gratitude, right? Seizing the opportunity, Ye Chen grinningly demanded recompense from the Heavenly Emperor's remnant will. An Immortal Emperor's accumulated treasures must be incredibly vast. Ye Chen could care less about other magical artifacts. What truly mattered was the spirit stones, which he could certainly take his fill of. Hee. Is the Jinhong sword not enough for you, young friend? The Heavenly Emperor's lingering will regarded Ye Chen with a chuckle. Senior, I obtained the Jinhong sword through my own abilities. This cannot be conflated with the merit of helping you find a successor. Very well, very well. You are indeed a greedy lad. Take it then, there are some spirit stones inside as a token of my gratitude. The Heavenly Emperor's lingering will glanced at Ye Chen helplessly, then waved his hand and tossed him a storage ring. Ye Chen caught it and probed within with his divine sense. His eyes immediately lighting up. The Immortal Emperor's accumulated wealth was indeed impressive. Thank you, senior. You are truly generous. The storage ring was brimming with top-grade spirit stones, bringing an irrepressible grin to Ye Chen's face. At this moment, Su Cheng stood before the heavenly ladder, preparing to ascend. Su Cheng took a deep breath and stepped onto the heavenly ladder. His steps light and effortless as he moved across level ground, a look of ease on his face. He glanced at the cultivators beside him, who were suffering under the oppressive pressure, and confusion filled his mind. Why do they struggle so while I feel no pressure whatsoever? Su Chen wondered to himself in bewilderment. Meanwhile, within the palace, the Heavenly Emperor's lingering will watched Su Chen silently, a barely perceptible smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. He secretly deployed a divine ability, dissipating all of the oppressive pressure that had been weighing upon Su Chen. Su Chen advanced swiftly and effortlessly up the heavenly ladder, leaving the other cultivators far behind. This sight left the struggling cultivators utterly stunned. How is this possible? How can he be so at ease? Could he possess some secret treasure capable of withstanding the heavenly ladder's oppressive pressure? Humph, perhaps he's cheating. Why must we suffer so while he strolls along as if taking a leisurely walk? The cultivators climbing the heavenly ladder together turned to look, their eyes brimming with envy and jealousy. This inheritance will likely be claimed by him, rendering all our efforts in vain. This is utterly unfair. Why does he receive special treatment? Perhaps he is the destined master of this Heavenly Emperor's inheritance. We simply have to accept our fate. For some cultivators, their eyes no longer held merely envy and jealousy, they were now filled with icy killing intent. They fixed their gaze upon Su Chen's rapidly ascending back, secretly plotting in their hearts. Once he completes the inheritance reception, we will slay him and seize this inheritance. Indeed, this inheritance was never meant for him in the first place. With our combined efforts, success is assured. Humph, even if he possesses extraordinary abilities, he will never escape with the inheritance alive while so many of us close in on him. They exchanged glances and reached a tacit understanding, waiting only for Su Chen to emerge from the palace before swarming him in a bloody struggle for the inheritance. Voices of jealousy and anger rose and fell across the heavenly ladder. Yet Su Chen paid them no mind, his steps resolute as he pressed onward toward the summit. Ye Chen watched Su Chen steadily advance toward the ladder's peak, knowing the matters ahead required no further intervention from him. Senior, I beg you not to mention my presence here to my senior brother. Ye Chen turned to face the Heavenly Emperor's lingering will and offered a respectful salute, still unwilling to reveal his true identity at this juncture. The Heavenly Emperor's lingering will gave a slight nod, and only then did Ye Chen depart with peace of mind. He employed the laws of space to conceal himself within the void, his gaze fixed intently upon the direction of the heavenly ladder. Before long, Su Chen successfully entered the palace. After leaving the Heavenly Emperor's inheritance hall, Ye Chen materialized in a mountain valley. Within the valley, a group of cultivators with hostile expressions scanned their surroundings, searching for some treasure. There's the black-robed figure who stole the sword. The moment Ye Chen appeared in the valley, a sharp-eyed cultivator spotted him and shouted loudly. In an instant, the hostile group turned their heads, fixing their gaze intently upon Ye Chen's figure. They were the same individuals who had previously attempted to seize the Jinhong sword. After Ye Chen had taken the Jinhong sword, they had each summoned their fellow disciples and scoured the area in search of him, determined to reclaim the weapon. Ye Chen's brows furrowed slightly, cursing his misfortune inwardly. Yet he harbored no fear, instead standing his ground with an amused expression. The crowd instantly closed in, surrounding Ye Chen on all sides. They dared not strike at Ye Chen recklessly, for he wielded the Jinhong sword, a weapon whose devastating power many among them had already experienced firsthand. Prior to encircling Ye Chen, they had conferred and concluded that his cultivation was too low to sustain control over the sword for long. These sect disciples were not fools, none wished to be the first to bear the brand. Though Ye Chen might not maintain control of the sword indefinitely, whoever struck first would inevitably face its full force. For now, they could only devise a means to compel Ye Chen to surrender the sword voluntarily before making their move. Boy, hand over the sword peacefully, and you may yet keep your life. The leading cultivator, a Golden Core Stage 9 expert, struck first, his gaze thick with menace. He was Jian Wufeng, the head disciple of the Heavenly Sword Sect. The Heavenly Sword Sect claimed the title of premier sword sect upon the Canglan continent, and with a legendary sword now in circulation, they would not tolerate interference from others. As the sect's top disciple, Jian Wufeng bore the heavy responsibility of safeguarding his sect's honor and securing the treasure. At this moment, his gaze cut like a blade, locked firmly upon Ye Chen as though any sign of defiance would prompt him to strike and kill without hesitation. Oh, really? There are so many of you, yet only one sword. To whom shall I give it? The corners of Ye Chen's mouth curled upward in a teasing smile. The moment those words left his lips, the disciples from each sect fell into immediate turmoil and confusion. This was an open scheme. Ye Chen himself was too lazy to lift a finger and instead wanted them to turn on one another. Every one of them desperately wanted to seize the sword for their own sect, and none would willingly yield. Ye Chen cast a sweeping glance over the crowd. All who had arrived here represented some of the most formidable forces on the Canglan continent. None feared any other. Humph, the myriad poison sect boasts countless experts. This sword should belong to us. A disciple of the myriad poison sect spoke first, his hostile glare fixed upon the representatives of other sects. With your myriad poison sect's despicable tactics, you dare claim this sword? This blade rightfully belongs to our Fire Cloud sect. A Fire Cloud sect disciple shot back at the myriad poison sect representative in anger. Amitabha, do not be clouded by wrath and desire. Yet if this sword is destined to align with our Buddhist path, we shall certainly strive for it. The monks of Vajra Temple chanted Buddha's name in unison, and an elder among them spoke these words. A pack of hypocritical bald monks. You covet the sword yet dress your greed in such pious rhetoric. Hearing the Vajra Temple monk's words, Ye Chen muttered this under his breath, his face twisted in disdain. You dare oppose the Heavenly Sword sect? That is nothing but the ramblings of fools. The Heavenly Sword sect stands as the premier sword sect of the Canglan Realm, and this sword rightfully belongs to our sect. Jian Wufeng of the Heavenly Sword sect sneered coldly, his arrogance unmatched. Ye Chen watched them argue until their faces turned crimson, amusement simmering within his heart. Honored guests, there is no need to lose your composure. Why not first determine a victor among yourselves, and then discuss who shall claim this sword? His words only served to heighten the already tense atmosphere between the various sects. Just as the sects continued their bitter dispute and tensions reached a breaking point, the monks of Vajra Temple, ever meticulous, suddenly snapped back to awareness. Do not fall for this young man's scheme. He clearly intends for us to slaughter one another, while he reaps the benefits. Upon hearing this, everyone froze, and a brief silence fell as they pondered their next move. Jian Wufeng was also deep in thought. A direct approach against this Ye Chen would certainly fail, so strategy must change. Esteemed friend, you are mistaken about this. Jian Wufeng sighed with apparent anguish, as though recounting an affair of grave importance. The Jinhong sword is a relic of the Heavenly Emperor, entrusted with the sacred duty of guarding the Canglan continent. No single individual or sect may claim it exclusively. He spoke with righteous indignation, as though Ye Chen's possession of the sword was an unforgivable crime. The disciples of other sects, hearing Jian Wufeng's words, also came to their senses. Understanding Jian Wufeng's intentions, they too began to persuade Ye Chen. Esteemed friend, can you bear to watch the living beings of Canglan continent suffer such devastation? Indeed, esteemed friend, you are still so young and may not yet have the capacity to fully control such a divine artifact. An elder from the myriad poison sect stepped forward, urging him with earnest words. If this sword were to fall into the hands of evil practitioners, the consequences would be beyond imagination. Ye Chen watched them exchange words one after another, as though he were some grievous sinner, and couldn't help but find it amusing. They were attempting to blackmail him through morality. Who was Ye Chen, that he could not see through their petty schemes? As for these hypocrites who wore virtuous masks, Ye Chen cared nothing for morality. How could he possibly be bound by it? Ye Chen had always believed that as long as he had no morals, no one could use morality against him. As for the Jinhong sword, it had already recognized Ye Chen as its master. If he could not control it, then no one else could. Even if he were to hand the Jinhong sword over now, they would not be able to withstand the imperial aura radiating from it. Esteemed seniors, speak wisely. This junior has learned much. A guileless smile graced Ye Chen's face as he spoke with sincere tones. Seeing that Ye Chen seemed to have taken their words to heart, everyone's faces broke into gratified smiles, believing that he was about to righteously surrender the sword. In that case, shall we all share custody of this sword? Jian Wufeng said eagerly, fearing Ye Chen might change his mind. Share custody? Ye Chen feigned surprise. But there is only one sword. How exactly shall we share custody of it? This. Everyone fell speechless. They had only thought of tricking the sword from Ye Chen's grasp, but had not yet considered how to divide it. How about this? A sly smile curled the corners of Ye Chen's mouth. For the sake of fairness, why don't we settle this through combat? Whoever wins shall claim the sword. What say you? Upon hearing this, everyone exchanged uneasy glances. Though greedy, the sword was still in Ye Chen's hands, and none dared to strike first. What? Are all you esteemed seniors from righteous sects too cowardly to accept the challenge? Seeing their silence, Ye Chen deliberately goaded them. Brat, don't be so arrogant. Jian Wufeng was enraged by Ye Chen's words. As the disciple in charge of the Heavenly Sword Sect, when had he ever been so despised? Today, our Heavenly Sword Sect shall act on behalf of heaven and eradicate this demon. Attack him together. Jian Wufeng roared, drawing his sword and thrusting toward Ye Chen. Others responded in kind, drawing their weapons and attacking Ye Chen. Act on behalf of heaven. You presume too much. Ye Chen sneered, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. In the next instant, his figure vanished and reappeared before Jian Wufeng, his palm striking the man's chest. Bam! A dull impact echoed through the air. Jian Wufeng's body flew backward like a severed kite, crashing heavily to the ground as blood spewed from his lips and his breath grew faint. What? Witnessing this, those preparing to swarm Ye Chen were struck with terror and halted their advance. They never expected Ye Chen's strength to be so terrifying, having crippled Jian Wufeng with a single strike. Only those of exceptional talent could become the chief disciple of the Heavenly Sword Sect. Such positions were reserved for the crème de la crème of the younger generation. Jian Wufeng was the pinnacle among the chief disciples, yet he could not withstand even one of Ye Chen's moves. Some cultivators began to consider retreat. You sorry excuses for cultivators dare to covet the Jinhong sword? Ye Chen's icy gaze swept over the crowd, his tone dripping with disdain. Since you seek death, I shall grant your wish. No sooner had Ye Chen spoken than his figure disappeared once more. If these people sought to kill him, then they had no right to life. In the next moment, he emerged among the crowd, slaughtering like a tiger among lambs. Bam! 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 Shrieks of agony and the sound of shattering bones rang out in succession. Ye Chen fought with merciless ferocity, and in the blink of an eye, dozens had fallen by his hand. In the cultivation world, killing for treasure was commonplace. Those without sufficient strength would be slaughtered at others' whim. These people had come seeking the Emperor's sword. Even if Ye Chen had handed it over, they would have killed him to keep the secret. Naturally, Ye Chen would show no mercy to such individuals. How is this possible? The remaining cultivators were utterly terrified by Ye Chen's strength. Only now did they realize what terrifying existence they had provoked. Run! Escape quickly! At someone's cry, the crowd scattered like birds and beasts, fleeing in all directions. Want to flee? Too late! Ye Chen sneered, his figure blurring into afterimages as he pursued the fleeing cultivators, dispatching them one by one. In less than the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, the valley was left with nothing but corpses and a thick, coppery scent of blood. Ye Chen dusted off his hands as though he had accomplished some trivial matter. Those who kill shall be killed in turn. Since they had sought to murder for treasure, they should have prepared for death. He walked among the corpses, looting their storage bags and magical artifacts until satisfied, then left the valley. What fools, attempting to blackmail me with morality. They should have examined themselves before making such demands. Walking along, Ye Chen muttered to himself, a mocking smile playing upon his lips. Ye Chen strolled leisurely through the forest, humming a tune. As he walked, he idly tossed a storage bag, the one he had plundered from Jian Wufeng. TSK, truly befitting the chief disciple of the Heavenly Sword Sect. What a substantial fortune. Ye Chen extended his divine sense into the storage bag and beheld its contents brimming with spirit stones, pills, and magical artifacts. A satisfied smile graced his face. Ye Chen was in high spirits, his steps growing lighter as he walked along a winding mountain path. Suddenly, he noticed a concealed cave emerging before him. Oh, this cave is rather intriguing. Ye Chen sensed something different about the cavern, his curiosity piqued, and he made his way toward it. As he approached the entrance, a wave of concentrated spiritual energy washed over him. Such rich spiritual energy! There must be treasures within this cave. Delighted, Ye Chen hastily entered. The interior was pitch black, so dark that one could not see their own hand before their face. Ye Chen casually cast a technique, and immediately, a flame ignited in his palm, illuminating the surroundings. When Ye Chen glimpsed the scene within the cave, he stood frozen in astonishment. At the far end of the cave lay a landscape resembling a paradise untouched by the mortal world. Birds sang among fragrant flowers, verdant trees lined the area, and a crystal-clear stream wound its way through, glittering beneath the sunlight. Beside the stream rested a naturally formed spirit spring pool, its waters pristine and translucent, emanating rich spiritual energy. What a splendid place! Truly an exceptional location for cultivation. Ye Chen could not help but exclaim. Eagerly, he traversed the cavern and arrived at the edge of the spirit spring. The spiritual energy within this spirit spring pool is several times purer than what I absorb outside. Ye Chen took a deep breath, feeling refreshed and utterly at ease. Since I've found such an excellent place, I'll rest here for a few days. Having made his decision, Ye Chen retrieved all the heaven-earth bags he had collected and spread out all the treasures and spirit stones within them to take inventory. After completing the inventory, Ye Chen tossed all the treasures into the storage ring he had obtained from the Heavenly Emperor's remnant consciousness. The spirit stones, he deposited into the Heavenly Dao Pearl. Having finished all this, Ye Chen leaped into the spirit spring pool. Ah! How comfortable! The warm spring water enveloped his body, drawing an involuntary groan of satisfaction from his lips. This is the life! Ye Chen closed his eyes and began operating his cultivation technique, drawing the spiritual energy from the pool into the Heavenly Dao Pearl. Time flew by, and 3 days had passed. During these 3 days, Ye Chen remained submerged in the spirit spring pool. The Heavenly Dao Pearl ceaselessly devoured spirit stones and spiritual energy, supplying him with a continuous stream of power. Finally, on the evening of the 3rd day, the seal within Ye Chen's body was shattered at last. Boom! A formidable aura exploded from within him, sweeping across the entire valley. Nascent soul stage. Sigh. After consuming so many spirit stones, my cultivation has only unsealed to the nascent soul stage. When will this end? Ye Chen opened his eyes, his gaze filled with frustration. He could not help but curse the Wuji Immortal Emperor another 100 times in his heart. Just as Ye Chen was lost in his lamentations, a graceful figure suddenly descended from the heavens. Splash! She landed in the spirit spring pool, falling precisely into Ye Chen's embrace. Instinctively, Ye Chen caught this unexpected visitor, only to discover she was a young girl of 16 or 17 years. Her features were exquisite, her skin fair as snow, her eyes gently closed, and her long eyelashes quivering slightly as if she had been frightened. The girl seemed yet to recover from this sudden turn of events, her delicate frame trembling. Ye Chen gazed at the young girl in his arms, momentarily stunned as well. The young woman's face was so finely crafted she appeared to have stepped out of a painting of an immortal. Her skin seemed so delicate it might break at a touch, her lashes quivering softly, and her cheeks flushed with bashfulness and fear breathtakingly beautiful. It was as though the spiritual energy within the spring pool had grown more spirited by her presence. Ye Chen's heart could not help but stir slightly. Why did he feel such a strange sense of familiarity with this girl? It was as though they had known each other for countless lifetimes. Ye Chen hastily composed himself, the wonder in his eyes receding, replaced by a look of concern and gentleness. Miss, do not be afraid. Are you unharmed? His voice was soft and tender, lest he startled this fawn-like maiden further. Only then did the girl slowly open her eyes. When she realized she was being held in Ye Chen's arms, her face instantly flushed crimson. With a shriek of awe, she screamed. After her cry, her gaze unconsciously fell upon Ye Chen's bare upper body. Ye Chen possessed a tall and well-built frame, his firm chest lines distinct, his abdominal muscles arranged like a carved relief, each muscle brimming with explosive power. His features were extraordinarily handsome, sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, a high nose bridge, thin lips slightly upturned with an unconstrained smile. His black hair cascaded loosely over his shoulders, adding an air of unrestrained elegance. The girl was captivated by Ye Chen's handsome face and robust physique, her gaze lingering on him for a moment. Her heart fluttered inexplicably. Why did she feel such familiarity with this young man? An urge to draw closer rose within her, as if they had already known each other for 1,000 years. Her heartbeat quickened dramatically, as though it might leap from her chest. Her cheeks, already flushed from embarrassment, now burned an even deeper shade of red. She hastily lowered her head, not daring to look at Ye Chen again, her hands clutching tightly at the corner of her garment. I am unharmed. Her teeth gently bit her lower lip, her voice barely a whisper, yet clear and pleasant. Miss, please do not be alarmed. This was merely an accident. Ye Chen hastened to explain. Who are you? Why are you here? The girl wriggled free from Ye Chen's embrace, retreating several steps, her eyes filled with vigilance as she gazed at him. I am Ye Chen, resting here all along. Rather, miss, how did you come falling from the sky? Ye Chen said helplessly with a smile. My name is Luo Qichen. I was knocked off a cliff by a third-tier demon beast and do not know why I ended up here. The girl bit her lip, gazing up at the sky. But there was no cliff here at all, leaving her somewhat bewildered. Miss Luo must have happened to enter through another entrance to this paradise. Ye Chen theorized. Luo Qichen slightly furrowed her brow, contemplating Ye Chen's words. It seemed to make some sense, yet her weariness had not entirely faded. Miss Luo, this spirit spring is highly beneficial for cultivation. Would you like to cultivate here? Ye Chen rose from the spirit spring pool and swiftly donned his garments. Is young Master Yi departing? Luo Qinchen's vigilance toward Ye Chen still persisted, yet she could not help but ask. Yes, I had intended to leave anyway. It is simply that you happened to fall here, miss. Ye Chen surveyed the surroundings and examined the area using the laws of space. Miss, rest assured, this place is very safe. There is only this single entrance through the cave. The entrance through which you just teleported was single use. Ye Chen gave a slight nod, his expression earnest and certain. Thank you for informing me, young Master Yi. Looking at Ye Chen's serious demeanor, Luo Qinchen's vigilance diminished somewhat. Then Miss may cultivate here in peace. Farewell. Ye Chen smiled, and after speaking, turned and departed. Luo Qichen gazed at Ye Chen's receding figure, and for some reason, a sense of loss welled up within her. But she quickly gathered her thoughts and settled her mind to begin cultivating. After exiting the cave, Ye Chen glanced back, a complicated mix of emotions stirring within him. Shaking his head, he dismissed the lingering thoughts. His form flickered and vanished on the spot. After leaving the cave, Ye Chen altered his appearance to that of Yi Yin, donning a black robe. Meanwhile, not far from the valley where Ye Chen was located, a group of cultivators was aggressively hunting down Su Chen. Su Chen, you cannot escape. Surrender the Heavenly Emperor's inheritance and we may leave your body intact. A young man in black robes barked harshly. Thief! If you want the Heavenly Emperor's inheritance, let's see if you have the ability to take it. Su Chen snorted coldly, waved his long sword, and a sharp sword energy slashed through the air, killing several cultivators. Damn it! How is this kid's strength so formidable? The young man in black's expression changed, sensing trouble. Ever since Su Chen obtained the Heavenly Emperor's inheritance and emerged from the Heavenly Emperor Palace, they had been pursuing him relentlessly. They had originally assumed Su Chen was merely a young upstart who had just obtained the inheritance, easily subdued. Unexpectedly, Su Chen's strength was so formidable, far exceeding their expectations. Everyone, attack together. I refuse to believe we cannot kill him. The young man in black roared and charged at Su Chen first. The other cultivators also summoned their magical treasures and launched attacks on Su Chen. In an instant, the battlefield erupted with cries of battle, and the light of magical treasures illuminated half the sky. Although Su Chen was powerful, he was ultimately overwhelmed by numbers and began to lose ground. At this moment, he was covered in blood and on the verge of being unable to resist. Ha ha ha! Su Chen, you're as good as dead. The young man in black laughed triumphantly as he saw Su Chen gradually faltering. However, his laughter abruptly cut off. He suddenly sensed a bone-chilling killing intent locking onto him. Who? The young man in black's face changed dramatically as he quickly turned to look. He saw a youth in black robes, who had appeared behind him without warning. The youth wore a smile, but his eyes were cold as death itself, like a reaper from the deepest hell. You! Who are you? The young man in black felt a foreboding rising in his heart and asked with a trembling voice. The one who will kill you. Ye Chen smiled faintly and slowly raised his right hand. No! The young man's pupils contracted sharply as he tried to speak, but it was already too late. Ye Chen's right hand swept lightly, and an invisible sword energy instantly pierced through the young man's forehead. Bang! The young man's lifeless body collapsed to the ground. Anyone else? Ye Chen looked around, his tone icy. The other cultivators, witnessing this, were terrified and scattered in all directions. Want to run? Not so easy. Ye Chen snorted coldly, his figure flashing as he became a shadow, chasing after the fleeing cultivators. These people had nearly killed Ye Chen, so how could Ye Chen let them go so easily? Wherever Ye Chen passed, sword energy flew in all directions and screams echoed continuously. In just a short while, all the cultivators who had been hunting Ye Chen were slaughtered by Ye Chen. Ye Chen looked at Ye Chen, who appeared like a demonic god before him, his heart filled with gratitude and shock. Thank you, Brother Yin, for your assistance. Ye Chen bowed to Ye Chen with folded hands. He was curious about who this Yin was, but now he was certain that Yin was not here to seize the inheritance. Several months ago, this Yin had beaten him and his senior brother Lin Shuo to a pulp outside Tianxuan City, yet had not killed them. He had also repeatedly infiltrated the Tianxuan Sect to spar with them under the guise of sword practice, but in truth was secretly guiding them. Ye Chen believed that if Yin wanted to kill him, he wouldn't even have a chance to react. What he didn't know was that Yin was actually his junior martial brother Ye Chen, whom he had been searching for all along. No need for thanks, I merely acted on what I saw. Ye Chen waved his hand and absorbed all the storage bags from the sling into his possession. Holding the storage bags, he turned and left without giving Ye Chen a chance to speak, quickly disappearing from his sight. Ye Chen gazed at the direction where Ye Chen had vanished, remaining silent for a long time. He knew deep down that if not for Ye Chen's intervention today, he would likely have lost his life. After leaving, Ye Chen did not go far, since the secret realm would close in just a few days. He restored his original appearance, preparing to have a chance encounter with Ye Chen. Ye Chen strolled leisurely through the mountains and forests for 2 days before finally coincidentally encountering Ye Chen. As soon as Ye Chen saw that Ye Chen was unharmed, the worry that had been weighing on his heart finally lifted. Junior brother, are you alright? I've been searching for you throughout the secret realm, and I thought. Ye Chen's face showed lingering fear, his tone full of concern. Ye Chen felt a touch of warmth in his heart, but on the surface he acted as though he were still shaken, patting his chest. Oh, don't mention it, senior brother. The moment I entered that day, I got trapped in a demonic formation and nearly died from it. Fortunately, I'm clever and gifted, and I finally broke through the formation just now. And look, the moment I came out, I ran into you. As Ye Chen spoke, he secretly observed Ye Chen's expression. Seeing no suspicion, he felt even more pleased with himself. By the way, senior brother, what happened to you? How did you end up looking so valiant? Ye Chen asked deliberately, examining Ye Chen's wounds with a look of curiosity. Ye Chen sighed and briefly recounted the story of being hunted. What? Such a thing happened? Ye Chen widened his eyes in faint surprise. These people are too much. How dare they snatch your belongings, as if they don't respect our Tianxuan Sect at all. Come, senior brother, take me to confront them. I want to see who has the gall to provoke us. Ye Chen rolled up his sleeves in righteous indignation, looking as though he was ready to stand up for Ye Chen and restore justice. Junior brother, those people are very powerful, Ye Chen was moved but also somewhat worried. In front of them, Ye Chen only had the cultivation level of Qi condensation 8th layer, while most disciples who entered the secret realm were at the golden core stage. What's there to fear? Senior brother, have you forgotten? I'm a genius, and fighting beyond my level is my specialty. Ye Chen confidently patted his chest, acting as though he feared nothing. Seeing his confidence, Ye Chen could say nothing more and could only lead him toward the exit of the secret realm. Not long after, they encountered a group of cultivators who had come to hunt Ye Chen. At their forefront was a young woman in red robes, beautiful and alluring, though there was a hint of arrogance in her bearing. She was Shen Hongxiao, the daughter of the beast-taming sect's patriarch, riding a massive white tiger. Behind her followed disciples from several major sects and a group from the beast-taming sect, advancing toward Ye Chen and Ye Chen with fierce intent. Ye Chen, you despicable scoundrel! How dare you seize my heavenly emperor's inheritance? Hand it over immediately! Shen Hongxiao scolded in a delicate voice, her tone brimming with anger and disdain. Pfft! I obtained the heavenly emperor's inheritance through my own trials, how could it be yours? Ye Chen snorted coldly and met her gaze without fear. How dare you? You dare speak to our young miss in such a manner? Behind Shen Hongxiao, a burly young man stepped forward, glaring at Ye Chen in fury. He was the senior disciple of the beast-taming sect, named Zhou Wuxiu, a formidable powerhouse and renowned genius among the younger generation. Only our young mistress is worthy of the heavenly emperor's inheritance. Who do you think you are to covet it? Jiao Wuxiu sneered coldly, killing intent gleaming in his eyes. Enough talk. If you want the inheritance, come and take it by skill. Su Cheng had no patience for their bickering and drew his sword without hesitation. You're asking for death? Jiao Wuxiu roared, summoning a giant axe and swinging it down at Su Chen's head. Su Cheng parried with his sword, but was sent staggering backward, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Senior brother. Ye Chen hurried forward to support Su Cheng, asking with concern, Are you alright? I'm fine, junior brother. Be careful, these people are very strong. Su Cheng shook his head, indicating he was okay. Don't worry, senior brother. Watch me deal with them. Ye Chen patted Su Chen's hand reassuringly. Then he turned to face Jiao Wuxiu and his group, a mischievous grin curling on his lips. Oh, ganging up on the weak. Picking on my senior brother? What kind of skill is that? Come at me if you dare. Ye Chen taunted, his tone dripping with disdain. You little beast. You're asking for it. Jiao Wuxiu and the others, enraged by Ye Chen's attitude, summoned their magical artifacts and launched an attack at Ye Chen and Su Cheng. Bring it on. A glint of light flashed in Ye Chen's eyes. Instead of retreating, he charged forward to meet the artifacts. Junior brother, be careful. Su Chen's heart leaped with alarm as he shouted a warning. Ha, don't worry, senior brother. Watch this. Ye Chen laughed heartily, producing a large handful of offensive talismans. With a casual wave, the talismans shot forth, striking down every artifact. Ye Chen, not wanting to reveal his true strength yet, could only rely on the talismans given by Su Taishu. What? Jiao Wuxiu and the others were stunned. They never expected Ye Chen to carry so many offensive talismans, and the power of these talismans was extraordinary. Offensive talismans were precious and not something ordinary disciples could afford. Anyone who could afford them was no ordinary person. Ye Chen's ability to produce so many at once meant his identity was far from simple. This kid is no ordinary opponent. Let's attack together and kill him. Jiao Wuxiu's face darkened as he spoke in a low voice. Kill! The other sect disciples roared in unison, launching another assault on Ye Chen and Su Cheng. Humph! A bunch of chickens and dogs, how dare you act insolent before me? Ye Chen snorted coldly, sending talismans flying out one after another. Like a raging storm, they swept forth, forcing the beast-taming sect disciples to retreat. Damn it! How does this kid have so many talismans? Jiao Wuxiu was inwardly shocked. He had never encountered anyone who fought with talismans so recklessly. It was as if these talismans cost nothing. Young mistress, what should we do? A beast-taming sect disciple asked in panic. What's there to fear? We still have our trump card. Sheng Hanxiu's eyes flashed with ruthlessness. She took out a jade talisman from her bosom. Explode! With a delicate cry, she crashed the jade talisman. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted, and a sword intent burst forth from the talisman, surging toward Ye Chen and Su Cheng. Not good. It's minor accomplished sword intent. Su Chen's face changed dramatically as he shouted in alarm. Sword intent could be divided into levels: primary, intermediate, advanced, minor accomplished, medium accomplished, major accomplished, immortal, and eternal. Typically, cultivators only begin to comprehend sword intent after reaching foundation establishment. To inscribe minor accomplished sword intent into a jade talisman, the cultivator would need to be at least at the divine transformation stage, making the released sword intent extremely powerful. Senior brother, protect yourself. I'll handle this. Ye Chen's eyes held a trace of disdain. He affixed a protective talisman on Su Cheng. Ye Chen had long comprehended major accomplished sword intent. He could disperse minor accomplished sword intent with a single sword aura. If not for his desire to keep his true power hidden, he could have subdued these people with a single law. But Su Cheng tried to protest, but Ye Chen cut him off. No buts. If we don't act now, it'll be too late. Ye Chen activated his protective talisman and hurled several talismans at the minor accomplished sword intent. Although he could easily obliterate the sword intent, he had to keep up the act. Otherwise, all those talismans old Su gave him would go to waste. Boom! The sword intent and talismans collided. After consuming 5 talismans, the sword intent was finally extinguished. The residual waves of the sword intent swept outward, snapping all the surrounding grass and trees. How is this possible? Sheng Hanxiu couldn't believe it. The jade talisman was a life-saving gift from her father. Yet Ye Chen had effortlessly blocked it with just a few talismans. Zhao Wuxiu and the others' faces turned grim. Ye Chen gave them no time to speak. He pulled out another large handful of offensive talismans and flung them at the group. The talismans scattered like heavenly flowers among the crowd, exploding one after another. The thunderous roars were deafening, flames shot into the sky, and smoke filled the air. With so many talismans, the beast-taming sect disciples had no way to dodge, struggling helplessly in the violent assault. Ah! Help! Screams of agony echoed incessantly as their figures were swallowed by the blaze and smoke. When everything gradually settled and the smoke dissipated, all the beast-taming sect members lay sprawled on the ground. Covered in dirt and grime, their bodies drenched in blood, their clothes torn to shreds, they were completely devoid of combat strength. Su Chong was stunned by Ye Chen's display, his mouth agape as he stood frozen. Zhao Wuxiu lay on the ground, panting heavily, his eyes filled with terror and despair. Shen Hongqiao was also a mess, her beautiful face now contorted with fear and regret. Is this all the skill you have to steal the inheritance? Ye Chen dusted off his hands, his tone dripping with mockery. Junior brother, what do we do now? Su Chong walked over, looking at the people on the ground. Senior brother, these are all elite disciples from various sects. They should be worth a fortune, right? Ye Chen seemed to have hit upon a brilliant idea, a sly grin spreading across his face. Ha! Junior brother, what do you mean? Su Chong had no idea what Ye Chen was thinking and didn't know how to respond. Ye Chen crouched down in front of Shen Hongqiao, pinching her chin with one hand. You're the young mistress of the beast-taming sect. You should be worth a lot, right? A wicked smile curled on Ye Chen's lips, mischief sparkling in his eyes. He even pinched her cheek. What are you going to do? You can't do this. My father won't let you get away with it. Shen Hongqiao's eyes widened in terror, her voice trembling as she instinctively shrank back. She thought Ye Chen was captivated by her beauty and intended to sell her to a brothel. Ye Chen paid her no mind and walked over to Zhao Wuxiu, kicking him twice. You're the senior disciple of the beast-taming sect. You shouldn't be worth any less, right? Ye Chen squinted slightly, the corners of his mouth lifting as he crossed his arms, looking thoroughly confident. Kid, if you dare touch us, the beast-taming sect will tear you to pieces. Zhao Wuxiu gnashed his teeth in hatred. Slap! Humph! You're in my hands now, and still you dare to talk tough. Ye Chen let out a scornful laugh and delivered a slap to Zhao Wuxiu's face. Junior brother, isn't this a bit inappropriate? What if it brings us big trouble? Su Chong approached with a worried expression. Senior brother, what's there to fear? They're all trying to steal your inheritance. Can't we at least collect some interest? Ye Chen interrupted him. He didn't take these sects very seriously. For the sake of spirit stones, they'd have to fight to the death. Besides, old Su had promised that even if he tore a hole in the heavens, he would protect him. Su Chong thought it over and found it reasonable, finally nodding in agreement. Even if they let them go today, these people would still cause trouble for him in the future. It would be better to collect more interest now. Tie them all up. Once the secret realm closes, we'll demand ransom from their sects. Ye Chen looked at Su Chen's reaction with satisfaction. This kid is teachable. Hearing this, the beast-taming sect disciples were terrified and began begging for mercy. Please, let us go. We dare not do it again. Ye Chen remained unmoved, directing Su Chong to help bind them. In moments, they were all tied up, and Su Chong sealed their cultivation bases. After collecting their spatial bags, Ye Chen's gaze fell upon the white tiger that Shen Hongqiao had been riding. Senior brother, did you bring any wine? Ye Chen stared at the white tiger, drooling. I didn't bring any, junior brother. Why do you ask? Su Chong was puzzled. The secret realm would close in at most one day, yet this junior brother still wanted to drink wine. Such a large white tiger would surely taste delicious roasted. If there were wine, it would be perfect. Ye Chen rubbed his hands together, looking regretful. How dare you? This is my spiritual pet. If you dare harm it, I'll haunt you even as a ghost. Shen Hongqiao heard Ye Chen's words and felt both angry and frightened. This white tiger had been with her since childhood, and they had already formed a bond. Humph, it's not up to you now. You'd better worry about yourself first. Ye Chen sneered and collected all the bound people into his spatial ring. As he spoke, Ye Chen was about to kill the white tiger. Young master, Spare my life. I'm willing to acknowledge you as my master. I beg you to let me go. At that moment, the white tiger suddenly spoke in human language, its voice genderless. Oh, you can speak. Very well. If you acknowledge me as your master, I'll spare your life. Ye Chen paused for a moment, then smiled. Being able to speak human language meant it was at least at the Golden Core realm. The white tiger quickly nodded, offering a wisp of its soul which transformed into a beam of light and entered Ye Chen's forehead, completing the bonding. Not bad, not bad. From now on, follow me and you'll have meat to eat. Ye Chen patted the white tiger's head with satisfaction. Thank you, master. The white tiger instantly became a devoted follower, obediently rubbing its head against Ye Chen's leg. Do you have a name? Ye Chen asked while stroking the tiger's head. My name is Sheng Gonghu. Miss Sheng gave it to me. The white tiger lowered its head slightly, a hint of nostalgia in its eyes. Although Sheng Hongqiao was willful and occasionally took her frustrations out on it, she treated it well in other aspects. Sheng Gonghu? That name is too ugly. Ye Chen really disliked this name. Are you a male tiger? Ye Chen decided to give the white tiger a new name. He wanted to confirm its gender first to avoid choosing another unpleasant name. Hearing Ye Chen's question, the white tiger lowered its head slightly, feeling somewhat embarrassed. If the white tiger could blush, its face would likely show a hint of pink right now. Master, I'm a girl. After saying this, it gently scratched the ground with its claws. So you're a tigress. Then naming you will be easier. Ye Chen tilted his head, pondering what name to give the white tiger. After a moment's thought, a smile appeared on his face as if he had found a satisfactory name. Let's call you Bai. Sounds nice, right? Simple, elegant, and refined. Ye Chen looked proud, very satisfied with this name, feeling like a naming genius. Hearing this name, the white tiger's claws scratching the ground froze mid-air. Damn it, after thinking for so long, you just gave me such a name. Does a name this simple even require thinking about? The white tiger could only think this in its heart, daring not to speak it out. What if the master got upset and roasted it? Thank you, master, for bestowing this name. The white tiger obediently accepted the name, not wanting to become a roasted whole tiger. Su Chen, standing nearby, watched Ye Chen's actions in astonishment. Ye Chen turned his gaze to a black leopard. If they weren't eating the white tiger, then they'd eat this black leopard instead. The black leopard caught sight of Ye Chen's look and shivered in fear. The black leopard instantly reacted, transforming into a sycophantic follower seeking to please its master. Wagging its tail, it approached Ye Chen, looking quite comical. Ye Chen looked at the black leopard's obsequious manner with disdain. This black leopard was Zhao Wuxiao's mount. Although it couldn't speak human language yet, it had considerable intelligence. Seeing the disgust on Ye Chen's face, it paused briefly before immediately changing direction and walking toward Su Chen. Either way, as long as it pleased one of them, it could save its own life. The black leopard lay down before Su Chen, wagging its tail, sticking out its tongue to lick Su Chen's feet, and rubbing its head against his feet. You want to acknowledge me as your master. Su Chen naturally understood the black leopard's intention. The black leopard stood up, nodded while wagging its tail, and gently nudged Su Chen's leg. That appearance was so pathetic that one couldn't refute calling it the #1 bootlicker in the Canglan Realm. Alright then, follow me from now on. Su Chen smiled helplessly. Hearing this, the black leopard excitedly barked a few times and immediately bonded with Su Chen, afraid that he might change his mind. After the bonding, the black leopard circled around Su Chen. Do you have a name? Su Chen asked, looking at the cheerful black leopard. It's called Sheng Gongbao. The white tiger Bai said from nearby. Su Chen frowned. How can the beast taming sect come up with such ugly names? Su Chen criticized the beast taming sect's naming standards. Then from now on, you'll be called Xiaohei. After his criticism, Su Chen also gave the black leopard a simple and elegant name. Upon hearing this name, the black leopard paused. What was the difference between this name and Bai? The only difference was the color. But thinking that having a new name was better than the old one, it happily wagged its tail to show acceptance. Senior brother is truly talented, just as good at naming as I am. Ye Chen was quite satisfied with the name Su Chen gave the black leopard. Su Chen smiled faintly and tilted his head to hide his embarrassment. Did he want to give it this name? He simply couldn't think of a good name, so he casually said Xiaohei. Su Chen looked confused, feeling that he was completely useless when it came to naming. Ye Chen turned his gaze to the only remaining beast in the area, the sunflower wolf. The sunflower wolf was still baring its teeth and growling. Seeing Ye Chen turn to look at it, it immediately stopped and prepared to submit. Ye Chen didn't give it a chance. He casually threw an attack talisman at it. The sunflower wolf was hit by the talisman and died on the spot. How could Ye Chen give it a chance to submit? If he gave it the opportunity to curry favor, he wouldn't have the heart to strike. If he didn't strike, there would be no meat to eat. He skillfully cleaned the sunflower wolf and, together with Su Chen, set up a barbecue grill to start cooking. Xiao Bai and Xiao Hei watched from the side, trembling with fear. Fortunately, they had submitted quickly, or else they would be the ones roasting on the fire right now. This roasted quailang meat is crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, with an enticing aroma. It would be perfect with some wine. Ye Chen sighed with regret as he devoured the food. No sooner had he spoken than a clear and melodious voice came from behind him. If young Master Yi desires wine, I happen to have a few jars of premium 100 flowers brew. Ye Chen turned around to find Luo Qingcheng walking gracefully toward him, accompanied by several senior fellow disciples, each one breathtakingly beautiful. So it is Luo Fairy. Ye Chen was momentarily stunned, a flash of admiration flickering in his eyes. He hastily rose and clasped his hands in a formal greeting. Su Chen also stood with a smile, though his gaze kept drifting toward one of the senior sisters beside Luo Qingcheng. That senior sister possessed delicate features and a gentle, elegant temperament. Su Chen was utterly captivated. Her name was Yu Chuman, the grand senior sister of Luo Qingcheng. Since we're all here, why don't we eat together? Ye Chen warmly invited them, still reminiscing about the sensation of soft fragrance and tender embrace within the immortal paradise. Then we shall not decline such a kind offer. Luo Qingcheng and the others took their seats without further ceremony. Yu Chuman produced several jars of 100 flowers brew from her Canglan bag. After several rounds of drinks, the group chatted cheerfully, and the atmosphere was exceptionally harmonious. Through their conversation, they learned that Luo Qingcheng and her companions were disciples of the 100 Flowers Palace. Luo Qingcheng was the most talented disciple of the 100 Flowers Palace, serving also as the Saint Maiden. She had broken through to the Golden Core stage at the mere age of 16. Emboldened by the wine, Su Chen kept proposing toasts to that senior sister, causing everyone to burst into laughter. Luo Qingcheng, too, frequently cast covert glances at Ye Chen. Recalling how she had fallen into his arms in the spirit spring pool, her beautiful face flushed pink as she lowered her head in embarrassment. Ye Chen noticed Luo Qingcheng's stolen glances, a mischievous grin curling at the corner of his lips. It seems this little girl has fallen for me. Ah, this damn charm of mine. A small thrill of delight welled up within him, his confidence in his own appeal reaching new heights truly unmatched beneath the heavens. After eating and drinking their fill, as the secret realm was about to close, the group rose to prepare for departure. Luo Fairy, once we exit, be sure not to associate with us too closely. Before their parting, Ye Chen suddenly lowered his voice and said to Luo Qingcheng. She was taken aback, puzzled by his words. You'll understand once we're outside. Ye Chen smiled mysteriously and offered no further explanation. In his heart, he knew only too well that with so many cultivators he had kidnapped, and Su Chen having obtained the Heavenly Emperor's legacy, once they emerged, a bloodstorm would surely be awaiting them. The Heavenly Emperor's legacy was the key to becoming immortal. Its possessor would inevitably ascend to immortality. Their sect would flourish and soar to great heights. The allure of this legacy was simply too tremendous, especially for those cultivators at the Tribulation Transcendent stage whose potential was exhausted and who had no hope of ascension. The Heavenly Emperor's legacy was their second chance at life, offering them a glimpse of the path to immortality. They would risk their very lives to seize it. Rather than drag Luo Qingcheng into this turmoil, it was better to keep her at a distance. This was Ye Chen's gentle side, a form of cunning yet benevolent gentleness. As expected, the moment they exited the secret realm, Ye Chen and Su Chen were surrounded by a menacing crowd. They were cultivators who had pursued Su Chen within the secret realm, failing in their attempt to seize the legacy. They had emerged from the secret realm first, informing their sects, who then dispatched powerful cultivators to blockade the exit. Ye Chen scanned the surroundings. There were indeed many powerful beings, with quite a number at the nascent soul and great ascension stages. He could also faintly sense several cultivators at the Tribulation Transcendent stage hiding in the vicinity. Ye Chen and Su Chen were not worried in the slightest. Their senior brother Lin Shuo was concealed within the void. Lin Shuo was at the Tribulation Transcendent stage, and if worst came to worst, they could summon Su Taishu. Ye Chen was certain that Su Taishu was absolutely unmatched in the Canglan continent. Su Chen, hand over the Heavenly Emperor's legacy immediately, or today will be your death. A cultivator in black robes bellowed, with several stern-faced elders standing behind him, evidently senior members of his sect. Only now did Luo Qingchong understand why Ye Chen had told them to keep their distance. They had obtained the Heavenly Emperor's legacy, and keeping them away was to prevent them from being drawn into this conflict. Oh my, so many people. Is this a welcoming committee for our triumphant return from the secret realm? Ye Chen cast a theatrical glance at the crowd, completely dismissive of their threats. Enough of your act. Be sensible and hand over the legacy immediately, or don't blame us for being merciless. Elder Chen of the Heavenly Sword Sect glared at Ye Chen with murderous intent. The last time he had led disciples to challenge the Heavenly Shen Sect, it was Ye Chen who had stepped forward and defeated his disciples by disregarding the rules. On the way back, Ye Chen, disguised as a black-robed figure, had beaten Elder Chen mercilessly and snatched away all their champion bags. Elder Chen blamed Ye Chen for all his fury. Behind him stood a great Ascension elder with white hair and beard, his sect's ancestor. At this moment, Elder Chen felt very confident indeed. Oh, if it isn't Elder Chen. There's no rush about the legacy, more people haven't arrived yet. The corner of Ye Chen's mouth lifted slightly as he crossed his arms, beginning to mock Elder Chen. Handing over the legacy was out of the question. He intended to wait until all the major sects had gathered, so he could display the kidnapped disciples from various sects in his storage ring and negotiate for spirit stones. Humph, boy, stop stalling. Hand over the legacy now. The black-robed cultivator coldly snorted, convinced that Ye Chen was merely buying time. That's right, as if we would believe your nonsense. Hand over the legacy immediately, or don't blame us for our ruthlessness. The other cultivators chimed in, each glaring at Ye Chen with fury. Yet none of them dared to strike first. There were too many powerful beings present. Moving first would only benefit others. Suddenly, a commotion arose within the crowd. Quick, look! It's the beast-taming sect. Why would the beast-taming sect show up? Could they also be after the Heavenly Emperor's legacy? The cultivators whispered amongst themselves, turning to look in the direction of the beast-taming sect. A group of disciples in beast-taming sect attire approached, led by a sturdy middle-aged man. His expression was gloomy, his gaze sharp and fierce, emanating a powerful aura. It's the great elder of the beast-taming sect, Zhao Tianjiang. Someone recognized the middle-aged man and gasped in shock. Zhao Tianjiang was a powerful elder of the beast-taming sect and the father of Zhao Wuxiu. He had already touched the threshold of the Tribulation Transcendent stage and was renowned throughout the Canglan continent. His appearance immediately drew everyone's attention. Zhao Tianjiang's gaze swept across the crowd before settling on Ye Chen and Su Chen. When he saw Ye Chen and Su Chen riding the white tiger and black leopard, his pupils constricted and a flare of anger ignited in his eyes. You brats! How dare you lay hands on the spirit beasts of my beast-taming sect? Zhao Tianjiang roared, his voice thundering in everyone's ears. Oh, Elder Zhao, you're mistaken. These two spirit beasts chose to acknowledge us as their masters of their own accord. Ye Chen replied with an impudent grin, as if he hadn't noticed the fire burning in Zhao Tianjiang's eyes at all. Enough of your pretense. Tell me, where are my beast-taming sect's two young masters? Zhao Tianjiang bellowed. The two young masters he referred to were naturally his son Zhao Wuxiu and Shen Hongqiao. Elder Zhao, about your two young masters, unfortunately, I've captured them. Ye Chen crossed his arms, utterly nonchalant. You dare to capture the young masters of my beast-taming sect? Why, you won't leave here alive today. Upon hearing this, Zhao Tianjiang's expression turned even grimmer, his teeth clenched in fury. Elder Zhao, please calm down first. Your precious young master is still safe and sound for now, but that depends on how many spirit stones you are willing to pay. However, Ye Chen merely sneered. At this moment, cultivators from other sects began whispering among themselves. This Ye Chen is too bold, daring to offend the beast-taming sect all at once. Humph, does he really think capturing the beast-taming sect's young master can threaten Zhao Tiangang? How naive. What exactly do you want? Zhao Tiangang forced himself to suppress the raging fury that urged him to crush Ye Chen on the spot. Elder Zhao, please don't get so agitated. We can discuss this like reasonable people. Ye Chen gazed at Zhao Tiangang with a warm smile, as though chatting with an old friend. Discuss? You kidnapped my sect's young master and now you have the audacity to talk about negotiation. Zhao Tiangang's fury twisted into a bitter laugh. This brat truly has no survival instinct. Ah, Elder Zhao, you mustn't speak so harshly. I was simply driven to this by circumstances beyond my control. Ye Chen spread his hands in a picture of innocence. Oh, do tell, then. Who forced your hand? Zhao Tiangang restrained his anger, eager to hear what nonsense this youth would concoct. It is precisely because your two treasured young masters insisted on seizing my senior brother's inheritance. We had no choice but to act in self-defense. Ye Chen spoke these words while deliberately feigning fear. You! Zhao Tiangang was so incensed he nearly vomited blood. Within the secret realm, competing for opportunities was an accepted reality. The sects present had all come seeking the inheritance that Su Cheng had obtained. Yet none could have imagined Ye Chen would shatter convention so brazenly, daring to openly kidnap disciples under their protection. Elder Zhao, please set aside your anger. I came today actually hoping to propose a transaction to you. Ye Chen, sensing the moment was ripe, finally revealed his true purpose. A transaction? What kind of transaction? Zhao Tiangang asked through gritted teeth. Simple enough, you redeem your precious young master with spirit stones. How does that sound? Ye Chen said this with a smile, as though discussing something entirely ordinary. Boy, are you attempting to extort me? Zhao Tiangang's rage boiled over. This youngster dared to threaten him. Elder Zhao, you wound me with such words. I am merely conducting business with you fair and square, no credit extended. Ye Chen spoke with utmost seriousness. You! Zhao Tiangang trembled with fury. This youth was utterly detestable. Just then, a fragrant breeze swept through the crowd as several graceful figures pushed forward. Ye Chen, Su Chen, are you both unharmed? Luo Qingcheng gazed at them with evident worry. Fairy Luo, we are fine. What brings you here? Upon seeing Luo Qingcheng, Ye Chen's face instantly softened with a gentle smile. I heard you were surrounded by the beast-taming sect, so I came immediately to check on you. Luo Qingcheng explained. Fairy Luo, do not worry. We can handle this ourselves, Ye Chen reassured her. He wished to keep the 100 Flowers Palace from involvement, for it would only complicate matters further. With Su Taishu as his backing, Ye Chen harbored no fears. He believed that even if every sect upon the Canglan continent rallied against the heavenly Immortal Sect, a single strike from Su Taishu could annihilate them all. But Luo Qingcheng remained uneasy, that inexplicable sense of familiarity and longing to draw closer to Ye Chen lingering persistently in her heart. Rest assured, I am here. Ye Chen patted his chest confidently. Qingcheng, you need not worry. This Ye Chen is full of clever schemes, he will surely emerge unscathed. Yu Chuman joined in, urging her as well. Senior sister, let us seek out master. If he intervenes, he will surely help Ye Chen and the others resolve this predicament. A senior sister proposed. Indeed, why did I not think of that? Let us go to master at once. Luo Qingcheng's eyes lit up, and she hurriedly led her senior sisters to find their master. Luo Qingcheng and her senior sisters found their master and recounted the entire sequence of events, imploring her to intervene on their behalf. Their master was a venerable matriarch at the Tribulation Transcendence Realm, her kind face lined with gentle wisdom. After listening to her disciple's account, she smiled and shook her head. You need not trouble yourselves, so those two youths will be perfectly fine. But master, the beast-taming sect has so many cultivators, while Ye Chen and his companion number only 2. How could they possibly prevail against such odds? Luo Qingcheng asked anxiously. The old woman replied, those 2 boys are disciples of Su Taishu. His origins are shrouded in mystery and his power runs unfathomably deep. Even if the beast-taming sect mobilizes its full strength, they cannot hope to match him. She cast a meaningful glance at Luo Qingcheng. Upon the Canglan continent, none knew Su Taishu's true origins, only that he had appeared mysteriously at the heavenly Immortal Sect a century past. At that time, several Tribulation Transcendence demonic cultivators were launching a surprise assault upon the heavenly Immortal Sect. Su Taishu emerged and with a single palm strike annihilated them all. From that day forward, Su Taishu remained at the heavenly Immortal Sect, revered as their supreme elder. Is this true? Luo Qingcheng and her senior sisters exchanged expressions of delight and astonishment. Naturally it is true. That youth master is fiercely protective of his disciples. None who dare lay hands upon them will find him standing idle. The old woman chuckled. Wonderful! Luo Qingqing and her senior sisters burst into joyful celebration. Now, cease your worries. Remain here and watch the sects that have acted will soon face their reckoning, the old woman said with a knowing smile. She understood that should Su Taishu intervene, those sects would suffer devastating consequences. Yes. Luo Qingqing and her senior sisters nodded obediently, settling into watchful positions as events unfolded. Meanwhile, Zhao Tiangang and the leaders of the other major sects had been so inflamed by Ye Chen's provocation that reason had abandoned them entirely. As preeminent powers upon the Canglan continent, they could not permit two green youths to dictate terms to them. Casting aside all concerns about bullying the young and the risk of others reaping what they sowed, they launched a furious assault upon Ye Chen and Su Chen. Su Chen stood with his arms folded, showing no intention of engaging. Sigh. Ye Chen shook his head and exhaled softly, calling out into the void, eldest senior brother. Lin Shuo's figure stepped forth from the void, positioning himself between Su Chen and Ye Chen. A pressure befitting a tribulation transcendence cultivator radiated outward from his being. Instantly, all present were frozen in place by Lin Shuo's overwhelming pressure, unable to advance even an inch. Every individual who felt the might of a tribulation transcendence expert trembled with terror. Several tribulation transcendence cultivators who had been lurking in darkness, hoping to see Su Chen amid the chaos, also halted their movements. Attempting to snatch someone from a tribulation transcendence expert's side was simply unrealistic. Moreover, these cultivators hailed from rival factions and harbored mutual distrust, each acutely aware that the others might strike from behind at any moment. Alas! I had wished to conduct a fair transaction with you all, yet you compel me to rely upon others' strength. Ye Chen shook his head with faint helplessness, his expression one of profound dismay. Upon hearing Ye Chen describe his actions as a dog barking from behind its master's strength, both Lin Shuo and Su Chen felt their facial muscles twitch. They were certainly no dogs. Ye Chen and his entire lineage were the dogs in question. Luo Qingqing and her senior sisters also struggled to maintain composure upon hearing Ye Chen's description. Junior brother, the proper phrase is bullying others by flaunting one's influence, not a dog barking from behind its master's strength. Su Chen could not resist offering the correction. Oh! I was simply so enraged by these fellows that my words escaped me improperly. Let me rephrase, trampling upon the weak through sheer strength. Ye Chen adopted an expression of deep anger and profound disappointment toward them. Lin Shuo and Su Chen exchanged a helpless glance, pressing their temples in frustration. This junior brother simply refuses to speak seriously, spouting nothing but nonsense. Meanwhile, the cultivators from various sects who had been frozen in place by Lin Shuo's oppressive aura barely dared to breathe. In their hearts, they were cursing themselves having a tribulation transcendent stage senior brother guarding you. Why didn't you see so earlier? If you had, this transaction would have been completed long ago. We are conducting fair business here, honest and square with no favorites. Ye Chen draped one arm over Lin Shuo's shoulder, winking at him. In their hearts, the elders and disciples from various sects had countless objections raging within them. With a tribulation transcendent stage brother standing beside you, whatever you say goes. How could anyone dare to object? Lin Shuo could only helplessly withdraw his oppressive aura. This junior brother was simply too much trouble. With the oppressive aura withdrawn, everyone felt considerably more at ease. Everyone, shall we now have a proper discussion? Ye Chen turned to the recently relieved crowd, asking loudly. The crowd exchanged uncertain glances, yet no one dared to speak first. Young Master Yi, what are your terms for the transaction? After a long pause, Elder Chen from the Tianxuan Sect forced himself to ask. Well, even the way they address him has changed from calling him boy before to now calling him young master. Having a powerful backer truly makes all the difference. Very simple, 1 million mid-grade spirit stones per person, and no more coveting the heavenly emperor's inheritance. Ye Chen clasped his hands behind his back, speaking unhurriedly. Upon hearing his conditions, the scene fell into dead silence. 1 million mid-grade spirit stones per person. That was simply too much. Yet seeing the tribulation transcendent stage Lin Shuo standing nearby, they dared not object. Very well, here are 2 million mid-grade spirit stones for 2 young masters of our sect. Zhao Tiangang from the Taming Beast sect spoke first, sending a Canglan bag floating toward Ye Chen through the air. Ye Chen accepted the bag, a mischievous smile curling at the corner of his lips. How could he not understand Zhao Tiangang's petty schemes? He only wanted to rescue his own son and the sect master's daughter. The lives of ordinary disciples meant nothing to him. Ye Chen retrieved an ordinary disciple from the Taming Beast sect from his storage room, gripping the back of the young man's neck and lifting him into the air like a chick. Apes! Elder Zhao, my apologies, I grabbed the wrong person. Let me exchange this one for you. Ye Chen had clearly done this on purpose, making a show of wanting to swap. Oh! This person is also from your Taming Beast sect. Elder Zhao, would you like this one? Ye Chen's mind was filled with laughter as he pretended to have just discovered that he was holding a Taming Beast sect disciple. This was moral coercion at its finest. Every respectable sect force on the Canglan continent had disciples present here. If Shao Tiangang openly abandoned disciples from his own sect before everyone, the news would spread rapidly throughout the entire Canglan continent. The Taming Beast sect would be spat upon by the world, and no cultivator would dare join the sect afterward. Without fresh blood, the Taming Beast sect would rapidly decline, turning to dust in the annals of history. Yes! Zhao Tiangang's face darkened as he clenched his teeth, forcing out a single word through gritted teeth. He was a moral man, which was why he had been coerced, unlike Ye Chen, who had no morals and therefore could not be blackmailed. Daring to abandon his sect's disciples before the eyes of the world, he did not dare, not willing to violate such a grave taboo. Ye Chen tossed the disciple in his hand toward Zhao Tiangang, then produced another ordinary disciple from the Taming Beast sect. Paying Zhao Tiangang no mind, Ye Chen directly threw the disciple to him. Ah, Elder Zhao, our transactions require payment first and then delivery of the person. For those remaining disciples, shouldn't you first hand over the spirit stones? Ye Chen smiled amiably, his expression utterly sincere. As if telling the other party, rest assured, as long as you hand over the spirit stones, I will definitely give you the person. Hatred burned in Shao Tiangang's heart, his teeth clenched tight as he sent another 2 million mid-grade spirit stones to Ye Chen. Ye Chen produced yet another ordinary disciple from the Taming Beast sect. At this moment, Zhao Tiangang felt his jaw might crack from clenching, yet he had no choice but to endure. Ye Chen had the backing of a tribulation transcendence cultivator, and he could only accept this humiliation. From afar, Luo Qingcheng and the others watched, covering their mouths in barely suppressed laughter. Ye Chen was truly wicked. Luo Qingcheng, however, had developed a strong interest in Ye Chen. Only when there were no more ordinary disciples from the Taming Beast sect left in his storage room did Ye Chen finally produce Shen Hongqiao. Ye Chen showed no tenderness whatsoever, gripping Shen Hongqiao by the back of her neck. Shen Hongqiao's hair hung in disarray, her face full of resentment as she glared furiously at Ye Chen. This Ye Chen had stolen her spirit beast and kidnapped her. As the eldest young miss of the Taming Beast sect, when had she ever suffered such humiliation? Don't look at me like that. Though this gentleman is indeed handsome and elegant, you're simply not my type. There's no future for us. As Ye Chen spoke, he slightly raised his chin, a mock smile playing at his lips, while waving dismissively at Shen Hongqiao. Shen Hongqiao trembled with rage, her chest heaving violently. Ye Chen, you shameless scoundrel. Humiliating me like this today, I will never forgive you. Shen Hongqiao gnashed her teeth, her eyes brimming with unshed tears. Oh! The young miss has some fire in her belly, does she? Come back when you have the ability. Ye Chen showed complete disregard as he delivered a kick to her backside, sending her flying toward Zhao Tiangang. The moment Zhao Tiangang caught Shen Hongqiao, she finally let the tears of humiliation fall. Being kicked in such a sensitive spot before so many people, how would the young miss of the Taming Beast sect ever show her face again? Ye Chen paid no mind to Shen Hongqiao's feelings, directly pulling out Zhao Wuxiu. Zhao Wuxiu stared at Ye Chen with vicious hatred, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Don't look at me like that. This gentleman has no interest in that sort of thing, so your fantasies will never come to fruition. Ye Chen's face was full of disgust as he kicked Zhao Wuxiu toward Zhao Tiangang. Lin Shuo and Su Cheng exchanged a glance, rendered speechless, their foreheads covered in black lines. Young people these days certainly know how to have fun. They suspected they were getting too old, unable to keep up with their junior brother's way of thinking. Zhao Wuxiu was nearly suffocated by Ye Chen's words, his face flushing crimson. The elders and disciples from the Tianxuan Sect and Xian Sect watched Ye Chen's display with a sense of eerie familiarity. They had been beaten by Black-robed Night Shadow, had been kidnapped by him. The tactics were exactly the same as Ye Chen's. Only, Ye Chen's current displayed cultivation was merely the 8th stage of Qi refining. It was difficult to connect him with the Night Shadow, who had kicked the transformation dot stage experts and pummeled the Unity stage masters. If Ye Chen could hear their thoughts, he would certainly give them a wonderful surprise. He, the truth is I am Night Shadow. At this moment, people from other sects, seeing that the Taming Beast sect had completed their transaction, all turned their eyes to Ye Chen. Young Master Yi, may I inquire how many disciples from my sect you hold? One of the elders from a sect asked. Don't be impatient, let's take things one at a time. We shall handle this properly according to the rules. Ye Chen raised an eyebrow, appearing calm and composed. Following this, Ye Chen repeated the same tactic, completing transactions with each sect one after another. Once all the transactions were concluded, Ye Chen pocketed the overflowing spirit stones. Gazing at the mountain of spirit stones piled up in his storage ring, Ye Chen laughed until his eyes nearly disappeared. Junior brother, we've struck it rich. Let's go back and celebrate properly. Su Chen watched Ye Chen put away the spirit stones, beside himself with excitement. She had never seen so many spirit stones before. Hearing Su Chen's words, Ye Chen's foot, which he had just begun to lift, hesitated slightly. He sensed that Su Chen was coveting his spirit stones. He could part with any other treasures, but spirit stones. Impossible, not even for his senior brothers. Ahem, my two senior brothers. This junior brother recently obtained 2 magical artifacts in the secret realm and wishes to give them to you both. At this moment, Ye Chen transformed into the picture of an obedient junior brother, taking out 2 top-grade magical artifacts from his storage ring and handing them to Lin Shuo and Su Chen. What? You say Ye Chen has no bottom line? This Ye Chen, for the sake of spirit stones, could sell his very flesh and soul, even trading away his morality. He wasn't without a bottom line, he simply had no limit to how low he could go. Ye Chen's sudden gesture left Lin Shuo and Su Chen standing there in stunned silence, unsure what other scheme their junior brother was brewing. Ye Chen paid no attention to their reactions, directly stuffing the artifacts into their hands. Take them, my two senior brothers, these artifacts are of no use to me. Seeing that Ye Chen was genuinely unconcerned, Lin Shuo gestured for Su Chen to accept the artifacts together. As a tribulation transcendence cultivator, these artifacts were naturally insignificant to him, but it was the kind gesture from his junior brother that mattered. Seeing his 2 senior brothers accept the artifacts, Ye Chen finally relaxed. Now you two shouldn't feel entitled to any of my spirit stones, right? 2 elders from certain sects, upon seeing the artifacts Ye Chen had given away, watched with trembling hands. These were their sect's treasured artifacts. The entire sect possessed only 1 or 2 such items. This time, with the secret realm opening, the elders had only allowed their core disciples to bring them, so the disciples could escape danger if they encountered trouble. Never did they expect they would end up in Ye Chen's hands. Yes, these 2 magical artifacts were plundered by Ye Chen from the disciples of various sects in the secret realm. However, with Ye Chen's tribulation transcendence senior brother present, they dared not make a sound and could only pretend not to see. Ye Chen nodded with a smile to Luo Qingchun as a gesture, then turned and left with his 2 senior brothers. Lin Shuo flew on his sword, speeding towards the Tianxuan Sect. With Xiao Bai and Xiao Hei following behind, Ye Chen and Su Chen sat lazily on their backs. Lin Shuo glanced back and shook his head helplessly. This second junior brother's style of doing things is becoming more and more like the youngest junior brother. Senior brother, do you think they will intercept us on the way? Su Chen, sitting on Xiao Hei's back, asked with some concern. After all, they had gained a lot this time, and it was hard to guarantee that no one would be jealous. Probably not, with so many people watching. Even if they were bold, they wouldn't dare to rob openly, right? Lin Shuo said uncertainly, faintly sensing several waves of tribulation transcendence loss at the exit of the secret realm. He couldn't guarantee that those people wouldn't take risks. However, he was not afraid. Even if he couldn't defeat them, escaping with the 2 junior brothers would not be a problem. Senior brother, you are still too young. The human heart is treacherous. Ye Chen shook his head with feigned maturity, assuming an air of having seen through the mundane world. What do you know, little junior brother? With senior brother here, they don't have the guts. Su Chen gave Ye Chen a disdainful look, clearly having absolute confidence in Lin Shuo. Ah, little Su, you don't understand. I have no other skills, but my 6th sense is especially accurate. I can guarantee they will come. Ye Chen said confidently, as if foreseeing the future. In fact, he had long sensed faint law fluctuations behind them, which he could only detect because of his myriad methods body. Lin Shuo and Su Chen exchanged a glance, seeing a trace of helplessness in each other's eyes. This little junior brother was starting to talk nonsense again. However, as they were speaking, several figures suddenly appeared ahead, blocking their path. Fellow cultivators, please stop. The leader, wearing a black robe and a ferocious mask, spoke in a low, hoarse voice that sent chills down one's spine. These people were the Tribulation Transcendence cultivators who had been hiding in the shadows, waiting for an opportunity to seize the inheritance. However, with Lin Shuo present, and since they came from different sects, they were all wary of each other. Seeing that Ye Chen was about to leave, they finally proposed cooperation. They would deal with Ye Chen and his two companions together, and then jointly study the inheritance. Who are you? What do you want? Lin Shuo's expression darkened as he asked sternly. He, who we are doesn't matter. What matters is that the Heavenly Emperor's inheritance is ours. The black-robed man's tone was sinister, his eyes glittering with greed. Humph, just you few want to rob us. How utterly overreaching. Lin Shuo snorted coldly, his eyes full of contempt. Ha ha ha, boy, you're too arrogant. Do you know who we are? Behind the black-robed man, a burly man laughed in anger, emitting the pressure of a Tribulation Transcendence cultivator. I don't care who you are. If you know what's good for you, get lost, or don't blame us for being rude. Lin Shuo showed no fear, his own Tribulation Transcendence pressure bursting forth. Good, very good. Since you're asking for death, don't blame us for being ruthless. A flash of murderous intent flickered in the black-robed man's eyes. With a wave of his hand, the several men behind him rushed toward Ye Chen and the others. Humph, seeking death. Lin Shuo snorted coldly, drawing his long sword. A sharp sword aura held out, straight toward the black-robed man. A mere trick. The black-robed man snorted disdainfully, conjuring a black shield that blocked Lin Shuo's sword aura. After Lin Shuo's attack was blocked, the enemy's men instantly surrounded them. Lin Shuo's heart sank. He realized that all 6 opponents were Tribulation Transcendence experts. Although Lin Shuo was a peak Tribulation Transcendence powerhouse, he gradually fell into a disadvantageous position under the siege of 6 Tribulation Transcendence cultivators. Su Chong grew anxious seeing Lin Shuo at a disadvantage, but Ye Chen appeared exceptionally calm. As soon as the 6 Tribulation Transcendence cultivators appeared, Ye Chen decisively crushed the communication jade talisman that Su Taishu had given him. Ye Chen was not foolish enough to wait until Lin Shuo was overwhelmed before calling for reinforcements. When danger arose, he would definitely call for help first to avoid falling into peril. Boom! At that moment, a crack suddenly split open in the void, and an extremely terrifying pressure instantly enveloped the entire area. Who is it? The black-robed men were greatly alarmed. The pressure was far beyond their imagination. You petty rats dare to bully my disciple. A thunderous voice came from the void, followed by a figure slowly stepping out of the void. The newcomer was none other than Su Taishu, the Grand Elder of the Tianxuan Sect. Upon receiving Ye Chen's message, he quickly tore through the void and arrived. As soon as Su Taishu appeared, he released the terrifying pressure of a peak Tribulation Transcendence cultivator. Like Mount Tai pressing down, it left the black-robed man gasping for breath. The peak Tribulation Transcendence pressure released by Su Taishu was extraordinary. These current Tribulation Transcendence cultivators could not withstand it. Peak Tribulation Transcendence. The black-robed men turned pale, their eyes filled with terror. They never expected that this boy had such a terrifying existence behind him. Su Taishu's apparent cultivation was only at the nascent soul stage, but the pressure he released was at the peak of Tribulation Transcendence. Master! Lin Shuo and Su Chong were also stunned. They never expected Ye Chen to have summoned Su Taishu. He, senior brother, surprised? Shut! Ye Chen looked at the stunned Lin Shuo and said with a grin, as if he had done something trivial. You little. Well done. Lin Shuo shook his head helplessly, feeling underestimated by this little junior brother. Humph, a bunch of ants, daring to plot against my disciple. Su Taishu snorted coldly, waving his hand, and an invisible force instantly restrained the black-robed man. Senior, spare our lives. Senior, spare our lives. The black-robed men were terrified out of their wits and quickly begged for mercy. Humph, now you know to beg for mercy. Too late. Su Taishu's eyes flashed with murderous intent, and he was about to act. Wait. Ye Chen suddenly spoke to stop him. Xiao Chen, what do you want to do? Su Taishu asked in confusion. Old Su, these people are still useful. How about Ye Chen leaned close to Su Taishu's ear and whispered a few words. After hearing this, Su Taishu's eyes lit up. Truly his own disciple. Good boy, your mind is really sharp. He nodded, looking at Ye Chen with increasing satisfaction, seeing something of himself in him. He, average, third in the world. Ye Chen smiled modestly. Ahem. Lin Shuo and Su Chong were dumbfounded. This kid really never missed a chance to show off. You lot, listen up. Ye Chen walked up to the black-robed man, his eyes narrowing into slits as he smiled. If you want to live, quickly notify your sects and have them bring spirit stones to ransom you. What? The black-robed men were dumbfounded. This kid was going to take them hostage and blackmail their sects. This was simply torment worse than death. How could a dignified tribulation transcendence cultivator, the highest cultivation level on the Canglan continent, be kidnapped? If word got out, how could they ever show their faces? Moreover, how many spirit stones should their sects pay? Too few would invite ridicule that a tribulation transcendence cultivator was worth so little. Too many would be a burden the sects couldn't bear. Senior, young hero, this is our personal action, unrelated to our sects. A black-robed man tried to distance himself and his sect to avoid implicating them. What? Unwilling? Ye Chen's face darkened, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. He didn't care whether it was personal or sect involvement. In the end, their sects would benefit anyway. And no, we dare not. The black-robed man trembled in fear and quickly agreed. After all, their lives were on the line. Who cared about the sect's fate? That's more like it. Ye Chen nodded with satisfaction. Remember, the more spirit stones, the better. Otherwise, Ye Chen made a throat-slitting gesture. The black-robed men were terrified out of their wits and quickly promised to have their sects provide enough spirit stones to ransom them. They certainly didn't want to die. After cultivating for thousands of years to reach the tribulation transcendent stage, they couldn't die such a pathetic death. Although their potential had been exhausted and the hope of ascension was slim, there was still a chance as long as they found the right opportunity. Excellent. Ye Chen clapped his hands and said with a smile, then quickly send word to your respective sects. After saying this, Ye Chen no longer paid attention to those black-robed figures and turned to walk toward Lin Shuo and Su Chong, waiting for them to bring spirit stones. Lin Shuo and Su Chong exchanged glances, each seeing a touch of helplessness in the other's eyes. This junior brother of theirs was truly full of schemes. However, they had to admit that Ye Chen's method was indeed the most effective. After all, those sects would spare no expense to rescue their tribulation transcendence elders. After all, tribulation transcendence cultivators were not something one could find everywhere, only the top-tier sects could boast one. Before long, the sects of those black-robed figures arrived with spirit stones, expressing their willingness to redeem their elders. How could they not? A single tribulation transcendence elder was priceless to any sect. Moreover, even their tribulation transcendence elders had been easily suppressed by their opponent. What chance did they have to resist? Ha, I've struck it rich. Ye Chen gazed at the mountain of spirit stones before him, his face split in wide grin. Lin Shuo and Su Chong exchanged another look, momentarily at a loss for words. They simply couldn't understand why this junior brother was so obsessed with spirit stones. Su Taishu, watching the ecstatic Ye Chen from the side, felt equally speechless. Ever since joining the sect, Ye Chen had been relentlessly accumulating spirit stones, designing schemes to get fellow disciples to gamble with them, digging spirit mines, and even taking disciples under his tutelage for the sake of their spirit stones. At this thought, Su Taishu's lip twitched. Could this disciple of his go astray over spirit stones? Let's go home and count our money. Ye Chen swept his hand and gathered the mountain of spirit stones into his possession, grinning from ear to ear. Su Taishu shook his head helplessly. This disciple of his was truly obsessed with wealth. With a wave of his hand, he tore through the void and returned to the Tianxuan Sect with his 3 disciples. Welcome, Supreme Elder, back to the sect. Su Taishu nodded slightly and led his 3 disciples straight toward Qinshu Peak. Inside Ye Chen's cave dwelling on Qinshu Peak, Su Taishu was rather satisfied that Su Chong had received the Heavenly Emperor's inheritance. But Ye Chen couldn't wait to pour out all the spirit stones, piling them high like a small mountain, shimmering with alluring light. Hee, I'm rich. Ye Chen watched the mountain of spirit stones before him, so excited he could barely contain himself. With these spirit stones, he could unlock several more minor realms of cultivation. Junior brother, you. Lin Shuo and Su Cheng looked at the grief-driven Ye Chen and shook their heads helplessly. He, Senior Brother 1, Senior Brother 2, you don't understand, these are spirit stones. With these spirit stones, I can. You mean you can continue to slack off, right? Old Su is brilliant. Indeed, slacking off felt great. As long as there were enough spirit stones, he could simply lie down every day and improve his cultivation. After all, his own cultivation efforts were useless, he could only rely on the heavenly Dao Pearl to refine spirit stones. However, this great secret of the heavenly Dao Pearl was known only to him. Even Wuji Xiandi, who had raised him since childhood, was unaware. You! Su Taishu was so angry his eyebrows and beard seemed to bristle. This disciple of his was truly incorrigible. Enough, stop talking nonsense and cultivate. You, boy, possess extraordinary talent, but you cannot be so negligent. Otherwise, how will you inherit my legacy in the future? Inherit the legacy? Ye Chen sensed there was deeper meaning in Su Taishu's words. Ye Chen began to deeply analyze Su Taishu's words, and suddenly, it seemed he understood something. His expression changed dramatically. No way, old Su, are you near death? Ye Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. Upon hearing Ye Chen's words, Su Taishu and the other two stood frozen. For a moment, they didn't understand what Ye Chen meant, and the three exchanged looks, wondering what on earth he was talking about. Ye Chen, however, carefully examined Su Taishu. His physical condition was excellent, with no hidden injuries. Could it be that old Wuji did something when he demoted old Su to the lower realm? Ye Chen pondered to himself. At this moment, Su Taishu finally reacted and was so furious he jumped with anger. You brat! What nonsense are you spouting? When did I say I was near death? As he spoke, he gave Ye Chen a sharp slap. Ouch! Old Su, you're not playing by the rules. Ye Chen took the slap, clutching his head and quickly retreating several meters. Humph! Who told you to speak without filtering your words? Su Taishu felt a sense of satisfaction after his handiwork, wearing a smug expression. I'm just showing concern for you. Isn't it only those near death who seek someone to inherit their legacy? Ye Chen rubbed his head, still a bit upset. Lin Shuo and Su Cheng exchanged glances, their mouths slightly agape. They felt they had never been on the same wavelength as this junior brother. You rascal, what on earth is going on in that head of yours? Su Taishu bristled with indignation. When I said you should inherit my legacy, I meant you should carry forward my teachings and skills. Where did you get those twisted thoughts? Oh, so that's what you meant. Why didn't you see so clearly from the start? Ye Chen muttered, though he wasn't entirely convinced in his heart. Inherit the legacy? Forget it, he wanted to enjoy a few more years of freedom. Besides, weren't there still two senior brothers above him? Seeing that Ye Chen wouldn't budge no matter what, Su Taishu shook his head helplessly. He didn't force Ye Chen to cultivate with great effort. This disciple of his had only joined the sect for a few months and had already reached the 8th layer of Qi condensation, a feat unprecedented in the Canglan continent. Su Taishu let it go, sighed softly, and turned to leave. Lin Shuo and Su Cheng also shook their heads helplessly, torn between laughter and exasperation, and followed Su Taishu away. What's the point of cultivation when sleeping is so pleasant? After the others left, Ye Chen muttered with a grin. Ye Chen returned to his room and impatiently threw all the spirit stones into the heavenly Dao Pearl. In a brief moment, all the spirit stones were consumed, and Ye Chen's cultivation was unlocked to the 9th layer of nascent soul. Phew! Ye Chen let out a long breath, feeling the surging power within his body, a hint of bitterness appearing on his face. The spirit stones consumed this time were astronomical, yet his cultivation only unlocked to the 9th layer of nascent soul. He looked up at the ceiling, already tired of cursing Wuji Xiandi. From now on, I should enjoy life properly. For several months in a row, Ye Chen lazily lay on his recliner every day, doing nothing, just slacking off. Today, Ye Chen organized the magical treasures he had plundered, thinking about when to sell them. This way, he would have another large sum of spirit stones to further advance his cultivation. However, Su Taishu had watched Ye Chen slack off every day and could no longer bear it. He came to Ye Chen's side and quietly watched him sleep. After all, for a long time to come, he wouldn't be able to sleep. Let him have one more sweet dream. After a moment, Ye Chen opened his sleepy eyes and looked at Su Taishu standing before him with a bewildered expression. Old Su, what are you doing here? Ye Chen rubbed his sleepy eyes and asked, "I'll take you to a fun place." Su Taishu smiled warmly. Old Su. Where are we going? I have a feeling you're trying to trick me." Ye Chen looked at Su Taishu's smile with suspicion, sensing something was off. Xinchen Yuhun Tower. Su Taishu's smile became even more brilliant. Upon hearing this, Ye Chen immediately sensed trouble. This name certainly didn't sound like a good place. The Xinchen Yuhun Tower was one of Su Taishu's supreme treasures. It contained its own inner space with a different time flow compared to the outside world, and cultivation inside it was twice as effective with half the effort. The Xinchen Yuhun Tower also served another purpose to test disciples. Inside the tower, one not only had to endure immense pressure but also face various illusory trials, making it truly unbearable. Before Ye Chen could react, a small tower floated out from Su Taishu. After leaving Su Taishu, the tower rapidly expanded and enveloped Ye Chen. Ah! Ye Chen let out a scream, and his entire body instantly disappeared from where he stood. Ye Chen only felt a dizzying whirl, and then he found himself in a completely unfamiliar place. Where is this? Ye Chen looked around and found himself in a completely white, featureless space, unable to see anything. This is inside the Xinchen Yuhun Tower. Damn, old Su. Ye Chen couldn't help but curse. He knew he had truly been tricked by Su Taishu this time. Old Su, let me out. I promise I'll cultivate hard. Ye Chen still wanted to struggle a bit, trying to get Su Taishu to let him out. Humph, you want to cultivate now? Too late. You stay in there and cultivate properly. I'll release you in 5 years. With that, Su Taishu stroked his beard and laughed, a smug expression on his face. He simply left the Star Soul Tower on Qingshu Peak. Ye Chen let out a helpless sigh, knowing that begging for mercy was futile, so he braced himself to explore this mysterious place. The interior of the Star Soul Tower was vast, and each floor brought stronger challenges. First floor. Just this? 3 chi refining puppets, are you kidding me? Ye Chen curled his lips in disdain and casually slashed the puppets into pieces with a few sword auras. This Star Soul Tower is nothing special. If I'd known, I'd have come earlier and found a new place to sleep. Ye Chen stretched and yawned, completely unaware of what awaited him next. As Ye Chen ventured deeper, the challenges grew stronger, from chi refining puppets to foundation establishment and golden core stages. Eventually, even down-seeking stage puppets appeared. Damn! Old Su really wants to kill me. He's even sending down-seeking puppets. Ye Chen dodged the puppets' attacks in a panic while cursing loudly. However, despite his complaints, he was inwardly thrilled. Hee, the greater the pressure, the faster the progress. These puppets are my whetstones. Ye Chen's eyes flashed with brilliance, his battle intent soaring. Time flew by, and 2 years passed in the blink of an eye. During these 2 years, Ye Chen faced countless life or death crises, but he emerged unscathed each time. After 2 years of combat, though his cultivation level had not advanced, his combat prowess had grown immensely. He was even confident enough to challenge Lin Shuo, a tribulation transcendence cultivator. Whew! Finally reached the last floor. Ye Chen stood at the topmost level of the Star Soul Tower, gazing at the empty space before him, and let out a long sigh of relief. The last floor must hold the greatest secret of the Star Soul Tower, right? Ye Chen glanced around and finally fixed his gaze on an ancient stone tablet at the center of the space. The stone tablet was densely carved with runes, exuding an ancient and weathered aura. This stone tablet. Interesting. Ye Chen approached the tablet and slowly extended his spiritual sense into it. Boom! A massive torrent of information flooded into Ye Chen's mind, leaving him dizzy and disoriented. The Star Soul Tower, a masterless artifact. With my essence blood, I set up myriad formations, awaiting a destined one. Enter the hidden realm and receive my inheritance, becoming the new master of the Star Soul Tower. So that's how it is. After digesting the information from the stone tablet, Ye Chen's eyes flashed with brilliant light. That old Su was never the true master of the Star Soul Tower. He could only use it by forcibly suppressing it with his cultivation. And the real secret of the Star Soul Tower lies in the hidden realm. Ye Chen's heart raced with excitement. He had a premonition that entering the hidden realm would bring him an incredible fortune. Hidden realm, here I come. Ye Chen took a deep breath and began searching for the entrance to the hidden realm according to the method recorded on the stone tablet. Soon, Ye Chen found the entrance to the hidden realm. It was a teleportation array shimmering with faint white light. Hope it won't disappoint me. Without any hesitation, Ye Chen stepped into the teleportation array. The next moment, his vision blurred, and he found himself in an entirely new space. This space was not large, but it was filled with dense spiritual energy and permeated with a powerful sword intent. Such a strong sword intent. Ye Chen was startled. This sword intent was hundreds of times stronger than his own. This is Immortal Sword Intent. He quickly identified the level of the sword intent, his shock deepening. Could it be that the master of this hidden realm was a sword cultivation powerhouse? Ye Chen was filled with curiosity and anticipation. He pressed on and soon arrived at a sword tomb. Ye Chen's eyes flashed with brilliance. Although these swords were inferior to his Jinhong sword, they were still rare and extraordinary weapons. But these swords are of no use to me now. Ye Chen shook his head. His current goal was to find the master of the hidden realm and obtain his inheritance. Ye Chen continued deeper and finally discovered a simple thatched hut deep within the sword tomb. Could this be the dwelling of the hidden realm's master? His heart stirred. He walked slowly to the hut and gently knocked on the door. "Come in." An aged voice came from within. Ye Chen pushed the door open and saw an old man in coarse linen robes sitting cross-legged on a cushion. The old man had white hair and beard, but his spirit was vigorous, and his eyes were piercing, as if they could see through all things. "Junior Ye Chen greets Senior." Ye Chen bowed respectfully. "You are quite remarkable, able to find this place." The old man smiled slightly, a glint of admiration in his eyes. "Senior flatters me. I was just lucky," Ye Chen said modestly. "Hee, luck is also part of one's strength." The old man chuckled and continued, "Since you have come here, it means you are fated to meet me. I am the sole imprint left by the previous master of the Star Soul Tower. You may call me Sword Elder." "Sword Elder." Ye Chen bowed again. "I see that your sword talent is considerable. You have already comprehended Grandmaster level sword intent. But I can help you go even further." Sword Elder looked at Ye Chen, appearing calm on the surface, but internally he was deeply astonished. After all, this young man, barely 18 years old, had already comprehended Grandmaster level sword intent. At Ye Chen's age, he himself had only comprehended minor accomplishment sword intent, which was already unparalleled in history. "Please, Senior, enlighten me." Ye Chen, overjoyed, quickly bowed again. "Watch closely." As Sword Elder spoke, he formed a sword gesture with his fingers and gently traced a line through the void. Hum! A dazzling sword light instantly illuminated the entire space. This sword light was incomparably sharp yet filled with grace and fluidity, as if it possessed a life of its own, inspiring awe. "This is..." Ye Chen's eyes widened as he stared at the sword light, his mind reeling with shock. "This is Immortal Sword Intent." "That's right, this is Immortal Sword Intent." Sword Elder nodded, his eyes filled with reminiscence. "In my prime, I roamed the Immortal Realm and had few rivals. Unfortunately, in the end, I was one move short and fell here." Sword Elder sighed, his tone filled with regret and unwillingness. "Senior, you..." Ye Chen opened his mouth to offer some comfort, but didn't know what to say. "Hee, let's not talk about that." Sword Elder waved his hand, cutting off Ye Chen. "Young man, you're quite good. Today, I will help you comprehend Immortal Sword Intent." As Sword Elder spoke, he waved his right hand, and strands of Immortal Sword Intent spread around. Ye Chen felt an overwhelming pressure bearing down on him, nearly suffocating him. "Young man, my time is short. Comprehend quickly. Once you fully master Immortal Sword Intent, the Star Soul Tower will acknowledge you as its master." "Yes." Ye Chen nodded, sat cross-legged, and began to comprehend the Immortal Sword Art. Time flew by, and 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. During these 3 months, Ye Chen was immersed in comprehending the Immortal Sword Art, almost to the point of forgetting to eat and sleep. Fortunately, his efforts were not in vain. Under Sword Elder's meticulous guidance, Ye Chen's understanding of Immortal Sword Intent advanced by leaps and bounds. Finally, one day after 3 months, Ye Chen successfully comprehended Immortal Sword Intent. Hum! A terrifying sword intent burst forth from Ye Chen's body, shooting straight into the sky. The entire Star Soul Tower trembled violently under this sword intent. "What a lad! You actually comprehended Immortal Sword Intent in just 3 months." Sword Elder looked at Ye Chen, his eyes filled with shock and gratification. Senior flatters me. It's all thanks to your excellent teaching, Ye Chen said modestly. Hehe, no need to be modest. I can see your talent clearly. Sword Elder smiled and continued, all right, now that you have comprehended Immortal Sword intent, the Star Soul Tower has voluntarily acknowledged you as its master. Thank you, Senior, Ye Chen said hastily. Young man, my time is running out. As Sword Elder spoke, his body began to grow ethereal. Senior, you. Ye Chen looked at Sword Elder, his eyes brimming with gratitude and reluctance. Ha, all feasts must come to an end. There's no need to be sorrowful. Sword Elder smiled and said, I have already dissipated for far too long. It is time to depart completely. Senior. Ye Chen wanted to say something else, but Sword Elder interrupted him. Enough. You may go now. Remember my words, cultivate diligently, and do not let my expectations fall in vain. After speaking, Sword Elder's figure gradually faded, until it vanished entirely. Senior. Ye Chen gazed at the empty thatched cottage, his heart heavy with sorrow and reluctance. He knew that Sword Elder had departed for good. Senior, rest assured. I will cultivate with all my might and never fail to live up to your expectations. Ye Chen bowed deeply toward the empty air. Whew. Ye Chen let out a long breath, pushing down his grief and reluctance for the moment. 2 years. Finally, I can leave this place. I must pay a visit to Tianxuan City and sell all the magical treasures on me. With a thought, Ye Chen exited the Xinchen Yuhun Tower. After the Xinchen Yuhun Tower had recognized him as its master, Ye Chen could enter and exit freely. Before leaving, he had left behind a false version of himself within the tower. Su Taishu would probe in with his divine sense every few days to check on Ye Chen. He certainly couldn't let Su Taishu know that he had already left. With Su Taishu's capabilities, it would take no more than 2 days before he tracked Ye Chen down and dragged him back. Tianwu City. It was a city under the jurisdiction of the Tianxuan Sect, serving as one of the sect's subordinate cities. Ye Chen arrived in Tianwu City and spent a few days wandering about, sampling dishes from every renowned restaurant in town. The one who received him was the elder, who had previously presided over the auction with Shu Yushuan. He was Wang Xiuwu, the manager of the Wangbao Province Tianwu City branch. Oh, young Master Yin, long time no see. How have you been? Having been confined within the Xinchen Yuhun Tower for 2 years, his taste buds had grown utterly numb. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, Ye Chen altered his appearance to resemble Yin and made his way to the Wangbao Pavilion. Could it be that young Master Yin is here to auction off another young master or miss from some sect? Wang Xiuwu teased with a chuckle. 2 years ago, Ye Chen had captured Shu Yushuan, a direct disciple of the Xiang Sect, and brought her to the Wangbao Pavilion for auction. At the time, Wang Xiuwu had been utterly stunned. In his millennium of service at the Wangbao Pavilion, he had never encountered anyone who captured people for auction. It was only when Ye Chen informed him that Shu Yushuan's ancestral grandfather was present and would pay a hefty sum to retrieve her that he agreed to the auction. Manager Wang Jets. Ye Chen shook his head slightly, a faint smile gracing his face. Ha, this old one was merely joking. Young Master Yin, please, let us discuss this in private. Wang Xiuwu gestured with a smile, inviting him inside. The two made their way to an inner chamber, where Ye Chen took out all the magical treasures from his person, piling them until the entire room was filled. Wang Xiuwu was astounded just how many sects had this young man plundered to amass such a collection. He examined them carefully and discovered that many were fine quality items. Young Master Yin, many of these treasures are of exceptional quality. May I ask where you acquired them? Wang Xiuwu's eyes flickered with surprise after his thorough inspection. Manager Wang, that's none of your concern. Just give me a price. Ye Chen smiled. How about this? After pondering for a moment, Wang Xiuwu held up 3 fingers. Manager Wang, that price is rather low. Ye Chen's brows furrowed. Young Master Yin, you well know the current market conditions. This is already a generous offer. Wang Xiuwu said with a bitter smile. I cannot accept this price. Ye Chen shook his head. After lengthy haggling, they finally reached an agreement at 50 million mid-grade spirit stones. Haha, It's a pleasure doing business with you, young Master Yin. Wang Xiuwu said with a grin. Manager Wang is straightforward. Then I shall take my leave. Ye Chen rose and headed toward the exit of the VIP room, with Wang Xiuwu following behind to see him off. As Ye Chen passed the counter in the Wangbao Pavilion's main hall, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. He spotted two talismans within the display case that were extremely familiar to him. One was a defensive talisman capable of withstanding a full-strength strike from any cultivator below the nascent soul stage, priced at 1 million mid-grade spirit stones. The other was an offensive talisman that could inflict damage on cultivators below the nascent soul stage, also priced at 1 million mid-grade spirit stones. Ye Chen's eyes widened as he stared fixedly at the two talismans. Manager Wang, these defensive talismans are worth so much. Ye Chen's expression darkened. Young Master Yin may not be aware, but crafting these defensive and offensive talismans is extraordinarily difficult. The required materials are rare, and the process demands immense spiritual energy and mental effort, with an extremely low success rate. Hence, the price is naturally high. Wang Xiuwu explained with a smile upon noticing Ye Chen's reaction. Ye Chen was so furious he wanted to jump around, chiding himself bitterly inwardly. What a massive loss! 2 years ago, within a secret realm, a group of cultivators had been pursuing Su Chen. In order to conceal his cultivation level, Ye Chen had casually tossed out hundreds of offensive talismans. If he had known these things were so valuable back then, he would have rather exposed his cultivation than wasted them so recklessly. Wang Xiuwu was startled by Ye Chen's sudden reaction. Young Master Yin, what's wrong? After a moment of confusion, he asked. Manager Wang, take a look and tell me how much these talismans of mine are worth in spirit stones. Ye Chen pulled out dozens of defensive and offensive talismans from his storage ring. Wang Xiuwu was utterly shocked to see the talismans in Ye Chen's hands. Others sold them a few at a time, yet this young man produced dozens all at once. He hastily took the talismans and examined them carefully. Young Master Yin, the quality of your talismans exceeds ours by a full tier. Each defensive talisman could fetch at least 1,500,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Wang Xiuwu said excitedly. Hearing this, Ye Chen felt even more distressed. Those he had carelessly scattered were all huge amounts of spirit stones. Fortunately, he still had dozens left. Then Manager Wang, I'll leave these talismans to you. Ye Chen nodded slightly, handing over the talismans, already planning to find a way to make up for his losses. Don't worry, young Master Yin. I'll make sure everything is handled properly. Wang Xiuwu nodded repeatedly. After completing the transaction, Ye Chen left the Wangbao Pavilion with his newly acquired spirit stones. Ye Chen hummed a tune, idly playing with a high-grade spirit stone in his hand, his mood excellent as he stepped out of the Wangbao Pavilion. TSK, if I had known talismans were worth so much back then, I would have asked Lao Su for a few hundred more. Walking along, he shook his head and muttered to himself. Suddenly, he noticed a farce unfolding not far ahead. A young woman dressed in pale blue robes was surrounded by several young men in luxurious attire, her face a mask of anxiety and helplessness. The young woman was breathtakingly beautiful, her skin fair as snow, her features delicately drawn, and her clear eyes seemed to hold the vastness of stars and sea, making one unable to resist sinking into them. Oh! Isn't that Fairy Luo? Ye Chen recognized the woman at the center as Luo Qingchen. Pretty little thing, stop wasting your efforts. Just come with us willingly. One of the men, dressed in brocade robes and holding a folding fan, approached the young woman step by step with a lecherous smile. That's right. As long as you behave yourself, we'll make sure you live in luxury and indulge in every pleasure. Another man, burly with a face full of brutal features, chimed in. Stay back. If you come any closer, I won't be polite. The young woman's delicate face was frosty, her hand tightly gripping a long sword, its tip trembling slightly, clearly terrified out of her wits. Stop it. Just then, a clear voice suddenly rang out. Ye Chen's figure appeared before everyone, a carefree smile on his face. Where did this kid come from, daring to meddle in our affairs? The man in brocade robes frowned, looking at Ye Chen with displeasure. Oh ho, a bunch of nascent soul stage brats daring to play the part of kidnappers. Ye Chen glanced over the group, a mocking curve forming at the corners of his mouth. Kid, you're asking for it. The burly man flew into a rage and swung his fist straight at Ye Chen. Scram! Without even looking, Ye Chen casually waved his hand, and an invisible force sent the burly man flying. Bam! The burly man crashed heavily to the ground, blood gushing from his mouth, clearly suffering serious injuries. Third brother. Upon seeing this, the brocade-robed man's expression changed drastically, shock flashing across his eyes. He never expected that this seemingly harmless youth possessed such terrifying strength. Who exactly are you? The brocade-robed man suppressed the fear in his heart and asked in a low voice. Your grandpa. Ye Chen sneered, his figure flickering as he instantly appeared before the brocade-robed man. Bam! Another dull thud, and the brocade-robed man followed in the footsteps of the burly man, sent flying by a single punch from Ye Chen. With a series of swift dodges and movements, Ye Chen knocked the remaining few to the ground. Master Yi, thank you for your help. Luo Qingchong quickly stepped forward to express her gratitude to Ye Chen as the danger was lifted. Fairy Luo, there's no need for such formality between us. Ye Chen waved his hand, his gaze falling upon Luo Qingchong, a trace of tenderness flashing in his eyes. Fairy Luo, are you alright? Ye Chen asked with concern. I'm fine, thank you for your care, Master Yi. Luo Qingchong shook her head, casting a grateful glance at Ye Chen. Why did Fairy Luo come to Tianwu City alone? Ye Chen asked. Luo Qingchong hesitated for a moment, then finally decided to tell Ye Chen about her predicament. I snuck out. My master suffered a severe injury in the past and has less than 100 years to live. Only a 10,000-year ginseng can extend his life. I heard that a 10,000-year ginseng once appeared in Tianwu City, so I came here to try my luck, hoping to find one. As she spoke, a resolute look emerged in Luo Qingcheng's eyes, and she bit her lower lip slightly. 10,000-year ginseng? Ye Chen rubbed his chin. In the Immortal Realm, 10,000-year ginseng was common, but in Canglan Realm, it was extremely rare and precious. Does the fairy know where the news of the ginseng came from? Ye Chen asked. I received information that someone sold the ginseng to Wangbao Pavilion. Luo Qingcheng replied in a low voice. I'm familiar with Wangbao Pavilion. Why don't I accompany you there? Ye Chen smiled and extended his hand in an inviting gesture toward Luo Qingcheng. Really? Then I'm truly grateful to Master Yi. Hearing this, a glimmer of hope ignited in Luo Qingcheng's beautiful eyes. A 10,000-year ginseng was extremely rare in the Canglan Realm. Even with spirit stones, it wasn't always possible to buy one. If Luo Qingcheng went to Wangbao Pavilion herself, they might not sell it to her. But now that Ye Chen was acquainted with the pavilion, having him accompany her gave her hope of acquiring the ginseng. It's a trivial matter. Ye Chen waved his hand and turned to lead Luo Qingcheng to the Wangbao Pavilion. Manager 1, I heard you acquired a 10,000-year ginseng. Is it still available? Ye Chen, in the guise of Night Shadow, directly sought out Wang Xiuwu. It was only then that Luo Qingcheng realized Ye Chen was the Night Shadow who had thrown the aristocratic families of Tianwu City into turmoil 2 years prior. It turned out that Ye Chen was a hidden powerhouse, appearing to be at the qi refining stage while actually capable of defeating cultivators at the integration stage. Luo Qingcheng probed him repeatedly, yet Ye Chen indeed only had qi refining cultivation. She couldn't understand how Ye Chen managed to overpower integration stage cultivators. However, in the world of cultivation, everyone had their private matters, so Luo Qingcheng didn't press further. Wang Xiu pondered for a moment upon hearing this. To be honest with you, Master Yi, I did acquire a 10,000-year ginseng some days ago, but... Wang Xiu hesitated at this point. But what? Please speak freely, Manager Wang. Ye Chen pressed. But that ginseng was already secretly purchased by a wealthy merchant, and now its whereabouts are unknown. Wang Xiu's face showed difficulty, as he was not at liberty to disclose customer privacy. A wealthy merchant? What's his background? A sharp glint flashed in Ye Chen's eyes. He cared nothing for customer privacy. He believed that as long as he offered a high enough price, he could buy it back. Ye Chen still had a vast amount of spirit stones on him. Even if the merchant didn't want spirit stones, with Ye Chen's knowledge from the Immortal Realm, casually offering an immortal-grade cultivation technique would be more than enough to exchange for the ginseng. That merchant's surname is Zhao. He is a person of great wealth in Tianwu City, with boundless riches and powerful sect backing. Wang Xiu still answered truthfully. He knew Ye Chen was not as simple as he appeared, and given Ye Chen's righteous and vengeful nature, Wang Xiu believed Ye Chen wouldn't act recklessly. Interesting. A playful smile curled at the corner of Ye Chen's mouth. Looks like we need to pay this merchant Xiao a visit. Night fell, and city lights began to glow. Ye Chen and Luo Qingqing silently slipped into the Zhao residence. TSK, this Squire Zhao certainly knows how to enjoy himself. Ye Chen couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the magnificent mansion before him. This merchant had an excellent reputation, or else Night Shadow, Ye Chen's alias, would have already visited the Zhao residence 2 years ago. Master Yi, we should hurry and find the 10,000-year ginseng, Luo Qingqing said with some urgency. Don't rush, haste makes waste. Ye Chen said unhurriedly, his gaze scanning the surroundings. Suddenly, as if he had spotted something, he pulled Luo Qingqing toward a secluded courtyard. Master Yi, what did you find? Luo Qingqing asked in confusion. Shoo, don't speak, just follow me. Ye Chen made a gesture for silence and led Luo Qingqing to the courtyard gate. The courtyard gate was ajar, and faint sounds of combat came from within. Ye Chen and Luo Qingqing exchanged a glance, then cautiously pushed the door open and entered. As soon as they stepped inside, a strong stench of blood assaulted their noses. In the courtyard, dozens of corpses lay scattered about, blood staining the ground, resembling a hellish scene. This. Luo Qingqing covered her mouth, suppressing the nausea rising within her. Ye Chen frowned deeply, his gaze sweeping over the corpses and finally resting on a middle-aged man in ornate robes, a dagger embedded in his chest, still breathing. Are you Squire Zhao? Ye Chen stepped forward and asked in a low voice. Yes. It's me. Squire Zhao nodded with difficulty, blood seeping from the corners of his mouth. Who killed you? And where is the ginseng? Ye Chen continued. It was Canglan Sect. They took the ginseng. Squire Zhao said in a broken voice, using his last ounce of strength. Canglan Sect. A cold gleam flashed in Ye Chen's eyes. How audacious, to kill for treasure. Squire Zhao, Ye Chen, will avenge you. Ye Chen looked at Squire Zhao, who was on his last breath. Upon hearing Ye Chen's words, Squire Zhao slowly closed his eyes. Although Ye Chen was not a great benefactor, Squire Zhao had an excellent reputation in Tianxuan City. Since Ye Chen was already going to Canglan Sect to snatch the ginseng, avenging Squire Zhao along the way was only natural. Master Yi, what should we do now? Luo Qingqing asked. What else? Storm Canglan Sect and rid the world of evil. Ye Chen sneered. 2 years ago, in the mysterious valley, the integration stage ancestor of Canglan Sect had pursued Ye Chen, attempting to seize the 9-turn golden spirit fruit that Ye Chen had obtained. Ye Chen hadn't killed them then, he had only kidnapped their direct disciple, Xian Yushu. But Canglan Sect is the #1 sect in Tianwu City, with numerous experts. Luo Qingqing voiced her concern. Although she now knew Ye Chen was a hidden powerhouse capable of defeating integration stage cultivators, Canglan Sect also had Mahayana stage and even tribulation stage elders. What's there to fear? With me here, I guarantee you'll come through safe and sound, Ye Chen said with utmost confidence. With his current strength, though he couldn't outright defeat tribulation stage cultivators, he could still escape with ease. Moreover, the familiar feeling Luo Qingqing gave him made him want to help her. Ye Chen couldn't pinpoint where that familiarity came from, but a voice in the depths of his being told him that Luo Qingqing was important and he must protect her. As he spoke, he took out a black cloak from his storage ring and handed it to Luo Qingqing. Put it on, and let's go. Luo Qingqing took the cloak and draped it over herself without hesitation. Ye Chen also put on a black cloak, concealing his face. The two exchanged a glance, determination shining in both their eyes. The next moment, 2 dark silhouettes shot into the sky, speeding toward Canglan Sect. Against the night, they resembled vengeful spirits, drawing 2 cold arcs across the heavens. Ye Chen and Luo Qingqing's dark figures sliced through the night, arriving at Canglan Sect's mountain gate within a few breaths. Canglan Sect was built against the mountain, imposing and grand, with 2 massive stone lions at the gate, lifelike and majestic. Halt! Who dares to trespass on Canglan Sect? 2 disciples guarding the mountain, seeing the silhouettes descending from the sky, immediately became alert and drew their swords, shouting sternly. Call your sect master out and say an old friend has come to visit. Ye Chen spoke calmly, yet with an irrefutable authority. The sect master of Canglan Sect was also one of the 3 integration stage cultivators who had pursued Ye Chen in the mysterious valley. What arrogance! Do you know where you are? You dare demand our sect master come out to greet you? One of the disciples sneered, his face full of contempt. Indeed, you should take a good look at yourselves. Our sect master is of high status. How could he be seen by just anyone? Humph, reckless fool. Ye Chen's eyes flashed with cold sharpness, and his figure vanished from the spot like a ghost. 2 crisp slaps echoed, and the 2 mountain guarding disciples were sent flying like kites with broken strings. They crashed heavily to the ground, instantly knocked unconscious. Let's go! Ye Chen called to Luo Qingqun and strode boldly into the Xian Sect. The moment they stepped inside, a crowd of disciples swarmed around like a tide. Who dares to cause trouble in the Xian Sect? The leading disciple bellowed furiously. Ye Chen couldn't be bothered to waste words, directly releasing the overwhelming pressure of the nascent soul stage. The disciples felt as if a mountain were crushing down, struggling to breathe and collapsing one by one. Quick! Inform the sect master. A disciple shouted in panic. Shortly after, the current sect master of the Xian Sect, an old man in a purple robe with an immortal aura, hurried over with several elders. Who dares to make trouble in my Xian Sect? The sect master's gaze swept around like lightning, finally locking onto Ye Chen with the sharpness of an eagle. I am Ye Yin, and I have come today to claim something from your sect. Ye Chen said leisurely, casually removing his cloak to reveal the true face of Ye Yin. It's you! The sect master's face instantly turned grim, as if it could drip ink. He recognized Ye Chen's form as Ye Yin, the one who had stolen the 9 revolutions golden spirit fruit in the valley 2 years ago. Indeed, it's me. I've come for the 10,000-year ginseng. I hope the sect master will be accommodating. Ye Chen smiled slightly, his tone polite but his attitude extremely firm. Humph, just you. 2 years ago you got lucky and escaped. Today you walk right into my trap. Don't blame me for being ruthless. The sect master laughed in fury, his laughter filled with rage and disdain. Pfft! Who do you think you are to come demanding things from my Xian Sect? An elder with a fiery temper roared, looking as if he wanted to devour Ye Chen alive. Exactly. Do you have any idea where you are? Do you think the Xian Sect is a place you can come and go as you please? Another elder chimed in sarcastically. Elders, calm down. The sect master raised his hand to silence them, then fixed his blazing gaze upon Ye Chen like a burning torch. You claim the 10,000-year ginseng is in my Xian Sect. Do you have proof? The sect master had no intention of admitting the sect had stolen it. As a top righteous sect on the Canglan continent, if word got out that their ancestors had committed murder and robbery, they would surely be ridiculed by the world. Moreover, a vague unease stirred within him, sensing that Ye Chen was no ordinary man. After all, the man had effortlessly escaped from 3 integration stage masters 2 years ago. Zhao Yuanwei said so with his own dying breath. Is that not sufficient proof? Ye Chen sneered, his smile full of mockery. Nonsense. My Xian Sect is a righteous sect. How could we do such a despicable thing? The sect master denied with righteous indignation, his face flushed red. Hey, the sect master has a short memory. 2 years ago, didn't you do something similar? Ye Chen looked at the sect master with a half smile, his eyes filled with playful derision, as if watching a ridiculous performance. Upon hearing this, the sect master's face turned deathly pale. 2 years prior, he and the sect's 2 ancestors had chased Ye Yin in a mysterious valley, attempting to seize the 9 revolutions golden spirit fruit. But Ye Chen had been too cunning and easily escaped, leaving the matter unresolved. Now, Ye Chen was bringing it up publicly, shaming the sect master and slapping the Xian Sect's face in front of everyone. What exactly do you want? The sect master's tone now carried a hint of wariness, his voice trembling slightly. Ye Chen had effortlessly escaped the pursuit of 3 integration stage masters. And now he came back so brazenly, making the sect master suspect that Ye Chen had an extremely powerful backer. What I want isn't important. What matters is that today, I will take the 10,000-year ginseng. As he spoke, Ye Chen stepped forward without hesitation, and a terrifyingly oppressive aura instantly enveloped the entire Xian Sect. How dare you? The sect master's face darkened at the sight. Though he feared Ye Chen might have a powerful backer, this was the Xian Sect. How could he allow a mere brat to run rampant? Seize him! At the sect master's command, the elders behind him struck out simultaneously, lunging at Ye Chen. Overestimating yourselves. Ye Chen sneered, his figure flickering like a phantom as he vanished from the spot. Bam! 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 After several dull thuds, the elders of the Xian Sect were all sent flying by a single move, spitting blood and collapsing. With such pathetic strength, you dare show off before me? Ye Chen clapped his hands, his face full of disdain, as if mocking a bunch of clowns. You! The sect master's face turned extremely ugly, like a pig's liver. He never expected this young man to be so formidable that even the Tianxuan Sect's elders couldn't withstand a single move. It seems I'll have to resort to real skills today. A ruthless glint flashed in the sect master's eyes. He quickly formed hand seals, and a terrifying integration stage aura surged out from within him. Supreme Sect Master, please make your move and slay this villain. The Sect Master bowed reverently toward the direction of the Back Mountain, his demeanor extremely devout. Boom! A thunderous explosion resounded as a figure shot up from the Back Mountain like a rocket, hovering steadily in midair. It was an old man in a golden robe with white hair and a youthful face, exuding a dreadful aura that seemed to come from the abyss of hell. Tribulation Transcendent Stage. Ye Chen's eyes narrowed, thinking to himself, just as I suspected. Brat, you dare to break into my Tianxuan Sect and injure my disciples. Today, I'll make sure you never leave. The golden-robed elder's gaze was as cold as frost, fixed on Ye Chen with a voice that sent chills down one's spine. Old man, you finally showed yourself. Ye Chen sneered, his eyes devoid of fear but burning with fierce fighting spirit. Filth! A snot-nosed kid daring to act insolent before me. The golden-robed elder snorted, a flash of disdain in his eyes. He didn't take Ye Chen seriously at all. In his view, although Ye Chen had some strength, he was too young and limited in cultivation to be a match for him. Old man, you underestimate me too much. A playful smile curled at the corner of Ye Chen's mouth, his eyes gleaming with cunning like a fox preparing to hunt. Let me see what you old geezer of the Tribulation Transcendent Stage can really do. The moment Ye Chen finished speaking, his body shot toward the golden-robed elder like an arrow from a bow, swift as lightning. You're seeking death. The golden-robed elder's eyes blazed with fury. He struck out with his palm, and a massive golden hand formed from terrifying spiritual energy smashed toward Ye Chen. A paltry trick. Ye Chen snorted, neither dodging nor avoiding, casually tossing out a jade talisman. It was the ultimate defensive talisman inscribed by Su Taishu, capable of withstanding a full-force strike from a Tribulation Transcendence Master. The jade talisman blocked most of the attack while transforming into a golden fist radiance, colliding fiercely with the golden giant palm. Boom! A deafening explosion shook the entire Tianxuan Sect violently, as if a magnitude 10 earthquake had struck. Terrifying energy waves, like a raging tsunami, swept wildly in all directions. Ye Chen grunted, his chi and blood churning from the residual shock of the Tribulation Transcendent strike. A trace of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth, and his body flew backward like a cannonball. Young Master Yi, are you alright? Luo Qingcheng flew to catch him, her face filled with anxiety and concern, her beautiful eyes brimming with worry. I'm fine, just my chi and blood slightly thrown off by the shockwave. Ye Chen forced a faint smile, nonchalantly wiping the blood from his lips. He had deliberately allowed himself to be injured to make the golden-robed elder lower his guard, so that at the critical moment he could unleash the sword-intent jade talisman, aiming to severely wound the elder in one strike. Young lad, is this the foundation of your arrogance? The old man in golden robe stood steadily in mid-air, looking at Ye Chen with utter disdain, as if gazing upon a mere insignificant ant. The battle has only just begun, yet you already grow overconfident. Ye Chen gripped a sword-intent jade talisman tightly in his hand, a trace of madness flashing across his eyes. From this point onward, the true battle begins. As Ye Chen spoke, he summoned the Immortal Emperor sword with overwhelming momentum. A faint imperial aura radiated from the blade, instilling terror in all who felt it. The old man in golden robes furrowed his brow, a sense of foreboding rising within him. What exactly is this lad's background? His expression grew increasingly grave as he fixed his gaze upon the Immortal Emperor sword in Ye Chen's hand, daring not to look away. Despite his extensive experience in the Canglan Realm, he could not determine the grade of this divine artifact. Yet he understood that the Immortal sword was no ordinary weapon. The imperial aura it exuded filled him with dread. The lower cultivation disciples of the Tianxuan Sect were even more crushed by this pressure, trembling in silence with cold sweat beading on their foreheads. Never before in the Canglan Realm had the old man in golden robes encountered a divine artifact of such high grade, and grief stirred within him. He desired to kill Ye Chen and claim the Emperor's sword for himself. Ye Chen launched the first strike, wielding the Emperor's sword as spiritual energy surged around him, radiating an unstoppable momentum. Old man, prepare to die. With a mighty shout, Ye Chen surged forward once more, the Emperor's sword blazing with brilliant light as he slashed down at the old man in golden robes. This strike was merely a feint for Ye Chen's current cultivation level. Slaying a tribulation transcendence expert was hardly feasible. As the sword descended, the sword intent jade talisman in Ye Chen's hand simultaneously locked onto the old man in golden robes. With a sweeping gesture, the old man condensed an immensely powerful spiritual energy shield before him. Clang! The Emperor's sword collided with the shield, producing a piercing sound as sparks flew in all directions. Humph, lad, is that all you've got? The old man in golden robes sneered. Really? Then try this. A cold smile curled at the corners of Ye Chen's mouth. As he spoke, he instantly activated the sword intent jade talisman in his hand. An extremely sharp sword intent surged forth from the jade talisman, sweeping toward the old man in golden robes like a tidal wave. The old man's expression suddenly changed, and feeling the terrifying power of this sword intent, he realized it was already too late to evade. This was the sword intent carved by Su Taishu. Though merely an immortal sword intent, Su Taishu's cultivation was so profound that even this carved intent was sufficient to slay a tribulation transcendence cultivator. The sword intent pierced through the old man's defenses in an instant, leaving a deep wound upon his body. Pah! Blood erupted from the old man's mouth as he suffered severe injuries, his figure swaying unsteadily. Supreme Elder! The Tianxuan Sect disciples were struck with shock and horror at the sight. Even the several elders were terrified by the sword intent erupted from that jade talisman, cold sweat streaming down their foreheads. They had never felt such powerful sword intent before. Yet Luo Qingchong noticed that the sword intent unleashed when Ye Chen swung his blade was hardly inferior to that of the sword intent jade talisman. She gazed at Ye Chen, her eyes filled with flashing brilliance. Among the crowd, Xian Yushu was even more collapsed upon the ground in despair. 2 years prior, Ye Chen had abducted him and put him up for auction, stripping him of all dignity and leaving him unable to hold his head high ever since. He harbored a deep hatred for Ye Chen, and over these 2 years had devoted himself to cultivation, seeking an opportunity for revenge. The moment Ye Chen appeared at the Tianxuan Sect, he had been plotting how to ambush him, his thoughts consumed solely with putting Ye Chen to death. Now having witnessed Ye Chen's overwhelming power, he lay paralyzed on the ground in terror, his dull heart shattered. Given his mediocre aptitude, even another 100 years of cultivation would not make him Ye Chen's match. At this moment, he had abandoned all thoughts of revenge, praying only that Ye Chen would not notice him. Ye Chen had no attention to spare for a trivial figure like Xian Yushu. Seizing the momentum of his victory, he once again swung the Emperor's sword and launched another attack against the old man in golden robes. Lad, you push your luck too far. The old man in golden robes summoned his remaining strength to block Ye Chen's strike, shouting in fury. He was already at his limit, his fighting spirit exhausted, as fear began to well up within him. Ye Chen did not press his advantage, instead sheathing the Jinhong sword and waiting for the old man's next move. Cough, cough. The old man in golden robes spat blood, staining his snow-white beard crimson, and pointed trembling fingers at Ye Chen with terror in his eyes. What? What manner of person are you? Such sword intent. Impossible. In the Canglan continent, the highest achievement ever recorded was the Great Completion sword intent. The concept of immortal sword intent was entirely unknown to them. Ye Chen approached with a smile, planting his foot firmly on the old man's chest. Looking down upon him with an air of casual indifference, his tone carried a hint of nonchalance. Senior, might we now discuss the matter of the 10,000-year ginseng? I must warn you, my patience is limited, especially when dealing with unreasonable individuals. 10,000-year ginseng? What 10,000-year ginseng? I have no idea what you're talking about. The old man in golden robes clung to his last breath, refusing to yield. He would not surrender the ginseng. He had already reached the lifespan limit of the tribulation transcendence stage, and without it, he would perish within mere years. The old man in golden robes could not accept death so easily, hoping the 10,000-year ginseng might extend his life. If he could only live long enough, perhaps there remained a chance to ascend to immortality. Such thoughts were merely the old man's delusions. His potential had already been exhausted. Even with another 10,000 years, he would have no opportunity to advance further, let alone achieve ascension to immortality. Oh! It seems the senior prefers the hard way. Ye Chen's smile gradually faded, replaced by a chilling coldness. I detest being deceived most of all. Tell me, if I were to turn your Tianxuan Sect upside down, do you think I might find what I'm looking for? You dare! The old man in golden robes roared defiantly, though the weakness in his voice betrayed his inner terror. Watch me. As Ye Chen spoke, he applied slight pressure with his foot. The old man in golden robes let out a piercing scream before his head lolled to the side and he expired. Stop! At that moment, two figures rushed forward from the rear mountain at lightning speed. Supreme Elder. Ancestor! The Xian Sect disciples saw their arrivals and immediately cried out with excitement, regarding them as saviors. Both newcomers were the sect's Supreme Elder and Ancestor, peak stage experts of the integration stage who had already brushed against the threshold of the Mahayana stage renowned figures throughout the Canglan Realm. Though these arrivals were not yet at the Tribulation Transcendent stage, they believed Ye Chen had only defeated their ancestor through the Sword Intent Jade Talisman. The Xian Sect disciples assumed Ye Chen could not possibly still possess such a talisman. A Sword Intent Jade Talisman was a treasure that even a Tribulation Transcendence expert would need decades of painstaking effort to refine. With an exceedingly low success rate, no one would invest such tremendous resources unless it were for someone extraordinarily precious to them. Lad, you dare to slay our Xian Sect Supreme Elder. Today marks your death. The Supreme Elder roared in fury, unleashing a palm strike toward Ye Chen. Terrifying spiritual energy manifested as a colossal golden hand that blotted out the sky and sun, as though intent on crushing Ye Chen into paste. Are you serious? Ye Chen sneered and met the strike head-on without flinching, countering with his own palm. Boom! The two golden palms collided with a deafening explosion. A terrifying wave of energy rippled outward, causing the entire Xian Sect to tremble violently as though on the verge of collapse. Pah! The Supreme Elder grunted in pain, knocked back several steps by Ye Chen's strike, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. How is this possible? The Supreme Elder's expression shifted dramatically, his eyes filled with utter disbelief. He was a peak integration stage expert. How could he have been injured by a mere youth with a single palm strike? This lad is no ordinary opponent. The ancestor beside him also grew grave, recognizing that Ye Chen's true strength far exceeded what appeared on the surface. Old man, your turn comes now. Ignoring the Supreme Elder's shock, Ye Chen turned his gaze toward the ancestor, a fierce battle intent flashing in his eyes. Lad, you are exceedingly arrogant. The ancestor snorted coldly, releasing a terrifying pressure from his body that enveloped the entire Xian Sect. However, do you truly believe you can run rampant within our Xian Sect? Today, this old man will show you what a true powerhouse looks like. Exactly what I wanted. Ye Chen laughed aloud, his battle intent intensifying. Stop! At that moment, a clear, cold voice rang out. Luo Qingcheng flew to Ye Chen's side, grasping his hand, her beautiful eyes filled with worry. Master Yi, please cease this fight. Regarding the 10,000-year ginseng, we can find another way. Although Ye Chen had injured a peak integration stage expert with a single palm strike, the Xian Sect possessed numerous skilled fighters, and should they become surrounded, the consequences would be dire. Luo Qingcheng also felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity and closeness toward Ye Chen, and she could not bear the thought of him coming to harm because of her. Luo Qingcheng was well aware of the stakes, and she too felt an inexplicable familiarity and warmth toward Ye Chen. Not wanting him to risk himself for her sake, she only hoped to leave this place of trouble with him safely. Yet his gaze remained resolute, he tightly clasped Luo Qingcheng's hand, his mind made up today's matter would not be easily settled. Fairy Luo, rest assured, I know my limits. Ye Chen patted the back of her hand to reassure her. Brat, do you have any last words to say? The ancestor, seeing that Ye Chen completely ignored him, flew into a rage and spoke in a chilling tone. Last words. To deal with you, I need no last words. Ye Chen curled his lips into a cold smile, a glint of frost flashing in his eyes. Rather, are you prepared to die? As he spoke, he calmly took out two jade talismans from his storage ring and gave them a light shake. Sword Intent Talismans. The ancestor and the Supreme Elder's faces drastically changed at the sight of the talismans in Ye Chen's hand, their eyes filled with terror. How could you have so many of these? Sword Intent Talismans require decades of painstaking effort to refine. With an extremely low success rate, the entire Xian Sect did not possess a single one. Yet Ye Chen, he casually pulled out two more. Who exactly was this brat? Nothing is impossible. Ye Chen smiled faintly, but his tone carried an undeniable authority. Now, you can die. With that, he unhesitatingly activated the two sword intent talismans in his hand. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two overwhelmingly sharp sword intents shot out from the talismans, instantly piercing through the foreheads of the ancestor and the supreme elder. Thud! Thud! Two lifeless bodies collapsed to the ground, their eyes still frozen with deep fear and disbelief. A generation of powerhouses, thus fallen. The sword intent from the talismans, undiminished, continued to streak toward the other elders and the sect master. These elders were only at the nascent soul and spirit transformation stages. Before they could react, the sword intent pierced through their heads, killing them instantly. The entire Xian sect fell into dead silence. All disciples stared in stunned disbelief, as if turned to stone, their minds engulfed in shock. The Xian sect had a notorious reputation, so Ye Chen felt no qualms about killing them. This was too terrifying. Two peak harmony stage experts, and several spirit transformation cultivators, all killed in an instant. Not to mention their harmony stage sect master was also killed instantly. What kind of monster was this brat? Now, is there anyone else who objects? Ye Chen scanned the surroundings, his voice ice cold, carrying a suffocating pressure. No one dared to speak, all lowered their heads, their eyes filled with fear. After all, even the ancestor, the supreme elder, and the sect master had been killed. How could they dare to act recklessly? The Xian sect was effectively annihilated. All elders above the spirit transformation stage had been slain by Ye Chen. Without any powerhouses to guard them, the remaining low-level disciples would either scatter like birds and be absorbed by other sects, or be attacked by other sects and killed to the last. Ye Chen paid no attention to these disciples and did not slaughter them further. Their future fate would be up to their own choices. He did not wish to create too much bloodshed. The sect's poor reputation was mainly due to the actions of the high-ranking members who were merely influenced by them, not truly evil. Though Ye Chen acted decisively, he was not bloodthirsty. Today's events served as a lesson to the Xian sect. He hoped these disciples would learn to discern right from wrong, walk the righteous path, and not repeat the same mistakes. Is there anyone else who objects? Ye Chen's voice echoed through the silent Xian sect like frost from the 9 abysses, carrying a pressure that made even souls tremble. The disciples were mute with fear, none daring to utter a single word. After all, even the ancestor had been instantly killed. Who would be foolish enough to throw away their life? Ye Chen paid no heed to these insignificant underlings. He strode directly to the pile of corpses, waved his hand, and sucked all their storage pouches into his grasp. TSK, these old fellows really didn't skimp on plundering the people's wealth. Ye Chen rummaged through the pouches, shaking his head in mock lament. Master Yi, what are you looking for? Luo Qingcheng asked, unable to resist, as she watched his carefree demeanor. 1,000-year ginseng, your master's lifeline. Ye Chen replied without looking up, his hands moving swiftly as he turned every pouch inside out. He stashed all the spirit stones into his own storage ring, and gathered the magical artifacts as well, planning to exchange them for spirit stones later at the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion. Finally, when he reached the pouch of the old man in gold robes, the Xian sect's tribulation transcendence ancestor Ye Chen's eyes lit up. Found it! He pulled out a jade box, opened it to reveal a translucent, 1,000-year ginseng brimming with a rich life aura. This old fellow really had a lot of treasures. Ye Chen handed the jade box to Luo Qingcheng with a smile. Here, what you wanted. Thank you, Master Yi. Luo Qingcheng took the jade box, her beautiful eyes filled with gratitude. Don't mention it, it was nothing. Ye Chen waved his hand casually, his expression utterly unconcerned. Not only had he dealt with the Xian sect, but he had also emptied their treasury, obtaining a mountain of spirit stones. Ye Chen looked at the piled-up spirit stones, grinning from ear to ear. Let's go. It's not safe to stay here. We'll leave first. As soon as the words fell, Ye Chen and Luo Qingcheng transformed into two streaks of light and vanished into the sky. Only the corpses and the deathly silence of the Xian sect remained. The news of the Xian sect's annihilation spread like a hurricane across the entire Canglan continent. No one had expected that this ancient behemoth, which had stood for millennia, could be razed to the ground in a single night. Even more shocking was that the perpetrators were just two young people. For a time, rumors flew thick and fast. Some said the killers were a male and a female peerless expert, the man extraordinarily handsome, the woman breathtakingly beautiful, and together they overwhelmed even a tribulation transcendence cultivator. Others claimed the killers were immortals from the upper realm, and that the Tianxuan Sect had brought this calamity upon itself by offending the wrong people. Various versions of the rumors painted Ye Chen and Chen as almost mythical figures, as if they were merciless demons. Yet, Ye Chen and Chen were utterly unaware of all this. At this moment, they were situated in a secluded mountain range. Ye Chen kindled a campfire and roasted the spirit beast meat he had borrowed from the Tianxuan Sect. Chen sat beside him, her beautiful eyes fixed unblinkingly on Ye Chen, brimming with confusion. What's wrong? Do I have a flower on my face? Ye Chen, feeling uneasy under her gaze, couldn't help but ask. Young Master Yi, your cultivation is clearly formidable. Why do you conceal it? Chen inquired with a puzzled expression. What's the benefit of being highly advanced? All sorts of people would come to challenge me, bringing endless trouble. Ye Chen chuckled and continued, it's better to hide my true strength, keep a low profile, and seek peace and freedom. I can even sleep soundly, nothing compares to that. Most people cultivate for fame and the reverence of thousands, but young Master Yi is so unique. Chen smiled gently, her warmth like a spring breeze. Ye Chen was momentarily captivated. Sensing his gaze, Chen's delicate face flushed slightly, and she averted her eyes, unable to meet his stare. Noticing her change in expression, Ye Chen quickly snapped back to reality, a hint of embarrassment on his face. Oh, well, I don't care about those vain titles. As long as I can follow my heart and not be troubled by trivial matters, that's enough. Ye Chen waved his hand a little awkwardly. Young Master Yi's perspective is indeed unique. Chen blushed, also feeling a bit shy. Come, have some meat. It's quite tasty. Ye Chen broke the awkward atmosphere, handing a piece of roasted spirit beast meat to Chen. Chen took the meat, took a gentle bite, and a smile curled at the corners of her lips. Young Master Yi, what exactly is your cultivation level? Chen voiced another doubt. How could you so easily defeat those powerful experts of the Tianxuan Sect, even the tribulation transcendence ancestor, who couldn't withstand a single move from you? What do you think? Ye Chen countered, the corners of his mouth lifting into a mischievous grin. He released the aura of his nascent soul peak cultivation. Chen watched Ye Chen's infuriating expression, her confusion growing. Who exactly was this guy? I can't guess. Chen shook her head, giving up. Then it's right that you can't. Ye Chen laughed heartily and handed her another piece of roasted spirit beast meat. Here, try my cooking. This is from a spirit beast that those old fogies of the Tianxuan Sect raised for years. Chen took the meat and bit into it, and an indescribably delicious flavor spread through her mouth. Delicious. Chen couldn't help but praise. Then eat more. Ye Chen smiled. After we've eaten and drunk our fill, we still have to journey on. They chatted while eating, and the atmosphere gradually became harmonious. Still, Chen couldn't stop speculating about Ye Chen's cultivation. Seeing her give up, Ye Chen put away his smile and said seriously. Fairy Luo, I really am only at the nascent soul peak. But the cultivation method I practice is special. I have comprehended a trace of the power of laws, which allows me to catch my opponents off guard and defeat those strong. Chen's eyes widened, her face filled with shock. Young Master Yi, you are under 18 and have already reached the nascent soul peak. That is astonishing enough. And you have even comprehended the power of laws. This is simply unimaginable. Moreover, the sword intent you displayed at the Tianxuan Sect clearly surpassed the great perfection sword intent. This? Chen's face was a picture of incredulity. In the Canglan continent, reaching the golden core stage by 18 was already considered an extraordinary prodigy. Yet Ye Chen had broken through to the nascent soul peak. Fairy Luo, don't be surprised. My constitution is special. I am naturally attuned to the laws. Ye Chen smiled gently. Young Master Yi, could you tell me about the power of laws you've comprehended? Chen calmed her emotions and asked tentatively. Ye Chen nodded. Fairy Luo, since you wish to hear, I will share with you. With that, he began explaining the essential points of comprehending the power of laws. Chen listened intently, nodding continuously. Fairy Luo, comprehending the power of laws is not achieved overnight. It requires long-term accumulation and precipitation. After finishing the explanation, Ye Chen advised. Young Master Yi's discourse has greatly benefited Qingqing. I will surely ponder it deeply in the days to come. Luo Qingqing nodded, filled with gratitude. Fairy Luo, there's no need to be formal. You don't have to call me young master. Just address me by my name from now on. Ye Chen smiled slightly and raised his hand in a gentle wave. A blush crept onto Luo Qingqing's face. Ye Chen, then you should also call me by my name directly. Luo Qingqing said softly, looking at Ye Chen. Ye Chen laughed and replied, all right, Qingqing. They exchanged smiles, and the atmosphere grew warmer with their increasingly intimate address. Young Master Yi, what are your plans from now on? Luo Qingqing broke the silence. Qingqing, I don't have any clear plans yet. I'm just thinking of wandering around. I can't go back to the sect for now. Ye Chen looked up, his gaze somewhat lost as he stared at the sky. Why is that? Luo Qingqing looked puzzled. My master, Su Lomo, locked me in a broken pagoda for 2 whole years, forcing me to cultivate. I barely managed to escape. Ye Chen smiled bitterly. Is that so? Why did Senior Su treat you like that? Luo Qingqing was astonished. I never cultivated in the sect. My master, Su Lomo, was afraid I would waste my training, so he locked me up and forced me to cultivate. Ye Chen sighed and gave a wry smile. Luo Qingqing's eyes widened in shock. Ye Chen, you never cultivate yet have such high cultivation. This is unheard of. Just how terrifying is your talent? Qingqing, don't press me on it. I'm confused myself. Ye Chen shrugged helplessly, not wanting to reveal the secret of the heavenly doll pearl and the ability to directly refine spirit stones to improve his cultivation. Luo Qingqing nodded thoughtfully, understanding that everyone in the cultivation world has their own secrets, so she stopped asking. Yet her curiosity and amazement at Ye Chen's talent remained. The two began to chat idly. Luo Qingqing started telling Ye Chen about her master and her own story. Ye Chen then learned that Luo Qingqing's master was named Yongmui, a renowned medical immortal on the Canglan continent. Unfortunately, in her early years, while treating the common people, she was severely injured, leading to a dwindling lifespan. The 10,000-year ginseng was the only spiritual medicine that could extend her life. I see. Ye Chen nodded, his heart filled with sympathy for Luo Qingqing and her master's plight. Ye Chen, what about you? Why did you help me? Luo Qingqing asked. Why did you help me? Luo Qingqing asked. When one sees injustice, one should draw their sword to help. Is this not what a true hero should do? Ye Chen said with a smile, recalling the events of his encounter with Luo Qingqing in the Heavenly Emperor's secret realm 2 years ago. Thank you, Ye Chen. Luo Qingqing thanked him again, a strange glint appearing in her beautiful eyes. She invited Ye Chen to visit the 100 Flowers Palace, wanting to exchange insights on comprehending the laws of the world. Since Ye Chen had nowhere else to go, he agreed. The two traveled together, chatting as they went, their bond growing ever closer. And Ye Chen gradually developed feelings for this kind and beautiful woman. A few days later, the two arrived at the 100 Flowers Palace. Ye Chen also reverted to his true appearance, with his cultivation level showing only as Qi refining 9th stage. The 100 Flowers Palace was surrounded by fragrance and colorful butterflies fluttering about, like a dreamlike fairyland. The 100 Flowers Palace has always only accepted female disciples, so no men are seen throughout the sect. Generally, men are not allowed to enter unless they receive permission or an invitation from the higher-ups. As the new holy maiden of the 100 Flowers Palace, Luo Qingqing had the authority to invite trusted men into the sect. Ye Chen, this is the 100 Flowers Palace. Luo Qingqing introduced with a smile. Truly a breathtakingly beautiful place. Ye Chen couldn't help but sigh with genuine admiration. As they entered the palace, many female disciples bowed and greeted them. Senior Sister Luo is back. The Holy Maiden is back. Luo Qingqing took Ye Chen to a courtyard and arranged for him to stay. Ye Chen, rest here for now. I'll go see Master, Luo Qingqing said. Ye Chen nodded. After Luo Qingqing left, Ye Chen strolled leisurely around the courtyard. Suddenly, a crisp voice came from somewhere. You must be Ye Chen who came back with Senior Sister Luo. Ye Chen turned around and saw a young girl in a pink dress. That's right. May I ask who you are? Ye Chen asked. I'm Xiao Tao, Senior Sister Luo's junior sister, Xiao Tao said, blinking her bright, lively eyes. The two began chatting, and Xiao Tao curiously asked about Ye Chen and Luo Qingqing's experiences. At that moment, Luo Qingqing approached. Xiao Tao, stop pestering Ye Chen, Luo Qingqing said. Xiao Tao stuck out her tongue and skipped away. Master wants to see you, Luo Qingcheng told Ye Chen. She recounted to her master how Ye Chen had helped her obtain the 10,000-year ginseng. Of course, she did not mention Ye Chen's true cultivation level or the matter of the Purple Sun Sect's destruction. That was Ye Chen's own secret, and even when facing her master, Luo Qingcheng would never reveal a single word as long as Ye Chen himself did not speak of it. She only said that Ye Chen was acquainted with the Wangbao Pavilion, and it was through his intervention that the 10,000-year ginseng was sold to her. Ye Chen followed Luo Qingcheng into a room and saw the medical immortal sitting cross-legged on the bed. Although the medical immortal looked haggard, her eyes still radiated kindness. Ye Chen, this is my master, Yao Miui, Luo Qingcheng introduced softly, guiding Ye Chen to the bedside. This humble one is Ye Chen, paying respects to the esteemed medical immortal. I have long heard of your renown, and today's meeting confirms your immortal bearing and noble character, truly inspiring reverence. Ye Chen bowed slightly, showing a pure and harmless smile, with just the right amount of concern in his tone. Young Master Yi need not be so formal. Qingqing has been under your care, and this old woman thanks you here, Yao Miui said with a weak smile, waving her hand. You flatter me, senior. Qingqing has a kind heart and is always willing to help others. It is my honor to be of assistance, Ye Chen replied, his gaze subtly scanning Yao Miui as he pondered inwardly. This injury is more severe than I imagined. No wonder the 10,000-year ginseng can only sustain her life. When Ye Chen was in the Immortal Realm, he had perused numerous texts in his leisure time, including some long-lost alchemy secrets. Relying on his extraordinary photographic memory and profound comprehension of the principles of heaven and earth, he had mastered considerable alchemy knowledge. At this moment, he secretly activated the myriad laws immortal eye to carefully examine Yao Miui's injuries. He discovered that her meridians were completely severed and her internal organs severely damaged. Had it not been for her profound cultivation, she would have perished long ago. Although the 10,000-year ginseng is precious, it can only treat the symptoms, not the root cause. To thoroughly cure your injuries, senior, several extremely rare medicinal ingredients are needed, Ye Chen said casually, retracting his gaze. Oh! Both Yao Miui and Luo Qingcheng were startled and turned to look at Ye Chen simultaneously. Luo Qingcheng's beautiful eyes filled with astonishment. She had only considered Ye Chen a talented young man with profound cultivation, never expecting him to also excel in medicine. Moreover, he had immediately pinpointed the key reason why the 10,000-year ginseng could not cure her master's injuries. As the medical immortal, Yao Miui naturally understood the meaning behind Ye Chen's words. May I ask what those several medicinal ingredients are, young Master Yi? She asked, suppressing her excitement. Ye Chen smiled faintly, pretended to ponder for a moment, and then slowly said, besides the 10,000-year ginseng, we also need grade 9 snow lotus, 9-leaf soul-returning grass, and 7-leaf panax. With each name he mentioned, Luo Qingqing and Yao Miui's hearts trembled. These medicinal ingredients were all rare spiritual treasures in the world. How difficult it would be to gather them all. Young Master Yi, we have also thought about those medicinal ingredients you mentioned, but... Luo Qingqing hesitated, a trace of sorrow flashing in her beautiful eyes. But they are too precious and can be encountered but not sought, is that so? Ye Chen took over the conversation, his tone carrying a hint of cynical amusement. Luo Qingcheng nodded gently, but her confusion deepened. Why did Ye Chen know so much about these matters? Could he really just be a useless disciple of the Heavenly Dao sect who disliked cultivation? Qing Chen, you do not know. Ye Chen deliberately drew out his voice, a mysterious smile on his face. Luo Qingchen's heart instantly rose to her throat. Could Ye Chen really have a solution? Actually, Ye Chen paused, his gaze sweeping over Luo Qingchen's breathtakingly beautiful face full of anticipation. He secretly chuckled in his heart. This girl was so pure and easy to fool. Actually, as for me, I may not have any special abilities, but my luck is surprisingly good. As for these medicinal ingredients, I happen to have seen them all. Ye Chen deliberately acted nonchalant, yet his tone revealed an undeniable confidence. What? Both Luo Qingqing and Yao Miui exclaimed in disbelief, staring at Ye Chen. How was this possible? Those heavenly treasures and earthly spiritual materials that only existed in legends, he had actually seen them all? Ye Chen, seeing their shocked expressions, felt secretly pleased, but on the surface he still maintained his cynical demeanor, as if he had merely said something ordinary. However, Ye Chen changed his tone, adding an air of difficulty. Those medicinal ingredients are all in extremely dangerous locations. Obtaining them is not an easy task. As long as I can heal master's injuries, Qingqun is willing to venture into any dangerous place. Luo Qingqun said without hesitation, her beautiful eyes shining with unwavering determination. Qingchang. Dr. Yao Miui gazed at her disciple with deep emotion, her heart brimming with gratification. Ye Chen, do you truly have a solution? Luo Qingchun turned her head to look at Ye Chen, her eyes filled with hopeful light. Ye Chen gazed into Luo Qingchun's clear eyes, his heart stirred slightly. This girl was truly so naively endearing. As for a solution, well, it's not like I don't have one. Ye Chen deliberately drew out his words, a slight curve forming at the corners of his mouth, his eyes and brows carrying a hint of teasing. Watching Luo Qingchun become both shy and anxious, yet unable to restrain her anticipation for his next words. Ye Chen, tell me quickly. Luo Qingchun couldn't help but stomp her foot. Her usual cold elegance vanished completely, transformed into that of a young girl whose curiosity had been fully aroused and who was now impatiently waiting. Yao Miui watched from the side, secretly amused in her heart. This girl maintained a cold demeanor toward everyone in daily life, so why did she transform into an entirely different person whenever Ye Chen was around? Well, the truth is, I don't possess any particular skills, but I do have good fortune. As for these medicinal herbs, I happen to have seen them all before, and... Ye Chen struggled to suppress his amusement, cleared his throat, and then spoke at a leisurely pace. And they're all right here with me. Seeing Luo Qingchun become genuinely anxious from his teasing, Ye Chen decided to stop playing with her. He paused for a moment, observing both Luo Qingchun and Yao Miui holding their breath in tension, and then spoke slowly, emphasizing each word. Those legendary heavenly treasures and earthly materials, was he really carrying them on his person? Ye Chen observed the stunned expressions on both their faces, secretly pleased with himself. Yet on the surface, he maintained his usual carefree and nonchalant demeanor, as though he had merely stated something entirely ordinary. He slowly raised his right hand, and within his palm, a flash of light revealed a 9th-grade snow lotus emitting a luminous white glow appearing in his hand. The snow lotus was crystal clear and translucent, with droplets of dew still clinging to its petals, radiating a refreshing fragrance that immediately revealed it to be a rare spiritual treasure in this world. Immediately afterward, Ye Chen repeated the same technique. 9-leaf soul-returning grass, 7-leaf Paris polyphylla. One legendary heavenly treasure after another appeared in his hands without warning, filling the entire table. Luo Qingqun and Yao Miui were completely stunned. In all their lives, they had never seen such an abundance of heavenly treasures and earthly materials. And these were being produced from the hands of a youth who appeared to be merely 18 or 19 years old. All of these are. Luo Qingqun was so overwhelmed with emotion that she could barely form coherent words, only able to stare blankly at Ye Chen. These are all intended for healing your injuries, senior. Ye Chen offered a gentle smile and carefully set the medicinal herbs holding onto the table. Qingchang, rest assured. If I say I can heal senior's injuries, then I certainly will. Though his tone was casual and understated, it carried an unshakable confidence that left no room for doubt, making others instinctively inclined to trust him. Ye Chen, you. Luo Qingchun gazed at Ye Chen, her beautiful eyes glistening with crystalline tears, 1,000 unspoken words ultimately condensing into a single whispered expression of gratitude. Thank you. Silly girl, there's no need to thank me. These medicinal herbs were priceless treasures to the Canglan continent, but to Ye Chen, they were merely ordinary materials. It's getting late. I'll begin refining the pills now. Ye Chen organized the medicinal herbs in his hands. After speaking, he no longer paid attention to Luo Qingqun and focused entirely on pill refinement. His hands moved like lightning, and as his fingertips danced, clusters of flames ignited from nowhere, enveloping those precious medicinal herbs as he began to slowly refine them. Yao Miui and Luo Qingqun watched quietly from the side, daring not to breathe, lest they disturb Ye Chen. As a medical immortal, Yao Miui possessed some knowledge of pill refinement and could immediately recognize the exceptional skill in Ye Chen's techniques. Those precious herbs seemed to come alive in his hands, constantly shifting and transforming with his movements. Eventually they merged together, condensing into crystal clear pills one by one. Time passed second by second, and sweat gradually beaded on Ye Chen's forehead. Yet he never ceased his movements, becoming instead more focused and meticulous. Finally, as the last pill was completed, Ye Chen exhaled deeply, a look of relief spreading across his face. It's done. He murmured softly, his voice carrying a hint of exhaustion but mostly joy and satisfaction. Ye Chen, are you alright? Luo Qingchong quickly stepped forward and asked with concern. I'm fine. It only cost me some spiritual energy. A brief rest will suffice. Ye Chen shook his head and handed the pills in his hand to Yao Miui. Senior, these pills were refined for you. Please take them quickly. Yao Miui accepted the pills and examined them closely for a moment, her eyes filled with astonishment. This is the 9-turn soul returning pill. She cried out in shock, staring at Ye Chen in disbelief. You actually managed to refine the 9-turn soul returning pill. The 9-turn soul returning pill was a legendary divine medicine with the miraculous power to restore the dead to life. Even across the entire Canglan continent, it was absolutely an extremely rare existence. She never expected that Ye Chen could actually refine such a legendary pill. Senior has keen eyes. This is indeed the 9-turn soul returning pill. Ye Chen smiled faintly, his tone carrying a hint of pride. The alchemy he cultivated was the supreme pill refinement technique of the Wuji Immortal Sect from the Immortal Realm. The mere 9-turn soul returning pill was naturally well within his capabilities. Ye Chen, you. Who exactly are you? Yao Miui looked at Ye Chen, her eyes filled with complex emotions. This youth who appeared to be only 18 or 19 years old not only possessed unfathomable cultivation, but was also proficient in pill refinement. He could even refine legendary pills like the 9-turn soul returning pill. Such talent was simply unprecedented. Ye Chen was about to explain when Luo Qingchong interrupted him. Master, Ye Chen is my friend. He came here this time to help heal your injuries. Luo Qingchong said, as for other matters, we can discuss them later. Hearing this, Yao Miui gave Ye Chen a deep look and finally nodded, not pressing further. She understood that everyone had their own secrets, and since Ye Chen was unwilling to speak, she had no reason to force him. Ye Chen, thank you. Yao Miui looked at Ye Chen and said sincerely. This time, I owe my life to you. Otherwise, this old life of mine would have been. You flatter me, senior. It was but a small effort. Ye Chen smiled faintly. Though his tone was calm, it carried an unquestionable confidence. He knew that the 9 revival soul pill could not only heal Yao Miui's injuries, but also help her advance further along the martial path, even breaking through to a higher realm. And this was precisely what he hoped to see. After all, Luo Qingchong was the woman he had chosen, and of course he wished for her to be happy and fulfilled. As Luo Qingchong's master, Yao Miui's safety and happiness were of paramount importance to her. The sense of familiarity Luo Qingchong evoked within him grew ever stronger, as though in a past life she had already been his woman. For Luo Qingchong, he would sacrifice everything, even defying the heavens themselves if necessary. Yao Miui did not hesitate for a moment, placing the 9 revival soul pill into her mouth. The pill dissolved instantly, transforming into a warm, soothing current that flowed through her body. Her previously pale complexion rapidly regained its rosy hue, and the frail aura that had enveloped her began to dissipate. The severed meridians started to reconnect, and her damaged internal organs healed at an astonishing pace. Everyone watched intently, witnessing her miraculous transformation with their own eyes. Her once haggard face gradually smoothed and tightened, the wrinkles vanishing as though erased. Her skin radiated the luminous glow of youth. Before long, Yao Miui opened her eyes, her gaze bright and sharp, her entire being emanating an immense vitality and vigor. Her once snow-white hair turned jet black and lustrous, making her appear decades younger, like a mature beauty of exquisite grace. I have never felt this well in my life. Yao Miui rose to her feet, stretching her limbs, her face alight with astonishment and gratitude. Master, you are finally recovered. Luo Qingqing threw herself into Yao Miui's embrace, tears of joy streaming down her face. This is all thanks to Ye Chen. Yao Miui gently patted Luo Qingqing's back. Seeing you recover brings me genuine joy. Ye Chen offered a faint smile, appearing entirely unfazed. The disciples of 100 Flowers Palace rushed over, and upon witnessing Yao Miui's dramatic transformation, they were filled with both shock and delight. The palace master has recovered. This is wonderful. We owe Lord Yi our deepest gratitude. The crowd erupted in jubilation, and the entire 100 Flowers Palace was immersed in a sea of joy. Ye Chen, your kindness to 100 Flowers Palace is beyond repayment. From this day forward, the entire palace is at your command. Yang Miao gazed at Ye Chen with profound gratitude, deeply impressed by him. Ye Chen had not merely saved Yang Miao, he had rescued the entire 100 Flowers Palace. The sect was composed entirely of women, and without a powerful cultivator to guard it, it would inevitably be besieged and torn apart by rival sects. The disciples would have been captured and forced into the role of cultivation vessels for demonic cultivators. Senior, you are too kind. Luo Qingchong is my friend, I merely did what I should have done. Ye Chen hastened to reply. Regardless, you will always be an honored guest of 100 Flowers Palace, Yang Miao declared. As night fell, Luo Qingchong accompanied Ye Chen back to the courtyard where he was staying. Ye Chen, thank you. Luo Qingchong gazed at him with unwavering eyes, a trace of affection lingering within them. No. Ye Chen turned his head and met her gaze, their eyes locking together. Under the moonlight, Luo Qingchong was breathtakingly beautiful, leaving Ye Chen momentarily spellbound. Then, how do you plan to thank me? Ye Chen asked, gazing at Luo Qingchong in a daze. Luo Qingchong understood his meaning perfectly, and a blush quickly spread across her delicate face. She stepped forward swiftly, embraced Ye Chen, and pressed a gentle kiss to his lips before quickly fleeing the courtyard. By the time Ye Chen came to his senses, she had already disappeared far away. Ye Chen smiled faintly, lifting a finger to trace his lips where her fragrance still lingered. In the days that followed, Ye Chen settled into life at 100 Flowers Palace. He poured all the spirit stones he had acquired into the heavenly pearl, and his cultivation was simultaneously unleashed to the third stage of divine transformation. After breaking through, Ye Chen sealed his cultivation back down to the 9th level of qi condensation. During his time at 100 Flowers Palace, Ye Chen spent his days grilling meat, living a carefree and idle life. The lively Xiaotao often came to him seeking roasted meat, deeply curious about his refusal to cultivate. In response, Ye Chen could only claim he was too lazy to cultivate. The truth was, he wished he could, but conventional cultivation was useless to him. Only the heavenly pearl refining spirit stones or absorbing exceptionally dense spiritual energy could elevate his cultivation. Luo Qingchong also visited Ye Chen daily to discuss her insights into comprehending the laws, and their bond deepened rapidly. With Ye Chen's help, Luo Qingchong successfully comprehended the laws and broke through to the nascent soul stage. Overjoyed, Luo Qingchong bounced with excitement and could not resist planting a kiss on Ye Chen's cheek before darting away like a frightened rabbit. Breaking through to the nascent soul stage at 18 was an unprecedented feat across the Canglan continent. Moreover, Luo Qingchong had comprehended the power of the laws. Such an occurrence was exceedingly rare even in the Immortal Realm, with the sole exception of Ye Chen, a prodigy beyond compare. He had shattered through to the void refinement stage at 15 in the Immortal Realm and had also comprehended the laws of heaven and earth. Meanwhile, as Ye Chen lived a leisurely life at 100 Flowers Palace, surrounded by beautiful companions, Su Taishu, far away at Tianxuan Sect, was already devising a troublesome matter that would send Ye Chen into a rage. Tianxuan Sect rose through swirling clouds, resembling a celestial paradise. Within the grand hall of the main peak, the atmosphere was subtly tense. Xuanji Zhenren sat at the head, his brow slightly furrowed. Gazing down at the elegant beauty and the charming young maiden beside her, he sighed inwardly. The beauty was none other than Lu Qingyi, the sect leader of Qing Pavilion. The young girl was Murong Shui, the holy maiden of Qing Pavilion. Senior brother Xuanji, Qing Pavilion faces catastrophe. I beg you, for the sake of our past bonds, lend us your aid. Lu Qingyi's voice was filled with sorrow, her eyes red and glistening, her appearance heartbreakingly fragile. Speak, junior sister. Tianxuan Sect will not refuse to help in any way we can, Xuanji Zhenren replied with solemn sincerity. Our sect's tribulation stage ancestor has passed away, and we now lack any powerful cultivator to defend it. I fear. Lu Qingyi could barely continue, her voice breaking into sobs. Her tear-stained face was so heart-wrenching that anyone witnessing it would be moved to pity. Junior sister's meaning is... Xuanji Zhenren's heart stirred, and he guessed what was coming. I implore Tianxuan Sect to enter into a marital alliance with Qing Pavilion, to preserve our sect's century-long legacy. Lu Qingyi rose and bowed deeply. Murong Shui followed, her long lashes trembling as she concealed the complex emotions within her eyes. In the cultivation world, the strong devoured the weak, and a sect without powerful guardians would inevitably become prey upon the chopping block. This was especially true for a sect like Qing Pavilion, composed entirely of female cultivators. Compounding the crisis, news had recently spread that Tianxuan Sect had been destroyed by a mysterious figure, sending every sect into panic. Xuanzhi Zhenren felt an overwhelming sense of dread. A marital alliance? This was no trivial matter. Yet scanning the young disciples of Tianxuan Sect, he truly could not find a suitable candidate. Could he really be expected to offer his old bones to marry a young maiden? Preposterous! Xuanzhi Zhenren's thoughts had strayed far astray. As the holy maiden of Qing Pavilion, Murong Shui was not someone who could be married off to just any disciple. The match needed to align in age, talent, and status with the holy maiden. Xuanzhi Zhenren found himself in a difficult position, for Tianxuan Sect currently lacked a holy son and had no disciple meeting such requirements. Junior sister, regarding this matter. Xuanzhi Zhenren was about to gently decline when inspiration suddenly struck. A lazy, familiar figure surfaced in his mind. Of course. How could I have forgotten that boy? Junior sister, please wait while I consult with the Supreme Elder. Xuanzhi Zhenren rose and hurried away. Behind the mountain, in the purple bamboo forest, Su Taishu lounged in a rocking chair, basking in the sun with a flask of wine in hand, sipping leisurely, utterly at ease. Supreme Elder, you certainly know how to enjoy life. Xuanzhi Zhenren observed the scene, his heart filled with envy. He wished he could be as carefree as Su Taishu, but he could not. As a sect master, he too could not live so freely. You brat, instead of managing the sect properly, you come to disturb my peaceful cultivation. What business do you have? Su Taishu said lazily without even lifting his eyelids. Grand Elder, people from Qing Pavilion have arrived. Xuanzhi Zhenren cut to the chase. Qing Pavilion? Isn't that the sect of your old flame? What, missing me? Su Taishu teased. Lu Qingyi, the pavilion master of Qing Pavilion, had a brief romantic affair with Xuanzhi Zhenren in her youth. However, they couldn't be together due to various sect reasons later. Grand Elder, please stop joking about this old man. Xuanzhi Zhenren said, half amused and half exasperated. Qing Pavilion has come to ask for help this time. Oh, asking for help? They are at least a first-rate sect. What could possibly require Tianxuan Sect's assistance? Su Taishu became intrigued and sat up straight. Their tribulation transcendence elder has passed away, and now the sect has no strong cultivator to hold things together. I'm afraid. Xuanzhi Zhenren didn't finish, but the implication was clear. So, they want Tianxuan Sect to send someone to be their bodyguard. Su Taishu curled his lips, losing interest in their affair. They wish to form a marriage alliance. Xuanzhi Zhenren said with difficulty. Su Taishu spat out a mouthful of wine, his eyes wide. Marriage alliance? With whom? You? Grand Elder, stop mocking this old man. Xuanzhi Zhenren was deeply embarrassed. This disciple is too old for such things. Then who have they set their sights on? Su Taishu asked curiously. They didn't say, but I noticed Lu Qingyi's gaze kept drifting behind me. Xuanzhi Zhenren paused mid-sentence, as if a thought struck him, and his expression turned strange. Behind you? What's behind you? Don't tell me you've hidden away the scientists of Qing Pavilion in a golden house. Su Taishu said with a gossipy grin. Grand Elder, stop your nonsense. Xuanzhi Zhenren said helplessly. At the time, not far behind me, Su Cheng happened to pass by. Could it be? A bold idea surged in Xuanzhi Zhenren's mind. Grand Elder, this disciple has an impertinent request. Outside the purple bamboo grove, Su Cheng had just returned to practice his sword when Su Taishu summoned him via divine sound transmission. Master, what do you need? Su Cheng entered the grove with a puzzled look. Su Cheng, I intend to arrange a marriage alliance between you and the scientists of Qing Pavilion. It would be a wonderful match. Su Taishu stated directly. Master, absolutely not. I, Su Cheng, already have someone I love. I will never marry another. Su Chen's expression changed drastically at the words, and he refused with righteous indignation. Oh, which girl is it? Su Taishu frowned. Senior sister Ye Chen of the 100 Flowers Palace. The moment I first saw her, I was smitten. I will marry no one but her in this life. Su Chen's gaze was resolute. Ye Chen was Luo Qingchen's senior sister, and they first met in the Heavenly Emperor's secret realm. Oh! What is so special about you two men that makes you so devoted? Su Taishu narrowed his eyes, stroking his beard, and looked at Su Cheng with curiosity. Master, Miss Yu is gentle, kind, beautiful, and graceful, and her cultivation is profound. When I am with her, my heart is filled with joy and peace. Su Cheng said urgently, afraid that Su Taishu would force him into a marriage with the saintess. Very well, you are indeed a romantic soul. A faint smile curled at the corner of Su Taishu's lips. In truth, he didn't care much about marriage alliances. He even resented forcing disciples into such unions. Su Taishu had only called Su Cheng in to hear Shuangji Zhenren's gossip, and to see if Su Cheng had any inclination toward the alliance. Thank you, Master, for your understanding. After hastily thanking him, Su Cheng fled the scene. It was too dangerous here. If Su Taishu changed his mind and forced the alliance, it would be trouble. Better to make a quick exit. After Su Cheng left, the purple bamboo grove briefly returned to tranquility. However, it was soon broken by Shuangji Zhenren. Alas, what are we to do now? Shuangji Zhenren walked in with a worried expression, muttering to himself. He was extremely anxious, for if the alliance failed, he felt he would never be able to face Lu Qin again. Suddenly, a name flashed through his mind: Ye Chen. As the disciple of a Tribulation Transcendence Grand Elder, his status was more than sufficient. Although his current cultivation was somewhat low, his aptitude was outstanding. In less than a year of cultivation, Ye Chen had already reached the 8th level of qi refining. The more Shuangji Zhenren thought about it, the more he believed this was an ideal choice. Grand Elder, since Su Cheng is unwilling, how about letting your youngest disciple Ye Chen marry the saintess of Qin Pavilion? Shuangji Zhenren hastily proposed to Su Taishu. Su Taishu took a gulp of wine and fell into thought. He still felt considerable reluctance toward using disciples for marriage alliances. He preferred his disciples to choose their own spouses. However, whenever he thought of Ye Chen spending his days idling and slacking off, not cultivating, with a careless demeanor, Su Taishu couldn't help but feel a headache. Perhaps finding him a wife might straighten him out. Su Taishu muttered to himself. Exactly. The Grand Elder is wise. Shuangji Zhenren's eyes lit up at Su Taishu's muttering, and he quickly pressed his advantage. The saintess of Qin Pavilion is gentle, virtuous, and well-educated. She will surely whip Ye Chen into shape. Su Taishu stroked his beard, seemingly swayed. Let's ask him about his own wishes first. With that, Su Taishu sent his divine sense into the Star Soul Tower, intending to move Ye Chen out. However, in the next moment, Su Taishu's expression drastically changed. What's going on? Where is Ye Chen? He tried several times but failed to move Ye Chen out of the Star Soul Tower. Could it be? A bad premonition suddenly surged in Su Taishu's heart. He quickly locked his divine sense onto the cross-legged figure inside the tower. As Su Taishu's divine sense drew closer, that figure gradually became illusory, eventually transforming into a wisp of blue smoke and dissipating without a trace. Fake! Su Taishu immediately realized that Ye Chen had tricked him. This brat dares to deceive me. Su Taishu fumed with anger, wishing he could drag Ye Chen back and give him a good beating. He tried to enter the Star Soul Tower to investigate, only to find that he could no longer control this supreme treasure. The Star Soul Tower has already acknowledged its owner. When did this brat? It was then that Su Taishu realized Ye Chen had long since left the Tianxuan Sect. And he had secretly made the Star Soul Tower acknowledge him as its master without anyone knowing. How dare you, Ye Chen, run away without permission? Just wait until I catch you, I'll make you pay. Su Taishu gnashed his teeth in fury, yet felt utterly helpless. He had originally intended to confine Ye Chen within the Xinchen Yuhuan Tower for proper cultivation. But to his surprise, he didn't even know when the boy had slipped away. Oh well, since this kid wants to play, let him play to his heart's content. As for this marriage alliance, I'll make the decision for you. Su Taishu snorted coldly, completely dismissing Ye Chen's objections. With a casual wave of his hand, he unilaterally arranged the marriage between Ye Chen and Murong Shui, the holy maiden of Qin Pavilion. This Supreme Elder, Ye Chen he. Shuangji Zhenren stared in astonishment, opening his mouth to protest, but a sharp, piercing glance from Su Taishu silenced him instantly. That's settled then. Once Ye Chen returns, he will marry the holy maiden of Qin Pavilion. Su Taishu's tone brooked no argument, clearly determined to deliver Ye Chen a surprise. Meanwhile, far away 1,000 li distant within the Baiwo Palace, Ye Chen reclined leisurely on a rocking chair. In hand he held a roasted beast leg, gnawing on it while engaging with keen interest in gossip with Xiao Tao. For several months straight, Ye Chen enjoyed an almost immortal existence at Baiwo Palace, spending his days feasting on roasted meat and wine, and frequently exchanging insights with Luo Qingchun about his comprehension of the cosmic laws. One day, word reached Baiwo Palace that the young masters from prominent families in Baiwo City had been terrorizing the people, bullying men and assaulting women, with several lives already lost. Luo Qingchun was filled with indignation. As the holy maiden of Baiwo Palace, she could not tolerate such arrogance within her sect's jurisdiction. She resolved to personally journey to Baiwo City and eliminate this scourge. She approached Ye Chen, hoping he would accompany her. Qingqing, I've heard there's a spoiled young master in Baiwo City who's been terrorizing people and causing deaths. Shall we go see what's happening? Ye Chen lay on his rocking chair, a half-eaten beast leg in hand, speaking with casual indifference. He had also just heard from Xiao Tao about the incidents in Baiwo City and was already considering joining Luo Qingchun to investigate. Humph, scum like that deserves to be punished by all. Luo Qingchun's delicate brows furrowed slightly, a cold glint flashing in her beautiful eyes. I'm going too. I want to go too. Xiao Tao bounced over excitedly, tugging at Luo Qingchun's sleeve with a playful pout. All right, we'll all go together. Luo Qingchun affectionately ruffled Xiao Tao's hair. Then let's go. We'll be back soon. I'm still waiting to finish grilling this meat when we return. Ye Chen stretched lazily, looking thoroughly carefree. The three of them mounted their swords and soared into the sky, transforming into 3 streaks of light heading toward Baiwo City. The streets below were bustling with people, alive with vibrant activity. Have you heard? That spoiled young master from the Wang family has abducted another woman. Sigh, the Wang family relies on being the foremost clan in Baiwo City to commit all manner of atrocities. What a scandal! Exactly. The young masters from the Li and Zhao families aren't any better either. Alas! I wish Baiwo Palace would intervene, or else this city will be ruined by them sooner or later. The common folk along the roadside buzzed with outrage toward the Wang family's spoiled heir and placed their hopes on Baiwo Palace. Hearing these conversations, Luo Qingchun's expression darkened further. Increase speed, she commanded coldly, and her flying sword quickened once more. The Wang residence, belonging to the foremost family in Baiwo City, sprawled across vast grounds with imposing grandeur. At the Wang family's main gate, a portly man in splendid robes had his arm around a ragged-clad woman, leering and making lewd advances. The man was none other than the Wang family's eldest young master, Wang Mazi. Little beauty, come with me and I'll ensure you life in luxury. Wang Mazi leered, reaching out to touch the woman's face. The woman struggled desperately, crying out, "Help! Help!" The surrounding crowd watched from a distance, their faces filled with both compassion and rage, yet none dared to intervene. At that moment, 3 streaks of light descended from the heavens and landed at the Wang family gate. Stop! Luo Qingchun's sharp cry echoed like thunder from the highest heavens, leaving Wang Mazi's ears ringing. Wang Mazi looked up to see 3 figures before him, one of whom was a woman of breathtaking beauty and ethereal grace, as though a celestial maiden had descended from the heavens. Well now, where did such a beauty come from? Quite the temper. Wang Mazi's lustful nature stirred as he appraised Luo Qingchun from head to toe, his eyes gleaming with greed. You must be Wang Mazi? Luo Qingchun asked coldly. The very same. What? Fancy keeping me company? Wang Mazi replied with arrogance, showing no respect for her whatsoever. Death Seeker! A cold glint flashed in Luo Qingchun's eyes as she swept her jade-like hand, sending a razor-sharp blade of spiritual energy slicing toward Wang Mazi. Trifling tricks! Wang Mazi snorted disdainfully, his obese body surprisingly agile as he dodged Luo Qingchun's sword chi. Interesting. Ye Chen watched the scene with keen interest from the sidelines, showing no intention of intervening. He wanted to see what other tricks Wang Mazi had up his sleeve. Little Tao, watch the show, Ye Chen said while gnawing on a beast leg. MHM. Little Tao nodded excitedly, her big eyes fixed unblinkingly on the battle in the arena. Although Wang Mazi was a spoiled young master in his 30s, his cultivation base far surpassed Luo Qingchun's by several minor realms. Yet Luo Qingchun was a peerless genius, her movements swift as lightning and her swordsmanship devastatingly sharp. After a few exchanges, Luo Qingchun let out a sharp cry and unleashed a flurry of sword strikes, creating multiple afterimages in an instant. Wang Mazi's eyes widened in terror as he realized he could not escape in time. Thud! The sword phantom pierced straight through Wang Mazi's body. He spat a mouthful of blood and collapsed heavily to the ground, his breathing weak and ragged. Wang Mazi, your evil deeds are countless. Today I will deliver justice on behalf of heaven. With those words, Luo Qinchong raised her sword, ready to execute him. Everyone, please calm your anger. My foolish son has offended you. I beg you to show mercy. At that moment, the head of the Wang family rushed over and saw the scene, immediately offering apologies. Show mercy? After the crimes he has committed, how could we let him go so easily? Luo Qinchong paused her movements and let out a cold snort. Who exactly are you? Daring to cause trouble in the Wang family. Wang Mazi finally realized that the person before him was not someone to be trifled with, his voice trembling slightly. We are from the 100 Flowers Palace, here specifically to deal with a spoiled young master like you. Little Tao stood to the side with her hands on her hips, speaking loudly. 100 Flowers Palace. Wang Mazi's face turned pale in an instant, his body trembling. Fear seized him. The 100 Flowers Palace was not something the Wang family could afford to provoke. Though the Wangs were a prominent clan in 100 Flowers City with considerable influence there, in the eyes of the 100 Flowers Palace, they were as insignificant as ants. Wang Mazi had assumed that killing a few mortals would go unnoticed by the 100 Flowers Palace. He never expected them to care about the lives of ordinary people. If the 100 Flowers Palace decided to act, the Wang family would be powerless to protect him. Father, save me! Save me! Wang Mazi cried out hoarsely. He knew his fate was sealed, yet he clung to the last chance for rescue. Immortal Maiden, my unruly son has offended you. This old man is willing to offer compensation. I beg you to show mercy and spare his life. The head of the Wang family understood the power of the 100 Flowers Palace. It was far beyond what his family could resist. With tears streaming down his face, he pleaded desperately. Compensation. His hands are stained with multiple lives. Can compensation truly resolve this? Luo Qincheng's tone was cold, her eyes filled with killing intent. I implore you to show mercy, maiden. He is my only son. The Wang family had knelt on the ground, feigning utter despair, hoping Luo Qincheng would soften and spare his son. What of it? A life for a life, this is the natural order. Luo Qincheng wasted no more words. With a sweep of her long sword, a sharp sword chi instantly split Wang Mazi in two. No! The Wang family head's eyes seemed to burst from their sockets as he let out a heart-wrenching roar. Overwhelmed by the grief of losing his son, he lost all sense and disregarded any consequences, including the 100 Flowers Palace's future retribution. The pressure of nascent soul cultivation erupted instantly, crushing toward Luo Qincheng and Ye Chen's group. Seeking death. A cold gleam flashed in Ye Chen's eyes as his Wu Go sword materialized. If the Wang family wanted to die, he would grant their wish. Ye Chen was about to strike down the Wang family head and eliminate the entire Wang clan when a voice cried out. Stop! An ancient-sounding voice echoed, and a white-haired elder materialized from nowhere, striking the Wang family head away with a single palm. Ancestor! The Wang family head saw the newcomer and immediately knelt. The 100 Flowers Palace, we cannot afford to provoke them. The Wang clan ancestor sighed, glancing at Luo Qincheng with deep weariness in his eyes. Ancestor, this woman killed my Jie. You must avenge him. The Wang family head cried out, pointing at Luo Qincheng. Silence! The Wang clan ancestor roared, glaring fiercely at the family head. The ringleader is dead. I beg the Immortal Maiden to spare the rest of my clan. This old man is willing to offer compensation. The Wang clan ancestor bowed to Luo Qincheng and spoke respectfully. Compensation. Ye Chen finally spoke up. The mention of compensation immediately piqued his interest. He could use this opportunity to collect spirit stones. Very well. 100 million mid-grade spirit stones, not a single one less. Ye Chen said with a smile, his tone leaving no room for negotiation. The ringleader was already dead, and the rest of the Wang family's offenses did not warrant execution. Out of necessity, Ye Chen had no desire to exterminate them entirely. After all, killing too many would hinder his future cultivation, so it was better to seize this opportunity to collect spirit stones. 100 million. The Wang clan ancestor's expression shifted. This was no small amount. Though rage burned within him, he dared not show it and had to maintain a placating demeanor. What? Do you find it too much? Then I'll have no choice but to destroy your entire Wang family and search slowly. As Ye Chen spoke, he waved his Wu Go sword, sending terrifying sword intent slashing toward the sky. Wait. Wait. I agree. I agree. The Wang clan ancestor appeared utterly terrified and quickly agreed. He could tell Ye Chen was not joking. Though he was at the integration stage and unafraid of Ye Chen, he could not afford to provoke the 100 Flowers Palace. He was nothing more than an ant before them. Lost spirit stones could be earned again, but if the Wang family perished, they would truly lose everything. As for Ye Chen and the others, once they left 100 Flowers City, he had ways to eliminate them. As long as the Wang family did not directly intervene, the 100 Flowers Palace would never trace the matter back to them. Though the Wang clan ancestor agreed to Ye Chen's demands on the surface, his heart bled within. Simultaneously, he was secretly plotting to send assassins to kill the 3 of them once they left, avenging today's humiliation. After waiting for a moment, the Wang family patriarch handed a Canglan pouch to Ye Chen, his face dark and gloomy. Inside was precisely 100 million medium-grade spirit stones. 100 million medium-grade spirit stones secured. Come, let us move on to the next. I wish to see just how arrogantly these Baiwa city wastrels can behave. Ye Chen weighed the storage pouch in his hand and said to Luo Qingcheng and Shao Tao with a smile. Great! Senior brother Ye Chen, we must earn even more spirit stones. The lively Shao Tao was overjoyed like a carefree child. Luo Qingcheng smiled gently and helplessly shook her head. She had come to realize that anyone who provoked Ye Chen would meet with great misfortune. In the Heavenly Emperor's secret realm, those who had offended Ye Chen were kidnapped by him, forcing their sects to pay a hefty ransom in spirit stones for their release. The Xian sect's treasury was completely plundered, and the sect was utterly annihilated by Ye Chen. Qingcheng, rest assured. We are eliminating evil for the people, maintaining justice in Baiwa City. When Ye Chen saw Luo Qingcheng shaking her head, he felt she was dissatisfied with how he had handled things. He assumed an expression of righteous indignation, playing the role of a chivalrous hero who despised wickedness. Indeed, senior sister Luo. Senior brother Ye Chen is the best. He is helping us do good deeds. Shao Tao chimed in beside him, still immersed in the joy of Ye Chen's promise to take her shopping. Luo Qingcheng giggled at Ye Chen's display, thoroughly amused. It was not that she was dissatisfied with Ye Chen's handling of things, but rather she felt Ye Chen resembled a small money grubber. Ye Chen and Luo Qingcheng employed the same tactics, systematically eliminating the other aristocratic wastrels of Baiwa City one by one. Each aristocratic family was forced to pay a substantial compensation in spirit stones before the 3 departed triumphantly. The news of Ye Chen and Luo Qingcheng's campaign against the wastrels spread rapidly throughout Baiwa City. Today, this flourishing city of Baiwa was shrouded in an unusual atmosphere. In days past, those aristocratic scions who had lorded over others and oppressed both men and women now drooped like eggplants touched by frost, their heads hanging low, hiding in their homes and daring not to venture outside. It was merely because yesterday, those wickedly notorious aristocratic scions had been hunted down one by Luo Qingcheng and her companions, with most of them slaughtered. Have you heard? Wang Mazi of the Wang family was slashed apart by Fairy Luo of Baiwa Palace in a single stroke. Not even his nascent soul managed to escape. And then there was Li Tianbao of the Li family, who bullied innocent people relying on his golden core cultivation. He was smashed into minced meat by young hero Yi with a single slap. And Jiao Wenlin of the Jiao family. Throughout Baiwa City, in every street and alley, tea houses and taverns, people were discussing this very incident. Although the common folk did not dare openly discuss those aristocratic families, their words were filled with sheer satisfaction. These noble houses, leveraging their powerful influence, had bullied the innocent and committed countless atrocities, having long since ignited public fury. Now that Ye Chen and Luo Qingcheng had slain those aristocratic scions, they could indeed be considered heroes who eliminated harm for the people. Young hero Yi, Fairy Luo, you are truly the benefactors of our Baiwa City. Indeed, without you, we would never know when those tyrants would stop oppressing us. Some of the people who had been previously bullied by those aristocratic scions spontaneously gathered outside the inn where Ye Chen and Luo Qingcheng were staying, tears of gratitude streaming down their faces as they expressed their thanks. A minor effort, nothing worth mentioning. Ye Chen waved his hand dismissively, a serene smile spreading across his face. Those fellows deserved their fate. Shao Tao, by the side, waved her tiny fist and said in an adorably fierce manner. Luo Qingcheng looked at Ye Chen and Shao Tao, a helpless smile spreading across her face. She knew that although Ye Chen appeared frivolous on the surface, he was actually a kind-hearted person. Otherwise, he would not have specially sought out the families of the victims after eliminating those aristocratic scions, giving them a substantial sum of money. Ye Chen, will those aristocratic families seek revenge against us in secret? Luo Qingcheng gazed at Ye Chen with some concern and asked, Revenge? Hearing this, Ye Chen's lips curved into a disdainful arc. Are they even qualified? His voice was not loud, yet it brimmed with immense confidence. Luo Qingcheng gazed at Ye Chen, feeling inexplicably reassured. Indeed, with Ye Chen's strength, what significance would those aristocratic families hold? The highest cultivation level among those aristocratic families was only the Unity Transcendence stage, while Ye Chen's true cultivation could easily overwhelm even Unity Transcendence cultivators. Meanwhile, at the Wang family residence in Baiwa City. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Wang Po, the head of the Wang family, sat at the main seat of the assembly hall with a ferocious expression, gnashing his teeth as he roared. Before him sat several family heads, their expressions equally grim. They were all heads of aristocratic families in Baiwa City whose family members had been slain by Ye Chen. Family head Wang, what is the point of saying all this now? The priority is how to avenge our children. A burly middle-aged man with a full beard slammed the table and roared. He was Li Buan, the head of the Li family, whose son Li Tianba had been slapped to death by Ye Chen. Indeed, that brat killed so many of us. This grudge cannot go unavenged. We must make him pay with blood for blood. The other family heads chimed in one after another. Avenged? How to avenge? Zhao Zijing, the head of the Zhao family, abruptly stood up, pointing at the family heads and bellowing. They are disciples of Baiwa Palace. Who among you dares kill them? Zhao Zijing's words rendered the family heads speechless. Indeed, they were disciples of Baiwa Palace. How could these people dare oppose Baiwa Palace? Could it be that we can only watch our children die in vain? Li Buan roared with deep resentment. Of course not. Wang Po took a deep breath, a sinister glint flickering in his eyes. I refuse to believe that in this world, there is no one who can teach that brat a lesson. Family head Wang, what do you have in mind? The family heads, upon hearing this, immediately lit up with hope, all gazing at Wang Po. I've already contacted an assassin organization. They are a bunch of desperados who will kill anyone for the right price. Wang Po's eyes flashed with a hint of ruthlessness. An assassin organization. The family head's eyes lit up at the words. Indeed, if they couldn't deal with Ye Chen themselves, they could hire assassins. Good, let's do as the Wang family head suggests. The Li family is willing to contribute 5 million mid-grade spirit stones. The Zhao family will also contribute 5 million. The family heads expressed their willingness to fund the assassination. Alright, then let's join forces and hire the assassin organization to kill that brat and avenge our children. Wang Po's eyes glinted with a chilling murderous intent. Meanwhile, Ye Chen and Luo Qingcheng, accompanied by Xiao Tao, were strolling through Baiwa City. Wow, senior brother Ye Chen, look, that dress is so beautiful. Xiao Tao pointed at a pink long gown in a shop, exclaiming excitedly. If you like it, buy it. Ye Chen fondly patted Xiao Tao's head and smiled. Thank you, senior brother Ye Chen. Xiao Tao cheered and pulled Luo Qingcheng into the shop. Watching Xiao Tao's lively and adorable demeanor, Ye Chen's face revealed a doting smile. Ye Chen, you are really good to Xiao Tao. Luo Qingcheng looked at Ye Chen and smiled. Xiao Tao is your junior sister, and thus my sister too. Of course, I should treat her well. Ye Chen smiled gently, his eyes soft as he gazed at Luo Qingcheng. Meeting his gaze, Luo Qingcheng's delicate face flushed with shyness. She understood that Ye Chen was indirectly confessing his feelings. Qingcheng, is there anything you like? Speak up today, I'll treat. Ye Chen smiled at Luo Qingcheng's shy embarrassment. Just as she was about to speak, her expression suddenly shifted slightly. What's wrong? Noticing her change, Ye Chen asked. I feel like someone is following us, Luo Qingcheng whispered. Following? Ye Chen's lips curled into a playful smirk. He had been completely focused on Luo Qingcheng and hadn't noticed anyone tailing them. Interesting. It seems someone can't sit still. A cold glint flashed in Ye Chen's eyes. Come, let's go meet them. Ye Chen took Luo Qingcheng and Xiao Tao and headed toward the outskirts of the city. Outside the city, in a dense forest, several dark figures lurked, their icy gazes fixed on the trio. Is that them? A chilling voice emerged from one of the shadows. Yes, that's them. The male is Ye Chen. Another shadow pointed at Ye Chen. Very well. The chilling voice spoke again. Attack. With that, several dark figures burst from the forest and lunged at Ye Chen and his companions. Filth! Ye Chen snorted coldly, disdain flashing in his eyes. You inferior rebel dare to court death. As his words fell, Ye Chen's figure flickered and vanished instantly. Space law! The shadows were shocked. Before they could react, an overwhelming pressure enveloped them. In the next moment, streaks of blood flashed, and the shadows were cleaved into pieces, blood splattering the ground. What? In the distant forest, the chilling voice saw this and paled. Is this bred in the tribulation transcendent stage? The chilling voice was filled with disbelief. Ye Chen was so young yet had reached the tribulation transcendent stage. He had originally assumed that despite their youth, their strength wouldn't be too formidable. But now, he had underestimated Ye Chen's power. In their understanding, the law of space could only be comprehended by tribulation transcendence cultivators, and only geniuses among them. Especially the law of space, which even the most talented geniuses could hardly grasp. Damn, this mission won't be easy. The chilling voice muttered to itself. Ye Chen, who were those people? Luo Qingcheng asked, looking at the corpses. They should be assassins hired by those families. Ye Chen examined the bodies and said calmly. Assassins? Luo Qingcheng's expression shifted slightly. Those families actually dared to hire assassins to kill us. Humph, they are courting death. Ye Chen shot a glance toward the distant forest, a sly smile flickering in his eyes. He guessed that the families of Baiwa City wouldn't give up and would hire even stronger assassins. Upon inspecting the bodies, he discovered these assassins belonged to the Shadow Pavilion. He had heard of the Shadow Pavilion, the largest assassin organization in the Canglan continent. As long as the spirit stones were sufficient, they took any job. From commoners to tribulation transcendence cultivators, they had killed them all, with very few failures. The ones Ye Chen had just slain were only nascent soul stage assassins. Nascent soul assassins were mere pawns in the Shadow Pavilion, who didn't even know the organization's location. Ye Chen had revealed his strength to lure out the bigger fish. Senior brother Ye Chen, what should we do now? Xiao Tao asked timidly. Don't worry, Xiao Tao. Let's stay put and wait for the big fish to take the bait. Ye Chen patted Xiao Tao's head reassuringly. Ye Chen, are you confident you can handle the experts the Shadow Pavilion might send? Luo Qingcheng frowned slightly. Maybe I should send a message to Master and have him deal with the Shadow Pavilion. Luo Qingcheng was worried, not wanting Ye Chen to come to harm. Don't worry, Qingcheng. Nothing will happen. If we call for Senior Yao now, it will alert the enemy, and the Shadow Pavilion might not show up. Ye Chen smiled confidently. Yao Miaoyi was a top-tier tribulation transcendence cultivator, and even the Shadow Pavilion would have to think twice. Ye Chen didn't want to scare them off, he wanted them to come. Then, he could capture them, find out the location of the Shadow Pavilion's headquarters, and plunder it completely. Alright, Ye Chen, but we must still be careful. Luo Qingcheng looked at Ye Chen's confident demeanor, still worried but choosing to trust him. Let's return to Baiwa City first. Ye Chen took Luo Qingcheng and Xiao Tao and turned away. Meanwhile, at the Wang residence in Baiwa City, what? The mission failed? Wang Po was shocked upon hearing the report. How could this happen? Those assassins were said to have never failed. Wang Po said incredulously. The family head, those assassins, are all dead. The subordinate lowered his head and spoke. This subordinate was Gu Huai, the chief steward of the Wang family, and also the figure who had been hiding in the forest at that time. What? All dead? Wang Po was struck as if by lightning, his fat body collapsing onto the grand chair, his lips trembling. Those were assassins from the Shadow Pavilion. How could they have failed? Could it be? Could that brat be playing the fool to hide his strength? Family head, before those 3 assassins died, they shouted about the space law. They suspect Ye Chen has reached the tribulation transcendence cultivation stage. Gu Huai recounted everything he had witnessed in the forest to Wang Po. Impossible. That Ye Chen is only in his teens. How could he possibly have reached the tribulation transcendence stage? He must have used some magical treasure. Wang Po stated firmly. In the Canglan continent, it was difficult to find someone at the Golden Core stage under 20 years old, let alone the Tribulation Transcendence stage. That was simply absurd. Wang Po suddenly rose to his feet, a fierce gleam flashing in his eyes. I refuse to believe that a milk-drinking brat like him could turn the heavens upside down. This time, I will have the Shadow Pavilion send their strongest assassins. At all costs, I will have him killed. Meanwhile, Ye Chen and the other two were seated in the most luxurious private room on the top floor of the Zhaixin Tower, the finest restaurant in Baiwa City. Savoring the delicacies while admiring the scenery outside the window. Senior brother Ye Chen, this drunken immortal brew is truly delicious, but it's still a bit inferior to our Baiwa Palace's Baiwa brew. Xiao Tao said with a grin while drinking the spiritual wine. That goes without saying. No matter how fine this drunken immortal brew is, it cannot compare to a single drop of Baiwa brew. Ye Chen said with a smile, simultaneously serving some spirit beast meat to both Luo Qingchen and Xiao Tao. Ye Chen, when do you think the Wang family will make their move? Luo Qingchen took a light sip of wine, her beautiful eyes turning toward Ye Chen. Who cares when they make their move? Let's enjoy our food and drink first. Ye Chen smiled carelessly. Exactly. We should fill our stomachs first. As she spoke, Xiao Tao grabbed a chicken leg with her bare hands and began devouring it without any grace. Ye Chen also hoped the Wang family would act quickly, for he was waiting for the spirit stones from the Shadow Pavilion to advance his cultivation. Inside a secret chamber at the Shadow Pavilion's Baiwa City branch. Trash. A bunch of trash. You can't even handle a few core formation stage ants. A man cloaked in black robes with a ghostly mask covering his face angrily hurled the intelligence report onto the table, his voice as chilling as if it emanated from the deepest hell. He was the Shadow Pavilion's premier assassin in Baiwa City Guimian, and also the head of the Baiwa City branch. Lord Guimian, I have learned that Ye Chen is a disciple of Su Taishu from the Tianxuan Sect. That Su Taishu possesses Tribulation Transcendence cultivation, and his origins are shrouded in mystery. Silence! Guimian roared, cutting off his subordinate's report. What of Tribulation Transcendence? Has the Shadow Pavilion never killed such cultivators before? But there is no but. A cold gleam flashed in Guimian's eyes. This time, I want to see what abilities this Ye Chen has that would dare him to kill someone from my Shadow Pavilion. The subordinate had intended to dissuade Guimian from assassinating Ye Chen. A century ago, he had been fortunate enough to witness Su Taishu's terrifying prowess near the Tianxuan Sect. Though Su Taishu appeared to only possess the soul transformation stage, he had casually dispatched several Tribulation Transcendence demonic cultivators with a single palm strike. 3 days later, outside Baiwa City, on a desolate desert plain, Ye Chen and the other two walked at a leisurely pace, with 3 shadowy figures secretly trailing behind them, the assassins sent by the Shadow Pavilion. Senior brother Ye Chen, where are we going? Xiao Tao asked curiously. To kill people. Ye Chen replied without looking back. Kill people? Xiao Tao was startled. Kill whom? The few little mice following behind us. A cold smile curved Luo Qingchen's lips. Hearing this, Xiao Tao wanted to turn around, but Luo Qingchen stopped her. Don't look back. Luo Qingchen took Xiao Tao's hand and continued walking forward. Humph, a bunch of jumping clowns dare to come seeking death. A look of disdain flashed in Ye Chen's eyes, and in a flash, his figure vanished from where he stood. In the next moment, Ye Chen appeared before the 3 assassins. Before they could react, he delivered a punch. Bam! 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 3 muffled sounds echoed, and the 3 assassins were sent flying before they could even draw their weapons. They crashed heavily to the ground, blood spewing from their mouths, their breathing weak and ragged. You! Who are you? One of the assassins looked at Ye Chen in terror, his eyes filled with disbelief. All 3 of them were experts at the integration stage, yet they couldn't even withstand a single strike from Ye Chen. Xiao Tao's mouth hung open in shock, wide enough to fit an egg. 3 integration stage experts had been taken down so easily by him. These past few days, Ye Chen had continuously left her stunned. At first, Xiao Tao had thought Ye Chen was merely at the qi condensation stage. Later in Baiwa City, when Ye Chen casually slaughtered the young masters from noble families at the foundation establishment and golden core stages, it had given her a minor shock. Then Ye Chen had one-shot 3 soul transformation stage assassins, leaving her repeatedly amazed. Now even integration stage experts were severely wounded with a single strike from Ye Chen, and Xiao Tao found it hard to believe. The one who sends you to meet your deaths. Ye Chen said indifferently, not a trace of pity in his eyes. You can't kill us. We are from the Shadow Pavilion. If you kill us, the Shadow Pavilion will not let you off. That assassin threatened in a bravado that concealed his inner fear. The Shadow Pavilion? Upon hearing this, a playful curve touched Ye Chen's lips. I was just worrying about how to find them, and now you've come to me on a silver platter. Ye Chen lightly tapped the 3 of them several times, sealing their cultivation bases to prevent them from committing suicide. What exactly do you want? A sense of foreboding rose in that assassin's heart. Tell me, where is the Shadow Pavilion's headquarters? Ye Chen looked down at the 3 assassins from above, his tone cold and leaving no room for negotiation. You're dreaming. That assassin said through gritted teeth. Stubborn, are we? Ye Chen let out a cold sneer, a cunning smile playing at the corners of his mouth. I want to see just how hard your mouth can be. Ye Chen instructed Luo Qingcheng to take Xiao Tao and leave this place for now, to wait for him ahead. The scenes that followed were not suitable for them to witness. After Luo Qingcheng and Xiao Tao had left, Ye Chen's figure flashed, and he instantly appeared before one of the assassins. Ye Chen extended his finger and gently tapped the assassin, and a strange power instantly surged into the assassin's body. The assassin immediately felt an unbearable itching all over his body and couldn't help but roll around on the ground. Rolling about, he frantically scratched at his own body, letting out agonized howls from his mouth. Having thoroughly studied medical arts and alchemy, such torturous matters were well within Ye Chen's expertise. It's itching to death. Stop it. Stop it. That assassin, unable to bear the unbearable itching, pleaded with Ye Chen to stop. However, Ye Chen remained unmoved, looking at him coldly as he said, Will you speak or not? If not, keep suffering the itch. The assassin was nearly driven mad by the itch, yet he gritted his teeth and refused to speak. It wasn't that he didn't want to speak, he couldn't. If he spoke, he would surely die upon returning. Seeing this, Ye Chen lightly tapped again, and this time the assassin not only felt an intense itch all over his body but also experienced countless ants gnawing at his bones. The bone-deep pain made his cries even more miserable, as if they could pierce the clouds and reach the most vulnerable corners of the human heart. His hands, like uncontrollable demon claws, wildly scratched everywhere on his body. Under this violent force, his clothes were instantly torn to shreds. All over his body, wounds so deep that the bone was visible were scratched out. The wounds were like grotesque canyons, his body drenched in blood, a gruesome sight. How about it? Still not talking? Ye Chen wore a sardonic smile. 4 enemies who sought to assassinate him, Ye Chen felt no mercy in torturing them. The other 2 assassins, witnessing their comrade's agony, turned pale and couldn't help trembling. At that moment, the tortured assassin could bear it no longer. With a poof, he spewed a large mouthful of blood, his body stiffened, and he breathed his last. Too useless, he couldn't hold on even for a moment. Ye Chen sighed lightly and turned to look at the other 2 assassins. I'll talk. Don't torture me. Seeing this, the 2 assassins were terrified out of their wits and quickly begged for mercy. As assassins, they were not afraid of death. From the day they became killers, they had already put life and death aside. But they were afraid of being tortured to death. Ye Chen crossed his arms, waiting for them to speak. We don't know where the Shadow Pavilion headquarters is. Our branch is in the southern part of Baiwa City. One assassin said in a trembling voice. Baiwa Palace, main peak, back mountain. H.U. Yao Miui, who was in seclusion cultivating, suddenly sneezed and frowned slightly. Strange, who is thinking of me? Yao Miui muttered to himself, a sense of foreboding rising in his heart. No, I must go check on Qingqing and Xiao Tao, lest something happen to them. Feeling uneasy, Yao Miui quickly rose and hastened toward Baiwa City where Ye Chen was. Baiwa City, Gobi Desert. Hee, lead the way, you 2. Ye Chen grinned and patted the 2 trembling assassins, like a cat playing with a mouse. These 2 assassins, terrified by Ye Chen's methods of torture, dared not play any tricks. They obediently led Ye Chen and the 2 women through many twists and turns to a seemingly ordinary residential backyard in the south of Baiwa City. Is this the place? Your Shadow Pavilion is too shabby. At least it's an assassin organization. The headquarters isn't hidden in a latrine, is it? Xiao Tao looked around with disdain and curled her lips. Miss, you jest. The entrance is in the well, one of the assassins said with a bitter smile, pointing at a dry well in the corner of the yard. Ye Chen stepped forward, swept his divine sense, and indeed found a hidden world at the bottom of the well. They know how to hide. If not for these two fools leading the way, it would be hard to find. With that, Ye Chen waved his hand, a gentle spiritual energy enveloping Luo Qingchun and Xiao Tao, and he leaped into the well with them. At the bottom of the well was a dark secret passage. On both sides of the walls, at intervals, were embedded night pearls, emitting a faint glow that illuminated the passage. Hee, the Shadow Pavilion is quite rich, even building such a luxurious secret passage. Xiao Tao walked along, looking around in amazement. Ye Chen ignored Xiao Tao's chatter. He unleashed his divine sense and carefully examined the surroundings. Soon, Ye Chen found a secret chamber at the end of the passage. The chamber was surrounded by restrictions, and several powerful auras were hidden within. It seems this is the headquarters of the Baiwa City branch of the Shadow Pavilion. Ye Chen's lips curled into a cold smile, a glint of sharpness flashing in his eyes. Ye Chen, should we just charge in? Luo Qingchun drew her sword, her expression cautious. No rush, let's first ascertain the situation. As he spoke, Ye Chen quickly struck and knocked out the two guide assassins. These two guide assassins could not be fully trusted. There might be an ambush here. The Shadow Pavilion had several Tribulation Transcendence cultivators. Ye Chen was not sure if there were any in Baiwa City, so he needed to act cautiously. Ye Chen silently infiltrated the secret chamber, with Luo Qingchun and Xiao Tao following behind. Inside the chamber, a man in a black robe wearing a ghost face mask was sitting on a chair, resting with his eyes closed. Behind him stood several black-clad men with strong auras. Branch Master, those brats haven't returned yet. Could something have happened? A black-clad man asked in a low voice. Humph, a bunch of useless trash. Can't even handle such a trivial matter. They deserve to die. Gui Mian snorted coldly, impatience flashing in his eyes. Branch Master is wise. The black-clad man quickly flattered. Just then, Ye Chen and the two women suddenly emerged from the shadows. Who? Gui Mian's eyes snapped open, shooting a cold glare as he shouted sharply. Hearing the sharp shout, the black-clad man also reacted. Seeing that Ye Chen was a stranger, he immediately attacked, throwing a punch at Ye Chen. Ye Chen met it with a punch. Bam! The black-clad man was only at the Void Refinement Realm. He was sent flying by Ye Chen's punch, crashing heavily into the wall and spitting out a mouthful of blood. Who are you? How dare you trespass into my Shadow Pavilion? Gui Mian glanced at the sent flying black-clad man and asked, Where is the Shadow Pavilion headquarters? Ye Chen didn't answer Gui Mian. Instead, he asked calmly. Gui Mian sneered. Humph, you think you're worthy of knowing the location of the Shadow Pavilion headquarters? Pure fantasy. With that, several black-clad assassins roared and attacked Ye Chen in unison. A bunch of ants, how dare you act insolent? Ye Chen snorted coldly, his figure moving like lightning, weaving among the several black-clad men. These black-clad men were only at the divine transformation stage. Ye Chen, with a few swift movements, blasted them all away. With such meager strength, you dare to show your faces. Ye Chen clapped his hands and looked at Gui Mian with disdain. Boy, who exactly are you? State your name. I, Gui Mian, do not kill nameless nobodies. Gui Mian was completely indifferent to the fate of the black-clad men. Divine transformation stage assassins were low level in the Shadow Pavilion. Most of them didn't even know where the branch was. Gui Mian prepared to take action himself. He was at the great vehicle stage, already touching the threshold of Tribulation Transcendence. Gui Mian was taken aback, then as if recalling something, his expression changed slightly. You are the Ye Chen who slaughtered most of the aristocratic youth in Baiwa City. That's me. What? The Wang family hired you to kill me, but you don't even recognize the target. You're a lousy assassin. Ye Chen's lips curled upward as he said with a mocking tone. Since you've come to my Shadow Pavilion, leave your life behind. With these words, Ghost Mask struck directly, launching an attack at Ye Chen. Then let's see if you have the skill for it. A cold light flashed in Ye Chen's eyes, and a sword intent jade talisman given to him by Su Taishu suddenly appeared in his hand. Die! Ghost Mask roared, slapping a palm toward Ye Chen. Hum! Just then, Ye Chen activated the sword intent jade talisman in his hand. An incomparably fierce sword intent soared skyward, instantly shredding Ghost Mask's attack. Pfft! Ghost Mask let out a miserable cry as the sword intent cleaved him away, crashing heavily to the ground, his breath weak and body grievously wounded. WH! What kind of power is this? Ghost Mask stared in horror at the jade talisman in Ye Chen's grasp, his eyes filled with disbelief. Never had he imagined Ye Chen possessed such a terrifying hidden trump card. Now, will you tell me where the Shadow Pavilion headquarters is located? Ye Chen tucked away the talisman, gazing down at Ghost Mask with an icy, uncompromising tone. Yo! You dare to dream! Ghost Mask ground out through clenched teeth. Still stubborn, are we? Ye Chen sneered, approaching Ghost Mask and tapping several points on his body. Immediately, Ghost Mask felt an unbearable itch coursing through his body, causing him to tremble. Yet he clenched his jaw tightly, refusing to utter a single word. Ye Chen remained unruffled, turning to lead Luo Qingchun and Xiao Tao into the treasury next door. As the three entered, they were instantly astounded by the breathtaking sight before them. Within the treasury, spirit stones were piled high like mountains, emanating a resplendent glow. Countless spiritual artifacts and cultivation resources filled the space, creating a dazzling array that defied enumeration. Wow! So many spirit stones! Xiao Tao exclaimed excitedly, jumping for joy. I wonder how many people this Shadow Pavilion has assassinated to accumulate such vast wealth. Luo Qingchun could barely conceal her excitement, yet she furrowed her brow slightly, a hint of revulsion flickering in her gaze. Being an assassin truly pays well. Ye Chen sighed with a hint of emotion. This was merely a single branch of the Shadow Pavilion. One could only imagine how many spirit stones their headquarters must hold. This only deepened Ye Chen's resolve to locate the Shadow Pavilion's headquarters. He anticipated that the spirit stones from the Shadow Pavilion headquarters would certainly enable him to return to the ethereal transformation stage. Without hesitation, Ye Chen gathered the spirit stones into his storage ring, then began selecting spiritual artifacts for Luo Qingchun and Xiao Tao. Qingchun, this defensive artifact suits you. Ye Chen lifted a shield radiating soft light and offered it to Luo Qingchun. Xiao Tao, this bell can enhance your illusion techniques. Ye Chen selected an exquisite bell and handed it to Xiao Tao. The two accepted the artifacts with delight. Ye Chen swept the remaining treasures and cultivation resources into a Canglan Sect, entrusting it to Luo Qingchun. Qingchun, take this back to your sect, it should help its development. Ye Chen, thank you. Luo Qingchun received the sack with solemn reverence. She neither refused nor offered elaborate gratitude, merely a simple thank you. These artifacts and cultivation resources held significant value for her sect's advancement. Luo Qingchun knew Ye Chen didn't care for such thanks. She would repay him in other ways. While Ye Chen had already chosen her, she had equally acknowledged him in her heart. After completely looting the treasury, Ye Chen and his companions approached Ghost Mask. The assassin remained curled on the ground, teeth clenched in defiance. Oh my, quite the iron will. Ye Chen crouched down, gazing at Ghost Mask with an amused expression as if examining some curious specimen. But I wonder, can those stubborn bones of yours withstand my next methods? As he spoke, he tapped several points on Ghost Mask's body. Oh! Ghost Mask let out a ghastly shriek, as if countless ants were simultaneously gnawing through his marrow, thrashing violently on the ground. Well, ready to talk now? Ye Chen asked unhurriedly, his tone dripping with mockery. Kill! Kill me! Ghost Mask ground out hoarsely through clenched teeth. TSK, why put yourself through this? Ye Chen shook his head with exaggerated sympathy. If you'd just spoken earlier, you could have avoided so much suffering. You forced me to bring out my trump card. From his robe, he produced a jade bottle, uncorking it to release a peculiar, lingering fragrance. What is that? Ghost Mask's complexion shifted dramatically at the scent, terror flooding his eyes. This is my treasured upgraded H powder bone dip H, Ye Chen explained with a sinister smile. I guarantee it will teach you the meaning of unable to live, unwilling to die. Yo! You wouldn't dare. Ghost Mask was paralyzed with fear. He would rather be stabbed than endure such torment again. Let's see if I dare. Ye Chen raised the bottle, preparing to pour. Wait. I'll talk. Is that not enough? At last, Ghost Mask broke completely, screaming desperately. Now, was that so hard? Ye Chen pocketed the bottle with a satisfied expression, wearing the look of a teacher whose student had finally learned. The Shadow Pavilion headquarters. 8th. In Zonro City. Ghost Mask managed to whisper weakly. The Shadow Pavilion headquarters is actually in Zonro City. Luo Qingqing gasped in disbelief at Ghost Mask's revelation. Zonro City? Where's that? Ye Chen asked, genuinely curious. Though he had arrived on the Canglan continent over 3 years ago, he had spent 2 years imprisoned within the Star Soul Tower and rarely ventured out, leaving him unfamiliar with the continent's power dynamics. Zonro City belongs to the Tianxuan Sect, one of the Canglan continent's 10 great sects with considerable strength, Luo Qingqing clarified. It's hard to believe the Shadow Pavilion established their headquarters there. Nothing surprising about that, Ye Chen dismissed with a shrug. The most dangerous place is often the safest. While that's true, but Luo Qingqing attempted to continue, only to be cut off by Ye Chen. Enough of that for now. He waved dismissively, turning to Ghost Mask. Anything else you want to say? Ghost Mask had fallen into complete despair, knowing he had no hope of survival once captured by Ye Chen. He shut his eyes silently. Since you have nothing left to say, depart in peace. Ye Chen conjured flames in his palm and flicked them toward Ghost Mask, who was instantly consumed. Let's move on to the next place. He brushed off his hands and turned toward the exit. The next place? Where to? Luo Qingqing and Shao Tao hurried after him. To visit those who sought my life, of course. A cold smile curved Ye Chen's lips. Those who dare hire assassins against us must be prepared to pay the price. Beyond the city of 100 flowers, suspended in the void between earth and sky, Yao Miao-yi, having just arrived, gazed at the departing figures of Ye Chen and his companions, a complicated expression flickering across her face. She had been worried about the safety of Luo Qingqing and Shao Tao, rushing over with great haste, yet she never expected to witness such a scene. This lad, he's truly audacious, annihilating the Shadow Pavilion branch and now seeking to head straight for their headquarters. Yao Miao-yi murmured to herself, her tone laced with a hint of helplessness and affection. She knew Ye Chen's temperament outwardly flippant, yet inwardly meticulous and unfathomable. Oh well, since he insists on going, I shall protect him from the shadows. Yao Miao-yi shook her head, her form gradually fading into the void. She decided to covertly safeguard Ye Chen and the other two, while simultaneously sending a transmission through a communication talisman. She had keenly observed the budding feelings between Ye Chen and Luo Qingqing. She also acknowledged this potential future son-in-law and could not allow harm to befall him. Meanwhile, Ye Chen seemed to sense Yao Miao-yi's presence, a sly smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Hey, having a free bodyguard isn't so bad after all. Ye Chen gloated inwardly, his steps becoming lighter and more brisk. With a free bodyguard lurking in the shadows, what was there to fear? He could go all out. Ye Chen and his companions chatted and laughed as they soared on their swords to the skies above the Wang family estate. Patriarch Wang, come out and catch up. Ye Chen called out loudly, his voice tinged with mockery yet thundering like a clap of thunder over the Wang residence. Wang Bo, the patriarch of the Wang family, was pacing anxiously in his study. Slapped at the sound of Ye Chen's voice, he shuddered in fright, dropping the teacup in his hand, which shattered on the floor. Patriarch, it's terrible. That Ye Chen is here to cause trouble again. A servant rushed in frantically, kneeling on the ground, his voice trembling. What's all this panic? Do you take me for a deaf old man? Wang Bo roared, struggling to compose himself. Summon all the elders and disciples. Come with me to greet him. Though terrified, Wang Bo forced himself to appear calm, leading a contingent of the family's top fighters, and reluctantly stepped out of the estate. Why yeah? Young Master Yi, what brings you here? Wang Bo forced a smile that was uglier than a grimace, asking cautiously. What? Not welcome. Ye Chen looked at him with a half-smile, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. And no, of course not. Young Master Yi is joking. Your visit is an honor for my family. Wang Bo broke out in a cold sweat, hastily denying. Since it's an honor, why not invite us in for a seat? Ye Chen raised an eyebrow, his tone playful. Yes, it was my oversight. Young Master Yi, Fairy Luo, Miss Xiao Tao, please come in, please. Wang Bo quickly stepped aside, ushering the three into the estate. Upon entering the main hall, he ordered refreshments to be served. May I ask what business brings young Master Yi here today? Wang Bo inquired timidly. Nothing too serious. I just wanted to ask if the patriarch has done anything shameful lately. Ye Chen picked up the teacup, took a light sip, and asked nonchalantly. Shameful? After the last incident, I've been abiding by the law. I've done nothing shameful. Wang Bo's forehead was drenched with cold sweat. His eyes flickered, unable to meet Ye Chen's gaze. Oh, is that so? Ye Chen set down the teacup, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Then, Patriarch, do you know what the Shadow Pavilion is? The Shadow Pavilion. Wang Bo's face grew even paler at the mention, his body trembling uncontrollably. Young Master Yi, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Wang Bo stammered, his eyes darting away, avoiding Ye Chen's gaze. Don't understand. Ye Chen let out a cold laugh, suddenly slamming his hand on the table and rising to his feet, looking down at Wang Bo. Wang Bo, I'll ask you one last time. Will you speak or not? So easily scared into wetting yourself. Ye Chen's eyes flashed with disdain, his face twisted in disgust. Luo Qingcheng and Shao Tao pinched their noses, fanning the air with one hand, their expressions equally repulsed. Ye Chen turned to Luo Qingcheng, his expression softening. Qingcheng, what do you think we should do with him? After all, this was under the jurisdiction of the 100 Flowers Palace, so he needed to respect her opinion. Ye Chen, killing him would be too merciful. Luo Qingcheng's beautiful eyes glinted with coldness, her tone icy. Oh. Then what do you suggest, Qingcheng? Ye Chen asked with gentle interest. How about ordering him to summon everyone involved, and then? Luo Qingcheng paused deliberately, a sly gleam flickering in her eyes. And then what? Ye Chen pressed, though he had already guessed her plan. And then, make them atone by taking their own lives. Luo Qingcheng enunciated each word, her voice chilling. Excellent idea. Ye Chen's eyes lit up, and he smiled. Qingcheng, you're brilliant. Humph, of course. Luo Qingcheng raised her chin triumphantly, wearing an expression that said, I'm the cleverest. This expression was reserved only for Ye Chen. She was always cold and distant to other men. Wang Bo, you heard that, didn't you? Ye Chen turned to look at Wang Bo, who was slumped on the floor, his tone icy. Now, immediately send word to those people. Tell them to bring all their magical artifacts and spirit stones and assemble here, within an hour to beg for my forgiveness. Otherwise, their families will cease to exist. Why yes. Yes. Wang Bo was utterly broken by now. He knew he was doomed, and to save his life, he could only obey. An hour later, all the clan patriarchs of 100 Flowers City, who had taken part in the assassination plot against Ye Chen arrived, kneeling before him with their family's treasures and spirit stones. They trembled, their faces ashen. Why, young Master Yi, spare us. We were foolish. Please, be magnanimous and forgive us this once. The patriarchs knelt on the ground, pleading desperately, hoping Ye Chen would show mercy. Spare you? Ye Chen laughed coldly, his gaze sweeping over them like ice. When you hired the Shadow Pavilion to assassinate us, did you ever think of sparing me? The patriarchs fell silent, their faces deathly pale, knowing they were trapped. Young Master Yi, we admit our mistake. We are willing to offer all our assets to atone. Please grant us a way to life. The Zhao family patriarch said with a weeping face. Yes, we'll give up everything we own, just spare our lives. The other patriarchs chimed in chorus. Ruined financially? Ye Chen sneered coldly. Do you truly believe your lives are worth so little? Then, what is it that you want? The head of the Li family asked, summoning his courage. Take your own lives as atonement. Ye Chen declared, his tone icy. Otherwise, I shall make your existence a living hell. Your families shall be implicated as well. What? Take our own lives as atonement? The family heads turned deathly pale, despair flooding their eyes. They never imagined Ye Chen would be so ruthless as to demand their suicides. What? Unwilling? A cold glint flashed in Ye Chen's eyes. In that case, I shall grant you your end. Ye Chen moved to act. Wait! A family head suddenly cried out. Young Master Yi, we are willing to die, but after we are gone, could you spare our families? Yes, yes. Young Master Yi, we accept death as atonement, just please spare our loved ones. The other family heads pleaded in unison. I can promise you this: if you take your own lives, I will not vent my wrath upon your families. Very well. We shall die to atone for our sins. We trust young Master Yi will keep his word. The family heads realized there was no turning back. They had assumed Ye Chen was also a disciple of the Baiwa Palace, yet it was common knowledge that the palace did not accept male disciples. They had once speculated that Ye Chen was likely the illegitimate son of some high-ranking elder in the palace. How else could a male disciple be admitted? Had Ye Chen known their thoughts, he would have given them a resounding slap. This master hails from the Immortal Realm, not some noble's bastard offspring. The family heads gritted their teeth, raised their palms, and struck their own skulls, ending their lives. Moments later, the hall was strewn with corpses and heavy with the stench of blood. Ye Chen looked upon the scene, his eyes devoid of any pity, only boundless coldness. Let's go, he said indifferently, turning and walking away. Luo Qingcheng and Shao Tao followed silently behind him. After the three left the Wang residence, news of the events spread swiftly throughout Baiwa City. Upon learning of the outcome, the common folk clapped their hands in glee, lauding Ye Chen for eliminating scourges of the people and delivering swift justice. Meanwhile, the noble families not involved in the assassination quietly breathed sighs of relief. Ye Chen, accompanied by Luo Qingcheng and Shao Tao, headed for the Shadow Pavilion headquarters in Zhongzhou City. Qingcheng, Shao Tao, let's go, time to meet this Shadow Pavilion. A playful smirk curled at the corner of Ye Chen's mouth, as if he were heading to a meal with old friends rather than raiding an enemy stronghold. With the hidden protection of the Tribulation Transcendent Stage bodyguard Yang Mui, Ye Chen harbored no concerns whatsoever. Meanwhile, at the Shadow Pavilion headquarters in Zhongzhou City. Report! A Shadow Pavilion disciple burst frantically into the main hall. Greetings, Pavilion Master. The Baiwa City. The Baiwa City branch has been destroyed. The disciple knelt, his voice trembling. What? The assembled crowd, who had been chatting and laughing moments before, suddenly stiffened, expressions shifting to shock. Say that again. The Pavilion Master, a sinister-faced elder robed in black, slammed his palm upon the table and bellowed in fury. The Baiwa City branch has been annihilated, and the branch master Guimian has been killed as well. The disciple trembled violently and hastily repeated the news. Who did this? A burly elder with a fleshy face roared, his voice thundering through the hall. It was a young man named Ye Chen, elder. His cultivation is unfathomably deep. Guimian couldn't even withstand a single strike before he was. The disciple's voice trailed off, growing fainter until it was barely audible. Useless! Guimian was nothing but useless. The elder erupted in rage, smashing the chair beside him with a single palm strike. Pavilion Master, this is a serious matter. How shall we respond? Another elder asked in a low voice. Thief! To dare destroy a Shadow Pavilion branch, he must be tired of living. The Pavilion Master's eyes glinted coldly as he spoke in a sinister tone. Issue the order, scour the realm for this whelp, and kill on sight. Yes, sir. The disciple received his orders and departed. Elders, what are your thoughts on this? The Pavilion Master swept his gaze across the gathering and asked gravely. Pavilion Master, this is highly suspicious. Perhaps we should investigate thoroughly before acting. One elder counseled cautiously. Indeed, Guimian was at the pinnacle of the Mahayana stage. For him to be slain with such ease, the culprit is likely at the Tribulation Transcendent stage. Another elder added in agreement. Thief! Whoever he is, anyone who dares touch the Shadow Pavilion will pay the price. The Pavilion Master snorted coldly, murderous intent blazing in his eyes. Zhongzhou City was far more prosperous than Baiwa City, its streets teeming with crowds and the air filled with peddlers' cries. Following the map obtained from Guimian, Ye Chen and his two companions arrived at a seemingly ordinary tea house. This is the place? It doesn't look like a den of cutthroats at all. Shao Tao looked skeptical, for the tea house was elegantly decorated, and the patrons were all genteel scholars and refined literati. It was a far cry from the grim, forbidding headquarters of an assassin organization she had imagined. The most perilous places often hide beneath the most mundane veneers. Ye Chen explained with an air of profound wisdom before stepping into the tea house. Inside, a storyteller was vividly narrating tales of the Jianghu, drawing thunderous applause from the audience. Paying no heed to the performance, Ye Chen strode directly to the counter and slammed down a black token engraved with the character Shadow. This was Guimian's token. Only its bearer could gain entry to the Shadow Pavilion's headquarters. The gatekeeper recognized only the token, not the person, for the branch masters always came disguised rather than revealing their true faces. The shopkeeper, previously dozing, jolted awake at the sight of the token and gave Ye Chen an appraising look. "Honored guests, please follow me upstairs." The shopkeeper lowered his voice. He then led Ye Chen and the others through a hidden corridor to a rockery. Concealed within the rockery was an underground passage. The shopkeeper guided them inside before turning and leaving. This shopkeeper was the gatekeeper of the Shadow Pavilion's headquarters, appearing an ordinary man, yet possessing Mahayana stage cultivation. "Stop! Who are you? How dare you trespass into the Shadow Pavilion's inner sanctum?" As soon as Ye Chen emerged from the other end of the underground passage, he was surrounded by several black-clad guards. Luo Qingqing and Xiao Tao immediately assumed defensive stances. Only those of Hall Master rank or above could enter the interior of the Shadow Pavilion. Upon entering, one had to remove all disguises and revert to their true appearance. These guards were familiar with the Hall Masters from various regions, but Ye Chen was an unfamiliar face they had never seen before. The guards were to investigate thoroughly. If anyone was an unauthorized intruder, they were to kill them on the spot, regardless of who they were. "I've come today to have a chat with your pavilion master." Ye Chen ignored their questioning, a playful smile curling the corners of his mouth as he said calmly. "How dare you? The pavilion master is not someone you can see whenever you wish." A guard roared in anger, a killing intent flashing in his eyes. "Hey, I insist on seeing him today." Ye Chen let out a cold sneer, his figure flickering as he bypassed several guards and headed straight toward the Shadow Pavilion headquarters. "Presumptuous!" The guards, enraged by his audacity, drew their weapons and attacked him in unison. However, their attacks were like child's play to Ye Chen. Without even glancing at them, he casually waved his hand, and several sword-chi blasts shot out. The guards were sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground with blood spilling from their mouths, their fate unknown. "Who dares to cause trouble at my Shadow Pavilion?" A furious shout erupted, and a dark figure swiftly emerged from the Shadow Pavilion headquarters, landing before Ye Chen. This was the pavilion master himself, his gaze dark and fixed on Ye Chen, brimming with murderous intent. "Are you the Shadow Pavilion master?" Ye Chen examined him from head to toe and asked indifferently. "Indeed. Why, who are you? Why are you trespassing at my Shadow Pavilion headquarters?" The pavilion master asked coldly. "My name is Ye Chen, and I've come to discuss a business matter with you." Ye Chen stated calmly. "Business? What business?" The pavilion master frowned and asked. Normally, assassination contracts were handled through the various halls, and the pavilion master and elders never received guests directly. "I want your Shadow Pavilion to compensate me for the assassination attempt on my life." A playful smile curled at the corners of Ye Chen's mouth. "What?" The pavilion master was taken aback by these words, then burst into loud laughter as though he'd heard the greatest joke imaginable. "Why, are you joking? Do you even know what you're saying?" The pavilion master's laughter abruptly ceased as a memory surfaced. The one who destroyed the Baiwa City Hall was also named Ye Chen. Could this young man before him really be that person? But Ye Chen seemed far too young, leaving him uncertain. The pavilion master's gaze turned icy as he stared at Ye Chen, his eyes radiating murderous intent. Whether or not he was the same Ye Chen, anyone who invaded the Shadow Pavilion deserved death. "I know precisely what I'm saying." Unaware of the pavilion master's thoughts, Ye Chen replied indifferently. "I was ambushed by your Shadow Pavilion assassins in Baiwa City. After targeting people as kind-hearted as us, doesn't your conscience bother you at all?" Ye Chen adopted an expression of profound grief. "Therefore, you must compensate us for the emotional distress we've suffered." Standing nearby, Luo Qingqing and Xiao Tao were utterly stunned by Ye Chen's audacious tactics. "Do you really need to fabricate excuses when demanding compensation? If you're going to make one up, shouldn't it at least be somewhat reasonable? How can your justification be so flimsy?" Xiao Tao blinked her bright, lively eyes and nodded, feeling she'd picked up another clever trick from Ye Chen. Even Yao Miui, concealed within the void, couldn't help but twitch the corners of her mouth. So it was you who destroyed the Baiwa City branch. The Shadow Pavilion Master glared at Ye Chen in fury, a scornful sneer on his face. Boy, I don't care who you are or what connections you have, you won't leave here alive today. Is that so? Let's see how you manage to keep me from leaving this place alive. A cold smile played on Ye Chen's lips as a chilling glint flashed in his eyes. You're courting death. The Pavilion Master roared, his figure blurring as he launched Ye Chen with full force, holding nothing back. A terrifying pressure from his tribulation crossing cultivation level surged toward Ye Chen like a devastating tidal wave. Observing this, a look of disdain flickered in Ye Chen's eyes. He snorted coldly, flipping his right hand to reveal the sword intent Jade Talisman Su Taishu had given him. As the talisman activated, an indestructible sword intent shot forth, striking directly at the Shadow Pavilion Master. What? The Pavilion Master's expression shifted dramatically, his eyes widening in terror. From this sword intent, he sensed an overwhelmingly terrifying presence that sent chills through his heart. He had never encountered such devastating sword intent before. This sword intent alone made him feel utterly outmatched. How is this possible? Overwhelmed with dread, the Shadow Pavilion Master immediately channeled his entire chi reserves, condensing them into a massive protective barrier before him. With a thunderous explosion, the sword shadow collided with the chi shield, producing a deafening roar that shook the heavens. Terrifying energy rippled outward like a volcanic eruption. Buildings surrounding the Shadow Pavilion headquarters crumbled into ruins under the force of this devastating energy. The Pavilion Master grimaced, spewing blood as his body was sent flying backward like a severed kite. He crashed heavily to the ground, his face ashen, his breath weak and ragged. This can't be. The Pavilion Master struggled to his feet, his eyes locked onto Ye Chen in sheer horror, unable to comprehend what he was witnessing. He never imagined that a powerhouse at the Tribulation Crossing stage would be defeated in a single strike by someone so young. Even more staggering was how effortlessly Ye Chen had done it, as though it required no effort whatsoever. Who are you? The Pavilion Master asked tremblingly, terror evident in his eyes. I already told you I'm Ye Chen. Ye Chen stated calmly. Now, do you still think I lack the standing to demand compensation from your Shadow Pavilion? The Pavilion Master fell silent upon hearing this. He knew he had severely underestimated the situation today. He also understood that the person behind Ye Chen, capable of forging such a terrifying sword intent Jade Talisman, must be an existence of immense power. The one backing Ye Chen possessed unfathomable strength, far beyond what he could hope to oppose. What do you want? The Pavilion Master took a deep breath, forcing down his fear as he asked. Simply put, compensate us for the emotional distress caused by the assassination attempt. Ye Chen replied coolly. Otherwise, I have no hesitation in ensuring your Shadow Pavilion ceases to exist. The Pavilion Master's anger flared instantly at the threat. You! He could hardly believe this brat dared to intimidate him. Boy, don't get too arrogant. The Pavilion Master roared. My Shadow Pavilion has stood for thousands of years on the Canglan continent. We've never feared anyone. Is that so? A cold smile spread across Ye Chen's lips as a chilling glint flashed in his eyes. In that case, I'll show you what I'm capable of. Just as Ye Chen was about to administer punishment to the Pavilion Master, several elders at the Tribulation Transcendent stage from the Shadow Pavilion rushed over upon hearing the commotion. Master of the Pavilion, what has happened? One elder asked urgently. That brat right there used a magical artifact to severely injure me in a single strike. The Shadow Pavilion Master's face darkened as he pointed at Ye Chen. Upon hearing this, the elders were all startled, their gazes turning wary as they fixed their eyes on Ye Chen. You young man, who exactly are you to dare cause trouble in our Shadow Pavilion? One elder shouted in anger. Humph, you Shadow Pavilion sent assassins after me. Today, we settle this score once and for all. Ye Chen sneered. Presumptuous. Another elder vanished in a flash, launching an immediate strike at Ye Chen. Ye Chen showed no fear whatsoever and activated the sword intent Jade token in his hand once more. A razor-sharp wave of sword intent came whistling through the air, aimed straight at the elder. The elder felt the terrifying power of the sword intent, his face changing drastically. He tried to dodge but was too late. The sword intent pierced through the elder's body. He spat a mouthful of blood as his body was sent flying backward. The remaining elders gasped in shock, their hearts filled with awe and terror. How is this possible? If you don't give me a satisfactory explanation today, none of you will live here alive. Ye Chen stood proudly, the sword intent jade token in hand. The elders looked at each other, momentarily at a loss for what to do. Meanwhile, the sword intent jade token in Ye Chen's hand had exhausted its uses and dissolved into fine powder, dissipating into nothingness. Each sword intent jade token could only be used 3 times. Ye Chen had 3 in total, and 2 were already spent. He still had 1 left, which he had not yet brought out. With 4 tribulation transcendence elders present, Ye Chen remained completely unfazed. Yang Miao-yi was already present in the void. If she intervened, these 4 tribulation transcendence elders would stand no chance against her. Ye Chen also wanted to conserve this last sword intent jade token for future dangers. One sharp-eyed elder noticed the sword intent jade token in Ye Chen's hand dissipating into powder, and his heart swelled with delight as arrogance returned to his features. Ha, boy, without that magical artifact, let's see how arrogant you can still be. As he spoke, he extended his palm and struck toward Ye Chen with all the power of his tribulation transcendence cultivation, intending to kill him in a single blow. Senior brother Ye Chen, be careful. Xiao Tao and Luo Qinchen's faces changed drastically. Without the sword intent jade token, Ye Chen stood no chance of blocking this strike. Luo Qinchen stepped forward, ready to shield Ye Chen from the fatal blow. At that critical moment, Yang Miao-yi, hidden in the void, also believed Ye Chen had exhausted his sword intent jade token. Fearing he was in danger, she immediately intervened to stop the elder. Yang Miao-yi appeared out of thin air, and with a sweep of her sleeve, a powerful force sent the elder retreating dozens of steps. Who dares to harm my disciple? Yang Miao-yi roared in anger, her overwhelming aura causing everyone present to startle. Master! Xiao Tao waved her small hand excitedly, her face beaming with joy. The tension in her heart dissipated. Master was here, so everything would be fine. Master, what brings you here? Luo Qinchen's anxious mood relaxed, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes as she bowed slightly. With Master present, Ye Chen was safe. Elder, you have finally decided to show yourself. Ye Chen greeted Yang Miao-yi with a relaxed, cheerful expression. No matter how deprived, Ye Chen appeared to be only at the Qi refining 9th layer, yet he had defeated nascent soul and spirit transformation stage cultivators, and could even detect her presence. Meanwhile, the Shadow Pavilion members' faces changed drastically. They had not expected such a powerful figure to appear so suddenly. You! Who are you? The elder who had been knocked back showed terror on his face. Phew! I am Yang Miao-yi of the 100 Flowers Palace. You Shadow Pavilion dare to lay hands on my disciple, what incredible audacity! Yang Miao-yi snorted coldly. The Shadow Pavilion master and the elders exchanged glances, their hearts sinking. They knew Yang Miao-yi was not someone to be trifled with, and today's matter would likely not end peacefully. Several elders from the Shadow Pavilion communicated with each other through glances and telepathic messages. Suddenly, they all launched their attacks simultaneously toward Yang Miao-yi. Even the elder and pavilion master lying injured on the ground exerted their last strength to rise and attack Yang Miao-yi. Master, be careful! Xiao Tao and Luo Qinchen's faces changed drastically as they cried out in warning. However, Yang Miao-yi remained fearless in the face of danger, letting out a cold snort. Fools who overestimate themselves. Her hands moved rapidly to form seals, and a brilliant radiance burst forth from her body, forming a powerful protective shield. Ye Chen also gripped his final sword intent jade token, preparing to activate it. Boss! Su Taishu stepped out from the void, his fingers forming a sword shape as he swung it downward. An overwhelmingly domineering immortal sword intent shot toward the 6 Shadow Pavilion members. Before they could react, they were struck by the sword intent and sent flying, collapsing to the ground in an unconscious state with their fate unknown. Qinchen and Xiao Tao both breathed a sigh of relief, and Ye Chen put away the jade token. When Yang Miao-yi had heard that Ye Chen was going to the Shadow Pavilion, she had sent a telepathic message to Su Taishu. The Shadow Pavilion had several powerful tribulation transcendence cultivators, so she dared not be careless. Su Taishu arrived immediately upon receiving the message, bringing Su Chen along, though he had assigned Su Chen another task. After arriving, he had remained hidden in the void. Neither Yang Miao-yi nor Ye Chen's myriad lost physique had detected him. Su Taishu flashed forward and appeared before Ye Chen. He. Good disciple, have you played enough? He displayed a smile he considered benevolent, though to Ye Chen it was clearly a smile hiding daggers. Hey, Su the old demon. Are you here to capture me and lock me up again? Ye Chen flashed backwards several meters, his face filled with vigilance. He certainly did not want to be locked up again, how boring that would be. Yao Miao Yi, Luo Qingchong, and Shao Tao all stared at Ye Chen with their mouths agape in surprise. He actually called his own master Su the old demon. Ye Chen's intense reaction and the title he used left Su Taishu frozen in place, his facial muscles still twitching slightly. After a moment, Su Taishu regained what he considered a warm smile. He, my disciple. How could I possibly lock you up? Didn't I let you slip out secretly without stopping you? Think about it with my abilities. How could you possibly escape? Do you think I would not know you slipped away? That was something I intended all along. Su Taishu adopted an expression of someone who only had their best interests at heart and spoke gently. Pa! That shameless Su the old demon did not even blush as he lied. He clearly had no idea when or how Ye Chen had escaped, yet he spoke with such grandiose authority, as if everything had been under his control all along. Really? Ye Chen was uncertain whether Su Taishu was telling the truth or not. He only knew that Su Taishu was far more complex than he appeared. Of course it is true. You are my disciple, how could I harm you? Su Taishu clapped his palms together and spread his hands open, wearing an expression of utter sincerity. He truly did cherish this disobedient disciple, Ye Chen. Even more astonishing was that Ye Chen had silently bonded with his Star Soul Tower. This was something Su Taishu himself had failed to achieve, as the tower had refused to acknowledge him for thousands of years. Yet Ye Chen had succeeded in just 2 short years. At that moment, Lin Shuo and Su Chen barged in with a group of disciples from the Heavenly Sect, their manner fierce. Lin Shuo carried a dying old man in his hand. Greetings, Supreme Elder. The Heavenly Sect disciples bowed respectfully upon seeing Su Taishu. Rise, Su Taishu said calmly. Lin Shuo casually tossed the old man to the ground. The manager of the tea house, who had reached the Mahayana stage. Master, all the Shadow Pavilion members outside have been executed. This old man is the tea house keeper. Lin Shuo said, cupping his fist toward Su Taishu. The old man lay on the ground, gasping for breath, his eyes filled with despair and terror. Humph, daring to assassinate my disciple, this is the consequence. Su Taishu nodded slightly, then looked at the old man and gave a cold snort. Luo Qingchong and Shao Tao were somewhat surprised that the Heavenly Sect had annihilated the infamous Shadow Pavilion so quickly. Ye Chen, however, paid it no mind. His only concern was the spirit stones in the Shadow Pavilion's treasury. He winked at Luo Qingchong and Shao Tao, then headed toward the treasury. The two understood and quickly followed. That lad only cares about those treasures. Su Taishu shook his head helplessly at Ye Chen's actions. Lin Shuo and Su Chen exchanged glances and also gave helpless smiles. Their junior brother was simply money-obsessed. Ye Chen and the 2 women soon reached the treasury, which was enormous. It was piled high with spirit stones, magical artifacts, and cultivation resources, a dazzling sight. Wow, so many treasures! Shao Tao exclaimed excitedly. Even Luo Qingchong revealed a look of pleasant surprise. Ye Chen was beside himself with excitement at the sight of the mountain of spirit stones, never expecting the Shadow Pavilion's headquarters to hold such a vast amount. It felt like an unexpected fortune had fallen upon him. His cultivation would advance to new heights. Ye Chen grinned from ear to ear. Without hesitation, he waved his hand and swept all the spirit stones into his storage ring. These are all mine, nobody tries to take them. Ye Chen said with a grin. You're such a money grubber. Luo Qingchong rolled her eyes at him. Shao Tao, meanwhile, was selecting magical artifacts she liked. At that moment, Lin Shuo and Su Chen entered with the Heavenly Sect disciples. Su Chen and the disciples stood frozen, staring at the dazzling array of artifacts and resources. Their mouths gaped wide enough to hold an egg. Lin Shuo, however, glanced around listlessly, showing no interest in the artifacts. Quick, pack them up and take them back to the sect, Su Chen said, snapping back to reality and instructing the disciples behind him. Hearing this, they immediately moved into action. They quickly brought out their storage pouches and stuffed the artifacts and resources inside. After filling a dozen bulging pouches, the disciples howled with delight. This was a fortune. Even two combined heavenly sects wouldn't have had so many artifacts and resources. Lin Shuo took half of them and walked over to Yao Miui. Senior Yao, this time we owe much to your message to Master. Please accept these. Lin Shuo pushed a few storage pouches toward Yao Miui. I can't accept this. The 100 Flowers Palace contributed nothing this time. It wouldn't be right to take such a heavy gift, Yao Miui said, waving her hands in refusal. Senior Yao, please accept them. The heavenly sect can't use all of this anyway, we should share, Ye Chen urged from the side. To Ye Chen, it didn't matter, as long as his spirit stones weren't taken. Well then, thank you, young Master Lin, and thank you, fellow Taoist Su. Yao Miui hesitated for a moment, then finally nodded and accepted them. These resources were vital for the sect's development, and she could no longer refuse. You're too kind, Senior Yao. We should have more exchanges between our sects in the future. Lin Shuo gave a slight smile. Su Taishu also nodded faintly. Su Chen's eyes lit up at the mention of more exchanges, for he still had his sights set on Yao Miui's senior disciple, Yu Chuman. Everyone gathered their treasures and prepared to leave the Shadow Pavilion. They walked out of the Shadow Pavilion and arrived at an open area. Ye Chen secretly slipped a storage pouch to Luo Qingqing. Inside were 6 9 Revolutions golden spirit fruit he had obtained 2 years ago in a mysterious valley. Consuming the 9 Revolutions golden spirit fruit could cleanse the marrow and enhance cultivation, making it a rare treasure in the Canglan Realm. It would greatly benefit Luo Qingqing and Xiao Tao's cultivation and aptitude. Fairy Yao, let us part here. We shall meet again, Su Taishu said with a cupped fist. Yao Miui smiled in response. Fellow Taoist Su, farewell. Luo Qingqing looked at Ye Chen, her eyes full of reluctance. Her lips parted slightly, but in the end, she said nothing. Ye Chen felt the same 1,000 words on his heart, yet unsure where to begin. Senior Sister Luo, Senior Brother Ye Chen, why not just confess your feelings in this state? Xiao Tao couldn't help but speak, observing the two of them. Xiao Tao, don't talk nonsense. Luo Qingqing's face flushed, and she scolded lightly. Ye Chen also scratched his head awkwardly. All right, let's go. Yao Miui smiled and pulled Luo Qingqing and Xiao Tao into the void. Before vanishing, Luo Qingqing gave Ye Chen one deep look, then turned and left with Yao Miui. Ye Chen stared at their receding figures, unable to snap out of it for a long time. Junior brother, stop staring, they're gone. Su Chen walked up with a strange look and patted Ye Chen's shoulder. He already knew that he had refused the marriage alliance with Qing Pavilion, and Su Taishu had privately arranged a betrothal for Ye Chen. Ye Chen snapped back and sighed, let's go. Su Taishu, however, didn't notice Ye Chen's odd behavior. He approached Ye Chen. Disciple, when we return, I have a surprise for you. Su Taishu said to Ye Chen with a beaming smile. Su Chen opened his mouth as if to say something but ultimately stayed silent. In his heart, he thought, Junior brother, this is your trial, you must overcome it yourself. Ye Chen looked at Su Lomo's smile and found it somewhat lecherous. He had a foreboding feeling that this surprise might be a shock. Ye Chen felt an urge to flee, but it was impossible under Su Lomo's watchful eyes. Well, Ye Chen did have foresight, but he lacked a bit of confidence. He should have turned that feeling into certainty. Su Taishu led his 3 disciples into the void and disappeared. The other heavenly sect disciples still needed to gain experience, so they had to fly back on their own. Moments later, Su Taishu brought his 3 disciples back to the heavenly sect and went straight to the purple bamboo forest at the back mountain. Disciple, you're 18 this year, right? Su Taishu sidled up to Ye Chen with a sly smile, his eyes like a weasel that had just nabbed a chicken. Ye Chen's heart skipped a beat, sensing trouble. This Su Lomo's grin was so lecherous, he must be up to something foul. What's with being 18? Ye Chen frowned but still answered. 18 years old. Youth is indeed a blessing. Su Taishu shook his head and said, as though lost in reminiscence of some bygone days. Get to the point, stop pretending to be profound. Ye Chen rolled his eyes. This old demon Su always had to build up to everything. It was like the emperor was in no hurry, yet his eunuchs were dying of anxiety. He calculated quietly to himself, if old demon Su was bringing good news, and there happened to be some spirit stones as a reward, that would be splendid. After all, Lord Ye Chen was a magnanimous man, and he would graciously accept. But if it was something that would put him at a disadvantage, such as some marriage arrangement, then Lord Ye Chen would not hesitate for a moment. He would simply execute the 36 stratagems and make his escape. Oh, my dear disciple, why are you more anxious than your own master? Rest assured, this surprise is something you will absolutely adore. Su Taishu dawdled along, flashing an expression that spoke volumes. Hearing Su Taishu's words, Su Chen's mouth twitched slightly. Whether his junior brother would enjoy this marriage arrangement, he had no idea. But for his junior brother, it would certainly not be a surprise, it would be a fright. Lin Shuo was equally dumbfounded by Su Taishu. How could a master not speak plainly? After all this dilly-dallying, not a single word about the actual matter. Cough, cough. Su Taishu caught the disdain in his three disciples' gazes and realized he had indeed been overly verbose. Alas, there was no helping it. At his age, a certain verbosity was only natural. He cleared his throat, preparing to announce that enormously wonderful piece of news. Suddenly, Su Chen's expression darkened, and he shot to his feet. What is it, junior brother? What happened? Lin Shuo could not help but ask at the sight of him. Master, something has happened. I just received a transmission. The resources we obtained from the Shadow Pavilion have been plundered. Su Chong looked at Su Taishu with a grave expression. Upon hearing this, everyone's brows furrowed slightly. Who dares to snatch our belongings? They must be growing tired of living. Lin Shuo was furious. What exactly happened? Tell us slowly. Su Taishu's smile also vanished from his face. Though he did not care much for those resources, the Heavenly Dao Sect still revered him as a grand elder. If something were taken, he would need to inquire at the very least, and recover it. Su Chong took a deep breath and recounted the entire incident from beginning to end. It appeared that after Su Taishu departed with his three disciples, the Heavenly Dao Sect disciples responsible for escorting the resources followed their original plan and prepared to return to the sect. However, as soon as they left Zhongdou City, they were ambushed by a group of mysterious figures clad in black. Those black-clad men were powerful and fought with ruthless ferocity, leaving the Heavenly Dao Sect disciples with no chance to resist. They were defeated utterly, stripped of their armor and weapons, with no power to fight back. In the end, over 20 Heavenly Dao Sect disciples were injured. All the resources on their persons, including the magical treasures and cultivation materials plundered from the Shadow Pavilion's treasury, were completely looted. Preposterous! These people are utterly shameless. Lin Shuo was beside himself with rage upon hearing this, vowing to track down those black-clad men and settle the score. Old Demon Su, stop staring blankly. Let us go reclaim what was taken. Ye Chen rubbed his fists, full of eagerness to act. Now that someone had snatched them away, it was like watching another steal the crops from his hard-earned fields. Lord Ye Chen would never swallow such an insult. Exactly, Master. Let us go drag those bastards out and teach them that what belongs to the Heavenly Dao Sect is not so easily taken. Xu Cheng chimed in. Very well. The three of you are to head to Zhongzhou City and discover who dares to lay hands on the Heavenly Dao Sect's property. This matter did not require Su Taishu to personally intervene. Sending Lin Shuo, a tribulation transcendence cultivator, was already a considerable favor. Leading Su Cheng and Ye Chen, Lin Shuo transformed into 3 streaks of light, hurtling toward Dongnou City at great speed. Meanwhile, Ye Chen was calculating something else entirely in his heart. As long as I discover who stole those resources, I can make another hefty profit in spirit stones. While putting on a show of righteous indignation, he was secretly overjoyed. He had completely forgotten about that enormously wonderful news Su Taishu had been about to mention. Whoever dared to rob the Heavenly Dao Sect must have been a major sect. How many spirit stones must such a sect possess? Outside Dongnou City, in a small grove of trees, over 20 Heavenly Dao Sect disciples stood bruised and battered, their spirits crushed like wilted eggplants after a frost. Senior Brother Lin, Senior Brother Su, this is where it happened. We were robbed right here. A disciple pointed to the scattered footprints on the ground and said with a mournful face. Did you catch a glimpse of who they were? How many were there? Lin Shuo surveyed the surroundings, his brows tightly knit, and asked in a deep voice. Replying to Senior Brother Lin, those people all wore veils covering their faces. There were approximately 30 of them, and their cultivation levels were all at the golden core and nascent soul stages or above. Another disciple said, still trembling with lingering fear. So many powerful experts clearly. This was beyond the capacity of an ordinary faction to mobilize. It seems this matter is not as simple as it appears, Su Cheng said, his brows furrowed in deep thought. Ye Chen crouched down and pretended to examine the traces on the ground, but a playful smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. Over 30 golden core cultivators and nascent soul experts, my. What a lineup! They truly do hold the Heavenly Dao Sect in high regard. Ye Chen's 1,000 methods body sensed that a deity transformation cultivator had been present here, and the timing coincided exactly with when the disciples were robbed. Junior brother, have you discovered anything? Su Cheng asked, unable to resist at the sight of his expression. Hehe, I have actually made one discovery. I detected the aura of a deity transformation cultivator. Ye Chen said with a grin, a cunning glint flashing in his eyes. Deity transformation? Lin Shuo and Su Cheng asked in unison. The Heavenly Dao Sect disciples were all at the golden core and early nascent soul stages, yet the attackers had deployed a deity transformation cultivator merely to seize their treasures. Hehe, follow me. The direction this aura departed is toward Zhongluo City. Ye Chen turned and walked toward Zhongluo City. Lin Shuo and Su Cheng exchanged a glance, instructed the Heavenly Dao Sect disciples to return to the sect first, and then hurriedly followed behind Ye Chen. The three of them arrived outside Zhongluo City but did not rush to enter. Instead, they found a secluded spot, and Ye Chen secretly activated the Heavenly Dao Beat to begin his investigation. The Heavenly Dao Beat could track the precise location of that aura's owner. Soon, he detected a faint deity transformation aura at the place where the group of black-clad men had vanished. Found you. A cold smile curled Ye Chen's lips, and a chilling glint flashed in his eyes. He had locked onto that deity transformation aura, which had entered the interior of Zhongluo City. Oh! Where are they? Upon hearing this, Lin Shuo and Su Cheng were both overjoyed and eagerly asked. He has entered Zhongluo City. Ye Chen led two others, walking toward Zhongluo City. In Zhongluo City stood the drunken Immortal Pavilion. As one of the most renowned establishments in Zhongluo City, the drunken Immortal Pavilion bustled with constant activity, each day birdsong and revelry, lively and flourishing. At this moment, in a private room on the second floor of the drunken Immortal Pavilion, a middle-aged man sat with women on either side, indulging in wine and company. Before him lay an abundance of delicacies and fine wine, while several singing girls surrounded him, fawning and trying to please him. The middle-aged man was extraordinarily generous, continuously bestowing gold, silver, and jewels upon the singing girls around him. Girls, serve me well, and there'll be benefits for you. This master has struck it rich lately, ha ha. The middle-aged man touched them up without restraint, continuously and freely caressing the two singing girls. Ye Chen and his two companions arrived at the entrance of the drunken Immortal Pavilion, standing side by side with slightly open mouths, staring intently at the grand doors. All three were experiencing this kind of place for the first time, and upon seeing the group of heavily made-up women behaving in flirtatious ways inside, they couldn't help but feel somewhat awkward. Junior brother, are you certain that presence came in here? Lin Shuo asked, his expression somewhat uncomfortable. Absolutely certain, the owner of that presence is inside right now. Ye Chen's expression also appeared somewhat uneasy. While Ye Chen was skilled at robbing and plundering, facing these fluttering women made him feel it would be better to descend into perilous situations. What are we waiting for? Let's drag him out, Su Cheng said, preparing to step forward. Yes. We'll await your triumphant return. This. Su Cheng drew his extended leg back. Maybe we should go together. Su Cheng was actually quite nervous too. He just wanted to take the lead and boost Lin Shuo and Ye Chen's courage. Inside the drunken Immortal Pavilion, a group of singing girls had already noticed Ye Chen and his companions standing in a row. They had seen this situation many times. Some young men, upon their first visit, would feel this bashful, wanting to enter but not daring to. At such times they needed the girls' assistance. Once inside, they would be so delighted they'd forget to leave, wanting to come every day. A leading singing girl gave the nearby girls a meaningful glance, and they understood immediately. 3 young masters, would you like to come in and have some fun? This servant just arrived today and hasn't served any guests yet. 3 young masters, please favor me once. 3 young masters, this servant's skills are excellent, guaranteed to satisfy you. A group of gaudily dressed girls surrounded Ye Chen and his 2 companions. The melodious voices echoed in their ears, fragrance wafted toward them, and the strong scent of cosmetics made one feel somewhat dizzy. Cough, cough. Ye Chen cleared his throat lightly, about to refuse, but was pulled by Lin Shuo. Junior brother, don't be shy. Since you're already here, let's relax and enjoy ourselves. As Lin Shuo spoke, he pulled Ye Chen and walked into the drunken Immortal Pavilion. Seeing this, Su Chen also followed with a mischievous grin. Helpless, Ye Chen could only let them pull him along as they entered the drunken Immortal Pavilion. Ye Chen understood too Lin Shuo wanted to use this opportunity to enter and seize the chance to locate the owner of that nascent soul stage aura. Ye Chen sensed that the owner of that presence was in a private room, and his eyes brightened. Giving Lin Shuo and Su Chen a meaningful look, the three quietly approached the private room where the middle-aged man was. When they reached the door of the middle-aged man's room, Su Chen was about to push the door open but was stopped by these girls. Oh dear young master! This room is already occupied. Let's go to the next room. The group of girls pulled and pushed, dragging Ye Chen and his companions into the adjacent private room. No sooner had they entered the room than servants brought in fine wine and delicacies. These girls immediately pulled Ye Chen and his companions to sit down, tightly encircling the three of them, serving dishes and pouring wine. Ye Chen felt nearly suffocated being surrounded by these girls. Ladies, could you please step out first? Let us brothers have some time alone. Unable to stand it any longer, Ye Chen sat with furrowed brows. The girls giggled, thinking Ye Chen was shy. Don't be shy, young master. These matters between men and women become familiar with practice. One of the girls gave Ye Chen a flirtatious glance, speaking in a charming voice. That's right, young master, let us sisters share some experience with you. Another girl chimed in agreement. Ye Chen's head throbbed from listening, feeling extremely annoyed. But since they were ordinary people, he couldn't bring himself to act against them, and could only keep winking at Lin Shuo. Lin Shuo, however, looked blank, completely not understanding Ye Chen's meaning. He thought Ye Chen was at a loss from the girl's enthusiasm, standing there grinning foolishly. Senior brother, quickly pay them to leave. These women will go once they receive money. Ye Chen was so angry he nearly jumped, whispering urgently to Lin Shuo. Only then did Lin Shuo react, scratching his head as he prepared to take out money. However, his motion to take out money stopped, and the corner of his mouth kept twitching. This junior brother had accumulated so many spirit stones, he was nearly the richest person on the Canglan continent, yet he made him pay for this. Lin Shuo at this moment felt an impulse to beat Ye Chen up. Damn! How stingy could this junior brother be? Senior brother, quickly! Seeing Lin Shuo standing there stunned, Ye Chen urged. Lin Shuo stared blankly at Ye Chen. If it weren't for him being his junior brother, he would have beaten him up right now. Reluctantly, Lin Shuo took out more than a dozen inferior spirit stones from his Canglan bag. When these girls saw the spirit stones, their eyes gleamed with allure. Ladies, we are truly sorry, but we have important matters. Please, do us a favor. Lin Shuo gave each girl a spirit stone. The girls were overjoyed upon receiving the spirit stones. They were ordinary people and usually received silver taels and gold. Very few people gave spirit stones directly. One inferior spirit stone was worth more than their monthly income. But they also knew that those who could produce spirit stones were cultivators, not to be provoked. Angering an immortal master could result in death at any moment. They immediately quieted down, standing in a line, curtsied to Ye Chen and his companions, and then withdrew from the private room. After the girls left, all three felt much more at ease. In the adjacent room, the middle-aged man had all the other girls withdraw, leaving only two charming girls. Hee hee! The middle-aged man kept these two girls, preparing to engage in something shameful. Come, little beauties, serve your master well. If you please me well, there'll be no lack of benefits for you. The middle-aged man eagerly embraced the two girls, speaking with labored breaths. Sir, please don't be impatient. The two girls coyly protested, half accepting and half refusing. Sir, please be gentle with us sisters. The other leaned gently on the middle-aged man's shoulder, speaking in a charming voice. The middle-aged man burst into laughter. Rest assured, as long as you satisfy me, anything is possible. Just as the middle-aged man, with the two girls in his arms, walked toward the bed, wanting to do something, the door of the private room was pushed open from outside. The sudden commotion startled the middle-aged man, nearly causing him to collapse. Ye Chen and his companions walked into the room as if nothing had happened, sat around the table, preparing to watch the middle-aged man's next performance. You may continue. Don't mind us. Ye Chen folded his arms across his chest, a mischievous grin at the corner of his mouth, gazing at the middle-aged man with mockery. Lin Shuo furrowed his brow slightly, shaking his head helplessly. As for Su Chen, he held back his laughter, his shoulders trembling slightly. Who are you? With his pleasure interrupted, the middle-aged man burned with rage, his furious gaze sweeping over Ye Chen and his companions. A chi refining 9th layer, a golden core 9th layer. When he saw Lin Shuo, his pupils contracted. He could not discern Lin Shuo's cultivation level, but the aura emanating from him was more than 10 times stronger than that of the middle-aged man. Who are you? May I ask what business you have with me? The middle-aged man released the 2 girls, his tone becoming gentle. He knew well that if he didn't lower his posture now, he might not know how he would die later. At the same time, he had a premonition of misfortune, recalling the recent robbery of the Tianxuan Sect disciples. Now someone had come knocking. How could it be such a coincidence? He felt quite uneasy. Lin Shuo took out 2 low-grade spirit stones and tossed them to the 2 girls, signaling them to withdraw. The girls caught the stones, performed a respectful bow, and exited the private room. Hee, what business? Naturally, to collect the debt. After the 2 girls left, Ye Chen's lips curled into a cold sneer. A debt? When did I ever owe you a debt? The middle-aged man forced calm, feigning confusion as he asked. He still harbored a glimmer of hope. Perhaps it was just a coincidence. Hee, my good brother, you're not being straightforward. Let's not beat around the bush. You robbed our Tianxuan Sect's belongings, and now you want to deny it. Ye Chen looked at him with a half-smile, his eyes full of mockery. You're talking nonsense. When did we ever rob your Tianxuan Sect's things? The middle-aged man flatly denied it. Hee, still stubborn even at death's door. Since you refuse to admit it, we'll have to resort to torture. Ye Chen's lips curled into a cruel smile as he slowly rubbed his fists together. Lin Shuo's figure flickered, instantly appearing before the middle-aged man, grabbing him by the neck and lifting him up. Cough! You! What do you think you're doing? I warn you, I am. The middle-aged man's face flushed red as he struggled desperately, but he could not break free from Lin Shuo's grip. You are what? Speak! Lin Shuo tightened his grip slightly, asking coldly. Cough! I am a member of the Qingyun Sect. If you dare harm me, our Qingyun ancestor will not let you off. The middle-aged man said with difficulty, pulling out his backing. Tianxuan Sect? How? Such a formidable reputation. Su Chen's eyes flashed with disdain upon hearing this. Su Chen mused to himself, although I am only at the Golden Core stage, my master is at the Tribulation Transcendence stage, and my senior brother is also at the Tribulation Transcendence stage. Why should I fear a mere Qingyun Sect? So, you're saying the belongings were robbed by your Qingyun Sect? Ye Chen narrowed his eyes, a hint of danger flickering in his gaze. No, it's not. The middle-aged man's eyes flickered as he said with difficulty. Ah, looks like we'll have to apply some torture before you tell the truth. Ye Chen put on what he thought was a cruel smile, but it looked rather odd. Senior brother, first cripple his cultivation. Ye Chen intended to cripple the middle-aged man's cultivation before resorting to torture. In front of his 2 senior brothers, Ye Chen pretended to be only at the chi refining stage, unwilling to reveal his true cultivation. Upon hearing that his cultivation would be crippled, the middle-aged man panicked. If his cultivation was destroyed, he would be nothing. Lin Shuo raised his other hand, ready to cripple his cultivation. Wait, I'll talk. Realizing that Lin Shuo would indeed cripple his cultivation, the middle-aged man quickly begged for mercy. Ah, if only you had said that earlier. Ye Chen crossed his arms, slightly raising his chin with a smug smile on his lips. Lin Shuo released the middle-aged man, tossing him to the ground. Cough! The middle-aged man tried to speak but broke into a fit of coughs. Speak up! Su Chen, growing impatient, kicked the middle-aged man in the abdomen. However, with his golden core cultivation, the kick did not cause any harm to the middle-aged man, who was at the divine transformation stage. After steadying his breath, the middle-aged man slowly began. I am an elder of the Qingyun Sect. Our sect leader ordered me to rob. From the middle-aged man's account, Ye Chen and the other two finally understood the whole situation. It turned out that when Lin Shuo and Su Cheng led the Tianxuan Sect disciples to besiege the Shadow Pavilion, the commotion was significant. The Qingyun Sect sent disciples to investigate and learned that the Shadow Pavilion's headquarters was hidden in Zhongdou City. Zhongdou City was under the jurisdiction of the Qingyun Sect. Considering the Shadow Pavilion's formidable strength, with more than one Tribulation Transcendence expert, the Qingyun Sect leader dispatched a Tribulation Transcendence ancestor and several elders to provide support. However, when they arrived, the Shadow Pavilion had already been destroyed, the Tianxuan Sect had withdrawn, and the treasury had been emptied. The Shadow Pavilion had occupied the area for thousands of years, amassing vast resources and treasures, which made the Qingyun Sect leader extremely envious. He had sent the Tribulation Transcendence ancestor to support with the intention of claiming a share of the treasures. Now that the Tianxuan Sect had taken everything, he was deeply unwilling. After much deliberation, he decided to send the middle-aged man with 30 disciples, disguised, to rob them. The esteemed sect leader of the Qingyun Sect stoops to such shameless deeds. Ye Chen scoffed disdainfully, but inside he was ecstatic an opportunity for riches had come. This matter cannot be let go. They must give us an explanation. Su Chen's face darkened as he said angrily, "Let's go. We'll take a look at the scenery of Qingyun Sect." Lin Shuo said calmly. Saying so, he lifted the middle-aged man with one hand and flew toward the Qingyun Sect with Ye Chen and Su Chen. Lin Shuo carried the middle-aged man as if he were a chick. They swaggered up to the gate of the Qingyun Sect's mountain. "Who goes there? How dare you trespass on Qingyun Sect?" The two gate-guarding disciples, seeing the trio's aggressive approach, immediately drew their swords. "Call your sect leader out." Su Chen snorted coldly, and a powerful pressure instantly sent the two gate disciples flying. "Bold ruffians, how dare you cause trouble at Qingyun Sect?" A furious shout rang out as an old man in a green robe flew in on a sword. It was the Qingyun Sect leader. "Are you the Qingyun Sect leader?" Ye Chen asked with a smile, as if greeting an old friend. "I am indeed. Who are you? Why do you come to my Qingyun Sect to cause trouble?" The Qingyun Sect leader's sharp gaze swept over the three, inwardly vigilant. "We are disciples of the Tianxuan Sect. You sent people to rob us, and we've come to demand an explanation." Ye Chen said bluntly. "Nonsense. How could my Qingyun Sect stoop to such petty theft?" The Qingyun Sect leader flatly denied it. "Hey, ask him, didn't you send him?" Ye Chen pointed at the middle-aged man held by Lin Shuo. "Sect leader. I." The middle-aged man stammered, not daring to tell the truth. "Phew! You are clearly framing us. Guards, seize these ruffians." At the Qingyun Sect leader's command, dozens of Qingyun Sect disciples immediately surrounded Ye Chen and the other two. "What? Want to make a move? I'd advise you to think carefully about the consequences," Lin Shuo said with a cold smile, a flicker of killing intent glinting in his eyes. "Phew! Does our Qingyun Sect fear your Tianxuan Sect?" The sect master of Qingyun Sect said threateningly, though his words lacked true conviction. He knew that Qingyun Sect had two Tribulation Transcendence ancestors, so he believed there was no need to fear any sect. "Your elders have already admitted that they led disciples to rob our Tianxuan Sect's treasures." Su Chen pointed to the middle-aged man that Lin Shuo was holding. "If this spreads, Qingyun Sect's reputation will." Su Chen paused here, not continuing his sentence. He believed the Qingyun Sect master could understand the stakes. Although robbery and theft were common occurrences in the cultivation world, it was an entirely different matter when the sect master personally ordered disciples to rob others within the sect's jurisdiction. In the future, who would dare come to areas under Qingyun Sect's control? What if their wealth and treasures were robbed? Where could they seek justice? With no visitors, the sect and the city could not develop, and would slowly decline. "Phew! What do you actually want?" The Qingyun Sect master forcibly suppressed his burning rage and asked. Since the matter had already been exposed, it still needed to be resolved. "Sect master, please calm down, calm down. Let's talk this through properly," Ye Chen said with a cheerful grin, as if he wasn't worried about the situation at all. Ye Chen spread his hands wide, glancing around at everyone still standing at Qingyun Sect's mountain gate. "Follow me." The Qingyun Sect master flicked his sleeve and walked toward the sect's interior. A moment later, they entered a grand and majestic hall, where disciples served superior spirit tea. "Speak, What do you want? After the tea-serving disciple withdrew, the Tianxuan Sect master asked. Ye Chen lifted the teacup and took a small sip. Simple. Return everything you robbed, then compensate us for our emotional distress, and we'll consider the matter settled. Ye Chen made an exorbitant demand. You. Dream on. The Tianxuan Sect master was so furious he nearly spat blood. This kid was clearly here to extort them. What? Unwilling. Ye Chen slightly narrowed his eyes, playing with the teacup in his hand. The Tianxuan Sect master pondered for a moment. I was unaware of this matter. It was the actions of the elders under our sect. I can return your belongings to you, and we'll consider the matter closed. The Tianxuan Sect master shifted all the blame onto the middle-aged man. Naturally, our Tianxuan Sect is very reasonable. Ye Chen said with a pleasant smile. In his heart, Ye Chen thought, whether it was the sect master's orders or not doesn't matter, as long as Tianxuan Sect compensates us. You'll soon learn, young master here isn't so easily fooled. Thinking of this, a cunning smile flashed across Ye Chen's face. The helpless Tianxuan Sect master had no choice but to hand over the 6 Canglan bags that had been robbed. Is this all of it? Ye Chen accepted the Canglan bags, asking with an enigmatic smile. It's all here, not a single item less. The Tianxuan Sect master said through gritted teeth. That's not right. I remember there were 7. Where's the other one? Ye Chen said with exaggerated surprise. What 7? There are only 6 clearly. The Tianxuan Sect master immediately panicked. Impossible. I clearly remember 7. The other Canglan bag contained 500 million mid-grade spirit stones. Ye Chen said with perfect composure. 500 million mid-grade spirit stones. Both the Tianxuan Sect master and the surrounding disciples were stunned speechless. Where did 500 million spirit stones come from? Had this kid gone mad? Did he have any idea how much 500 million spirit stones was? It was equivalent to 1,000 years of a sect's accumulated wealth. Even Su Chen and Lin Shuo stared at Ye Chen in bewilderment. How could they not know anything about 500 million mid-grade spirit stones? Su Chen secretly gave Ye Chen a thumbs up, thinking in his heart, this move was truly brilliant. Right, 500 million mid-grade spirit stones. You're not trying to default on your debt, are you? Ye Chen said with an expression of grievance. He actually wanted to ask for more, but a single Canglan bag had limited storage capacity. As for superior grade spirit stones, they were extremely rare in the Canglan Realm, and Tianxuan Sect certainly wouldn't have that many spirit stones to use as compensation anyway. You scoundrel! The Tianxuan Sect master trembled with rage. This kid was clearly extorting them. Slandering? Then tell me, why do I remember 7 Canglan bags while you only handed over 6? Ye Chen pressed hard, giving the Tianxuan Sect master no room to breathe. This. The Tianxuan Sect master was rendered speechless by Ye Chen's questioning. He couldn't very well admit that they really had robbed 7 Canglan bags, could he? What? Can't speak? Since that's the case, we'll have to search ourselves. Saying this, Ye Chen made as if to take action with Su Chen and Lin Shuo. Stop! How dare you? The Tianxuan Sect master immediately panicked. If he let them search inside, Tianxuan Sect would lose all face. For a moment, both sides stood in a deadlock. The Tianxuan Sect master had already secretly transmitted a message to the 2 Tribulation Transcendence ancestors. He had sensed that Lin Shuo possessed Tribulation Transcendence cultivation, so summoning the 2 ancestors would be more prudent. The situation had escalated to this point, and it would surely be difficult to resolve peacefully. If it really came to it, he wanted the 2 ancestors to kill all 3 of Ye Chen's group right here. Later, if Tianxuan Sect came looking, they could just say the 3 had left with their compensation, and without evidence, Tianxuan Sect could do nothing about it. After a moment of deadlock, 2 powerful Tribulation Transcendence auras suddenly descended upon the whole. Who dares cause trouble in our Tianxuan Sect? One of the white-haired ancestors thundered in anger. The 3 from Ye Chen's group were unaffected by the 2 auras, as Lin Shuo had completely shielded them. Oh, how convenient that the 2 ancestors have arrived. Your Tianxuan Sect robbed our Tianxuan Sect's belongings and tried to deny it. Is that appropriate? Ye Chen remained unperturbed, saying cheerfully. Nonsense. Our Tianxuan Sect would never do something so despicable. The other ancestor with a goatee beard snorted coldly. Evidence is conclusive. Your own sect master has already admitted it. Are the 2 ancestors planning to cover this up? Ye Chen said without hurrying. The goatee-bearded ancestor looked at the sect master, his gaze questioning. He had been the ancestor who participated in the support mission to destroy the Dark Shadow Pavilion back then, but after the mission was foiled, he hadn't inquired about subsequent matters. The sect master's expression turned grim as he quietly recounted the entire matter. Regardless, you cannot cause trouble here. The two ancestors exchanged glances, and one of them spoke. Then what do the two ancestors suggest? Should this matter just be forgotten? Ye Chen crossed his arms. Pfft! No compensation. Take your Canglan bags and leave here, or we'll show you no mercy. The white-haired ancestor's eyes blazed with fury as he flung his sleeve, releasing a powerful aura. Oh! Then how exactly do you plan to be inhospitable? A cold smirk curled at the corner of Ye Chen's lips as he waved the sword intent jade talisman that Su Taishu had given him. The two ancestral elders gazed upon the jade talisman in Ye Chen's grasp, sensing spiritual fluctuations and sword intent emanating from within that far surpassed their own. Both ancestral elders' pupils contracted sharply as Ye Chen had just channeled a thread of spiritual energy into the jade talisman, causing its inner aura to seep out. At the same time, Su Chen produced an identical sword intent jade talisman from his own hand. As a disciple of Su Taishu, such life-saving trump cards were naturally part of his arsenal, though he had never yet put them to use. The countenances of both ancestral elders instantly hardened with gravity, for they understood all too well the formidable might contained within those jade talismans. They knew full well that if the talisman's power were fully unleashed, they would be utterly incapable of withstanding the blow. Though there was a tribulation transcendence cultivator standing nearby, they still had no desire to appear weak and diminish their sect's prestige. Boy, don't think that talisman gives you the right to threaten our Tianxuan Sect. The goatee-bearded ancestral elder forced a composed expression as he spoke. Is that so? Then let's not mince words. I'd rather this end in mutual destruction than back down. Ye Chen arched an eyebrow, his expression one of utter indifference. In an instant, the temperature within the great hall plummeted to freezing point. The two ancestral elders exchanged silent transmissions, and their conclusion was unanimous. They were no match. They could only temporarily capitulate. Once your belongings are returned, will this matter be considered settled? The white-haired ancestral elder demanded in a low, grave voice. But of course we can be trusted. The moment you provide compensation, we shall depart immediately. A cunning smile spread across Ye Chen's face as he played his little trick. Very well, I trust you'll keep your word. The white-haired ancestral elder turned to the sect master and commanded, give him the spirit stones as he demands. His heart was cramped and miserable, having failed in his scheme and only suffered losses, yet even the ancestral elders had spoken. He had no choice but to comply. A moment later, that elder returned with 500 million medium-grade spirit stones and placed them into Ye Chen's hands. Now that you have your spirit stones, this matter is concluded. Please withdraw from our Tianxuan Sect. The Tianxuan Sect master, his face dark and gloomy, watched Ye Chen collect the stones before beginning to drive them out. Hold your horses. We haven't discussed the matter of compensation yet. Why the rush to throw us out? Ye Chen folded his arms across his chest, the corners of his lips curling upward into a teasing smile. Didn't you just say that once you received compensation, you'd leave immediately? The goatee-bearded ancestral elder flew into a rage, his finger trembling as he pointed accusingly at Ye Chen. Beside him, Lin Shuo and Su Chen both nodded in agreement, secretly giving Ye Chen a thumbs up in their hearts. This little junior brother was truly devious. His methods were extraordinary. The white-haired ancestral elder was so enraged he felt like vomiting blood. At this moment, he finally realized that Ye Chen had completely outmaneuvered them. The compensation Ye Chen spoke of was genuine compensation. What they had assumed was the compensation turned out to be the 500 million spirit stones Ye Chen had merely asked for as one form of restitution. Don't push your luck. Our Tianxuan Sect fears no sect. One of the elders could endure it no longer and roared in fury. The other elders present were also incensed by Ye Chen, their killing intent blazing as they stared fixedly at the three. Both ancestral elders could barely suppress the fire of anger raging within their hearts, and their tribulation transcendence pressure began to leak outward uncontrollably. Hey now, everyone, don't get so worked up. We're here to negotiate business. Harmony brings wealth, as they say. Ye Chen casually dropped into a nearby chair and began to toy with the sword intent jade talisman in his hand. That's right. You're getting on in years. Don't upset yourselves and ruin your health. Su Chen followed suit and also sat down carelessly, playing with the sword intent jade talisman in his hand. He channeled a thread of spiritual energy into the talisman, causing the sword intent within to seep outward. In an instant, the immortal sword intent and the pressure of a tribulation transcendence grand perfection cultivator pervaded throughout the entire great hall. The elders within the great hall felt the immortal sword intent and tribulation transcendence pressure, and for a moment, they were struck dumb with fear. They had never before encountered such a razor-sharp sword intent. Perhaps only an immortal could unleash sword intent of this caliber. Some elders, who were only at the nascent soul stage, had beads of cold sweat forming on their foreheads. Their killing intent vanished without a trace, each of them like a punctured balloon, their heads drooping limply. The two ancestral elders were also on edge, as if terrified that Su Chen might accidentally activate the talisman. They had a clear understanding of the talisman's might. It could most certainly annihilate them in an instant. Oh, little Su. No need to be so violent. We came here to negotiate business. Look how you frightened them. Ye Chen assumed an expression that was both slightly reproachful and somewhat teasing. Oh, junior brother. I've never actually used this thing before. I wanted to test its power, though I'm not sure if I'll get the chance. A smile of eager anticipation curved the corners of Su Chen's lips as he gently waved the sword intent jade talisman in his hand. Lin Shuo remained silent, his arms folded across his chest, his expression blank as he watched his two junior brothers play their game of cat and mouse. This little junior brother was far too skilled at stirring up trouble. Even his second junior brother had learned the art of making mischief. As the senior brother, he could only watch the show from the sidelines. The members of Tianxuan Sect listened with faces that cycled through shades of green and purple, their expressions utterly wretched. To think that one of the 10 great sects would be bullied so utterly by a few junior disciples, with no way to fight back. Yet they just so happened to possess a weapon capable of slaying tribulation transcendence cultivators, leaving them completely helpless. Boom! The white-haired ancestral elder could no longer contain the rage in his heart and shattered the chair behind him into fragments. He dared not make a move against Ye Chen and his companions, so he could only take his anger out on the chair. What kind of compensation do you want? After releasing his fury, the white-haired ancestral elder felt considerably better and asked in a low voice. You see? This is much better, discussing things calmly like civilized people. Why resort to violence and killing? It only harms the harmony between us. Ye Chen said with a grin. Since the ancestral elder has asked, I won't stand on ceremony. A few of our disciples from Tianxuan Sect were beaten up. Let's just say a casual compensation of 100 million medium-grade spirit stones per person should suffice. You're asking for an arm and a leg. The disciples from your Tianxuan Sect only suffered some minor cuts and bruises. The Tianxuan Sect master's eyes went wide, his face contorted with rage as he pointed a trembling finger at Ye Chen. When the members of Tianxuan Sect heard this figure, they also drew a sharp intake of breath. This Ye Chen truly had the audacity to make such demands. Sect Master, you speak as if appearances are all that matter. The wounds go far deeper than skin deep, they're psychological. Ye Chen raised his chin slightly and spoke with an expression of absolute seriousness. The male disciples of our Tianxuan Sect are dashing and handsome, the female disciples are as beautiful as blossoms. Now they've been beaten black and blue by your disciples. This has severely damaged their confidence in finding Dao companions. Ye Chen paused, then continued, without confidence, they won't be able to find Dao companions. This will affect their remaining years, be it 100 years, 1,000 years, or even 10,000 years. Is asking for 100 million medium-grade spirit stones in compensation truly so unreasonable? Ye Chen spread his hands wide, wearing an expression that suggested this was only natural and proper. The members of the Tianxuan Sect were momentarily rendered speechless by such twisted reasoning. Their faces darkened, and their fists clenched tightly. Ye Chen wasn't seeking compensation, he was aiming to annihilate the Tianxuan Sect. 2 billion spirit stones represented the entire millennia-old heritage of the sect. Su Chen nodded inwardly, finding Ye Chen's words reasonable. Lin Shuo rolled his eyes, feeling that this junior brother was utterly shameless and brazen. If you think it's not enough, we could accept a little more, Ye Chen added, seeing the silence among the crowd. With a spurt of blood, a nascent soul elder, who had been struggling to breathe under the pressure of sword intent and tribulation transcendence aura, finally succumbed to rage and spat out a mouthful of old blood. Damn it! How could he be so infuriating? A little more. What's the difference between this and robbery? The two patriarchs' faces were dark as thunderclouds, but they restrained themselves from striking Ye Chen dead, eyeing the sword intent talisman in his hand. That's too much impossible. Our Tianxuan Sect doesn't have that many spirit stones, an elder cried out. Oh! Then it seems our harmonious atmosphere can't be maintained. Ye Chen raised an eyebrow, brandishing the sword intent talisman. Young friend, your heavenly sovereign sect's disciples were defeated because of their inferior skills. How about this? We compensate each disciple with 1 million medium-grade spirit stones, and let the matter rest. The goat-bearded patriarch spoke in a conciliatory tone. Oh, if that's the case, then our heavenly sovereign sect has no face to ask for compensation. Ye Chen lifted his chin slightly, arms crossed, with an air of arrogance. But you outnumbered and overpowered the weak. You even deployed a nascent soul elder just to bully core formation disciples. Ye Chen shrugged, arms crossed, a faint smirk of disdain curling at the corner of his mouth. The Tianxuan Sect leader was left speechless by Ye Chen's rebuttal, his face instantly darkening. They had indeed sent 30 disciples against the Heavenly Sovereign Sect's 20. The highest cultivation among the Heavenly Sovereign Sect's disciples was only early nascent soul, yet the Tianxuan Sect leader, for safety, had also dispatched a nascent soul elder. The two patriarchs, seeing the leader's expression change, knew Ye Chen was telling the truth. Young friend, why be so aggressive? 1 million is already a considerable sum. They say patience brings a calm sea, and retreat yields a vast sky. It's good for everyone. The white-haired patriarch suppressed his anger, speaking earnestly. No, patience doesn't bring calm, it only fuels more anger. Retreat doesn't yield a vast sky, it only leads to greater losses. Ye Chen shook his head, refusing. 10 million medium-grade spirit stones per disciple. No more, or we'll have to fight to the death. The goat-bearded patriarch roared, making a show of desperation. Fine, then. I'll take a loss. 10 million it is. Ye Chen put on a magnanimous, suffering expression, but inwardly he was laughing. At these words, everyone was stunned, standing frozen in place. He agreed that easily. They could hardly believe their ears. He had been unyielding moments ago, yet now he conceded so readily. They didn't believe Ye Chen was intimidated by the goat-bearded patriarch's threat of mutual destruction. Even Ling Shuo and Su Chong were baffled by Ye Chen's move. What? Not enough? Then add another 10 million. Ye Chen said lightly, seeing them all stunned. No, 10 million is acceptable. We agree. The Tianxuan Sect leader quickly interjected, dispatching an elder to fetch the spirit stones. He wanted to get rid of these troublemakers as soon as possible, lest his dull heart shatter under further pressure. The elder was swift, returning with 200 million medium-grade spirit stones and handing them to Ye Chen. They expected Ye Chen to leave after receiving the payment, but he showed no intention of departing. Everyone, we've retrieved our stolen goods and received compensation. Now, let's discuss the service fee for us three brothers. Ye Chen raised an eyebrow, arms crossed, a sly gleam in his eyes. Phew! Bargaining with me? Let's see how I annoy you. Ye Chen's words displeased the Tianxuan Sect. They had returned their own belongings and even paid 500 million medium-grade spirit stones as compensation. Now he was demanding a service fee. This was endless. Su Chong gazed at Ye Chen in awe. This junior brother was truly a master of stirring up trouble. Today, he had learned another trick. No wonder this junior brother had agreed so readily earlier. He had been waiting for this. He wished he had a notebook to jot down this tactic before he forgot it. Ling Shuo, however, felt that his junior brother was too cunning, too shameless, and utterly without scruples. He felt embarrassed to be around him and resolved to keep his distance, lest he be tricked into counting money for him. The Tianxuan Sect members could no longer contain their fury. Their eyes blazed with rage, and their bodies trembled. Ye Chen, you go too far. Our Tianxuan Sect has already made such enormous concessions, yet you demand even more. An elder roared, his voice hoarse with extreme anger. Even if it means mutual destruction, we will never be manipulated by you again. Another elder gritted out, his eyes bloodshot, as if about to spit fire. Let's fight them to the death. Many elders shouted in unison, gripping their weapons with faces full of resolve. Ye Chen, Don't think that talisman in your hand makes us truly afraid of you. Worst case, we perish together. The dignity of the Tianxuan Sect must not be trampled. The Tianxuan Sect leader said, pointing at Ye Chen, his face ashen. Brat, don't be so arrogant. Do you really think we fear you? The two patriarchs erupted with their aura, the overwhelming pressure filling the hall as they bellowed. At that moment, the rage of the Tianxuan Sect members reached its peak, as if they were about to charge at Ye Chen and his companions. Lin Shuo waved his hand, dispelling the two waves of pressure. The two patriarchs exchanged glances, stunned that Lin Shuo had easily dispersed their pressure with a casual wave. Hey! Why won't you listen? We should generate wealth peacefully. The fish may die, but the net won't break. Ye Chen admonished with a pained expression, toying with the sword intent talisman. The junior brother is right, the net won't break, Su Chen echoed, also playing with his talisman. The two patriarchs had a direct impression of Lin Shuo's earlier move. They knew that with the talismans in the hands of Lin Shuo, Ye Chen, and Su Chen, the Tianxuan Sect could be easily wiped out. Once dead, nothing mattered. Spirit stones could be plundered from other minor sects. Face! Ha! They had already lost face. Ah! Boom! Boom! The two patriarchs vented their fury, smashing the surrounding tables and chairs to pieces. After the outburst, their anger subsided somewhat. How much service fee do you want? The white-haired patriarch asked through gritted teeth. I need to calculate this carefully. Ye Chen perked up at the mention of service fees. Look, my senior brother, an old man at the tribulation transcendent stage, had to trouble himself with this trivial matter. A service fee of at least 200 million seems fair, right? Ye Chen extended two fingers and waved them, his expression one of entitlement. None of the Tianxuan Sect disciples paid attention to the compensation amount Ye Chen mentioned. Instead, they were all fixated on the word elder. Damn it! Lin Shuo clearly looked like a young man in his 20s, so how could he possibly be called an elder? Lin Shuo was indeed not yet 100 years old. For cultivators whose lifespan stretched to 10,000 or even 100,000 years, he was merely a mere child. Ye Chen glanced at Lin Shuo and felt that his choice of words might not have been entirely appropriate. Well, don't go by appearances. A tribulation transcendent stage cultivator should be revered like an ancestor within the sect, yet my senior brother has made this journey personally. He deserves compensation for his trouble. After Ye Chen finished speaking, he extended one finger toward Lin Shuo, gazing solemnly at the Tianxuan Sect disciples. The disciples' expressions grew increasingly grim. However, some found his reasoning valid. Which sect's tribulation transcendence cultivator wasn't treated like an ancestor? Yet something still felt of Lin Shuo was simply too young. One hot-tempered elder was about to explode with rage. He dared not take action, but verbal attacks were still permissible. However, Ye Chen stopped him. Hold on, don't rush. I haven't finished calculating yet. Let's discuss once I've worked out the numbers. Ye Chen finished speaking and made a pressing down gesture with both hands, a soothing smile spreading across his face. The Tianxuan Sect disciples forcibly suppressed their fury, their eyes fixed intently on Ye Chen. Yet Ye Chen acted as if he noticed nothing, busily settling accounts with them on his own. My second senior brother was diligently cultivating in our sect when he heard about this trivial matter. Worried sick, he made the journey personally, which severely impacted his cultivation. Ye Chen furrowed his brow, gazing solemnly at the Tianxuan Sect disciples. At the same time, one hand waved gently, as if emphasizing the severity of the situation. My poor second senior brother still hasn't broken through to nascent soul realm at 20 years old. As Ye Chen spoke, he wore an agonized expression, both hands dramatically clutching his chest. Su Chen stood nearby, watching as his lips twitched involuntarily. Had he not known Ye Chen's temperament, he might have actually believed every word. Lin Shuo stood with hands clasped behind his back, head tilted at a 45-degree angle, looking as if he didn't know any of these people. Meanwhile, the Tianxuan Sect disciples cursed internally. Is this guy here to show off? Breaking through to nascent soul at 20. Throughout the entire Canglan continent, a genius who reaches golden core at 20 would already be considered monstrous. Lin Shuo was renowned throughout the Canglan continent, and yet you want 20-year-old nascent soul. Therefore, my second senior brother deserves compensation of at least 200 million mid-grade spirit stones, to make up for the losses to his spirit and cultivation. Ye Chen stated matter-of-factly. As for me, I am the most beloved little disciple of the Su old demon. It's only because my cultivation is too low that the Su-old demon fears I might suffer even a scratch of harm. A smug expression spread across Ye Chen's face as he crossed his arms, chin slightly raised. In the past, the Su-old demon feared I might get hurt going outside, so he kept me by his side and carefully tended to me for 2 years. Now, simply because some sect disciples got snatched, I risked being dealt with and came here personally. Surely I deserve compensation for the trouble. After Ye Chen finished speaking, he tilted his head slightly, one hand extended open toward the Tianxuan Sect disciples, wearing an expression of absolute justification. Su Chen heard these words and couldn't suppress a smile. Though in his heart he was cursing, little junior brother sure tells his lies in such a smooth, practiced manner. He was clearly locked away by master, yet he calls it careful tending. Lin Shuo remained expressionless, appearing calm on the surface, but in truth had long grown accustomed to Ye Chen's way of doing things. The Tianxuan Sect disciples were all numbed. You little demon who wields a weapon of mass destruction who dare to deal with you. Right now you're oppressing our entire Tianxuan Sect. You not getting dealt with is already something we should be grateful for. Alright, let me be the bigger person here. I'll only charge you 500 million. That brings the total to 900 million. I'll give you a discount, round it off, just give me 1 billion spirit stones, and we'll consider this matter settled. After Ye Chen finished speaking, he extended one hand, palm facing up, and gave a slight wave. I'm being so generous expression spread across his face. Upon hearing Ye Chen's words, the Tianxuan Sect disciples nearly fainted from anger. This discount of yours is a discount in reverse. Is this how you give discounts? 1 billion. Why don't you just rob us? What need is there to find any excuses? One elder finally couldn't hold back any longer, bellowing once more. The moment these words left his mouth, all of the Tianxuan Sect disciples turned to stare at the elder, their gazes sharp and menacing. Ye Chen and his companions could easily annihilate the Tianxuan Sect. Indeed, they could simply rob them outright. Wasn't he basically reminding him that he could do exactly that? What a great idea! Ye Chen's eyes lit up, a cunning smile flickering across his face as he clapped his hands together. But we're civilized people, reasonable folk. How could we possibly do something as unspeakable as robbery? Ye Chen spoke with perfect seriousness, chin slightly raised, wearing a righteous and solemn expression. Tianxuan Sect Master, wouldn't you agree? Ye Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, a mocking half-smile directed at the Tianxuan Sect Master. Ye Chen, don't push people too far. Everyone present from my Tianxuan Sect can die, but you won't have an easy time either. The Tianxuan Sect Master's face was dark as ink, as if water could drip from it. He forced down the fire raging in his heart and spoke this harsh warning. Oh my, is the Sect Master angry? Ye Chen shrugged, utterly unbothered. When you do something wrong, you must be prepared to pay the price. Young friend, regarding today's matter, my Tianxuan Sect admits defeat. But 1 billion spirit stones is truly too much. We can spare at most 500 million. At this moment, the elder with the goatee spoke. He had figured it out already. The other side could easily wipe out their entire sect. Not robbing them directly was already being quite polite. Now, he could only hope to give fewer spirit stones. Deal. 500 million mid-grade spirit stones. We accept. Lin Shuo cut in directly. Ye Chen was far too capable of causing trouble. He alone had battered one sect to shreds and extracted compensation worth over 1 billion spirit stones. The grievance of the Tianxuan Sect disciples could also be considered avenged. The Tianxuan Sect had paid out such an enormous sum of spirit stones. Their coffers were practically emptied. There was truly no need to drive them to desperation. Fine. Given my senior brother's face, let's settle on 500 million. Ye Chen pouted, arms crossed, chin slightly raised. Senior brother's face had to be respected. And Ye Chen hadn't truly wanted 1 billion spirit stones to begin with. He just wanted to give the Tianxuan Sect a headache, and they couldn't even afford that much anyway. After these 500 million are paid, will all settlements be complete? There won't be any other demands for compensation or anything like that. The Tianxuan Sect Master looked at Lin Shuo through gritted teeth, asking. He no longer trusted Ye Chen at all. He was terrified that after paying the spirit stones, Ye Chen would suddenly come up with some other compensation demand. Lin Shuo looked at Ye Chen, letting Ye Chen make the decision. The entire compensation negotiation had been led by Ye Chen. Though Lin Shuo was the senior brother, he wouldn't make decisions for Ye Chen. Of course. We're very trustworthy people. Ye Chen slapped his chest, wearing a perfectly solemn expression. Upon hearing these words, every member of the Tianxuan Sect wished they could rush forward and tear Ye Chen apart on the spot. You trustworthy? Do you have any credibility? The Tianxuan Sect master still didn't trust Ye Chen. His gaze shifted to Lin Shuo, waiting for Lin Shuo to nod in confirmation. Isn't my junior disciple clear enough? Lin Shuo frowned slightly, looking at the gaze cast by the Tianxuan Sect leader, and said with some irritation. The Tianxuan Sect leader, seeing that Lin Shuo also spoke thus, felt somewhat relieved and hurriedly instructed his disciples to fetch 500 million mid-grade spirit stones. Soon, the spirit stones were brought and placed in several cosmic bags, which were handed to Ye Chen. Ye Chen took the bags and weighed them in his hand. Then let's part ways here. I hope the Tianxuan Sect will act more honorably in the future, Ye Chen said with a grin. After he spoke, Lin Shuo waved his hand, enveloping Ye Chen and Su Chen as they left the Tianxuan Sect. At the Tianxuan Sect's purple bamboo grove in the back mountain, sect leader Shuangji Zhenren and Qin Province sect leader Lu Qingyi were seated around a stone table, sipping tea. Holy Maiden Murong Shui stood behind Lu Qingyi. Not far away, Su Taishu lay leisurely on a recliner, his eyes half closed. Since Ye Chen's return last time, Shuangji Zhenren had urgently sent a voice transmission to his old flame Lu Qingyi. Lu Qingyi and Murong Shui had not yet met Ye Chen and wanted to see what he looked like. They also intended to let Murong Shui get to know Ye Chen better and cultivate some feelings. However, when they arrived, Ye Chen had already gone out, so they waited here for his return. At that moment, Ye Chen and his two companions were on their way back. Ye Chen calculated that the spirit stones he had obtained this time would be enough to restore him to the void refining realm. He decided that once back at the Tianxuan Sect, he would enter the Star Soul Tower to go into seclusion and refine all the spirit stones. As soon as Ye Chen landed, he leaped toward his own peak, Bamboo Peak, preparing to go into seclusion. He completely failed to notice that others were present. Hey! Ye Chen, wait a moment. Your master has something to tell you, Su Taishu said, seeing Ye Chen leave without even greeting anyone, and tried to stop him. Old Su, let's talk later. I'm in a hurry to go into seclusion, Ye Chen said without looking back and left. Su Taishu's eyes lit up upon hearing Ye Chen's words. Ye Chen had been at the 9th level of qi refining for a long time, so Su Taishu thought he was about to reach foundation establishment and was in such a hurry to go into seclusion. Otherwise, with Su Taishu's ability, no one could escape if he wanted to detain them. Shuangji Zhenren had also just stood up, intending to call Ye Chen over to introduce him to Murong Shui. Upon hearing that Ye Chen was going into seclusion, he remained silent, also assuming Ye Chen was about to achieve foundation establishment. Then I shall trouble senior brother for a few days, Lu Qingyi nodded slightly with a smile. She and Murong Shui had caught a glimpse of Ye Chen earlier and were quite satisfied. He was handsome, promising, and about to achieve foundation establishment after only 3 years of cultivation. This was already prodigious. On the Canglan continent, cultivation typically began at age 10, and one would at least be 15 or 16 before reaching foundation establishment. Those with slightly inferior talent might need to wait until their 20s. Only the most extraordinary prodigies could achieve foundation establishment within 2 to 3 years. In their eyes, Ye Chen was already a prodigy. Although he was at the 9th level of qi refining at 18, it was only because he had started cultivation late. If Ye Chen knew what they were thinking, he would surely have a few words for them. I was already at the void refining realm at 15, but my master, old man Wuji, sealed it. Ye Chen returned to Bamboo Peak and immediately entered the Star Soul Tower. Inside the tower, Ye Chen eagerly poured out all the spirit stones to count them. The Tianxuan Sect had compensated a total of 1.2 billion, the Shadow Pavilion about 700 million, and from the various families in Baiwa City, he had obtained over 500 million. Ye Chen had over 4 billion spirit stones. Haha, with these spirit stones, I can return to the void refining realm, and maybe even go further. Ye Chen was so excited that he couldn't stop grinning. He first threw 1 billion spirit stones into the heavenly Dao Pearl. After the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, haha, little master's cultivation is back. Ye Chen's cultivation returned to the void refining realm. He let out a long roar that echoed throughout the Star Soul Tower. He released the full pressure of his void refining realm, letting it surge wildly within the tower. Fortunately, the Star Soul Tower isolated all external perception. Outside, everything remained calm, with no sense of what was happening inside. I feel that this return to the void refining realm is more than twice as strong as when I was in the Immortal Realm. Ye Chen clenched his fists, sensing the pressure he had just unleashed, with a hint of doubt. But he didn't dwell on it. After all, being stronger than before was a good thing. Now let's see how much the remaining spirit stones can raise my cultivation. Ye Chen sat cross-legged again and tossed all the remaining spirit stones into the heavenly dough pearl. The spirit stones were consumed rapidly, and Ye Chen's cultivation steadily rose. Void refining second layer, void refining fourth layer, void refining fifth layer. After the time of a stick of incense, the spirit stones were exhausted, and Ye Chen's cultivation had broken through to the void refining ninth layer. Alas! Consuming such a massive amount of spirit stones, yet I couldn't break through to the integration stage. Ye Chen sighed softly, slightly disappointed. It's all that old man Wu Ji's fault. When I return to the Immortal Realm, I'll spank his butt until it's red. Ye Chen felt a bit resentful that Wu Ji, Immortal Emperor, had sealed his cultivation. But I feel really strong now. Ye Chen estimated that he could defeat a Tribulation Transcendent Stage cultivator without using spatial loss. Maybe I should find someone to spar with. Ye Chen disguised his appearance as Night Shadow, put on a black robe and a cloak, and slipped out of the Star Soul Tower. Ye Chen vanished into the void, left Bamboo Peak, and headed straight for Lin Shuo's Great Bamboo Peak. In the bamboo hut on Great Bamboo Peak, Lin Shuo was sitting cross-legged in cultivation. Ye Chen arrived at Great Bamboo Peak and released a disguised aura of cultivation. Who's there? Sensing the unfamiliar aura, Lin Shuo shouted and appeared before Ye Chen in a flash. It's you, Night Shadow. Lin Shuo was surprised to see Night Shadow, who had not appeared for over 2 years, and wondered why he had come today. Ye Chen ignored Lin Shuo and struck out directly, aiming a palm at him. Lin Shuo reacted instantly and met the attack with a palm of his own. Boom! The two palms clashed with a thunderous sound, and the powerful shockwave snapped the surrounding bamboo. Ye Chen was forced back a step, while Lin Shuo stumbled back several steps, staring at Ye Chen in astonishment. He knew Night Shadow's abilities. In the past, he had relied on spatial laws to ambush. Yet in just over 2 years, he could now directly clash with him and even gain the upper hand. Ye Chen didn't think much of it and pressed forward again, his fists whistling through the air. He just wanted to quickly test his combat strength. Lin Shuo was not to be outdone and used all his skills, engaging Ye Chen in battle. For a time, spiritual energy surged on Great Bamboo Peak, and light flashed. However, throughout the entire fight, Ye Chen overpowered Lin Shuo, leaving him only capable of defending. How can this guy's strength be so formidable? Lin Shuo was secretly astonished in his heart. He found himself struggling to defend against Ye Chen's attacks. However, Ye Chen grew more and more excited as the fight continued, his moves becoming increasingly fierce. Stop! Yi Ying, what do you want? Lin Shuo shouted loudly, unable to withstand the pressure anymore. Just wanting to beat you up for no reason. Ye Chen stopped his movements, crossed his arms, and a faint smile played on his lips. Lin Shuo's lips twitched slightly. What did I do to deserve this? Can you tell me who you are? Lin Shuo was eager to know the true identity of Yi Ying. He knew that Yi Ying harbored no hostility. During their earlier exchange, neither had employed lethal techniques, nor had any killing intent been shown. You'll find out in time. Ye Chen gave a mysterious smile, and in the next instant, his figure vanished in a flash. This Yi Ying behaves so strangely. He reminds me so much of junior brother. Lin Shuo gazed at the direction where Ye Chen had disappeared, lost in thought. Sigh. How could that be? Junior brother is only at the chi condensation stage. Shaking his head, he dismissed his wandering thoughts and entered the bamboo hut to continue his cultivation. Meanwhile, after leaving the big bamboo peak, Ye Chen felt a great sense of satisfaction, pleased with his own strength. Haha, that was a truly exhilarating fight. Next time, I'll go beat up old Devil Su. Ye Chen muttered to himself, filled with confidence in his abilities. He made his way to the back mountain of Qinshu Peak, where his spirit pet, the white tiger Xiaobai, and Su Chen's spirit pet, the black panther Xiuhou, were kept. Since taking in these two spirit beasts 2.5 years ago, he had been letting them roam freely here. Now that he had returned, it was only natural to stop by and check on them. They were, after all, his spirit pets. Master! Upon seeing Ye Chen approach, Xiao Bai flew forward, circling around him and occasionally nudging him gently with its head. Xiu Hei, meanwhile, wagged its tail and rolled over playfully, resting its front paws before Ye Chen and eagerly licking at his feet. Ye Chen chuckled, patting Xiao Bai's head before giving Xiu Hei a light kick. All right, you two. Are you getting along well at the Heavenly Demon Sect? Master, everything is fine here. Xiao Bai let out a happy howl. Xiu Hei, unable to speak, quickly rose to its feet and bounced around Ye Chen excitedly. Not bad, not bad. Just a bit slow in your cultivation progress. Ye Chen nodded with satisfaction. With a wave of his hand, a pile of demon cores appeared before Xiao Bai and Xiu Hei. These were the cores from the demon beasts they had slain during hunting trips with Luo Qingchong and the others at the 100 Flowers Palace over the past few months. These demon cores would greatly benefit Xiao Bai and Xiu Hei's cultivation. Thank you, Master. Xiao Bai nuzzled against Ye Chen affectionately. Xiu Hei immediately resumed its tail wagging, licking antics. All right, keep cultivating hard. I'll be going now. With that, Ye Chen vanished in a flash of movement. The following morning, Ye Chen sealed the Star Soul Pagoda within his body, suppressed his cultivation to the 9th level of Qi refining, and headed toward the purple bamboo forest behind the sect. Did your foundation establishment attempt fail? Su Taishu frowned deeply, scrutinizing the Ye Chen before him. He probed repeatedly, but no matter how thoroughly he searched, Ye Chen's cultivation remained at the 9th level of Qi refining. Ye Chen, however, wore a thoroughly bewildered expression. When had he ever said anything about attempting foundation establishment? That's impossible. With the body of 10,000 laws, foundation establishment should never fail. If he had been cultivating harder, he should already be on the verge of forming a golden core by now. Su Taishu paced back and forth, his brow furrowed, a look of confusion and bewilderment on his face. Old Su, what are you talking about? When did I say I wanted to attempt foundation establishment? Ye Chen said helplessly. Weren't you in such a hurry to enter seclusion to attempt foundation establishment? Su Taishu stopped abruptly, his eyes widening as he stared at Ye Chen. Ye Chen realized that his hasty departure the day before had clearly caused this misunderstanding. However, he was not yet ready to reveal to Su Taishu that he had already reached the void refining stage. Well, I had some insights yesterday and feared forgetting them, so I entered seclusion to organize my thoughts. Ye Chen quickly fabricated an excuse to placate Su Taishu. Su Taishu's mouth opened slightly, at a loss for words. Cultivators typically possessed extraordinary memories. What was written in their minds was hardly something easily forgotten. Su Taishu grew increasingly convinced that his junior disciple's behavior was peculiar, often acting in inexplicable and erratic ways. Moreover, the boy rarely followed his instructions, constantly contradicting him and showing a conspicuous lack of respect for his master. Ah, old Su, didn't you say you had something to discuss with me? Ye Chen quickly changed the subject, anxious to avoid further questioning that he would struggle to answer. Sigh. Very well. As long as he cultivates properly in the future, let the rest go as it may. Su Taishu sighed inwardly, a touch of resignation in his heart. Suddenly, a brilliant smile spread across Su Taishu's face, dazzling like stars. My dear disciple, this master has prepared an enormous surprise for you. Su Taishu stroked his beard and regarded Ye Chen with a grin. Ye Chen rolled his eyes, thinking to himself, that old devil Su is up to something again. Can't he just see what he wants directly? Guess what the surprise is, Su Taishu said mysteriously. I can't guess, and I don't want to. Ye Chen retorted irritably. Come now, disciple. This master is doing this for your lifelong happiness. Su Taishu said earnestly. My lifelong happiness? You'd best not worry about that, I'll secure it myself. Ye Chen pursed his lips. Alas, child, why can't you understand your master's good intentions? Su Taishu lamented dramatically. This master has arranged a marriage contract for you with the Holy Maiden of Qing Pavilion. How does that sound, disciple? Thrilling, isn't it? Su Taishu regarded Ye Chen with an expression of great satisfaction, hands clasped behind his back, his chin raised slightly. Marriage. Contract. Upon hearing this, Ye Chen's eyes widened in shock, and he stood frozen, his mind going completely blank. Fury surged within his heart. How dare that old devil Su secretly arrange a marriage contract for him behind his back? Ye Chen had already set his heart on Luo Qinsheng. He would never agree to an engagement with another woman. Su Taishu was pleased with Ye Chen's expression, mistaking his shock for being overwhelmed by his surprise. The holy maiden of Qin Pavilion is remarkably gifted, gentle and virtuous, breathtakingly beautiful. Assuming Ye Chen would be delighted, Su Taishu began enthusiastically praising Murong Shui. Su the devil! How dare you arrange a marriage contract for me without consulting me? Ye Chen snapped back to reality, his voice thundering with rage. Su Taishu was startled by Ye Chen's roar. What's wrong? Don't you like it? The holy maiden of Qin Pavilion is the dream companion of countless young talents. Su Taishu asked in genuine confusion, utterly unable to fathom why Ye Chen would react so violently. I don't care who she is, I absolutely refuse this marriage contract, Ye Chen declared angrily. But I've already agreed to the alliance with Qin Pavilion. This marriage contract. Su Taishu's expression grew troubled. Cancel it. Ye Chen spoke without the slightest hesitation. This might not be appropriate. What about Qin Pavilion? Su Taishu hesitated. The betrothal contract he had personally arranged with the pavilion master of Qin Pavilion, now he would have to go cancel it himself. Truly. Besides, it would also harm the reputation of the saint from Qin Pavilion. Phew! If you're worried about not being able to explain yourself, you could just go fulfill the betrothal contract yourself. Ye Chen shrugged, spreading his hands apart in a teasing manner. You ungrateful wretch! How dare you speak such nonsense? Master Su Taishu, I have no feelings whatsoever for that saint. How could you arbitrarily arrange a betrothal contract? Would this not be harming both of us? Ye Chen stood his ground without flinching, gazing directly at Su Taishu as he spoke. Su Taishu fell silent. He knew Ye Chen spoke reason. Perhaps you could at least meet Murong Shui first, he asked tentatively. No. Ye Chen rejected flatly. Su Taishu was helpless. He knew he could not push Ye Chen too hard, for it would only achieve the opposite effect. Very well then, disciple. Why don't you meet Murong Shui first? Perhaps your attitude will change after seeing her. Consider it a favor to your master. Su Taishu lowered his stance, attempting to persuade Ye Chen. There was nothing he could do. This was a mess of his own making. Who told him to have been so reckless when he hastily arranged this betrothal contract in a moment of anger? No need. Since I have no intention of fulfilling this betrothal, why should we even meet? Ye Chen shook his head once more, his resolve unwavering. Witnessing Ye Chen's unyielding determination, Su Taishu too began to waver in his heart. But this betrothal was something he had personally agreed to. For him to now go back on his word, he truly could not bear to lose face. Su Taishu could only continue to persuade Ye Chen, urging him to meet Murong Shui and try to cultivate some feelings. Yet Ye Chen remained unmoved by all his words. Sigh. Su Taishu let out a long sigh, his face full of helplessness. He knew he could not persuade Ye Chen. Old Su, please don't make things difficult for me. My decision will not change. Seeing that Su Taishu's attitude had softened, Ye Chen seized the opportunity to press his advantage. Very well, since your resolve is firm, I shall no longer insist. After contemplating in silence for a moment, Su Taishu finally relented with a helpless sigh. Upon hearing this, Ye Chen felt a wave of relief wash over him, and a smile spread across his face. Ye Chen was stunned speechless. He had never expected Su Taishu to play such a card. Master Su Taishu, aren't you making things difficult for me? Ye Chen said with a bitter expression. She's come all this way specifically to see you. We can't possibly let her make this trip for nothing, can we? Su Taishu said with an expression of feigned innocence. Perhaps it's better I decline. With my handsome and elegant appearance, what if she becomes hopelessly attached to me? Ye Chen, quite self-absorbed, rejected the offer. You rascal, enough with your narcissism. Regardless, you must meet her. The matter of canceling the betrothal can be discussed later. Su Taishu rolled his eyes at Ye Chen and said firmly without mincing his words. Phew! Ye Chen let out a cold snort, turning his head aside and refusing to acknowledge Su Taishu. Sigh. Seeing that Ye Chen was impervious to both soft and hard tactics, Su Taishu was beside himself with frustration, yet he had no way to deal with his disciple. Suddenly, something came to Su Taishu's mind. With a mischievous grin, he produced his trump card. A Canglan pouch happened to slip from his body. The opening of the Canglan pouch seemed to have been deliberately unfastened, dazzling rays of light emanating from within. Ye Chen stared at the brilliance radiating from the pouch, utterly stunned. Su! Supreme Great Spirit Stones! Ye Chen picked up the Canglan pouch, his divine sense probing inside, and was even more shocked. Within the storage pouch lay piles of Supreme Great Spirit Stones, at least a rough estimate of over 1,000,000 pieces. One Supreme Great Spirit Stone was equivalent to 100 High-Grade Spirit Stones, and one High-Grade Spirit Stone was equivalent to 100 Medium-Grade Spirit Stones. Therefore, 1,000,000 Supreme Great Spirit Stones were equal to 100 billion Medium-Grade Spirit Stones. Ye Chen's eyes burned with desire. He had never expected the old demon Su Taishu to possess such wealth. On the Canglan continent, high-grade spirit stones were extremely rare, let alone supreme grade ones. Hee. Good eye. You still recognize supreme grade spirit stones. Su Taishu gestured casually, and the Canglan pouch flew back into his hand. Ye Chen stared eagerly at the Canglan pouch in Su Taishu's hand, swallowing hard. Old Su, as you said, even if I haven't eaten pork, I've at least seen pigs run. Ye Chen's eyes darted around as he set his sights on the supreme grade spirit stones. If he could get his hands on these 1,000,000 supreme grade spirit stones, breaking through to the unity transformation stage would be a certainty, and perhaps even the great ascension stage was within reach. Disciple, do you want them? Hee, but these are your master's pension spirit stones. They cannot be given to you. Su Taishu tossed the Canglan pouch in his hand lightly, raising an eyebrow triumphantly. Old Su, what kind of talk is that? Your wisdom and might are unparalleled, your lifespan as eternal as the heavens. Why would you need these spirit stones for retirement? Do me a favor and give them to me. Ye Chen hurried to put on an ingratiating smile. Save your tricks. I'm in a bad mood right now and don't feel like giving them. Su Taishu snorted, turning his back. A realization struck Ye Chen's heart. So this was Su Taishu's plan to buy him off with spirit stones. You clever old demon Su Taishu. To make me meet the saint of Qin Pavilion, you actually resort to bribery. Ye Chen cursed inwardly. But, with such a good deal on the table, of course he would accept. For spirit stones, Ye Chen would even sell his soul and flesh. It's not like meeting the saint of Qin Pavilion was anything difficult. Old Su, you only wanted me to meet that saint. Why go through all this trouble? Fine, I'll go. Ye Chen shrugged helplessly, spreading his hands open. Oh, weren't you just refusing to go to your death just now? Su Taishu turned around, arms crossed, his lips curling into a teasing smile. Phew! Trying to outmaneuver your master. A few spirit stones and I have you completely under control. As the saying goes, ginger is still hotter the older it gets. What? Nothing of the sort. When there's a beauty to meet, of course one must meet. Ye Chen raised his eyebrows, revealing a wicked smile as he rubbed his hands together. However, payment first. Ye Chen stretched out one hand, chin lifted slightly, his gaze firmly fixed on the Canglan pouch in Su Taishu's hand, full of anticipation. Upon hearing this, Su Taishu's lips twitched. Such shameless words, yet spoken so confidently. Sigh. He let out a soft sigh and tossed the Canglan pouch full of supreme great spirit stones to Ye Chen. Parting with so many spirit stones still caused him some heartache, but what could he do? It was his own disciple who had fallen into the money pit. Ye Chen received the Canglan pouch, his heart racing with excitement. He swiftly transferred the spirit stones into his own storage ring, afraid that Su Taishu might change his mind. Old demon Su Taishu, just watch. I'm going to meet that saint right now. Ye Chen's face blossomed with joy as he turned and left. Since Liu Qi and Murong Shui would be staying at Tianxuan Sect for a few days, Shuangji Zhenren arranged a separate mountain peak for them. Ye Chen rode his sword all the way to the peak where Murong Shui resided. From afar, he spotted a graceful figure standing alone atop the mountain, gazing down over the sect below. Ye Chen frowned slightly. Why did this differ from what old demon Su had described? He activated the laws of space, concealing his form within the void, and slowly drew nearer. As Ye Chen approached the figure and clearly saw her face, his eyes widened. The woman before him was a stunning beauty. Though years had passed, her charm remained undiminished. Her eyes radiated wisdom and tenderness, her movements graceful, her aura extraordinary. The accumulation of years only enhanced her allure, exuding an elegant maturity. This. Ye Chen's eyelid twitched violently, hardly believing what he was seeing. The saintess of Qing Pavilion must be at least 4,000 or 5,000 years old. Ye Chen's eyes bulged with disbelief. This engagement should really be for old Demon Su himself. He grumbled, frowning and curling his lip. This was definitely old Demon Su's preferred type. Could it be that knowing I'm short on spirit stones, he's actually considering my interests by arranging a marriage with an older wife? Ye Chen stroked his chin, suspicion etched across his face. As the saying goes, a woman 3 years older brings a brick of gold, 10 years older brings an empire, and 3,000 years older grants immortality. Could old Demon Su actually believe these cliché sayings? Ye Chen shook his head in resignation. Nevertheless, having accepted Su Taishu's spirit stones, he would have to go out and meet the saintess. He, Ye Chen, was a man of his word. If he took payment, he'd see the job done. Taking a deep breath, he materialized from the void and slowly approached the beautiful woman. The woman was Lu Qing's saintess. Murong Shui had been summoned by the Tianxuan Sect saintess for a philosophical discourse and was not currently on the peak. Ahem, greetings, your holiness. Ye Chen forced out the greeting, completely unaware he had mistaken her identity. Upon hearing him address her as saintess, Lu Qingyi was momentarily stunned. She quickly realized he had confused her with her disciple Murong Shui. A hint of amusement flickered in her eyes, but she chose not to correct his misunderstanding. You are Ye Chen? Lu Qingyi asked softly, a trace of doubt in her gaze. The youth before her appeared carefree and frivolous, quite different from the prodigy she had imagined. Moreover, Profound Mystery had mentioned yesterday that Ye Chen was eager to seclude himself for foundation establishment, yet here, he remained at the 9th layer of Qi refining, having not yet achieved it. Indeed, I am he. I pay my respects to the saintess. Ye Chen bowed slightly, a wicked smile playing on his lips. Saintess, might I ask what brings you to Tianxuan Sect? Though he already knew the answer, he asked anyway, his gaze roaming unapologetically over Lu Qingyi's figure. He silently admired her ethereal presence and impeccable physique. Old Demon Su certainly had good taste. Lu Qingyi felt uncomfortable under his intense scrutiny and coughed lightly to mask her awkwardness. Ahem, Ye Chen, I have come primarily to. Lu Qingyi's words were cut off by a hearty laugh. Qingyi, my junior sister, I've brought Shuel back. Behind Profound Mystery appeared a woman dressed in white. The woman's white robe surpassed snow in purity, her face peerlessly beautiful, her aura cold and transcendent like a goddess descended from the highest heavens. Who else could it be but Murong Shui? When Ye Chen had agreed to meet Murong Shui, Su Taishu had already sent a message to Profound Mystery, informing him that Ye Chen had gone to the saintess's peak. At that moment, Murong Shui was engaged in philosophical discourse with her master on the main peak. Upon receiving the message, Profound Mystery immediately returned with Murong Shui. When Ye Chen saw her, he was struck as if by lightning, completely stunned. Ye Chen, this is our Qing Pavilion saintess, Murong Shui, Lu Qingyi said calmly. Ha! This. Ye Chen was so embarrassed he wished he could dig a hole and crawl in. He had just mistaken her master for her disciple and made comments about her. If this got out, how could he ever face anyone on Canglan continent? Su Taishu, hiding in the void and watching, blushed with shame. This brat was truly embarrassing. He regretted taking such a worthless disciple, especially since he had begged Ye Chen to become his student. Hello, saintess. Ye Chen awkwardly greeted Murong Shui, stealing glances at her peerless beauty and cold, ethereal aura like a goddess descended from the highest heavens. What a breathtaking beauty, Ye Chen thought to himself, though she fell short compared to Luo Qingqing. Luo Qingqing possessed captivating features, skin like jade, a slender waist like willow branches, and a transcendent aura without flaw. If he were to rate them, Luo Qingqing would score a perfect 10, while Murong Shui, despite her beauty, would only earn an 8. Murong Shui seemed to sense his gaze, her brows furrowing slightly, her expression growing even more aloof. She also noticed that Ye Chen had not yet achieved foundation establishment. A genius who reached the 9th layer of qi refining in merely 3 years should have found foundation establishment trivially easy. The only explanation for a genius of his caliber failing at foundation establishment was that his cultivation had been forcibly elevated through external means, most likely through consuming pills. Consuming pills to forcibly boost cultivation would deplete one's potential, making foundation establishment impossible, and even if achieved, further progress would be unattainable. Alternatively, Ye Chen might not be a genius at all, just someone of ordinary aptitude whose early cultivation progress happened to be faster. His later progress would also stagnate, growing increasingly difficult the further he advanced, ultimately leading nowhere. Since we have all met, let us sit and discuss this marriage, Profound Mystery said with a light cough. Everyone took their seats, the atmosphere somewhat awkward. Each harbored their own thoughts. Ye Chen was contemplating how to tactfully dissolve the engagement, while Lu Qingyi and Mu Rongshui harbored doubts about his cultivation aptitude. Saintess Mu Rong, I apologize for any offense during our first meeting. Ye Chen broke the silence. It is of no matter. Mu Rongshui's expression remained impassive. This marriage was arranged by our elders. What are your thoughts on the matter? Lu Qingyi ventured cautiously, preferring to gauge the intentions of both parties before making any decisions. After all, it was her Qing pavilion that needed protection and had initiated the marriage alliance with Tianxuan Sect. Ye Chen was Su Taishu's disciple, and the engagement had been personally arranged by herself and Su Taishu. Without valid grounds, Lu Qingyi dared not publicly break the engagement. Moreover, Su Taishu's origins were mysterious and his cultivation profound. He would unlikely take a worthless disciple. Yet Ye Chen had indeed failed at foundation establishment. It was possible Su Taishu took him as a disciple for some special reason. Only time would reveal whether Ye Chen's true aptitude was genuine or not. If Ye Chen proved to be truly worthless, she would have grounds to break the engagement. Mu Rongshui was a prodigious genius of the Canglan continent, having already reached the 8th layer of foundation establishment at merely 19 years old, destined to form a golden core within 2 to 3 years. Such a genius could never marry a cripple. If Ye Chen were to learn of their thoughts, he would surely be overjoyed. He might even add with a smirk, "You'll only ever witness my qi condensation cultivation in this lifetime." Hearing Lu Qingyi's question, Ye Chen scratched his head. He would certainly not agree. If not for the 1 million top-grade spirit stones, he wouldn't have even granted them an audience. However, this was a marriage contract personally arranged by Su Taishu. Directly rejecting it in public would be slapping Su Taishu's face. Ye Chen wanted to find a tactful way to annul the contract, for it was impossible to fulfill regardless. But Mu Rongshui spoke up first. How can a matter as significant as marriage be decided so hastily? She was still uncertain about Ye Chen's true condition. The theory that he had boosted his cultivation through pills was merely speculation. If Ye Chen had indeed only relied on pills to elevate his cultivation and was truly a cripple who had exhausted his potential, she would absolutely not agree to this marriage contract. Although Qing Pavilion had sought the alliance with Tianxuan Sect to find protection, marrying a cripple even if he were a disciple of Su Taishu was unthinkable. Mu Rongshui was at least a prodigious genius of the Canglan continent. If she married a cripple, she would become a laughingstock across the entire continent. Moreover, geniuses cultivated at rapid speeds, and as their cultivation advanced, so too would their lifespan extend. But Ye Chen, at the qi condensation stage, would live no more than 100 years at most. Hearing Mu Rongshui's words, Ye Chen's eyes lit up instantly. He thought to himself, it seems the saintess also harbors dissatisfaction with this marriage contract. There may be a chance to annul it. This saintess appeared cold and aloof, yet she was surprisingly understanding. It seemed annulling the marriage contract would be much simpler than expected. The corners of Ye Chen's mouth lifted slightly, revealing a wicked smile. Secretly calculating how to make this marriage fall through completely, he could not let Luo Qingchun misunderstand him. He, Your Excellency, the saintess speaks most wisely. A matter of marriage indeed cannot be decided so hastily. Ye Chen chuckled, going along with Mu Rongshui's words. The saintess and I have just met for the first time. We do not yet understand each other well and truly need time to get to know one another. Ye Chen crossed his arms, a thoughtful expression in his eyes. Ye Chen speaks most reasonably. Marriage is a matter that requires careful deliberation. How about we discuss the wedding date after the genius competition? Lu Qing nodded slightly, a faint smile appearing on her face. The genius competition was a year away, a grand gathering of prodigies held once every 10 years across the Canglan continent. It was hosted in rotation by the 10 great sects of the Canglan continent, and this time it fell to Tianxuan Sect to organize it. At that time, each sect would select their most gifted disciples under the age of 25 to participate in the competition. Liu Qin also wished to observe Ye Chen for a while longer. If he truly was a genius, so be it. But if he was merely a cripple, then Qin Pavilion would have to break the engagement and seek protection from another sect. He had not caught the underlying meaning in Liu Qin and Mu Rongshua's words at all, believing merely that Mu Rongshua felt the wedding had been arranged too hastily. Ye Chen was suddenly at a loss for words. How could this old man not follow the script? He had originally planned to take the opportunity to politely decline the marriage. Now this old man actually wanted them to cultivate feelings for each other. Ye Chen lamented bitterly within, though he maintained a relatively calm exterior. Cultivating feelings was impossible. Having reached this point, Ye Chen could only slap Su Taishu's face and make his intentions clear. Ye Chen had already set his heart on Luo Qingqing. He would not have further contact with Mu Rongshua, for it would hurt both her and Luo Qingqing. Though having multiple wives and concubines was common in the cultivation world, Ye Chen's heart held only Luo Qingqing. There was no room for any other woman. Mu Rongshua naturally disowned Ye Chen's insincerity, and her disdain for him deepened. If that is the case, senior brother, then we shall take our leave first. Seeing that the matter had been sufficiently discussed, Liu Qin rose to bid farewell. She had come merely to confirm whether Ye Chen was worthy of her disciple Mu Rongshua. Now that she had learned the general picture, the rest would depend on Ye Chen's future cultivation progress. Very well. Then this old man shall not detain you further. Shenren Shuangji rose to see them off. After Liu Qin and Mu Rongshua departed, Ye Chen hastened back to Qinshu Peak and immediately entered the Star Soul Tower. Ye Chen sat cross-legged and placed all 1 million top Great Spirit Stones into the Heavenly Doll Pearl. Half a day later, the Heavenly Doll Pearl had consumed all 1 million top Great Spirit Stones. Ye Chen's cultivation had broken through to the first layer of Mahayana. Sigh! 1 million top Great Spirit Stones, and barely enough to break through to Mahayana. How will I advance through the subsequent realms? Ye Chen sighed to the heavens, his brows furrowed deeply, his face etched with worry. He lamented both the loss of the spirit stones and the daunting prospect of needing even more to advance his cultivation in the future. After a moment, Ye Chen sat cross-legged once more and took out the Jinhong sword. Since obtaining the Jinhong Emperor's sword last time, he had not yet comprehended the sword techniques within it. Ye Chen placed the Jinhong sword on his lap and extended his divine sense into it, beginning to comprehend the 9 forms of Jinhong within the blade. The moment his divine sense entered the Jinhong sword, he was struck by a surging wave of sword intent. He felt as though he stood within an ocean of swords, with countless sharp sword auras weaving around him. The first form, Sword Rends the Void. Ye Chen saw an illusory sword shadow flickering in and out of the void, unpredictable, its speed and strangeness sending chills through him. The second form, Sword Pierces the Firmament. A sword heart radiating brilliance appeared before Ye Chen's eyes, pure and flawless, as if capable of perceiving all things in the world. The third form, Sword Shatters Heaven and Earth. A colossal sword light shot straight into the clouds, as though attempting to tear apart the entire firmament. As Ye Chen continued to comprehend, a sharp sword aura gradually emanated from his body, and the surrounding space seemed unable to bear the pressure, trembling slightly. After an indeterminate amount of time, Ye Chen slowly opened his eyes, a glint of brilliance flashing within them. These 9 forms of Jinhong is indeed formidable. However, to fully master it, I will still need more time and cultivation. Ye Chen muttered to himself. He stood up, holding the Jinhong sword, and gave it a gentle wave. Boom! The void shattered instantly, and a powerful immortal sword intent spread outward in all directions, causing the entire Star Soul Tower to tremble. Ye Chen felt the surging power and sword intent within his body, and his heart filled with confidence. With this strength, perhaps I can go spar with old Demon Su. Ye Chen muttered to himself, his confidence swollen from his recent power increase. He decided to challenge Su Taishu to a battle to test his strength. Regarding Su Taishu's strength, Ye Chen still lacked confidence. Ye Chen guessed that Su Taishu's cultivation had definitely transcended the Tribulation Transcendent stage. Even a sword intent jade talisman given casually by him could instantly kill someone at the Tribulation Transcendent stage, which spoke volumes about his strength. Ye Chen would need to make thorough preparations. Cultivation that transcended the tribulation transcendent stage would be rejected by the heavenly Tao of the Canglan continent, and one should have ascended to the upper realm instead. Ye Chen did not know what method Su Taishu had used to remain on the Canglan continent, nor why his outward cultivation appeared to be only soul formation stage while his true strength was at the tribulation transcendence level. Ye Chen entered the sword tomb within the Star Soul Taming Tower and selected a sword named Wugou. The Immortal Emperor sword could not yet be revealed, so he would have to use this Wugou sword as a substitute. He suppressed his aura with the heavenly Dao Pearl, disguised himself as Yin, donned black night walking attire, and put his cloak over his head. As night fell and the first lanterns were lit, Ye Chen flew out from Qinshu Peak, heading toward the purple bamboo forest on the rear mountain of the sect. As he passed by Su Chen's cultivation peak, Ye Chen halted. Ye Chen sensed that Su Chen was attempting to break through to the nascent soul stage, yet fell just short. Let me help you make the breakthrough. Alas, I truly have a restless fate. Ye Chen sighed at his own restless fate. 2 years prior, he had assisted Su Chen in refining his swordsmanship and comprehending sword intent, and now he found himself helping him cultivate his spiritual foundation once more. He produced a 9-turn golden spirit fruit and channeled a thread of law power into it. With a flash of movement, Ye Chen entered Su Chen's secluded cave. Who's there? Su Chen jolted awake and roared in alarm. Consume this, it will aid your breakthrough, Ye Chen said, pressing the fruit into his trembling hand while masking his voice. Upon recognizing Yin, Su Chen relaxed. Though he didn't know who Yin truly was, he trusted the stranger wouldn't harm him. This is a 9-turn golden spirit fruit capable of purifying the marrow and cleansing the meridians. Su Chen was astonished, his curiosity about Yin's identity deepening. He even entertained the thought that Yin might be his master, Su Taishu. The 9-turn golden spirit fruit was far too precious for ordinary relationships to be given away. Su Chen accepted it without hesitation, recognizing how profoundly such a fruit could purify his body and aid his cultivation. After consuming the fruit, Su Chen immediately felt a powerful yet gentle force spreading through his body. A thread of law power also circulated within him. He quickly closed his eyes and began circulating his cultivation method, pouring all his strength into breaking through to the nascent soul stage. Ye Chen stood nearby to guard him, constantly monitoring Su Chen's condition. After a brief moment, the spiritual energy surrounding Su Chen began to churn violently, and a powerful aura emanated from within him. Meanwhile, the thread of law power that Ye Chen had infused into the fruit took effect, allowing Su Chen to comprehend the power of laws ahead of schedule. Streams of law power began to encircle his body. The breakthrough is coming, Ye Chen thought with delight and vanished from Su Chen's cave. Su Chen had already passed the most dangerous phase and no longer needed protection. Except for Ye Chen, this overpowered prodigy, whose aura was suppressed by the heavenly Dao Pearl, even Wuji Shendi, his master in the Immortal Realm, would struggle to detect him. Soon, Ye Chen arrived at the purple bamboo forest. Su Lao Tu, come out and fight, he shouted loudly, his voice echoing through the bamboo grove. Su Taishu, who had been dozing in his recliner, sat up instantly at Ye Chen's challenge. He was somewhat stunned someone had approached without his detection. Interesting. Su Taishu flashed forward, appearing before Ye Chen. Why, who are you? Why challenge me? His gaze scrutinized Ye Chen, yet within he was deeply shocked. Despite his cultivation, he couldn't detect the slightest aura from the figure in black before him. No particular reason, I simply wish to test my skills against yours, Ye Chen replied with unwavering eyes, chin raised slightly and arms crossed. A fascinating young man. Very well, I shall entertain you, Su Taishu said, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly, hands clasped behind his back, a hint of appreciation in his gaze. Ye Chen struck first, his long sword sweeping through the air as a torrent of sword intent surged toward Su Taishu. With calm composure, Su Taishu merely flicked his sleeve, dispersing the attack effortlessly. Is that all you've got? Su Taishu chuckled. Watch closely then. Ye Chen held nothing back, unleashing sword splitting the void with immortal sword intent aimed directly at Su Taishu. The strike carried astonishing power, its brilliant blade light seeming to tear through space itself. Immortal sword intent. Su Taishu was startled, forming a sword with his fingers and countering with his own immortal sword intent to block Ye Chen's attack. The collision of the two sword intents produced a deafening roar, the overwhelming force reducing the surrounding bamboo to dust in an instant. Impressive, young man. To have comprehended immortal sword intent at such a tender age, you are unmatched across the Canglan continent. Su Taishu expressed genuine admiration. Though he couldn't detect Ye Chen's cultivation level, the vitality radiating from him revealed the youth's considerable age. A faint smile touched Ye Chen's lips. Old man Su, this is only the beginning. In the next instant, he surged forward like lightning, his sword striking with the ferocity of a sudden storm. Come then, old man Su, take this. Ye Chen's roar echoed as the Wugo sword danced through the air, creating a whirlwind of blade light that forced Su Taishu to retreat step by step. This lad's swordplay is quite sharp, Su Taishu acknowledged inwardly, though his expression remained unchanged, maintaining his composed demeanor. They exchanged blows relentlessly, sword energy crisscrossing the air as bamboo shadows danced around them. The surrounding bamboo snapped under their spiritual pressure, and for a time, neither could gain the upper hand. Ha ha, old man Su, can't keep up. Ye Chen taunted between strikes, his tone dripping with mockery. Su Taishu's aged face flushed red at the young man's sharp tongue. You're asking for it. He roared, his attack suddenly becoming far more ferocious. Ye Chen matched him blow for blow, the Wugo sword blurring into afterimages as they clashed. Their combat accelerated, figures weaving through the air while sword light flashed relentlessly, creating a dazzling spectacle. This won't work, Ye Chen realized. Even if I exhaust my spiritual energy, I can't defeat him. He was now certain that Su Taishu's true cultivation far exceeded the tribulation transcendent stage. I need to think of something catch him off guard, disrupt his rhythm. An idea struck Ye Chen. Old man Su, take this. Ye Chen's roar erupted as he lunged forward, but instead of aiming for Su Taishu's vital points, his Wugo sword was directed straight at his backside. What? Su Taishu's eyes bulged in disbelief. Such a despicable tactic. A heavy thud echoed as Ye Chen's foot connected squarely with Su Taishu's rear. Su Taishu stumbled forward, nearly losing his balance. He had blocked the sword strike, but never anticipated it was merely a feint designed to create an opening for the kick. Ha ha, old man Su, you've been tricked. Ye Chen laughed triumphantly. The monkey steals the peach maneuver never failed to work. This was payback for the kick Su Lomo had dealt him last time. Ye Chen figured he should deliver 2 more kicks to collect the interest as well. Su Taishu's face flushed crimson with shame and indignation. A cultivator at the peak of tribulation transcendence being kicked in the rear by a junior, such disgrace would be unbearable if it spread. He was also greatly astonished by Ye Chen's combat prowess. Only Su Taishu himself knew his true strength. In the entire Canglan continent, there was absolutely no one who could fight him to a stalemate, let alone launch a sneak attack during battle. The black-clad figure before him was undoubtedly a monstrous anomaly among anomalies. Kid, you're asking for a beating. Su Taishu let out a furious roar, and his aura suddenly surged. A terrifying pressure that surpassed the tribulation transcendence stage instantly enveloped the entire purple bamboo grove. Not good, this old geezer is getting serious. Ye Chen's heart jolted. This pressure sent a chill through his heart. Kid, you've successfully angered me. Today, I will spank your little butt until it's red. Su Taishu roared again, his figure turning into a bolt of lightning as he attacked Ye Chen. Damn it, this old geezer can't handle the game. Ye Chen yelped and turned to run. Surpassing the tribulation transcendence stage meant becoming an immortal. No matter how monstrous Ye Chen was, he still couldn't contend with an immortal. Kid, you can't escape. Su Taishu roared repeatedly, giving chase without relenting. His aura grew increasingly terrifying, and the surrounding space began to distort. In the Canglan Realm, when one reaches the peak of the tribulation transcendent stage and breaks through, a lightning tribulation will be summoned. If one survives, they can ascend on the spot. If not, they return to dust and ashes. No, I have to flee quickly. Ye Chen made up his mind, speeding up once more, turning into a streak of light as he dashed out of the heavenly mystery sect. Boom! Rumble! Su Taishu's aura continued to rise, a terrifying pressure sweeping across the entire sky. It caused the heavenly Tao to roar and the void to shatter. All the disciples of the heavenly mystery sect felt this pressure, their hearts pounding with fear. What's happening? This pressure, could it be? It's the Supreme Elder, the Supreme Elder's aura. Heavens, What's wrong with the Supreme Elder? Could it be that the Supreme Elder is about to transcend through tribulation? The entire Heavenly Mystery Sect fell into panic. Undergoing tribulation within the sect would destroy the entire Heavenly Mystery Sect. Quickly evacuate the sect's territory. Mystic Truth Shenren appeared with several elders, directing the disciples to withdraw from the sect. At this moment, Ye Chen had already fled outside the Heavenly Mystery Sect. He looked back and saw the sky above the sect dark with clouds, flashing with lightning and roaring with thunder. A terrifying aura surged upward, piercing the clouds. This old geezer is really going to break the limit. Ye Chen thought to himself, thanking his luck that he had run fast, otherwise, he would have truly perished here. Old Su, you can't handle the game. I'll come back to fight you another time. Ye Chen shouted toward the direction of the Heavenly Mystery Sect, then left without looking back. After seeing Ye Chen leave, Su Taishu immediately retracted his aura. The sky returned to calm, and the dark clouds dispersed. What an interesting lad. Su Taishu looked in the direction Ye Chen had gone, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth. The disciples of the Heavenly Mystery Sect, seeing this, exchanged bewildered glances, not knowing what had happened. Mystic Truth Shenren frowned, pondered for a moment, then said. The disciples finally breathed a sigh of relief and scattered. Meanwhile, on the other side, Ye Chen ran all the way, circled around a few times, and then secretly returned to Green Bamboo Peak. Humph, that old demon Su can't take it. I almost fell into his hands. Ye Chen panted, speaking indignantly. After resting for a moment, Ye Chen entered the Star Soul Tower, removed his disguise, and controlled his cultivation back to the 9th level of Qi refining. Old demon Su, if you can't take it, then don't play. I'll come find you for another fight next time. Ye Chen entered the top floor of the Star Soul Tower, plunged into a room, and fell asleep as soon as his head hit the pillow. At the same time, a piece of news spread throughout the entire Canglan continent. In the southern part of the Canglan continent, a place called the Heavenly Star Secret Realm was about to open. Legend has it that the Heavenly Star Secret Realm was a cave dwelling left by a female emperor from ancient times, said to contain countless treasures and inheritances. As soon as the news broke, the entire Canglan continent was shaken. Countless cultivators rushed to the south, hoping to enter the secret realm and seek opportunities. Ye Chen, this time the Heavenly Star Secret Realm opens, you and Su Chen will go out for training. It happened that Su Taishu called Ye Chen and Su Chen before him, wanting them to go to the secret realm for training. I can go, but 1 million top-grade spirit stones as travel expenses. Ye Chen took the opportunity to demand spirit stones from old demon Su, since the old demon was wealthy. 1 million top-grade spirit stones. Su Taishu nearly jumped up. This kid was really asking for a sky-high price. No, absolutely not. Su Taishu refused without a second thought. You kid, you've already emptied the entire Tianxuan Sect spirit stones, and you still have the nerve to ask me for travel expenses. Hee, old demon Su, you can't say that. Ye Chen said with a grin. I was making contributions to the sect. Those spirit stones would have been spent sooner or later anyway, so it's better to let me benefit from them. You kid, you're such a rogue. Su Taishu was both amused and exasperated by Ye Chen's shameless logic. How did he end up accepting such a money-obsessed disciple? Ye Chen had plundered almost all the spirit stones from the Tianxuan Sect, as well as all the spirit stones from the Shadow Pavilion, yet not a single one had been handed over, and he still had the audacity to claim he was contributing to the sect. Hee, you flatter me. Ye Chen grinned and clasped his hands in a gesture of courtesy. Well, old demon Su, do you agree or not? There's only 1 million mid-grade spirit stones. Take it or leave it. Su Taishu ground his teeth in frustration, forced to negotiate. This kid had him completely figured out. Fine. 1 million mid-grade spirit stones, it's a deal. Ye Chen had no intention of actually demanding top-grade spirit stones. His request for 1 million was merely a bargaining tactic against Su Taishu. Su Taishu, gritting his teeth, tossed a spatial bag to Ye Chen. Listen well, you brat. If you don't make the most of this cultivation opportunity, I'll make sure you regret it when you return. He felt utterly exhausted, having poured his heart and countless spirit stones into this young disciple. Hee, don't worry, old demon Su. When I take on a task, you can rest assured. Ye Chen grinned as he accepted the spatial bag. Senior brother, let's go. With that, Ye Chen confidently strolled away, dragging Lin Shuo and Su Cheng along. Hey! This kid! Su Taishu watched his departing figure and shook his head helplessly. This kid was becoming more outrageous by the day. Su Taishu found himself torn between affection and frustration toward his disciple Ye Chen. The Tianxuan Secret Realm was situated in Tianxuan City in the southern region of the Canglan continent, while the Tianxuan Sect lay in the east a considerable distance apart, requiring the use of a transmission array to reach. Tianxuan City was the largest metropolis in the southern region and the closest settlement to the Tianxuan Secret Realm. The trio would need to travel to Tianwu City first to access the transmission array bound for Tianxuan City. At that moment, Tianwu City was teeming with people, buzzing with lively energy. Cultivators from across the eastern reaches of the Canglan continent had gathered here, all preparing to venture into the Tianxuan Secret Realm. Due to the considerable distance, each person was required to pay 1,000 midstones to use the transmission array from Tianwu City to Tianxuan City. Standing before the array, Lin Shuo watched Ye Chen, waiting for him to produce the necessary spirit stones for the journey. However, Ye Chen merely gazed upward at the sky, pretending he had no idea about the required payment. Junior brother, using the transmission array requires each person to pay 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Lin Shuo noticed Ye Chen's prolonged delay in producing the spirit stones and reminded him. What? We still need to pay spirit stones? Ye Chen suddenly jumped up in surprise, as though hearing for the first time that using a transmission array required payment. Another 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Why not just rob us? The three of them would need 3,000 mid-grade spirit stones in total, which was indeed a substantial sum for ordinary cultivators. Yet for Ye Chen, this amount was merely a drop in the ocean, and he was unwilling to contribute even that small fraction. Senior brother, are you telling me this because you expect me to cover the cost? Ye Chen had just received 1 million mid-grade spirit stones from Su Taishu before departing, so logically and morally, he should be the one paying. But he simply refused to part with them. Spirit stones were the foundation of his cultivation and growth. This. Lin Shuo was momentarily at a loss for words, realizing Ye Chen had no intention of paying. Never mind. I'll skip it then. Ye Chen waved his hand and turned to leave. Paying 3,000 spirit stones was unthinkable. Just the thought made him wince. There was no way he'd be the one to pay. Junior brother, you. Lin Shuo grew anxious at the sight. This was the task his master had assigned him to protect Ye Chen during the secret realm cultivation. He couldn't let Ye Chen return and continue slacking off. Don't call me junior brother. We're not that close. Ye Chen replied without looking back. Su Cheng was stunned by Ye Chen's response. This junior brother was extraordinarily stingy. He finally understood. Ye Chen's refusal to enter the secret realm was simply to avoid paying this travel expense. You! Lin Shuo stomped his foot in anger. This kid was truly unbearable. He just didn't want to pay these spirit stones and expected Lin Shuo to cover them instead, refusing to be straightforward about it and putting on a show how shameless. Despite receiving 1 million mid-grade spirit stones from their master before departure, he still refused to pay this transmission fee. Lin Shuo seethed inwardly, wondering how he'd ended up with such a greedy, stingy, scheming, and shameless junior brother. 3,000 mid-grade spirit stones I'll pay. Lin Shuo gritted his teeth. This junior brother was the most miserly person on the entire Canglan continent. Senior brother, you're the one to rely on. So generous. Ye Chen quickly turned around, grinning at Lin Shuo. This was exactly what he'd been waiting to hear. Cut the nonsense. Let's move. Lin Shuo retorted irritably. He'd come to protect his two junior brothers and now had to spend thousands of mid-grade spirit stones. Just thinking about it made him wince. Hee, alright. Ye Chen followed with a grin, secretly pleased with himself. Kid, you're no match for me. And so, Ye Chen and Su Cheng made their way to Tianxuan City, freely riding on Lin Shuo's spirit stones the entire journey. Since the Tianxuan Secret Realm wouldn't open until the next day, the three of them found lodging at an inn called Cloud Shadow Immortal Residence. As soon as Ye Chen and the others entered the inn, they spotted two familiar figures. Ting Chang. Chu Man. Su Cheng called out in delight. Ye Chen looked up as well, and sure enough, it was Luo Qingqing and Yu Chu Man. Ye Chen. Su Chan. Have you also come for the Tianxuan Secret Realm? A flicker of surprise passed through Luo Qinchen's beautiful eyes, and her lips curved into a gentle smile as she asked softly. Of course. When there's something happening, we naturally have to be part of it. Ye Chen said with a smile. If that's the case, why don't we travel together? It would be good to look out for one another, Luo Qincheng suggested. Certainly. I'd be delighted. Ye Chen quickly replied. Being able to stay at the inn with two beautiful women was something he could only wish for. Ye Chen and the others, along with Luo Qincheng and Yu Chuman, checked into the Cloud Shadow Immortal residence together. Early the next morning, the two groups set out for the Tianxuan Secret Realm together. The Tianxuan Secret Realm was located in a valley 100 li outside Tianxuan City. At this moment, a large crowd of cultivators had already gathered outside the valley, each one eager and ready to try their luck. So many people. Ye Chen looked at the dark sea of faces before him and couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, the opening of the Tianxuan Secret Realm has attracted cultivators from the entire Canglan continent. Su Chen nodded. It seems this journey into the Tianxuan Secret Realm won't be peaceful. Luo Qincheng furrowed her brow slightly and spoke in a deep voice. What is there to fear? With me here, I guarantee your safety. Ye Chen patted his chest and said confidently. Luo Qincheng knew Ye Chen's strength and was full of confidence in him. Just then, a thunderous roar echoed from the sky. Boom! Everyone looked up and saw a massive vortex appearing in the heavens, its center radiating brilliant light. The entrance to the secret realm has appeared. Charge! The crowd erupted into chaos as countless cultivators rushed toward the vortex in a desperate scramble. Let's go too! Ye Chen called out and led Su Chen, Luo Qincheng, and the others toward the vortex. The secret realm had a cultivation restriction, only those below the nascent soul stage could enter. Those exceeding the nascent soul realm would be repelled by the secret realm's laws. Unless, like Ye Chen, one possessed the heavenly doll pearl to suppress their cultivation below the realm's detection. Lin Shuo waited at the secret realm's entrance for Ye Chen and the others to emerge. As a tribulation transcendence cultivator, he could not enter. He had come solely to protect Ye Chen and Su Chen. Inside the secret realm, Ye Chen and the others had already arrived. Is this the Tianxuan Secret Realm? Ye Chen surveyed his surroundings, his eyes filled with curiosity. The secret realm was breathtaking. Spiritual energy was so dense it was almost tangible, with fragrant flowers blooming on every side, like a fairyland. Such rich spiritual energy. Su Chen took a deep breath, his face filled with intoxication. This truly is an ideal place for cultivation. Yu Chuman couldn't help but exclaim. Let's go deeper and explore. Ye Chen spoke and began walking toward the heart of the secret realm. Luo Qincheng and Su Chen followed closely behind. The four of them weaved through mountains and rivers, searching for opportunities. Hey, junior brother, did you strike it rich or what? How do you always find the good stuff? Su Chen looked at the 1,000-year spiritual herb now in Ye Chen's hand and couldn't help but say with envy. Hee, that's called luck. You wouldn't understand. Ye Chen grinned as he stored the spiritual herb in his storage ring, looking thoroughly pleased. TCH, I'd say you just got incredibly lucky. Yu Chuman shot Ye Chen an exasperated glance and said irritably. Sigh, you don't believe me, but I was simply born under a lucky star. There's no fixing it. Ye Chen shook his head with a sigh, wearing an expression that said, I'm helpless, but I'm truly excellent. Luo Qincheng watched his ridiculously smug demeanor and couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh softly. There's a valley ahead. Let's check it out. Ye Chen pointed forward. The four descended into the valley and found the spiritual energy abundant and the scenery pleasant, a fine place to rest. Let's spend the night here. Su Chen suggested. Agreed. The other three nodded in unison. Ye Chen took out some provisions from his storage ring and started grilling. Soon, the aroma of roasting meat filled the air. The four sat around the bonfire, eating roasted meat and drinking fine wine, chatting and laughing heartily. This wine is excellent, smooth on the palate with a lingering finish. Far better than anything I've had outside. Su Chen took a sip and praised enthusiastically. Naturally. This is a vintage I've been treasuring for years. Ye Chen said with a look of self-satisfaction. Just then, a cold wind swept through, making the bonfire flicker and the temperature drop sharply. Who's there? Su Chen rose alertly, his gaze scanning the surroundings warily. Hee, gentlemen, prepare to be robbed. A rough voice came from the darkness. Immediately after, a dozen black-clad figures emerged from the woods, encircling Ye Chen and his 3 companions. These men were at least at the Golden Core stage, and their leader was at the 9th level of the nascent Soul Realm, clearly not a group to be trifled with. Who are you people? Why are you robbing us? Su Chen asked casually, paying no heed to the bandits. Who we are doesn't matter. What matters is that today you've run into us, so consider yourselves unlucky. The leader sneered, a glint of greed flashing in his eyes. What do you want? Luo Qingchong rose to her feet, a cold glint flickering in her beautiful eyes. She disliked the greedy way the black-clad man stared at her. 2 beauties, if you obediently comply and entertain us brothers, we might consider letting you live. The leader leered at Luo Qingchong and Yu Chuman, his eyes filled with lascivious intent. You think you ugly bunch can even dream of laying a hand on these beauties? Ye Chen stood up with faint anger, patted Su Chen's shoulder, and said bravely, Senior brother Su, tell me, can this ragged lot even catch your eye? Junior brother, you're right. With their looks, they are not even worthy of polishing my shoes. They want to court Qingchong and Chuman. Truly a toad lusting after swan's flesh. Su Chen suppressed a smile, shook his head in cooperation, and said seriously. Ha ha ha. Luo Qingchong and Yu Chuman could no longer hold back their laughter, shaking with mirth. You're asking for death. The leader flew into a rage, let out a sharp shout, and was about to strike. Hold it! Ye Chen suddenly bellowed, stopping his action. What? Have you come to your senses and decided to surrender without a fight? The leader thought Ye Chen was scared and said smugly. You're overthinking it. A sly smile curled at the corner of Ye Chen's mouth as he spoke slowly. I just wanted to tell you that when you rob, you should check your targets. With you bunch of rotten fish and shrimp, daring to rob us, you must be tired of leaving. Brat, you court death. The leader was enraged beyond control, and with a furious palm strike, he lunged at Ye Chen. Humph, you overestimate yourself. Ye Chen snorted coldly, neither dodging nor flinching, and casually tossed out an attack talisman. Boom! A thunderous sound, light blazed, and the leader felt an overwhelming force surging toward him. He was sent flying backward, crashing heavily to the ground, spitting blood, his face pale as paper. What? The other black-clad men were shocked and alarmed. They never imagined that this seemingly harmless young man could possess such a terrifying attack talisman. Now, can you tell me who you are? Ye Chen clapped his hands, asking with a calm expression. Brat, if you dare touch us, you're dead meat. The leader, gritting his teeth against the pain, said venomously. We are disciples of the Demon Heaven Sect. If you dare harm us, our sect will not let you off. Demon Heaven Sect? Ye Chen raised an eyebrow, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. So it's the scum of the Demon Heaven Sect. No wonder they're so arrogant and domineering. Su Chen snorted, murderous intent blazing in his eyes. What is the Demon Heaven Sect? Luo Qingchong and Yu Chuman asked in confusion. The Demon Heaven Sect is a demonic sect that commits every kind of evil and is notorious far and wide. Su Chen explained, they came to the Tianxuan Secret Realm this time, surely to seek fortune and enhance their power, and then bring calamity to the world. I see. Luo Qingchong and Yu Chuman suddenly understood. Since they're from the Demon Heaven Sect, they must not be spared. Ye Chen's eyes flashed with murderous intent as he said solemnly. Junior brother, let me handle it. Su Chen volunteered. Fine, finish it quickly. Ye Chen nodded. Kill! Su Chen shouted, his figure flickered, and he charged into the midst of the black-clad men. Bam bam bam. Su Chen struck ruthlessly, each attack lethal, and in a flash, several black-clad men were slain by him. Damn it! The leader, seeing this, was furious beyond measure. He never thought these seemingly young people could be so formidable. Brat, you dare kill members of my Demon Heaven Sect, you're dead. The leader roared, about to self-destruct to take Su Chen down with him. Self-destruct? You're not worthy. Su Chen snorted, and with a single palm strike, directly smashed the leader into a pulp of flesh. Hiss! The remaining black-clad men were scared out of their wits and turned to flee. Trying to run? Too late. Luo Qingchong and Yu Chuman also joined the fray. Yu Chuman, on the other hand, produced a long whip that danced like a spiritual serpent, binding several black-clad men before she yanked hard, tearing them into pieces. In a blink, all a dozen black-clad men were wiped out by Ye Chen and his group. Phew! Su Chen let out a long breath, his eyes gleaming with excitement. It's been so long since I've fought so freely. Indeed, these demon heaven sects scum truly deserve death. Ye Chen nodded in agreement. Alright, let's clean up the battlefield. Ye Chen said, let's see what good stuff these fellows carry. Got it. Su Chen and Ye Chen immediately began looting the spoils. Before long, they had stripped everything from the black-clad man. Junior brother, look at this is our haul. Su Chen handed a Canglan pouch to Ye Chen. Ye Chen took the storage pouch, probed it with his divine sense, and found over 10,000 spirit stones, as well as many pills, magical artifacts, and skill manuals. Ye Chen then stored all the spirit stones into his own storage ring, tossing the pills and artifacts back to Su Chen. Junior brother, these spirit stones. Su Chen took the pills and artifacts, rubbing his hands, looking a bit embarrassed. Spirit stones? What spirit stones? None. Ye Chen looked wary. He didn't mind other things, but when it came to spirit stones, there was no way. Well. Su Chen shrugged helplessly, smiling wryly. He should have known that once spirit stones fell into Ye Chen's hands, they would never come out again. Hey, Xiao Su, don't be like that. From now on, we'll give you all the magical artifacts we loot, and I'll keep the spirit stones. Ye Chen comforted the slightly dejected Su Chen. Hee, that's exactly what I'm thinking. A mischievous smile curved the corners of Ye Chen's mouth. Rather than painstakingly searching for fortuitous encounters, wouldn't it be much faster to simply rob others? But wouldn't that be inappropriate? Luo Qingchong hesitated, uncertainty evident in her voice. What's inappropriate about that? Those demonic path cultivators, all of them, have blood-stained hands. If we eliminate them, we're ridding the world of a scourge. Ye Chen replied dismissively. Besides, we're only robbing, not killing innocents indiscriminately. The same thing is happening everywhere within this secret realm. And weren't we ourselves robbed by others even though we never robbed anyone? We'll specifically target those sects with terrible reputations. So what do you say? Would you three like to join me in this venture? Ye Chen gazed at Su Chen, Luo Qingchong, and Ye Chen with burning intensity. I'm in. Luo Qingchong was the first to respond, her eyes sparkling with excitement. She trusted Ye Chen absolutely. Though Ye Chen appeared greedy and unreliable on the surface, she knew his heart was filled with kindness. Count me in too. Su Chen nodded in agreement. If his junior brother wanted to rob others, as his senior brother, he certainly had to join. Alright, I'm in as well. Seeing that Luo Qingchong and Su Chen had both agreed, Ye Chen had no choice but to nod in assent. Ha ha ha, excellent. Then we begin our operations tomorrow. Ye Chen burst into laughter, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Let's go. Today, young master will bring you all to fortunes. Early the next morning, Ye Chen enthusiastically called out to Su Chen and the other two. Su Chen helplessly shook his head. This junior brother was truly a money-obsessed fool. Luo Qingchong and Ye Chen exchanged glances, both seeing the amusement dancing in each other's eyes. Following Ye Chen always brought pleasant surprises. The four masked their faces and began wandering throughout the secret realm, searching for targets. Whenever they encountered those who acted arrogantly and oppressively, or who forcibly seized others' fortuitous opportunities, Ye Chen and his companions would approach them for some friendly exchanges. After several days, Ye Chen and his group had amassed a considerable fortune. What they didn't know was that their legendary friendly exchange exploits had already spread throughout the entire Tianxuan secret realm. Consequently, they acquired a prestigious title, the Four Robbing Demon Kings combination. Robbery! Hand over all your treasures. While Ye Chen's group was searching for their next target, a furious shout suddenly echoed from the other side of a small hill behind them. The four all froze, exchanging puzzled looks with one another. Oh! We have a fellow practitioner. Luo Qingchong slightly furrowed her brow, a hint of surprise flickering in her eyes. Hee, looks like someone has delivered themselves to our doorstep. A crafty smile tugged at the corners of Ye Chen's lips. The four simultaneously leaped to the hilltop, only to find that on the other side, a group of black-robed cultivators had just finished robbing several disciples wearing matching sect attire. Seems like they're from the Heifeng gang. Su Cheng slightly furrowed his brow, recognizing this group of people. Heifeng gang? Never heard of them. Ye Chen shrugged, wearing an expression of complete indifference. The Heifeng gang is a small gang from the southern region of the Canglan continent, built entirely through robbery and plunder. Su Cheng explained from the side. Then that works perfectly. Today we'll rid the world of this menace. A cold smile crossed Ye Chen's face as he spoke with righteous indignation, as if he were some great hero of the realm. Luo Qingqing and Yu Chumen both rolled their eyes in unison. Ye Chen always found some grand-sounding justification for his robberies. Don't move. Robbery. You're surrounded. Hand over your spirit stones and treasures. Ye Chen shouted loudly as all four charged toward the Heifeng gang members. The Heifeng gang members were left dazed by this sudden turn of events, each staring at one another in bewilderment. They had built their fortune through robbery, and it had always been the Heifeng gang robbing others. Never had anyone dared to rob them. Yet today, these young people had come to rob them. Where did these reckless fools come from? How dare you rob the Heifeng gang? The leader of the black-robed group glared furiously, his face contorted with savagery. Thief! You villains who commit misdeeds, consider yourselves unlucky for crossing paths with young master today. Ye Chen crossed his arms, the corners of his lips slightly raised, wearing an expression of supreme arrogance. The Heifeng gang members burst into boisterous laughter. Just you four greenhorns daring to spout such nonsense. Enough nonsense. Hand over your treasures quickly, or don't blame us for being merciless. Ye Chen's gaze turned sharp as he stepped forward aggressively. Then let's see if you have the ability. Attack. At the black-robed leader's command, the Heifeng gang members charged toward Ye Chen and his three companions. Luo Qingqing struck first, launching a flying kick that struck the black-robed leader squarely in the face, sending him flying backward. Su Cheng and Yu Chumen also swiftly joined the battle, and within moments, they had beaten all the Heifeng gang members to the ground. Oh, my arm, it's broken. My leg. Stop hitting us, we surrender. The Heifeng gang members lay on the ground, their cries of agony filling the air. They dared not resist any longer. Spare our lives, great heroes. It was us who had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai and offended you, great heroes. The Heifeng gang leader endured the pain and knelt down to beg for mercy. If you had done this earlier, you wouldn't have had to suffer this beating. Ye Chen nodded with satisfaction. Looking at the Heifeng gang members kneeling in a row, his playful heart suddenly surged. All right. Now it's our turn robbery. Ye Chen placed his hands on his hips, his face breaking into a wicked grin as he extended one hand, making a demanding gesture. The Heifeng gang members were completely dumbfounded. What kind of operation was this? Quickly hand over your treasures willingly, or there will be consequences. Luo Qingqing shouted sharply. Yes, we'll hand them over immediately. The Heifeng gang members dared not disobey. They frantically pulled out all the treasures they carried. Su Cheng rubbed his hands together excitedly and went forward to collect all the treasures. There were spirit stones, pills, magical artifacts, and quite a bit of gold and silver jewelry. Junior brother, we are getting rich. Su Cheng exclaimed excitedly. Stay calm. This is just the beginning. Ye Chen waved his hand, signaling Su Cheng to compose himself. Great heroes, may we leave now? Seizing the moment when Ye Chen and the others were pleased, the Heifeng gang leader cautiously inquired. Don't be in such a hurry. Help me pull off one big heist, and then I'll let you go. A cunning smile curved the corners of Ye Chen's lips. When Su Cheng and the other three heard that Ye Chen wanted to pull off a big heist, their eyes lit up. They knew Ye Chen was about to create another major commotion. May we ask what you would have us do, great hero? The Heifeng gang leader hesitated before asking. Go and gather everyone in the secret realm for me. Ye Chen began explaining to the Heifeng gang leader what they needed to do next. Boss, do we really have to do this? A member of the Blackwing gang looked at their leader with a troubled expression. Nonsense. If we don't, do you want to die? The Blackwing gang leader shot him a vicious glare. He had no desire to be thrashed by Ye Chen and his group again. Fine. The gang member sighed helplessly and turned to leave. No, we just wait for the fish to take the bait. Ye Chen watched the retreating figure of the gang member, a triumphant grin curling at the corner of his mouth. They found an abandoned palace and tossed all the magical treasures and gold they had looted inside. Using the artifacts, they created the illusion of a rare treasure emerging. He sent the Blackwing gang members to spread rumors that a rare treasure had appeared nearby, luring other cultivators to come seeking it. Meanwhile, Ye Chen and the remaining Blackwing gang lay in ambush, ready to net them all. Ye Chen, do you intend to rob everyone who enters the secret realm? Luo Qingcheng stared at him with her beautiful eyes unblinking. Ye Chen chuckled. Isn't that interesting? Besides, these people have killed and plundered plenty in the secret realm. We're just acting as agents of justice. Luo Qingcheng rolled her eyes, but a hint of a smile tugged at her lips. Clearly, Ye Chen's audacious idea had sparked a flicker of excitement within her. Junior brother, isn't your scheme a bit too underhanded? Su Cheng couldn't help but remark. It's called using deception in war, understand? Ye Chen shot Su Cheng a disdainful look. Besides, we're ridding the world of evil. Those greedy bastards deserve to be robbed. Fine, you're right about everything. Su Cheng shook his head helplessly, but his face was eager and his eyes filled with anticipation. Yu Chuman bit her lip and gave a slight nod, as if she too approved of Ye Chen's approach. Have you heard? A rare treasure has appeared nearby. Really? What kind of treasure? I don't know, but it sounds impressive. Many people are already heading there. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go check it out. Word spread like wildfire, and soon a stream of cultivators flocked to the scene. They are coming, they are coming. Ye Chen watched the approaching cultivators from afar, a gleam of sharp light flashing in his eyes. Those who arrived spotted the treasures in the palace, their gazes filled with greed. Like wolves descending on their prey, the cultivators madly rushed toward the treasures. A burly man wielding a massive axe struck down a frail cultivator who stood in his way, blood splattering everywhere. The frail cultivator didn't even have time to scream before meeting his end. This treasure is mine. A sharp-faced cultivator suddenly stabbed his companion in the back, plunging a dagger into his heart. His eyes were filled with greed and madness. Several more cultivators broke into a fierce fight over a shining jade pendant. The scene was utter chaos, shouts of battle, screams of agony, the clash of magical artifacts all mingled together, laying bare the ugliness of human nature. Ye Chen and his group watched from the shadows, their eyes utterly calm. In the secret realm, there were no rules, killing and plundering were commonplace. Now! Ye Chen gave the order once the fighting had thinned out. Su Cheng, Luo Qingqing, and Yu Chuman immediately charged forward. The Blackwing gang members lying in ambush also surged ahead, surrounding the treasure seekers. This is a stick-up. You're surrounded. Hand over your spirit stones and treasures. Ye Chen shouted, raising his right hand. The Blackwing gang members brandished their weapons menacingly. The cultivators were startled by Ye Chen's words, then their faces twisted with anger. Who do you think you are, daring to rob us? A bearded cultivator roared in fury. Those surrounded, those who dared enter the secret realm, were not cowards. They showed no fear. Oh! Then you're asking for a taste of the hard way. Ye Chen's lips curled into a contemptuous smile. He waved his right hand, and the Blackwing gang members charged into the crowd. Su Cheng, Luo Qingcheng, and Yu Chuman swiftly joined the fray, wielding iron clubs to knock people out. Thud, thud, thud. Ah! With each swing, they felled a cultivator before anyone could react. Soon a large area was littered with unconscious bodies. Screams and roars filled the air. Ha ha, what a thrill! Su Cheng laughed excitedly as he plundered. The trio fought with increasing fervor, routing the cultivators completely. Run! It's a trap! They are preying on us! Realizing they had been duped, the cultivators scattered in all directions. Think you can escape? Not so fast. Ye Chen let out a cold laugh, then vanished and reappeared in pursuit. Stop! I surrender, I surrender. In moments, all the cultivators were on the ground, hands clasped behind their heads. The Blackwing gang members collected the storage artifacts from the cultivators and handed them over to Ye Chen's group. Junior brother, we've struck it rich. Su Cheng exclaimed, staring at the mountain of loot. Of course, just look at who's behind it. Ye Chen said smugly. Ye Chen, you're such a troublemaker. Luo Qingcheng looked at him, her eyes brimming with amusement. Heh, same to you. Ye Chen replied with a grin. Alright, let's leave quickly before any trouble arises. You chill man reminded them. Ye Chen nodded and led the group away from this place of conflict. While Ye Chen and his companions were still looting in the Tianxuan Secret Realm, far away at the Qing Pavilion, an uninvited guest arrived. This uninvited guest was a young man in splendid brocade robes, with a translucent jade pendant at his waist. His face was handsome and his bearing extraordinary, though a hint of arrogance lurked between his brows. Behind him followed two old men with steady auras, clearly highly cultivated. Young master, may I ask who you are? The Qing Pavilion's gate disciple, sensing the visitor's imposing presence, dared not show negligence and hurried forward to inquire. The young man in brocade robes ignored the gate disciple and instead looked into the Qing Pavilion, shouting loudly, Doufang Yunhai of the Doufang clan requests an audience with the Pavilion Master of Qing Pavilion. Doufang Yunhai's voice was sonorous, echoing throughout the entire Qing Pavilion. Inside the main hall, Pavilion Master Lu Qingyi was startled upon hearing the name Doufang Yunhai. The Doufang clan was a reclusive immortal clan, said to have ancestors who had ascended to immortality. Their foundation was unfathomable, far beyond what the Qing Pavilion could afford to provoke. Doufang Yunhai himself was the pride of the Doufang clan, a prodigy who had reached the golden core stage at the age of 20, a renowned genius on the Canglan continent. Lu Qingyi dared not be negligent and hurried out to welcome him personally. Welcome to Clear Sound Pavilion, young Master Doufang. Your presence brings honor to our humble establishment. Lu Qingyi wore a professional smile as she welcomed Doufang Yunhai into the Clear Sound Pavilion. The Pavilion Master is too kind. Doufang Yunhai smiled faintly, his demeanor elegant and refined, bringing warmth to all who encountered him. The two entered the main hall of Clear Sound Pavilion and took their seats as host and guest. May I know the purpose of young Master Doufang's visit today? Lu Qingyi came directly to the point. To be honest, I have come today for the sake of the Clear Sound Pavilion's saint, Murong Shui. Doufang Yunhai did not beat around the bush, stating his intentions outright. Oh! Lu Qingyi's heart stirred, though her expression remained composed. What does young Master Doufang mean by this? I have fallen deeply in love with Murong Shui at first sight. I am willing to relinquish my position as young master of the Doufang family to marry Murong Shui as my wife. Doufang Yunhai's tone was resolute, his eyes filled with adoration. It was merely because during one of his outings, Doufang Yunhai had been fortunate enough to glimpse Murong Shui from afar. Her breathtaking beauty had enchanted him. At that time, Doufang Yunhai had urgent matters to attend to and did not stop to approach Murong Shui. Upon returning to his family, Doufang Yunhai could not forget her beauty. He sent people to investigate and learned that Murong Shui was the saint of Clear Sound Pavilion. The moment Doufang Yunhai received the news, he could wait no longer and immediately brought people to Clear Sound Pavilion to propose. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingyi's heart sank. Murong Shui had already been betrothed to Ye Chen, the disciple of Su Taishu. However, the power of the Doufang family was far beyond what the Tianxuan Sect could match. If she refused Doufang Yunhai, it might bring destruction upon Clear Sound Pavilion. But if she agreed to Doufang Yunhai, how would she explain things to Ye Chen? Lu Qingyi found herself in a dilemma. Young Master Doufang, this matter. Hesitating, Lu Qingyi was about to explain. But Doufang Yunhai interrupted her. Pavilion Master Lu, I know what concerns you. A hint of pride flickered in Doufang Yunhai's eyes as he smiled. The insignificant Tianxuan Sect is beneath the notice of my Doufang family. As long as Pavilion Master Lu agrees to give Murong Shui to me, I guarantee the Tianxuan Sect will not dare to say a single word of protest. Doufang Yunhai's tone was domineering, filled with absolute confidence. When he had sent people to inquire about Murong Shui's information, he had also thoroughly investigated all of Murong Shui's past, including her betrothal to Ye Chen. The Doufang family called themselves a hidden immortal clan, naturally despising the sects of the Canglan continent, and certainly not placing the Tianxuan Sect in their eyes. Doufang Yunhai had also investigated Ye Chen. For a young man of 18 still at the qi refining stage, he was even more contemptuous. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingyi grew even more conflicted. She knew Doufang Yunhai was not speaking boastfully. With the Doufang family's strength, destroying the Tianxuan Sect would indeed be as easy as turning one's hand. But this betrothal was one she had actively sought from the Tianxuan Sect and Su Taishu for protection. If she reneged now, wouldn't that make her faithless? Young Master Doufang, this matter is of great significance. Please allow me some time to consider. In the end, Lu Qingyi did not agree to Doufang Yunhai, choosing instead to buy time. Pavilion Master Lu, you are being too formal. Please, just call me Yuhai. Doufeng Yuhai waved his hand with practiced ease, a confident smile playing at the corners of his lips. He naturally saw through Lu Qingyi's intention to delay, but how would Doufeng Yuhai allow her to do so? I am a straightforward person and do not like dragging things out. He paused, his gaze burning intently as he stared at Lu Qingyi. I admire Miss Moronshue deeply and wish to marry her home immediately to cherish her as she deserves. This. Lu Qingyi's expression showed difficulty. It is Shuai's fortune that young Master Doufeng favors her, but she does have a betrothal. Before it is dissolved, I'm afraid. Hehe, but I have heard that young Master Ye Chen, is already 18 years old and still at the qi refining stage of cultivation. Doufeng Yuhai interrupted Lu Qingyi, the corners of his lips lifting slightly as a contemptuous smile appeared. His eyes were full of disdain. With such aptitude, how could he possibly deserve a heavenly talent like Miss Moronshue? He shook his head, his tone carrying a hint of contempt. Doufeng Yuhai's words were like a sharp blade, piercing deeply into Lu Qingyi's heart. She had always harbored doubts about Ye Chen's aptitude. 3 months ago, Ye Chen had failed in his attempt to reach foundation establishment. Now 3 months had passed, and still no news of Ye Chen successfully reaching foundation establishment had come. This was nearly impossible for someone with talent. Could it be that Ye Chen was merely a worthless person propped up by peers? The more Lu Qingyi thought, the more uneasy she became. Doufeng Yuhai acutely caught the wavering expression on Lu Qingyi's face. In his heart, he was secretly delighted, knowing his plan was already half successful. Seizing the moment, he continued, Pavilion Master Lu, I have no intention of belittling others, but... He paused, lowering his voice with an air of mystery. The ascension ancestor of my Doufeng family has sent down a message within 1 year. An immortal will descend upon the Doufeng family. An immortal? Upon hearing this, Lu Qingyi was greatly shocked. Absolutely true. Doufeng Yuhai nodded solemnly. This matter is top secret. I only learned of it in advance because of my family elders. Moreover, he paused, dangling a bigger lure. When the immortal descends this time, it is to select exceptional disciples. The first to be selected will be the talented members of the Doufeng family. Those selected will be brought directly to the Immortal Realm for cultivation. Not only that, the family and sect of the chosen disciple will receive the protection of the immortal. Doufeng Yuhai's words struck like thunder after thunder in Lu Qingyi's mind. An immortal descending. Selecting exceptional disciples. Immortal protection. Any one of these events alone was enough to drive the entire Canglan continent into a frenzy. Though Lu Qingyi was the pavilion master of Clear Sound Pavilion, she was ultimately merely a minor Unity Tribulation stage cultivator. Faced with such legendary beings as immortals, her heart was filled with reverence and longing. Cultivators cultivated in hopes of one day achieving enlightenment and ascending to immortality. However, the path to immortality was desolate and uncertain, with truly few ever achieving ascension. If a disciple from Clear Sound Pavilion could be selected, it would be ascending to heaven in a single step, achieving immediate ascension. They would also obtain the protection of the immortal, standing forever at the pinnacle of the Canglan continent. She had sought marriage alliance with the Tianxuan Sect specifically for protection. If she could obtain immortal protection, then it mattered little with whom she allied. Lu Qingyi took a deep breath, forcing herself to remain calm. She still needed to ask Muronshue's opinion. After all, Moronshue was her most outstanding disciple and the one with the greatest aptitude. Young Master Doufeng, this matter is of great importance. I need to hear Shuai's opinion. Suppressing the excitement in her heart, Lu Qingyi maintained a calm tone as she immediately sent a disciple to summon Moronshue. Of course. Doufeng Yuhai smiled faintly, utterly confident in himself. He was the young master of a reclusive immortal clan, exalted in status, and a prodigy who had already reached the golden core stage at the age of 20. In contrast, Ye Chen, an unknown wild youth who had yet to achieve foundation establishment even at 18, was an obvious choice for anyone with sense. Before long, Moronshue was led into the great hall by a disciple. Lu Qingyi quickly recounted to Moronshue what Doufeng Yuhai had said. Upon hearing it, Muronshue's heart stirred with ripples of emotion, and a glimmer of surprise and longing flickered in her beautiful eyes. She turned to glance at Doufeng Yuhai's handsome features, extraordinary bearing. Moreover, he was the young master of an immortal clan, noble in status, and a heaven-blessed prodigy who had reached the golden core stage at 20. Moronshue had already made up her mind. Master, this is indeed a rare opportunity. As for Ye Chen, he shows no hope of foundation establishment to this day. I simply cannot entrust my future to him. Murong Shui bit her lip slightly as she spoke. Swear, I understand your feelings. But the engagement with the Tianxuan Sect must be handled with caution. Liu Qin nodded gently, also acknowledging Murong Shui's choice. Master, I understand. Murong Shui nodded. Miss Murong, if you are willing, I, Dongfang Yunhai, will never let you down. Dongfang Yunhai interjected at the right moment. As for your engagement with Ye Chen, leave it to me. In that case, we must plan carefully, handling this matter with the utmost thoroughness so as not to sour relations with the Tianxuan Sect. Liu Qin added from the side. This betrothal was originally sought by her own initiative when she sought refuge from the Tianxuan Sect. Now, breaking it herself placed her at a disadvantage, and she only hoped it would not lead to a bitter rift. Rest assured, Hall Master Lu. I know my limits. A strange smile curled at the corner of Dongfang Yunhai's mouth. In his eyes, the insignificant Tianxuan Sect was hardly worth his personal attention, he merely wished to. Meanwhile, deep within the Tianxuan secret realm, in a sinister and ghastly canyon, Ye Chen, Su Chen, Luo Qingqing, and Yu Qiuman were cautiously making their way deeper into the canyon. I say, Ye Chen, why do we have to come to a place like this? Su Chen chimed in. Don't be afraid. I have a strong premonition there's a great opportunity inside. Ye Chen's gaze was resolute. He lifted his chin slightly, speaking with unwavering confidence. Besides, fortune favors the bold. This canyon might hold a supreme opportunity, perhaps even the legacy of an ancient empress. Let's trust Ye Chen. Luo Qingqing smiled faintly, nodding gently, her eyes brimming with trust. She knew Ye Chen's nature once he made a decision. 10 oxen couldn't pull him back. And she absolutely believed in him. He, Qingqing knows me best. Ye Chen chuckled, then took the lead, walking deeper into the canyon. When they reached the depths of the canyon, a massive fissure appeared before them, shrouded in swirling mist below, its bottom invisible. The fissure seemed like a gash torn in the earth by an immense force, exuding an aura of mystery and danger. The jagged rocks along its edge appeared as if chiseled by the reckless axe of time. Wispy tendrils of mist rose from the fissure, adding to the eerie, terrifying atmosphere. Occasionally, a few pebbles tumbled into the chasm, yet no sound echoed back, as if swallowed by endless darkness. Above the fissure hung a strange law that prevented Ye Chen and his companions from flying. Damn, could this be the legendary abyssal maw? Su Chen stared at the bottomless chasm, unable to suppress a shiver. Abyssal maw? What's that? Yu Qiuman asked curiously. Legend has it that the abyssal maw is a scar left from a great battle in ancient times, sealing an extremely terrifying existence within. Su Chen lowered his voice, speaking with an air of mystery. Pfft, stop scaremongering. I think you've been reading too many storybooks. Yu Qiuman rolled her eyes, utterly unconvinced. Exactly. I bet this is the entrance to an ancient sage's cave dwelling, hiding some ancient legacy and divine weapons. Ye Chen said, deliberately putting on a greedy look and rubbing his hands together. In truth, his myriad methods body sensed that beneath the fissure might lie an extraordinary fortune. Really? Then let's go down and check it out. At the mention of treasures, Yu Qiuman perked up and dragged Su Chen toward the edge of the fissure. Hey, don't be impulsive. Su Chen grabbed Yu Qiuman, grimacing. Didn't you hear Ye Chen say it's an ancient sage's cave? What if there's danger inside? What's there to fear? We're all chosen ones with heaven-defying luck. No danger can't be turned into good fortune. Yu Qiuman lifted her chin, full of confidence, excitement sparkling in her eyes. Ahem, keep it low-key. We know it in our hearts, no need to say it out loud. Ye Chen coughed dryly, putting on a modest act. Alright, enough fooling around. Let's first see how to get down. Luo Qingqing walked to the edge of the fissure and began observing carefully. The space around this fissure seems distorted, and there's a strange pulling force. Luo Qingqing frowned slightly, as if she had noticed something. Pulling force. Hearing this, Ye Chen also stepped forward and concentrated to sense it. It's true. The pull seems to be getting stronger. Before Ye Chen could finish, a powerful suction suddenly surged from the fissure, sucking all four of them in. Ah! Yu Chuman screamed, instinctively clutching Su Chen beside her. What the hell is this? Su Chen, startled by the sudden turn, flailed his arms trying to steady himself. Ye Chen reacted swiftly. In the instant he was pulled into the fissure, he wrapped his arm around Luo Qinchen's slender waist, shielding her in his embrace. Luo Qinchen's body trembled. She instinctively tried to resist. Hold on tight. Ye Chen commanded in a low voice, pulling Luo Qinchen tightly against his chest. Feeling Ye Chen's strong arms and warm chest, Luo Qinchen's heart steadied. She ceased her resistance and nestled obediently in his embrace. The four were sucked into the canyon fissure by the immense force. Before their eyes was utter darkness, and only the howling wind filled their ears. After an unknown span of time, Ye Chen felt as if he had struck something soft. Then, a tremendous force enveloped him, pulling him downward. A splash! With a dull thud, Ye Chen and Luo Qinchen plunged into the icy lake together. Cough, cough, cough. Ye Chen choked on a few mouthfuls of water and quickly held his breath. At the same time, he felt a powerful suction force from the bottom of the lake pulling him downward. Qing Chen! Ye Chen's heart jolted. He hurriedly looked down, only to find that Luo Qinchen had been swept away by the lake water. Damn it! Ye Chen cursed under his breath and struggled to swim toward Luo Qinchen, but the suction was too strong for him to resist. Qing Chen, hold on! Ye Chen shouted in his heart as he was dragged into the dark lake bottom by the powerful suction, his consciousness gradually fading. After an unknown period of time, Ye Chen slowly regained consciousness and found himself in a wondrous space. All around him, dreamlike radiance shimmered, some bright and some dim, interweaving into a splendid and colorful tapestry. Beneath his feet was a layer of transparent crystalline substance, like frozen ripples of water, glistening with a mysterious luster. Through this crystalline layer, he could see countless runes slowly flowing below, exuding an ancient and powerful aura. In the distance, towering crystal pillars rose from the ground, piercing into the unseen dome above. The crystal pillars were inlaid with all kinds of strange gems, emitting blue, green, and purple lights, illuminating the entire space with a riot of colors. Above his head, the sky was a lake of rippling blue water, separated by an invisible barrier, with sunlight refracting through the water. Ye Chen was deeply awestruck by the wondrous and mysterious scene before him, and for a moment he was lost in a daze. Luo Qinchen was lying on Ye Chen's chest, still unconscious. When Ye Chen was being sucked into the lake bottom, at the last moment before losing consciousness, he erupted with all his cultivation and rushed toward Luo Qinchen. It was only when he had tightly embraced Luo Qinchen that he completely lost consciousness. Even while unconscious, Ye Chen held her tightly in his arms, never letting go. Just then, Luo Qinchen in Ye Chen's arms let out a soft moan and slowly woke up. Luo Qinchen slowly opened her beautiful eyes and found herself lying on Ye Chen's chest in an extremely embarrassing position. Her pretty face immediately flushed red, like a ripe apple, delicate and enticing. Ye Chen, where is this? Luo Qinchen called softly, her voice as gentle as a feather brushing against the heart. After Ye Chen noticed signs of Luo Qinchen waking up, he deliberately pretended to be asleep, just to indulge in the feeling of having her warm and fragrant body in his arms. Hearing Luo Qinchen's call, Ye Chen's lips curled into a mischievous smile. He deliberately pretended to have just woken up, opening his eyes groggily. Qing Chen, you're awake. Ye Chen rubbed his eyes, his voice lazy and magnetic, with a hint of post-sleep hoarseness, tugging at Luo Qinchen's heartstrings. You! Let go of me! Luo Qinchen felt Ye Chen's hot breath on her ear, and her body stiffened even more. She tried to struggle free, but found that Ye Chen was holding her tightly, and she couldn't move at all. Don't move, let me hold you a little longer. Ye Chen hugged her even tighter, his tone carrying a hint of barely perceptible possessiveness. Luo Qinchen's heart was pounding. She could feel Ye Chen's strong, powerful heartbeat and the warmth radiating from him, which made her feel incredibly at ease. Ye Chen, you. Luo Qinchen wanted to say something, but didn't know what to say, so she could only let Ye Chen hold her. Ye Chen gazed at the infinitely shy Luo Qinchen in his arms, his heart soft. He knew that Luo Qinchen also had feelings for him. Qing Chen, you are so beautiful. Ye Chen lowered his head and whispered in her ear, his tone tender enough to melt. Their eyes met, and time seemed to stand still. In each other's eyes, there was only the other. Ye Chen looked into Luo Qinchen's clear, watery eyes, and a strong impulse surged within him. He wanted to kiss those tempting red lips. Luo Qinchen also sensed Ye Chen's intention. Instinctively, she wanted to avoid it, but somehow she closed her eyes, her long lashes trembling slightly, like a butterfly about to emerge from its cocoon. Just as Ye Chen's lips were about to touch Luo Qinchen's, she suddenly thought of something, snapped her eyes open, and pushed him away. Senior sister and the others. Luo Qinchen stood up, frantically tidying her clothes, not daring to meet Ye Chen's eyes. Ye Chen, are my senior sister and Su Chen also here? Luo Qinchen's voice trembled slightly, like a petal swaying in the wind. Don't worry, Qin Chang. Although this rift is mysterious, there is no danger. I suspect they just fell to a different place. Ye Chen raised his chin slightly, his eyes showing determination. He reached out and gently patted Luo Qinchen's shoulder, offering her comfort. Luo Qinchen felt slightly relieved at these words, but still couldn't help biting her red lip. She knew that Ye Chen had a very keen perception of danger. Let's explore this space first. I sense that there is a great opportunity here for you. Ye Chen extended his hand and gently took Luo Qinchen's jade-like delicate palm. A faint blush rose on Luo Qinchen's face. Though shy, she did not refuse the warm touch. Hand in hand, they slowly walked through the interplay of light and shadow. Actually, there is something I must tell you. As they walked, Ye Chen suddenly stopped and looked seriously at Luo Qinchen. What is it? Luo Qinchen nervously tightened her grip on Ye Chen's hand. My master, Su Loma, secretly arranged a betrothal for me with Mu Rongshuai, the sacred maiden of the Qin Pavilion. Ye Chen's eyes were complicated, and he gritted his teeth. He paused, then said, but I want you to know, my heart only belongs to you. He had a slight grievance that Su Taishu had privately arranged the betrothal without his consent. However, if it hadn't been for Ye Chen being bribed by Su Taishu with 1 million top-grade spirit stones, he might have already sabotaged the betrothal himself. Hearing this news, Luo Qinchen was visibly shocked for a moment before calming down. She believed that Ye Chen would handle everything. I trust you. Luo Qinchen replied softly. The two continued along the crystal pillars, searching for the great opportunity that Ye Chen sensed. When they reached the deepest part of the mysterious space, an ancient palace appeared ahead. Look! Luo Qinchen pointed at the palace ahead, a flash of amazement in her eyes. I have a feeling that the great opportunity is inside this palace. Ye Chen smiled slightly. They arrived at the palace, and the doors slowly opened automatically, accompanied by a faint grinding sound. It seems to be welcoming us, Ye Chen joked, but his steps did not stop. After entering the palace, they looked around and saw resplendence tinged with a touch of antiquity. Wow, this scene is absolutely breathtaking. Ye Chen couldn't help exclaiming, his eyes sparkling with curiosity and excitement. Might there be danger here? Luo Qinchen asked nervously, her fingers tightening around Ye Chen's hand. Rest assured. With me by your side, you have nothing to fear. Ye Chen raised an eyebrow and smiled. His myriad laws physique granted him an extraordinarily keen sense of danger. If any threat existed, he would have perceived it long before entering. We have finally waited for you. A woman's voice suddenly rang out. Its sound was as ethereal and melodious as music from the heavens, yet it carried an intangible, almost unreal quality. Then, the phantom of a woman materialized upon the seat of honor, exquisitely beautiful, yet faintly translucent. Luo Qinchen felt a flutter of nervousness at the sudden appearance and instinctively stepped in front of Ye Chen to shield him. Do not worry. Ye Chen gently lowered Luo Qinchen's arm from before him and cast a scrutinizing gaze upon the somewhat translucent woman. He could tell she was merely a lingering remnant spirit, harboring no hostility toward them. I wonder who this senior is, and why she awaits us here. Ye Chen clasped his hands in greeting toward the woman, his heart full of questions, as though she had known they would come all along. You are quite remarkable, little one. Your aptitude is exceptional, reminiscent of an old acquaintance of this sovereign. The Empress of Antiquity nodded slightly, a trace of nostalgia shimmering in her eyes. She had already discerned that Ye Chen's physique was identical to that of her former companion. Both possessed the myriad laws physique, requiring vast quantities of spirit stones to advance their cultivation. You flatter me, senior. Might I ask who this old acquaintance you mentioned was? Ye Chen inquired curiously. That was an affair of long ago. Let us not dwell upon it. The fact that you have come to this place today is the work of fate. I am an empress of antiquity from hundreds of millions of years past, who perished in a world-shattering war between immortals and demons. The empress sighed softly, her tone calm and resonant. She continued, this place is my legacy site. When you appeared at the abyssal rift, I took notice immediately. The empress turned her gaze toward Luo Qingcheng and spoke with a gentle smile. Little one, you are exceptionally well suited to receive my legacy. Would you be willing to accept it? Can I really? Luo Qingcheng's eyes widened as she asked, her face a mixture of eager anticipation and trepidation. Of course. The two other children who accompanied you are also undergoing their respective inheritances. The empress nodded warmly with a smile. To ensure Luo Qingcheng's state of mind remained undisturbed during her inheritance, she also relayed the situation of Yu Chuman and Su Cheng. Hearing this, Luo Qingcheng breathed a sigh of relief and glanced toward Ye Chen for confirmation. It seems we have truly stumbled upon a blessed land. Ye Chen's lips curled into a smart smile. So then, Miss Holy Maiden, have you decided whether to become a superhero or continue being my noble lady? After a moment's hesitation, Luo Qingcheng answered resolutely, I am willing to accept the inheritance. Excellent. The empress nodded with quiet satisfaction. Sealed within the inheritance is a fragment of my residual dao fruit. The absorption process will take considerable time. During this period, no one may leave this place. The empress furrowed her brows slightly, her expression growing solemn as she spoke. Ye Chen and Luo Qingcheng exchanged a nod, raising no objection. The empress then sent a plain, antique storage ring floating through the air into Ye Chen's hands. The items within will aid your cultivation advancement. The empress gazed deeply at Ye Chen, as though seeing her former companion reflected in his eyes. Ye Chen accepted the storage ring offered by the empress of antiquity with a smile, a gleam of sharp light flashing in his eyes. Thank you, senior. He clasped his hands toward the empress and offered a soft word of gratitude. The empress gave a slight nod and, enveloping Luo Qingcheng in a swirl of ethereal energy, made her way toward the interior of the palace. After entering a luminous hall ablaze with radiant light, the empress of antiquity gestured for Luo Qingcheng to take her seat upon the inheritance platform. Though nervous, Luo Qingcheng slowly sat down and closed her eyes to begin receiving the inheritance. Meanwhile, Ye Chen, who remained in the outer hall, opened the storage ring to inspect its contents. It was brimming with spirit stones, piled high like a small mountain. Ha ha, the empress truly is a woman of considerable wealth, Ye Chen chuckled to himself. He found a quiet corner, sat cross-legged, and placed all the spirit stones including those he had acquired through plunder into the heavenly dough pearl. Seconds ticked by one. As spiritual energy surged continuously into his body, Ye Chen felt as though his entire being were about to ascend, light and euphoric. Finally, after half a day of continuous refinement, Ye Chen had absorbed all the spirit stones and successfully broken through to the 9th level of the Mahayana stage. This feeling is simply wonderful. He rose to his feet and stretched. It does consume spirit stones at an alarming rate, alas. How shall I advance further? Though pleased with his cultivation breakthrough, Ye Chen worried about the enormous quantities of spirit stones his future realms would demand. Sigh. One step at a time. He let go of his worries. Fretting was useless. Besides, he had no idea how long Luo Qingcheng's inheritance would take. He then immersed himself in studying the sword art of 9 startling grace, analyzing every movement and principle of the blade. Waiting was the most tedious pastime, and poring over the sword art of 9 startling grace served as an excellent way to pass the time. Half a year slipped by in the blink of an eye amid rigorous training. Luo Qingcheng's inheritance, after half a year of absorption, was finally complete. During those 6 months, she had also refined part of the dao fruit sealed by the empress. Her cultivation realm leaped from the 6th level of nascent soul, skipping the soul formation stage entirely, and directly broke through to the 1st level of void refinement. Luo Qingcheng had a premonition that once she refined the empress's complete dao fruit, she would at minimum reach the tribulation transcendent stage, if not higher. She rose slowly from the inheritance platform, her body wreathed in immortal aura, her countenance now even more sacred and untouchable. Witnessing this, the empress of antiquity smiled with satisfaction. Excellent. My inheritance has been fully received by you. It is time for me to dissipate. With those words, the empress's lingering spirit dissolved into scattered starlight, fading into the air. Luo Qingcheng faced the direction where the empress had vanished, performed a respectful disciple's bow, and expressed her reverence. She descended from the inheritance platform, cast one last glance over her shoulder, and headed toward the altar hall. At that very moment, Luo Qingchong resembled a fairy stepping forth from a painted scroll. Ye Chen watched as Luo Qingchong emerged gracefully, her ethereal temperament more breathtaking than ever before. For a moment, he was utterly transfixed. Luo Qingchong met Ye Chen's intensely penetrating gaze, a faint blush coloring her delicate cheeks, her shyness unmistakable. Ye Chen's heart stirred at her demure appearance. He strode forward and pulled Luo Qingchong into his arms, holding her tightly. Luo Qingchong shyly buried her face against Ye Chen's chest. After a moment, Luo Qingchong lifted her small head, and their eyes met. Ye Chen's heart raced, and unable to restrain the impulse surging within him, he slowly lowered his head, drawing closer to Luo Qingchong's crimson lips. Watching Ye Chen slowly bend toward her, Luo Qingchong's heart pounded. Her body trembled ever so slightly, and a flicker of fluster crossed her eyes. Yet in that single instant, as though she had made a profound decision, she slowly closed her eyes. Her long eyelashes trembled faintly as she awaited Ye Chen's kiss. Sensing Luo Qingchong's silent consent, Ye Chen's heart surged with excitement, and he gently pressed his lips against her soft, tender lips. As his lips touched that softness, an electric shock raced through him, sending a tingling warmth coursing through his entire body. For a moment, the air around them seemed to grow sweet, as both were immersed in that beautiful instant, forgetting everything. They kissed passionately, oblivious to their surroundings. Luo Qingchong responded awkwardly to Ye Chen's touch, and after a long while, their lips parted. The two still clung to each other reluctantly, speaking no words, merely savoring this tender moment in silence. At that moment, Luo Qingchong's shy, pretty face flushed crimson, like a fully ripened apple. Suddenly, a violent tremor struck, and the entire palace began to shake as if struck by a magnitude 10 earthquake. "Quick, follow me." Luo Qingchong nervously grabbed Ye Chen's hand as the space before them began to warp and distort. With a flash of white light, the two appeared at the bottom of the abyss rift, standing hand in hand on the surface of a lake. Boom! Rumble! The entire abyss rift seemed to be struck by a giant hammer, with rubble constantly falling. Because Luo Qingchong had received the inheritance, the strange rules that protected this place had vanished, rendering the rift unstable and on the verge of collapse. A glazed-colored light suddenly flashed across Luo Qingchong's body. The spatial artifact left by the Empress had automatically transformed into a glazed ring and slipped onto her slender finger. This glazed ring was the mysterious space they had entered at the bottom of the lake, a high-grade spatial artifact. It seems this trip has been quite a bounty. Ye Chen looked at the sudden change, a hint of a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. But he quickly restrained his smile, for the abyss rift began to shake violently, as if it could collapse at any moment. "Let's go. We can fly now." Ye Chen pulled Luo Qingchong and rushed upward. After the laws had changed, the ability to fly through the air was restored here. The two moved like phantoms through the collapsing scenery, with dust flying and rocks tumbling all around. "Careful!" Ye Chen held Luo Qingchong's delicate hand tightly, maintaining calm and humor in the midst of crisis. "Don't let this newly acquired inheritance go to waste." Hearing this, Luo Qingchong couldn't help but chuckle softly. "You're still joking at the most dangerous moment." Finally, after much hardship, the two succeeded in escaping the rift's mouth. Just as they were leaving, the entire rift collapsed violently. The sky and earth seemed to split as enormous rock layers disintegrated and dust blotted out the sun. What's going on? What happened? Inside the secret realm, the disciples from various sects who had come seeking opportunities felt the earth-shattering tremors and all fell into panic, completely clueless about what was happening. "Ram! It seems the secret realm is collapsing," a slightly older cultivator shouted, then quickly flew on his sword toward the exit. The disciples from other sects followed suit, swiftly flying toward the exit. "What's happening? What major event is occurring inside?" The elders from various sects who had been waiting outside were all stunned and paled at the scene. Most of their sect's prodigies were inside the secret realm. If something happened, the sect's geniuses would be wiped out. At that moment, Ye Chen and Luo Qingchong were already standing safely on a distant hilltop, with Yu Chuman and Su Chen also standing nearby. The space they had entered under the abyss rift was also the glazed ring on Luo Qingchong's hand, just in a different location. After escaping the rift safely, Luo Qingchong teleported them out. Yu Chuman had also obtained her own inheritance beneath the rift. Su Chen already had the Heavenly Emperor's inheritance and did not accept any other. It seems we've caused quite a stir. Ye Chen looked around at the cultivators, who were fleeing in panic or asking about the situation, without showing much concern. Indeed, Luo Qingchong looked back at the now-gone abyss rift, still feeling a lingering fear. As soon as she finished speaking, Luo Qingchong felt a faint vibration from the ring. The glazed ring could control the entire secret realm. It was telling her that the realm was about to collapse. The secret realm is collapsing. We must leave here quickly, Luo Qingchong said with a grave expression. Ye Chen nodded. Everyone, stay close to me and don't get separated. The four swiftly flew toward the exit of the secret realm. An ancient secret realm was a spatial world left behind by a supreme ancient being. Once the core inheritance was taken, without the core power to sustain it, spatial collapse would occur. Along the way, spatial splits and rifts kept appearing, making the entire secret realm seem like a doomsday. In this chaotic secret realm, numerous cultivators, like ants on a hot pan, desperately fled toward the exit. Cultivators were constantly being sucked into spatial rifts, while others were sliced in half by spatial splits. In terror, they drove their artifacts recklessly, only wanting to rush out of the secret realm as quickly as possible. Don't push! Get out of the way! Cries of alarm and curses rose from the crowd from time to time. The spatial splits grew more severe, and even the ground began to crack, swallowing those who were a step slower. Exclamations and screams filled the air. The entire secret realm was steeped in an atmosphere of despair and panic. Everyone had only one thought: to escape this doomed place as soon as possible. Some cultivators, desperate to save themselves, directly killed those in front of them, causing a commotion. Phew! Luo Qingchong gave a cold snort, then with a single sword strike killed a cultivator who had just slain several people. At such a chaotic moment, there are still people with such wicked hearts. Luo Qingchong's brows furrowed as she roared. If you don't want to die, then flee. The companions of the slain cultivator, seeing this, were about to retaliate but were intimidated by Ye Chen's cold shout. Only then did the others snap out of it and continue running wildly toward the exit. This speed is too slow. At this rate, the secret realm will collapse before we reach the exit, Yu Chu-man shouted anxiously. They had to dodge spatial rifts while moving, and a careless move could get them hurt by spatial splits, making their progress very slow. Then I'll lead the way, you all follow. With that, Ye Chen summoned the Star Soul Tower and placed it ahead to clear the path. The Star Soul Tower, an artifact of unknown grade, could withstand the spatial splits. Luo Qingqing, Yu Chu-man, and Su Cheng followed closely, not daring to slack off. Seeing this, other cultivators also trailed behind. Ye Chen drove the Star Soul Tower with all his might, pushing straight ahead. The tower spun rapidly, emitting powerful energy waves that blocked all spatial splits. The spatial splits continuously cut into the Star Soul Tower, forming visible spatial storms at its top. As Ye Chen fully drove the Star Soul Tower to clear the way, the secret realm's collapse intensified. Spatial storms constantly spilled out from the rifts, sweeping through the entire realm. Suddenly, a spatial fault appeared ahead and quickly spread, about to block everyone's path. Watch out! Su Cheng cried out. Ye Chen's pupils contracted, gritting his teeth. He abruptly twisted the direction of the Star Soul Tower and, using the spatial laws he had comprehended, leaped over the spatial fault with everyone. Boom! They had just jumped over when a loud crash sounded. Behind the spatial fault, spatial compression occurred, and the entire rear turned into a void. A massive spatial storm was squeezed out, hurtling toward Ye Chen and the others. Ye Chen quickly turned the Star Soul Tower to block the rear. Boom! Rumble! The tremendous impact caused a sweet taste in Ye Chen's throat, and a trace of blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Ye Chen! Luo Qingqing shouted anxiously. Don't worry about me. Keep moving. Ye Chen roared, turned the Star Soul Tower, and continued charging toward the exit. But at that moment, the space around them began to contract violently, as if it would crush them into a meat paste. Not good. This is the secret realm's self-destruction power. Yu Chu-man's face turned pale. Ye Chen, enduring severe pain, intensified his input into the Star Soul Tower, causing it to spin faster and barely hold back the shrinking space around them. Hurry! Ye Chen's voice was hoarse. The group ran desperately within the cramped space, each step seeming to exhaust all their strength. Just as they were a step away from the exit, a powerful spatial storm erupted within the secret realm, sweeping toward them. We're doomed! Someone cried in despair. Ye Chen's eyes flashed with determination as he poured all his magical power into the Star Soul Tower and shouted, Follow me. The Star Soul Tower blazed with radiant light, leading the group through the spatial storm. With a thunderous rumble, the entire secret realm collapsed and vanished, but Ye Chen and the others escaped just before its complete destruction. The survivors stared at the vanished secret realm, their hearts still racing with fear. The elders of various sects, seeing their safe return, finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank you, young Master Yi, for saving us." The surviving cultivators expressed their gratitude to Ye Chen and his companions. Ye Chen casually waved his hand, took out a pill, and consumed it to recover his expanded spiritual power. What exactly happened? An elder stepped forward to ask. Thanks to these young friends, but what occurred within the secret realm? Another sect elder looked urgently at Ye Chen and the others. An abyss rift collapsed inside, causing the entire secret realm to crumble. So that's it. No wonder it was so perilous. An elder stroked his beard, deep in thought, evidently not entirely convinced. Did you young friends gain anything from the secret realm? Another elder stared at them with burning eyes, scheming silently. He was the grand elder of the Linshan Sect in the southern domain. We merely obtained some ordinary artifacts and spiritual herbs, hardly comparable to what you seniors possess. Ye Chen smiled, fully aware of their ulterior motives, nothing more than killing and seizing treasures. In fact, he secretly hoped they would attempt such a move, as it would give him a chance to reap another windfall. Luo Qing'er and the others nodded in agreement while remaining vigilant. Although Luo Qing'er had broken through to the void refinement stage, there were likely old monsters at the integration and Mahayana stages, and possibly even tribulation transcendence experts hidden in the shadows. Lin Shuo, hidden in the void, shook his head helplessly. He had intended to appear the moment Ye Chen emerged, but Ye Chen had stopped him through a voice transmission. He knew this junior brother was up to some mischief again. Yet Lin Shuo was also itching to try. Throughout this trip, he had been spending spirit stones, already racking up tens of thousands of mid-grade ones. At this moment, Lin Shuo felt impoverished and wished to learn from his junior brother in earning spirit stones. The collapse of this secret realm is so suspicious. Are you little ones truly only getting ordinary items? A mysterious figure in a black robe suddenly spoke from the crowd. He was an elder of the Tianxuan Sect, hailed as the top sect in the southern domain. Ye Chen was secretly delighted this money-bringer had walked right into his trap. Senior, you jest. How would we dare hide anything from you seniors? Ye Chen said with a cheeky grin. Humph, I don't trust you. Open your storage artifacts for me to inspect. An old man with a grim face sneered, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. He was also a pit master of the Tianxuan Sect. His behavior was nothing short of blatant robbery. Such actions not only insulted and bullied Ye Chen and his group but also reflected the cruel reality of the cultivation world, where the strong dominate the weak. Storage artifacts contain a cultivator's private matters and are never shown to outsiders. Seniors, how are your actions any different from bandits? Yu Chuman stepped forward and said coldly. Enough nonsense. Unless you hand over your storage artifacts today, you won't leave here. The grim-faced pig master's expression grew even darker. Phew! Old man, are you trying to bully the younger generation? Su Chen snorted, glaring angrily, already gripping a sword-intent jade token in his hand. Should these old coots dare to make a move, Su Chen wouldn't hesitate to use the token to annihilate them. Seeing the tension escalate, Ye Chen was secretly pleased, knowing the moment he had been waiting for was near. Luo Qing'er noticed the subtle smile on Ye Chen's face but said nothing, knowing him too well he was about to swindle someone. Haha, what if we do bully the weak? In this cultivation world, strength reigns supreme. The black-robed elder of the Tianxuan Sect laughed arrogantly. Just as the atmosphere was about to explode, Ye Chen suddenly burst into laughter. Luo Qing'er, Su Chen, and Yu Chumen all rolled their eyes at Ye Chen. He always needed a righteous-sounding excuse before resorting to robbery. The black-robed elder of the Tianxuan Sect trembled with rage. You little brat, how dare you spout such arrogant nonsense? You're simply asking for death. With that, the black-robed elder's aura erupted violently, sending a powerful oppressive force toward Ye Chen. Senior brother. Ye Chen shook his head helplessly, for someone else was eager to throw away their wealth. He called softly into the void. Lin Shuo stepped out from the void, releasing his tribulation transcendence aura, forcing the black-robed elder and peak master of the Tianxuan Sect to bend to the ground. Tribulation transcendence. The elder and peak master of the Tianxuan Sect were terrified, never expecting that Ye Chen and his group had a guardian of such power. Moreover, the guardian was so young. Who on earth were these youths? The other sect elders were also frozen with fear, relieved that they hadn't targeted Ye Chen and his group. So, old man, do you still think I'm asking for death? Ye Chen mockingly asked the two old men lying on the ground. Who are you people? The black-robed elder of the Tianxuan Sect managed to ask. Hee, old thing, don't worry about who we are. Today, I'm definitely going to rob you. Ye Chen crossed his arms, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. How dare you? I am an elder of the top sect in the southern domain, the Tianxuan Sect. If you harm us, the Tianxuan Sect will not let you off. The black-robed elder roared with a mix of anger and fear, his face twisted with rage and terror. Although he was terrified by Lin Shuo's tribulation transcendent strength, he was an elder of the top sect in the southern domain. He believed that invoking the Tianxuan Sect's name would keep Ye Chen and his group from daring to do him any harm. Stop the nonsense. Is the Tianxuan Sect that powerful? Just hand over your spirit stones and treasures, and avoid unnecessary pain. Ye Chen cared little about their sect. Could it be stronger than old Demon Su? You ignorant brat, how dare you belittle the Tianxuan Sect? You will regret this. The black-robed elder of the Tianxuan Sect gnashed his teeth. Ah, it seems I have to teach you a lesson. With that, Ye Chen flicked his right hand, and a wolf-tooth club appeared in his grasp. Wow! What are you going to do? The peak master of the Tianxuan Sect stared at the club in terror, his voice trembling as he spoke. Ye Chen swung the club and sneered, What am I doing? Letting you know my strength. With no mercy, he swung it at the black-robed elder and peak master. Bam! Bam! The club cut through the air and slammed brutally into both of their faces. Ah! The two old men, pinned down by Lin Shuo's tribulation transcendence aura, were unable to resist and let out miserable screams. Ye Chen controlled his strength aptly, causing only superficial injuries, not vital damage, leaving the two elders with swollen, bruised faces. Stop beating us. We'll pay. The peak master of Tianxuan Sect no longer cared about anything else and hurriedly begged for mercy. Ye Chen stopped his movements, crossed his arms, and glanced at them sideways. Wouldn't it have been better if you had done this earlier? You had to suffer first. The two elderly men felt their faces burning, not from being beaten, but from the sheer humiliation. They were elders and peak masters of the foremost sect in the southern domain, yet they had been soundly beaten by a mere youngster and ended up begging for mercy, all while tens of thousands watched. They had disgraced Tianxuan Sect to the fullest, and from now on they would become a laughingstock. At this point, they no longer cared about their dignity. They quickly severed the connection between their storage treasures and themselves, and tremblingly handed them to Ye Chen, lest they suffer another beating. At least you know what's good for you. I'll let you off this time, but if I catch you causing trouble again, it won't be so easy. Ye Chen took the Canglan bags, inspected them, and nodded in satisfaction. The black-robed elder and peak master of Tianxuan Sect felt as if they had received a great pardon. They thanked him repeatedly and were about to flee when Lin Shuo called out, Hold on. You haven't paid my spirit stones yet. Ye Chen and the other three Su Chen and the two elders turned to look at Lin Shuo in astonishment. The usually stern Lin Shuo was now openly robbing them. Senior brother, you finally opened your eyes. Ye Chen excitedly gave him a thumbs up, his face full of delight. Lin Shuo pursed his lips and shot Ye Chen a sideways glance, thinking to himself, if it weren't for you being so stingy, would I have had to do this? The black-robed elder and peak master of Tianxuan Sect stiffened, their faces filled with bitterness. Young master, we have no more spirit stones, the black-robed elder said miserably, looking at the two Canglan bags in Ye Chen's hands. Lin Shuo looked at the Canglan bags in Ye Chen's hands and knew the two old men from Tianxuan Sect truly had no spirit stones left. He then turned his gaze to the grand elder of Lin Xiao Sect, who had been staring intently at his junior martial brother earlier. Clearly, he had something in mind. The grand elder of Lin Xiao Sect met Lin Shuo's gaze and his heart sank. He knew trouble was coming. You had designs on my junior martial brother just now. Pay 1 million mid-grade spirit stones, or I won't let this go. As expected, Lin Shuo extended a hand and pointed at the grand elder of Lin Xiao Sect. The Grand Elder's face immediately turned extremely grim. Lin Shuo was being too domineering. He had merely harbored thoughts about the magical treasures on Ye Chen's person, without taking any actual action. Yet he was being asked to compensate 1 million spirit stones. 1 million mid-grade spirit stones was no small sum. But circumstances were beyond his control, and he could only bow his head temporarily. This, young master, could you reduce the amount? The Grand Elder of Lin Xiao Sect tried to negotiate. Cut the nonsense. 1 million, not a single coin less. Otherwise, you won't leave here today. Lin Shuo snorted coldly, giving him no room for negotiation. Hee. Senior brother, how about I help you educate him, and we split the spirit stones half and half? Ye Chen grinned and hefted his spiky club, eager to try. Seeing Ye Chen's stance, the Grand Elder of Lin Xiao Sect panicked and hurriedly said, No. I'll pay, okay. The miserable sight of the two elderly men from Tianxuan Sect was still fresh in his mind. He didn't want to be beaten soundly by Ye Chen only to still have to pay the spirit stones. With that, he gritted his teeth and reluctantly handed over 1 million mid-grade spirit stones to Lin Shuo. Lin Shuo without hesitation stored the spirit stones in his storage ring, as if afraid Ye Chen might snatch them away. Hey! You! Ye Chen, who hadn't received any spirit stones, was somewhat exasperated. He pointed at the Grand Elder of Lin Xiao Sect and said, You have no principles at all. You should have resisted at least a little. Young friend, how would I dare to resist? With you all being so powerful, I only pray to live safely, the Grand Elder of Lin Xiao Sect said with a bitter face. How boring. Ye Chen rolled his eyes and muttered, waving his hand to signal that he could leave. Luo Qingcheng watched Ye Chen's grief-stricken demeanor and couldn't help but laugh softly. Ye Chen, you only know about spirit stones. You've almost become a penny-pinching little miser. She stepped forward and gently poked Ye Chen's head. How can this be called being greedy? This is called having economic sense. Ye Chen held Luo Qingcheng's hand and muttered discontentedly. You're just being talkative. Look at you, eyes only for money. Aren't you afraid others will laugh at you? Luo Qingcheng shot him a sideways glance. Enough, we should head back. Lin Shuo interrupted the words Ye Chen was about to say. All right, everyone disperse. This young master needs to hurry back to cultivate. Upon hearing Lin Shuo's words, Ye Chen turned and waved his hand broadly, shooing away the cultivators at the secret realm's exit as if chasing flies. Lin Shuo shook his head helplessly. This kid never forgot to show off, no matter where he went. Let's go, to Tianxuan City. As Lin Shuo spoke, he rose on his sword first. Ye Chen and the others followed closely, transforming into several streams of light that disappeared into the horizon. To return to the eastern domain, they needed to go to Tianxuan City to take the transmission array. Tianxuan City, the largest transmission array in the southern domain, was located in the city center. After paying the spirit stones and stepping onto the transmission array, after a series of dizzying spins, Ye Chen and the others returned to Tianlu City. After returning to Tianlu City, Ye Chen and the other two escorted Luo Qingcheng and Yu Qingman to the entrance of the 100 Flowers Palace. Qingman, we are heading back first. At the entrance of the 100 Flowers Palace, Ye Chen said to Luo Qingcheng and Yu Qingman. Okay. Luo Qingcheng nodded, her beautiful eyes full of reluctance. Ye Chen. As they were about to part, Luo Qingcheng couldn't help but softly call out, her jade-like hand gently grasping Ye Chen's sleeve. Ye Chen turned his head and looked at Luo Qingcheng's autumn water-like eyes, his heart fluttering. What is it? Luo Qingcheng's delicate face flushed slightly, somewhat shy, but she still gathered her courage and gently hugged Ye Chen. Ye Chen was momentarily stunned, then also reached out to encircle Luo Qingcheng's slender waist, his heart swelling with emotion. If there weren't so many people here, he would have wanted to kiss her right away. I'll head back first, we'll see each other soon. Ye Chen whispered in Luo Qingcheng's ear. Luo Qingcheng nodded gently, her heart full of sweetness. Su Chen, seeing this, his eyes lit up, and he looked intently at Yu Qingman, also wanting a hug. They had spent half a year together under the abyssal fissure of the Tianxuan secret realm, and their feelings had also warmed. Yu Qingman, seeing Su Chen's expectant gaze, panicked and quickly took a step back, avoiding Su Chen's gaze. I'll head back first. Having said that, she ran into the 100 Flowers Palace as if fleeing, leaving Su Chen bewildered in the wind. Although she and Su Chen had mutual feelings, Yu Qingman was shy and it hadn't yet reached the point where they could openly embrace. Su Chen's outstretched hand froze in mid-air, his face full of bewilderment and embarrassment. Ha ha ha, little Su. You're being too hasty. The young lady isn't ready yet. Ye Chen mercilessly mocked Su Chen. Exactly. When pursuing a girl, you need to be strategic. How can you be so reckless like this? Lin Shuo beside him also added his 2 cents. Su Chen looked at the two with a grumpy expression. Don't either of you have any sympathy? Ha ha ha. The 3 of them bickered and playfully made their way back to the Tianxuan Sect. Old Devil Su, we're back. Ye Chen's voice arrived before he did. Su Taishu awoke from his cultivation, and upon seeing Ye Chen and the other 2 return safely, a relieved smile spread across his face. It's good that you're back. Old Devil Su, look what good things I've brought for you. Ye Chen casually took out several heavenly treasures and rare herbs. Good boy, not bad you finally know to honor your master. Su Taishu accepted the treasures and appeared quite satisfied. These were all rare heavenly treasures in the Canglan continent. However, given Su Taishu's status, he would not regard them as valuable, but at least his little disciple had shown filial piety. This little disciple, who would pluck feathers from passing geese, had always only fleeced him. It was the first time he had ever offered a gift, so Su Taishu had to show a bit of satisfaction. Ye Chen gave Su Taishu a silent roll of the eyes. In truth, he also didn't think much of these treasures. Although they were precious, they were only precious within the Canglan Realm. Since he had already fleeced old Devil Su a few times, he had to show some token of appreciation, so that next time he could fleece him again without feeling embarrassed. By the way, why is your cultivation still at the 9th layer of qi refining? Su Taishu suddenly furrowed his brows. Ye Chen should have already reached foundation establishment long ago. Did something go wrong with your cultivation? Su Taishu's expression turned serious. Mistakes in cultivation were no trivial matter. Ah! A mistake? No, impossible. Ye Chen said with faint surprise. If he were to reveal that he was already at the 9th layer of the Mahayana stage, Su Taishu and the others would probably think he was a monster. Could your master's senses be wrong? As Su Taishu spoke, he reached out to inspect Ye Chen's cultivation. Old Devil Su, be gentle, I'm afraid of pain. Ye Chen laughed inwardly, but on the surface he put on a nervous expression. Su Taishu examined him carefully, yet found that Ye Chen's cultivation was indeed at the 9th layer of qi refining, with no signs of foundation establishment. How is this possible? Su Taishu was utterly incredulous. Could his senses have been mistaken? Old Devil Su, I don't know what's going on either. I've been cultivating diligently, but my cultivation just won't improve. Ye Chen was secretly delighted, yet he feigned a puzzled expression. Su Taishu knitted his brows, utterly perplexed. Lin Shuo and Su Chen, who were standing by, looked up at the sky, finding it hard to listen any longer. You've been lying around and slacking off every single day. When have you ever cultivated diligently? Never mind, let's not dwell on this for now. Come with me. With these words, Su Taishu led Ye Chen to the forbidden purple bamboo grove in the back mountain. Old Devil Su, why have you brought me here? Ye Chen asked curiously. Your master has a technique here that might unlock the secret within you. Su Taishu then took out an ancient jade slip from his bosom. Ye Chen took the jade slip and pressed it to his forehead, beginning to read the information contained within. After a moment, Ye Chen's expression turned peculiar. In the past, he would have been shocked, but now he was certain that Su Taishu was connected to the Wuji Immortal Emperor. Perhaps Su Taishu was one of his senior brothers whom he had never met. The jade slip recorded a secret technique of the Wuji Immortal Sect, the Wuji longevity art. This technique had extremely strict requirements for cultivation aptitude. Only a very few in the entire Wuji Immortal Sect could practice it. The technique Ye Chen cultivated was the 10,000 laws longevity art, adapted from the Wuji longevity art according to his own constitution. Old Devil Su, this technique sounds quite mysterious. Will it really work? Ye Chen pursed his lips and looked at Su Taishu. You ungrateful brat, don't be so clueless. This is a treasured technique your master has kept for years. Su Taishu glared at him. Remember, no one else must know of this technique's existence. Alright, then I'll go into seclusion and give it a try. Ye Chen chuckled and left the back mountain. On green bamboo peak, Ye Chen stretched lazily and got up from the soft bed. So comfortable. He yawned and looked around. This place was none other than his precious treasure, the top space of the Star Soul's pressing tower. Ever since Su Taishu gave him the Wuji longevity art, Ye Chen had thrown himself into the bitter sea of cultivation. Of course, calling it cultivation was more like a vacation. What he did most every day was find a scenic spot inside the Star Soul's pressing tower and then take a comfortable nap. Cultivation. That was impossible. Ye Chen would never cultivate in this life. As long as he had enough spirit stones, he could place them into the heavenly dough pearl, circulate his 10,000 laws longevity art to refine and absorb them, and thus raise his cultivation. Ah, how lonely it is not to have to cultivate. Ye Chen shook his head, looking utterly resigned. Just then, Su Chen's voice came from outside the tower. Junior brother, are you awake? The Genius Assembly is about to begin. Su Chen's voice came from outside the door. Genius Assembly? Ye Chen was momentarily stunned, then remembered that the 3-month seclusion period seemed to be up. He was still drowsy, rose slowly, and emerged from the Star Soul suppressing tower. Junior brother, you didn't just sleep here for 3 months, did you? Su Chen looked at the bleary-eyed Ye Chen with utter disbelief. How could that be? Ye Chen rolled his eyes. I've been cultivating very hard, but my cultivation still hasn't broken through. He spread his hands helplessly. What? Still at the 9th layer of qi refining? Su Chen exclaimed, almost thinking he had misheard. Yes, I'm quite troubled too. Ye Chen put on a look of dejection. Su Chen looked at Ye Chen, filled with doubt. For Ye Chen to remain at the 9th layer of qi refining for over 2 years without reaching foundation establishment would be excusable for an ordinary disciple. But Ye Chen was a genius who had broken through to the 8th layer of qi refining in just half a year. He shouldn't have failed to reach foundation establishment after 2 years. Yet no matter how Su Chen observed, he felt that Ye Chen's cultivation had not changed at all. This was utterly incredible. Could it be that Ye Chen had truly encountered some cultivation bottleneck? Su Chen did not dare to neglect and quickly reported this to Su Taishu. Upon learning of this, Su Taishu was also greatly shocked. He personally came to Green Bamboo Peak and examined Ye Chen's body meticulously, but still found no abnormality. How is this possible? Su Taishu furrowed his brows, utterly baffled. He had witnessed Ye Chen's cultivation talent with his own eyes. Logically, given Ye Chen's talent and the Wuji longevity art he had taught him, breaking through to the foundation establishment stage should have been a trivial matter. But why had Ye Chen's cultivation stagnated? Su Taishu racked his brains but could not understand. Ye Chen, tell this master honestly, have you truly been cultivating with all your might these past 3 months? Su Taishu demanded, his expression grave and unyielding. Of course I have. Ye Chen replied with an expression of perfect innocence. Every single day, I've been cultivating with all my strength, never slacking for even a moment. Su Taishu studied Ye Chen's face, and his doubts only deepened. Could it be that Ye Chen has truly encountered some problem that defies all comprehension? Enough, enough. Su Taishu ultimately abandoned his interrogation. Since that is the case, set aside your cultivation for now and focus your energy on preparing for the heavenly prodigies assembly. Perhaps what you lack is combat experience. A few great battles may be exactly what you need to break through. As Su Taishu spoke, he narrowed his eyes thoughtfully and stroked his beard. The heavenly prodigies assembly? No, I'm not participating. My cultivation is too weak, I wouldn't stand a chance. Ye Chen shook his head vigorously, refusing outright. What a joke for him, a Mahayana stage cultivator, to spar with children at the qi refinement and foundation establishment levels. He had no interest in such a lopsided affair. The real reason was that he didn't want to reveal his cultivation yet, as it would only complicate his effort to break off the engagement with Murong Shui. Ye Chen could see clearly, as long as he wasn't a genius, Murong Shui would never deign to look at him. The alliance existed only to secure protection for her sect. Impossible, you must attend. Su Taishu declared with absolute certainty. Your inability to reach foundation establishment most likely stems from a lack of combat. Only through battle can one grow. No matter what, you will participate. Fine, fine, I'll go, alright? Ye Chen, unwilling to endure another torrent of lectures from old Demon Su, reluctantly agreed. He understood that Su Taishu wished for him to achieve foundation establishment as soon as possible, and also wanted him to display his talents on the stage of the Canglan continent. Though he cared nothing for fame or fortune, since Su Taishu had spoken, he couldn't very well refuse. He would simply go through the motions, pretend to struggle, and then feign defeat and exit the arena. The following day, the entire Tianxuan Sect bustled with preparations for the Heavenly Prodigies assembly. Various major sects arrived with their participating disciples, filling the sect with a lively, bustling atmosphere. Ye Chen personally waited at the sect's mountain gate to welcome the disciples of 100 Flowers Palace, though in truth, he was waiting for Ye Chen. This young couple hadn't seen each other in 3 months, their hearts overflowing with longing, desperate to reunite. "Look, there comes the 100 Flowers Palace contingent," someone in the crowd cried out. In the distant sky, a magnificent flying vessel glided gracefully toward them. On board the vessel, dozens of beautiful women with elegant bearing and otherworldly grace descended like celestial maidens, drawing countless gazes. 100 Flowers Palace, the sect of the greatest beauties on the Canglan continent, truly a name well deserved. Indeed, every single disciple is stunningly beautiful. What a feast for the eyes! And Saintess Ye Chen especially, not only does she possess otherworldly charm, but her beauty is unparalleled, and her talent is extraordinary. Heh, if one could marry a disciple from 100 Flowers Palace, one's life would be complete. From every corner came an endless stream of such remarks, and countless male cultivators stared with rapt attention. Ye Chen too raised his head, a nostalgic smile curling at the corners of his lips. 100 Flowers Palace, long time no see. He thought silently to himself, his gaze sweeping across the palace contingent before finally settling on a graceful figure at the very front. She was a woman clad in white palace robes, her beauty unparalleled, her aura otherworldly. She was none other than the saintess of 100 Flowers Palace, Ye Chen. Ye Chen rose directly into the air and flew to meet the 100 Flowers Palace contingent. Palace Master Yao Miu walked at the front, leading her disciples down from the vessel. "Palace Master Yao, long time no see." Ye Chen clasped his fists in a slight bow, a warm smile appearing on his face. "Young friend Ye Chen, it's been too long." Upon seeing Ye Chen, Yao Miu smiled faintly, her gaze unconsciously flickering toward Ye Chen. Ye Chen nodded, his eyes then turning to Ye Chen, tenderness overflowing unbidden from his gaze. Ye Chen's beautiful eyes were equally filled with emotion, her lips curving upward unconsciously. Yu Chuman gave Ye Chen a slight nod, regarding Ye Chen and Ye Chen with an amused, knowing smile. "Senior brother Ye Chen." Shao Tao chirped happily beside her, waving at Ye Chen. "Shao Tao has become even more beautiful, haven't I?" Ye Chen laughed and ruffled Shao Tao's hair affectionately. "Senior brother Ye Chen always knows how to make people happy." Shao Tao giggled. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Ye Chen led the 100 Flowers Palace group toward their arranged residence. Along the way, Ye Chen walked shoulder to shoulder with Ye Chen, occasionally murmuring softly to each other, drawing envious glances from the surrounding disciples. Shao Tao chattered endlessly, recounting the amusing events that had transpired at 100 Flowers Palace during this time. And this scene, falling upon the eyes of disciples from other sects who had come to compete in the Heavenly Prodigies assembly, filled them with nothing but envy and jealousy. Some disciples who considered themselves superior glared at Ye Chen with venomous gazes, as if they wished to devour him alive. In their eyes, what right did Ye Chen have to be so close to the saintess of 100 Flowers Palace, the fairy Luo? Ye Chen paid no attention to those stares, treating them as if they didn't exist. As long as they didn't provoke him, all would be well. But if any foolish souls dared to challenge him, Ye Chen would have no choice but to shed some tears while profiting handsomely from their arrogance. Soon, the group arrived at the residence arranged by Tianxuan Sect for 100 Flowers Palace. It was a beautiful courtyard with exquisite scenery, rockeries and flowing water, birdsong and fragrant blossoms, like a paradise hidden from the mortal world. "Palace Master, this is the residence for 100 Flowers Palace. Is it to your satisfaction?" Ye Chen asked with a smile. Quite lovely. Ye Chen, you've been very thoughtful." Yao Miu nodded with satisfaction. Chuman Su Chen hurried over, calling out shyly. Upon hearing Su Chen's voice, Yu Chuman turned, a flash of delight appearing in her eyes. "Su Chen, what brings you here?" Yu Chuman asked. Su Chen scratched his head, smiling awkwardly. I came to see you." Ye Chen and Ye Chen exchanged a knowing smile and tactfully withdrew to the side. Shao Tao tilted her head, glancing back and forth between the two, nodding as if she had uncovered some grand secret. A moment later, a bonfire was lit in the courtyard, the air filled with the aroma of roasting meat, and laughter rang through the air. Meanwhile, At the Tianxuan Sect's Qing Pavilion residence, young Master Dongfang, this matter of the betrothal must be approached with caution. Lu Qingyi's brow was knit tight, her expression troubled. Dongfang Yuhai was demanding that Murong Shui publicly dissolve her engagement with Ye Chen after the Heavenly Prodigies assembly concluded. Though the engagement between Murong Shui and Ye Chen had never been officially announced, virtually every major sect across the Canglan continent was aware of it. The reason was simple: the tribulation transcending ancestor of Qing Pavilion had passed away, leaving the sect without a powerful protector. Fearing schemes from other sects, Lu Qingyi had subtly and intentionally let it be known that Murong Shui was betrothed to Tianxuan Sect, using their name to deter those with designs on her sect. But Dongfang Yuhai was the young lord of a hidden immortal clan, and his pride ran high. He refused to allow any whispers suggesting he had seized another's fiancée. As the young lord of a hidden immortal clan, he could not allow such a stain upon his reputation. Master, how difficult could this be? Simply announce the cancellation of the engagement publicly. Murong Shui sat to one side, elegantly lifting her teacup, taking a delicate sip, and remarking with casual indifference. Shuer, this engagement was initially proposed by you and me to the Tianxuan Sect. Now, publicly dissolving it might be somewhat. Lu Qing hesitated, concerned that such an act would cause the Tianxuan Sect to lose face. If Ye Chen were also a genius, so be it, the world would merely see the Qing Sect was backtracking. Yet Ye Chen happened to be a mediocre talent who had remained at the 9th layer of Qi condensation for nearly 3 years without being able to establish his foundation. This would cause the world to curse the Tianxuan Sect for marrying a mediocre disciple with someone's favored daughter. It would also mock Su Taishu, a mighty expert at the tribulation transcendent stage, for misjudging and taking a good-for-nothing as his disciple. Truman Swanee was Lu Qingyi's former lover, and when she initially sought the alliance with the Tianxuan Sect, she also had ulterior motives in this regard. Lu Qingyi clearly understood that Truman Swanee's acceptance of the alliance also carried some private motives of this kind. She did not wish to make things too difficult for him. Master, you overthink it. Murong Shui set down her teacup, a cold smile curling at the corners of her mouth. That Ye Chen is already 19 and has not yet established his foundation. Even if I publicly renege on the engagement, he should possess self-awareness. Though that may be, yet. Lu Qingyi remained somewhat hesitant. Pavilion Master Lu, you need not worry too much. Dongfang Yuhai said confidently. With our Dongfang family behind us, the mere Tianxuan Sect would not dare to do anything. Dongfang Yuhai and Murong Shui were unaware of what Lu Qingyi was thinking. They only believed she feared the Tianxuan Sect's suppression. Young Master Dongfang speaks rightly, it is just. Lu Qingyi wished to say more, but was interrupted by Murong Shui. Master, let this be settled. Tomorrow at the talent conference, I shall publicly announce the cancellation of the engagement. Murong Shui's tone was firm, leaving no room for doubt. Seeing Murong Shui's determination, Lu Qingyi found it inappropriate to say anything further and could only sigh helplessly. Ye Chen, you dare compete with me for a woman, I will make you lose all face at the talent conference. A hint of ruthlessness flashed in Dongfang Yuhai's eyes as he sneered inwardly. Meanwhile, back at Qingshu Peak, Ye Chen was also contemplating the cancellation of the engagement with the Qing Sect. Ye Chen did not intend to publicly dissolve the engagement. Instead, he planned to privately clarify with the Qing Sect that his heart already belonged to another. He had also gathered a collection of magical treasures and heavenly materials, preparing to offer compensation to the Qing Sect for the cancellation. The following morning, the Tianxuan Sect's plaza was crowded with people, bustling with excitement. The decennial talent conference officially commenced today. Qi, let us head over as well. Ye Chen arrived at the Baiwao Palace's residence, stretched, and said with a smile. Luo Qingcheng nodded gently and walked side by side with Ye Chen. In the center of the plaza, a massive arena had been erected, surrounded by colorful flags fluttering in the wind, appearing exceptionally festive. The talent conference only allowed disciples under 20 years of age to participate. Both Su Chen and Chu Man were now overage and unable to join. Luo Qingcheng had already reached the void refining stage. She scorned participating to bully a group of children, but she feared being too dazzling and revealing her cultivation. As for Ye Chen, pressured by Su Taishu's request, he had no choice but to enter the competition. However, he had no intention of fighting seriously and only wanted to muddle through. Enough with the nonsense. I now declare the talent conference officially begun. A deep voice resonated throughout the entire plaza. The speaker was none other than the Tianxuan Sect master, Truman Swanee. First item, draw lots to determine opponents. Following True Man Swanee's order, a disciple carried a huge wooden box onto the arena. Inside the wooden box were hundreds of jade slips, each inscribed with a number. The disciples participating in the talent conference stepped forward in order and drew a jade slip from the box. Ye Chen also walked onto the arena with the crowd and casually drew a jade slip from the box. Number 108. Ye Chen glanced at the number on the jade slip, the corner of his mouth slightly rising, revealing a peculiar smile. Number 108. Who is your opponent? Luo Qiqing asked curiously. Guess. Ye Chen gave a mysterious smile, not directly telling Luo Qiqing. Humph, if you won't say, then forget it. Luo Qiqing gave a delicate sniff and turned her head away. Seeing this, Ye Chen no longer kept her guessing and said with a smile, my opponent is Xiao Tao. Xiao Tao? Luo Qiqing was slightly startled, a trace of surprise flashing in her beautiful eyes. Meanwhile, Xiao Tao stared blankly at the number jade slip in her hand, unable to believe that her opponent was actually Ye Chen. Alas! It's over before it even began. Xiao Tao slumped completely. Although she was at the 8th layer of foundation establishment and Ye Chen was only at the 9th layer of qi condensation, she knew that Ye Chen's 9th layer of qi condensation was the realm he wanted others to see. Xiao Tao had personally witnessed Ye Chen casually beating a consolidation stage cultivator. Hee. Junior brother. Don't be discouraged, Xiao Tao is at the 8th layer of foundation establishment. Losing to her is not shameful, the important thing is participation. Su Chen looked at the number jade slip in Ye Chen's hand, smiled, and patted Ye Chen's shoulder. Ye Chen pouted, not wanting to deal with Su Chen, who was making sarcastic remarks. However, Luo Qiqing, Xiao Tao, and Yu Chuman looked at Su Chen with peculiar expressions. How could he be such an incompetent senior brother, not even knowing his junior brother's true strength? This was a hidden master who could casually beat consolidation stage experts and bully Mahayana stage experts, yet you, as his senior brother, hadn't noticed at all. What are those looks for? Am I not right? Su Chen frowned, looking at everyone with a face full of confusion. You're right, everything you say is right. Yu Chuman turned and left without looking back. I'm right. Then what do your looks mean? Su Chen looked completely bewildered and quickly caught up with Yu Chuman. The competition began, and the participating disciples took turns stepping onto the arena according to their numbers. Ye Chen and the others sat beneath the arena watching. Ye Chen found the competitions as dull as children playing house, his eyelids drooping with sleepiness. It wasn't until the afternoon that it was finally Ye Chen and Xiao Tao's turn to compete on the arena. Ye Chen and Xiao Tao stepped onto the arena simultaneously. Senior brother Ye Chen, please guide me. Xiao Tao bowed to Ye Chen and said in a clear voice. Xiao Tao, I only have qi condensation stage cultivation. You should go easy on me. Ye Chen blinked with a smile and also bowed to Xiao Tao, imitating her gesture. Xiao Tao looked utterly confused, not understanding what Ye Chen meant. You can even beat consolidation stage experts, yet you asked me, a foundation establishment stage cultivator, to go easy on you. Senior brother Ye Chen, you're really joking, I can't defeat you. Xiao Tao rolled her eyes and said irritably. Junior sister, please instruct me. Ye Chen adopted a fighting stance. Xiao Tao no longer wasted words. With a delicate cry, she channeled her spiritual power and slapped a palm towards Ye Chen. Seeing this, Ye Chen remained calm and also raised his palm to meet it. Bam! The two palms collided with a dull thud, and they each retreated a few steps. Wow! Junior brother is indeed a genius, able to fight evenly against junior sister Xiao Tao at the 8th layer of foundation establishment. Su Chen, seeing this scene, immediately stood up excitedly and shouted loudly. A playful smile touched Luo Qiqing's lips as she watched the scene unfold. She knew perfectly well that Ye Chen was putting on a show. The two of them exchanged several moves on the arena, their combat evenly matched and difficult to separate. Su Chen watched from the stands with burning enthusiasm, his excitement palpable. Bravo! What a fight! Go for it, junior brother! He shouted, pumping his fist in the air. Yu Chuman and Luo Qiqing exchanged glances and shook their heads in exasperation. Could Su Chen really be this foolish? The two on stage were clearly acting, yet he actually believed it. And as a senior brother, you have been a complete failure. Your junior brother is a hidden master, yet you did not notice a thing. This kid is such an oddity. Despite possessing such immense power, he insists on keeping it hidden. I truly cannot fathom what goes on in his mind. Yu Chuman thought to herself. Little rascal, how long do you intend to keep this up? Luo Qingcheng looked at Ye Chen and thought the same thing. Ye Chen naturally had no idea what Luo Qingcheng and Yu Chuman were thinking. At this moment, he was struggling to defend against Xiao Tao's attacks. On the other side of the stands, Murong Shui watched the competition on the arena with an expression of cold detachment. You have some skill, but it still cannot change the fact that you are an ordinary person who will never achieve foundation establishment. A hint of disdain flashed in Murong Shui's eyes. Ye Chen and Xiao Tao had been performing on the arena for the duration of an incense stick. Junior sister Xiao Tao, your strength is truly formidable. I can barely hold on anymore. Ye Chen said this while struggling to block Xiao Tao's attacks, his voice feigning weakness. As he spoke, he deliberately threw himself into Xiao Tao's incoming palm strike. Ah! Ye Chen let out a cry as if struck with tremendous force, flying off the arena and crashing to the ground below. Xiao Tao stared at her own palm in shock. You should at least pretend more convincingly. I barely exerted any force and you are already flying off the arena. I yield. Ye Chen climbed to his feet and said in a weak voice. Yu Chuman and Luo Qingcheng exchanged glances and shook their heads helplessly. These two were truly skilled at acting. The Heavenly Genius competition concluded after 3 days of matches, with Xiao Tao securing first place in this realm. Most competitors in the Heavenly Genius competition were at the foundation establishment stage. With Xiao Tao's talent, winning first place at the 8th layer of foundation establishment was hardly surprising. Golden Core disciples generally did not participate in such events. Those who reached the Golden Core stage by age 20 with powerful backing had already made their names known across the world, while those without such advantages kept a low profile and avoided the Heavenly Genius competition altogether. On the final day of the Heavenly Genius competition, the sun shone brightly and the crowd was enormous. Disciples from all sects gathered in the square, waiting for the announcement of final rankings and rewards. Soon, the rankings were announced and rewards distributed. Today, I, Murong Shui, have something to announce. Clad in white, Murong Shui walked gracefully onto the arena under the gaze of the crowd, her cold voice echoing throughout the entire square. Today, I am terminating the engagement with Ye Chen of the Tianxuan Sect, with all of you as witnesses. Murong Shui's voice rang out once more, like a bolt of thunder exploding in everyone's ears. What? Am I hearing this correctly? Fairy Murong wants to break off the engagement. Good heavens! This is shocking news. A wave of commotion swept through the crowd as everyone stared in stunned silence at Murong Shui's words. This woman should have said she wanted to end the engagement sooner. It would have been resolved long ago. Hearing Murong Shui's words, Ye Chen pursed his lips, not angry at all, but secretly pleased. Silence! Murong Shui's cold command released a powerful spiritual pressure that instantly suppressed the entire crowd. I, Murong Shui, entered the Dao through my talent and proved myself through my strength. How could I bind myself for life to a waste who has not yet achieved foundation establishment at 19? Murong Shui's voice was cold and merciless, devoid of any emotional undertones. Ye Chen, our engagement was merely a sect alliance with no affection between us. Now that I have found a suitable match, this engagement naturally serves no purpose. Murong Shui looked down at Ye Chen from above, her eyes filled with contempt and disgust. Ye Chen felt no turmoil within. He had long known Murong Shui looked down on him for his poor aptitude, but he never expected such public humiliation. He had already prepared numerous heavenly materials and spiritual treasures to compensate the Qin sect for breaking the engagement, but never expected it to be this straightforward. If he had known it would be this easy, he would have ended it long ago. As for the embarrassment and gossip that might come from a public annulment, Ye Chen did not care at all. All that mattered was dissolving the engagement. Even as Murong Shui publicly humiliated him as a 19-year-old who had not yet achieved foundation establishment, he felt no anger. Ye Chen could understand Murong Shui's feelings, and since his cultivation was merely an act, how could others know his true height? One standing at the mountain's peak has no need to heed the voices at its base. In truth, given Ye Chen's background and the heights his aptitude could reach, 10 Murong Shuis could never catch up to him. Murong Shui had accepted Dongfang Yuhai and agreed to his public annulment of the engagement with Ye Chen solely for the opportunity of the immortal ascension path. Yet she had no idea that the very path to immortality she desperately sought was within Ye Chen's grasp. One day, when Ye Chen's true identity and talent were revealed, what would Murong Shui feel? Would she regret her decision today? Meanwhile, Zhenren Shuangji, seated in the stands, turned ashen with rage upon hearing the words of annulment, his entire body trembling. If the Qin sect wanted to annul the engagement, he could understand, but they could not do it publicly without warning. This was trampling the Tianxuan Sect's dignity in the dirt. Lady Lu, is this the Qin sect's intention? Zhenren Shuangji turned sharply toward Lu Qingyi, seated nearby, and roared in anger. Because of their past connection, he had always addressed Lu Qingyi as junior sister, and usually agreed to her small requests. But this time, Zhenren Shuangji was truly furious. He had agreed to the marriage alliance with the Qin sect partly out of personal feelings. Otherwise, with the Tianxuan sect's profound heritage, there would be no need for such marriage alliances. Yet the Qin sect was now using public annulment to humiliate the Tianxuan sect, an insult he could not tolerate. Senior brother Shuangji, this matter. Lu Qingyi's face paled as she tried to explain, but Zhenren Shuangji cut her off. Phew! Regarding this matter, our Tianxuan sect will absolutely not agree. Zhenren Shuangji let out a furious roar, a powerful pressure erupting from his body and sweeping across the entire square. Sigh! This is all the trouble caused by that old demon Su. What a scene this is! Ye Chen watched the furious Zhenren Shuangji and muttered softly. Old man Shuangji, there is no need for this. Annul the engagement. I agree. Ye Chen rose to his feet and spoke clearly, his face showing no anger but rather a hint of relief. Ye Chen, you. Master Shuangji's eyes widened in utter shock as he stared at Ye Chen. Ye Chen merely smiled faintly and gave a gentle wave of his hand, signaling the old master to say no more. Then, he clasped his hands behind his back, his gaze settling calmly upon Murong Shua, those eyes holding an unfathomable depth of meaning. Am I hearing this correctly? Ye Chen had actually agreed. Has this kid lost his mind? The crowd below was once again stunned by Ye Chen's words. They had all expected him to fly into a rage out of humiliation, never imagining he would consent so readily. This kid truly is a strange one. Even Murong Shua had not anticipated Ye Chen would agree so easily, a flicker of surprise crossing her mind. Just as the crowd was still reeling from Ye Chen's swift acceptance, Daofang Yuhai strode onto the arena with an air of smug triumph. Phew! At least you possess some self-awareness, lad, recognizing you are unworthy of swear. Daofang Yuhai cast a scornful glance at Ye Chen in the stands, a mocking smile curling his lips. Oh, I do have self-awareness. But tell me, who exactly are you? Ye Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, a disdainful curve forming at the corners of his mouth as he crossed his arms, his gaze dripping with contempt. Ye Chen could understand Murong Shua publicly dissolving their engagement, and he could overlook the humiliation inflicted upon him. But if some ignorant upstart dared to trample on him, Ye Chen was no pushover. Ye Chen, you dare speak to me in such a manner? I am the young master of the reclusive Immortal clan, the Dongfang family. You are no one to look down upon. Daofang Yunhai's face turned ashen with rage at Ye Chen's words, and he bellowed in fury. The crowd erupted into instant commotion, with everyone whispering among themselves. Good heavens! He is the young master of the Dongfang family, that is a reclusive Immortal clan. We cannot afford to offend them. A reclusive Immortal clan? Is that so formidable? I've never heard of such a thing. What do you know, boy? The Dongfang family is a legendary existence. There was an ancestor who ascended to immortality. Ye Chen is in deep trouble now. Having offended the young master of the Dongfang family, his future days will surely be difficult. The Immortal clans have remained hidden from the world for ages. Why has this young master suddenly appeared here? Could some major event be about to unfold? Some astute cultivators furrowed their brows, speculating in silence. At this moment, the murmurs from below rose and fell like waves, and the entire scene descended into chaos. Hey! I wondered who that was, only to find a little frog at the bottom of a well daring to claim membership in an Immortal clan. Ye Chen let out a cold sneer, his eyes brimming with mockery as he tilted his chin upward in utter disdain. The spectators below were filled with terror upon hearing Ye Chen's words, as though he had spoken something utterly treasonous. How dare Ye Chen be so audacious, speaking of the Dongfang family in such a manner? Does he not understand the terror of the Dongfang family? That is a reclusive Immortal clan. It's over, it's over. Ye Chen has thoroughly offended the Dongfang family this time. Just as the crowd was gripped by fear, Daofang Yunhai's rage turned into a bitter laugh. Ye Chen, you fool who knows not his own fate. How dare you so despise my Dongfang family? Today, you shall pay a grievous price. No sooner had the words left his mouth than his figure darted forward in an instant, surging toward Ye Chen. Powerful spiritual energy gathered in his hand, coalescing into a ferocious attack. Doufeng Yuhai, desist this instant. Master Xuanji struck out, dispersing the spiritual energy Doufeng Yuhai had gathered. So what if your Doufeng family claims to be an immortal clan? The heavenly sect of Xuanzong fears you not. Master Xuanji gazed directly at Doufeng Yuhai, his eyes blazing with fury. Master Xuanji, are you resorting to bullying a younger opponent? Doufeng Yuhai sneered coldly, meeting Master Xuanji's gaze without an ounce of fear. Tension crackled between them like drawn swords. Old man Xuanji, this is a matter for the youth. Leave it to me to handle. Ye Chen offered Master Xuanji a faint smile before turning his gaze toward Doufeng Yuhai, a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes. This Doufeng family claims to be an immortal clan. They must possess considerable spirit stones, surely. This is wealth thrust upon him like a gift from heaven. He simply must accept it. Sigh. Forcing myself to amass such ill-gotten gains once more. Truly a sin. Ye Chen couldn't help but sigh. But Master Xuanji was about to protest when Ye Chen cut him off. Rest assured. Master Xuanji nodded and fell silent, stepping aside. Doufeng Yuhai, is it? You claim I am unworthy of Murong Shui. What about yourself? Ye Chen regarded Doufeng Yuhai with a half-smile, his tone laced with mockery. Ye Chen, you trash who hasn't even reached foundation establishment at 19. What right do you have to deserve Shui? Doufeng Yuhai's face was twisted with contempt, his arms crossed as disdain radiated from his gaze. As for me, Doufeng Yuhai, I achieved golden core formation at 20. I am a chosen son of heaven, a true match for Shui. Doufeng Yuhai declared with an air of supreme arrogance. I, Doufeng Yuhai, hail from a reclusive immortal clan, my status noble and exalted. And you? You are merely a lowly disciple of the heavenly sect of Xuanzong. Doufeng Yuhai continued, his tone dripping with superiority. You worthless worm like him, how dare you compete with me for a woman? Doufeng Yuhai pointed at Ye Chen's nose and jeered loudly. Ha ha ha! Ye Chen suddenly burst into laughter, his mirth laced with mockery and disdain. What are you laughing at? Doufeng Yuhai was infuriated by Ye Chen's laughter and roared in anger. I laugh at you. You are truly a frog confined to a well, viewing the heavens from its depths. Ye Chen pointed at Doufeng Yuhai and declared loudly. A golden core cultivator at 20 is as common as dirt in the Immortal Realm. It hardly qualifies one as a chosen son of heaven. Even within the Canglan continent, there are those like Su Chong who broke through to the nascent soul stage at 20, while Luo Qingchong reached the void refining stage at merely 19. Yet they remain humble and make no effort to boast of their achievements. Only someone as ignorant as Doufeng Yuhai could believe that his golden core attainment at 20 makes him the premier genius of the Canglan continent. You! Doufeng Yuhai's face turned iron gray with rage, yet he was left speechless. You think yourself a chosen son of heaven? In my eyes, you are nothing more than a clown performing on stage. Ye Chen said with utter disdain. You think yourself the young master of a reclusive immortal clan. In my eyes, you are nothing but a bullying wastrel who relies on his family's name. Ye Chen continued, his tone brimming with contempt. You! Doufeng Yuhai trembled with rage at Ye Chen's words but could not utter a single syllable. 20 years old and only just reaching the golden core stage, you dare flaunt it. Ye Chen's lips curved slightly upward, his eyes dripping with contempt as he crossed his arms and shook his head in dismissal. Why, do not grow arrogant. I achieved golden core at 20 in this Canglan Realm. I am already a top-tier genius. What right do you have to mock me? Doufeng Yuhai's eyes bulged with fury as he ground his teeth. Top-tier genius. You! Don't make me laugh. Today, I shall show you what a true top-tier genius looks like. Ye Chen sneered, his gaze shifting toward Su Cheng and Luo Qingcheng. Su Cheng and the others understood the unspoken signal and leaped onto the arena in one motion. Su Cheng was the first to reveal his cultivation at the 5th layer of nascent soul. My second senior brother, 21 years old, already at the 5th layer of nascent soul. Then Yu Chuman followed, displaying her own cultivation at the 9th layer of nascent soul. The current eldest senior sister of the 100 Flowers Palace, under 30 years of age, on the verge of breaking through to the soul transformation stage. Luo Qingchong also revealed her cultivation at the 6th layer of nascent soul. Though she had already broken through to the void refining stage, she chose to conceal her true strength to avoid drawing too much attention. But displaying the 6th layer of nascent soul was more than enough to humble Doufeng Yuhai. The holy maiden of the 100 Flowers Palace, 19 years old, at the 6th layer of nascent soul. How about it? A frog at the bottom of a well, and you think a golden core at 20 is something to be proud of? Ye Chen crossed his arms, tilted his chin up slightly, his eyes full of mockery, a faint smile playing on his lips. This? How is this possible? Seeing this scene, Daofang Yunhai's expression instantly turned extremely grim. He gazed at Su Chen and the others in disbelief, his lips trembling slightly. His dull heart was being severely shaken at this moment. He had entered the golden core stage at 20, having always believed himself to be the uniquely favored son of heaven of the Canglan continent. But today, 3 geniuses with far superior talent suddenly appeared. Daofang Yunhai found it hard to accept. Wait, my talent is far greater than Ye Chen's. I just need to defeat him. As a genius who had reached the golden core stage at 20, Daofang Yunhai quickly grasped the crux of the matter. A trace of his former arrogant defiance returned to his face, along with disdain for Ye Chen. The crowd below erupted in astonishment, gasps rising one after another. Good heavens, what kind of monsters are these? Reaching such cultivation at around 20 is unheard of. The reason was that Su Chen, Liu Qingcheng, and the others had always kept a low profile, so few knew their cultivation levels. Now that it was exposed, it shocked everyone. The existence of such geniuses on the Canglan continent was hard for some to accept. Murong Shui stood in the crowd with a complicated expression, sighing inwardly. Though she too was a favored daughter of heaven, she hadn't reached the same monstrous level as Liu Qingcheng and the others. Yet she harbored no regrets about her choice. After all, Liu Qingcheng and the others were merely those surrounding Ye Chen. They weren't the ones with such innate talent. Even so what? That doesn't change the fact that you are good for nothing. The depth of my Daofang family is beyond your imagination. Liu Qingqing and Yu Qiumen cast contemptuous glances at Daofang Yunhai. If Ye Chen hadn't been so intent on keeping his strength hidden, he could have crushed him with a single finger. My junior brother's talent surpasses yours by 100-fold. He simply began his cultivation later. Su Chen's eyes widened in anger, brows furrowed deeply. One hand thrust forward in a forceful wave, his face contorted with indignation. Liu Qingqing and Yu Qiumen exchanged nods. Su Chen's first point was valid. Ye Chen's talent truly exceeded his by 100-fold. Depth of family. Does that mean your Daofang family has plenty of spirit stones? Ye Chen's eyes lit up, his mouth widening into a greedy smile as he rubbed his hands together, eagerly awaiting Daofang Yunhai's response. Liu Qingqing, Yu Qiumen, and Su Chen all turned to look at Ye Chen in unison. His obsession with wealth had flared up again, and now he was set on plundering the Daofang family. But wasn't the current focus supposed to be about breaking off the engagement, showing off, and slapping faces? How did this divert to spirit stones? Even Shao Tao, watching from below, heard Ye Chen mention spirit stones and dashed up the stage with eager footsteps. Senior brother Ye Chen, are we going to earn a lot of spirit stones again? Shao Tao's face was full of anticipation, her eyes sparkling, both hands clenched into fists pressed against her chest. Ye Chen smiled and nodded, reaching out to ruffle Shao Tao's hair. Daofang Yunhai was caught off guard by this sudden shift, then sneered, "Humph! You greedy wretch, truly someone who can't rise above base concerns. Who wouldn't grab spirit stones when they're offered? Your Daofang family is loaded, and as the young master, you must be worth a pretty penny, shouldn't you?" Ye Chen said this with a grin, utterly unconcerned. "You brat, don't speak nonsense. I am the esteemed young master of the Daofang family. How dare you humiliate me like this?" A surge of blood rushed to Daofang Yunhai's head. Throughout his life, no one had ever dared to insult him this way. He let out a roaring cry and threw a punch straight at Ye Chen's face. Golden core stage spiritual energy erupted without restraint, and the surrounding air seemed to be sucked dry by the force of the blow, creating a vacuum. "Is that all?" A scornful curve touched Ye Chen's lips as he casually raised his right hand, moving with such speed that he struck first despite launching second. His palm slapped across Daofang Yunhai's face. Smack! The sharp sound of the slap echoed across the entire square. With everyone watching in stunned silence, Daofang Yunhai was sent flying backward like a severed kite, crashing heavily onto the ground below the arena. The entire venue fell deathly silent, so quiet that a needle dropping could be heard. Everyone's eyes were wide open, their mouths agape as if an egg could fit inside. Su Chen was stunned, and even the onlookers below were dumbfounded. Just 3 days ago, Ye Chen had been knocked off the stage by Xiao Tao. How could he now slap away Dofang Yuhai, a golden core cultivator, in one blow? Had Ye Chen been concealing his strength all along, or was Dofang Yuhai simply too weak? Done pretending? Time to show your true hand. Luo Qingchong murmured with a smile, watching Dofang Yuhai being knocked off the stage. Senior brother Ye Chen is about to unleash his power. Xiao Tao blinked her large eyes at Ye Chen. Dofang Yuhai struggled to his feet, gazing at his own hands in utter disbelief. As the golden core cultivator of his standing, how could he have been slapped away by a good-for-nothing? His cheek burned with pain, not merely physical suffering, but a deeper wound to his spirit, a humiliation that cut to the core. He had watched Ye Chen's palm come down and tried desperately to evade it, but couldn't escape in time. You dare strike me? Your Tianxuan Sect will be destroyed because of you. Dofang Yuhai pointed at Ye Chen, his voice trembling with venom in his eyes. Ha! Destroy the Tianxuan Sect. Just because of your Dofang family. Ye Chen kept his hands clasped behind his back, his eyes narrowing slightly as a mocking smile spread across his face. A mere Dofang family, he wouldn't give them a second thought. No matter how strong they might be, they were nothing compared to what Su Taishu could accomplish with a single palm strike. After Ye Chen's previous challenge against Su Taishu, he had come to understand that Su Taishu was far beyond ordinary strength. Kid, you're dead. At that moment, two figures darted from behind Dofang Yuhai, roaring as they lunged toward Ye Chen. Scram! Lin Shuo, who had been lurking in the void watching the spectacle, stepped forward with a cold snort. His tribulation transcendence pressure erupted without restraint. The two Mahayan stage guards felt the terrifying pressure radiating from Lin Shuo, and their expressions shifted dramatically. Terrified, they froze in place as Lin Shuo's oppressive aura descended upon them. Thud! Thud! Unable to withstand the monstrous pressure, both guards collapsed to their knees, their faces drained of color, cold sweat pouring down their faces. Hee, senior brother, you've arrived at the perfect moment. Ye Chen grinned impudently, acting as though nothing had happened. If you want to do something, hurry up. Lin Shuo shot him an annoyed glance and snapped back. Ever since the robbery in the Tianxuan Secret Realm, Lin Shuo had discovered the thrill of plundering. It was genuinely exhilarating, no costs involved, and the wealth came incredibly fast. He had been quietly considering making this his path forward. All right. Ye Chen chuckled, rubbing his hands together with an expression of eager excitement. He stepped forward to stand before Dofang Yuhai, whose face was slightly pale. Ye Chen, you are dead. The foundation of my Dofang family is far beyond what you can imagine. The Tianxuan Sect will surely be destroyed because of your actions. Dofang Yuhai's face twisted with rage as he glared venomously at Ye Chen and roared. Slap! Ye Chen's palm struck the other side of Dofang Yuhai's face, sending him flying to the ground. How dare you threaten me? The Dofang family. You'll have to live to get back first. Ye Chen's lips curled into a sinister smile, his eyes filled with disdain. A mere little Dofang family dared to threaten him. Ye Chen was the last person to be intimidated by threats. You! Ah! Dofang Yuhai lay on the ground, letting out a roar like an erupting volcano, his eyes wide, veins bulging on his forehead, and the muscles on his face trembling violently with rage. As the young master of the Dofang family, he had never been struck since childhood, yet today he had been hit twice by Ye Chen, both times on the face. Dofang Yuhai's two Mahayana stage guards could no longer contain themselves and shouted in unison, How dare you! You dare to be arrogant in front of me? Lin Shuo stared at the two guards with icy eyes. Enough, Ye Chen, you've gone too far. At this moment, Murong Shua, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke, her voice cold and tinged with anger. She believed that Ye Chen was simply embarrassed and angry over her breaking off the engagement, and thus deliberately caused trouble for Dofang Yuhai to save face in front of her. Murong Shua, what do you mean by that? Ye Chen's smile gradually faded, and his gaze turned cold. What do I mean? You know perfectly well. Murong Shua said coldly. Let me tell you, breaking off the engagement was my own decision, and it has nothing to do with young Master Dofang. Why must you humiliate him like this? Hey! Ye Chen sneered. Murong Shua, you think too highly of yourself. You! Murongshua's face turned livid with rage. She pointed at Ye Chen but could not utter a single word. Murongshua, are you blind? From the very beginning, it was this Dongfang Yunhai who was humiliating Ye Chen. Can't you see that? Luo Qingchong crossed her arms, a mocking smile curling at the corners of her mouth. Her eyes were full of contempt as she looked askance at Murongshua and spoke. She had long held a grudge against Murongshua, who for her own selfish desires disregarded others' dignity. Now that she had the chance, she would certainly mock her and also speak up for Ye Chen. The engagement could have been called off privately, but Murongshua insisted on doing it publicly, making it known to everyone. You! Murongshua was momentarily speechless, for it was indeed Dongfang Yunhai who had first provoked Ye Chen. Alas! Some people are simply blind. They can't recognize a piece of fine jade, but insist it's just an ordinary stone. Truly unable to see gold inlaid with jade, they let such a treasure slip through their fingers. Luo Qingchong lifted her chin slightly, let out a snicker, her eyes brimming with mockery and triumph. At the same time, she waved one hand gently, as if lamenting Murongshua's foolish behavior. Murongshua stood frozen, silenced by Luo Qingchong's sarcasm. Ye Chen was clearly only at the qi refining stage, unable to achieve foundation establishment, yet he could easily send a golden core stage cultivator like Dongfang Yunhai flying. Could it be that Ye Chen was not a waste but a genius? Murongshua's mind was in utter turmoil. She was no longer sure whether what she had done today was right. Ye Chen, however, was slightly taken aback. A flicker of surprise crossed his face. He had not expected Luo Qingchong to have such a side. Then, a barely perceptible smile touched his lips. He stepped forward, took her small hand, and gave it a gentle squeeze. Then he turned to look at Murongshua, his eyes utterly cold. Murongshua, I can understand your wish to break off the engagement. I can overlook your public humiliation of me. But not just any random dog or cat gets to trample on me. Ye Chen's gaze was as cold as frost. He lifted his chin slightly, his lips tight, and pointed one finger at Dongfang Yunhai, radiating pride and finality. Murongshua's face grew even more unpleasant. She bit her lip hard, unable to say a word. Ye Chen, you insolent brat. At that moment, Dongfang Yunhai struggled to his feet from the ground, pointing at Ye Chen and roaring. I am the young master of the Dongfang family. If you dare touch me, the Dongfang family will soon. Just as Dongfang, a majestic voice came from afar. Father! Dongfang Yunhai was overjoyed at the sight of the newcomer, as if he had grasped a lifeline. The visitor was none other than the patriarch of the Dongfang family, Dongfang Yunhai's father Dongfang Qingtian. Ye Chen, you dare to bully my son. Today, I, old man, will make you pay. Dongfang Qingtian roared and struck a palm toward Ye Chen. Old fool, how dare you? Lin Shuo was enraged at the sight. He stepped forward, placed himself in front of Ye Chen, and met the palm with his own. Boom! The two tremendous forces collided, producing a deafening explosion. The entire square trembled violently, as if on the verge of collapse. Ye Chen, you just wait. This is far from over. Having gained no advantage, Dongfang Qingtian roared and turned to leave with Dongfang Yunhai and the two guards. Humph, you think you can leave? Not so fast. Lin Shuo snorted coldly and was about to give chase, but Ye Chen stopped him. Senior brother, don't pursue a cornered foe. It's not worth stooping to their level. Ye Chen said with a grin, let's go get Su Lomo and discuss compensation with the Dongfang family. Compensation? Lin Shuo was taken aback, then realized Ye Chen was planning to take advantage of the situation. Right, you see, I was injured by them. They should at least pay for mental anguish, lost time, nutrition, and so on, shouldn't they? Ye Chen said with a perfectly serious expression, a glint of cunning in his eyes. Originally, he had only planned to squeeze a little from Dongfang Yunhai, but now he had a perfect excuse to fleece the entire Dongfang family. Alas! These little wealth-bringing children insist on delivering such a vast fortune to me. Truly sinful. Ye Chen said, clasping his hands behind his back, lifting his chin slightly, a mock smile on his face, his eyes full of mischief. A corner of Lin Shuo's mouth twitched. This junior brother was really obsessed with money. But he actually liked this side of Ye Chen. What Ye Chen said was also true. The Dongfang family was in the wrong this time and should indeed pay some compensation. Alright, I'll go inform the master. Lin Shuo nodded and turned to head to the back mountain to find Su Taishu. Rumble! At that very moment, Daofang Qingtian and his men came crashing down from the sky, landing on the arena. The platform shattered into pieces, sending dust flying everywhere. Humph! You humiliated my disciple and still want to flee? Su Taishu's figure slowly descended from the sky. Daofang Qingtian spat out a mouthful of old blood. As the dust cleared, he stared at Su Taishu in terror. You! How is this possible? Daofang Qingtian couldn't believe it. They were both at the great perfection of the tribulation transcendent stage, yet Su Taishu had effortlessly intercepted and wounded him. Master, you've come. Lin Shuo ran over in surprise and bowed respectfully to Su Taishu. Su Cheng followed closely and also bowed to Su Taishu. The people from the various sects around were all shocked and stood up to stare at Su Taishu. They hadn't expected Su Taishu to be so powerful, severely injuring Daofang Qingtian, who was at the great perfection of the tribulation transcendent stage, with a single move. If I hadn't come, wouldn't you have been bullied by this old fellow? Su Taishu cast a faint glance at Lin Shuo, his tone carrying a hint of reproach. He, master, I was just about to go find you. Lin Shuo scratched his head and chuckled. Humph! Waiting for you to come to me. By the time you found me, he would have already run off. Su Taishu glared at Lin Shuo and said crossly. Lin Shuo gave an awkward smile, not knowing what to say. Ye Chen, however, looked displeased. I say, old demon Su, isn't this too unfair of you? Ye Chen pouted and looked at Su Taishu with a aggrieved expression. Ha! Su Taishu's mouth twitched as he looked at Ye Chen in confusion. Could this little disciple's mind be acting up again? I originally planned to let them go back so I could seek compensation from the Dongfang family. Now that you've beaten them all back, how am I supposed to go to their door and demand compensation? Ye Chen said with a resentful expression. Compensation? Killing them all would be the best compensation. Su Taishu snorted coldly, not wanting to talk to this money-obsessed disciple. Don't, old Su. They haven't paid my mental distress compensation, lost wages, and nutritional fees yet. We can't kill them. Ye Chen stopped Su Taishu, counting on his fingers and calculating earnestly. Humph! Su Taishu snorted coldly at Ye Chen's money-grubbing demeanor. This little disciple didn't care about anything else, never fought or scrambled, but he was particularly fond of spirit stones. Su Taishu, don't push your luck. The Dongfang family is not to be trifled with. At this moment, Daofang Yunhai struggled to get up from the ground, pointing at Su Taishu and shouting angrily. If you dare to touch us, the Dongfang family will soon have an immortal. Daofang Yunhai's threatening words were cut off by Daofang Qingtian. Slap! Daofang Qingtian slapped Daofang Yunhai across the face and rebuked. Shut up! Daofang Qingtian glared fiercely at Daofang Yunhai. The matter of the immortal's descent was the family's highest secret, and absolutely must not be leaked before the immortal arrived. Daofang Qingtian took a deep breath, suppressed the anger in his heart, endured the severe pain in his body, and bowed slightly to Su Taishu. Daoist Su, today's matter was rash of us. What must we do for you to spare us? As long as you speak, if the Dongfang family can do it, we will not refuse. He wanted to negotiate with Su Taishu, to see if he could exchange other means for his life. Su Taishu was too powerful, Daofang Qingtian was no match for him, so he could only lower his head for the time being, waiting until his ancestor brought the immortal down. Then the small Tianxuan Sect could be destroyed with a wave of the hand. If you want to talk business, talk to me. Ye Chen suddenly cut in with a chuckle, his expression totally one that begged for a beating, with a hint of cunning flashing in his eyes. This. Daofang Qingtian looked at Su Taishu. He didn't know if Ye Chen could make the decision, it still required Su Taishu's nod. Ye Chen was the key figure in this matter. Su Taishu knew that Ye Chen wanted to take the opportunity to reap spirit stones again. He nodded in agreement, as long as Ye Chen was willing to cultivate properly, Su Taishu would let him do as he pleased. I am willing to compensate you with a huge amount of spirit stones and resources, as long as you are willing to spare our lives. Seeing Su Taishu nod, Daofang Qingtian gritted his teeth and said. He knew that besides spending money to avoid disaster, there was no other way. Huge amount of spirit stones. How much counts as huge? Ye Chen stroked his chin, pretending to be deep in thought. 10 million high-grade spirit stones. Dongfang Qingtian hesitated for a moment, then reported a number. 10 million high-grade spirit stones equaled 1 billion mid-grade spirit stones. That was indeed a considerable amount, which ordinary sects couldn't produce, and high-grade spirit stones were also scarce on the Canglan continent. 10 million. Are you giving alms to a beggar? Ye Chen curled his lips and said disdainfully. You. Dongfang Qingtian nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood. 10 million high-grade spirit stones wasn't considered huge. Cut the nonsense. 50 million high-grade spirit stones, not a single one less. Ye Chen stretched out one hand and said firmly. 50 million. Why don't you just rob me? Dongfang Qingtian roared. Although his life was in Su Taishu's hands, 50 million was already the entire savings of the Dongfang family. Moreover, Dongfang Qingtian believed that Su Taishu didn't really dare to kill him. The Dongfang family's foundation was not something anyone could provoke. As long as he gave some benefits, Su Taishu would surely let him go. Rob. Isn't that exactly what I'm doing? Ye Chen spread his hands and said innocently. You. Dongfang Qingtian was so angered by Ye Chen's shamelessness that he couldn't speak. But when he met Su Taishu's murderous gaze, his heart skipped a beat. He immediately overturned his earlier guess that Su Taishu didn't dare to kill him. Su Taishu really dared to kill him. Fine, 50 million. This old man agrees. Dongfang Qingtian's face turned ashen, gritting his teeth and trembling slightly as he extended a hand, as if using all his strength to make this decision. He ordered a Mahayana stage attendant to return to the family to fetch the spirit stones. Preserving his life was the priority. The spirit stones were only given out temporarily. When the Immortal descended, he could use the Immortal to snatch them back. When the Immortal descends, I will raise the Tianxuan Sect to the ground and slice Ye Chen and Su Taishu into 1,000 pieces. Dongfang Qingtian lowered his head, his face full of malice. Ye Chen suddenly noticed that Dongfang Qingtian was wearing a storage ring on his hand. On the Canglan continent, ordinary cultivators used Canglan pouches. Storage rings were very rare. Ye Chen smiled cunningly. His right hand moved slightly, and he used stealing the beam and changing the pillar. The storage ring on Dongfang Qingtian's hand smoothly slipped into his own hand. Lin Shuo and Su Taishu were both astounded by Ye Chen's move of stealing the beam and changing the pillar. This stealing the beam and changing the pillar was Su Taishu's secret technique. He had never taught it to Ye Chen. He didn't know how Ye Chen had learned it, and Ye Chen used it so skillfully. And when Dongfang Qingtian saw the storage ring that suddenly appeared in Ye Chen's hand, it looked very much like his. He looked down and realized that his own storage ring was gone. The anger in his heart surged up instantly. His eyes blazing with rage, he pointed at Ye Chen and was about to explode. You little thief, you. Hearing the words little thief, Su Taishu cast an unfriendly gaze at Dongfang Qingtian. Dongfang Qingtian felt Su Taishu's unfriendly gaze, swallowed the words he was about to say, and forcefully suppressed the anger that had surged up. Ye Chen paid no attention to Dongfang Qingtian, not even lifting his head, as he toyed with the storage ring he had just obtained. He pressed two fingers together and cast a spell, easily breaking the restriction on the storage ring. Dongfang Qingtian watched as Ye Chen broke the restriction on the storage ring, his eyes blazing with fury, for within that ring lay two half-immortal artifacts that were heirlooms of the Dongfang family. Ye Chen's divine sense delved into the storage ring, pulling out a large pile of mid-grade spirit stones and a small number of high-grade ones. He quickly stowed them into his own storage ring, fearing that old demon Su might shamelessly snatch them away. Ye Chen rummaged again and produced a sword radiating a cold gleam. He held it up and examined it. Ye Chen, put down the Songlong sword at once. That is a half-immortal heirloom of the Dongfang family, not something you can lay your hands on. Dongfang Yunhai, seeing Ye Chen take out their heirloom, glared with wide eyes, pointed at Ye Chen, his body trembling with rage. The crowd burst into an uproar at the words half-immortal artifact. Even Youmio Yi and Shuangji Zhenren rose from their seats in shock. A half-immortal artifact. That's a legendary treasure. The Dongfang family actually possesses such a treasure. Among the crowd below, someone gasped, their voice trembling. The appearance of a half-immortal artifact will surely cause a great stir. The Canglan continent is about to be engulfed in a bloody storm. An elderly man with white hair stroked his beard, his expression grave. Indeed, who knows if Ye Chen can hold onto such a treasure? The sect leaders and elders wore varied expressions. Some had a glint of greed in their eyes, as if scheming to claim the half-immortal artifact for themselves. Others were worried, fearing that the conflicts triggered by this artifact would threaten their own sect's peace. On the Canglan continent, magical treasures were categorized into spiritual tools, spiritual treasures, and magical artifacts, each further divided into upper, middle, lower, and supreme grades. A half-immortal artifact had never appeared before. TSK, your Dofeng family isn't much after all. Can this piece of scrap metal really be a family heirloom? A scornful smile curled at the corner of Ye Chen's lips as he casually tossed the Canglong sword to Shuangji Zhenren. Old man Shuangji, this broken sword is yours to play with. Shuangji Zhenren instinctively caught the Canglong sword and stood frozen for a moment, at a loss. Dongfang Yunhai, seeing Ye Chen casually toss the Canglong sword to Shuangji Zhenren, glared furiously and was about to lose his temper, but was stopped by his father, Dongfang Qingtian. He transmitted a message to Dongfang Yunhai, telling him not to worry. Once the immortal descended, everything would be restored. Ye Chen, this is a half-immortal artifact. Are you really giving it to me? Shuangji Zhenren examined the Canglong sword from every angle, unable to put it down, yet he couldn't believe it. This was a half-immortal artifact. Ye Chen had given it to him so casually. It's yours. I don't care for this scrap metal. Ye Chen waved his hand dismissively and continued to examine the storage ring. This. Shuangji Zhenren was momentarily speechless. A half-immortal artifact that had never appeared on the Canglan continent, yet Ye Chen called it scrap metal. Looking at Ye Chen's indifferent demeanor, he silently put away the Canglong sword. The half-immortal artifact was too tempting, and Shuangji Zhenren couldn't refuse. Ye Chen then pulled out a pile of pills, herbs, and other items from the storage ring. The remaining sect members eyed them with envy, for these were rare cultivation resources to them. What junk! Ye Chen casually tossed the pills and herbs aside. His standards had risen. Although these pills were of high grade, the outdated alchemy techniques left some impurities, which could accumulate as pill toxins in the body over time. These are top-grade pills. How can he just throw them away? What a waste! The moment Ye Chen discarded the pills, the sect members present went into a frenzy. They surged like a tide toward the pile of pills, fearing they'd be too slow and miss out. However, the people of Baiwo Palace and Qing Pavilion stood quietly aside, not joining the chaotic scramble. After a while, several elders from the major sects divided up the pills and resources, then hastily took their leave from Shuangji Zhenren, fearing that the Dongfang family's revenge might fall upon them. After all, although Ye Chen had thrown out these pills, he had taken them from Dongfang Qingtian. They feared the Dongfang family would hold a grudge against them and seek retribution on their sects later. Ye Chen, however, remained indifferent, as if none of this concerned him. After the sects left, Ye Chen pulled out a large bell from the storage ring, another half-immortal artifact, engraved with the words Primordial Chaos Sound Bell. The remaining members of Qing Pavilion and Baiwo Palace gasped in shock. Another half-immortal artifact. Ye Chen fiddled with it casually, found it boring, and tossed it to Youmio Yi. Senior Yao, this hunk of iron suits you, so take it. Youmio Yi's eyes widened as he caught the Primordial Chaos Sound Bell thrown by Ye Chen, his face full of astonishment. Ye Chen, this is too much. Youmio Yi's voice trembled. It was a half-immortal artifact, priceless. What's so special about it? I have no use for it, so you may keep it. Ye Chen waved his hand nonchalantly. At this moment, everyone from Baiwo Palace and Qing Pavilion was dumbfounded, shocked by his generosity. Well, fine, Ye Chen, I'll consider this as the betrothal gift for Qingchong. Youmio Yi smiled, glanced at Luo Qingqing, nodded approvingly, and accepted the Primordial Chaos Sound Bell. Master, what are you saying? Who would marry him? Luo Qingqing blushed and pouted. He, Senior Yao, this scrap metal is not worthy as a betrothal gift for Qingchong. Ye Chen chuckled and waved his hand. Lu Qi and Murong Shua, standing not far away, looked at the scene with complex expressions, never expecting things to turn out this way. At that moment, the Dongfang family's Mahuyana stage guard arrived with several others, delivering the spirit stones. The guard glanced at Dongfang Qingtian, and after receiving his nod, handed a Qianquan pouch containing the spirit stones to Ye Chen. Ye Chen grabbed the pouch, his divine sense probing inside. Not bad, the quantity is right. He smiled and stowed the pouch away. After receiving the spirit stones, Ye Chen let Dongfang Qingtian and his son leave. Su Taichu's gaze, however, remained fixed on Ye Chen, scrutinizing him. He was certain that Ye Chen's cultivation was still at the qi refining stage, yet Ye Chen had easily beaten Dongfang Yuhai, who was at the golden core stage. This puzzled him greatly. Feeling Su Taishu's gaze, Ye Chen scratched his head, realizing that he had revealed a bit of his power and aroused Su Taishu's suspicion. Hee, old demon Su, it's nothing much. I was just angered by that Dongfang Yuhai earlier. And then? Su Taishu pressed. And then? A power within my body kept surging higher. Ye Chen began to make things up. I felt as though I had instantly attained the power of golden core cultivation. As he spoke, Ye Chen deliberately revealed his cultivation base, which was indeed at the golden core stage. Everyone present was dumbfounded by this spectacle. To break through directly from chi refining to golden core, such a thing was unprecedented and unheard of. Luo Qingqun, Yu Chuman, and Shao Tao all turned their heads away. They didn't believe a single word Ye Chen said. After all, they had personally witnessed Ye Chen overpowering those at the integration stage and kicking those at the Mahayana stage. How could a mere golden core cultivator achieve that? Ye Chen shrugged innocently. Watching Ye Chen's provoking demeanor, Su Taishu grew even more puzzled. This kid must be hiding some secret. However, since Ye Chen was unwilling to speak, he couldn't force him. Very well, since you've broken through to the golden core stage, I am relieved. With the matter settled, Qin Pavilion departed from Tianxuan Sect with mixed feelings. Especially Murong Shua, who had thought Ye Chen was merely a worthless talent, never expecting him to suddenly break through from chi refining directly to golden core. She harbored a hint of regret in her heart. She shouldn't have publicly broken off the engagement to humiliate Ye Chen, only to become the laughingstock herself. However, upon thinking that the Dongfang clan was about to receive an immortal descent and that she could be chosen to ascend to immortality in one step, Murong Shua's resolve strengthened once more. Ye Chen, I must return, Luo Qingqun said, standing opposite Ye Chen on Qingshu Peak, her beautiful eyes filled with reluctance. Gazing into her sorrowful eyes, Ye Chen could no longer restrain his emotions. He stepped forward and gently embraced Luo Qingqun. She trembled slightly but offered no resistance, willingly resting against his chest. Ye Chen looked down at her delicate face and slowly drew nearer. Luo Qingqun seemed to understand his intention, closing her eyes as her long eyelashes trembled faintly. Ye Chen gently kissed Luo Qingqun's lips, and in that moment, time seemed to stand still. The surrounding breeze grew softer, quietly enveloping them. They remained lost in their passionate embrace for what felt like an eternity before slowly parting. Ye Chen gently released Luo Qingqun, whose cheeks flushed with a rosy glow as captivating as the sunset clouds on the horizon. Ye Chen spoke tenderly, Qingqun, take care of yourself when you return. I will. You too, she replied. Then Luo Qingqun turned and left Qingshu Peak, glancing back with each step. Ye Chen remained standing in place, watching her figure disappear into the distance. After Luo Qingqun departed, he entered the Star Soul Tower. He retrieved all 50 million high-grade spirit stones obtained from the Dongfang clan, intending to use them to break through to the Tribulation Transcendent stage. Meanwhile, the Dongfang clan was adorned with lanterns and banners, with drums and gongs resounding throughout. The entire clan was immersed in a festive atmosphere. The Dongfang clan's ascended ancestor was destined to descend with an immortal today. Dongfang Qingtian Led, the clan elders and descendants, respectfully waiting outside the sect gates. A golden light flashed across the sky as two figures slowly descended. One of them was Dongfang Yao, the ascended ancestor of the Dongfang clan. Beside him stood an immortal clad in the starry radiance immortal robe, exuding an ethereal and dignified aura. Welcome, ancestor. Welcome, immortal. Dongfang Qingtian Led, the gathering in a collective bow. Dongfang Yao offered a slight nod, a touch of arrogance gracing his features. Rise, the immortal beside him said calmly. Only then did Dongfang Qingtian and the others rise. This is Elder Lu, the presiding elder of Xinyu Immortal Sect, Dongfang Yao introduced. Greetings, Elder Lu, Dongfang Qingtian bowed once more. Elder Lu gave a slight nod, his gaze sweeping over the assembled crowd before settling on Dongfang Qingtian. Dongfang Yao, your message mentioned there are a few promising prospects on Canglan continent. Reporting to Elder Lu, Canglan continent does indeed have some young prodigies with exceptional aptitude, Dongfang Qingtian replied cautiously. Oh, do tell, Elder Lu showed interest. Canglan continent is led by the 10 great sects. Dongfang Qingtian began describing the power dynamics and talented individuals across the continent, deliberately emphasizing the conflicts between Tianxuan Sect and the Dongfang clan. Of course, he subtly steered the focus of conflict toward Tianxuan Sect. There's a youth named Ye Chen at Tianxuan Sect who, relying on his meager talent, has grown arrogant and repeatedly provoked our Dongfang clan. Dongfang Qingtian embellished the account. Elder Lu listened and offered an enigmatic smile. I care little for such grievances. He paused and continued, my purpose here is to select promising young disciples to bring back to the Immortal Realm for cultivation. Compile information on all the young prodigies across Canglan continent, then spread word that I will personally select 100 disciples to ascend to the Immortal Realm with me, Elder Lu instructed. Yes, Elder Lu, Dongfang Qingtian replied eagerly, delight stirring within him. He understood that once this announcement spread, every young genius across Canglan continent would flock to seize this opportunity. At that juncture, he could use the opportunity to lure Ye Chen out and have Elder Lu suppress him. The news spread like wildfire across the entire Canglan continent. An immortal from the Xingyu Immortal Sect in the Immortal Realm was coming to select disciples and escort them to ascend. This revelation was nothing short of an earthquake that sent shockwaves throughout Canglan continent. For countless cultivators, ascending to the Immortal Realm was their lifelong dream. Yet the path to immortality was shrouded in uncertainty, with only a handful ever succeeding. Now, with such a shortcut presented before them, who wouldn't seize this chance? In an instant, the young prodigies of Canglan continent began preparing eagerly, desperate to claim this celestial fortune. Within Tianxuan Sect's Star Soul Tower, Ye Chen had expended all 50 million high-grade spirit stones, yet only managed to break through to the first layer of tribulation transcendence. Sigh. 50 million high-grade spirit stones only barely pushed me to the tribulation transcendence stage. Where will I find such resources for future breakthroughs? Ye Chen felt a pang of frustration, recognizing that the path ahead would grow increasingly arduous. It seems I'll need to return to the Immortal Realm to advance more swiftly, he mused, rising to brush off the dust before stepping out of the Star Soul Tower. A thunderous boom echoed from the heavens. Damn! Ye Chen barely emerged from the tower before retreating in haste. The tribulation lightning. I completely forgot those at the tribulation stage must face heavenly tribulation. The moment he retreated back into the Star Soul Tower, the lightning storm dissipated. This Star Soul Tower can actually shield one from the heavenly Tao's perception. Ye Chen had discovered an unexpected advantage of the tower. Ye Chen did not know what level of treasure the Star Soul Navigating Tower was, nor did Su Taishu. However, the Thunder Tribulation still had to be undergone, unless he remained within the Star Soul Navigating Tower. But he had to find a deserted place to undergo the tribulation, otherwise he would be exposed. Ye Chen prepared himself and rushed out of the Star Soul Navigating Tower like lightning, using spatial displacement along the way, heading toward a remote mountain range. As soon as Ye Chen entered the mountains, thunder clouds rapidly gathered overhead, forming a massive black vortex with electric serpents weaving through it, the deafening rumble echoing through the peaks. Ye Chen stood at the summit of a desolate mountain, gazing up at the terrifying thunder clouds with unwavering resolve. The first bolt of the tribulation descended like a colossal silver dragon, roaring toward him. Ye Chen channeled his cultivation technique, causing a pale golden radiance to shimmer around him. With fists clenched, he swept his arms upward, gliding head-on with the tribulation bolt. The explosion shattered the mountain peak's rocks into dust and uprooted surrounding trees. Terrified beast spirits in the mountains trembled and scattered in panic, while cultivators far away observing the scene witnessed the devastating power. One cultivator stared in disbelief, exclaiming that someone was undergoing a tribulation of such terrifying magnitude, perhaps attempting to break through to the Immortal Realm. Thunder tribulations fell continuously as Ye Chen effortlessly withstood each one, his aura growing ever more formidable. After the ninth bolt struck, the storm clouds dissipated and he successfully completed the tribulation. The mountain range lay ravaged in its aftermath. Ye Chen vanished from the scene in an instant. Only moments after he departed, several powerful cultivators arrived at the site where the tribulation had occurred, seeking to identify who had undergone it. But Ye Chen was already gone. Returning to the Heavenly Demon Sect, he appeared completely unbothered, lounging in a rocking chair with one leg crossed, chewing on a blade of grass as he basked in the sunlight. Junior brother, have you heard? An immortal from the Starshine Immortal Sect in the Immortal Realm has descended to the lower world to select 100 gifted disciples. Su Chen rushed over, brimming with excitement. The Starshine Immortal Sect. An immortal descending to choose disciples. Ye Chen sat up from his recliner, brow furrowing. He knew the natural laws of the heavenly Dao govern each realm. Immortals could not simply descend without facing heavenly rejection. Descending to the mortal realm required immense resources to resist the heavenly Dao's opposition, or else an extraordinary treasure capable of withstanding it. Those who descended without having achieved ascension would be crushed by the heavenly Dao's rules of the immortal realm and perish. Unless they could withstand the immortal realm's heavenly Dao through even greater sacrifice, which was clearly impossible. Regardless of whether the Starshine Immortal Sect possessed such capability, they certainly couldn't protect 100 disciples from its crushing force. The Starshine Immortal Sect's immortals descending to select disciples was far from straightforward. Exactly. Rumor has it an executive elder from their sect is coming personally to choose 100 exceptionally talented disciples to bring back to the Immortal Realm for cultivation. Su Chen's face flushed with excitement as he gestured animatedly. Could the rumors be true? Ye Chen seemed to grasp something, ignoring Su Chen's fervor. The Starshine Immortal Sect was a major power in the western regions of the Immortal Realm, but their reputation was notoriously ill. Whispers spread that high-ranking members practiced demonic arts, feeding on the vital essence of young prodigies. Within the Immortal Realm, the Heavenly Emperor's presence kept them from openly practicing such arts. Ye Chen had heard similar rumors during his time there. He suspected the sect had turned to demonic cultivation and, unable to prey on prodigies openly in the heavens, now set their sights on the lower realm instead. Ye Chen's expression grew grave. He understood that if the Starshine Immortal Sect succeeded, countless young geniuses across the Canglan continent would suffer. No, he resolved silently, I cannot let their conspiracy succeed. Junior brother, what's wrong? This is a tremendous opportunity, wouldn't you want to try? Su Chen noticed Ye Chen's troubled look and asked. Senior brother, this isn't as simple as it seems. Let's find old Demon Su. Without another word, Ye Chen rose and headed with Su Chen to seek out Su Taishu. Ye Chen reasoned that if Su Taishu was indeed his senior brother, he would know far more about the Starshine Immortal Sect than he did. Moreover, this matter involved an Immortal Realm sect and extended beyond the capacity of any single sect on the Canglan continent to handle alone. More critically, demonic arts originated from the demonic race. If the Starshine Immortal Sect truly practiced such arts, they likely had ties to the demons. This was a matter of immense consequence for the entire Immortal Realm humanity, and the demonic race had been locked in eternal conflict for eons. If the sect colluded with the demons, immediate action was essential. If left unchecked, the repercussions could bring devastation upon all of humanity. Ye Chen understood the gravity of the situation and knew he had to inform Su Taishu, his suspected senior brother, who might have the means to relay this warning back to the Immortal Realm. With Su Chen in tow, Ye Chen made his way to the purple bamboo forest on the rear mountain, where Su Taishu and Lin Shuo were already engaged in a game of Go. Old Demon Su, I fear something grave may be imminent. Ye Chen's voice carried before he even arrived. What's all this commotion about? Su Taishu didn't look up, placing another stone on the board. He had long grown accustomed to his perpetually dramatic disciples' outbursts. Have you heard that immortals from the Starshine Immortal Sect in the upper realm have descended to the lower world to recruit disciples? Ye Chen asked directly. Upon hearing this, both Su Taishu and Lin Shuo raised their heads simultaneously, exchanging a knowing glance. A trace of gravity flashed in their eyes. They were well aware that the Immortal Realm and the Canglan Realm could not freely interact. The descent of immortals from the Starshine Immortal Sect clearly harbored ulterior motives. Master! Lin Shuo's expression grew somber, but Su Taishu raised his hand to silence him. Su Chen, Ye Chen, I understand the situation. Your senior brother and I will handle this. You need not worry. With that, Su Taishu waved them away. Ye Chen said nothing further and departed, recognizing that old Demon Su likely grasped the severity of the matter better than he did. Su Chen, however, was completely bewildered by the cryptic exchange between the three, and could only follow Ye Chen as they left. Once they were gone, Lin Shuo furrowed his brows and spoke gravely. Master, the Starshine Immortal Sect is using the pretext of recruiting disciples to hunt for young prodigies to feed their demonic arts. Humph, that Starshine Immortal Sect has grown audacious, daring to set their sights on the lower realm. Su Taishu's eyes narrowed slightly, a coldness cutting through his gaze. Master, how should we respond? The Starshine Immortal Sect likely isn't only seeking prodigies on the Canglan continent to feed their demonic cultivation. Lin Shuo pressed on. It is time to depart. Su Taishu rose to his feet, his hands clasped behind his back, gazing upward at the sky. Master, you are going to. Lin Shuo's mouth hung slightly open, his face etched with astonishment as he looked at Su Taishu. This matter is far-reaching and must be resolved swiftly. I will eliminate those rats from the Dongfang family before I depart. Once I am gone, you must protect your 2 junior brothers. Su Taishu looked at Lin Shuo with a grave expression. This disciple understands. I will surely ensure the safety of both junior brothers. Lin Shuo clasped his fists in a formal salute. Meanwhile, at the Bai Wall Palace, immortals descending to the mortal realm to select disciples. This is a once-in-a-millennium opportunity. Indeed, if we are chosen, we could ascend to immortality in a single step. The disciples of the Bai Wall Palace buzzed with animated discussion, each one filled with excitement. Yet Luo Qingcheng stood apart, her brows drawn tight in a frown. Immortals directly descending to the mortal realm to recruit disciples, such a thing has never been heard of before. Doubt filled Luo Qingcheng's heart. My intuition tells me this matter is not as simple as it seems. A sense of unease stirred within her. She could not shake the feeling that some conspiracy lay hidden beneath the surface. At this moment, the Dongfang estate was in full commotion, teeming with lively voices. Young elites from all directions, dressed in splendid attire, came and went like figures in a revolving lantern show. All of them hoped to be noticed by the immortals of the Xinyu Immortal Sect, thereby rising rapidly through the ranks and ascending to the Immortal Realm. Dongfang Qingtian wore an expression of smug satisfaction, as if he could already envision the Dongfang family becoming the foremost clan on the Canglan continent. Deep within the grand hall, Dongfang Qingtian sat upright with formal composure. Opposite him sat an elderly man with white hair and beard, exuding an ethereal, immortal bearing. This elder was none other than Dongfang Yao, the ancestral patriarch of the Dongfang family. Ancestor, the Tianxuan Sect has wronged us beyond tolerance. You must uphold justice for our family. Dongfang Qingtian embellished his grievances against the Tianxuan Sect and recounted in full detail how Ye Chen had humiliated him, reporting everything to Dongfang Yao. Humph, a mere Tianxuan Sect dares to act so arrogantly. A cold glint flashed across Dongfang Yao's eyes as he listened. Ancestor, you must destroy the Tianxuan Sect, reclaim the Canglong sword, and avenge this humiliation for me. Dongfang Qingtian ground his teeth as he spoke these words. Rest assured. Once the disciple recruitment concludes, I shall personally pay a visit and raze the Tianxuan Sect to the ground. Dongfang Yao's tone was chilling, radiating murderous intent. Thank you, Ancestor. Dongfang Qingtian was overjoyed. By the way, Ancestor, there is one more matter. Remembering the Chaos Heavenly Sound Bell, he hastily spoke. That half-immortal artifact, the Chaos Heavenly Sound Bell, was also seized by that brat Ye Chen and given to the Bai Wall Palace. Thief! We shall destroy the Bai Wall Palace as well when the time comes. Dongfang Yao spoke in a detached manner. Ancestor, the Bai Wall Palace seems to have several promising prospects. Dongfang Qingtian relayed the ages and cultivation levels of Luo Qingcheng and the others from the Bai Wall Palace to Dongfang Yao. Oh, the Bai Wall Palace has talents of this caliber. Such gifted individuals are rare even in the Immortal Realm. Dongfang Yao became genuinely interested. He had descended to the lower realm alongside the elders specifically to seek out prodigies. Everything else was of secondary importance. He himself was merely an ordinary disciple of the Xinyu Immortal Sect who had recommended the existence of talents in the Canglan Realm solely to advance his position. Dongfang Yao knew precisely what these prodigies would be used for. I shall head to the Bai Wall Palace now and bring back both the Chaos Heavenly Sound Bell and those gifted disciples. Dongfang Yao let out a cold snort, his figure flashing as he vanished from the grand hall. To secure merit for himself, he needed to find several truly outstanding talents for the sect. With individuals capable of rivaling the prodigies of the Immortal Realm now within reach, he naturally would not let this opportunity slip away. Meanwhile, at the azure bamboo peak of the Tianxuan Sect, Ye Chen reclined in a rocking chair, a stalk of foxtail grass between his teeth, legs crossed, exuding an air of carefree leisure. Could the Bai Wall Palace be heading to the Dongfang estate for the immortal opportunity? Ye Chen narrowed his eyes, pondering to himself. No, I must pay a visit to the Bai Wall Palace. Ye Chen suddenly thought of Luo Qingqing. Would that girl foolishly run to the Dongfang estate seeking the immortal opportunity? The more he thought about it, the more uneasy he became. Senior brother, let's go to the Bai Wall Palace. Ye Chen leaped from his rocking chair and called out to Su Chen, who was practicing his sword techniques. Why are we going to the Baiwa Palace? Su Cheng asked with a puzzled expression, yet he obediently followed. He knew that beneath Ye Chen's carefree exterior lay a meticulous and deeply hidden mind. His words carried weight, and he surely had his reasons. Meanwhile, the Baiwa Palace lay in ruins. The ornately carved and painted halls had been reduced to crumbling walls and broken pillars. A thick stench of blood hung heavy in the air. The palace master, Yao Miui, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, leaned weakly against a shattered column. Her face was ashen, her breath ragged, clearly bearing severe injuries. Cough, cough. Yao Miui coughed violently, blood streaming continuously from the corners of her mouth. She struggled to lift her head and gaze at Doufang Yao standing before her, her eyes blazing with fury and resentment. Doufang Yao, how dare you trespass in the Baiwa Palace and harm my disciples? Yao Miu's voice trembled, yet it still carried an unmistakable. Though Doufang Yao was an immortal, she had invaded the Baiwa Palace and injured her disciples. Despite her cultivation being inferior, Yao Miui did not fear confrontation. Doufang Yao, with his white hair and beard and immortal bearing, now wore an expression of utter coldness. He looked down at Yao Miui with open disdain. Yao Miui, you are far too naive. I have descended to the lower realm to several of your disciples at the Baiwa Palace possess fine aptitude, and I will naturally take them with me. Doufang Yao's voice was cold, devoid of any emotion. You are merely robbing us. Yao Miui exclaimed in anger. So what if I am? Doufang Yao sneered. In my eyes, you lower realm ants are no different from common grass. I do as I please. You. Yao Miui trembled with rage but could find no rebuttal. She knew she stood no chance against Doufang Yao. Luo Qingqing, and you others, come quietly with me. Doufang Yao ignored Yao Miui and turned his gaze toward Luo Qingqing and the others standing nearby. Luo Qingqing wore white robes, her beauty striking and her demeanor cold and aloof. She regarded Doufang Yao with wariness in her eyes. She had already suspected the immortal's descent to recruit disciples harbored some scheme, and now her doubts were confirmed. Why must you take us away? Luo Qingqing asked coldly. I am a disciple of the Xinyu Immortal Sect in the Immortal Realm, Doufang Yao stated proudly. I have descended to the lower realm to select disciples and bring them to the Immortal Realm for cultivation. You several possess remarkable talent. You are rare geniuses. I have decided to take you to the Xinyu Immortal Sect in the Immortal Realm to cultivate. This is your opportunity. We have no desire to go to the Immortal Realm. We reject this opportunity. Luo Qingqing refused without hesitation. Humph, you refuse a favor only to suffer punishment. Doufang Yao's expression darkened. Since you will not come willingly, do not blame me for being harsh. The moment Doufang Yao finished speaking, he struck suddenly. He slapped his palm toward Luo Qingqing, the palm wind fierce and carrying overwhelming pressure. Enduring the searing pain, Yao Miui instinctively shielded Luo Qingqing with her own body. The next moment, a deafening blast rang out as she was once again sent flying by Doufang Yao's strike, crashing heavily onto the ground. Yao Miui spat out another mouthful of blood, her pallor growing even more ashen. Palace mistress! Master! Luo Qingqing and the others cried out in alarm, rushing to her side. All of you must leave, now. Yao Miui forced out the words with great difficulty. Don't worry about me. I'll hold him off. Go, quickly. Her voice grew fainter and fainter until she finally lost consciousness. Ye Chen and Su Cheng flew swiftly on their swords, soon arriving at the mountain gate of Baiwa Palace. Wait, Ye Chen suddenly halted, his brows knotted. What's wrong, junior brother? Su Cheng asked, puzzled. Something feels off, Ye Chen replied, his expression grave as he swept his sharp gaze across the surroundings. A faint scent of blood lingers in the air. And Baiwa Palace is far too silent, not a single sound can be heard. Su Cheng followed closely. The moment they entered Baiwa Palace, they were stunned by the sight before them. The once resplendent and flower-filled palace now lay in ruins, utterly devastated. Crumbled walls and broken pillars were a shocking sight. The air was thick with a nauseating stench of blood. What happened here? Su Cheng was deeply shaken. Damn it! Ye Chen's face turned ashen, his fists clenched tightly. He immediately spotted Yao Miui lying among the debris, along with Luo Qingchun and Shao Tao, who were barely holding on. Luo Qingchun, Shao Tao, and the others were all wounded pale, with disordered breaths being cornered by Dou Yao, whose eyes glinted with a chilling malice. "Little girl, you'd best surrender obediently," Dou Yao said coldly. "A prodigy like you should not perish here. If you come with me to the Xinyu Immortal Sect in the Immortal Realm, I guarantee you will receive the finest nurturing. I would rather die than go with a despicable wretch like you." Luo Qingchun retorted with unyielding resolve. "Humph, since you refuse a toast, you'll have to drink a forfeit." Dou Yao's face darkened. "In that case, don't blame me for being ruthless." Just as Dou Yao was about to strike and forcibly abduct Luo Qingchun and the others, a flash of sword light suddenly cleaved through the air toward him. "You're asking for death!" Dou Yao roared, waving his hand to block the sword strike. However, when the sword radiance dissipated, his expression changed dramatically. He had actually been wounded by this attack. Staring at the bloodstain on his hand, Dou Yao could hardly believe it. Having become an immortal tens of thousands of years ago, he had been injured by an ant from the lower realm. At the same time, Ye Chen's figure appeared before Luo Qingchun like a phantom. He held the Jinhong Imperial Sword, its blade pointed directly at Dou Yao, his gaze frigid. Su Cheng followed closely, standing shoulder to shoulder with Ye Chen as they shielded Yu Man, assuming a defensive stance. Ye Chen, Su Cheng, Yu Man, Luo Qingchun, and Shao Tao cried out in surprise and joy. Yet immediately, they realized that Dou Yao was an immortal. Even Ye Chen and Su Chen's arrival would be futile, and might even cost them their lives. "Ye Chen, Su Chen, run! Get out of here!" Luo Qingchun shouted urgently, unwilling to let them throw away their lives so meaninglessly. "You came and now you want to run? Too late!" Dou Yao's eyes blazed with fury as light flickered in his hand, surging with powerful immortal energy. He carried a treasure that shielded him from the heavenly Dao's perception, so his cultivation was not suppressed. He was currently exerting the power of a 9th level void immortal. Immortals are classified as void immortal, human immortal, earth immortal, heavenly immortal, true immortal, golden immortal, mysterious immortal, Tai immortal venerable, and immortal emperor. Each major realm is further divided into 9 levels. After casting a reassuring glance at Luo Qingchun, Ye Chen unleashed his tribulation transcendent stage cultivation and swung his sword toward Dou Yao. "Old dog, you dared to harm the one I love, today you will die." "Relying on you?" Dou Yao sneered contemptuously. "A mere junior at the tribulation transcendent stage dares to act insolent before me. Killing you is enough." A brilliant sword light tore through the void, hurtling straight toward Dou Yao. Boom! A thunderous explosion shook the heavens. The sword light collided with Dou Yao's palm strike, unleashing a terrifying wave of energy. The surrounding buildings were instantly leveled to the ground. Dou Yao was forced back several steps, his eyes filled with shock. An imperial artifact. He immediately recognized the Jinhong Imperial Sword in Ye Chen's hand. An imperial artifact is a divine instrument that surpasses immortal artifacts, extremely rare and unlike other artifacts that can be forged. Only when a great cultivator attains the Dao and becomes an immortal emperor, and their natal immortal artifact undergoes the baptism of the heavenly Dao together with them, can an imperial artifact be born. You actually possess an imperial artifact. And your combat prowess is this formidable. Turbulent waves of shock surged within Dou Yao's heart. Imperial artifacts were extremely scarce even in the Immortal Realm, yet in the Canglan Realm where even immortal artifacts were unheard of, an imperial artifact had appeared and acknowledged a mere boy as its master. For an imperial artifact to acknowledge a master was nearly impossible. Even an immortal emperor could only forcibly suppress and use it. He knew that Ye Chen must harbor a great secret to have the imperial sword recognize him. Even more unexpected was that the junior in the tribulation transcendent stage could fight him to a standstill and was still extremely young. Dou Yao, on the other hand, had been an immortal for tens of thousands of years. Although his talent was limited, leaving him as a mere 9th level void immortal after tens of millennia, that was still not something a tribulation transcendence cultivator could match. "It seems I have underestimated you." Dou Yao's expression turned solemn. "But do you think that just because you have an imperial artifact, you can defeat me?" He believed Ye Chen was only able to match him thanks to the imperial sword. "Then let's see." Ye Chen's eyes blazed with fury and battle intent. Anyone who dared to harm Luo Qingchun, Dou Yao must die. He swung his sword again, attacking Dou Yao. The two clashed in a fierce battle. Sword light flickered, palm winds howled, shaking heaven and earth. Doufang Yao was astounded by Ye Chen's combat ability, and greed flickered in his eyes. He not only coveted the imperial artifact in Ye Chen's hand but also wanted the secrets Ye Chen possessed. If he could obtain the imperial sword and the secrets, making the sword acknowledge him, he would rise rapidly in the Xinyu Immortal Sect. Yet Ye Chen showed no fear, fighting him to a stalemate. The battle shook the entire Baiwao Palace, leaving everyone awestruck by the terrifying clash. They never imagined that a junior at the Tribulation Transcendence stage could fight so fiercely against an immortal. This battle was destined to be recorded in history. Luo Qingchong, Yu Chuman, and Shao Tao helped Yao Miui to the side for healing, simultaneously stunned by Ye Chen's strength. Although they had always known his cultivation was far more profound than it appeared on the surface. They had personally witnessed Ye Chen utterly dismantle an integration stage cultivator and kicking a Mahayana stage cultivator, yet they never could have imagined he would fight a celestial on equal footing. Su Chong had long been dumbstruck, frozen in place, unable to believe his own eyes. This junior brother had remained at the Qi condensation stage for 4 whole years, only to suddenly break through to the Golden Core stage days ago, and today had even more astonishingly shattered through to the Tribulation Transcendence stage. Even more terrifying was the fact that he was actually trading blows with a celestial. Smack! During the battle, a sharp slap echoed through the air, followed immediately by a furious roar from Doufang Yao. Ah! Kid, I will make you die. In the midst of combat, Ye Chen feinted with his Jinhong sword, creating an opening to deliver a sharp slap to Doufang Yao's face with his left hand. Hey! You old dog, you're not much at all. Ye Chen seized the moment to mock Doufang Yao, aiming to disrupt his mental state. The slap sent Doufang Yao into a blind rage, and combined with Ye Chen's taunts, he was consumed by shame and fury. His celestial power erupted violently, unleashing a devastating assault toward Ye Chen. Ye Chen vanished in a blur, sidestepping the overwhelming force. But the surrounding ground could not withstand the shockwave. It fractured instantly, sending earth and stone flying in all directions. Humph, old man, is that all you've got? After tens of thousands of years, you're still just a void immortal. If I were you, I'd have bought a block of tofu and smashed my head in long ago. Ye Chen continued his mockery. Doufang Yao was beside himself with rage. His talent was mediocre, and despite ascending tens of thousands of years ago, he could not even break through to human immortal status, forcing him to remain at the lowest rung as an ordinary servant disciple at the Xinyu Immortal Sect. This was the deepest wound he refused to acknowledge, yet today a mere Tribulation Transcendence youth was tearing it open with relentless mockery. You insolent child who knows neither heaven nor earth, today I'll show you the true power of a celestial. Yet Ye Chen remained utterly unfazed, executing a spatial leap that carried him past the immortal technique's assault, while simultaneously reappearing directly above Doufang Yao. Doufang Yao's pupils contracted as he realized Ye Chen had vanished without a trace. You've comprehended the space law. He could hardly believe it. A mere Tribulation Transcendence cultivator had actually grasped the space law. The space law was extraordinarily difficult to comprehend, accessible only to rare prodigies, and even then, only after ascending to immortality. Yet Ye Chen remained merely at the Tribulation Transcendence stage. But before his shock could fully register, a law-like fluctuation suddenly descended from above. The moment Doufang Yao lifted his gaze, Ye Chen's massive foot connected squarely with his weathered face. Ah! Doufang Yao screamed as his body was launched like a projectile, crashing into the ground and carving a massive crater, sending clouds of dust billowing outward. A vivid red soul print branded itself onto Doufang Yao's face. That single kick had completely reshaped his features into something grotesque. Ye Chen descended slowly, a cold smirk playing on his lips. Is this really all you've got? And you call yourself a celestial? Kid, you've completely enraged me. Doufang Yao clawed his way out of the crater, his face a mask of fury and humiliation. He would never again underestimate Ye Chen's Tribulation Transcendence cultivation. Drawing a celestial sword that pulsed with dark energy, he prepared to engage in swordplay. The black radiance emanating from the blade grew increasingly dense, as though devouring everything around it. In a flash, he lunged toward Ye Chen, his sword thrust sharp and ferocious, generating a violent gust of wind. Ye Chen met the attack head-on without hesitation, his own Immortal Emperor sword drawn and ready. The moment the blades collided, brilliant sparks erupted as the sheer force of impact seemed to freeze the surrounding air. Clang! 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 Their swords met dozens of times in rapid succession, a blur of intersecting blade shadows that challenged the eye to follow. With each exchange, Doufang Yao's unease deepened. Ye Chen's swordsmanship was extraordinarily refined. Every move precisely neutralized his attacks, while simultaneously creating openings for counter-strikes. Yet Ye Chen grew increasingly fierce with each passing moment, his eyes blazing with unwavering resolve and confidence. Spotting a gap in Doufang Yao's defense, he drove his sword forward in a sudden, powerful thrust. Doufang Yao scrambled to block, but was a fraction too slow. A gash appeared across his arm. Damn it! He roared, stepping back several paces to create distance between them. But Ye Chen pressed his advantage immediately, unleashing the sword-splitting void technique. The strike carried the weight of imperishable sword intent as it carved toward Doufang Yao. What? Imperishable sword intent? Doufang Yao was shocked and immediately leapt aside to evade. He never imagined a mere tribulation transcendence youth could have comprehended such a profound technique. Yet Ye Chen had already anticipated this, using a spatial shift to appear exactly where Doufang Yao landed, then delivering a devastating kick to his rear. Doufang Yao was sent flying several meters forward, crashing face first into the ground. Ah! Kid, how dare you humiliate me? His face flushed crimson with rage as he scrambled to his feet, his celestial sword pointed at Ye Chen. Hey, humiliate you? I'm doing you a favor. Ye Chen's lips curled into a scornful smile. Doufang Yao, now completely consumed by fury, felt his immortal power surging wildly as the black radiance from his sword intensified. Kid, today I'll show you my ultimate technique, Dark Soul Devouring Slash. The moment the words left his mouth, a massive black sword chi erupted toward Ye Chen, tearing microscopic rifts through space as it flew. Phew! The Xinyu Immortal Sect truly colludes with the demonic race, practicing demonic arts. Ye Chen's expression hardened as he let out a cold snort. The Dark Soul Devouring Slash was a technique that required demonic cultivation methods to unleash its full power. Sword pierces the heavens. Ye Chen gripped the Immortal Emperor's sword with both hands and roared, executing the second form of the 9 forms of Immortal. A brilliant golden sword chi erupted from the blade, meeting the dark energy head-on. Boom! The collision produced a thunderous explosion that shook the entire 100 Flowers Palace to its foundations. Doufang Yao was sent skidding backward dozens of meters by the strike, finally coming to a halt after crashing through and snapping a massive tree. Blood erupted from his legs as his cultivation base destabilized, his injuries severe. Meanwhile, Ye Chen emerged calmly from the spatial rift, having already used a spatial leap to evade Doufang Yao's counterattack after delivering his strike. Ye Chen sheathed his sword and regarded the barely living Doufang Yao with a mocking smile. TSK TSK TSK, a so-called celestial, and this is all you've got. He shook his head, feigning pity while clearly mocking him. Then he summoned the Star Soul Suppression Tower, and with a flash of golden light, sealed Doufang Yao within it. Stay put, old man. Patting his hands clean, Ye Chen turned toward Luo Qingcheng and the others. Qingcheng, Elder Yao, are you both alright? He asked with concern. Luo Qingcheng and Shao Tao both shook their heads to indicate they were fine, but Yao Miu's face was pale with a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth. Elder Miu's injuries are serious. Ye Chen's brows furrowed slightly. He retrieved a pill emanating a rich medicinal fragrance from his storage ring. This is a healing pill I refined during my idle moments. It should be helpful for your injuries, senior. Yao Miu took the pill, glanced at Ye Chen gratefully, and swallowed it. She had personally experienced Ye Chen's medical skills, which were far superior to her own, so the pill he offered was certainly no mere helpful. The pill dissolved the moment it touched her tongue, and the warmth instantly spread throughout her body. Yao Miu's pale complexion gradually flushed with color. Ye Chen, thank you. This time, you've saved the entire 100 Flowers Palace. Yao Miu expressed her gratitude. She wasn't particularly surprised by Ye Chen's combat prowess and cultivation level. 2 years ago, she had witnessed Ye Chen, who was only at the Qi refining stage, brutally defeat someone at the Mahayana stage, so she knew there were significant secrets surrounding him. She also felt pleased that her disciple, Luo Qingcheng, had good judgment, able to see Ye Chen's potential before he had revealed his true strength. Ye Chen waved his hand, indicating she needn't stand on ceremony. Now it's time to deal with this old fellow. Ye Chen walked into the Star Soul Tower and kicked Doufang Yao. Old man, let's have a little chat. Ye Chen revealed what he thought was a warm smile. Who exactly are you? Why do you possess an imperial sword and such a magical artifact? Doufang Yao gazed at Ye Chen in terror. Even a fool could tell Ye Chen was no ordinary person. To defeat a true immortal with tribulation transcendence cultivation was no mere cross-realm battle. An immortal and a tribulation transcendence cultivator were fundamentally different. They couldn't be mentioned in the same breath. Moreover, Ye Chen could produce an imperial artifact, not to mention this mysterious tower-type magical device of unknown rank. You don't deserve to know who I am. Tell me, what is the true purpose of your descent to recruit disciples this time? Ye Chen's gaze was sharp, his chin slightly raised. Doufang Yao realized Ye Chen would never reveal his identity to him. Even if Ye Chen did share his identity, as a captive, Doufang Yao couldn't do anything about it. Doufang Yao chose to remain silent, clearly unwilling and afraid to expose the Star Yao Immortal Sect secrets. Ye Chen coldly smiled. It seems you won't change your stance until you're facing your own death. He extended his finger and gently tapped a few points on Doufang Yao's body. Doufang Yao immediately felt an unbearable itching spreading through his entire body, a bone-deep torment as if countless ants were gnawing at his flesh. Ah! Itchy! It's killing me! He couldn't help but roll on the ground, screaming continuously. Young man, release me quickly, otherwise the Star Yao Immortal Sect will never let you off. Doufang Yao scratched his body frantically, while still issuing threats. Ye Chen watched Doufang Yao's wretched display with an impassive expression, completely unmoved by his intimidation. Though the Star Yao Immortal Sect was powerful in the western realm of the Immortal Realm, it still paled in comparison to his own sect, the Wuji Immortal Palace, in the Immortal Realm. Now, are you willing to speak? Doufang Yao had been tortured beyond recognition, his features completely altered, with no trace of his former immortal demeanor. I'll talk. I'll talk. I'll talk. He screamed at the top of his lungs. The sect master of the Star Yao Immortal Sect cultivates demonic art and requires the essence blood of over 1,000 talented prodigies under 30 years old to break through to Immortal Emperor. Doufang Yao haltingly confessed the Star Yao Immortal Sect's conspiracy. With various major sects and the Celestial Emperor guarding the Immortal Realm, the Star Yao Immortal Sect doesn't dare capture prodigies there. They can only seize talented individuals from the lower realms under the pretext of recruiting disciples. After hearing this, a cold light flickered in Ye Chen's eyes. Demonic arts? Siphoning essence blood? As I suspected. He murmured to himself, a killing intent surging in his heart. Has the Star Yao Immortal Sect also colluded with the demon clan? Ye Chen's eyes blazed as he stared intently at Doufang Yao. I'm not aware of that. I'm just an ordinary servant disciple of the Star Yao Immortal Sect. Since I ascended from the Canglan continent, they brought me along to search for talented prodigies on Canglan continent, which is how I learned of this. Doufang Yao lowered his head, not daring to meet Ye Chen's eyes. Phew! And here I thought you might remember you ascended from the Canglan continent. With a cold snort, Ye Chen directly beheaded Doufang Yao with a single sword strike. As someone who cultivated to immortality on the Canglan continent, he didn't think of benefiting the Canglan continent, but instead brought his sect to capture talented prodigies from Canglan continent. Such a person deserved death 1,000 times over. Ye Chen took a recording stone and left the Star Soul Tower. After storing the Star Soul Tower back into his body, he held the recording stone, a mischievous smile tugging at the corner of his lips. Let's go pay the Doufang family a little visit. Su Cheng, Luo Qiqing, and Yu Chumen followed behind Ye Chen, secretly worried. Although Ye Chen had defeated Doufang Yao, the Doufang family still had another, more powerful immortal. Meanwhile, the Doufang family estate was bustling with excitement. Prodigies from across the Canglan continent came in an endless stream, all hoping to be selected by an immortal and soar to greatness. The Doufang family took the opportunity to earn spirit stones, filling their coffers. But in reality, Star Yao Immortal Sect elder Lu Youqi was busy packaging the prodigies. Nearly 100 prodigies were secretly imprisoned within a formation, trembling in fear, their eyes filled with terror. These talented individuals were the finest of the younger generation on the Canglan continent. They had believed they were about to ascend to the Immortal Realm and embark on the path of immortality. But now they realized everything had been a lie. Morong Shuai was among them. Her face was deathly pale, her delicate body trembling slightly. Back then, for the sake of ascending to the Immortal Realm, she had gone so far as to break her engagement, publicly humiliate Ye Chen, and accept Dongfang Yunhai's marriage proposal. Now, she realized just how terribly wrong she had been, and understood the grim fate awaiting her. Ye Chen. I'm sorry. Mu Rongshue's heart was filled with regret. Now, she desperately wished Ye Chen would appear before her. Even if he came to humiliate her again, she would accept it willingly. Though she and Ye Chen had no real feelings, it was merely a marriage alliance arranged by their sex for protection. But she had always looked down on Ye Chen's talent, publicly breaking the engagement and humiliating Ye Chen. Yet Ye Chen had calmly agreed to the divorce without a care. Only when Ye Chen suddenly revealed his golden core cultivation did she realize Ye Chen was the true prodigy, just too disdainful to fight for empty fame. At that time, Mu Rongshue was solely focused on ascending to the Immortal Realm with Dongfang Yunhai, deceiving herself and refusing to believe Ye Chen was a genius. Inside the Dongfang family's main hall, Liu Youqi gazed at the imprisoned prodigies within the formation, a sinister smile spreading across his face. Just a few more to reach 100. The sect master will surely reward us handsomely. He rubbed his hands together, his heart filled with anticipation. Just then, Ye Chen and his group arrived at the Dongfang family's mountain gate. Young prodigies from various regions formed a long queue at the Dongfang family's mountain gate, waiting to enter and have their aptitudes tested by the immortal. At the same time, Su Taishu and Lin Shuo arrived above the Dongfang family estate. Upon seeing Ye Chen and Su Chen's group appear, Su Taishu furrowed his brow. What are these two kids doing here? Su Taishu frowned. He had originally come to eliminate the Star Yao Immortal Sect people who had descended, then leave the Canglan continent. He didn't expect Ye Chen to come to the Dongfang family. Master, since junior brother Yi is here, why don't we see what he's up to? Lin Shuo was also curious about Ye Chen's purpose. Su Taishu nodded, bringing Lin Shuo into the void. Ye Chen, how dare you come to our eastern family? Today, your death is certain. Dongfang Yunhai happened to come out with two guards, his eyes blazing with fury as he pointed at Ye Chen. The scene of him and his father being humiliated and extorted by Ye Chen at the Tianxuan Sect was still vividly etched in their memories. Dongfang Yunhai wished he could destroy Ye Chen on the spot. Now that Ye Chen had the audacity to come to their door, he would make sure Ye Chen never escaped. Ye Chen walked toward Dongfang Yunhai with an amused smile, as if they were old friends. Dongfang Yunhai's expression shifted as Ye Chen approached, and he stepped back several paces. Facing Ye Chen, an inexplicable fear rose in his heart. He had been completely helpless against Ye Chen before. Hey, Dongfang Yunhai, haven't seen you for a few days, but you've become so timid. Ye Chen taunted. Ye Chen, don't get cocky. Today is your death. Dongfang Yunhai flew into a rage from the humiliation. My death? You should worry about yourself first. The smile on Ye Chen's face gradually faded. He took out a recording stone and infused it with a strand of immortal energy. The scenes of Dongfang Yao being tortured beyond recognition, along with his confession of the star-shining Immortal Sect's conspiracy, played out clearly before everyone's eyes. The crowd gathered at the Eastern family seeking immortal fortune, including the Eastern family members themselves, were all stunned. How is this possible? Dongfang Yunhai's eyes widened as he gazed at the scenes within the recording stone in disbelief. The Eastern family colluded with the star-shining Immortal Sect, plotting to harm the young geniuses of the Canglan continent. Their hearts are worthy of condemnation. Ye Chen declared loudly, his voice spreading throughout the entire Eastern family. The crowd erupted like a pot boiling over. What a noble Eastern family, committing such deeds. Sending our Canglan continent's geniuses to serve as cultivation resources for others. How detestable. We almost fell into their trap. We can't let them get away with this. The Eastern family disciples were also panic-stricken, unsure of what to do. Eastern family, give us an explanation. Someone shouted. Indeed, we can't let them succeed. The situation grew more chaotic by the moment. Su Taishu and Lin Shuo, hidden in the void, nodded slightly at the unfolding scene. This boy does have some tricks up his sleeve, Su Taishu remarked. Lin Shuo smiled. It seems we won't need to intervene. The little junior brother has already taken control of the situation. Now, do you still think today is my death? Ye Chen gave Dongfang Yunhai an enigmatic look. Dongfang Yunhai trembled throughout his body, unable to utter a single word. Just then, a powerful aura emanated from within the Eastern family, and Liu Youqi appeared. He witnessed this scene from within the family, his expression turning grim, and a killing intent flickered in his eyes. Boy, you're courting death. He struck out violently, attempting to seize Ye Chen. However, Ye Chen merely performed a spatial leap and effortlessly dodged Lu Youqi's attack. Hey! Old dog, you can't hit me. Ye Chen jumped out of the space and waved at Lu Youqi. Lu Youqi was greatly shocked. He hadn't expected someone so young to have mastered the laws of space. Lin Shuo, hiding in the void, was stunned. When did this junior brother comprehend the laws of space? Moreover, watching Ye Chen's spatial leap felt so familiar. The way he moved was remarkably similar to a certain figure in a black robe. Su Taishu was also dumbfounded. This disciple of his had been at the Qi refining stage for 4 years, then suddenly became a golden core cultivator, and now he was even using spatial laws that even monstrous geniuses struggled to comprehend. He sucked in a breath of cold air, hardly daring to believe that the little disciple he had casually taken in would be so freakishly talented. Who on earth are you? Lu Youqi asked in terror. Such a freakishly talented genius didn't exist even in the Immortal Realm, let alone in this Canglan continent. He suspected that Ye Chen might be a genius from some great Immortal Realm clan, descending to gain experience. His guess wasn't entirely wrong. Ye Chen was indeed from a great Immortal Sect. However, he hadn't come for training. He had been kicked down here by his own master. What I am isn't important. What matters is that your star-shining Immortal Sect's conspiracy has been exposed, Ye Chen said coldly. He turned to look at the imprisoned heavenly geniuses and said loudly, "Everyone, you've all seen the true face of the star-shining Immortal Sect. Now, you are free." With that, Ye Chen struck a talisman into the formation, shattering the array. The geniuses rushed out one after another and joined the outside crowd, joining together to condemn the Eastern family. Murong Shua gazed at Ye Chen, her eyes filled with complex emotions. She wanted to say something, yet didn't know what to say. Ye Chen paid her no attention. He turned to look at Dofang Qingtian, who had just emerged, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Head of the Eastern family, you colluded with demons and harmed all living beings. Your crimes are unforgivable. Dofang Qingtian's face turned ashen. He knew he was finished. Just then, Lu Youqi suddenly erupted, launching another attack toward Ye Chen. Even if the conspiracy has been exposed, what does it matter? Down in this lower realm, I can kill all of you and there will be no consequences. Then I'll take you back. The blood essence of a genius like you is worth 100 ordinary ones. Lu Youqi roared, immortal energy surging forth. Heavenly Immortal Realm. Ye Chen's eyes narrowed. He sensed that Lu Youqi's immortal energy had reached the Heavenly Immortal Realm. Facing Lu Youqi's surging Heavenly Immortal Realm immortal energy, he dared not engage head-on. His form flickered, and using spatial leap, he vanished from the spot in an instant. Lu Youqi's attack missed its mark, striking the ground and sending up a cloud of dust. The next moment, Ye Chen appeared behind Lu Youqi. The Jinhong Imperial Sword in his hand fiercely thrust toward Lu Youqi's rear. Lu Youqi's reflexes were sharp. He twisted his rear and dodged sideways. Somewhat furious, he realized Ye Chen wasn't targeting his vital points but striking the most unexpected place, his rear. Ye Chen performed another spatial leap, this time appearing above Lu Youqi. A fierce kick landed squarely on the top of his head. Lu Youqi was sent staggering by this sudden kick, nearly falling. Boy, have the guts to stop dodging. Lu Youqi was driven to a frenzy by Ye Chen's sneak attacks. Old thing, catch me if you can. Ye Chen mocked. With that, he vanished again and reappeared on Lu Youqi's left, thrusting his sword toward his crotch. Caught off guard, Lu Youqi hastily clamped his legs together and leaped into the sky to dodge. Lu Youqi was shamed and enraged. Ye Chen was too shameless. Every sword strike aimed at the most unexpected places. The female cultivators watching nearby couldn't help but blush at Ye Chen's fighting style. And at this moment, Su Taishu, observing from the void, saw Ye Chen's cultivation and fighting style. His mouth hung open, eyes wide with shock. How did Ye Chen suddenly have Heavenly Tribulation Realm cultivation again? From Qi refining to Golden Core, and now from Golden Core straight to Heavenly Tribulation. And this fighting style was so familiar. Su Taishu secretly reached down and touched his own old rear. One night in the past, a black-robed figure had broken into the Tianxuan Sect's back mountain to challenge Su Taishu, and had also used these underhanded techniques on him, kicking him right in the rear. Well done, lad. You hid yourself well enough to even deceive your master. Su Taishu nodded with a gratified expression, while a smug, cunning smile spread across his face. This disciple, clearly so powerful yet had concealed it from his master, even going so far as to secretly challenge his master and taking the opportunity to kick his backside, truly turning heaven and earth upside down. Once back, he must be properly taught and honed. At this moment, Liu Youqi stabilized his form in mid-air and roared, "Boy, you are so shameless, truly a disgrace to the dignity of cultivators. When dealing with a villain like you, what rules need to be followed?" Having said this, Ye Chen vanished once more, instantly appearing behind Liu Youqi, delivering another kick to his backside. This time Liu Youqi was prepared, turning to strike back. Ye Chen had no choice but to abandon his attack and evade using spatial displacement. The successive shameless tactics from Ye Chen drove Liu Youqi into a fury. At this point, he no longer entertained thoughts of capturing Ye Chen alive, wanting only to slay him immediately. He no longer held back, releasing his celestial Immortal Realm cultivation with all his might. In an instant, a powerful pressure pervaded the air, and the surrounding space began to collapse, several spatial rifts appearing. This was the Canglan Realm, not the Immortal Realm, incapable of withstanding the full pressure of a celestial immortal. Those rescued prodigies, overwhelmed by this terrifying might, all coughed up blood. Their faces turned ashen, bodies trembling violently. Some collapsed directly to the ground, gasping for breath yet finding no relief from the oppressive weight crushing their chests. Ye Chen's expression grew grave, feeling the pressure that threatened to crush him. His heart sank with a sense of impending doom. Humph, a mere disciple from the starry Immortal Sect, daring to act so insolently before this one. Su Taishu stepped out from the void. With a wave of his hand, he completely dispersed the celestial immortal pressure. "You! Who are you?" Liu Youqi's pressure was effortlessly scattered by Su Taishu, who then enveloped him in a powerful aura. His pupils contracted as his expression changed dramatically. He never expected such a formidable figure to exist in this lower realm. Su Taishu coldly sneered, "Who am I? You're not qualified to know. Today marks your doom." With that, Su Taishu flicked his hand, and a powerful force sent Liu Youqi flying. His garments were tattered and torn, blood pouring profusely from his mouth, staining the ground before him crimson. His body lay twisted, countless bones shattered. His limbs hung at grotesque, unnatural angles, as if completely devoid of sensation. His face was covered in blood and dust, his gaze hollow and vacant. Only a faint breath remained, like a candle in the wind, flickering on the brink of extinction. Cough, cough, cough. With each cough, more blood gushed from his mouth. "It's you. You are." Liu Youqi seemed to recognize who Su Taishu was. Terror filled his face, as if Su Taishu were a fearsome existence from nightmare. In the end, he could only stare wide-eyed, collapsing powerlessly to the ground, utterly dead, his divine soul completely annihilated. Seeing this, the Eastern family members all fell to their knees in terror, begging for mercy. Su Taishu coldly snorted, "You have committed countless evils. What use is begging?" The Eastern family members' faces turned ashen, fear permeating every soul. Lin Shuo stepped forward and asked, "Master, how should these people be dealt with? Conspiring with demons, the crime is unforgivable. The Eastern family members shall have their cultivation abolished. The innocent servants shall be dismissed. Dongfang Qingtian and the other participants shall all be executed." Su Taishu's gaze swept across the crowd as he spoke in a heavy voice. Lin Shuo nodded and carried out the orders. In no time, agonized cries echoed throughout the Eastern family. Those once arrogant clan members were now reduced to useless husks. It was only then that everyone realized Ye Chen had vanished into thin air. The anxious Luo Qingchong released her spiritual sense, searching desperately for any trace of Ye Chen. Su Taishu also frowned. His powerful divine sense swept through the area, but found no trace of Ye Chen. Even the void had been checked, yet there was no sign of Ye Chen's departure. Everyone was seized with anxiety. Meanwhile, Ye Chen stood in the midst of a vast starry sky. When the space began to collapse, he had used spatial displacement, intending to ambush Liu Youqi and stop him from continuing to release the celestial immortal pressure. Yet he was pulled by a mysterious force into this starry realm. At this moment, before Ye Chen floated a crystal coffin, and within it lay a breathtakingly beautiful woman devoid of any sign of life. The woman's beauty was enough to stop one's heart. Her skin was like snow, delicate and flawless. Her features were so exquisite they seemed the most perfect creation of the heavens. Her long eyelashes hung quietly, like butterflies at rest. Her seaweed-like black hair scattered carelessly around her, adding an even greater sense of gentle beauty. As Ye Chen gazed upon the woman in the crystal coffin, a memory relating to her suddenly appeared in his mind. This memory did not belong to Ye Chen, yet every detail felt as if he had experienced it personally. His eyes involuntarily glistened with a mist of tears. Ye Chen's gaze was firmly fixed on the woman's face, filled with deep affection and anguish. He slowly extended his hand, gently stroking her cheek through the crystal coffin, as if this could awaken her. Ling Er. Ye Chen uttered this name involuntarily. His voice trembled slightly, carrying infinite desolation. Despite Ye Chen's affectionate calling, Ling Er in the coffin showed no response, lying still. Her beautiful face was like a sleeping immortal. Ye Chen's hand rested on the crystal coffin, the sorrow in his eyes growing ever deeper. Ling Er, I'm sorry. I've returned too late. Ye Chen pressed against the crystal coffin, closing his eyes in agony as a tear slipped silently down his cheek. That tear fell upon the crystal coffin. Unnoticed by Ye Chen, the coffin absorbed the tear, which then transformed into a streak of light that quietly slipped into his body. Ye Chen was still immersed in sorrow when, suddenly, a powerful and mysterious force wrapped around him. The scene before him began to blur as his body was involuntarily drawn into a vortex. What's happening? Ye Chen was startled, but before he could react further, he was ejected from this vast starry sky. The moment he vanished, a soft, ethereal voice from the woman echoed behind him. You've returned, but the you now is no longer the you of before. Ye Chen felt his vision go dark. When he opened his eyes again, he stood once more before the Eastern family's mountain gate, his face blank with confusion. He felt he had forgotten something, yet he couldn't recall. He had absolutely no memory of what had transpired in the starry sky. Ye Chen. The anxious Luo Qingqing spotted Ye Chen's appearance. Overcome with emotion, she called his name and threw herself into his arms. Where have you been? You had us worried sick. The confused Ye Chen snapped back to reality. I'm fine. I was just trapped in spatial turbulence just now. He gently patted Luo Qingqing's back. He had completely forgotten everything that happened in the starry sky, remembering only that he had remained in the spatial turbulence for a while. The others felt relieved upon seeing Ye Chen return. Murong Shui stood not far away, watching everything unfold with a complex expression. Now that she knew Ye Chen's true cultivation level, she was filled with regret. Had it not been for her greed back then, she would not have ended up in such a predicament. For Ye Chen to be accepted as a disciple by Su Taishu and achieve the 8th stage of qi refining in merely half a year, how could he possibly be a waste? He simply chose not to reveal his true abilities, preferring to avoid attention and despising the notion of competing for fame and fortune with those who considered themselves geniuses. Now everything was beyond redemption. Because of her, the Heavenly Sound Pavilion would become a laughingstock across the Canglan continent for having broken off an engagement with a supreme prodigy. Ye Chen. Thank you. Murong Shui stepped forward, words failing her, and could only offer those 2 words of gratitude. Don't thank me. I didn't come to save you. Saving you was merely incidental. Ye Chen spoke expressionlessly before turning to lead Luo Qingqing and Su Chen into the Eastern family's compound. Luo Qingqing paused beside Murong Shui, casting her a deep, lingering glance. Upon entering the Eastern family's compound, Ye Chen made his way directly toward the treasury. He had long had his eye on the Eastern family's spirit stones. With the family disbanded, these spirit stones certainly shouldn't fall into someone else's hands. Outside the Eastern family's treasury stood a powerful restriction, its intricate patterns carefully observed by Su Chen. This restriction is rather tricky. A smirk played at the corner of Ye Chen's mouth. No worries, leave it to me. He casually formed a hand seal, channeling a beam of light into the restriction. The restriction emitted a buzzing sound before shattering apart. Let's go! Ye Chen called out, leading the way into the treasury. Within lay treasures of every kind, artifacts, spirit stones, and elixirs displayed in abundance. Ye Chen's eyes sparkled as he rushed toward the area where spirit stones were stored. Ha! So many spirit stones. This time we've struck it rich. Ye Chen beamed with delight, unable to contain his excitement. The Eastern family had amassed quite a fortune by exploiting the incident of immortal beings recruiting disciples. Now all of it had fallen into Ye Chen and his companions' hands. Luo Qingqing and Su Chen were also stunned by the sheer wealth before them. So many artifacts and elixirs. More than even our sect's treasury. Ye Chen couldn't help but exclaim. The spirit stones are mine. Nobody competes with me for this. As Ye Chen spoke, he opened his storage ring and began filling it with spirit stones. Knowing Ye Chen's passion for spirit stones, Liu Qingqing, Ye Chen, and Su Cheng had no intention of claiming any. They proceeded to sweep up all the artifacts and elixirs. Emerging from the Eastern family, Ye Chen hummed a little tune along the way, his mood as cheerful as a little fox that had just stolen a spiritual fruit. His storage ring was now packed to the brim with spirit stones. With matters settled, Su Taishu waved his hand grandly, carrying everyone back to the Tianxuan Sect. In the sect's back mountain stood a purple bamboo forest. After landing, Su Taishu, Lin Shuo, Su Cheng, Liu Qingqing, and Ye Chen all fixed their gazes on Ye Chen. They waited for him to provide a reasonable explanation. Those eyes seemed capable of seeing through his very soul. Ye Chen felt his scalp tingle under their scrutiny, extremely uncomfortable. He knew that his secret about suppressing his cultivation could no longer be hidden. An eerie silence filled the air. Finally, Ye Chen couldn't bear it any longer. Stop staring at me like that. It's creepy. He tried to appear relaxed as he shrugged. Fine. I won't pretend anymore. I'm a hidden master. I've had enough of the act. You can ask whatever you want directly. Ye Chen spread his hands wide, adopting the posture of honesty earns leniency, resistance earns harsh punishment, while secretly feeling triumphant. You bunch, think you can see through me? Liu Qingqing broke the silence first. Your current cultivation level is that your true level? Her tone was gentle, yet carried a hint of probing. Yes, first stage of tribulation transcendence. Ye Chen spread his hands, answering quite candidly. Is there anything else you've been hiding from us? Ye Chen followed closely, her tone slightly disgruntled. After knowing each other for years, she was still kept in the dark, occasionally shaken by one revelation after another. Upon my honor, I'm an honest good child. Ye Chen put on an innocent face. After a pause, he added, except for this matter of suppressing my cultivation. Then, was Night Shadow you? Lin Shuo's gaze sharpened as he stared directly at Ye Chen, memories of past events surfacing one after another. Outside Tianwu City, beaten black and blue by Night Shadow, cultivating in his room, Night Shadow barged in demanding a competition. You figured it out. Ye Chen rubbed his nose and grinned. He knew he couldn't keep up the pretense any longer, so he might as well come clean. Lin Shuo's fists clenched tightly, wanting nothing more than to drag this insufferable junior brother outside for a good thrashing. Meanwhile, Su Cheng leaped up abruptly, pointing at Ye Chen with a shocked expression. Night Shadow, you're the one who gave me the 9-turn golden spirit fruit to help me break through to nascent soul and comprehend the loss. Ye Chen raised an eyebrow, giving Su Cheng a look that said you've just realized now. Great. I knew that whoever gave me the 9-turn golden spirit fruit must be someone closest to me. Su Cheng appeared extraordinarily excited, completely forgetting about being beaten black and blue by Night Shadow outside Tianwu City. He only remembered that Night Shadow had helped him comprehend sword intent, assisted him in breaking through to nascent soul, enabled him to comprehend loss at the nascent soul stage, and given him the 9-turn golden spirit fruit that greatly enhanced his natural talents. What a fool! Ye Chen muttered at the excited Su Chen. When did it all begin? Su Taishu spoke slowly, his tone profound. He could be certain that when he first accepted Ye Chen as a disciple, Ye Chen had absolutely no cultivation at all. It was within these few years that he had grown to this level. My cultivation advanced step by step. I only broke through to tribulation transcendence recently. I didn't tell you because I was afraid you'd call me a monster. Ye Chen scratched his head, revealing a helpless smile. It was you who beat up the Grand Elder and the Fifth Elder and stole their artifacts and spirit stones, wasn't it? Su Taishu continued his questioning. This was indeed my doing. Those two elders are insufferable and domineering every day. I was upholding justice and giving them a lesson. Ye Chen laughed awkwardly. Su Taishu nodded, agreeing with Ye Chen's approach. And the one who came to challenge me in the back mountain, was that also you? Su Taishu's tone suddenly turned sharp, as the memory of that night made even his posterior tingle with phantom pain. Ye Chen scratched his head, grinning. Old Su, that was just a friendly sparring session. A sparring session. He looked at Su Taishu with an ingratiating smile, secretly thinking, who told you to stick your butt out so provocatively? Su Taishu's lips twitched, his gaze malevolent as he stared at Ye Chen. This kid was truly insufferable. Hey, Su the demon, you're not going to be a sore loser, are you? Ye Chen, sensing Su Taishu's ominous gaze, felt something was amiss and prepared to make a spatial escape at any moment. He knew the educational session was probably unavoidable. Lin Shuo also fixed Ye Chen with an unfriendly stare. His black eyes couldn't have been beaten for nothing, there had to be payback. Ye Chen, noting Lin Shuo's hostile gaze, sensed growing peril and immediately attempted spatial teleportation to flee the scene. However, damn, space blockade. The surrounding space had been sealed by Su Taishu, rendering Ye Chen's teleportation futile. At that moment, Ye Chen finally realized that during his previous challenge to the old demon Su, the latter had deliberately let him escape, otherwise, he would never have had the chance to flee. My dear disciple, where do you think you're running off to? Su Taishu and Lin Shuo rolled up their sleeves, ready to deliver an unforgettable lesson to Ye Chen. Phew! Su old demon, you win. Ye Chen adopted a resigned posture. But just as Su Taishu and Lin Shuo relaxed their guard, Ye Chen's figure abruptly vanished. Then, a small tower materialized out of thin air, floating softly to the ground before expanding until it towered into the clouds. Su Taishu and Lin Shuo were dumbfounded. They had forgotten about Ye Chen's Star Soul Tower. Ha, Su old demon, little Lin, you fell for it. You can't hit me. You can't hit me. The purple bamboo grove echoed with Ye Chen's insufferably smug laughter. Su Taishu and Lin Shuo exchanged a glance, both wearing helpless expressions. Su Taishu couldn't believe he had been outwitted by his own disciple. Lin Shuo shook his head with a wry smile. Master, what should we do? Can he hide in that tower forever? This is my purple bamboo grove. The moment he steps out, he'll get his due punishment. A sly glint flickered in Su Taishu's eyes. Luo Qingqing, Yu Chu Man, and Su Chen stood to the side, exchanging bewildered glances. What an eccentric master and disciples. Naturally, Su Chen would add, not including me. Inside the tower, Ye Chen was gloating as he watched the two outside. You want to teach me a lesson? No way. Wait out there for 10 years or so. I've got all the time in the world, he muttered to himself. He controlled the Star Soul Tower to teleport Luo Qingcheng inside as well. Of course, he couldn't leave a beauty waiting outside. Stepping into the tower, Luo Qingcheng blinked her big, beautiful eyes in confusion. Ye Chen, why are Senior Su and the others so angry? Is it just because you concealed your cultivation? That doesn't seem like such a grave offense, she couldn't help voicing her doubt. Ye Chen looked a bit embarrassed. I once disguised myself as Night Shadow and challenged Su Old Demon in the back mountain. I kicked him in the backside. Ye Chen shrugged helplessly and recounted the whole story of Su Old Demon and Lin Shuo. A stifled laugh escaped Luo Qingqing. Ye Chen, you're hilarious, you even dared to challenge your own master. Ye Chen chuckled. Hey, old Su is always so stern. I just wanted to give him some excitement. Ye Chen put his arm around Luo Qingcheng's shoulders and led her to the top floor of the Star Soul Tower. They set up a campfire, roasted meat, and drank wine until late into the night. Luo Qingcheng felt a bit awkward, for the top floor was an open room with only one bed. Though she and Ye Chen were already close, sharing a bed was something she wasn't mentally prepared for. Ye Chen noticed her discomfort. You take the top, I'll take the bottom. He pointed to the bed, then to the floor. How can that be? You should be on top, and I should be on the bottom. Luo Qingcheng blushed, her head slightly bowed, her hands nervously twisting the hem of her clothes. No, I'm a man. I'll sleep on the floor, and you'll sleep on the bed. Ye Chen stood firm, patting his chest. Then. All right. I'll sleep on the bed. Luo Qingcheng nodded shyly, a hint of bashfulness in her eyes. She felt something was oddly off, but couldn't pinpoint what. After they lay down, the room fell silent, broken only by the sound of their breathing. Luo Qingcheng was too nervous to move, while Ye Chen obediently lay on the floor without a word. In truth, Ye Chen could easily alter the internal structure of the Star Soul Tower, but he chose not to. He simply wanted to stay close to Luo Qingcheng. Ye Chen, are you asleep? After a while, Luo Qingcheng whispered. Not yet, Ye Chen's voice came from the floor. Actually, maybe you should come up and sleep. The floor is too cold. Luo Qingcheng bit her lip lightly, her voice barely audible. Ye Chen's heart stirred. He longed to jump onto the bed and enjoy the feeling of having a beauty in his arms. No, I'm a grown man. A little hardship means nothing. But he refused, Sensing her trembling voice, she clearly wasn't ready. All right. If you feel cold, come on up. A warmth spread through Luo Qinchen's heart. She was extremely nervous, never having shared a room with a man before. They were cultivators. A bit of chill from the floor was nothing. She simply couldn't bear to see him sleep on the floor. Ye Chen, please come up and sleep. After a while longer, her conscience got the better of her, and she spoke again. Ye Chen hesitated. All right. But you mustn't move around, just sleep beside me. Luo Qicheng bit her lip nervously. I promise I won't move. Ye Chen quietly climbed onto the bed and lay down beside her. Both of them were tense, careful not to get too close. The room was so quiet you could hear each other's heartbeats. Luo Qicheng turned slightly to look at Ye Chen's profile, bathed in moonbeams streaming through the window, making him appear exceptionally handsome. Just then, Ye Chen turned his head as well. Their eyes met, and for an instant, time seemed to stand still. Ye Chen couldn't help leaning closer. Luo Qicheng trembled but didn't pull away. He gently kissed her forehead. Luo Qinchen's face flushed crimson. Ye Chen's hand slid toward her waist. Ye Chen, don't. I'm not ready. Feeling his touch, her heart raced, and her voice quivered. Ye Chen paused, then realized she had misunderstood. What are you thinking, little girl? I just wanted to hold you while we sleep. He flicked her forehead lightly. Luo Qicheng realized her mistake. Her already flushed face burned even hotter. She had been the one overthinking. She buried her face tightly in Ye Chen's chest, too shy to look into his eyes, her fingers clutching his clothes. Ye Chen sensed her shyness, let out a soft chuckle, and gently pulled her closer. Qinchan, why be shy? You'll marry me soon enough. Luo Qicheng, too embarrassed to reply, nuzzled her head against his chest, her burning cheek still pressed to his breast. For half a month, Ye Chen never once stepped out of the Star Soul Tower. By night, he held the beauty in his arms. By day, he watched her cultivate. During that time, Luo Qicheng refined a portion of the Empress's inheritance fruit and broke through to the divine integration stage. Su Chen and Yu Chumen also cultivated their respective inheritances in the purple bamboo grove, both breaking through to the divine transformation stage. Ye Chen, meanwhile, had not been idle. He refined all the spirit stones plundered from the Eastern clan, directly elevating his cultivation to the 5th level of the Tribulation Transcendent stage. During that fortnight, the tale of Ye Chen's battle against a celestial being and his rescue of the young prodigies of the entire Canglan continent spread throughout the land. In an instant, Ye Chen's fame blazed across the Canglan continent. Every corner echoed with the story of his confrontation with the celestial, and the people were filled with reverence and admiration. In the tea houses of every city, storytellers vividly recounted the legendary feat of Ye Chen's battle against the celestial. Behold that Ye Chen, young in years yet possessing earth-shaking prowess. Facing the celestial being, he showed not a trace of fear. Divine weapon in hand, celestial energy swirling around him like a war god descended. The listeners were spellbound, gasping in awe from time to time. The celestial unleashed myriad mystical techniques of terrifying power, causing mountains to crumble and rivers to reverse. But our Lord Ye Chen, with a mere flicker, effortlessly evaded and struck back with a devastating blow. Someone couldn't help interrupting. What formidable technique did Ye Chen actually use? The storyteller slammed his wooden block and raised his voice. Patience, let me recount it slowly. The great hero Ye Chen employed a long-lost supreme art, radiating dazzling light, forcing the celestial to retreat step by step. In another bustling market, heated discussions were also underway. I heard that when Ye Chen fought the celestial, the sky was dyed in 7 colors. The scene was simply unimaginable. Indeed, it is said that the celestial summoned countless monstrous beasts, but Ye Chen, with a single wave of his sleeve, annihilated them all. And more. Someone saw Ye Chen radiating a strange light, brighter than the sun, so blinding that the celestial could not even open his eyes. Various exaggerated and fantastical versions circulated across the Canglan continent. Ye Chen's name became legend among the people, as if his image had transcended mortality and become a hero of myth. Meanwhile, some mocked the Qin Pavilion for breaking off an engagement with a peerless prodigy. In an instant, the entire Qin Pavilion became a laughingstock. Many sect elders seized this opportunity, bringing their juniors and sect holy maidens to the Tianxuan Sect, hoping to arrange a marriage contract with Ye Chen. However, after the Qin Pavilion engagement incident, Shuangjin Shenren was cautious and declined them all. That day, Ye Chen prepared to undergo his tribulation. Each minor advancement in the tribulation transcendent stage required a thunder tribulation. Ye Chen had advanced 4 minor realms within the Star Soul Tower, and now he had to face the thunder tribulation. If he did not undergo the tribulation after each advancement, the tribulations would accumulate, and when he finally did, they would descend together. Within the Star Soul Tower, Ye Chen had been isolated from the heavenly Tao, accumulating 4 thunder tribulations that could no longer be delayed. 4 realms worth of tribulations descending at once would be more than ordinary cultivators could withstand. Even a celestial would find it difficult to endure. Several times Ye Chen poked his head out of the Star Soul Tower to check if Su Taishu was in the purple bamboo grove. Confirming that Su Taishu was not there, he swiftly dashed out of the tower and headed toward the distant mountain range. Rolling thunderclouds formed in the sky, rumbling loudly. Luo Qingqing, Yu Chuman, and Su Chen stood on a distant peak, worried for Ye Chen. They could not imagine how fierce the quadruple tribulation would be. Ye Chen rushed to the top of a mountain. Using the heavenly Dao Pearl, he suppressed his own aura, casually plucked a few leaves, and infused them with his energy. Come on, let me see how formidable these accumulated tribulations really are. Ye Chen stood on the peak, shouting at the thickening thunderclouds above. Boom! The first thunderbolt descended like a silver dragon, charging straight at Ye Chen. He casually tossed a leaf, which transformed into a Ye Chen clone and rushed toward the lightning. The thunderbolt struck the leaf clone, producing a tremendous roar and blinding radiance. The clone was shattered into pieces by the immense impact. Immediately, the second thunderbolt followed, even thicker and more ferocious than the first. Ye Chen threw another leaf. The moment the leaf clone touched the lightning, it turned to ash. The remnant force of the tribulation slammed viciously into the mountaintop, causing earth-shaking tremors and sending rocks flying. Dust surged like a tidal wave, blotting out the sun and shrouding everything. The trees on the peak were instantly pulverized by the violent power, burning to cinders. A dull rumble came from within the mountain, as if it were groaning in agony. Luo Qingqing and the others watched from afar, burning with anxiety yet powerless. Ye Chen, you must hold on. Luo Qingqing murmured, her eyes reddening. Su Chen clenched his fists. Junior brother, stay strong. Yu Chuman pressed her palms together in silent prayer. The tribulations grew stronger with each bolt. Luo Qingqing and the others' hearts were in their throats, staring intently in Ye Chen's direction. Yet Ye Chen, amidst the tribulation, appeared completely unruffled, as if nothing were happening. Every time a thunderbolt struck, Ye Chen tossed a leaf, while he himself teleported to another spot, enjoying the game immensely. After 36 thunderbolts, the tribulation was complete, and the light gradually faded. That's all? Ye Chen looked up at the sky, feeling that the fun was not yet over. As the tribulation clouds dispersed, Luo Qingqing, Su Chen, and Yu Chuman rushed toward Ye Chen. Luo Qingqing's eyes still held faint tears. But when they arrived, worried, they saw Ye Chen standing there calmly, even looking a bit unsatisfied. This! Su Chen and Yu Chuman were stunned. Ye Chen seemed more like he had been on an outing than undergoing a tribulation. Ye Chen, you scared me to death. Luo Qingqing still rushed to him in worry and punched him lightly on the chest. Ye Chen felt a warm surge in his heart as he saw their worried faces. I'm sorry for worrying you. Look, I'm perfectly fine. Let's head back first. Back at the purple bamboo grove, Lin Shuo was already waiting. Ye Chen grew cautious upon seeing him, immediately sensing whether Su Taishu was also there, ready to spring an ambush and give him a lesson of love. Little junior brother, don't be nervous. I have something to tell you all. Lin Shuo smiled and waved his hand at Ye Chen's tense demeanor. What is it? Don't deceive me, is old demon Su lurking nearby? Ye Chen remained on high alert, afraid that Su Taishu would launch a surprise attack. Master has left. Lin Shuo lowered his head slightly, his tone calm. Left? Where did Master go, and when will he return? Su Chen asked hastily, not fully understanding the meaning of left. Su Chen asked hastily, but Ye Chen seemed to guess something and nodded thoughtfully. He suspected that Su Taishu had gone to the Immortal Realm to deal with the matter of the Starfall Celestial Sect practicing demonic arts. But he wondered whether Su Taishu was his senior brother or someone else. Master should not return. Lin Shuo sighed softly, his expression calm. What? Why is Master leaving? Did something happen? Has he abandoned us? Master hasn't abandoned us. He has something important to attend to. Lin Shuo shook his head slightly, his expression grave. Ye Chen gently patted Su Chen's shoulder. Don't worry, second senior brother. I believe it won't be long before we see Su the demon again. A subtle smile curved Ye Chen's lips, confidence gleaming in his eyes. He gazed upward at the sky, already discerning Su Taishu's whereabouts. Before he left, Master left you all with some things. With those words, Lin Shuo produced several jade slips, distributing them to Su Cheng, Yu Chuman, and Luo Qingqing. Immortal Emperor's origin. Ye Chen's eyes widened as he recognized the Immortal Emperor's origin sealed within the jade slips. The Immortal Emperor's origin was truly a treasure, capable of rapidly elevating a cultivator's cultivation level without adverse effects. Crucially, upon complete refinement, it could assist the refiner in prematurely condensing the very origin unique to an Immortal Emperor. Ye Chen hadn't anticipated that Su the demon possessed such a precious treasure, yet he had generously shared it. Immortal Emperor's origins were extraordinarily rare, extractable only upon an Immortal Emperor's death. Immortal Emperors were immortal and nearly impossible to slay, rendering their origin incomparably precious and scarce. This further solidified Ye Chen's suspicions about Su Taishu's true identity, while also elevating his estimates of the elder's cultivation prowess. Considering Su Taishu's Lulu Youqi from the heavenly Immortal Realm as easily as killing a dog, his cultivation must surpass even the true immortal stage. Ye Chen eyed the jade slip containing the Immortal Emperor's origin with intense longing, recognizing its immense value to himself. Yet when it came to Ye Chen's turn, the jade slips had run out. Ji gone. What about mine? Ye Chen gazed at Lin Shuo with desperate, longing eyes. All gone. Master didn't leave any jade slips for you. Lin Shuo spread his hands, expressing helplessness. This. Ye Chen began questioning his existence, wondering if he wasn't truly his master's disciple. You old demon Su. Holding a grudge, aren't you? Am I not your real disciple anymore? You couldn't even save me some of the good stuff. Ye Chen stomped his feet furiously, cursing through gritted teeth. Alas! Master predicted accurately you were indeed going to curse him. Lin Shuo shook his head helplessly, withdrawing a storage ring from his chest and handing it to Ye Chen. Master said giving you the Immortal Emperor's origin would be harmful rather than beneficial, so he left you this instead. Ye Chen accepted the storage ring, probing it with his spiritual sense, and his face immediately lit up with joy. Inside lay countless supreme-grade spirit stones, at least several million. How? Su the demon is indeed my true master. He's got some conscience after all. Ye Chen gleefully waved the storage ring in his hand, his grin stretching from ear to ear. Luo Qingqing and the others were left speechless by the lightning-fast transformation from declaring himself not a true disciple to immediately claiming his master as his own the moment he received benefits. Yet Luo Qingqing and the others clutched their jade slips, completely unaware of what the Immortal Emperor's origin was or its purpose. Only after Ye Chen's explanation did they grasp its utility, and their eyes widened with excitement. This could help them rapidly advance their cultivation and achieve ascension sooner. Holy, the Immortal Emperor's origin. This thing is that incredible. Su Cheng gripped the jade slip, his eyes bulging. Exactly. With this, our ascension to the Immortal Realm is just around the corner. Yu Chuman was equally exhilarated. What's so great about ascending to the Immortal Realm? Ye Chen sneered, his expression dripping with contempt. In his view, the Immortal Realm differed nothing from the lower realms its inhabitants too commenced cultivation from the qi refining stage, with even more restrictions. Moreover, he harbored lingering resentment toward the Wuji Immortal Emperor for casting him down to the lower realm. Ye Chen, with words like that, doesn't every cultivator pursue cultivation precisely for the chance to ascend and seek the path of eternal longevity? An expression of longing crossed Luo Qingqing's face. Qingqing, do you yearn to ascend to the Immortal Realm? Ye Chen raised an eyebrow. Who wouldn't desire ascension if given the chance? Luo Qingqing nodded earnestly. Very well, come cultivate in my Star Soul Tower. It can accelerate your cultivation progress. Ye Chen led the three into the Star Soul Tower. Within the Star Soul Tower, Ye Chen could manipulate the flow of time, currently set to a maximum of 5 times the normal rate. 5 years inside would equate to merely 1 year in the outside world. This place is truly marvelous. Su Chen marveled at the surrounding environment, his curiosity piqued. The spiritual energy here is so abundant. Yu Chuman inhaled deeply, feeling a sense of pure comfort throughout her body. Work diligently in your cultivation, strive for an early ascension, and I'll take you all on a tour of the Immortal Realm. Ye Chen slapped Su Chen's shoulder with an air of mature wisdom. Work diligently in your cultivation, strive for an early ascension, and I'll take you all on a tour of the Immortal Realm. Without further delay, the group quickly found spots and sat cross-legged in meditation, taking out the jade slip left by Su Taishu and pressing it against their foreheads. The Imperial Emperor's origin within the jade slip swiftly entered their bodies, waiting only to be gradually refined by them. Yet Ye Chen had run to the top floor of the Star Soul Tower, lounging in a reclining chair while leisurely gazing at the scenery outside, with several plates of spirit fruits placed on the table before him. He was in no hurry to refine spirit stones and enhance his cultivation. He wanted to wait until Luo Qingcheng and the others had raised their cultivation levels first. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed in the outside world. 3 years outside, 15 years inside the tower. This span of 15 years brought earth-shaking changes to Su Cheng and his companions. Although Luo Qingcheng had spent half her time on the top floor accompanying Ye Chen, she had still refined a portion of the Imperial Emperor's origin and was the first to break through to the 9th stage of tribulation transcendence. With Ye Chen's assistance, the 9 heavenly thunder tribulations were easily overcome. Ye Chen had also refined some spirit stones, keeping his cultivation at the 9th stage of tribulation transcendence. They were waiting for Su Cheng and Yu Chumen's cultivation to catch up, so they could break through to false immortal and ascend to the upper realm together. 3 years. I'm suffocating. Ye Chen stretched and rose from his recliner. He had been staying on the top floor of the Star Soul Tower the entire time, where the flow of time was identical to the outside world. So he had experienced 3 years, while Su Cheng and the others had endured 15. Ye Chen picked up a spirit fruit and bit into it, juice spraying in all directions. Second senior brother and Chu Man should be emerging from seclusion soon. Ye Chen looked up at the sky, calculating with his fingers. I wonder what their cultivation levels are now. A hint of mischief tugged at the corners of his lips. Shortly after, Su Cheng and Yu Chumen awoke from their meditation. I've broken through to the 9th stage of tribulation transcendence. Su Cheng leaped up excitedly. Me too. Yu Chumen was equally thrilled. We can ascend together now. Su Cheng clenched his fists, his fighting spirit soaring. Yes, it won't be long now. Ye Chen nodded, a sharp glint flickering in his eyes. Let's go, get some fresh air. Before ascending, let's take care of some business first. Ye Chen waved his hand grandly and led the 3 of them out of the Star Soul Tower. Ye Chen knew that before ascending, Luo Qingcheng and Yu Chumen would definitely want to return to the 100 Flowers Palace. They had been adopted and raised by Yao Miu at the 100 Flowers Palace since childhood. It was their home. Before ascending, they wanted to leave some protection for the 100 Flowers Palace so they could ascend with peace of mind. Ye Chen had already prepared this for them, a sword intent jade slip left by Su Taishu that could instantly kill cultivators at the tribulation transcendent stage. As long as they had this jade slip, they would be invincible on the Canglan continent. At the 100 Flowers Palace, medicinal fragrances permeated the air as 100 flowers competed in splendor. Master! The moment Luo Qingqing saw Yao Miu, she rushed forward and threw herself into her arms. You girl, you're all grown up now, yet you still act like a child. Yao Miu affectionately stroked Luo Qingqing's head. Master, I'm going to ascend to the Immortal Realm. Luo Qingqing nestled in Yao Miu's embrace, speaking softly. Yao Miu was momentarily stunned, then a smile of pride spread across her face. Qingqing, your master is proud of you. Master, there's me too. Yu Chumen stepped forward as well, taking Yao Miu's hand. Yao Miu nodded with a smile. Good, good, you are both worthy disciples of your master. Yao Miu was deeply gratified that her disciples were ascending to immortality at such a young age. She wondered how many years it had been since any cultivator on the Canglan continent had ascended. At the same time, she knew it was all thanks to Ye Chen's assistance. Master, ascend with us. Luo Qingcheng grasped Yao Miu's hand, pleading. Yu Chumen echoed, yes, master, we don't want to be separated from you. They had been raised by Yao Miu's own hands since childhood, and the thought of parting was unbearable. This separation might be forever. My cultivation level isn't sufficient yet. We'll discuss it later. Yao Miu shook her head, politely declining. Senior, my Star Soul Tower can shield from heaven's detection. Bringing someone along to ascend is no problem. Ye Chen suddenly spoke up. What? Your Star Soul Tower can bring people to ascend? Yao Miu stared at Ye Chen in shock. What level of treasure could possibly shield from heaven's detection? Yes, that's right. Ye Chen nodded, utterly calm. This. Yao Miui hesitated for a moment, then shook her head. The 100 Flowers Palace still needs me to protect it. When it no longer needs my protection, it won't be too late for me to ascend them. She too was reluctant to part with her 2 disciples, but she simply could not let go of the 100 Flowers Palace. Ye Chen and Luo Qingqing tightly embraced Yao Miui, tears streaming down their faces unbidden. Master, please take good care of yourself. Ye Chen's voice trembled with tears. Master, we will miss you dearly. Luo Qingqing sobbed. Yao Miui gently patted their backs and comforted them. Silly children, don't cry. Ascension is a blessing. I will await your good news here. Ye Chen watched quietly from the side, his heart filled with emotion. Luo Qingqing and Ye Chen slowly released Yao Miui and wiped away their tears. Master, we will cultivate diligently and make a name for ourselves in the Immortal Realm. When the time comes, we will come back to bring you there. Luo Qingqing's gaze was resolute. Good, good. Yao Miui nodded, then turned to Ye Chen. Ye Chen, may I ask a favor of you? Yao Miui looked at Ye Chen with utmost seriousness. Senior, please speak your mind. Ye Chen gave a slight nod. Please take Shao Tao with you to the Upper Realm as well. Yao Miui looked at Ye Chen with hopeful expectation. Of course, I had already planned to bring Shao Tao along for the ascension. As he spoke, Ye Chen took out the jade slip from his storage ring and handed it to Yao Miui. Senior, this was left by my master, Su Loma. It can instantly kill Tribulation Transcendence cultivators. Keep it for protection. Instantly kill Tribulation Transcendence cultivators. Yao Miui took the jade slip, her heart filled with surprise and delight. She had witnessed Ye Chen use this jade talisman before. Its power was astonishing, seemingly surpassing that of the Tribulation Transcendence stage. Thank you. Yao Miui accepted the jade slip solemnly. Master, take care. Luo Qingqing embraced Yao Miui once more, her eyes brimming with reluctance. Ye Chen and the others departed from Baiwo Palace with Shao Tao, who had never been separated from her master before and wept profusely, her face streaked with tears like rain on pear blossoms. Meanwhile, Yao Miui stood atop the highest point of Baiwo Palace, watching them fade into the distance. She knew this might well be the last time she would ever see her 3 disciples. Yet she harbored no regret. Instead, she felt joy that her disciples were able to ascend so soon. This was the path of immortality that countless cultivators across the Canglan continent dreamed of but could never attain. She also knew that with the extraordinary prodigy Ye Chen by their side, her disciples would live even better lives once they ascended to the Immortal Realm. And she would continue to protect Baiwo Palace, waiting for the day she might reunite with them. Ye Chen led the group back to the Tianxuan Sect, where Lin Shuo had already made all the necessary arrangements, as he too would be ascending to the Immortal Realm this time. Before his departure, Su Taishu had left behind a wealth of cultivation resources, all of which Lin Shuo gave to Shuangji, so that the Tianxuan Sect could nurture Tribulation Transcendence cultivators as soon as possible. He had also left a sword intent jade talisman for Shuangji. With Su Taishu and Lin Shuo both gone, the Tianxuan Sect had no Tribulation Transcendence masters left. This sword intent jade talisman would ensure that the sect would not be swallowed up by other factions. With everything arranged, Ye Chen led the group into the Star Soul Tower for their final push toward the Void Immortal Realm, where breakthroughs could be achieved more swiftly. 5 days passed outside the tower, and within it, the group successively broke through to the Void Immortal Realm, ready to exit and undergo their heavenly tribulation to ascend on the spot. They nodded to one another on the first level of the Star Soul Tower, exchanging knowing smiles. All were prepared for the tribulation. With a thought, Ye Chen withdrew the Star Soul Tower into his body, and in an instant, they all appeared above the Tianxuan Sect. Shao Tao remained inside the Star Soul Tower, having only recently reached core formation. Behind her stood the 2 spirit beasts. Shao Bai and Shao He. Ye Chen had not forgotten them and intended to bring them along to the Immortal Realm as well. Thick bolts of lightning right through the clouds, as if ready to strike down at any moment. Lin Shuo was the first to dart toward the distant mountain range, with Ye Chen and the others following close behind. They dared not undergo tribulation at the Tianxuan Sect. It would utterly destroy the entire sect. This heavenly tribulation looks rather terrifying. Lin Shuo gazed up at the sky with a grim expression. Ye Chen, however, remained perfectly composed. Everyone, fear not, just give it your all. The moment the words left his mouth, the first tribulation bolt crashed down, like a silver dragon lunging straight at Luo Qingqing. Luo Qingqing let out a delicate cry, bracing herself to resist with all her might. But Ye Chen flashed in front of her in an instant, and the silver thunder dragon struck him square in the chest. Ye Chen felt a strange electric energy surging through his body. The heavenly doll pearl that accompanied him was silently absorbing the tribulation energy in its entirety. This! Ye Chen was astonished. This was the first time the heavenly doll pearl had ever demonstrated the ability to absorb heavenly tribulation. Previously, it could only refine and absorb spiritually charged items like spirit stones. Absorbing lightning itself was an unprecedented occurrence. Ye Chen, are you alright? Luo Qingquan's expression was tense with worry. The others did not know that the lightning had been absorbed by Ye Chen. They only saw the thunderbolts strike him mercilessly. Ye Chen had no time to respond, for the second tribulation lightning descended immediately. Yet, just like the first strike, the moment it touched Ye Chen, the heavenly doll pearl swiftly absorbed it, leaving not a trace behind. Ye Chen sensed the changes within the heavenly doll pearl, both startled and overjoyed. This mysterious heavenly doll pearl had always been one of his greatest secrets. Now, revealing such extraordinary abilities under the tribulation lightning, it filled him with boundless anticipation for his future path of cultivation. The absorbed lightning gradually coalesced within the heavenly doll pearl, forming a radiant orb of blinding light. Ye Chen could clearly sense the terrifyingly violent and immensely powerful thunder force contained within the orb, as if it might erupt at any moment. This is the Thunder Doll origin. Ye Chen sensed that the heavenly doll pearl was using the absorbed lightning to condense the Thunder Doll origin. His heart trembled with shock and exhilaration. Origin that was something only immortal emperors could condense. Yet the heavenly doll pearl had helped him form it the moment he broke through to false immortal. This could serve as a trump card for the future. The tribulation lightning seemed to sense Ye Chen's intentions and grew even more ferocious. It abandoned its assault on Lin Shuo and the other three. Instead, it gathered all their lightning together, forming an enormous pillar of thunder that crashed down upon Ye Chen with savage fury, as if it would annihilate everything. If this colossal thunder pillar struck him, he would surely be reduced to ashes, his divine soul destroyed. Ye Chen, Luo Qingquan and the others were greatly alarmed. They could not understand why the tribulation lightning had suddenly abandoned its attack on them four, converging instead to target Ye Chen alone. Ye Chen stepped forward to meet the thunder pillar. The pillar struck him, yet all of it was absorbed by the heavenly doll pearl. Ye Chen remained as calm as ever, utterly unharmed. Luo Qingqing, Lin Shuo, Su Chen and the others, seeing that Ye Chen was unharmed, finally relaxed their anxious hearts. Yet another even more violent pillar of thunder swiftly formed in the heavens, as if it would not relent until Ye Chen was destroyed. The ascension tribulation of Ye Chen and the other five sent tremors throughout the entire Canglan continent. Their tribulation lightning was over 10 times more powerful than any that previous ascending cultivators had ever faced. Cultivators from various sects and clans gazed upward in horror, their eyes fixed upon the terrifying phenomenon in the sky. Such a fearsome tribulation, this is truly unprecedented. A young cultivator wore an expression of terror on his face. Someone is ascending to immortality. After all these years, our Canglan continent finally has cultivators capable of ascending to the Immortal Realm. An elderly cultivator sighed with deep emotion, his eyes filled with envy. I wonder which senior is so formidable, capable of summoning such a world-shaking tribulation lightning. A middle-aged cultivator murmured to himself, his heart overflowing with reverence for Ye Chen. Humph, with lightning this powerful, that person probably won't survive. Most likely they'll be reduced to dust. There were also jealous individuals standing by, coldly mocking. Regardless, this is a momentous occasion for our Canglan continent. I hope this senior succeeds in ascending. A female cultivator clasped her hands together, silently praying. Please let them all safely pass through the tribulation. Yao Miao stood atop the 100 Flowers Palace's mountain peak, gazing into the distance at the cultivators undergoing tribulation, her fists clenched tightly, her face full of worry. Tianxuan Sect. Shuangji and the various elders all stood upon the main peak, nervously observing Ye Chen and the others enduring the tribulation in the distance. 3 people from Tianxuan Sect ascending simultaneously. This was a blessing for the sect. In the future, more talented individuals would choose to join Tianxuan Sect, bringing it prosperity and glory. At Qing Pavilion, Murong Shui stood upon the mountain peak, gazing into the distance at Ye Chen undergoing his tribulation. Her heart was filled with remorse. Shuer, what has been missed cannot be reclaimed. With your God-given talent, you will surely ascend through the proper path in the future. Do not let this matter become your inner demon. Lu Qin sighed softly, walking up behind Murong Shui. Master, I understand. Murong Shui bit her lower lip, a trace of desolation flickering in her eyes. Lu Qin gently patted Murong Shui's shoulder. This Ye Chen is a prodigy blessed with great fortune and destiny. Perhaps he was never someone we could have kept by our side. Murong Shui nodded slightly, her gaze still fixed upon the direction of the tribulation, silent. Meanwhile, Ye Chen, facing the reforming and even more violent pillar of thunder, gazed upon it with a hint of longing in his eyes. Yes, longing. While others would flee from such tribulation lightning, Ye Chen yearned for it desperately. He craved more tribulation lightning to descend, for the heavenly Dao pearl to absorb. Only by absorbing sufficient thunder and lightning could the thunder Dao origin be condensed. Come, lend your strength to my thunder Dao origin. Ye Chen's voice carried a hint of eagerness as he spread his arms wide, prepared to welcome this most powerful strike. Secluded beyond the spatial barrier, Luo Qingcheng and the others watched anxiously, their hearts suspended in their throats. Yet the moment the thunder pillar touched Ye Chen, he remained completely unharmed. The pillar was entirely absorbed by the heavenly Dao pearl within his body. The thunder Dao origin grew even more substantial. After enduring 81 tribulation lightning strikes, the dark clouds in the sky finally began to disperse, and sunlight shone down once more. Immediately following, brilliant 7-colored luminous clouds descended from the heavens. This was the blessing bestowed by the heavenly Dao after successfully passing the tribulation. Luo Qingqing, Su Chen, and Yu Qiumen bathed in this radiant light, feeling a gentle yet powerful force slowly merging into their bodies. This force not only nourished their meridians and dantian, but also merged into their very beings. It would enable them, upon entering the Immortal Realm, to adapt to the Immortal Realm's rules and pressure, preventing them from being rejected or crushed by the Immortal Realm's heavenly Dao. Ye Chen had descended from the Immortal Realm in the first place, so he did not need it. Instead, he guided the heavenly Dao's blessing into Shao Tao's body within the Star Soul Tower. Though Shao Tao could not absorb it immediately like Luo Qingcheng, she could slowly refine it. After refining it, she would be able to freely exit the Star Soul Tower in the Immortal Realm without worrying about rejection by the heavenly Dao. The heavenly Dao pearl also completed the thunder Dao origin and transmitted it into Ye Chen's body. The thunder Dao origin rapidly spread throughout Ye Chen's body, becoming an integral part of him. In that instant, Ye Chen sensed an intimate connection with thunder and lightning. He was overjoyed with a single thought: he could freely command lightning to strike anywhere he desired. After successfully transcending the tribulation, the people of Canglan continent erupted in excitement. Look, the tribulation has vanished. They succeeded. A cultivator shouted excitedly. What a miracle! To survive such a powerful tribulation, this group will surely shine brilliantly in the Immortal Realm. Others discussed excitedly. Cultivators from various sects and clans were all talking about the heroic feats of Ye Chen and his companions. Tianxuan Sect is about to rise. 3 people ascending to the Immortal Realm simultaneously, what an honor. The sect master of another faction sighed. That Ye Chen is even more extraordinary. With such talent, he will likely become a great figure in the Immortal Realm. An elder from another clan remarked. Young cultivators regarded Ye Chen and his companions as idols, filled with admiration and longing. I must also strive in my cultivation, hoping that one day I too can ascend to the Immortal Realm. A young cultivator clenched his fist, secretly making a solemn vow. Children, may everything go smoothly for you in the Immortal Realm. At the 100 Flowers Palace, Yao Miu finally breathed a sigh of relief, a gratified smile spreading across her face. Ye Chen, may you fare well in the Immortal Realm. Within the Pure Sound Pavilion, Murong Shui gazed at the sky, her heart filled with mixed emotions. The entire Canglan continent was immersed in the shock of Ye Chen and his companions' successful ascension, and in anticipation for the future. As the heavenly Dao's divine blessing came to an end, a streak of guiding light descended, illuminating Ye Chen and his 5 companions, summoning them to the Immortal Realm. Everyone nodded in agreement. Under Ye Chen's leadership, they flew toward that guiding light in the sky, their figures gradually vanishing from the Canglan continent as they embarked on a new journey. After Ye Chen and his companions vanished from the Canglan continent, legends about them continued to circulate endlessly across this continent. Various sects took their deeds as exemplary models to inspire disciples to cultivate diligently. The Tianxuan Sect became an aspirational holy land for countless young cultivators. Those jealous individuals who had previously mocked and disparaged Ye Chen could only secretly regret their own short-sightedness now. Meanwhile, Ye Chen and his 5 companions soon arrived at the ascension platform of the Immortal Realm, guided by the light of guidance. The ascension platform of the Immortal Realm served as the place to receive cultivators ascending from various continents of the lower realms. Every day, cultivators from different continents arrived continuously. So this is the Immortal Realm. The immortal energy here is so rich. Luo Qingqing, Yu Chuman, and Su Cheng and the others felt the abundant immortal energy surrounding them, deeply moved. They had finally arrived at the Immortal Realm that cultivators dreamed of. Immortal Realm, I, Ye Chen, have returned. Ye Chen felt the familiar environment of the Immortal Realm and let out a bold, low roar. Ye Chen's voice echoed across the ascension platform, drawing glances from the other newly ascended cultivators around. Luo Qingqing and the others watched Ye Chen's spirited appearance, their hearts filled with anticipation and fighting spirit. Toward this unfamiliar yet mystical environment brimming with immortal energy, they felt both excited and somewhat uneasy. What excited them was finally arriving at this legendary Immortal Realm and beginning a new cultivation journey. What made them uneasy was not knowing what challenges and difficulties lay ahead. They had not noticed at all that Ye Chen had said I have returned, not I have come. Only Lin Shuo gazed at Ye Chen, a trace of confusion evident on his face. Clouds and mist swirled around the ascension platform, radiant immortal light sparkling, emitting an aura of mystery and solemnity. The moment they stepped onto the platform, several soldiers in armor with arrogant attitudes approached. These soldiers were under the Heavenly Emperor's palace, responsible for receiving cultivators ascending from various continents of the lower realms. They were tasked with registering all information about the ascending individuals. After registration, they would test the newcomer's aptitude in a row of buildings beside the platform. Based on the test results, one could choose to join different sects. Beside the buildings were many cultivators dressed in various colored robes, enthusiastically recruiting the newly ascended cultivators. These were representatives from major sects of the Immortal Realm stationed here to recruit freshly ascended cultivators into their respective sects. Cultivators who could ascend from the lower realms would all have decent aptitude, with clean backgrounds and no backing. They would naturally feel a sense of belonging to the sect they first joined, making them targets of competition among major Immortal Realm sects. Name. A soldier in silver armor, holding a jade writing brush, gazed at Ye Chen expressionlessly. His tone was cold, carrying a hint of condescension and arrogance. Ye Chen raised an eyebrow and chuckled lightly. Ye Chen. Ye Chen. The soldier didn't even look up, recording on the jade slip, his tone filled with disdain. From the Canglan continent. What a desolate backwater. No idea what kind of decent goods could possibly come from there. Ye Chen showed no anger, merely gazing at him with an enigmatic smile. Next, name. The soldier turned to Luo Qingqing. Luo Qingqing slightly frowned and reported her name. Lin Shuo, Su Cheng, and Yu Chuman also reported their names in sequence. Hand over all your storage treasures. A silver-armored soldier glanced at the newly ascended crowd with contempt, saying greedily, his face showing the expression of a monarch looking down on his subjects. These soldiers, while stationed here for reception, also wanted to take the opportunity to squeeze out some benefits. Cultivators ascending from various places of the lower realms dared not show any resistance, so they all took out their storage treasures and handed them to the silver-armored soldiers. The silver-armored soldiers accepted the storage treasures with satisfaction. Although the treasures within were worthless in the Immortal Realm, the storage treasures also contained spirit stones, which were universally accepted currency in the Immortal Realm. However, when it came to Ye Chen and his group, Ye Chen remained unmoved, showing no intention of handing over his storage treasures. Why aren't you handing over your storage treasures? A silver-armored soldier asked in a deep voice. Why should we hand over our treasures? Ye Chen retorted. It had always been him taking treasures and spirit stones from others, no one had ever dared to take from him. This is the rule here. Hand over your treasures, and we can put in a good word for you with the sect you join. The silver-armored soldier was getting impatient but still explained. Seeing this, Su Cheng quickly took out a handful of spirit stones and stuffed them into the soldier's hand, thinking that as newcomers to the Immortal Realm, unfamiliar with the place, it was better to avoid trouble. Esteemed officer, we are newly arrived and unfamiliar with the rules. I ask for your generous understanding. He knew it was impossible to extract spirit stones from Ye Chen, only Ye Chen could extract from others. 4 spirit stones, Ye Chen dared to offend anyone. So Su Cheng could only sacrifice himself, taking out spirit stones to prevent the situation from escalating. But Ye Chen blocked Su Cheng and pushed the spirit stones back. Senior brother, there's no need to give them anything. He gazed at the soldier with an enigmatic smile. Is this rule set by Qin Ling Xiao? Or did you make it up yourselves? A carefree smile curved the corners of Ye Chen's lips. The silver-armored soldiers were greatly shocked upon hearing Ye Chen's words. One soldier pointed at Ye Chen and shouted sternly, "How bold of you! You actually dared to speak the Heavenly Emperor's name is absolutely unpardonable." Qin Ling Xiao was the Heavenly Emperor who commanded the Heavenly Emperor's palace, governing the order of the entire Immortal Realm, a supreme existence of the Immortal Realm. And a mere newcomer who had just ascended from the lower realm actually dared to speak the Heavenly Emperor's name directly. However, it also never occurred to them how Ye Chen, having just ascended, could possibly know the Heavenly Emperor's name. Just then, a general in golden armor walked over, his gaze sweeping across the crowd, his expression commanding. What's going on? Why all this commotion? The golden-armored general's voice was low and powerful. This golden-armored general was the divine warrior general under the Heavenly Emperor, with the cultivation of a Tai Immortal Venerable, and had followed Qin Ling Xiao in conquest long before he rose to power. The silver-armored soldiers immediately bowed respectfully. One of them hastily said, "General, these people refused to hand over their storage treasures and even spoke insolently, committing the crime of insulting the Heavenly Emperor." The divine warrior general looked toward Ye Chen and the others, his gaze lingering on Ye Chen for a moment. Ye Chen met his gaze without any fear, completely nonchalant. General Shen Wu furrowed his brow, his gaze sweeping across Ye Chen and the others, an unmistakable displeasure flickering in his eyes. These cultivators who had just ascended from the lower realm carried themselves with insufferable arrogance, utterly ignorant of the vastness of heaven and earth. As a general under Tiandi's command, when had he ever been subjected to such contempt? Yet with countless eyes upon them, he dared not fly into a rage. After all, the soldiers' unauthorized demands for treasures had been tacitly approved by him. If word spread, his reputation would suffer immeasurably. And should it reach Tiandi's ears, punishment would be inevitable. What's going on here? General Shen Wu demanded in a low, grave voice, his tone carrying an unmistakable pressure. General, these people. The silver-armored soldier hastily leaned close to General Shen Wu's ear, whispering the entire sequence of events. A man nearby, dressed in brocade robes with a corpulent face and piggish features, chimed in, "General, these country bumpkins don't understand proper etiquette and have dared to offend you. Please punish them as you see fit." This man was an elder of Tianxuan Valley named Li Fugua, and at this moment, he wore an expression of the most sycophantic adulation as he gazed at General Shen Wu. Seeing that General Shen Wu was dissatisfied with Ye Chen's group, he sought to curry favor while simultaneously displaying his own authority before the disciples of Tianxuan Valley. Oh! They offended Tiandi. General Shen Wu glanced at Ye Chen with an enigmatic smile. As for this general, your soldiers are making unauthorized demands for treasures. I merely wished to inquire, is this a rule established by Tiandi? Ye Chen spread his hands open and shrugged, his expression one of utter innocence. Ye Chen, don't act rashly. We've just ascended, it's best we don't stir up trouble. Luo Qingcheng tugged at Ye Chen's sleeve beside him, her face etched with worry. Rest assured, in this Immortal Realm, no one can bully us. Ye Chen turned to look at Luo Qingcheng, giving her a reassuring glance. His nonchalant, world-weary demeanor only deepened General Shen Wu's displeasure. The soldiers' practice of demanding treasures from newly ascended cultivators was an open secret known to all. Yet Ye Chen, a mere newly ascended youth, had brazenly exposed it in broad daylight. This was a slap in the face for him. It wasn't his direct order, but he had given tacit approval, and he had accepted the tribute his soldiers provided. I see you're deliberately causing trouble. How could soldiers under General Shen Wu's command possibly demand treasures? Those were all voluntary offerings from the newly ascended cultivators. At this moment, another man approached sharp-featured and sallow, speaking in a deliberately provocative tone. This man was an elder of Tianxuan Sect named Ye Chen. Seeing Li Fugui currying favor with General Shenwu, he hastened over as well. General Shenwu. Ye Chen feigned astonishment. What an impressive title! His sardonic tone drew barely concealed laughter from those around him, a freshly ascended whelp daring to mock General Shenwu. General Shenwu's face turned ashen with fury. A mere cultivator who had just ascended from the lower realm, daring to ridicule him, the general under Tendi's command. Just then, an elegantly dressed young man sauntered over, waving a folding fan. This youth was named Wang Ting, the son of Tianxuan Valley's valley master. Accustomed to running wild with impunity, his gaze immediately fell upon Luo Qingchong and Yu Chuman, his eyes darting about with undisguised lust. Hey, these two little ladies are quite the lookers. Come with young master here, I can guarantee you'll life like queens. As he spoke, he reached out his hand, preparing to touch Luo Qingchong's cheek. Ye Chen's eyes turned ice cold. He struck with lightning speed, seizing Wang Ting's wrist and twisting with all his might. Crack! The sound of bones breaking rang out as Wang Ting let loose a miserable shriek. Ah! My hand! Ye Chen delivered a vicious kick to Wang Ting's stomach, sending him hurtling through the air. Thud! Wang Tung crashed heavily to the ground, unable to rise for a long while. Anyone who dared covet Luo Qingchong was courting death. Li Fugui was greatly alarmed. This was their young master, after all. He rushed to support Wang Ting and began treating his injuries. Everyone present was stunned. None had expected Ye Chen would dare strike someone in General Shenwu's presence. This was a complete disregard for General Shenwu himself. Surely he would crush this insolent fool. Bold! How dare you cause a disturbance and disrupt the order here? As expected, General Shenwu flew into a towering rage. Just as he was about to strike down Ye Chen, an elderly man blocked his path. This elder was the supreme elder of Tianxuan Sect, named Jian Chen, bearing the title Swordless Immortal Venerable. With cultivation at the Tai Immortal Venerable great perfection, he was no Immortal Emperor, yet his status in the Immortal Realm was exceptionally high. Even Immortal Emperors would show him due deference. He had no personal disciples and had come this time hoping to discover promising talent worthy of becoming his direct disciple. When he had glimpsed Ye Chen earlier, he recognized Ye Chen's identity at once. Now, seeing General Shenwu about to suppress Ye Chen, his heart was filled with extraordinary fear. He knew Ye Chen's true identity. If General Shenwu truly suppressed Ye Chen, the consequences would be unthinkable. Even Tendi himself would be unable to protect him. Yet he dared not reveal Ye Chen's identity publicly, so he could only force a bitter smile and implore, General, please restrain your anger. These children have just ascended and are unfamiliar with the rules. I beg you to show mercy. Though General Shenwu burned with rage, he could not disregard Jian Wuchen's face. He coldly harumphed and said, Today, for Elder Jian's sake, I shall spare your lives. Next time you dare behave so insolently, I shall not be so lenient. Ha ha! Not lenient. Tell me, General, exactly how would you show your lack of leniency? The corner of Ye Chen's mouth curved upward, his eyes brimming with defiance. General Shenwu was beside himself with fury, yet in public he dared not lose his composure. For one thing, he had to give face to Jian Wuchen. For another, as a general under Tendi, his every word and deed represented Tendi's own face. Extorting small favors on the side, Tendi chose to overlook this, considering the years they had fought side by side. But openly oppressing a junior in front of everyone would tarnish the prestige of Tendi Palace. Ye Chen couldn't be bothered with him. He turned to Jian Wuchen and clasped his hands in gratitude. Ye Chen held Elder Jian in high regard. In the past, he had heard that Elder Jian had planted 2 10,000-year snow lotuses on his cultivation mountain. Ye Chen had quietly infiltrated Elder Jian's mountain, stealing one of the 10,000-year snow lotuses. However, before he could leave the mountain, he was discovered by Elder Jian. Yet Elder Jian did not blame Ye Chen. Instead, he presented the other snow lotus to Ye Chen as well. This had left Ye Chen deeply bewildered at the time, but Elder Jian said nothing, simply letting Ye Chen leave of his own accord. Ha ha, little friend, there's no need for thanks. I was merely helping them. Elder Jian waved his hand dismissively, for he knew that if he had not intervened, the one to suffer would certainly be General Shenwu. He was truly helping General Shenwu. Ye Chen summoned the Star Soul Tower, imprisoning one teen still undergoing treatment within the cage inside the tower. If you wish to redeem your young master, it will cost 10 million premium spirit stones. Ye Chen's expression was impassive as he extended one finger and wagged it before Li Fugui. Bold knave, release our young master immediately. Li Fugui attempted to strike and rescue their young master, only to be repelled by a strand of Elder Jian's immortal power. Go prepare the spirit stones. Elder Jian spoke calmly. But Li Fugui's eyes widened in disbelief. He simply could not fathom that Elder Jian would actually compel him to prepare the spirit stones. The bystanders exchanged bewildered glances. This kid was incredibly lucky to be favored by the Wu Chen sword venerable. They all thought that Ye Chen had caught the eye of Jian Wu Chen, who intended to take him as a disciple. Ye Chen. Among the crowd of onlookers, a sect disciple recognized Ye Chen and exclaimed in shock, pointing at him with a pale face. It's really him. Another disciple also recognized him, trembling all over. Wasn't he banished to the lower realm? Banished to the lower realm. Didn't he just ascend back? An older disciple rolled his eyes. He's coming home. Home. The young disciple looked bewildered. Yes, home. The older disciple nodded firmly. This kid is the #1 scourge of our Immortal Realm. Quick! Send a message back to the sect. Another disciple hurriedly pulled out a communication talisman and scribbled hastily. The #1 scourge of the Immortal Realm, Ye Chen, is back. Activate the Mountain Protecting Grand Formation at once. He wrote while muttering. Mountain Protecting Grand Formation. Is it necessary to activate the Grand Formation against a newly ascended kid? The young disciple grew even more puzzled. Kid, what do you know? The older disciple pulled him aside and whispered, this Ye Chen, you must not provoke him. Whoever provokes him won't be killed, but will be bankrupted. Bankrupted? The young disciple's eyes widened. Our sect just planted a batch of supreme, immortal herbs. They must not be discovered by him. He said, his face showing a pained expression. He's that formidable? The young disciple still couldn't believe it. A newly ascended kid, how formidable could he be? Formidable. Formidable isn't just about his cultivation. It's also his background. The older disciple sighed. This kid is simply a monster. On the surface he seems cynical, but in reality he's profoundly unfathomable. You see him as carefree, but in his heart he's shrewder than anyone. Formidable. He's just a void immortal. Our sect doesn't lack void immortal geniuses. If he dares to come, we can have void immortal disciples drive him out. The young disciple looked disdainful. What do you know? The older disciple glared at him with exasperation. This kid reached the void refining stage at 15, and can fight against those at the unity stage, even the great vehicle stage. Invincible within the same realm, how do you fight that? What? The young disciple gasped. 15 years old and already at void refining stage. That's too monstrous. And that's not the most terrifying part. The older disciple mysteriously lowered his voice. He also has 2 senior brothers and 2 senior sisters. Every single one is a brother protecting maniac. Whoever bullies him, they'll immediately come knocking. They are invincible existences below the Immortal Emperor level. The young disciple listened, dumbfounded. That's awesome. Damn. What if an Immortal Emperor makes a move? He asked weakly. Immortal Emperor? The older disciple sneered. Do you think an Immortal Emperor can be provoked just like that? His master. At this point, the older disciple suddenly stopped, as if there was some taboo. Who is his master? The young disciple asked curiously. His master. The older disciple hesitated for a moment, then finally shook his head. Forget it, I won't say. Anyway, remember this, you must not provoke this kid. His master, even the Heavenly Emperor, yields 3 points of respect. The young disciple was completely stunned. Even the Heavenly Emperor yields 3 points? This is too terrifying. He couldn't help swallowing his saliva. Damn. Who exactly is he? His name is Ye Chen. The older disciple took a deep breath and said slowly. He paused, his tone becoming extremely solemn. The #1 scourge of our Immortal Realm. Hearing this, the young disciple felt his hair stand on end. The #1 scourge of the Immortal Realm. He stared blankly at Ye Chen, his eyes filled with terror. Ye Chen was now smiling and chatting with Ye Chen, looking utterly harmless. Who would have thought that such a seemingly harmless young man was actually the #1 scourge of the Immortal Realm? Although he didn't know Ye Chen, he had heard of the deeds of the #1 scourge. He is. The young disciple sucked in a cold breath. At this moment, he finally understood why the sect placed such importance on Ye Chen. This was no newly ascended kid. This was clearly a hidden super powerhouse. At that moment, Ye Chen had already put away the star soul subduing tower. He clapped his hands and looked at Li Fugui with an innocent expression. Elder, you see, your young master tried to make a move on my woman, so I'm just taking a small compensation. He said, holding up one finger and gesturing. 10 million Supreme Great Spirit Stones, not too much, right? Li Fugui's face turned livid. He wanted to slap this kid to death. However, since Chen was protecting this kid, he didn't dare to do so. He could only step aside and send a message to the Valley Lord to make a decision. Thank you, Senior, for speaking up. Luo Qingqing, Yu Chuman, and Su Cheng clasped their hands to thank Chen. They also thought that Chen had taken a liking to Ye Chen and thus helped him. Hee, no need to be polite, young friends. Chen waved his hand with a smile. At that moment, a spatial vortex appeared in the sky. Chen, what is the meaning of this? A middle-aged man in brocade robes walked out of the spatial vortex with a gloomy expression. He was Wang Bao, the Valley Lord of Tianxuan Valley and the father of Wang Ting. Upon receiving the news that his son was kidnapped by Ye Chen, he had immediately torn through the void to come. Li Fugui had mentioned in his message that Chen might want to take Ye Chen as a disciple and had been protecting him. Wang Bao thought that Chen had allowed Ye Chen to kidnap his son, so he confronted Chen as soon as he appeared. Valley Lord 1, calm your anger. Chen said calmly. He knew that Wang Bao must have misunderstood, but whether it was a misunderstanding or not, he would still protect Ye Chen. Calm my anger. My son has been captured, and you tell me to calm my anger. Wang Bao roared. Chen, if you want to take this kid as a disciple, just say so directly. Why do you have to be so roundabout? Wang Bao pointed at Ye Chen with a disdainful expression. Release my son, and this matter will be dropped. Otherwise, a glint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. Otherwise what? Ye Chen asked with a smile. Otherwise, even if you join the Xianjian Sect, our Tianxuan Valley will fight you and the Xianjian Sect to the death. Wang Bao roared angrily. He thought that Ye Chen was daring because he was going to become Chen's disciple and join the Xianjian Sect. Tianxuan Valley is so formidable. I'm so scared. Ye Chen patted his chest, pretending to be frightened. Kid, stop pretending. Wang Bao said angrily. Valley Master Wang, you misunderstand. Chen spoke. I have no intention of taking him as my disciple. Ridiculous. Ye Chen's master was none other than the Wuji Immortal Emperor, acclaimed as the foremost Immortal Emperor in the Immortal Realm. Who would dare to take him as a disciple? Who was even worthy? Wang Bao was stunned. Not taking him as a disciple. Then why are you protecting him? I am not protecting him. Chen shook his head and cast a subtle glance at the sky. He sensed a faint imperial aura there. Judging by the aura of his cultivation technique, the one emanating that imperial might was undoubtedly close to Ye Chen. I am not qualified to take him as a disciple, Chen added calmly. These words shocked everyone present. Not qualified. Who was Chen? The renowned Wu Chen sword venerable of the Immortal Realm. And he claimed he was not qualified to take Ye Chen as a disciple. How could this be? Wang Bao completely failed to notice that Chen had said not qualified. He only heard not taking. He assumed Chen simply did not want to escalate tensions with his Tianxuan Valley and thus made an excuse to refuse Ye Chen. If that's the case, boy, release my son immediately, or today will be your death. Wang Bao glared at Ye Chen, murderous intent blazing in his eyes. He wished he could crush Ye Chen with a single slap, but his son was still in Ye Chen's hands. He wanted to make Ye Chen release his son first, then kill him. How dare an insignificant and kidnap his son? Luo Qingqing, Yu Chuman, and Su Cheng were frantic with worry as they saw the killing intent in Wang Bao's eyes, but they could do nothing. Lin Shuo stood nearby, looking thoughtful. If you want me to let your son go, it's not impossible. 10 million high-grade spirit stones, not one less. Ye Chen curled his lips disdainfully, extending one finger and wagging it. 10 million high-grade spirit stones. You must be dreaming. Wang Bao laughed in extreme anger. Boy, do you realize what kind of sect you are extorting? Wang Bao was tough on the outside but weak inside. If Ye Chen did not release his son soon, he would strike and seize Ye Chen, then Ye Chen would have no choice but to let his son go. Ye Chen naturally knew what Wang Bao was thinking. He glanced at the sky and chuckled inwardly. This was a money-delivering gift. As long as Wang Bao dared to make a move, Ye Chen would be forced to come into a windfall and demand an exorbitant price, a veritable windfall of riches. Sing, sigh. Jian Wuchen stood by, taking in the entire scene. He saw through Ye Chen's intentions. This kid was clearly setting a trap for Wang Bao, provoking him, making him lose control and attack, then demanding an exorbitant price. He wanted to see just what tricks this young man could pull. He glanced covertly at the sky and then shielded Luo Qingqing, Yu Chuman, Su Cheng, and Lin Shuo to one side. He knew that something big might happen next. Oh, Valley Master Wang, how can you call it extortion? This is merely a fair trade. Ye Chen spread his hands, his face full of innocence. Let me lay it out for you. Your son insulted me, deeply wounding my dull heart. He also spoke disrespectfully to my wife, which not only hurt her pure soul but also pained me. Is it too much to ask for 10 million spirit stones in exchange for him? Ye Chen spoke with a straight face, raising an eyebrow. Wang Bao's face turned livid at this twisted logic. Nonsense. You're clearly twisting words. With that, Wang Bao abruptly struck at Ye Chen, intending to seize him. Ye Chen remained calm, a sly smile curling on his lips. Boom! A thunder dragon appeared out of nowhere, hurtling straight toward Wang Bao. Caught off guard, the thunder dragon struck Wang Bao squarely on the head. The onlookers froze for a moment, then the more highly cultivated ones became alert. None of them had detected how the thunder dragon had appeared. Their sharp eyes searched everywhere, trying to find any clue to the thunder dragon's origin, but they found nothing, utterly unable to trace where the lightning had come from. The lower-level cultivators, however, focused their attention on Wang Bao. They found his current ridiculous state amusing, but under the tense circumstances, they dared not laugh, forcing themselves to hold it in until their faces turned red. Ye Chen looked at the disheveled Wang Bao with a mocking smile. That lightning was, of course, a strike he had summoned using the Thunderdao origin, but his cultivation was still too low to truly harm Wang Bao. It was merely a surprise attack that Wang Bao could not dodge in time. Luo Qingqing and Yu Chuman, unable to contain themselves at this tense moment, burst out laughing at the absurd sight. They knew in their hearts that this was definitely Ye Chen's doing. Their laughter triggered the crowd, who could no longer hold back and erupted in a chorus of laughter. How can you laugh at a time like this? Su Cheng curled his lips, still worried. After all, they had just ascended and were mere ants in the eyes of these Immortal Realm cultivators. Lin Shuo remained expressionless, his eyes fixed on the sky. All of you, shut up. Wang Bao roared, his face darkening as he heard the crowd's laughter. He, the Valley Master of Tianxuan Valley, had lost all faith at this moment. Yet the laughter did not stop, instead, it grew louder. Ha ha ha! I'm dying of laughter. The dignified Valley Master of Tianxuan Valley, struck by lightning like this. Ye Chen pointed at Wang Bao, stoking the flames, laughing uncontrollably. Wang Bao's face could no longer be described as dark, it was blacker than a pot's bottom. A supreme humiliation. He, the Valley Master of Tianxuan Valley, a mighty Tai Immortal Venerable, had lost all dignity before a newly ascended brat. Brat, you're asking for death! Wang Bao roared, unable to suppress his fury any longer. The terrifying pressure of a Tai Immortal Venerable swept across the scene, freezing the very space. Lin Shuo remained expressionless, but his gaze grew deeper. He looked up at the sky, as if waiting for something. With such little ability, you dare to bully my disciple? Just as Wang Bao was about to strike at Ye Chen, an indifferent voice suddenly resounded through heaven and earth. An invisible force instantly hurled Wang Bao away. Wang Bao crashed to the ground like a broken kite, spitting blood. The crowd was astounded. An Immortal Emperor. Who? Ye Chen had actually drawn an Immortal Emperor to intervene. An old man in white robe slowly stepped out of the void. He was tall, with an immortal air, white hair and a youthful face, radiating an immensely powerful aura that made it impossible to look directly at him. "Master!" Ye Chen exclaimed. The newcomer was none other than Su Taishu, who had left without a word on Canglan continent. Ye Chen never expected that his master, who had quietly departed from Canglan, would appear in the Immortal Realm. Liu Qingqing and Yu Chuman were also stunned. They too wondered how Su Taishu had ended up in the Immortal Realm. But the tense atmosphere eased. Since Su Taishu had effortlessly knocked Wang Bao away, everything should be fine now. Ever since ascending, the tension in their hearts had been constantly strained by Ye Chen's reckless antics. Only Ye Chen and Ling Shuo remained calm, as if they had anticipated everything. A playful smile curved Ye Chen's lips. So old Demon Su had indeed come to the Immortal Realm. Ling Shuo offered a respectful bow to his master Su Taishu, his expression still impassive, though a flicker of reverence flashed in his eyes. "Master, how did you?" Ye Chen asked eagerly as he stepped forward. Su Taishu did not respond, merely nodding with satisfaction before turning his gaze toward Ye Chen. "You brat, your courage has grown too bold. You dare cause such a commotion just after arriving." Su Taishu's tone carried a hint of helplessness. Ye Chen chuckled. Hee. Old Demon Su, I didn't stir up all this trouble. Someone was trying to bully me." He pointed at Wang Bao lying on the ground, a wicked grin on his face. Su Taishu shook his head helplessly. This kid was still as fearless and unruly as ever. The onlookers around them looked completely bewildered. They had no idea who this old man was. Weren't Ye Chen and the others just newly ascended? How could they have an Immortal Emperor as their master in the Immortal Realm? Only Jin Wucheng stood in deep thought, as though he had already guessed Su Taishu's identity. "Greetings, Your Excellency the Immortal Emperor." Jin Wucheng bowed respectfully to Su Taishu, carefully avoiding the use of his name. Su Taishu gave a slight nod in acknowledgement. He had sensed the tribulation when Ye Chen and the others underwent it, and had waited here long in advance. He had also witnessed Jin Wucheng consistently defending Ye Chen. "Greetings, Your Excellency the Immortal Emperor." General Shen Wu also stepped forward to pay his respects to Su Taishu, though he too was unaware of the old man's identity. But the Immortal Emperor was supreme and revered, and as a general of the Heavenly Emperor Palace, proper etiquette had to be observed. Su Taishu ignored General Shen Wu and instead turned his gaze toward Wang Bao. He had just witnessed the general making things difficult for Ye Chen and permitting others to humiliate and attack him. As a general of the Heavenly Emperor Palace, no one would dare to suppress a newly ascended junior without his tacit approval. Wang Bao's face had already turned ashen. He knew deep down, he had bumped into someone far too formidable. "Are you the Valley Master of Tianxuan Valley?" Su Taishu's tone was icy. Wang Bao struggled to his feet, terror blazing in his eyes. This old man was terrifying. He felt like an ant facing a pillar that held up the heavens, with no room whatsoever for resistance. "Immortal Emperor, I. Wang Bao's voice trembled as he stammered, trying to defend himself. Regret filled his heart. If he had known this kid had such a fearsome backer, he would never have dared to provoke him. Su Taishu snorted coldly. "Wang Bao, do you know your crimes?" "Immortal Emperor, spare my life. I was blind and failed to recognize Mount Tai. I offended your disciple." Wang Bao fell to his knees with a sob. "I am willing to offer 10 million top-grade spirit stones in exchange for my son's life, and an additional 10 million spirit stones as compensation for your disciple." Su Taishu glanced at Ye Chen, letting him decide. Ye Chen caught Su Taishu's look and responded with a "let me handle this" expression. "Oh, Valley Master 1, how can the accounts be settled this way?" Ye Chen approached Wang Bao with a smug, scheming grin. Liu Qingqing, Yu Chuman, and Su Chen all couldn't help but suppress their laughter upon hearing Ye Chen's words. They all knew this about Ye Chen: he would never let slip any opportunity to profit from spirit stones. Ling Shuo turned his head away with an impassive expression. This junior brother had always been like this on the Canglan continent, and even after ascending to the Immortal Realm, he remained unchanged. Alas! Tianxuan Valley is likely facing bankruptcy. Why provoke this calamitous figure when anyone else would have sufficed? The disciple from that sect, who had recognized Ye Chen from afar, shook his head and sighed lightly. "Valley Master 1, let me calculate it for you. I'll surely give you a fair price." As he spoke, Ye Chen began counting on his fingers. "Your son's price was 10 million, but since that 10 million has damaged our bond, raising it by another 10 million is hardly excessive, is it? And as for you, Ye Chen continued calculating on his own. His entire calculation left bystanders dumbfounded, their mouths agape and corners of their lips twitching. You raise the price and raise it you must, but do you really need to come up with some excuse? And frankly, your reasoning is worse than having none at all. Wang Bao was equally stunned, his heart screaming internally, Ye Chen, we're not even acquaintances, I don't even know you, so how did emotions get involved? Moreover, Ye Chen had come up with an entire collection of reasons they had never even heard of before. There was the cultivation delay compensation, lost time fees, emotional distress charges, mental anguish damages, dull heart instability costs, blocked aspirations. Ye Chen had dredged up every bizarre excuse he could possibly imagine. Adding it all up, that comes to 190 million. And there still, Ye Chen couldn't think of any more charges to justify. Alas, that's all, then I can't think of any other reasons. How about this? I'll give you a discount. 200 million top-grade spirit stones, and we'll call it even. I'm quite reasonable, you know. Ye Chen flashed a peace sign in front of Wang Bao, wearing an expression of someone who was genuinely easy to deal with. He is. The onlookers around them erupted into murmurs upon hearing Ye Chen's astronomical figure. They were equally stunned by his shameless calculation method and reverse discounting, so that's how compensation could be computed. 200 million top-grade spirit stones. This is essentially draining Tianxuan Valley dry. Ye Chen is far too ruthless. Wang Bao has truly suffered a massive setback this time. Tianxuan Valley will likely suffer severe losses this time around. Why provoke this calamitous figure when anyone else would have done? The crowd whispered among themselves, their faces filled with shock and sympathy for Wang Bao. Upon hearing this figure, Wang Bao nearly spat blood from shock. His eyes widened in utter disbelief and despair. 200 million. Immortal Emperor, all the assets of my Tianxuan Valley amount to no more than 200 million. Wang Bao knelt and begged Su Taishu, hoping for a reduced compensation, his voice carrying a desperate undertone. As long as there's something, that's sufficient is exactly what I need. Before Su Taishu could respond, Ye Chen eagerly interjected with a grin. Su Taishu could only pretend not to hear and turned away. Wang Bao's body went limp as he collapsed onto the ground. He understood he had encountered someone unyielding today, and without producing these spirit stones, there would likely be no peaceful resolution. Gritting his teeth, he struggled to his feet and shot Ye Chen a venomous glare before ordering Li Fugui to return and retrieve the spirit stones. Within moments, Li Fugui returned with several storage rings brimming with spirit stones. Ye Chen took the rings and verified that the quantity was precisely 200 million. After stowing the spirit stones, Ye Chen pulled Wang Ting out of the Star Soul Containment Tower as easily as one might grab a chick by the neck. You're dead, kid! As soon as Wang Ting emerged, he fixed Ye Chen with a venomous stare. He had no idea about what was happening outside. Seeing his father present, he assumed Ye Chen had released him out of fear of his father. Ye Chen couldn't be bothered with more nonsense. He grabbed him and threw him toward Wang Bao. 200 million obtained. Let's wrap this up. Ye Chen weighed the storage ring in his hand, a wicked smile curling his lips. Su Taishu shook his head in resignation. This kid never missed an opportunity to make a profit, no matter where he went. Let's go. Su Taishu swept his sleeve, gathering Ye Chen, Lin Shuo, Su Chen, Luo Qingcheng, and Yu Chuman, and the five of them transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into the horizon. In the void, a graceful mature woman watched the direction Su Taishu had departed, glanced downward, and drifted after them. Old Su, how did things go with the Xinyu Immortal Sect? During the flight, Ye Chen suddenly asked. The Xinyu Immortal Sect cultivated demonic arts, harmed young prodigies, and was suspected of colluding with the demon race. This matter involved the struggle between the two races, and Ye Chen cared quite a bit. Luo Qingcheng and the others perked up their ears as well. They too wanted to know what fate awaited a sect that refined young geniuses' spiritual blood. Emperor Qing has already sent someone to handle this matter. You youngsters need not involve yourselves. Just return and cultivate diligently. Su Taishu shook his head slightly, his expression grave. Ye Chen nodded and stopped pressing the issue. Indeed, with his current cultivation and abilities, he could hardly be of any help. Wuji Immortal Palace. Su Taishu led the group into a magnificent golden hall. 7 years. I'm back. Ye Chen looked at the familiar scenes within the hall, his heart swelling with countless emotions. What exactly is Su Liamao's identity? Could he really be my senior brother? Ye Chen grew curious. Since Su Taishu was an immortal emperor, the likelihood of him being his senior brother diminished even further. Lin Shuo, Su Cheng, Luo Qincheng, and Yu Chuman were all stunned by the opulence of the grand hall, their eyes unable to take in everything at once. At that moment, Su Taishu's appearance changed, transforming into that of a middle-aged man. He wore white immortal robes, with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, his gaze as deep as the ocean. His nose was straight, and an aura of supreme authority radiated from him. His jet-black hair was neatly tied atop his head, secured with a jade hairpin, giving him a crisp and elegant appearance. This was Su Taishu's true form. Everyone was taken aback, except for Lin Shuo and Ye Chen, who showed no surprise whatsoever. Just then, the Wuji Immortal Emperor emerged from the rear chamber. His eyes fell upon Luo Qincheng, who had grown slightly distracted, but after a moment he shook his head and returned to normal. The Wuji Immortal Emperor turned his gaze toward Ye Chen and broke into a mischievous smile. He hadn't expected Ye Chen to return so soon. Hee. Ye Chen saw the Wuji Immortal Emperor's sinister grin and his alarm bells rang immediately. Could this old guy be planning to banish him back to the mortal realm again? He suddenly flashed backward over 10 meters, glaring warily at the Wuji Immortal Emperor. Wuji, old man, you. What else do you want? Ye Chen pointed at the Wuji Immortal Emperor. The old man had previously declared that Ye Chen was never to set foot in the Immortal Realm again. Now that Ye Chen had returned, he feared having his cultivation sealed and being banished once more. In the past, so be it, banish him if you must. But now it was unacceptable. He had Luo Qincheng, he had someone to care for. Ye Chen's sudden move left everyone present frozen in astonishment. Even Su Taishu looked completely bewildered. This kid had just ascended and already knew his senior brother, and acted as if they were on familiar terms. Calling him Wuji, old man, how rude. The Wuji Immortal Emperor's smile froze on his face. This kid must be asking for another banishment. You brat, you've got some nerve. The Wuji Immortal Emperor puffed out his whiskers in anger and said irritably. Ye Chen swallowed hard, forcing himself to stay calm. Hee, I was just afraid you'd banish me down there again. He cursed inwardly. That old guy's smile looked suspicious no matter how you looked at it. Su Taishu cleared his throat, breaking the awkward atmosphere. Senior brother, this kid is my disciple. You too. The Wuji Immortal Emperor was instantly dumbfounded. When did his junior brother's disciple become his junior brother's disciple? He and Su Taishu stared at each other, the situation becoming rather complicated. Both were deeply puzzled. Lin Shuo, Su Cheng, Luo Qincheng, and Yu Chuman were even more bewildered. They had just ascended alongside Ye Chen, yet Ye Chen already knew a big shot from the Immortal Realm like the Wuji Immortal Emperor. Everyone was in disarray. This kid is a disciple I took on Canglan continent. Su Taishu spoke first, recounting how he had met Ye Chen and taken him as his disciple. Everyone was startled, their gazes snapping simultaneously toward the Wuji Immortal Emperor and Ye Chen. Phew! Ye Chen turned his head defiantly, refusing to acknowledge the Wuji Immortal Emperor. The Wuji Immortal Emperor sighed helplessly and recounted how Ye Chen had caused trouble in the Immortal Realm, with several groups blocking the mountain gates daily to file complaints against him. After hearing this, Su Taishu glared at Ye Chen. You kid, you're restless no matter where you go. Lin Shuo, Su Cheng, Luo Qincheng, and Yu Chuman exchanged bewildered glances. This was indeed Ye Chen's style. However, everything Ye Chen had done on Canglan continent paled in comparison to what he had done in the Immortal Realm. At this point, they finally understood why Ye Chen was so extraordinary. He was originally a celestial favorite from the Immortal Realm. Lin Shuo, however, reacted quite calmly, showing no surprise at all that his master was an Immortal Emperor and his junior martial brother was a celestial favorite from the Immortal Realm. Senior brother, your master and junior martial brother both come from the Immortal Realm. Aren't you excited or surprised? Su Cheng asked, looking at Lin Shuo's indifferent reaction. I'm a bit surprised about my junior martial brother, but as for master, I descended to the mortal realm together with him from the beginning. Lin Shuo spread his hands and shrugged slightly. Hearing this, Liu Qingcheng and Yu Qiumen covered their mouths with their hands, their eyes wide open, even more astonished than when they learned Ye Chen had been kicked down by the Wuji Immortal Emperor. Su Chen's mouth hung open, his wide eyes fixed blankly on Lin Shuo, his face full of disbelief. It was one thing that his master was a big shot, but now even his senior and junior martial brothers were hidden powerhouses. So it was just him who was an ordinary person. Only Ye Chen remained calm. He had actually harbored a suspicion all along. Lin Shuo no longer held back and recounted the reason why he and Su Taishu had descended to the mortal realm. It turned out that Lin Shuo was a young master of a minor family in the immortal realm. His family had been exterminated after offending a powerful faction. At that time, Lin Shuo was still young, and a loyal old servant from his family risked his life to escape with him. However, the enemy refused to let him go and pursued them relentlessly. The loyal old servant was still protecting Lin Shuo, and at the critical moment, the passing Su Taishu slaughtered all the pursuers, saving the young Lin Shuo. Su Taishu at that time was in a melancholy mood, wandering aimlessly, contemplating descending to the mortal realm to clear his mind. Seeing that Lin Shuo had good aptitude, his family had been destroyed, and his circumstances were pitiful, he decided to take Lin Shuo as his disciple and bring him down to the mortal realm together, planning to return later once Lin Shuo had achieved success in cultivation to seek revenge on his enemies. As everyone listened to Lin Shuo's story, compassion welled up in their hearts. Senior brother, I never expected you to have suffered such misfortune. Su Cheng couldn't help but say. He had just been envying Lin Shuo for being a genius in the immortal realm. Now, having heard Lin Shuo's backstory, he realized that the immortal realm was not as beautiful and peaceful as he had imagined. Senior brother Lin Shuo, from now on we are all one family. We will surely support each other. Liu Qingqing also spoke. Yu Qiumen nodded, her eyes filled with determination. It is my fortune to have met all of you. Lin Shuo gave a faint smile, not wanting to burden others with his sorrow. He knew which faction was responsible for his vengeance, but he lacked the strength to act now. He would cultivate with all his might. When the time came and his cultivation reached its peak, he would take revenge with his own hands. Just then, two extraordinarily beautiful women entered through the main gate. Their figures were graceful and their steps light. One wore a pale blue long dress, its sleeves fluttering like a fairy descending to the mortal realm. The other wore pink gauze clothing, delicate and lovely, with a lively sparkle in her eyes and brows. All eyes were drawn to these two women. Junior brother. As soon as the two women entered, they excitedly rushed toward Ye Chen, flanking him on left and right. Junior brother, you're finally back. You've suffered so much. The woman in the pale blue dress wrapped her arm around Ye Chen's shoulder, her face filled with concern. That old man is too cruel to have banished you to such a place. The woman in pink gauze held Ye Chen's hand, her voice trembling with heartache. These two were Ye Chen's third and fourth senior sisters, both fiercely devoted to protecting their younger brother and doting on him excessively. The woman in the pale blue dress was the third senior sister, Nandong Juxian, who had reached the 9th level of Xianxian cultivation. The woman in pink gauze was the fourth senior sister, Tao Shaosha, with golden immortal cultivation. That old man is ruthless. Now that junior brother has returned, if you continue to bully him, we won't let this go. Fourth senior sister Tao Shaoshao pointed directly at the Wuji CND, warning him without any respect for her master. Exactly. Look at how much suffering our junior brother has endured in the lower realm. He's even grown thinner. Third senior sister Nandong Juxian chimed in, her eyes fixed only on her junior brother. You lot. The Wuji CND was furious, his beard trembling with anger, yet he could do nothing about these disciples of his. He had taken in 5 disciples in total, with Ye Chen being the youngest. Ye Chen had been raised by his 4 senior disciples since childhood, and they doted on this junior brother excessively. This had made Ye Chen fearless, daring to roam freely in the immortal realm where experts were as numerous as clouds, even daring to bite an immortal emperor if he crossed paths with one. However, Ye Chen never bullied the weak on his own initiative. He only targeted spoiled rich kids or those who provoked him first. With the 2 senior sisters on either side, Ye Chen wore an expression of grievance, his eyes even slightly reddened. He was now putting on a show of suffering. Third senior sister, fourth senior sister, you have no idea. Ye Chen sniffled and began his splendid performance. When the master banished me to the lower realm, he took away all the spirit stones and magical treasures on my person. He paused, his tone growing even more tragic, as if he had suffered an enormous grievance. I was left penniless, my cultivation sealed, and I endured endless hardships in the lower realm. I couldn't get enough to eat or proper clothing. As Ye Chen spoke, he pretended to pat his stomach, his voice filled with misery and tears, as though he had endured the most tragic misfortunes in the world. I slept in the wind and dew, never knowing if I'd survive till dawn. He raised his head and looked at the two senior sisters with pleading eyes, as if bearing an unbearable wrong. Upon hearing this, the two senior sisters were heartbroken. Third senior sister Nandong Jushuan's eyes filled with tears, while fourth senior sister Tao Shaoshao gritted her teeth in anger. Old man, look at how much suffering you've made our junior brother endure. Third senior sister Nandong Jushian questioned the Wuji Xian angrily. Exactly. Our junior brother suffered so much in the lower realm. How could you be so heartless? Fourth senior sister Tao Shaoshao joined in, angrily rebuking the Wuji Xian as well. Junior brother, don't be afraid. From now on, with your senior sisters here, we'll never let you suffer like this again. Third senior sister Nandong Jushian embraced Ye Chen with aching heart. The Wuji Xian's lips twitched. Could he possibly make it sound more miserable? He would never, ever believe that this slippery fellow of a disciple would actually suffer out there. But these two disciples of his believed it wholeheartedly and were even indignant on their junior brother's behalf. Where was the justice in this? Being scolded to his face by his own disciples, the Wuji Xian felt his pride sting. He cleared his throat and exclaimed, I did this for his own good, to temper his heart and mind. Temper his heart and mind. I think you're trying to torture our junior brother to death. Third senior sister Nandong Jushian interrupted him mercilessly. Fourth senior sister Tao Shaoshao echoed, exactly. How could someone as gentle as our junior brother endure such suffering? The Wuji Xian was left speechless by the scolding and could only sigh helplessly. Inside, he thought to himself, this kid really knows how to act. This scene left Su Taishu and the others dumbfounded. Su Taishu's lips twitched. This kid should really consider acting if he isn't already. He knew best of all. When Ye Chen first arrived in the Canglan Realm, he had encountered Su Taishu, who took him as a disciple and even gifted him 3 million medium-grade spirit stones. And this was what the boy called being penniless. In the Canglan continent, a sect disciple's monthly allowance was merely a dozen or so medium-grade spirit stones. With 3 million spirit stones in his pocket, Ye Chen was sitting on a fortune. Lin Shuo, on the other hand, remained completely calm, as if he had long grown accustomed to Ye Chen's performances. He only felt embarrassed to be seen with him. Feeling thoroughly ashamed, he secretly vowed to avoid going out with Ye Chen in the future. Su Chen's mouth hung open, secretly committing this trick to memory in case he might need it someday. He stole a glance at Lin Shuo, wondering whether this tactic would work on their eldest senior brother. Liu Qingqing and Yu Qiuman exchanged glances, both seeing shock and speechlessness in each other's eyes. Ye Chen had robbed his way through the Canglan Realm, amassing a vast fortune in spirit stones. Even the wealthiest man in the Canglan Realm couldn't match him. When had he ever lacked spirit stones? Those magical treasures, he didn't even value, treating them like scrap metal and discarding them carelessly. When had he ever treasured anything? He spent his days lounging about, living a carefree life like a deity, more at ease than anyone. When had he ever gone hungry or cold? This display was shamelessness at its absolute peak. A thought struck Su Taishu. Taking Ye Chen as a disciple was the biggest mistake of his life. It was so humiliating. He wanted to return the goods. The Wuji Xian was currently being scolded by his two disciples, giving him a headache. At that moment, his ears twitched slightly as a telepathic message reached him. He sat up straight and then waved his hand, opening the mountain gate's barrier. A graceful figure floated in through the opened barrier. It was the charming beauty who had previously followed behind Su Taishu. Lu Nangshuang, the palace master of Liguo Palace, wore white robes surpassing snow in purity, her aura transcendent and ethereal, like a fairy descending from the highest heavens. Palace Master Lu, what wind blows you here? The Wuji Xian asked with a smile. I have come for these youngsters. Lu Nangshuang nodded slightly, her gaze settling on the group of young people nearby. Greetings to the Empress. Lin Shuo and Ye Chen, along with his two senior sisters, were the first to bow before the Empress. In the Immortal Realm, the Immortal Emperor held a position of supreme reverence, and all cultivators beneath this rank were expected to pay their respects upon encountering the sovereign. Greetings to the Empress. Su Cheng, Luo Qingqing, and Yu Qiumen followed Ye Chen and Lin Shuo's example, bowing respectfully. Lu Nangshuang raised her hand gently. Rise. Her gaze swept across the assembly before settling on Ye Chen, a playful smile curling at the corners of her lips. Oh, the little rascal has returned. Did you suffer greatly in the lower realm? Does your backside still ache? As she spoke, Lu Nangshuang glanced meaningfully toward Ye Chen's posterior. After all, Ye Chen had been kicked down to the mortal realm by the furious Wuji Immortal Emperor while still in the midst of his wrath. Ye Chen puckered his lips in an exaggerated display of grievance. Aunt Lu, please don't mock me. My master's old temper was fearsome indeed. My backside still aches terribly from his heavy hand. Ye Chen shrugged helplessly, feigning discomfort as he rubbed his bottom. The scene was utterly ridiculous. Su Taishu watched from the sidelines, his lips twitching involuntarily. What a waste, this boy would have been perfect for the opera stage. Enough with the act, Lu Nangshuang said, shaking her head with a knowing smile. Your little tricks only fool those foolish senior sisters of yours. Ye Chen grinned sheepishly, offering no rebuttal. He was well aware that his senior sisters were far from deceived. They had raised him since childhood. They could anticipate his every thought before he even moved. His senior sisters simply doted on him, willing to play along with his antics. Moreover, they genuinely resented their master for banishing Ye Chen to the lower realm, seizing this opportunity to criticize the old master. This time, I've come for them. She gestured toward Luo Qingqing and Yu Qiumen. I wish to take them as my disciples. The declaration stunned everyone present. Luo Qingqing and Yu Qiumen were even more bewildered had they not just ascended to the Immortal Realm mere moments ago. How could the Palace Master of Pearl Blossom Palace have noticed them so quickly? Palace Master Lu, why is this? The Wuji Immortal Emperor inquired, puzzled. Lu Nangshuang explained, upon her body rests the spiritual aura of our Pearl Blossom Palace's founding ancestor. She gazed at Luo Qingqing as she spoke. This cultivation technique has been lost within our sect for countless generations. Lu Nangshuang produced an ancient jade, roughly the size of a palm, translucent and radiant with a gentle, warm luminescence. The jade's surface was carved with mysterious, intricate patterns, as if harboring infinite enigmas. Under the light's illumination, these patterns flickered in and out of visibility, emanating an ancient and enigmatic presence. The ancient jade's edges were smooth and polished, clearly weathered by the passage of countless years. Its texture was exquisite, warm to the touch, as though possessing its own vitality, inspiring immediate reverence in all who beheld it. This ancient jade serves as our sect's token of authority. It was this artifact that sensed the ancestral techniques aura upon this young woman. I believe they may help me recover the complete cultivation method. Luo Qingqing and Yu Qiumen exchanged glances, shock evident in their eyes. The techniques they now cultivated were obtained through the inheritance within the Tianxuan secret realm. Could they truly be the lost techniques of Pearl Blossom Palace? What an extraordinary coincidence. Very well, young ladies, would you be willing to become my disciples? Lu Nangshuang gazed at Luo Qingqing and Yu Qiumen, her eyes filled with anticipation. Before Luo Qingqing and Yu Qiumen could respond, Ye Chen spoke up first. Aunt Lu, they are my friends. If you take them as disciples, you must treat them well. Pearl Blossom Palace was a sanctuary for female cultivators, a sacred realm for women, and it would prove immensely beneficial for Luo Qingqing and Yu Qiumen's cultivation journey. Lu Nangshuang nodded with a smile. Rest assured, Pearl Blossom Palace would never mistreat your little sweetheart. Once they enter our palace, I shall guarantee their safety. How could Lu Nangshuang fail to perceive the relationship between him and Luo Qingqing? Still, the final decision required Luo Qingqing and Yu Qiumen's own consent. We are deeply honored by the Empress's gracious attention. My senior sister and I are willing to become your disciples, however. Luo Qingqing bit her lip, her words trailing off in hesitation. They had just arrived in the Immortal Realm, unfamiliar with this new world. She was unwilling to leave Ye Chen's side so soon. Likewise, Yu Qiumen wished not to be separated from Su Cheng the moment they had ascended. Lu Nangshuang was an ancient cultivator who had lived for tens of thousands of years, a seasoned master who could read a young maiden's heart at a glance. Do not worry. I am not asking you to return to Pear Blossom Palace immediately. Simply acknowledge me as your master now. You may depart for Pear Blossom Palace 1 month from today. Lu Nangshuang gazed at Luo Qingqing and Yu Qiuman with a gentle smile. Luo Qingqing and Yu Qiuman exchanged glances, both glimpsing the same turbulent emotions reflected in each other's eyes. Luo Qingqing's thoughts were seen through, making her already flushed face even redder. Yu Qiuman's face also turned crimson. In that case, let us pay respects to our master. Luo Qingqing and Yu Qiuman hesitated no longer and immediately knelt gracefully. Good, from now on, you are the disciples of Lu Nangshuang of the Pear Blossom Palace. Lu Nangshuang gladly accepted their bow. Congratulations, Palace Lord Lu, on gaining excellent disciples. The Wuji Immortal Emperor and Su Taishu both offered their congratulations upon seeing this. Lu Nangshuang said with a smile, this is also the fate between them and my Pear Blossom Palace. Ye Chen looked at Luo Qingqing, his eyes full of tenderness and encouragement. Lu Nangshuang continued, although there is no rush to take you back to the Pear Blossom Palace, you must diligently cultivate and not squander this opportunity. And Lu, in 1 month, I will personally escort them to the Pear Blossom Palace. Ye Chen smiled and nodded. Good. Lu Nangshuang nodded succinctly. After some more conversation, Lu Nangshuang took her leave, transforming into a streak of light and disappearing into the sky. The hall fell silent for a moment. Negang Zhuxian and Tao Shaoshao were about to speak, ready to launch another round of bombardment at the Wuji Immortal Emperor. But the Wuji Immortal Emperor raised his hand to stop them preemptively. Stop, stop, stop. I know what you want to say. That kid Ye Chen made a mistake, and I punished him by sending him down to the mortal world to train, all for his own good. Do you think I wanted to? The Wuji Immortal Emperor looked helpless. If his temperament isn't tempered, how can he go further in the future? This trip to the mortal world will let him suffer a bit and learn a lesson. Negang Zhuxian and Tao Shaoshao exchanged glances, both seeing disbelief in each other's eyes. Really? Negang Zhuxian looked at the Wuji Immortal Emperor suspiciously. Truer than pearls. The Wuji Immortal Emperor nodded seriously. Would I deceive you? Besides, that kid Ye Chen, after I sealed his cultivation and had him start over, isn't he stronger than before? This is a monumental opportunity. The Wuji Immortal Emperor wore an expression of I'm doing this for your own good. The old man is right. I feel that I am much more powerful now than before. Ye Chen nodded, indeed, at the same cultivation level, he was now more than twice as strong as before. Negang Zhuxian and Tao Shaoshao could no longer pretend to be foolish and bombard their master. The Wuji Immortal Emperor quickly took the opportunity to slip away. He had no way to deal with these disciples, they were not afraid of him at all. Su Taishu also slipped out of the hall with the Wuji Immortal Emperor. After they left, Negang Zhuxian and Tao Shaoshao immediately changed their demeanor, appearing shrewd and capable, completely unlike their earlier foolish and naive appearance. How was it? Little junior brother, did we act well for you? Negang Zhuxian took Ye Chen's arm and asked with a smile. Senior sisters, everything I said just now was true, absolutely not acting. Ye Chen looked serious. Alright, little junior brother, you're getting addicted to acting. I would rather believe the Heavenly Emperor gets beaten up than believe you suffered. Tao Shaoshao rolled her eyes. Ye Chen had been raised by his senior brothers and sisters since childhood. How could they not know their junior brother's nature? He was definitely not one to suffer losses. Senior sisters are wise, you saw through me. Ye Chen scratched his head with an embarrassed smile. Phew! We raised you, how could we not know your little tricks? Negang Zhuxian snorted coldly and ignored Ye Chen. They both turned their gaze to Luo Qingqing and Yu Qiuman, even circling around them. TSK, not bad, not bad. Negang Zhuxian looked Luo Qingqing up and down, her eyes filled with satisfaction. Our sister-in-law is truly a beauty of unparalleled grace and charm. Little junior brother really has good taste. Upon hearing Negang Zhuxian call her sister-in-law, Luo Qingqing's pretty face instantly flushed to the ears. Third senior sister, you. Don't be shy, sister-in-law. Tao Shaoshao also came over, grinning. We're all family now. Come, look at the gifts your senior sisters have prepared for you. With that, Negang Zhuxian and Tao Shaoshao each took out a storage ring. Clatter! A pile of immortal artifacts and treasures filled the entire hall, all kinds of varieties, with dazzling multicolored light. These are all for you, Canglan Realm said generously. Pick whatever you like. Luo Qingqing, Ye Chen, and Su Cheng were dumbfounded. All of them were immortal artifacts. So many immortal artifacts and treasures, they had never heard of or seen such things. This is too much. Luo Qingqing was at a loss. No, not at all. Canglan Realm waved her hand dismissively. These are merely trifles. Sister-in-law, feel free to take whatever you like. Take whatever catches your fancy. As she spoke, she took Luo Qingqing's hand and led her to the pile of treasures. This one is lovely. It would suit you perfectly. Canglan Realm picked up a radiant immortal robe and handed it to Luo Qingqing. And this one, this is beautiful too. Tao Xiaoxiao also grabbed several treasures and stuffed them into Ye Chen's hands. Fourth senior sister. Ye Chen felt rather embarrassed. Take them. Tao Xiaoxiao said with a smile. We're all family here. No need to stand on ceremony. Su Cheng watched from the side, filled with envy. He had just arrived in the Immortal Realm and didn't even have a single immortal artifact. Third senior sister, fourth senior sister, I want some too. He gazed at Canglan Realm and Tao Xiaoxiao with pitiful, pleading eyes. Feel free to pick whatever you like, we're all insiders here. Canglan Realm said with a smile as well. Su junior brother, don't stand on ceremony either. Take whatever you want. At her words, Su Chen's face lit up with joy, and he rushed to the pile of treasures to begin selecting. Ye Chen gazed at the scene before him, a playful smile curving at the corner of his lips. He walked to Luo Qingqing's side and gently encircled her waist. What do you think? Aren't my senior sisters quite something? Luo Qingqing's face flushed with bashfulness as she nodded lightly. Ye Chen whispered softly in her ear. From now on, they will be your senior sisters too. Luo Qingqing's face turned even redder, lowering her head and not daring to look at him. As night fell, above the Wuji Immortal Palace on the Sacred Mountain, clouds and mist swirled like a fairyland. Ye Chen held Luo Qingqing's delicate hand as they chatted and left their way to his Cultivation mountain peak. Above the peak, clouds and mist lingered, an exquisite courtyard nestled within, surrounded by rare flowers and exotic grasses in full bloom, releasing enchanting fragrances. Qingqing, from now on, this will be your home, Ye Chen said tenderly. Luo Qingqing gazed at the beautiful scenery around her, her heart filled with warmth. She smiled, her eyes rippling with charm unspeakably enchanting. How is Xiaotao doing? Xiaotao had ascended together within the Star Soul Tower, and Luo Qingqing wanted to see if anything had changed for her in the Immortal Realm. Let's go see her together. Ye Chen summoned the Star Soul Tower. He drew Luo Qingqing close by her slender waist, and the two transformed into streaks of light, flying into the tower. Inside the tower, Xiaotao sat cross-legged with eyes closed, absorbing the heaven's blessing that Ye Chen had guided for her. As long as she fully absorbed and refined the heaven's blessing, she would not be repelled by the Immortal Realm's heavenly doll rules and could walk out of the Star Soul Tower. The two adorable pets, Little Black and Little White, also lay nearby, sleeping soundly. Evidently, the heaven's blessing was quite beneficial for them as well. When Ye Chen had guided the heaven's blessing, he had also granted them a portion. Shu Ye Chen made a shushing gesture, pulling Luo Qingqing along as they tiptoed up to the top floor. They were at a critical moment of absorbing the heaven's blessing and should not be disturbed. Upon entering the top floor, Luo Qingqing gathered her courage and threw herself into Ye Chen's embrace. She stood on tiptoe and gently kissed his lips. With separation imminent, she only wished to imprint this moment of sweetness deeply in her heart. Before long, she and senior sister Ye Chen would be leaving to cultivate at Pear Blossom Palace. Though reluctant to part, to grow stronger, to stand by Ye Chen's side more capably, she had to go. Tears glistened at the corners of her eyes as Luo Qingqing kissed him with ever deeper passion, wanting to give herself completely to Ye Chen before they parted. Ye Chen was slightly taken aback. Luo Qingqing was an extremely reserved and bashful woman who had never dared to take the initiative as she did today. Ye Chen knew she must have fought a tremendous internal battle to do this. Feeling the tenderness of the beauty in his arms, a warm current surged in Ye Chen's heart. He understood Luo Qingqing's true feelings. Gently cradling her face, he tenderly returned her kiss. The greatest challenge is to receive a beauty's kindness gracefully, and since she had been so bold, how could Ye Chen, as a man, refuse? Moreover, She was a beauty capable of toppling cities and captivating kingdoms. Ye Chen's counterattack came naturally as he began his own counteroffensive, gentle yet imperious. Luo Qingchun was filled with bashful shyness yet could not help but surrender to the moment, responding to Ye Chen and beginning to proactively shed her garments. Their feelings had naturally reached the point where they were destined to be together. At this moment, no words were needed, everything was understood in silence. Outside the window, moonlight illuminated the Immortal Realm, starlight scattered across the tower's peak, as if blessing them. Within the tower, spring was in the air. Two hearts in harmony composed a moving symphony of love. The moonlit radiance flowed like water over the fairy tower, lingering affection too profound to restrain. She bestowed her heart upon one of surpassing beauty, sharing joy whether love runs deep or shallow. Spring breezes intoxicate this fleeting fine night, starlight blesses years of longing. May this true heart never be betrayed, bound by affection across 10,000 li to the ends of the earth. Ye Chen held Luo Qingchun tightly in his embrace, as if he wished to merge her into his very bones and blood. He knew she was the one he was destined to protect in this lifetime. For her, he would sacrifice everything. Luo Qingchun could feel his deep affection, and she held him tightly in return, surrendering herself completely to him. She knew Ye Chen was her pillar in this life, and for him, she would give up everything. Time seemed to stand still at that moment. Only two hearts, bound by love, beat in quiet harmony. This was love at its most beautiful. That night, Ye Chen slept deeply and peacefully. He had a dream, finding himself once again amidst that mysterious starry expanse. As before when he had fallen into the spatial rift, a crystal coffin floated before his eyes. Within the coffin, that breathtakingly beautiful woman lay motionless, devoid of any sign of life, as though time itself had ceased to flow before her. Yet this time, there was no anguish in Ye Chen's eyes, only profound tenderness and resolve. Ling he whispered softly, I have found you. But neither of us is who we once were. It was as though a long and intricate tale were slowly unfolding between them. Do you still remember our vows? Even if the world changes, my heart will forever belong to you. Ye Chen continued speaking, yet the woman within the coffin remained utterly silent. At dawn, the first golden rays of sunlight filtered through the curtain, and Ye Chen stirred awake from his slumber. Luo Qingchun still rested peacefully in his arms. A delicate blush still graced her features from the night before, making her appear all the more enchanting. Ye Chen gently brushed a stray lock of hair from her cheek behind her ear, trying to recall the vivid dream he had just experienced. Yet to his frustration, beyond the lingering sense that he had dreamed something profoundly real and significant, his mind grasped nothing else. Perhaps it was merely an ordinary dream, he murmured with a self-deprecating smile, though a faint sense of loss lingered in his chest. Luo Qingchun stirred with a soft sigh, slowly rousing from her sleep. She blinked her heavy-lidded, shy eyes open and caught sight of Ye Chen gazing at her with such deep affection that she couldn't help but smile sweetly. They smiled at one another in that tranquil, intimate morning, as if time itself had woven a private world just for them. Beyond the window, fresh greenery swayed in the spring breeze, while within, their love flowed endlessly. Meanwhile, in the magnificent halls of the Heavenly Emperor's palace, Emperor Qin sat upon his dragon throne, robed in imperial attire, his expression both solemn and commanding. At the hall's entrance stood a formidable general, the dragon-riding general, the emperor's foremost commander and sworn brother, holding a jade slate as he reported recent developments. In private, they addressed one another as brothers, a bond and status far beyond that of the divine martial general. As the Heavenly Emperor's voice and representative, the dragon-riding general acted on his behalf throughout the Immortal Realm. Your Majesty, the general reported, the matter at Xinyu Immortal Sect has been investigated. The sect master and several elders colluded with the demon clan and acquired demonic arts from them. They have been capturing young geniuses across the continents below to drain their essence and blood for their demonic cultivation, he continued, detailing the operation's results. Our agents descended to rescue all the young talents, and those involved have been executed in accordance with the Immortal Realm's laws. Well handled, Emperor Qin acknowledged, a hint of satisfaction crossing his eyes. The demon clan stirs once more, and we must be prepared. It is time to advance the academy proposal I put forth previously, he said after a moment's consideration. Report to me on the preparations. The academy shall be named the Heavenly Palace Academy, designed to systematically train the finest disciples from all sects, families, and independent cultivators across the Immortal Realm, the dragon-riding general replied immediately. Currently, hundreds of young talents from all corners of the realm have entered our evaluation, he reported with meticulous detail. With the demon clan growing restless and likely to strike at the Immortal Realm, the Heavenly Emperor founded the Heavenly Palace Academy to cultivate more warriors for the coming conflict. I hear that junior disciple of the Wuji Immortal Emperor has recently returned, Emperor Qin said suddenly after finishing the report. He had taken a keen interest in Ye Chen, who constantly caused trouble for his master. Indeed, Your Majesty, Ye Chen is truly exceptional. Though he appears carefree and humorous on the surface, his mind is sharp and meticulous. I shall grant him a special admission quota. The general understood immediately, well aware of Ye Chen's extraordinary talent. His abilities are unmatched, though his reputation in the Immortal Realm leaves much to be desired. He has kidnapped saints and saintesses from several major sects. Excellent. This youth may well become a key figure in our defense against the Demon Clan, Emperor Qin said with satisfaction. Announce the recruitment of the Heavenly Palace Academy. This humble one receives the decree, the general replied, bowing before withdrawing from the hall. Soon after, news of the Heavenly Palace Academy's recruitment swept through the Immortal Realm like a hurricane. Major sects, families, and independent cultivators all mobilized, hoping their outstanding disciples would be selected. After all, the Heavenly Palace Academy was founded by the Heavenly Emperor himself, who served as its dean. Admission meant becoming his direct disciple. Moreover, the Heavenly Emperor's palace controlled vast resources and secret realms, offering Academy members access to even greater treasures. Yet Ye Chen had no interest in joining the Heavenly Palace Academy. Each day, he took Luo Qinchong exploring the Immortal Realm. In just 1 month, she would be entering the Pearl Blossom Palace, a sect for female cultivators that would be nearly impossible for him to access, making future meetings difficult. How could he possibly think about the Academy when he wanted to spend every moment with her? Besides, Luo Qinchong had only just arrived in the Immortal Realm, and he wanted to show her around and help her learn about its customs and culture. Shops lined both sides of the street, their vendors calling out in a lively chorus. Luo Qinchong gazed about curiously, her eyes wide with wonder. Suddenly, a commotion ahead near a brothel drew their attention. A portly man in fine robes was tossed out by several burly men. Ouch! He cried, rolling across the ground and landing covered in dust. You fat bastard, acting like a big shot when you can't even pay. Trying to get my girls for free? Go look at yourself in a puddle. The madam stood at the entrance, hands on hips, berating Lu Biti. The crowd erupted in laughter, pointing and jeering at the fallen man. The fat man lay on the ground, his face smeared with snot and tears. His splendid brocade robes were wrinkled and stained with wine, looking just like a beggar. Ye Chen walked through the crowd and looked at the fat man, who had been thrown out, a playful smile curling his lips. This round fat man was named Lu Biti, Ye Chen's partner and subordinate in the Immortal Realm. When Ye Chen kidnapped and robbed the holy sons and daughters of various sects in the Immortal Realm, Lu Biti had been of great help. After each raid, Ye Chen would let Lu Biti pick 2 magical treasures for himself, and his life with Ye Chen had been thriving and prosperous. It seemed that during the years Ye Chen was absent, Lu Biti hadn't fared well at all. How did you end up in such a sorry state, boy? Ye Chen tried hard to suppress his laughter, squatted down, and patted Lu Biti's shoulder. Lu Biti suddenly raised his head. Chen. Brother Chen. When he realized it was Ye Chen, his initially mournful expression instantly transformed with excitement. Perhaps the tide of excitement was too overwhelming, causing a string of snot to slip out of his nostrils like a little loach. As if grasping a lifeline, he suddenly hugged Ye Chen's thigh tightly. Brother Chen, it's really you. You're finally back. The snot, tears, and saliva mixed together, smearing all over Ye Chen's leg. Hey, let go. Let go. You're getting snot all over me. Ye Chen felt a chill of disgust and kicked Lu Biti away with annoyance. Looking at his pants covered in disgusting snot, Ye Chen wore an expression of utter despair. Lu Biti rolled on the ground a few times and quickly got up, casually wiping the snot from his face with his sleeve. He scampered over to Ye Chen's side, and when he saw Luo Qinchong beside him, he was instantly stunned by her peerless beauty. Hello, sister-in-law. Lu Biti bowed and scrapped, his face full of flattery. He knew Luo Qingchong was Ye Chen's woman, so she must be his sister-in-law, and he addressed her as such. Luo Qingchong gave a slight smile in response. Brother Chen, do you know how I survived these years you were gone? Lu Biti's snout slipped out of his nostrils again as he began to wail. Save it, what's going on? Ye Chen felt a wave of nausea as the snout kept flowing endlessly. Lu Biti hesitated awkwardly before explaining what had happened. It turned out Lu Biti had set his sights on the brothel's top courtesan, Flower Fairy. She was renowned for her beauty, and meeting her came at a steep price. But Lu Biti had enough spirit stones on hand. To meet his beloved alone, he disguised himself as a wealthy man, wearing splendid robes and strutting into the brothel with his chest puffed out. When he first entered, he pretended quite convincingly, boasting to the madam that he had plenty of spirit stones. The madam, seeing his appearance, initially believed him and hastily welcomed him inside, serving him fine wine and food. However, when Lu Biti requested to see Flower Fairy, the madam was a shrewd businesswoman who wouldn't let a bird fly without payment. She demanded to see his spirit stones first, but Lu Biti had none to show, and panic seized him, leaving him stammering and speechless. Ye Chen listened with a look of disappointment, finding it too shameful. This was truly freeloading. Brother Chen, I was just possessed by infatuation, thinking I could fool my way through. After Lu Biti finished speaking, he hung his head in shame. What's so great about a top courtesan? Ye Chen stroked his chin, feeling so exasperated that he didn't even want this brother anymore. Brother Chen, you don't understand. That Flower Fairy was breathtakingly beautiful, and her voice was as gentle as water. Lu Biti described vividly, unaware that his snout was still flowing. Ye Chen rolled his eyes. This kid was clearly infatuated and deserved to be fooled. Alright, enough nonsense. How did you end up in such a sorry state? Ye Chen frowned, looking at Lu Biti with disgust. How could he have befriended such a slob? Brother Chen, during these years you were gone, I really... Lu Biti was about to wail with snot and tears when Ye Chen impatiently interrupted him. Enough, enough, stop making that mournful face. People might think I bullied you. Ye Chen waved his hand in disgust. Tell me, what happened? How did you end up so wretched? He scrutinized Lu Biti from head to toe. This kid had profited handsomely from magical treasures when he followed him, so why couldn't he even afford a brothel visit now? Of course, Ye Chen hadn't given him a single spirit stone. Spirit stones were Ye Chen's lifeblood, impossible to part with. But those magical treasures Ye Chen had given him could be sold for a vast amount of spirit stones. Brother Chen, it's a long story. Lu Biti sighed deeply, his face full of bitterness. The three found a tea house and sat down, and only then did Lu Biti begin his complaint. Brother Chen, do you still remember that incident from a few years ago when we kidnapped the holy son of the whole Immortal Sect? Pfft! Ye Chen raised his eyebrows and gave two soft snorts, reminding Lu Biti to watch his words. We call it protection, just collecting a fee for our trouble. How can you call it kidnapping? Oh! We protected the whole holy son and collected 1 million top-quality spirit stones as a fee from his sect. Lu Biti understood immediately and quickly changed his phrasing. Luo Qingchong beside her couldn't help but roll her eyes. Kidnapping described so elegantly. Ye Chen nodded in satisfaction, a wicked smile curling his lips. It was after that incident that the holy son, unable to cause trouble with me, set his sights on me. Lu Biti wore a mournful expression. Brother Chen, after you were demoted to the lower realm, the holy son found out. He knew we were close, so he bothered me every other day. As Lu Biti spoke, his tone filled with grievance. He took all my magical treasures and spirit stones. And he comes every now and then. As long as I have some spirit stones, he takes them away. I can't save up any at all. Lu Biti grew more excited as he spoke, his voice full of resentment, snout flowing along. This holy son is truly a bully who picks on the weak and fears the strong. Ye Chen let out a cold sneer, a hint of chill flashing in his eyes. Lu Biti was his recognized brother. Apart from him, no one was allowed to bully him. Although a bit sloppy, this fat man was truly brave when it mattered. Don't worry, I'll help you vent this anger. A cunning glint flashed in Ye Chen's eyes as he began plotting how to help Lu Biti. Brother Chen, it might not be possible now. The whole holy sun is in seclusion. It'll be a year. Lu Biti shook his head helplessly. A year? Ye Chen stroked his chin, somewhat puzzled. Yes, the Heavenly Palace Academy opens in a year, and only then will the whole holy sun emerge from seclusion to attend. Lu Biti nodded eagerly. Interesting. Ye Chen's lips curled into a wicked smile. It seemed the Heavenly Palace Academy would be quite lively. Alright, let's put this aside for now. We'll talk about it in a year. Ye Chen patted Lu Biti's shoulder. Hee, I knew Brother Chen was the best. Lu Biti rubbed his hands excitedly. The days of having someone to back him up were back. But, you're in such a sorry state now, aren't you? Ye Chen scrutinized Lu Biti with disgust. Follow me. Ye Chen took Luo Qinchen's hand and turned to walk out. Where are we going, Brother Chen? Lu Biti scampered after him. I'll take you somewhere. Ye Chen gave a mysterious smile as he led Lu Biti to a small courtyard. The small courtyard looked unremarkable, with nothing particularly special about it. Brother Chen, where is this place? Lu Biti asked with a puzzled expression. You'll know once we go inside. Ye Chen pushed open the courtyard gate and stepped in. Inside the small courtyard, a man as thin as a bamboo pole was lying on a rocking chair, basking in the sun. Hearing the commotion, he suddenly sat up. Little master. The bamboo-thin man spotted Ye Chen and immediately jumped off the rocking chair, approaching with a delighted expression. Brother Zhu, it's been a long time. Ye Chen greeted him with a smile. This bamboo-thin man was named Zhu Gangjin, who had received kindness from Ye Chen's eldest senior brother years ago and had come to regard him as a brother. He also took orders from Ye Chen, possessing the cultivation of a true immortal and collecting protection fees in this area on Ye Chen's behalf. Of course, they didn't extort from just anyone, they only targeted wealthy families and unscrupulous merchants. Little master, you've finally returned. Zhu Gangjin stepped forward excitedly, his eyes brimming with joy. Despite his cultivation as a true immortal, he considered himself Ye Chen's subordinate, for Ye Chen's eldest senior brother had once been his savior. Ye Chen never regarded Zhu Gangjin as a mere subordinate, always treating him as a brother instead. Brother Xu, how have you been? Ye Chen inquired. Good, very good, I've just been waiting for your return, little master. Zhu Gangjin nodded eagerly, his gaze catching sight of Luo Qingchun holding Ye Chen's hand. A flicker of admiration crossed his eyes before he quickly composed himself. Little master, might I ask who this lady is? This is Luo Qingchun, my cultivation companion. Ye Chen introduced her with a gentle smile, his eyes filled with tenderness and affection. Greetings, Brother Zhu. Luo Qingchun offered a polite nod. Greetings, Miss Luo. You are truly breathtakingly beautiful, a perfect match for the little master. Zhu Gaojin hastily returned the salute. A blush immediately spread across Luo Qingchun's face, her shyness evident. Ye Chen then introduced Lu Biti to Zhu Gaojin and explained their purpose. Hello, Brother Zhu. Lu Biti stepped forward quickly and offered a respectful salute. You're too kind, brother. From now on, you'll follow me. Zhu Gangjin patted Lu Biti's shoulder and laughed heartily. Thank you, Brother Zhu. Lu Biti's face lit up with joy as he bowed once more. As a rope cultivator, having a true immortal as a senior brother meant no one would dare bully him in the future. Though now that Brother Chen had returned, he was equally protected, and having an additional true immortal senior brother wasn't a bad thing. Zhu Gaojin retrieved a storage ring and handed it to Ye Chen. I knew you cherished spirit stones, so I've saved this year's worth for you. Then I must thank you, Brother Zhu. Ye Chen accepted the storage ring with delight, extending his divine sense within to find it filled with top-grade spirit stones. After a brief chat, Ye Chen took Luo Qingchun's hand and turned to leave the courtyard. Over the following months, he guided her through the celestial realm, visiting its most renowned mountains and rivers. They admired the stunning landscapes, savored exquisite cuisine, and cherished their time together. The months passed in the blink of an eye, and Ye Chen and Luo Qingchun returned to Wuji Immortal Palace. At that moment, Shao Tao had finished absorbing all the blessings of the heavenly Dao and could finally emerge from the star soul taming tower. She no longer needed the tower to shield her from the celestial realm's heavenly Dao rejection. Shao Tao, you may come out now. Ye Chen wheeled her forth from the star soul taming tower. As soon as she emerged, she curiously surveyed her surroundings. Wow, is this the Immortal Realm? It's so beautiful, she exclaimed in wonder. This is the Immortal Realm, Wuji Immortal Palace. You'll be residing here from now on. Ye Chen said with a smile. Just then, Negang Zhuxian and Tao Shaoshao happened to walk over and were taken aback to see Xiao Tao materialize out of nowhere. Junior brother, where did you produce this little girl from? Negang Zhuxian asked in astonishment. Senior sister, her name is Xiao Tao. She is Qin Chen's junior martial sister. Ye Chen offered a brief explanation. Greetings to both senior sisters. Xiao Tao courteously bowed to Negang Zhuxian and Tao Shaoshao. Hello, Xiao Tao. Both Negang Zhuxian and Tao Shaoshao were immediately charmed by Xiao Tao's lively demeanor. Very well, it's time we head to the Pear Blossom Immortal Palace. The month they had agreed upon with Lu Nangshuang had elapsed, and Ye Chen was to escort them there. Ye Chen then led Luo Qingqing, Xiao Tao, and Yu Qingman toward the Pear Blossom Palace. Along the way, the scenery was picturesque with immortal mist swirling around. Xiao Tao was filled with excitement, constantly asking questions, while Ye Chen and Luo Qingqing patiently answered each one. After a day's flight, Ye Chen arrived at the entrance of the Pear Blossom Palace with the 3 women. The palace's grand mountain gate was constructed from white jade, adorned with exquisitely carved pear blossom patterns that seemed almost lifelike. 2 naturally beautiful female disciples stood guard at the entrance, offering a slight bow upon seeing Ye Chen and his companions. Who approaches? One of them politely inquired. I am Ye Chen, invited by Palace Master Lu to escort these 2 ladies, Luo Qingqing and Yu Qingman. Ye Chen stepped forward and offered a respectful salute. In truth, Ye Chen felt somewhat uneasy about the Pear Blossom Immortal Palace. 7 years prior, he had heard rumors of the palace's white jade pear blossoms in full bloom and had attempted to sneak in to pluck one. Unbeknownst to him, his unfamiliarity with the palace's layout led him astray. He never found the white jade pear blossoms and instead stumbled into the disciples' bathing pool. Inside the pool, over 100 female disciples were bathing completely nude, their bare bodies suddenly exposed before his eyes. At 15, Ye Chen was at the height of his vitality, and the scandalous sight sent his blood surging, causing a nosebleed. The Pear Blossom Immortal Palace was an all-female cultivation sect where men were forbidden from entering the main gates. Even when men had business there, they were restricted to a designated reception area outside the main gates. Yet here was a man who had not only breached the grounds but had stumbled into the disciples' bathing pool. The bathing disciples erupted in shrill screams upon seeing Ye Chen's sudden intrusion, sending the entire sect into chaos as all the disciples joined the pursuit. Fortunately, Ye Chen had comprehended the laws of space at that time, and after an exhausting struggle, he managed to escape the Pear Blossom Immortal Palace through spatial manipulation. The memory sent a chill down Ye Chen's spine. Ye Chen. The 2 gate guards found the name familiar but couldn't quite place it. Noticing his strange expression, they exchanged glances filled with confusion. Ye Chen. It's him. That pervert. One guard finally recognized his face. They might not have known the name Ye Chen, but they would never forget the man who had invaded their bathing pool 7 years ago. Both guards drew their swords in unison, pointing the blades directly at him. Their eyes widened in anger, faces hardened with resentment. Ye Chen. You shameless pervert. You have the nerve to return. One guard screamed, her voice trembling with fury and humiliation. The smile on Ye Chen's face instantly froze, embarrassment washing over him as he was recognized. What a coincidence. Last time he had stumbled into the bathing pool, these 2 were also bathing there. Ye Chen stole a glance at Luo Qingqing. Phew! Noticing his sly look, she let out a cold snort and turned her head away. Qingqing, it's not what you think. I'll explain later. Ye Chen scratched his head, looking utterly helpless. Yu Qingman and Xiao Tao watched with keen interest from the side, a hint of schadenfreude in their eyes. They hadn't expected to stumble upon such drama today. Fair ladies, it's all a misunderstanding. Ye Chen hurriedly waved his hands at the 2 gatekeeper disciples, his face plastered with an ingratiating smile. Raising 3 fingers, he swore with absolute conviction, I truly stumbled in accidentally last time. I swear I saw absolutely nothing. Saw nothing? Who are you trying to fool? The other disciple retorted angrily, her pretty face flushing red with indignation. She began to speak, we sisters were just, but suddenly realized she was about to reveal too much, quickly shutting her mouth. One could imagine how intimate the scene had been. Xiao Tao listened with keen interest from the side, her big eyes darting about with curiosity. Xiao Tao rested her chin on her hands, her eyes sparkling with curiosity and even a hint of admiration. Wow, senior brother Ye Chen likes to peek at girls bathing. How amazing. Ye Chen nearly spat blood. This girl would say anything. Shut up. He tried to look fierce, though his expression was anything but intimidating. Xiao Tao playfully stuck out her tongue, unconcerned. Fair ladies, please hear me out. It truly is all a misunderstanding. Ye Chen continued his explanation, hoping to quell their anger. He shifted the blame onto the Pear Blossom Immortal Palace's architecture. It's all because of this damn Pear Blossom Immortal Palace, built like a maze. I got lost and accidentally wandered into the bathing pool. Besides, I never intended to watch you bathe. You're the ones bathing without clothes. How is this my fault? Ye Chen said with a wronged expression, as if he were the victim. These words only made the two gatekeeper disciples more mortified and furious. Ye Chen was twisting logic. Has anyone ever heard of bathing while clothed? Ye Chen, you shameless man! They roared, lunging at him with their swords. Ye Chen sighed helplessly. This fight was unavoidable today. He flashed aside, easily dodging both disciples' attacks. Hey, hey, hey! Don't fight! I'm here to deliver someone to you. Ye Chen dodged while shouting. Upon hearing he was delivering someone, the two disciples redoubled their attacks. Deliver someone? You rogue! They assumed Ye Chen was mocking them, claiming he was delivering himself. One disciple shouted toward the interior of the Pear Blossom Immortal Palace, her voice echoing throughout, "Someone come! Arrest this pervert!" Soon, a large group of female disciples poured out from within the Pear Blossom Immortal Palace and joined the fray. Ye Chen found himself immediately surrounded. He dodged through the storm of sword shadows while trying to explain, but the female disciples of the Pear Blossom Immortal Palace wouldn't listen. They were determined to capture him at all costs. Seeing the situation escalate, Luo Qingqing and Yu Qingman tried to intervene from the sidelines, declaring themselves as newly accepted disciples of the Palace Master, but were completely ignored. At that moment, an ethereal yet majestic voice rang out. Stop! Upon hearing it, everyone ceased their actions. The Palace Master Lu Nangshuang appeared, stepping through the void with an aura of majesty. Palace Master! The disciples saluted in unison. Luo Qingqing and Yu Qingman also stepped forward to pay their respects. Master! Lu Nangshuang gently raised her hand to lift them all. Her gaze swept across the disciples before the mountain gate. Rise! These are my newly accepted disciples. They will be your fellow sect members from now on. Her tone was gentle yet carried an unquestionable authority. She highly valued the talent of both Luo Qingqing and Yu Qingman, and they possessed peerless techniques lost to the sect. Lu Nangshuang gazed at Luo Qingqing and Yu Qingman with deep affection, growing more fond with each passing moment. The other disciples were stunned by these words, unable to believe what they were hearing as they looked at the two women in disbelief. So these two women were indeed the Palace Master's newly accepted disciples. When they had claimed this earlier, the gatekeepers refused to believe them, assuming Luo Qingqing and Yu Qingman were simply trying to get them to stop. They were instantly overcome with embarrassment and regret. If they had known these were the Palace Master's new disciples, they never would have acted so impulsively. Little ones, come in. Lu Nangshuang said to Ye Chen before turning and entering the Pear Blossom Palace. The disciples at the mountain gate exchanged bewildered glances. Their sect had never allowed men inside, yet now their Palace Master was inviting Ye Chen in. These disciples were thoroughly unwilling, especially regarding Ye Chen, the man who had once intruded upon their bathing pool. Yet since the Palace Master had invited him in, they could do nothing to stop it. Ye Chen chuckled and quickly followed with Luo Qingqing and the others. He looked at the two gatekeeper disciples with a smug expression. All right, Aunt Lu. Before leaving, Ye Chen couldn't resist showing off. See? I told you I was here to deliver someone. The two gatekeeper disciples were furious but dared not retaliate. They could only watch helplessly as Ye Chen strode confidently into the Pear Blossom Palace. Their hearts filled with resentment and frustration. How had this pervert managed to enter so easily? After entering the Pear Blossom Palace, Ye Chen followed Lu Nangshuang to the main peak's grand hall. The hall was magnificent and imposing. Lu Nangshuang took her seat at the head and her gaze fell upon Xiao Tao. Who is this little girl? Lu Nangshuang asked. Luo Qingqing replied respectfully. This is senior sister Xiao Tao, our junior from the lower realm. Xiao Tao bowed obediently, a sweet smile on her face. Xiao Tao greets the senior. Lu Nangshuang nodded slightly, a gentle smile appearing on her face. What a clever and lovely girl. She carefully examined Xiao Tao. She discovered that Xiao Tao possessed exceptional talent and unusual bone structure, making her a promising cultivation candidate. Despite being under 20 years old, she had already broken through to the nascent soul stage, a rarity even among the geniuses of the Immortal Realm. After absorbing the blessing of the heavenly Tao, Xiao Tao's cultivation had also advanced to the nascent soul stage. Lu Nangshuang nodded with satisfaction. Not bad. Since Xiao Tao is also junior sister to both Qingqing and Qingman, I shall accept her as a disciple as well, Lu Nangshuang said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Luo Qingqing and Yu Qingman were overjoyed. Now they would be fellow sect sisters once more, no longer separated. Thank you, Master, they said in unison. Xiao Tao also jumped up with joy. This is wonderful. I have a master now. Watching from the side, Ye Chen's lips curved into a slight smile. He had known all along that Xiao Tao's talent would catch Lu Nangshuang's attention. He had brought Xiao Tao along precisely with the intention of having Lu Nangshuang accept her as a disciple. Xiao Tao, congratulations on securing such a powerful connection so quickly. Ye Chen chuckled teasingly. Senior brother Ye Chen, you always tease me. Being able to join Master's sect is also my own fortune. Xiao Tao gave Ye Chen a playful eye roll. Lu Nangshuang unconsciously glanced down at her long legs. Were they really that prominent? They seemed perfectly normal to her. Just right. Ye Chen left the Liwa Immortal Palace. As a man, he could not remain there for long. This time, he was able to enter only by benefiting from the influence of Luo Qingcheng and the others. As he departed, Lu Nangshuang also gifted Ye Chen a white jade pear blossom as a reward for accepting three beloved disciples. The white jade pear blossom was rich in spiritual energy. Ye Chen could refine it with the heavenly Dao pearl to boost his cultivation. Otherwise, he would never have risked sneaking into the Liwa Immortal Palace in the first place. Ye Chen had just arrived at the entrance of the Wuji Immortal Palace when he spotted Lin Shuo and Su Cheng about to step outside. Oh! These two cultivation maniacs are actually living instead of practicing their arts today. Ye Chen's eyes widened in astonishment. Back on the Canglan continent, they had been desperate to cultivate 24 hours a day, never leaving the sect unless something major occurred. Ye Chen felt it necessary to ask for an explanation. Senior brothers, why are you not cultivating today? He descended from the sky and landed before them. Junior brother, you're back. Master said that staying cooped up at home cultivating won't lead to any real progress. We should go out and walk around. Su Cheng spoke with some excitement. Oh! Has this old demon Su suddenly changed his ways? Ye Chen frowned, confusion etched across his face. This old demon Su had never allowed him to live back on the Canglan continent, constantly forcing him to stay at the sect and cultivate. Ye Chen had to sneak out just to go anywhere back then. Something was definitely off. Not at all, junior brother. The Tianxuan Academy will open its doors in a year and is holding early recruitment assessments in Zhongliu City. Master wants us to take part. Su Cheng spoke earnestly, anticipation shining in his eyes. You want to join the Tianxuan Academy? Ye Chen raised his eyebrows slightly and asked curiously. Master wants us to join, and besides, the academy was founded by the Heavenly Emperor himself. We would also like to join. Come with us, junior brother. Su Cheng looked at Ye Chen with eager anticipation, his eyes sparkling. You two go ahead. I'm not interested in joining the Tianxuan Academy. I'll head back to sleep first. Ye Chen waved his hand and lazily declined, letting out a yawn. With that, he turned and walked toward the Wuji Immortal Palace. What could possibly be appealing about joining the Tianxuan Academy? Endless tasks and secret realm expeditions, none of that held any value for Ye Chen. Not to mention being bound by the Academy's rules. It would be far better to stay at Wuji Immortal Palace and just lounge around, basking in the sun and enjoying roasted meat every day. Why go looking for trouble? Junior brother, I'm afraid you may not have a choice but to join the Tianxuan Academy. Lin Shuo, who had not spoken until now, helplessly shrugged and said calmly. Ye Chen, who had just lifted his foot, stopped immediately. He turned around and looked at Lin Shuo with a puzzled expression. Senior brother, what do you mean by that? Could it be that old demon Su wants him to take the assessment too? Ye Chen cursed old demon Su in his heart. Wasn't this just pushing him straight into a fire pit? That's not it. Lin Shuo smiled faintly and shook his head gently. Not that. Could it be that old Wuji is behind this? Ye Chen began to guess wildly. Neither. The Tiangong Academy has sent you a special recruitment letter. You do not need to take the assessment, you have been admitted directly. And this special recruitment letter was issued by the Heavenly Emperor himself. Lin Shuo spread his hands and said helplessly. What? A special recruitment letter? That old Heavenly Emperor is just as cunning. He hasn't even asked me if I want to go. Ye Chen's eyes widened. He was deeply dissatisfied that the Heavenly Emperor had issued a special recruitment letter without his consent. Junior brother, watch your words. Your uncle the Wuji Immortal Emperor has said that you must join the Tiangong Academy. Lin Shuo quickly stepped forward, his expression serious, and made a shushing gesture, lowering his voice. Speaking ill of the Heavenly Emperor in private and showing disrespect toward him could be considered a grave offense if investigated. Ye Chen did not care about that at all. He was only dissatisfied that his master, the Wuji Immortal Emperor, was forcing him to join the Tiangong Academy. You old Wuji, pushing your own disciple into trouble. Ye Chen shouted angrily toward the Wuji Immortal Palace. Thief! From within the Wuji Immortal Palace came a displeased snort from the Wuji Immortal Emperor. Ye Chen instantly shivered. He had not expected his own master to hear him. He had only dared to curse so recklessly because he thought the Wuji Immortal Emperor was not in the palace. Old man, I wasn't talking about you. Ye Chen turned around, grabbed Lin Shuo and Su Cheng, and sped toward Zhongyou City. With his master angry, he did not dare return to Wuji Immortal Palace for now, lest he face some education from the Wuji Immortal Emperor. Ye Chen flew recklessly with the two behind him, sparks almost trailing from their heels. Zhongyou City, Central Square. The area was extremely vast, the ground paved entirely with uniform blue stone, smooth as a mirror, reflecting a faint gleam under the sunlight. Towering stone pillars stood around the square, each carved with exquisite immortal beast motifs that appeared lifelike. This was the core area of Zhongyou City and also the most bustling place. Normally, this was a gathering place for merchants, with various rare treasures and spiritual pearls on display. At the same time, it was also an important venue for the spread of information, where immortals exchanged the latest updates and gossip from the celestial realm. The moment Ye Chen and the other two landed in the square, they noticed that today's central square was vastly different from usual. The bustling crowds that normally filled the area were nowhere to be seen, replaced instead by the busy figures of array masters from the Heavenly Emperor's palace. They were methodically setting up assessment arrays across the square. Surrounding them were young prodigies waiting to take the assessment, all eagerly hoping to pass and join the Tiangong Academy once the arrays were ready. Looks like we came too early. The assessment should not start until tomorrow. Ye Chen helplessly shrugged. Lin Shuo nodded slightly. Since we are here, we might as well make the best of it. Let's find somewhere to wait first. Su Cheng chimed in, that works too. We can wander around nearby and see if we pick up any useful information. In the crowd, a young man in brocade robes suddenly burst forward, followed by several well-dressed young masters from wealthy families. Big brother, you're finally back. The young man rushed forward excitedly, his face alight with joy, his eyes full of anticipation. This young man was none other than Wang Xiaotian, Ye Chen's #1 devoted admirer. Before his demotion to the lower realm, Ye Chen had taken up alchemy as a pastime. Since it was his first time refining pills, the ones he produced were black and ugly. Ye Chen did not dare to take them himself. He wanted to find someone to test them on, to see what effects they had and whether they might kill someone. When he went out, he happened to run into Wang Xiaotian. He talked Wang Xiaotian into spending a huge amount of spirit stones to buy the pills. After Wang Xiaotian took them, his natural talent and cultivation indeed both improved. From then on, Wang Xiaotian came to revere Ye Chen and became his most devoted admirer. Over time, he learned that Ye Chen liked spirit stones, so Wang Xiaotian scoured everywhere to collect spirit stones and give them to Ye Chen, hoping to earn the chance to receive pills from Ye Chen. Wang Xiaotian's face was full of excitement, as though he had encountered a long-lost father. Oh, little licking dog, what a coincidence! Ye Chen's lips curled into a carefree smile. This Wang Xiaotian had provided him with quite a lot of spirit stones. Inside, he was overjoyed. This was a walking treasure bringer. What luck today running into a wealth bringer just by stepping outside. Big brother, your little brother has missed you to death. Wang Xiaotian rushed over with tears and snot running down his face, and if Ye Chen hadn't dodged quickly, he would have been caught in an embrace. Hey, don't be so sappy. I don't like men. Ye Chen pushed him away in disgust, but his gaze subtly swept over the wealthy young masters behind him. Fat sheep, big brother, this is a small token of my respect. Wang Xiaotian hastily produced a bulging storage ring and presented it with both hands. This is... Ye Chen pretended to be puzzled as he took the storage ring, sweeping his divine sense inside to find it filled with supreme-grade spirit stones. Just a small token, Wang Xiaotian smiled obsequiously. TSK, Xiaotian, you're much too kind. Ye Chen expressed his gratitude verbally, yet his hands unceremoniously tucked the ring away. Big brother, these are all friends of mine, who also wish to admire your magnificence. Wang Xiaotian gestured to the wealthy young masters behind him. He frantically signaled the young masters, his eyes saying, hurry up and pay tribute to our big brother. I've already paved the way for you. The young masters exchanged uneasy glances, evidently reluctant. You lot, why haven't you paid your respects to the big brother yet? Seeing their hesitation, Wang Xiaotian grew angry. One single pill from the big brother can save you decades, even 100 years, of detours. Don't you understand? He scolded his underlings with a tone of exasperation. Although skeptical, the wealthy young masters, cowed by Wang Xiaotian's intimidation, obediently produced their storage rings. Ye Chen, beholding the endless spirit stones, smiled so wide his eyes narrowed into slits. Xiaotian, you're all far too generous. He patted Wang Xiaotian on the shoulder, looking gratified, and gave him a knowing look of approval. As long as the big brother is satisfied, that's all that matters. Wang Xiaotian nodded and bowed, looking like a fawning puppy. Tell you what, when I have free time, I'll refine a batch of pills for you all. Ye Chen waved his hand grandly, adopting a magnanimous air. In truth, the herbs needed for those pills cost next to nothing, making him feel he'd struck a great bargain. Really? Thank you, big brother. Thank you. Wang Xiaotian was beside himself with joy, as if he wanted to latch onto Ye Chen's leg and shower it with more licks. Big brother, and you two senior brothers, come, I'll take you to the grandest tavern in town for a proper feast. He eagerly ushered Ye Chen, Lin Shuo, and Su Cheng along. Fine then, I won't stand on ceremony. Lead the way. Ye Chen waved his hand with the air of a dandy. Lin Shuo and Su Cheng silently trailed behind him. Since the assessment hadn't started yet, there was no rush. The group set off in high spirits toward the grandest tavern in town, the Star-Plucking Tower. As its name suggested, the tower soared into the clouds, as if it could pluck the stars from the heavens. Inside, it was resplendent with gold and jade, adorned with ornate carvings and paintings, the epitome of luxury. At this moment, the front of the Star-Plucking Tower was bustling with people. With the Celestial Academy assessment underway, many prodigies had flocked to the city, and the tavern's business was booming. Oh my, isn't this Wang Xiaotian, the esteemed young master? A shrill voice came from the other group. The speaker was a young man in ornate robes, followed by several equally flashily dressed young masters, each with an air of arrogance and contempt. Oh, if it isn't young Master Zhao. What a coincidence. Wang Xiaotian gave a smile that didn't reach his eyes. This young Master Zhao was named Zhao Ritian, a notorious dandy of Zhongzhou City, who, relying on his family's power, bullied and tyrannized others without restraint. Humph, Wang Xiaotian, why aren't you staying at your shabby sect? What brings you here? Zhao Ritian said with a sneer. Young Master Zhao, it's not like you own the Star-Plucking Tower. I'm here to dine, does that concern you? Wang Xiaotian raised an eyebrow, brimming with confidence. With his big brother Ye Chen behind him, he was the most dashing lad in the city, unafraid of anyone. You! Zhao Ritian was rendered speechless. Normally, Wang Xiaotian showed him some deference, but today he was unusually defiant. At that moment, the tavern keeper came out, looking troubled, and said, Young masters, I apologize, but we've too many guests today. Only one table is left. Hearing this, Zhao Ritian puffed up and pointed at Ye Chen, declaring, Keeper, that last table is ours. Tell them to scram. The keeper was caught in a dilemma. The Zhao family held significant influence in Zhongzhou City, so he dared not offend them easily. But Wang Xiutian's group were also patrons, and the tavern couldn't afford to upset them either. Just then, from a table by the window, a young man spotted Ye Chen in the crowd and rose to his feet. "Brother Yi." He clasped his hands in greeting. He was the senior disciple who, during Ye Chen's ascension, recognized him and activated the sect's protective formation. "You are." Ye Chen didn't recognize the man before him and looked puzzled. "I am Zhuge Kang of the Tianji Pavilion, and I wish to befriend Brother Yi." Zhuge Kang spoke with a smile, clasping his hands again. "So you're the illustrious Brother Zhuge. A pleasure to meet you." Ye Chen gave a slight nod and fist and palm salute. He was very intrigued by the Tianji Pavilion's ability to deduce the past and future. He thought to himself that he would pry some secrets of the Immortal Realm from Zhuge Kang later. "Brother Yi flatters me. If you all don't mind, why not join our table and share some wine?" Zhuge Kang invited warmly. "Then I'll gladly accept." Ye Chen agreed readily, and at the same time, he cast a sly grin at Zhao Ruitian. "Oh my, isn't this Brother Zhao? I must have been blind not to recognize you earlier. My apologies." Ye Chen pretended to just recognize Zhao Ruitian, feigning surprise. He stepped forward and warmly slung an arm around Zhao Ruitian's shoulder, acting like they were old pals. Zhao Ruitian, taken aback by Ye Chen's enthusiasm, looked utterly bewildered. He didn't know Ye Chen at all, so why was Ye Chen acting as if they were close friends? "Brother Zhao, I've long heard of your reputation. Seeing you today, you truly are a dragon among men, with extraordinary bearing." Ye Chen showered Zhao Ruitian with praises, sending him floating on clouds. These wealthy prodigies had no real talent, but they loved being flattered and praised. He figured that Ye Chen must have heard of his fame and wanted to befriend him. "Brother Yi, you're too kind. You're a promising young talent with limitless potential." He puffed out his chest, trying to appear magnanimous. Ye Chen sneered inwardly, thinking what a fool Zhao Ruitian was. He would be crying soon enough. "Brother Zhao, since we're so destined, you can have the table. Brother Zhuge and I will share another seat." After Ye Chen finished speaking, he nodded slightly to Zhao Ruitian with a faint, enigmatic smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "Ah, very well." Zhao Ruitian hesitated for a moment before accepting with some embarrassment. Just moments ago, he had been strutting about trying to seize the table, yet now Ye Chen had magnanimously yielded it to him. He thought to himself that Ye Chen must be trying to curry favor with him. But Ye Chen was secretly laughing inside, thinking the fish had taken the bait. Wang Xiaotian was utterly confused. When had his elder brother become so agreeable? Zhuge Kang, Lin Shuo, and Su Chen stared at Zhao Ruitian as though he were a fool. What a complete idiot, so easily duped. They knew Ye Chen too well. He was never one to let others get the better of him. Zhuge Kang didn't know Ye Chen well personally, though he had investigated him thoroughly on the side, and he knew that Zhao Ruitian was about to meet serious misfortune today. Zhuge Kang led everyone to their seats, and Ye Chen immediately began probing for gossip. "Brother Zhuge, your Tianji Pavilion can divine the past and future. Surely you must be aware of many secrets within the Immortal Realm." "Brother Yi, while the Tianji Pavilion possesses some divinatory abilities, the Immortal Realm holds countless secrets, and we cannot prophesy everything." Zhuge Kang smiled faintly. Ye Chen's eyes lit up as he pressed further. "Then what remarkable news have you heard recently? I wonder which matters you refer to, Brother Yi." Though the Tianji Pavilion couldn't prophesy all things, they were still privy to some secrets. "Brother Zhuge, here in the Immortal Realm, besides cultivation, are there any juicy scandals?" Ye Chen gazed at Zhuge Kang expectantly, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. Zhuge Kang paused slightly, calmly taking a sip of spiritual tea. He didn't know how to respond to Ye Chen. The Tianji Pavilion couldn't simply divine the heavens. Each divination required tremendous cost, so how could they possibly waste it on gossip? Thinking Zhuge Kang hadn't grasped his meaning, Ye Chen tried to explain further. "For instance, did you know that the vice sect master of the Heavenly Sword sect appears all noble and proper on the surface, claiming to love only his wife, yet secretly keeps 3 concubines, each one a beauty?" Ye Chen shook his head with an expression of feigned distress. Zhuge Kang felt a twitch in his eye. Ye Chen's talent for gossip was truly breathtaking. "And there's more. The elders head of the Union of Joy sect supposedly became pregnant during dual cultivation. It's been..." Ye Chen lowered his voice, feigning secrecy. Wang Xiaotian gazed at Ye Chen with admiration. His elder brother truly was something else, knowing all these secrets and telling them so vividly. The meal concluded with Ye Chen's endless stream of gossip. Just as Wang Xiaotian was about to settle the bill, Ye Chen stopped him. "Sit down, let me handle this." Ye Chen grinned wickedly and rose to approach the innkeeper. Wang Xiaotian froze. When had his elder brother become so generous? Spirit stones were his lifeline. Anyone who dared covet his spirit stones would be drained completely. Zhuge Kang, Lin Shuo, and Su Cheng exchanged glances. They knew full well that someone with Ye Chen's nature, who would even pluck feathers from a passing goose, would never willingly pay the bill. Ye Chen must be up to something sinister. "Innkeeper, can all the tables be settled together?" Ye Chen swept his gaze across the room and called out loudly. The innkeeper paused, then nodded. Many in the tavern turned to look, and Zhao Ritian also glanced over, astounded by Ye Chen's magnanimity. Ye Chen whispered something into the innkeeper's ear. The innkeeper looked up at Zhao Ritian. Ye Chen also turned to look at Zhao Ritian, nodding at him with a smile. Zhao Ritian assumed Ye Chen was trying to curry favor by paying for his meal, so he smugly nodded in return. Ye Chen turned back with a meaningful smile. The innkeeper nodded, seeing Zhao Ritian nod. Ye Chen retrieved a top-grade spirit stone from his storage ring. The innkeeper was filled with anticipation, thinking it was a tip for him, and reached out to accept it only for Ye Chen to pull it back with an agonized expression. He then produced a low-grade spirit stone instead. The innkeeper looked displeased. Low-grade spirit stones were hardly used in the Immortal Realm. Yet even that single low-grade spirit stone, Ye Chen clutched it back with visible reluctance. The innkeeper was left speechless, all sense of anticipation completely gone. Taking out something only to pocket it again, truly shameless and unprincipled. After rummaging through his storage ring for quite some time, Ye Chen reluctantly handed over a drab, dark-colored pill to the innkeeper. Having managed this Peking Star's pavilion for over 10,000 years, he had never encountered a customer as miserly, shameless, and audacious as Ye Chen. But whatever guests bestowed, regardless of quality, had to be received with faint delight, for refusing risked offending them and tarnishing the pavilion's reputation built over hundreds of thousands of years. Wang Xiaotian, who had just walked over, gaped when he saw the pill Ye Chen had given his elder brother. Truly had become generous. He assumed the pill was the talent-enhancing kind Ye Chen had bought for him before. But Ye Chen had long since exhausted his supply of such pills. This one had been plucked from someone's storage ring he had robbed. He had no idea what the pill actually did. Cluttering his storage ring was bothersome anyway, so he simply gave it away. Ye Chen waved goodbye to Zhao Ritian with a mischievous grin, and Zhao Ritian cheerfully waved back. Ye Chen departed the Peking Star's pavilion gracefully with Lin Shuo, Su Cheng, and Wang Xiaotian. Zhuge Kang watched him go, a hint of amusement flickering in his gaze. This Ye Chen was truly an interesting person. The group found lodging at an inn. He instructed Wang Xiaotian to prepare a large pile of medicinal herbs. Since he had promised to refine pills for them, he had to act, not just talk, or he might lose a source of income in the future. The next morning, Ye Chen stepped out of his room feeling refreshed. Wang Xiaotian still stood at the door like a stone statue. Ye Chen was dumbfounded. This fool had waited there all night just for his pills. "Good morning, brother. You must be exhausted." When he saw Ye Chen emerge, Wang Xiaotian rushed over, bowing and scraping. He thought Ye Chen had spent the entire night refining pills for him. "Ah!" Ye Chen shook his head helplessly and handed a vial of pills to Wang Xiaotian. Actually, refining these pills had taken him just over 10 minutes. He hadn't anticipated that this fool would wait all night here. Had he known, he would have simply tossed the pills out earlier. "Thank you, brother. Thank you, brother." Wang Xiaotian accepted the pills with both hands, his face full of excitement and gratitude. He poured out a crystal-clear pill from the vial and was instantly dumbfounded. This was not the murky pill he used to take. "Big brother, this..." Wang Xiaotian thought Ye Chen had concocted the wrong pill. Ye Chen looked at Wang Xiaotian, inwardly cursing him for being an idiot. The dark, blackened pill he had made before was his first attempt, and it was very likely to kill someone. Now that he had produced a proper pill, the man didn't even recognize it. Yar! This is my latest creation. It's far more effective than the previous version. Ye Chen had no choice but to keep up the bluff. But the effect was genuinely good. His pills were all refined using the spiritual energy of the heavenly pearl, so there was no doubt they could enhance one's talent and cultivation base. Upon hearing Ye Chen's words, Wang Xiutian's face immediately blossomed into a radiant smile, his eyes brimming with profound gratitude. Big brother, you are so good to me. I knew that following you was the right choice. You always keep the best for me. As he spoke, his eyes even grew a little moist. Big brother, from now on, I, Wang Xiaotian, will go through fire and water for you, no matter the cost. Alright, stop pledging your loyalty here. Go back and try the pill's effects. Ye Chen waved his hand, feeling a bit awkward from the man's display. Got it, big brother. I'll go right away and let those worthless brats have a try too. Wang Xiaotian nodded repeatedly, took the pills, and quickly went off to share them with his underlings. Ye Chen went downstairs to the inn. Ling Shuo, Su Chen, and Zhuge Kang were also there, and they all enjoyed a breakfast in the Immortal Realm. It wasn't until they had finished eating that Wang Xiaotian and the wealthy young masters hurried down. They came before Ye Chen and bowed deeply in unison. Big brother, from now on, you are our true leader. Only then did they realize why Wang Xiaotian had been so eager to please Ye Chen. His pills were truly extraordinary. Not only did Ye Chen's pills boost their cultivation, but they also enhanced their innate talent, making their training noticeably faster. Wang Xiaotian was ecstatic. This batch of pills was more than twice as effective as the previous dark, blackened ones. Big brother, my name is Go Dahu. My family is a medicinal herb clan in Zongyou City. From now on, whatever herbs you need, I'll provide them all. Go Dahu stepped forward, wearing a fawning expression. He had a blue cloth wrapped around his head, a slightly plump figure, and a round, chubby face. A double chin quivered slightly as he spoke. His small eyes were squeezed into mere slits by the fullness of his cheeks, yet they gleamed with a shrewd light. He wore a loose silk robe, but it could hardly conceal his round belly. He waddled when he walked, like a comical and endearing penguin. Big brother, my name is Gui Huofu. The Gui family specializes in crafting talismans and runs a talisman business. Gui Huofu spoke weakly, then pulled out a handful of talismans and handed them to Ye Chen. Gui Huofu's face was as pale as paper, his body gaunt, as if a gust of wind could knock him over. His deep-set eyes were bloodshot, their gaze dim and lifeless, exuding a profound weariness and frailty. His lips were colorless, chapped, and slightly trembling. His hair was disheveled and dry, like a bundle of withered straw carelessly draped over his shoulders. He wore a loose black robe that hung empty on his frame, accentuating his skeletal figure. His fingers were long and shriveled, with a faint bluish black tint at the joints, as if he had been suffering from a prolonged illness. Ye Chen nodded with satisfaction and accepted the talismans. Alright, get up. The assessment should be starting soon. Let's hurry over. Ye Chen looked at them, the corners of his mouth curling upward. The group quickly rose, uttering their agreement. They had decided that Ye Chen was their acknowledged leader. The central square was a sea of people, bustling with excitement. Prodigies from all around had come to participate in the assessment. When Ye Chen and his group arrived at the center, the test had already begun. The examiner was an elderly man with a youthful complexion, bearing an immortal aura and an imposing presence. Before him stood a massive stone tablet, faintly glowing with spiritual light. The assessment content was as cliché as ever. The hack author had no creativity, using the same formula, the same tired tropes. Those under 1,000 years old, step forward to test your talent. Those with superior talent will be admitted directly, regardless of cultivation level. The elder continued. Those with slightly inferior talent will compete in a battle to determine the victors. The elder's voice was resonant, carrying across the entire square. Big brother, this assessment is way too cliché, Wang Xiaotian muttered under his breath. The hack author is too lazy. He does it to save trouble, that's why it's so cliché. Ye Chen replied lazily, not forgetting to take a jab at the author. Bah! I, Wang Xiaotian, hereby despise the hack author. Wang Xiaotian said indignantly, expressing strong discontent and condemning the author's laziness. The young people around were discussing among themselves. I heard every city has an assessment point. Yeah, I wonder what the tests are like in other cities. Probably the same. Can they really treat people differently? That's true after all. is an academy founded by the Heavenly Emperor. It must be fair. Hearing these discussions, Ye Chen's heart stirred. Qin should also be taking the assessment to join the Heavenly Palace Academy, right? He thought of Luo Qinchen's tenderness and the wild nights, and a faint smile tugged at his lips. Just as he was immersed in sweet memories, a gaze full of resentment stabbed toward him. Ye Chen sensed it and looked up. It was Zhao Ritian. Zhao Ritian's face was ashen, his eyes filled with venom. Oh, if it isn't young Master Zhao. Why so grim? Ye Chen greeted him with a smile, as if he had completely forgotten the events of the previous day. Zhao Ritian, clutching his throbbing wallet, walked out of Zixin Tower with a face more sour than if he had eaten a fly. He had thought Ye Chen was pretending to be generous to curry favor and pay for him. Instead, Ye Chen had set a trap. Ye Chen had told the innkeeper that Zhao Ritian would cover the bill for the entire establishment. The innkeeper, seeing Zhao Ritian and Ye Chen entering together and appearing familiar, believed it somewhat. When he looked at Zhao Ritian for confirmation, Zhao Ritian had nodded with a smile. What the innkeeper didn't know was that Zhao Ritian had nodded in response to Ye Chen. Recalling the scene, Zhao Ritian realized he had indeed nodded at Ye Chen, but that was because Ye Chen had smiled at him first. He thought Ye Chen was going to settle his bill, so he nodded to say there was no need to be polite. He had no idea the innkeeper was asking if he would pay for everyone. Who knew Ye Chen could be so insidious and cunning? What infuriated him even more was that Ye Chen's table had ordered the most expensive dishes and wines at Zixin Tower, costing more than all the other tables combined. Zhao Ritian wanted to cry but had no tears, so he had to swallow his pride and pay the entire bill. In his heart, he cursed every ancestor of Ye Chen's for generations. The bastard had swindled him out of an entire year's spending money. Zhao Ritian glared at Ye Chen, grinding his teeth, but dared not make a scene. This was the assessment site for Tianxuan Academy student recruitment. Any physical altercation would disrupt the Academy's assessment order and could result in disqualification from admission. Ye Chen, don't get cocky. I won't let this go. Zhao Ritian spat out a threat before turning and leaving. Ye Chen shrugged, completely indifferent. Zhuge Kang, Lin Shuo, and Su Chen exchanged glances, offering Zhao Ritian only a moment's pity. Still harboring thoughts of revenge against Ye Chen, he'd only end up suffering worse at his hands. Brother, what does he mean by that? Everything was fine yesterday. Why does it seem like they have a grudge now? Wang Xiaotian still hadn't grasped the situation. He still thought Ye Chen had truly paid for everyone's expenses the day before. Gou Dahu and Gui Huofu also wore puzzled expressions. This hostility had come too suddenly, without any clear reason. Zhuge Kang, Lin Shuo, and Su Chen exchanged glances once more and shook their heads. These three were indeed brothers through and through beyond saving. It's nothing. A mere clown, not worth fearing. He turned to Lin Shuo and the others. Senior brothers, go ahead and take the aptitude test. Senior brother, aren't you worried about Zhao Ritian's retaliation? Su Chen asked with concern. Don't worry, senior brother. I, Ye Chen, have never feared anyone. A wicked smile curled at the corners of Ye Chen's mouth. If he dares to come at me, I'll show him exactly why the flowers are so red. Gui Huofu and Gou Dahu exchanged glances, silently marveling at their brother's boldness. Only a true leader could exude such commanding presence. They approached the stone still and took their turns testing their aptitudes. Zhuge Kang, Lin Shuo, and Su Chen all exceeded the highest tier, passing the assessment and gaining direct admission to Tianxuan Academy. Wang Xiaotian and the other two also passed the test successfully, earning their qualification to join Tianxuan Academy. After the assessments concluded, Ye Chen slipped back to Wuji Immortal Palace on tiptoe. Ye Chen entered the Star Soul Taming Pagoda. He wanted to advance his cultivation since returning to the Immortal Realm. He hadn't made any progress. First, he took out the white jade pear blossom and placed it into the heavenly dough pearl for refining. After half an incense stick's time, the white jade pear blossom was completely refined. Ye Chen's cultivation advanced to the second stage of Void Immortal. The white jade pear blossom is indeed extraordinary. A single plant can elevate one by a minor realm. Once cultivation reached the Void Immortal stage, further advancement became exceedingly difficult and slow. Those with mediocre aptitude might struggle for 10,000 years without making progress. Ye Chen then placed all his spirit stones into the heavenly dough pearl for refining. After a full incense stick's time, the stones were consumed and his cultivation rose another minor realm. Sigh. All these spirit stones only managed to advance me by a single minor realm. Ye Chen shook his head in resignation. The diminishing returns of spirit stones on cultivation were becoming increasingly apparent. Night fell and Ye Chen collapsed into a deep slumber. He dreamed once more of that starry expanse, where the crystal ice coffin awaited before him, and within it lay the same breathtakingly beautiful woman. At that very moment, far away in the pear blossom immortal palace, Luo Qingcheng was dreaming the same dream. She found herself in that starry void, gazing at the woman within the crystal ice coffin, and to her astonishment, the woman bore an exact resemblance to herself. Just as she pondered this mystery, Ye Chen appeared before her. "Qingcheng, what are you doing here too?" he exclaimed, equally surprised to see her. "I'm not sure either. I fell asleep and suddenly found myself here. What's going on?" Luo Qingcheng asked, her beautiful eyes filled with confusion. Neither of them noticed a tiny wisp of light drift into Luo Qingcheng's body. The following dawn, the entire pear blossom immortal palace lay encased in ice, the frost spreading outward from the peak where she resided. Chaos erupted among the palace inhabitants. Palace Master Lu Nangshuang rushed to the scene, her expression darkening at what she witnessed. "What is happening here?" "Palace Master, we don't know either. We discovered the entire palace frozen over as soon as we woke this morning," a disciple replied with a trembling voice. Lu Nangshuang glanced toward Luo Qingcheng's direction, a suspicion taking shape in her mind before she took flight. "This power is peculiar. It doesn't seem to originate from the Immortal Realm," she murmured to herself. Meanwhile, Ye Chen stirred awake from his slumber, already forgetting the dream entirely, yet Luo Qingcheng's image lingered vividly in his thoughts, as though she had just been standing beside him. "Perhaps I've been missing this girl too much," Ye Chen mused, a gentle smile touching his lips. Across at the pear blossom immortal palace, Luo Qingcheng sat in meditation while Lu Nangshuang stood guard nearby, her face radiant with joy. Lu Nangshuang dispelled the ice barrier using her supreme Immortal Emperor techniques and ordered all disciples to keep the matter sealed. Moments later, Luo Qingcheng opened her eyes. "Qingchen, how are you feeling?" Lu Nangshuang asked with evident concern. "Master, during my sleep last night, the inheritance within me activated on its own. My cultivation has advanced significantly, and I've comprehended the lost technique ice field of 10,000 miles. Luo Qingcheng exhaled softly and released her cultivation aura, now firmly at the second stage of Void Immortal. She too had forgotten last night's dream entirely. With only Ye Chen's image lingering in her mind, she, too, attributed it to simply missing him. "Excellent. With the Founder's inheritance within you, not only has your cultivation advanced, but you've also mastered the long-lost ice field of 10,000 miles technique." Lu Nangshuang nodded in satisfaction, her eyes brimming with pride. Turning to the two disciples waiting outside, she issued her command, "Announce it immediately from this moment forth. Luo Qingcheng is consecrated as the new saintess of our pear blossom immortal palace." The news of Luo Qingcheng's consecration as saintess spread rapidly through the palace and soon reached the outside world, where it stirred considerable excitement among those who heard of it. Sect saint sons and saintesses were groomed as the next generation of leaders. Absent any mishaps, they would assume command of the sect. Even if they didn't take the helm, they would hold positions of substantial authority as senior elders, wielding considerable influence over the sect's direction. Hence, the conferral of saint son or saintess was always approached with the utmost caution, requiring not only peerless aptitude but also impeccable character. In a bustling immortal city, patrons at the tea house buzzed with speculation. "I've heard the pear blossom immortal palace has consecrated a new saintess. What kind of heavenly favored genius could she be? They say her name is Luo Qingcheng. With her profound cultivation at such a young age and her comprehension of a lost technique, she must possess extraordinary talent." "A saintess? Not bad." Meanwhile, at Wuji Immortal Palace, Ye Chen had also caught wind of the news. A faint smile graced his lips. He was reclining on a lounge chair, basking comfortably in the sunlight. A year slipped by in the blink of an eye, and the opening day of Tianxuan Academy arrived as scheduled. Ye Chen dawdled over packing his belongings. Had senior brothers Su Chen and Lin Shuo not urged him several times, he likely would have continued soaking up the sun at Wuji Immortal Palace for several more hours. "Junior brother, if we don't leave now, we'll be late," Su Chen called anxiously, glancing at the sun high in the sky. "Don't worry, senior brother. My legs haven't rested yet," Ye Chen replied leisurely as he packed his belongings into his storage ring. Finally, After repeated urging from both senior brothers, he set off for the academy at his own unhurried pace. He truly had no desire to attend Tiangong Academy. Staying home basking in the sun was far more appealing. But bow he must, under the formidable influence of the Wuji Immortal Emperor and the demon-like Su Lao Mo. Tiangong Academy was situated on the outskirts of Songzhou City, surrounded by mountains stretching for thousands of miles, with clouds and mist swirling among the peaks and spiritual cranes dancing in the sky, resembling a realm of immortals. Magnificent palaces stood atop the mountain peaks or nestled along the slopes, their upturned eaves and corners gleaming brilliantly under the sunlight. As Ye Chen stepped through the academy gates, he spotted Wang Xiaotiang, Gui Huofo, and Gou Daohu already waiting for him. Lu Biti had also joined Tiangong Academy, eagerly anticipating the arrival of their big brother Ye Chen. Upon seeing Ye Chen, the four of them immediately surged forward as though they had found their guiding light. Big brother, you've finally arrived. Wang Xiaotiang held out a storage ring. Big brother, these are all the spirit stones I've earned over the past year. Please accept them. Gui Huofo, looking rather frail, then produced a rare manual from his sleeve. Big brother, this is our Gui family's secret talisman drawing manual, never passed outside. I'm presenting it to you for your review. He also handed over several high-level talismans to Ye Chen. Gou Daohu went even further, directly handing over a jade box filled with 10,000-year immortal herbs. Big brother, this is the medicinal king treasured by our Gou family, now presented to you. Lu Biti stared in disbelief, was being a sycophant this competitive now. At the same time, he began to feel anxious. He was broke. He had nothing to give. This past year he survived by staying with Chenggu at Xu Gangjin's place. Watching his Chenggu being taken away by others filled him with desperation, and the snot that always trailed from his nose began to flow once more. He rushed straight to Ye Chen and dropped to one knee. Brother Chen, I, Lu Biti, have nothing worthwhile to offer. Please accept my niece. Ye Chen grabbed Lu Biti and pulled him up. What are you doing? Lu Biti was his brother after all. How could Ye Chen let someone bow to him? Lu Biti, still being held back, raised an eyebrow at Wang Xiaotiang and the others. Not yet seasoned enough to compete with me. I'm Cheng Ji's most devoted follower, and I've been by his side the longest. Lu Biti had first encountered Ye Chen before the latter turned 10, when they collaborated as bandits ambushing travelers on the road. Deeply impressed by Ye Chen's cunning schemes, he gradually came to regard the young boy hundreds of years his junior as his elder brother, without even realizing it. Passers-by were drawn to the scene, their eyes wide with astonishment. Can sycophants really compete like this? This level of rivalry is extraordinary. You lot! You're going to exhaust me to death. Ye Chen shook his head in exasperation, though not truly angry. These few may have been overly obsequious, but their devotion came from the heart. Look at how those fellows treat Ye Chen almost closer than to their own ancestral patriarch. Bystanders watched with a mixture of envy and resentment. Who exactly is this Ye Chen, to possess such charisma? Someone wondered aloud. At that moment, Zhuge Kong, a new arrival, also made his way over. Seeing this, he could only shake his head helplessly. Although Brother Ye's reputation isn't exactly spotless, who could deny he possesses an inexplicable allure? No matter where my junior brother goes, he's always the center of attention. He's not even trying to hide it now. Lin Shuo stood nearby, shaking his head with a wry smile. His junior brother had known to keep a low profile on Canglan continent and conceal his cultivation, but back in the Immortal Realm he showed no restraint whatsoever. Ha ha, indeed my junior brother has charisma. It seems Tiangong Academy will be quite exciting. Su Chen nodded in agreement, already anticipating the thrilling events to come. Big brother, the registration office is this way. Wang Xiaotiang scurried ahead to lead Ye Chen. Entry into Tiangong Academy required identity registration first, followed by the allocation of cultivation caves. Alright then, Academy, here I come. Ye Chen stretched lazily and followed Wang Xiaotiang to register, looking utterly nonchalant. After completing the registration, a disciple in charge led the group toward the cave-dwelling area. Ye Chen trailed behind, his mind preoccupied with wondering whether Luo Qingchong had arrived. Ye Chen walked along, casting furtive glances in all directions. Male cultivators this way, female cultivators that way. The registering disciple pointed in two different directions. Ye Chen's eyes darted about. The female cultivator area. He might run into Qingqing there. As he contemplated whether to slip over secretly, a commotion at the entrance caught his attention. There's entertainment to be had. Let's go take a look. Following his principle that one shouldn't miss out on spectacle, Ye Chen led the charge with his followers in tow. How could he pass up such an opportunity? Academy disciples had formed dense layers around the entrance to the female cultivator area. What's going on? Ye Chen rose on his tiptoes, straining to see through the crowd, pushing forward relentlessly when his view was blocked. No obstacle could deter his desire to watch the spectacle and gather gossip. After tremendous effort, Ye Chen finally squeezed to the front of the crowd. Qin Chen, Xiao Tao, and Chu Man. What's happening here? Ye Chen immediately spotted the trio of Luo Qincheng surrounded in the center, visibly surprised. This commotion was somehow connected to him. Looking closer, a man clad in Houyu Immortal Sect attire handsome enough stood before Luo Qincheng with an arrogant expression, speaking to her. Who's this kid? Daring to block my wife's entrance. Ye Chen felt a surge of irritation. This fellow didn't look like anyone worth respecting. Su Chen spotted Yu Chu Man being harassed and moved to intervene, but Ye Chen held him back. Hold on, wait a moment. Understanding Ye Chen's intentions, Su Chen nodded and stayed put. Miss, I am the holy son of Houyu Immortal Sect, and you are the sacred daughter of Liyue Immortal Palace. If we were to unite as cultivation partners, would it not be a match made in heaven? The Houyu holy son declared with self-satisfaction, as though proposing something profoundly advantageous. I'm sorry, but I don't know you, nor do I wish to. Luo Qincheng responded coldly, without so much as glancing in his direction. Qin Chen, why maintain such distance? My Houyu Immortal Sect stands among the pinnacle of the Immortal Realm. Should you join me, I guarantee you'll never lack for wealth and honor. The Houyu holy son persisted, refusing to take no for an answer. I've said it, I don't know you. Please move aside, and address me by my full name. Luo Qincheng's expression turned icy, her tone sharpening with impatience. Humph, you're choosing the hard way. I'll ask one final time, will you accept or not? The Houyu holy son's expression darkened, his words carrying an implicit threat. At that moment, Lu Biti and the others pushed through the crowd to reach Ye Chen's side. Wait, is that sister-in-law? Lu Biti's eyes widened as he pointed toward Luo Qincheng. And the Houyu holy son. Damn him for bullying sister-in-law. Fire burned in Lu Biti's eyes. The holy son had tormented him for 7 years, yet now he dared to harass Ye Chen's companion as well. Today, old scores would be settled alongside new grievances. Secretly, he drew an iron rod from his storage ring, ready to deliver a few blows to the Houyu holy son. Sister-in-law. That's eldest brother's woman. Damn it. So this kid is bullying eldest brother's woman. We can't let him live today. After learning that Luo Qincheng was Ye Chen's woman, Wang Xiaotian and the others were filled with righteous indignation, even more furious than if their own wives had been bullied. They rolled up their sleeves, ready to beat holy son Houyu senseless. Use this. Ye Chen noticed Lu Biti's iron rod was too thin, so he secretly handed him a spiked club. Lu Biti nodded silently, put away the iron rod, and took the spiked club. Wang Xiaotian, Gui Huofu, and Gou Dahu saw Lu Biti holding the spiked club and also took out their own spiked clubs and blunt weapons from their storage rings. Ye Chen gave them a subtle glance, and they understood at once, slowly drifting apart to surrounding positions. Su Chen also cycled through several items in his storage ring before finally producing a massive iron rod as thick as a bowl, nodding in satisfaction. Are you threatening me? A cold gleam flashed in Luo Qincheng's beautiful eyes as an aura of chill emanated from her body. The onlookers felt the cold and shivered. You could understand it that way. Holy Son Houyu sneered, and his disciples from the Houyu Immortal Sect stepped forward, subtly surrounding Luo Qincheng and the others. Oh, are we actually going to fight? Ye Chen watched with keen interest from the sidelines, finding the unfolding drama increasingly entertaining. Boy, who do you think you are? This isn't your place to speak. Holy Son Houyu noticed Ye Chen observing the commotion and questioned him harshly. It's Ye Chen, senior brother Ye Chen. Xiao Tao's face lit up with delight upon seeing him. Luo Qincheng and Yu Chu Man both wore expressions of surprise and joy when they realized it was Ye Chen. With Ye Chen's arrival, Holy Son Houyu was in serious trouble. Me. Ye Chen stroked his chin, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Who I am doesn't matter. What matters is that you're blocking my view of the spectacle. You're asking for death, kid. Holy Son Houyu exploded in rage. How dare some bystander dare to be so insolent in his presence? Hey, Hey, don't be impulsive. Ye Chen quickly waved his hands, feigning innocence. I just wanted to see how you plan to threaten a young woman. Holy Song Haoyu's face turned dark with fury. He could see the kid was deliberately provoking him. Chi-Ching, if you agree to me now, I'll let this pass. Otherwise. He forced down his rage and turned his gaze back to Luo Qingqing. Otherwise what? A voice suddenly cut in, interrupting Holy Song Haoyu. Ye Chen had appeared beside Luo Qingqing at some point, regarding Holy Song Haoyu with an amused, cynical expression. Otherwise, I'll make her understand the consequences of crossing me. Holy Song Haoyu growled viciously. Oh, is that so? Then let me see what you're capable of. Ye Chen's lips curved slightly as he wrapped an arm around Luo Qingqing's waist, a playful smile on his face. How dare you? You dare to be so disrespectful to Saintess Qingqing. Holy Song Haoyu's eyes bulged at Ye Chen's audacity. The woman he desired was absolutely not to be touched by another. What? You're the only one who can threaten, but I can't protect her. Ye Chen chuckled. Luo Qingqing blushed faintly, though they were already intimate. Being embraced in front of so many people still made her shy. Attack! Teach this presumptuous kid a lesson. Holy Song Haoyu could no longer contain himself, waving his hand to command his disciples from the Haoyu Immortal Sect to beat up Ye Chen. Bam, bam, bam. But he never saw his disciples charge forward, only the sound of impacts echoed. All the Haoyu Immortal Sect disciples had been knocked out by Wang Xiaotian and the others. Holy Song Haoyu sensed something was wrong and turned just in time to meet a spiked club. Liu Biti had been waiting with it raised, ready to strike him on the head. Holy Song Haoyu couldn't dodge in time and took the blow to the head, screaming in pain. However, the strike didn't cause him serious injury, only a bump appeared. It's you. Bam! As Holy Song Haoyu pointed at Liu Biti, about to retaliate, he was struck again by a thick iron rod. Su Cheng swung the rod and quickly hit it, putting on an innocent expression. Holy Song Haoyu was dazed and seeing stars from the two blows. However, before he could unleash his immortal technique, Wang Xiaotian and the others swarmed him again, raining down blows with various clubs. Ouch! Holy Song Haoyu dodged left and right but still took several hits. Luo Qingqing and Shao Tao watched from the side, barely suppressing their laughter. The onlookers' eyes twitched. It was too brutal and too shameless. After all, these were cultivators of status. Why were they fighting like common hacks? It was utterly unbecoming of cultivators. Ye Chen, however, stood with his arms crossed, looking smug. He didn't care what others thought in a fight. Winning was what mattered. Ye Chen smiled wickedly and seized the opportunity to perform his trick of substitution. A dozen storage rings appeared in his hands. He had taken all of the Haoyu Immortal Sect members' storage rings. Holy Song Haoyu was beaten to a pulp, his clothes torn and ragged. You'll regret this. The Haoyu Immortal Sect won't let you off. He glared viciously at Ye Chen and the others, helpless in his rage. Ye Chen retorted disdainfully, Humph. Bring it on now. If you've got the guts, I'm not afraid. At that moment, the Academy's enforcement elder was drawn by the commotion. Stop this immediately. The enforcement elder bellowed. Everyone finally stopped, but Ye Chen continued grinning at the enforcement elder. What's going on here? The enforcement elder frowned at the chaotic scene and Holy Song Haoyu's bruised and swollen face. Elder, this Holy Song Haoyu bullied my woman with his position, so I gave him a minor lesson, Ye Chen said quickly. Elder, they attacked me and my disciples without reason. You must punish them severely. Holy Song Haoyu was furious. All of you come to the enforcement hall. This must be investigated. The enforcement elder scanned the group. Ye Chen shrugged and led everyone toward the enforcement hall with the elder. Enforcement hall. Let's go. Ye Chen appeared completely relaxed, showing no signs of tension about being taken to the enforcement hall. Luo Qingqing and Shao Tao, however, were somewhat worried, since Ye Chen had acted on their behalf. Inside the enforcement hall, the atmosphere was solemn and austere. The enforcement elder sat on the raised platform, his gaze sharp. Tell me, what happened? His voice carried authority without needing to raise it. Holy Song Haoyu embellished the story, naturally portraying himself as the victim and Ye Chen as the aggressor who struck without provocation. Ye Chen then gave his account of events. Elder, this kid is twisting the truth and reversing right and wrong. Holy Song, how you objected to Ye Chen's account, pointing at him with righteous indignation. Ye Chen spread his hands with an innocent expression. I didn't lie. He was the one who harassed my wife first, elder. If it were you, could you bear it? Hao Song was so furious that he almost spat blood. You! This brat was too shameless. He had only pursued Luo Qingchong unsuccessfully and coerced her into dating him. Ye Chen's claim of harassment was far-fetched. After listening to both sides, the enforcement elder rubbed his brow and nodded. This matter was a case of each side having their own valid points. The enforcement elder fell into deep contemplation. He was quite in agreement with Ye Chen's statement. If someone dared to harass his wife, he would definitely go up and fight them for 300 rounds. Ye Chen, instead of engaging in a 300-round battle with Hao Song, simply gave Hao Song and his group a severe beating. Although the blows were a bit heavy, leaving Hao Song with a bruised and swollen face, he did not disrupt the order. The academy rules only stated that private brawling was prohibited, but they did not forbid beating others. So, Ye Chen had not actually violated the academy rules. However, this rule about not beating others should be added next time. The enforcement elder was somewhat troubled. Ye Chen was innocent, yet Hao Song had indeed been beaten. Then let's assign responsibility to both sides and release them both without charges. Exactly. That's what I'll do. The enforcement elder had figured it out and nodded to himself. In my view, both sides bear responsibility. Let each take a step back, and we'll end the matter here. Both sides are released without charges. The enforcement elder waved his hand, quite satisfied with his own resolution. Elder, this brat is so arrogant and tyrannical. He must be severely punished. At that moment, a loud and vigorous voice came from the rear hall. Shenwu General strode out with a majestic gait, pointing at Ye Chen and rebuking him. He had long taken a dislike to Ye Chen. At the Ascension reception platform, Ye Chen had been disrespectful to him. This time, he would seize the opportunity to teach him a lesson. Greetings, Shenwu General. The people in the enforcement hall all bowed upon seeing Shenwu General. Hao Song was ecstatic, believing that Shenwu General would take his side. Ye Chen merely raised his eyes slightly, with no trace of fear on his face. Shenwu General, this matter is under the jurisdiction of the enforcement hall. You have no authority to interfere. After the bow, the enforcement elder's tone was calm but carried an undeniable authority. He was well known for his impartiality. Even Shenwu General could not hope to influence the enforcement hall's decision. You! Shenwu General's face darkened. This old fellow actually dared to talk back to him. Enforcement elder, you are unjust in your judgment and covering for this brat. Shenwu General roared. Shenwu General, Ye Chen has not violated the academy rules. The enforcement elder took out a thick book of academy rules to refute him. The academy rules only stipulate that private brawling is prohibited. They do not stipulate that one cannot beat others. He flipped the rules open for Shenwu General to see. He only recognized the rules as written. You are being sophistical. Shenwu General snorted, refusing to accept the enforcement elder's reasoning. The atmosphere in the enforcement hall instantly became tense and confrontational. At that moment, another figure walked in. What's going on? Yulong General's voice was deep and forceful. Greetings, Yulong General. Everyone bowed again, including Shenwu General. Yulong General was not comparable to Shenwu General. Yulong General acted as the representative of the Heavenly Emperor. Yulong General, this enforcement elder is covering for Ye Chen and wants to release him without distinguishing right from wrong. Shenwu General quickly lodged a complaint. Yulong General glanced at Shenwu General, then looked at the enforcement elder. Enforcement elder, just act according to the academy rules. Yulong General said to the enforcement elder. Then he turned to Shenwu General. Shenwu, your duty is to guard the academy. Mind your own responsibilities and do not meddle in academy affairs. Although Yulong General's tone was calm, it carried a hint of warning. Shenwu General's face turned pale and flushed, and in the end, he could only shut his mouth resentfully. He knew that since Yulong General had spoken, it was useless to say anything more. Moreover, he truly had no authority over academy matters. Thank you, Yulong General. The enforcement elder cupped his hands toward Yulong General. Since Yulong General is also here, I'll say it again. Ye Chen grinned and spoke up. This Hao Song harassed my woman. It is only natural for me to discipline him. You! How Yuan's son trembled with rage. He had thought that with Shengwu General here, justice would be served for him. Unexpectedly, an even higher-ranking Yulong General had arrived. On the surface, Yulong General acted according to the academy rules, favoring no one, but the rules had an obvious loophole. Yulong General said to Shengwu General. Shengwu General shot Ye Chen a fierce glare and slunk out of the enforcement hall. Ye Chen, you should go back too. Yulong General said to Ye Chen. Sure thing. Ye Chen replied, and with Luo Qingchun in his arms and the others in tow, he swaggered out of the enforcement hall. Leaving the enforcement elder and Yulong General behind, the two exchanged a knowing smile. This Ye Chen was indeed an interesting little fellow. After Ye Chen and the others left the enforcement hall, he held Luo Qingchun's hand and chatted cheerfully along the way. Lu Biti finally managed to interject, saying excitedly. Due to his excessive excitement, a strand of snot wriggled out of his nostril like an eel. Can't you pay attention to personal hygiene? It's really disgusting to look at. Ye Chen shot Lu Biti a look of disgust. Brother Chen, I'm just too happy. Lu Biti chuckled and wiped his nose with his sleeve. After Ye Chen escorted Luo Qingchun and the others to the female cultivators area, he headed toward the male cultivators' caves. Soon, they arrived at the caves assigned to them. The caves they chose were all adjacent for easy movement. As soon as Ye Chen entered his cave, he took out a reclining chair from his storage ring and lay down. Before leaving, he had spent a long time packing his luggage, but in fact, he only brought a reclining chair and a barbecue grill, and nothing else. He had just lain down when his number one flatterer Wang Xiaotiang brought Gui Huofu and Go Dahu into his cave. Big brother, I heard that the Academy's skill pavilion contains many supreme immortal techniques. Wang Xiaotiang told Ye Chen the news he had gathered with a fawning expression. Oh! Ye Chen didn't even lift his eyelids, showing no interest in supreme immortal techniques. He had plenty in his Wuji immortal palace. Big brother, not only are there supreme immortal techniques, but also Heavenly Emperor Dao techniques. Gui Huofu said weakly. Big brother, the Heavenly Emperor Dao techniques contain a trace of Heavenly Dao aura. After cultivation, one can condense a hint of Imperial might, Go Dahu added. The Heavenly Emperor Dao techniques are the cultivation methods practiced by the Heavenly Emperor himself. Because the Heavenly Emperor attained the orthodox path, they carry a trace of the Heavenly Dao's opportunity, and when cultivated, they are blessed by the Great Dao, hence they are called Dao techniques. Oh, I see. Ye Chen lifted his eyes slightly but still showed no interest, continuing to lie down. Brother Chen, Lu Biti rushed in urgently, his round belly bouncing with each step. Chen Ji, I just received news. The Heavenly Emperor has extracted a thread of his Annihilation Dao Law and placed it at the top floor of the Technique Pavilion. All disciples are permitted to comprehend it. Lu Biti panted as he breathless relayed the fresh intelligence. Ye Chen sat up from his lounge chair, quite intrigued by the Heavenly Emperor's Annihilation Dao Law. The Annihilation Dao Law specializes in destruction and killing. Like the Spatial Dao Law, it ranks among the most formidable yet notoriously difficult to comprehend. Throughout the entire Immortal Realm, those who have grasped it are exceedingly rare. Moreover, the Annihilation Dao Law extracted by the Heavenly Emperor had passed through the Heavenly Emperor's orthodox path, blessed by the Great Dao, making it even more tyrannical than what one could comprehend independently. Lu Biti cast a meaningful glance at the Wang Xiaotiang trio, as if to say, see? Being a sycophant requires skill. Only I know how to properly please our brother. In that case, we should go take a look at the Technique Pavilion. A flicker of excitement glinted in Ye Chen's eyes. We can't do that right now, Changji. Entering the Technique Pavilion requires contribution points, and we don't have any yet. Lu Biti scratched his head helplessly. Contribution points were a form of quantifiable credit earned by Academy disciples through completing missions and making contributions to the Academy. They also served as a quantitative marker for measuring the degree of a member's contribution to the Academy, embodying the tangible expression of one's efforts and dedication. Big brother, we can earn contribution points by doing missions. Why don't we take on some tasks and earn some contribution points? Wang Xiaotiang proposed. They had just entered the academy and had no contribution points whatsoever. No way. Isn't lying down and sleeping comfortable enough? Ye Chen rejected without hesitation, lying back down to continue his slumber. Missions? Absolutely not. Those missions are so terrible that even dogs wouldn't do them. Did he look like a dog to do missions? Wasn't lying at home comfortable enough? After all, he had been lazing about every day at the Wuji Immortal Palace anyway. Coming to the Canglan Academy was no different. He was simply changing locations to continue sleeping. Nothing would alter his ways. Thinking about it now, Ye Chen felt somewhat aggrieved. He had been sleeping soundly at home that day. It was all because that old codger, the Heavenly Emperor, had to send him a special admission letter from the heavens, forcing him to come to Canglan Academy. Sleeping at home was so much more comfortable. No one to manage him, and the Supreme Emperor of Wuji, knowing that Ye Chen's cultivation progressed rapidly, would never interfere with his training. Moreover, he had two extremely doting senior sister beauties at home, and his senior brothers would occasionally return with good things for him. Crucially, the Wuji Immortal Palace only had a few of them master and disciples, so they enjoyed complete freedom. There were absolutely no mission contribution points or anything like that. Whatever they wanted at home, they could use freely and take as much as they desired. If there was something not available at home, as long as Ye Chen desired it, his senior brothers and sister would immediately go out and find it for him. At this moment, Wang Xiaotiang and the others still stood there, looking at each other in bewilderment, unsure of what to do. Lu Biti's eyes flickered as he leaned in close to Ye Chen. Chengji, I heard that completing some high-level missions can not only earn you a large number of contribution points, but also grant you precious treasures and elixirs. Don't disturb my sleep. Treasures and elixirs are nothing to me. Ye Chen turned over, his back facing them. Gui Huofu exchanged a glance with the others for their eldest brother. Elixirs and such truly held no appeal. The elixirs their eldest brother casually refined could not only enhance cultivation, but also improve one's natural talents. Then, eldest brother, please rest. We'll take our leave. Wang Xiaotiang bowed slightly, preparing to exit Ye Chen's cave dwelling. If the eldest brother wanted to sleep, then absolutely no one could disturb him. Lu Biti wanted to say something more to persuade Ye Chen, but Wang Xiaotiang swiftly intervened, covering his mouth. Then, along with Gui Huofu and Go Dahu, they carried Lu Biti out. Lu Biti's mouth was covered, and mucus kept dripping from his two nostrils. It smeared all over Wang Xiaotiang's hand, leaving him nauseated and retching. After Wang Xiaotiang and the others had exited the cave dwelling, Lu Biti finally broke free. "Io, why didn't you let me persuade our eldest brother some more?" Lu Biti complained. Wang Xiaotiang, wiping his hand while wearing a disgusted expression, said, "One's eldest brother makes a decision, how can we easily change it? Don't go asking for trouble." Gui Huofu also nodded in agreement. "Exactly. Let's first think of a way ourselves." Go Dahu echoed, "Right, let's first see if there are any suitable missions for us and earn some contribution points." After discussing for a while, they decided to first check out the mission hall. Meanwhile, inside the cave dwelling, Ye Chen tossed and turned but simply could not fall asleep. The annihilation law occupied his thoughts ceaselessly. Before he knew it, he had fallen into deep contemplation. No good. I must go take a look at the technique pavilion. What if we can enter without contribution points? Ye Chen rose from his lounge chair and walked out of the cave dwelling, heading in the direction of the technique pavilion. He arrived directly before the technique pavilion, just as an elderly man slowly emerged from within. The elderly man wore simple homespun clothing. Though the material was ordinary, it was clean and tidy. His stature was tall and imposing, his back straight, his step steady and powerful. His facial features were sharply defined, and an aura of majesty emanated naturally. His deep-set eyes beneath thick brows were as profound as an abyss, as if capable of seeing through all things in the world. The entire person exuded the presence of a superior, resembling a highly mysterious hermit of extraordinary depths. When Ye Chen saw the elderly man, his heart couldn't help but tighten. His intuition told him this elderly man was by no means an ordinary person. The elder also took notice of Ye Chen, his gaze lingering on him for a moment, as if capable of piercing through Ye Chen's very soul. "Greetings, senior." "Farewell, senior." Ye Chen called out to the elder, then walked straight toward the interior of the technique pavilion. However, before he could take 2 steps, he was stopped by the elder. "Hold on, Little one. The technique pavilion hasn't officially opened yet. Besides, entering here requires contribution points. Do you have any? The elder's face radiated benevolence, his voice steady and powerful. Senior, I'm a newcomer here. I don't have a single contribution point. Ye Chen spread his hands helplessly. In that case, wait until you have contribution points before coming back. This is the Academy's rule. No one can make an exception. The elder smiled while scrutinizing Ye Chen. Senior, I heard there are the Heavenly Emperor's cultivation techniques and the annihilation law inside. Ye Chen's eyes shimmered with curiosity and anticipation as he leaned forward slightly to ask. Hee hee. The elder laughed with a chuckle. The technique pavilion does indeed contain the Heavenly Emperor's techniques and the annihilation law, but only those with destiny can comprehend them. Senior, why not let me in? Perhaps I am that destined person. Ye Chen drew close to the elder, wearing an ingratiating expression, hoping the elder would let him inside. Hee hee. Little child, that is not possible. Without contribution points, you cannot enter. This would be unfair to the other disciples. The elder shook his head slightly, his expression serious. But I have no contribution points. Can't you make an exception for me? Ye Chen refused to give up, asking tentatively. Without contribution points, you can go to the mission hall to do missions and earn contribution points. The elder smiled warmly, pointing out a clear path for Ye Chen. Do missions? No way. Those missions are so terrible that even dogs wouldn't do them. Ye Chen refused without hesitation, shaking his head. Upon hearing Ye Chen's words, the elder's expression instantly darkened, a flash of displeasure flickering in his eyes. Hey, you. So stubborn and unambitious. You're wasting this great opportunity. The Academy has provided you with a path to obtain cultivation techniques, yet you dismiss it so disdainfully. What achievements can you possibly make in the future? The old man's voice was stern, laced with reproach. Senior, since I'm a disciple of the Academy, why must I pay contribution points to enter the technique pavilion? Ye Chen didn't refute the old man, but instead asked curiously. This is to encourage disciples to cultivate harder and contribute to the Academy. Also, the Academy has expenses. Having disciples undertake tasks helps ease the Academy's burden. The old man explained patiently. That Heavenly Emperor is way too stingy. A quick glance at the technique wouldn't cost anything. Why not open it for free? Ye Chen muttered in complaint. Hearing this, the old man's beard twitched in anger, and his eyes widened. Ye Chen didn't care and continued complaining. The Heavenly Emperor recruited me into the Academy, yet I still need contribution points to enter the technique pavilion. Simply put, he doesn't want me in there. Boy, no one said you can't enter, but rules are rules. The old man fumed, his beard bristling. Ye Chen cast a casual glance at him and said, Rules? If contribution points are required, that's the same as not letting me in. I was sleeping comfortably at home. He added indignantly, that Heavenly Emperor just had to send me a special admission letter, forcing me to come to the Academy. And what's the result? He won't even let me glimpse the law of annihilation. Phew! If I ever run into that Heavenly Emperor, I'll poke him right in the backbone. Hearing this, the old man couldn't help but burst into laughter. He was amused by Ye Chen's rant. Young man, you're quite interesting. The old man shook his head with a smile. Actually, contribution points aren't the only way. Oh, please enlighten me, senior. Ye Chen perked up immediately upon hearing there was another option. Actually, spirit stones work too. 1 contribution point equals 1 top-grade spirit stone. If you don't have points, you can pay with spirit stones. The old man stroked his beard. Spirit stones. Ye Chen tilted his head, thinking. Giving 100 or 80 spirit stones to get in wasn't entirely out of the question. So how many spirit stones are needed to enter? 100 top-grade spirit stones for the first level. Each level up, the price increases tenfold. The top floor costs 1,000,000 top-grade spirit stones. The old man raised a finger to illustrate. You little rascal! The old man was so angry his beard bristled, and he shot Ye Chen a glare. Don't be ungrateful. The techniques and laws in this pavilion are priceless. 1,000,000 top-grade spirit stones is already a bargain for you. Old man, you're outright cheating. 1,000,000 top-grade spirit stones. I won't go in them. Ye Chen crossed his arms and huffed. With that, Ye Chen turned and left, muttering under his breath. What a lousy place. What lousy rules. That old man's just trying to swindle my spirit stones. The old man called after him. Boy, don't regret this. Ye Chen didn't look back, quickening his pace until he vanished from the old man's sight. He stormed back to his cave dwelling. Wang Xiaotian and the other 3 had just returned from the mission pavilion, having accepted tasks for tomorrow to earn contribution points. Watching Ye Chen's furious retreat, they exchanged puzzled glances. What's wrong with Big Brother? Why is he so angry? Wang Xiaotian spoke first. I don't know. Wasn't Big Brother sleeping in the cave? When did he go out? Gui Huofu scratched his head, thoroughly confused. Maybe we should go ask. Gou Daohu suggested. Better not. He's in a bad mood right now. Going over would just invite a scolding. Lu Biti sniffled. After much hesitation, they decided to wait and see. Inside the cave, Ye Chen tossed and turned, unable to sleep. The more he thought about the old man trying to swindle his spirit stones, the angrier he grew. Night fell, and the bright moonlight spilled across the Immortal Realm, draping the world in a silver veil. Mountains, lakes, and palaces appeared mysterious and tranquil under the moon. Ye Chen gazed at the moonlight outside the window, his anger still simmering. Lying on the recliner in the cave, he couldn't find rest. 1,000,000 top-grade spirit stones. Trying to swindle me? Not a chance. He sat up abruptly, a sly glint flashing in his eyes. I'm going to get in there anyway. What can that old heavenly emperor do to me? A bold plan was brewing in his mind. Ha ha, old man, if you try to cheat my spirit stones, I'll cheat your techniques. A mischievous smile curled at the corner of Ye Chen's mouth. He decided to sneak into the technique pavilion tonight. No sooner said than done. Ye Chen took a black night suit from his storage pouch, changed into it, and then altered his appearance to that of Hoya Hoi-san. The Heavenly Palace Academy was teeming with experts, making discovery easy. If he were caught, it would be Hoya Hoi-san's problem, and he could even frame him in the process. Ye Chen examined himself in the mirror. Perfect. He nodded with satisfaction. I'm a genius. He slipped out of his cave and crept toward the technique pavilion. Meanwhile, in a resplendent palace, an old man sat upright, none other than the one who had blocked Ye Chen during the day. Across from him sat a mighty general clad in golden armor, General Yulong. The old man was the Heavenly Emperor Qin, who had disguised himself to visit the technique pavilion. A faint smile tugged at Qin Heavenly Emperor's lips. That boy went to the technique pavilion. He's got some wit. General Yulong was taken aback. Your Majesty, you mean that Ye Chen? Qin Heavenly Emperor nodded slightly. Indeed. Who else would dare be so bold? That lad has quite the nerve, daring to break into the technique pavilion at night. A flicker of surprise crossed General Yulong's eyes. Hey, young people, a bit of drive is a good thing. Qin Heavenly Emperor stroked his beard, a hint of amusement in his eyes. This boy is quite interesting. Just as the rumors say, he's incredibly protective of his wealth. Has your Majesty met him? General Yulong asked doubtfully. I ran into him at the technique pavilion this afternoon. I tested him, he wouldn't part with a single spirit stone. Qin Heavenly Emperor shook his head with a helpless smile. Your Majesty, shall we send someone to stop him? General Yulong requested instructions. No need. Withdraw the hidden guards and disable the formations around the technique pavilion. Qin Heavenly Emperor waved his hand. Yes. General Yulong acknowledged, then made a hand seal and sent a telepathic message to the elder in charge of the pavilion. Your Majesty, do you think Ye Chen is truly the one who can break the shackles of the Immortal Realm? General Yulong frowned slightly, a look of anticipation in his eyes as he gazed at the old man. I do not know, Emperor Qin shook his head. But as Wu Ji said, if anyone here can break the shackles of the Immortal Realm, it must be Ye Chen. Your Majesty, since the ancient war in the Immortal Realm, no one has been able to break that shackle. Why does Wu Ji, Immortal Emperor, hold Ye Chen in such high regard? He is certain Ye Chen can break the shackles. General Yulong, full of doubt, frowned deeper, as if worried about the future of the Immortal Realm. Because of Ye Chen's origins, Emperor Qin replied. His origins? Does he have other origins? General Yulong widened his eyes in shock. Emperor Qin shook his head. Ye Chen's origins are extremely mysterious. Perhaps only Wuji, Immortal Emperor in this world knows them. Emperor Qin waved his hand, and an image of Ye Chen in the steel pavilion appeared before him. Ha! This kid is quite cunning. General Yulong laughed as he saw Ye Chen transform into the appearance of Hyacinth in the projection. At this moment, Ye Chen had already arrived in front of the steel pavilion. He carefully observed his surroundings, discovering to his surprise that there were no guards or formations. Little did he know that all his actions were being watched by Emperor Qin and General Yulong. Strange, this steel pavilion has no guards. Ye Chen was puzzled, but decided to enter and take a look. He gently pushed open the grand doors of the steel pavilion and slipped inside. Inside the steel pavilion, it was utterly silent. Holding his breath, Ye Chen tiptoed toward the top floor. Glancing around like a vigilant rabbit, he cautiously reached the top floor of the steel pavilion. How strange, there's not even a guard on the top floor of the steel pavilion. Ye Chen rubbed his chin, puzzled. Logically, this important place should be guarded by layers of formations and powerful experts. Yet now it was eerily quiet. Could this old man be playing an empty city trick on me? Ye Chen muttered to himself, growing even more vigilant. He didn't believe in free lunches in this world, especially in a place like the Heavenly Palace Academy. Just then, a peculiar fluctuation caught Ye Chen's attention. The fluctuation was profoundly mysterious, carrying a hint of destruction. The law of annihilation. Ye Chen's eyes lit up as he instantly recognized it. Forget it, I'll comprehend the law first. After all, I climbed up here on my own abilities. Obtaining the law of annihilation would be my game. A faint smile curled at the corner of Ye Chen's mouth, his eyes filled with confidence. He prepared to sit cross-legged and begin comprehending the fluctuation of the law of annihilation. But before he could sit cross-legged, the law transformed into specks of starlight and surged into his body. What the heck? Ye Chen was stunned, utterly bewildered. He had only intended to secretly comprehend the law and then leave unnoticed. He never meant to absorb it. How did the law of annihilation just barge in by itself? Besides, wasn't this law meant only for comprehension? I've never heard of absorbing it. Now, I've directly absorbed the law. This. How will others comprehend it in the future? If this were discovered, wouldn't I be taken as a thief who stole the law? Forget it, I'm in Hyacinth's form anyway. If found out, he'll take the blame. Ye Chen quickly came to terms with it. He had planned to frame Hyacinth anyway, so now he could simply play along. Meanwhile, in a resplendent palace, Emperor Qin and General Yulong were watching Ye Chen's every move through the projection. When they saw the law of annihilation being absorbed by Ye Chen, both were stunned. This. General Yulong widened his eyes, incredulous. It was common knowledge in the Immortal Realm that laws could only be comprehended, not absorbed. Yet now, Ye Chen had shattered this common knowledge. This kid, he really. Emperor Qin stroked his beard, a glint of astonishment in his eyes. Having lived for hundreds of thousands of years, he had never seen such a phenomenon. Your Majesty, this. How do you explain this? General Yulong looked at Emperor Qin, hoping for an answer. I do not know either. Emperor Qin shook his head, a profound gleam passing through his eyes. Perhaps this is what makes the one who can break the Immortal Realm's shackles extraordinary. He had a faint feeling that Ye Chen's appearance might truly shatter the shackles that no one had broken for eons. At this moment, Ye Chen was immersed in the joy of absorbing the law of annihilation. He had only intended to secretly comprehend it, yet unexpectedly gained the entire law. The old man is generous, giving me the law of annihilation for free. Then I'll gladly accept. Ye Chen relished the feeling of the law circulating within him. This is a huge win. Ye Chen secretly rejoiced. Old man, wanted to cheat me of my spirit stones. Now, I've cheated you of your law. A sly smile curled at the corner of Ye Chen's mouth, his heart brimming with smugness. Little did he know that Emperor Qin saw all of this and had deliberately allowed him into the steel pavilion. But since I'm here, I might as well take a look at the Heavenly Emperor's doll art. Ye Chen rubbed his chin and grinned slyly. Qin has her inheritance, but my foolish brothers and senior brothers are waiting for me to bring back something good. Thinking of Lin Shuo's miserable face, Ye Chen couldn't help but laugh. All right, brothers and seniors, wait for me to bring you gifts. Making up his mind, he turned and headed to the next floor. Each floor of the steel pavilion housed different techniques. The higher the floor, the higher the grade. The top floor stored the law of annihilation, the next floor held the Heavenly Emperor's dog art, and the floors below contained various advanced techniques of the Heavenly Palace Academy. Ye Chen had no interest in those advanced techniques. His target was solely the Heavenly Emperor's dog art. He didn't need it himself, but his brothers and senior brothers did. TSK, this old emperor has quite a collection. Ye Chen marveled as he flipped through the techniques. He skimmed through all the dog arts cursorily. The Heavenly Emperor's dog art comprised the Emperor's cultivation methods, various martial skills, and spells. When others cultivated it, they received the blessing of the Great Dao, allowing them to unleash greater power. This is a jackpot. Ye Chen committed all the techniques to memory. His memory was extraordinary. He never forgot anything he saw. Alright, got the techniques, time to scram. Ye Chen prepared to leave, fully satisfied. But just then, a fluffy little dog suddenly appeared at his feet. What the hell? Ye Chen jumped up in fright, a chill shooting from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. He leaped several meters backward in shock. He had been completely unaware of the dog's appearance. When had this dog appeared? How did it get in? Ye Chen was filled with confusion. This little dog was entirely golden without a single stray hair, with a pair of watery, big eyes full of intelligence. The little dog appeared harmless and even somewhat cute. It harbored no ill will, wagging its tail from side to side in a clearly ingratiating manner. Wolf! The little dog let out a soft bark, gently approached Ye Chen's feet, and affectionately nudged his legs with its head, as if seeking favor. It lifted its head to gaze at the storage ring on Ye Chen's hand, its eyes brimming with desire. In the Heavenly Emperor Palace, both Heavenly Emperor Qin and General Yulong were startled upon seeing the little dog appear in the projection. How did the fire chilling come out? It should be in slumber at this moment. Heavenly Emperor Qin's eyes widened in utter disbelief. General Yulong wore a similarly astonished expression. This fire chilling had been personally placed in the Technique Pavilion that afternoon by Heavenly Emperor Qin, intended to serve as the guardian deity of the Heavenly Palace Academy. The fire chilling typically remained in a deep slumber, refusing to open its eyes even when approached. It would only awaken in the event of a major crisis at the Academy, and clearly nothing of the sort had occurred. There must be something unusual about this. The fire chilling has always been inaccessible to all except myself, yet now. Heavenly Emperor Qin's brows knitted together as he fixed his gaze upon the projection, lost in thought. General Yulong asked with puzzlement, could Ye Chen possess some extraordinary quality that has caused the fire chilling to behave so strangely? Heavenly Emperor Qin shook his head. We cannot say for certain at present, but this youth likely harbors more secrets than we can imagine. Meanwhile, within the Technique Pavilion, Ye Chen remained bewildered by the fire chilling's unexpected affection. Ye Chen noticed the little dog's gaze fixed intently on his storage ring, and something shifted within him. Could there be something in my storage ring that this dog desires? Little one, is there something in my storage ring that you want? Ye Chen asked tentatively. To his surprise, the little dog actually nodded and let out a cheerful series of barks. Ye Chen grew even more bewildered. What exactly was this little dog's origin? What did it seek? And how had such an unusual creature come to be within the Technique Pavilion? A cascade of questions swirled through Ye Chen's mind. He had a vague sense that this little dog's appearance was no coincidence, though he could not fathom what it might want from his storage ring. He could only speculate it was something to eat. The little dog stood before him, head tilted, patiently awaiting whatever it desired from the storage ring. Ye Chen retrieved a piece of roasted beast meat from his storage ring and placed it before the dog. The creature glanced at it dismissively, then looked back up at him with longing in its eyes. Not this. Ye Chen decided to lay out all his provisions, letting the dog choose for itself. But after a cursory glance, it fixed its gaze back on him. None of these were what it wanted. Still not it. Ye Chen frowned. He had produced everything edible from his storage ring except for his pills. Could it be the pills? Ye Chen brought forth the pills he had refined, and the moment they appeared, the little dog erupted with excitement. Wolf! Wolf! It barked joyfully, its tail wagging with renewed vigor as it leaped forward, planting its front paws directly onto Ye Chen's body. Those large, glistening eyes now bulged wide, locked onto the pills with an intensity that spoke of urgent desire. It emitted a continuous whining sound, as though urging Ye Chen to hurry and give them to it. Its claws dug into Ye Chen's clothes while its hind legs kicked frantically, straining to close the distance to the pills, drew nearly spilling from its mouth. Ye Chen found the dog's desperate antics both amusing and exasperating. Easy now, little ancestor, I'm giving them to you. He opened his palm and presented the pills to the eager creature. The little dog swallowed the pill in one gulp, eyes closing in satisfaction as a contented gurgle rumbled from its throat. Then it opened its eyes again, still gazing imploringly at Ye Chen, tongue lolling out to lick its lips as though hoping for more. Ye Chen handed over the remaining pills, which the dog consumed in a single bite. Still tilted-headed, it looked up at him with desperate hope that he would produce more. But the vial in Ye Chen's hand was already empty. Little ancestor, my pill bottle is completely gone. Look, there's truly nothing left. Ye Chen shrugged helplessly and turned the empty bottle upside down, shaking it before the dog as proof. Yet the creature remained insistent, still fixating on him with those pleading eyes. With no other option, Ye Chen retrieved another storage ring he had acquired through deception from a disciple of the Haoyua Shenzong and began searching through it. After a moment, he found a vial of pills and offered one to the little dog. To his surprise, the dog sniffed it and immediately backed away 2 steps, barking at Ye Chen with clear disdain. This little thing is quite the picky eater. Ye Chen regarded the golden-furred dog before him with a helpless expression. He finally understood the creature only consumed pills refined with the spiritual energy of the heavenly dog pearl, far beyond ordinary medicine. Little ancestor, I truly have none left. Next time I'll refine a fresh batch for you. I promise you'll have your fill. Ye Chen shook the empty bottle with genuine sincerity. The little dog seemed to understand, extending its pink tongue to lick Ye Chen's hand. Quite intelligent for a beast, Ye Chen smiled, stroking its fluffy head. Where do you live? I'll come find you once the pills are ready. Ye Chen patted the dog's head gently. The little dog gestured for him to follow, then scampered off toward the depths of the technique pavilion on its short legs. Halfway there, it paused to glance back at Ye Chen, motioning for him to keep up. All right then, lead the way. Ye Chen shrugged and followed. The dog led Ye Chen to an open area deep within the technique pavilion where nothing appeared visible. When he reached out to touch, his hand met an invisible barrier. After casting a glance back at Ye Chen, the little dog stepped forward and vanished. There's actually a hidden microcosm here. Ye Chen was stunned. He attempted to focus his spirit and draw upon his spiritual energy to sense the barrier, but his power proved as ineffective as a clay ox entering water, completely unresponsive. Wolf! Wolf! Seeing Ye Chen hesitate, the little dog poked its head back through the barrier and barked twice, urging him to enter quickly. Taking a deep breath, Ye Chen stepped forward cautiously. A flash of light passed before his eyes, and he found himself within this mysterious microcosm. The moment he entered, Ye Chen was struck by what lay before him. The spiritual energy here was so dense it bordered on tangible, with rare spiritual plants growing all around and a magnificent cave dwelling visible in the distance. You live here? Ye Chen's eyes widened in astonishment. The little dog nodded and raised a paw to point toward the opulent dwelling in the distance. This complicates things. I have no merit points, so how will I enter to deliver your pills? Ye Chen scratched his head in frustration, realizing the dog resided within the technique pavilion. The little dog tilted its head as if pondering the dilemma. After a moment, understanding seemed to dawn. It suddenly emitted a ray of light from between its brows that penetrated Ye Chen's forehead. What the hell? Ye Chen jumped back in surprise, instinctively retreating several steps. A warm current flowed through his body, and Ye Chen realized that this puppy wanted to acknowledge him as its master. The beam of light that shot out was the puppy's soul contract. This little fellow has quite good taste. Ye Chen curled his lips into a roguish smile, feeling secretly pleased. After the contract was completed, a wondrous connection was established between Ye Chen and the puppy. Ye Chen looked at the Huang rubbing against his feet, wearing a smug expression. See, I'm a genius at naming. I can come up with such a pleasant, grand, and high-class name. Ye Chen was in a great mood and patted Da Huang's head. At the Heavenly Emperor Palace, Qin Tiandi and Yulong General were completely dumbfounded by this scene. The fire Qilin actually acknowledged him as its master. Qin Tiandi's eyes widened with utter disbelief. This fire Qilin was extremely proud. Although it had always followed Qin Tiandi, it had never acknowledged him as its master. Yet Ye Chen, with just a few simple pills, made the fire Qilin voluntarily acknowledge him. Your Majesty, this. Yulong General was even more shocked, his speech stammering. What background does this kid have? Qin Tiandi frowned deeply, his gaze fixed intently on Ye Chen in the projection, his heart filled with doubt. Wuji Immortal Emperor only told the Heavenly Emperor that Ye Chen's origins were mysterious, but never revealed where Ye Chen came from. It seems he truly is the child of destiny, who can break the shackles of the Immortal Realm. Yulong General couldn't help murmuring to himself. Qin Tiandi said nothing, merely gazing at the projection with profound eyes, his mind filled with myriad thoughts. Ye Chen hummed a tune and sauntered out of the technique pavilion. Wearing the face of Hao Holy Sun, he made quite a spectacle as he swaggered through the streets. He strolled around the technique pavilion several times, almost wanting to hold up a sign. Come and see, Hao Holy Sun is here. Hee hee, Hao Holy Sun, I'm going to mess you up good. Ye Chen thought secretly, a sly grin curling at the corners of his mouth. The annihilation law of the technique pavilion had been absorbed by Ye Chen, and it would definitely be discovered tomorrow. The sect would surely launch a thorough investigation. Ye Chen, wearing Hao Holy Sun's face, intended to be seen, so that the investigators would think Hao Holy Sun had stolen the annihilation law. Even if it was eventually cleared up that it wasn't Hao Holy Sun, it would still cause him considerable trouble. Last time, Hao Holy Sun bullied Luo Qincheng. Ye Chen hadn't forgotten that. You little punk, tomorrow you'll taste what it's like to be wronged. Ye Chen felt delighted, like a weasel that has stolen a chicken. How is there not even a ghost? Ye Chen scratched his head, utterly puzzled. Little did he know that the people of the technique pavilion had been sent away by the elder of the technique pavilion at Yulong General's telepathic message. At that moment, in the Heavenly Emperor Palace, Qin Tiandi was watching the projection with great interest, a meaningful smile on his lips. This kid sure holds a grudge. Yulong General stood by, also watching with keen enjoyment. Ye Chen circled a few times, and seeing no one, prepared to head back. As he turned around, an old man came face to face with him. The old man was stunned when he saw Ye Chen, his expression changed, and he turned to leave. This old man was the elder in charge of the technique pavilion. Yulong General had sent him a telepathic message, instructing him to secretly let Ye Chen into the technique pavilion. The technique pavilion elder had a connection with the pavilion, and incensed 6 time ago, he sensed that Ye Chen had left the pavilion. He thought Ye Chen had already departed, so he came to wrap things up and reactivate the formations inside the pavilion. He didn't expect that Ye Chen, that sly dog, would leave the pavilion but not hurry away, instead lingering around. Which thief wouldn't flee the scene immediately after stealing? Ye Chen, on the contrary, was idling about, leaving this old man with no choice but to pretend he hadn't seen him and quickly escape. It made him feel like he was the thief. Seeing the old man turn and leave, Ye Chen's eyes rolled, and he immediately had an idea. Senior, wait! He shouted at the top of his lungs. The old man heard Ye Chen's voice but pretended not to, quickening his pace instead. Watching this scene before the projection, Qin Tiandi and Yulong General nearly spat out the tea in their mouths. This move is too impressive. Yulong General's mouth twitched wildly. Qin Tiandi was also amused and exasperated. This kid was truly a talent. Seeing the old man run off, Ye Chen immediately gave chase. Hey! Old man, I am Hao Holy Sun. He shouted while chasing, afraid the old man hadn't clearly seen his face as Hao Holy Sun, so he deliberately reminded him. At these words, the old man ran even faster, as if he had seen a ghost, fleeing in a flash. Cursing inwardly, he thought, damn, if not for Yulong General's telepathic message, he would have believed it. Ye Chen chased behind, panting heavily, feeling utterly frustrated. What's wrong with this old man? He acts like I'm a plague god. Little did he know that his shout was almost like yelling, I am Hao Holy Sun, and I took the law from the technique pavilion. Yulong General also laughed so hard his stomach hurt. This is even worse than directly confessing. Ye Chen chased for a long time but couldn't catch the old man, so he had to give up. Forget it, it seems I can't set up a holy sum today. He sighed with regret. At the same time, he mentally condemned the Celestial Academy. Why did they have to go to sleep at night? Couldn't they come out and contribute more to the Immortal Realm? They were all immortals who could go years without sleep, yet these people were so lazy they still went to sleep. However, he secretly vowed to find an opportunity next time to really mess with a holy sum. Feeling bored, Ye Chen turned back to his cave dwelling, closed the door, and eagerly prepared to comprehend the Annihilation Law. He sat cross-legged in the center of the cave, with all the Annihilation Law converging in his dantian. He was filled with anticipation for this Annihilation Law. After all, it was a law that even immortal emperors coveted. He took a deep breath, steadied his mind, and began to comprehend the Annihilation Law within his dantian. Time passed minute by minute, and Ye Chen was completely immersed in enlightenment, oblivious to everything around him. Wang Xiaotian, Go Daho, Gui Huofo, and Lu Biti accepted a mission from the mission pavilion. They originally wanted to ask Ye Chen if he wanted to join, but seeing his cave door tightly shut, they didn't disturb him and left. 2 days and 2 nights passed in the blink of an eye. Ye Chen still hadn't come out of his cave. The Annihilation Law slowly gathered in Ye Chen's dantian, eventually condensing into a small black sphere, suspended in his dantian. It's done. Ye Chen suddenly opened his eyes, a brilliant light flashing in his gaze. At this moment, he had thoroughly comprehended the law of annihilation and condensed it into the primordial source of the great Tao of annihilation. A wave of ecstasy surged through Ye Chen's heart. He had only intended to comprehend the law of annihilation, never expecting to directly condense it into the primordial source of the great Tao. Heavenly Emperor Palace. The Heavenly Emperor Qin sensed the transformation in that wisp of law he had extracted, and abruptly rose to his feet, his eyes filled with shock. How is this possible? He murmured in disbelief. The law of annihilation Ye Chen had comprehended it in merely 3 days, and even condensed it into the primordial source of the great Tao. He himself had spent over 1,000 years to comprehend the law of annihilation. Yet Ye Chen had done it in 3 days, and condensed the primordial source of the great Tao that even an immortal emperor would struggle to achieve. Your Majesty, what has happened? General Yulong asked in astonishment, watching the Heavenly Emperor Qin lose his composure. As a Heavenly Emperor who had lived for hundreds of thousands of years, Qin was always known in the Immortal Realm as one who remained unmoved even when Mount Tai collapsed before him. After countless years of trials, he had cultivated an extraordinary composure. Whether facing dire circumstances surrounded by powerful enemies or moments of earth-shattering joy, he maintained that serene and unshaken demeanor. But now he had suddenly lost his composure, leaving General Yulong utterly bewildered. Yulong, do you know? That young man Ye Chen comprehended the law of annihilation in just 3 days and condensed it into the primordial source of the great Tao. What? 3 days? Condensed into the primordial source of the great Tao. General Yulong was equally stunned upon hearing this, his words faltering with disbelief. This was utterly unprecedented. In the Immortal Realm, only an immortal emperor could condense the primordial source of the great Tao. Yet Ye Chen was merely at the void transformation realm, leaving no room for General Yulong's astonishment. However, at that moment, the Heavenly Emperor Qin's expression suddenly shifted. Not good. He sensed that Ye Chen's control over the great Tao of annihilation was becoming unstable, as if it were about to spiral out of control. Meanwhile, Ye Chen had just condensed the primordial source of the great Tao of annihilation. Overcome with excitement, he formed a sphere of this great Tao in his hands to examine it. In his agitation, he inadvertently lost control of the sphere. The primordial great Tao surged violently, releasing terrifying waves of destructive energy that ravaged the cave dwelling. Damn! It's going to explode! Ye Chen's face paled as he unleashed streams of immortal energy, desperately trying to stabilize the sphere. With over 100 cave dwellings on the peak where he resided, an explosion would endanger every disciple on the mountain. Even if they survived the law of annihilation's blast, they would be left crippled. At the Heavenly Emperor Palace, both Qin and General Yuan watched in stunned silence as the projection unfolded before them. The Heavenly Emperor Qin swiftly formed a hand seal, sending out a transmission message. He couldn't reach the location in time to intervene himself. Meanwhile, the sphere of Great Tao in Ye Chen's hands had begun to expand violently and uncontrollably. I can't control it. Ye Chen produced a gourd-shaped immortal artifact, hastily stuffed the sphere inside, and tossed it aside before vanishing into the spatial void to escape. This gourd-shaped artifact could absorb 80% of the explosion's power, ensuring the other disciples on the mountain would survive. The next moment, the sphere and the gourd exploded with tremendous force. Rumble! Terrifying energy surged outward, though the immortal artifact had already absorbed most of the destructive power. Despite the artifact's protection, the explosion's force still flattened the entire cave dwelling and the mountain peak it set upon. The blast echoed across the Heavenly Palace Academy. At the critical moment before the explosion, an elder from the Heavenly Palace Academy appeared instantaneously at the peak, using his divine power to teleport all the disciples from the other cave dwellings to safety. He had rushed over upon receiving the Heavenly Emperor's transmission, but arrived just a moment too late. Fortunately, all the other disciples had been successfully evacuated with no injuries. The evacuated disciples looked utterly bewildered. They had been cultivating peacefully in their cave dwellings, when suddenly they were teleported out, with the deafening sound of explosions still ringing in their ears. The residual power of the explosion continued to sweep outward, toppling nearby disciples who happened to be passing by. What's happening? The fallen disciples cried out in terror and confusion. What happened over there? Let's go check it out. Upon hearing the explosions from afar, other disciples quickly made their way toward the scene. At the center of the blast, a massive crater now marked the landscape where the peak had stood. Ye Chen emerged from the rubble, covered in dust and dirt, brushing himself off. Cough! Thank goodness I ran fast enough. He felt fortunate. At the last moment before the explosion, he had retreated into the spatial void, but the blast was so powerful it forced him back out, though fortunately, he escaped unharmed. I need to be more careful next time. The law of annihilation can't be played with casually. Ye Chen felt a chill of fear. Junior brother, what the hell are you doing? Lin Shuo, one of the disciples evacuated by the elder, was the first to reach the crater's edge and shouted at the dust-covered Ye Chen. Where's my cave dwelling? My treasure collection is still in my cave dwelling. Su Chen followed close behind, his face contorted with anguish. Brother Yi, what happened? Zhuge Kang remained relatively calm, though confusion lingered in his eyes. Ahem, just a minor accident, nothing serious. Ye Chen brushed off the dust from his robes, feigning innocence. Minor accident? You blew up an entire mountain peak and call that minor? Lin Shuo pointed at the massive crater, unable to believe his eyes. I don't know either. I was just refining pills when it suddenly exploded. Ye Chen shrugged helplessly. He couldn't reveal the law of annihilation, so he used pure refinement as an excuse. His law of annihilation had been stolen from the technique pavilion, and he couldn't let the academy know. Moreover, he was only at the void transformation realm yet had already condensed the primordial source of the great Tao. Such news would be too shocking to reveal. Pure refinement? What kind of pill were you refining that had such destructive power? Su Chen asked skeptically, clearly not buying Ye Chen's explanation. Well, it's a long story. Let's just say it was a very powerful pill. Ye Chen evaded the question with vague words and shifting eyes. Zhuge Kang seemed to sense something and quickly stepped in to defend him. Lin Shuo and Su Chen also knew their junior brother had many secrets, so they dropped the matter. Cultivators all kept their own secrets, especially Ye Chen. As senior brothers, Lin Shuo and Su Chen naturally felt responsible for protecting their junior brother's secrets from outsiders. Ye Chen, do you realize the magnitude of the disaster you've caused? The arriving academy elder glared at him with a dark expression and roared in anger. Elder, this was an accident. I didn't expect this to happen either. Ye Chen looked embarrassed. He truly hadn't anticipated losing control of the law of annihilation. Accident? This destroyed an entire mountain peak. He must take responsibility. The elder's anger still burned, his face ashen with fury. Just then, a beam of golden light descended from the heavens, and General Yulong appeared before them. General Yulong, are you alright? General Yulong asked first with concern. General Yulong, I'm fine. It's just that my cave dwelling is gone. Yedong had blown up his own cave dwelling and was already acting aggrieved. Get that you're alright. If the cave dwelling is gone, we'll arrange another one. General Yulong turned to look at the elder. Elder, this was merely an accident. The academy will take responsibility for the losses and rearrange cave dwellings for the affected disciples. Yes. Seeing General Yulong being so polite, the elder found it difficult to continue pressing Ye Dan's responsibility and could only let it go. At the same time, he was deeply shocked that General Yulong would protect Ye Dan so much. General Yulong was the Heavenly Emperor's representative, and wherever he went, he represented the Heavenly Emperor. So, could Ye Dan also have some kind of connection with the Heavenly Emperor? After giving his instructions, General Yulong left. Alright, everyone disperse. The elder suppressed his wandering thoughts and waved his hand, signaling everyone to leave. Those whose cave dwellings were destroyed, follow me. Everyone followed the elder to the new cave dwellings. Meanwhile, Wang Xiaotian, Ge Huofu, Go Daho, and Lu Biti returned from completing their tasks and were completely stunned by what they saw. The peak where they lived was gone, turned into a massive crater. Where's our cave dwelling? Wang Xiaotian's eyes widened, unable to believe what he was seeing. My heavens, what happened? Ge Huofu looked utterly shocked. Who did this? What a massive undertaking! Go Dahu exclaimed in surprise. My pills! My magical treasures! Lu Biti beat his chest and lamented bitterly. The four looked at each other, completely clueless about what had happened. Only a massive crater remained on the ground, telling the story of what had happened. At that moment, a passing disciple kindly explained the events to them. It was Ye Dan who had an accident while refining pills, causing the entire peak to explode. What? Brother Chong blew up the whole peak while refining pills. Lu Biti's eyes sparkled with admiration, his face filled with reverence, completely forgetting about his lost pills and treasures. He daydreamed about when he could do something equally spectacular to shake up the entire academy. The other three looked utterly bewildered. What kind of pills was their big brother refining that could destroy an entire peak and leave behind such a massive crater? Guided by the kind disciple, the four arrived at the new peak's cave dwellings. Big brother, you're absolutely amazing. Wang Xiaotian reached the new peak, spotted Ye Dan, and rushed toward him with pure admiration, nearly bouncing with excitement. Exactly, big brother. What kind of immortal pill did you refine that has such devastating power? Ge Huofu also crowded over, his eyes brimming with curiosity. This commotion was even more terrifying than a heavenly tribulation. Go Dahu couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. My pills! My magical treasures! They're all gone. Lu Biti only then remembered his lost pills and treasures, his face contorted in grief and pain. He was poor. These pills and treasures had all been acquired over the past year by following Zhu Gangjin around. Ye Dan looked at these four misfits and smiled helplessly. Just a minor accident. Ye Dan waved his hand dismissively. If not for the gourd-shaped immortal artifact blocking 80% of the explosion's power, the entire academy would have suffered. A minor accident? You call this a minor accident? The whole peak is gone. Lin Shuo teased from the side. Oh, senior brother, don't worry about such details. Ye Dan patted Lin Shuo's shoulder, acting completely unfazed. Exactly, senior brother. Even if junior brother blew a hole in the sky, it would still be a small matter. Su Cheng had grown accustomed to the chaos Ye Dan caused. It would be abnormal if he didn't cause trouble. Zhuge Kang watched from the side, the corners of his mouth rising slightly. Compared to before when Ye Dan only blew up a peak, this was indeed nothing. At that moment, a loud voice echoed throughout the Heavenly Palace Academy. The Immortal Spirit Cave Heaven will open in 3 months. The Academy will select outstanding disciples to explore the secret realm. All outstanding disciples please prepare in advance. With the Academy's announcement, the entire Academy erupted in excitement. Everyone was eager, itching to enter the Immortal Spirit Cave Heaven to explore their own opportunities. The Immortal Spirit Cave Heaven was an extremely mysterious secret realm, said to have fallen from the heavens during ancient times. Currently managed by the Heavenly Emperor's palace, it opens once every 1,000 years, allowing outstanding disciples from various sects in the Immortal Realm to explore it together. The Immortal Spirit Cave Heaven was filled with opportunities and challenges. To this day, the core of the secret realm had not been explored, solely because the laws in the core area were so chaotic that no one could approach it. The requirements for entering the Immortal Spirit Cave Heaven were extremely high. Only those who had become immortals within 1,000 years could enter. In the past, those who didn't meet the standards or exceeded the age limit tried to sneak in, only to be erased by the secret realm's laws, their divine souls destroyed. The Immortal Spirit Cave Heaven? Interesting. Ye Dan stroked his chin. He had heard of this secret realm and was deeply interested in the chaotic laws of its core area. He possessed the body of 10,000 laws, naturally drawn to the laws. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to comprehend the power of laws at the refining void stage. He guessed that inside might be his immense opportunity. What is the Immortal Spirit Cave Heaven? Su Chong had ascended from the Canglan continent and had never heard of the Immortal Spirit Cave Heaven. A secret realm that fell from the heavens. Inside, there are countless treasures and opportunities, even ancient immortal artifacts. Lin Shuo explained to Su Chong with excitement, as if he had already seen himself obtaining treasures. Ancient immortal artifact. That would truly be a rare treasure. Su Chen's eyes lit up, and his heart was filled with anticipation. The academy disciples discussed excitedly, preparing to head to the technique pavilion to select more powerful techniques to increase their chances in the Immortal Spirit Cave Heaven. I'm going to the technique pavilion to cultivate the Heavenly Emperor's style techniques and showcase my skills in the Immortal Spirit Cave Heaven. Indeed, I'm going to the top floor of the technique pavilion to comprehend the Heavenly Emperor's law of annihilation. That's the Heavenly Emperor's law. How could it be so easy to comprehend? That's not certain. If I could comprehend the law of annihilation, I could walk all over the Immortal Spirit Cave Heaven. The law of annihilation. Didn't I absorb it already? How can there still be some? Ye Chen listened from the side, looking completely bewildered, and couldn't help but mutter. His muttering was heard by the surrounding disciples, who looked at him strangely, as if he were an idiot. The law could only be comprehended, not absorbed. This was common knowledge in cultivation, yet this idiot didn't even know the basics and still cultivated. Ye Chen didn't pay attention to their glances. He was still pondering in confusion. The law had been absorbed by him for several days now. Yet the academy had not reported the law being stolen, and disciples were still going to comprehend it. Big brother, let's also go to the technique pavilion to take a look. Maybe we can find powerful techniques suitable for us. Wang Xiaotian broke Ye Chen's thoughts, inviting him to visit the technique pavilion together. Alright, let's go take a look. With a heart full of doubts, Ye Chen followed everyone to the technique pavilion. Inside the technique pavilion, due to the upcoming opening of the Immortal Spirit Cave Heaven, many disciples came to find techniques. A young disciple was registering those entering the technique pavilion and collecting their contribution points. An elderly man with a white beard, holding a teacup in hand, sat on a large chair not far behind him. As soon as Ye Chen entered the technique pavilion, he took out 1,000,000 top-grade spirit stones from his storage ring and slammed them in front of the young disciple. I want to go to the top floor. Although Ye Chen was pained by the loss, at this moment he urgently wanted to go to the top floor to see what was going on with the law. It had already been absorbed by him, so why could disciples still go to comprehend it? The elderly man drinking tea behind him paused slightly, knowing that it was Ye Chen who had arrived, and felt deeply uneasy. This senior brother, the skill pavilion only accepts contribution points, not spirit stones. The young disciple was a bit bewildered, but still spoke politely to Ye Chen. The skill pavilion has clear regulations. It only accepts contribution points, not spirit stones, to prevent anyone from abusing power for personal gain. Not accepting spirit stones. Now it was Ye Chen's turn to be bewildered. Last time, that old man had clearly said spirit stones were acceptable. Yes, senior brother, the skill pavilion has explicit rules that only contribution points can be accepted. The young disciple said earnestly, giving a slight bow. Your elder said spirit stones could be used in place of contribution points. So why is it not allowed here? Ye Chen frowned, demanding an answer. The young disciple turned to look at the old man drinking tea behind him. The old man's eyelids couldn't help twitching. The skill pavilion indeed only accepts contribution points, not spirit stones. The old man could only explain. You are the elder of this skill pavilion. Ye Chen had never seen the skill pavilion's elder before and had assumed the old man from last time was the elder. Indeed, I am the elder of this skill pavilion. The old man nodded slightly. Ye Chen was dumbfounded. The skill pavilion could only have one elder, so who was that old man last time? You are the elder of this skill pavilion. Then, who was that old man at the skill pavilion last time? Ye Chen asked in confusion. Old man. What old man? I don't know. The old man's eyes flickered, not daring to meet Ye Chen's gaze. That old man was the Heavenly Emperor. He dared not speak carelessly. Damn it! A vulgar exclamation echoed through the entire skill pavilion. You old man, how dare you try to swindle my spirit stones? Luckily, I was smart enough not to fall for it. Ye Chen realized he had been tricked and flew into a rage. Cheating him of other treasures was one thing, but cheating him of spirit stones was absolutely unacceptable. It was like cutting off his path of cultivation. The Skill Pavilion elder's mouth hung open, staring dumbfounded at Ye Chen. You damned old man, if I ever catch you, I'll kick your ass and break your backbone. Ye Chen continued his tirade, leaving Ling Shuo, Su Chen, and Zhuge Kang exchanging bewildered glances, unsure of what was happening. Wang Xiaotian and his three companions were even more confused. How had their big brother suddenly become so angry? Clatter! The teacup in the elder's hand slipped, crashing to the ground and shattering into pieces. Beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead. Kick the Heavenly Emperor's ass. Break the Heavenly Emperor's backbone. Only Ye Chen would dare say such things. The elder listened in terror, feeling he had heard something he should not have. Master! At that moment, a childish voice echoed in Ye Chen's mind. Through their soul contract, Ye Chen knew it was the Wang's voice. He then remembered that he didn't need to go up at all. He could just ask Da Huang. Da Huang, quickly tell me, what exactly is this law of annihilation about? Why can other disciples still comprehend it after I've already absorbed it? Master, the day after you absorbed the law, the Heavenly Emperor came and extracted a strand of the law of annihilation, storing it at the top floor. Da Wang's voice sounded calm in Ye Chen's mind. So that's it. No wonder the academy didn't spread news of the law being stolen. Ye Chen suddenly understood, while also wondering if the Heavenly Emperor knew that he had taken the law. Master, did you refine pills again? Da Wang's voice suddenly became urgent, tinged with anticipation. Ye Chen was taken aback. This little glutton had a really keen nose. I did refine some pills, but I don't have contribution points to enter the skill pavilion now. Ye Chen spread his hands, looking helpless. I can go out. With that, a flash of golden light, and Da Huang appeared directly beside Ye Chen. A fluffy, golden little dog wagged its tail affectionately at Ye Chen, constantly rubbing its head against his leg. The skill pavilion elder's eyes nearly popped out. He knew this was no ordinary dog. It was the fire Qilin that accompanied the Heavenly Emperor, merely disguised as a little dog. The surrounding disciples were dumbfounded. How had a little dog suddenly appeared? And why was it wagging its tail so affectionately at Ye Chen? The one! Ye Chen was also stunned, not expecting Da Huang to suddenly run out. Woof woof! Da Huang barked twice, circling Ye Chen, its tail wagging like a rattle drum. The pills? The pills? At the same time, Da Wang's voice appeared in Ye Chen's mind. Da Huang couldn't speak outwardly, but through their soul contract, it could convey its thoughts directly to Ye Chen's mind. The pills aren't ready yet. I'll refine them for you when we get back. Ye Chen patted Da Wang's head. This little glutton only thought about food. Then let's hurry back. Da Huang urged, almost drooling. Let's go, we are going back now. Ye Chen called out to Ling Shuo, Su Chen, Zhuge Kang, and Wang Xiaotian and his three companions. Big brother, we haven't looked at the techniques yet. Wang Xiaotian and his three companions were reluctant to leave. They had earned contribution points and wanted to enter the skill pavilion to find techniques. What techniques? I'll show you something better back home. Ye Chen smiled mysteriously and pulled the four of them out. The skill pavilion elder watched Ye Chen's retreating figure, his heart filled with mixed emotions. Who was this kid? How could he make the fire Qilin beside the Heavenly Emperor so affectionate? After returning to the cave dwelling, Ye Chen waved his hand, and a pile of jade slips appeared before everyone. These jade slips were the Heavenly Emperor's Dao techniques that Ye Chen had copied at the skill pavilion. These are all Heavenly Emperor's Dao techniques. Take them and cultivate. Ye Chen's tone was casual, as if these techniques were as common as roadside cabbages. Heavenly Emperor's Dao techniques. Go Dahu exclaimed in shock. Ling Shuo, Su Chen, Zhuge Kang, and Wang Xiaotian and his group were utterly dumbfounded. Weren't these techniques all from the skill pavilion? How did Ye Chen get them? Moreover, the techniques in the skill pavilion were protected by a race. One could only select and view one suitable technique upon entering. How did Ye Chen bring out all of them? Of course, they didn't know that the Heavenly Emperor had opened a convenient door for Ye Chen, turning off all the arrays in the skill pavilion. The techniques were all left for Ye Chen to take freely. Ye Chen himself didn't even know this. Chenggu, you. What is this? Lu Biti stammered, full of doubt. He, it's a secret. Ye Chen winked, looking mysterious. Of course, He wouldn't tell them that these techniques were all borrowed when he sneaked into the skill pavilion at night. Little junior brother, you didn't just loot the skill pavilion, did you? Lin Shuo sighed. This little junior brother was always doing something unexpected. It is only normal for junior brother to ransack the technique pavilion. Su Cheng also nodded, finding it perfectly reasonable that Ye Chen could accomplish any grand feat. Now I understand why big brother doesn't do missions to earn contribution points. Ghostly Sigil said weakly. After casually taking all the techniques from the technique pavilion, those missions truly were not even worth a dog's time. Zhuge Kang remained impassive, as if he had long anticipated that Ye Chen would bring them pleasant surprises. Only the Huang showed no interest whatsoever in these techniques. Don't worry, I'll refine some for you right away. Ye Chen smiled, took out the alchemical furnace, and prepared to begin refining pills. Lin Shuo, Su Cheng, and Zhuge Kang each selected a few techniques and methods suited to their cultivation, then returned to their own cave dwellings for closed-door cultivation, preparing for the Immortal Spirit Cave 3 months later. Alright then, everyone scram. Go home, find your own folks. When Ye Chen saw Wang Xiaotian and the ghostly sigil quartet still hesitating over which techniques to cultivate, he waved his hand dismissively, chasing them away like a flock of ducks. Lu Biti and the others hastily selected a few techniques that caught their fancy, then scurried away on tiptoe. Each of them behaved as if they had discovered invaluable treasures, immediately entering their cave dwellings to undertake closed-door cultivation of the Heavenly Emperor Dawn method. Only Ye Chen and the Huang remained in the cave dwelling. Ye Chen began refining pills, and in no time, the first furnace emerged. The Huang watched the freshly refined pills with hungry eyes, its drool pooling on the ground. Little glutton, come on, open your mouth. Ye Chen held the freshly refined pills and fed the Huang as if fattening a pig. The Huang didn't stand on ceremony, swallowing one pill after another, crunching them like candy. Ye Chen continued refining pills, determined to feed the Huang until it was satisfied. He refined furnace after furnace, all of which the Huang completely devoured. Burp, the Huang ate until it was stuffed, letting out a satisfied burp as it collapsed on the ground, its belly round like a ball. In no time, the Huang fell asleep, still drooling from the corner of its mouth. Eats and sleeps, just like a pig. Ye Chen shook his head with a smile, tossing the remaining pills to Xiaobai and Xiuhei inside the Star Soul Tower. These two pets had been residing within the tower since arriving in the Immortal Realm, and Ye Chen had provided them with numerous resources to help them advance their cultivation. After completing these arrangements, Ye Chen began contemplating the Tao of Extinction. Its destructive power was immense. Last time he had failed to control it, nearly blowing himself to pieces. Such a situation must never occur again. However, Ye Chen also discovered that with proper control, it could become a devastating weapon. The following day, the Academy released another announcement. The Academy's census revealed that numerous disciples met the conditions to participate in the Immortal Spirit Cave. The Immortal Spirit Cave's capacity was limited, and not all Academy disciples could participate in the Immortal Spirit Cave Secret Realm. In the interest of fairness, the Academy decreed that disciples participating in the Immortal Spirit Cave must complete missions to earn 10,000 contribution points and pass an Academy examination before they could enter. Damn it! That old codger's ridiculous regulations require doing missions. Those missions truly aren't worth a dog's time. After reading the announcement, Ye Chen flew into a rage. Woof woof! Hearing Ye Chen's curse, the Huang barked twice at him, expressing its displeasure. Are you insulting dogs by calling them worthless? Hee, the Huang, I'm not talking about you. Ye Chen scratched the Huang's head. Woof woof! The Huang stepped back 2 paces, barked twice more at Ye Chen, then turned and walked away. I don't believe your nonsense. Dogs wouldn't believe you either. Wait, the Huang is a dog now. Hey! Why are you sulking? Can dogs even get angry? Ye Chen had no choice but to return to his cave dwelling to refine pills. He would refine a large quantity of spiritual restoration pills. The Academy examination would take place in a miniature realm, collecting beast horns to determine qualification. There was no spiritual energy in the miniature realm. When cultivators exhausted their spiritual energy, they could only recover through pills. He thought about selling pills in the secret realm for spirit stones. It would surely yield a fortune. Though the spiritual restoration pill was not a high-grade elixir, the Academy currently had very few. At most 1 peel per person. 1 spiritual restoration peel would be depleted after a single battle with a demon beast, yet the peels he refined were of excellent quality. At least twice as effective as the academies, he would surely make a fortune. Let's go, time to earn contribution points. Lin Shuo stretched and walked out of his cave dwelling. To participate in the Immortal Spirit Cave, they also had to do missions. I heard the Academy's rewards this time are quite generous. Su Cheng followed closely behind, his eyes gleaming with excitement. The Academy decreed that beast horns collected during the examination would also earn contribution points according to mission standards, but would not count toward the 10,000 contribution point requirement for the Immortal Spirit Cave. Additionally, those ranking at the top would receive extra rewards. Zhuge Kang maintained his characteristic calm demeanor, silently following behind the two. Brother Chen, are you coming with us? Lu Biti poked his head into Ye Chen's cave dwelling and called out. No, I'm not going. You all go ahead. Ye Chen's voice drifted out from within the cave dwelling. I have my own way. What way? Wang Xiaotian asked curiously. It's a secret. Ye Chen's voice carried a hint of mystery. Actually, he hadn't thought of any other method, he was just planning to find a wealthy person at the end and rob some contribution points. How convenient. Lin Shuo helplessly spread his hands. This little junior brother is always so mysterious. Let's go, don't worry about him. Su Cheng urged. Finish the missions early and come back to cultivate. They all trusted Ye Chen implicitly. If he said he had a way, then he had a way. No need to worry about him anymore. The 7-person group set off in high spirits, leaving Ye Chen alone in his cave dwelling. Ye Chen sat cross-legged before the alchemical furnace, roaring flames licking the furnace bottom. Hee, a chance to get rich. Ye Chen rubbed his hands together, his eyes filled with anticipation. Peel after peel flew out of the alchemical furnace, emanating an enticing medicinal fragrance. Time passed second by second as Ye Chen refined peels tirelessly. After a day and a night, Ye Chen's cave dwelling was filled with peel bottles. Phew, finally done. Ye Chen stretched, his whole body aching. He pushed open the cave dwelling door, ready to go outside for some fresh air. Just then, a golden figure darted in. The Wang. Ye Chen froze. Wasn't this dog angry and ran off, refusing to acknowledge him? The Wang held a dozen or so storage rings in its mouth, wagging its tail as it walked up to Ye Chen. It placed the storage rings at Ye Chen's feet, lifted its head, and looked at him with a proud expression. Ye Chen picked up one of the storage rings in confusion, probing it with his divine sense. Holy shit! Ye Chen couldn't help but blurt out profanity. The storage ring was filled with purple gold ore, shimmering with a violet radiance. 1, 2, 3. Ye Chen inspected all the storage rings and found that every one of them contained nothing but purple gold ore. Da Wang, where did you get all this? Ye Chen asked in astonishment. These were all refinement materials for high-grade magical artifacts. Collecting purple gold ore was a long-standing task of the Academy. There was no need to accept it in advance. One could directly submit the task at the task pavilion by bringing the purple gold ore. Da Huang lifted its head and let out a proud snort, as if to say, your dog master has plenty of ways. Watching Da Wang's smug expression, Ye Chen couldn't help but laugh. Alright, you're amazing. Ye Chen rubbed Da Wang's head. Now I don't have to do the test, and I have enough contribution points. He thought to himself, this little fellow really is my lucky star. With all this purple gold ore, he could not only complete the Academy's test but also exchange for a large number of contribution points. With that thought, Ye Chen felt elated. He scooped up Da Huang and vigorously rubbed its head. Da Wang, you're truly amazing. Da Huang narrowed its eyes in contentment, enjoying Ye Chen's caress. Ye Chen took the storage rings to the test pavilion to submit the test, wanting to secure the contribution points first. As soon as he reached the entrance of the test pavilion, Ye Chen saw a dozen or so disciples with swollen faces and clear scratch marks passing by. Upon seeing these disciples, Da Huang quickly vanished. Oh my, geez. Ye Chen's heart skipped a beat as he looked at the group of bruised-faced fellows. These people, with those clear scratch marks on their faces, how could they not look like they were clawed by a dog? Damn it, next time I see that mad dog, I'll skin it alive. A disciple cursed viciously while covering his face. Exactly. So ruthless, they even stole our storage rings and beat us up. Another disciple chimed in. Ye Chen's eyelid twitched, and he subconsciously touched the storage ring in his hand. Could the mad dog they were talking about be the one? He turned around abruptly, but there was no trace of Da Huang behind him. This Da Huang, it sure runs fast. Well, that's confirmed. These unlucky ones were indeed taken care of by Da Huang. Ye Chen chuckled inwardly. This Da Huang had his style, thinking along the same lines as him. Inside the test pavilion, Luo Qingcheng and Yu Chuman were browsing the task list. They didn't want to do tasks either, as they had inherited their cultivation techniques and didn't need the ones from the technique pavilion. As for resources, the pure resources provided by Ye Chen were superior to any others. But in order to accumulate enough contribution points to enter the Spirit Immortal Grotto, they had to do tasks. These tasks are too troublesome, and the contribution points are so few. Yu Chuman sighed. For the Spirit Immortal Grotto, we have to do them even if they're troublesome. Luo Qingcheng also looked helpless. Just then, Ye Chen walked in with a smile. What are you two beauties frowning about? Luo Qingcheng and Yu Chuman looked up, their eyes lighting up. Ye Chen, you came just in time. We were worrying about contribution points. Ye Chen smiled mysteriously, taking out 2 storage rings from his bosom. Here, one for each of you. Luo Qingcheng and Yu Chuman took the rings doubtfully, and when they probed them with their divine sense, they were stunned. So much purple gold ore. This. How many contribution points is this worth? Ye Chen chuckled. Around 100,000. Is that enough? Enough, it's too much. The two were so excited they almost jumped up. This sudden surprise left them somewhat at a loss. Ye Chen, where did you get so much purple gold ore? Luo Qingcheng asked curiously. Woof woof. Before Ye Chen could answer, Da Huang suddenly appeared at their feet, barking proudly. Luo Qingcheng and Yu Chuman then noticed this fluffy little creature. What a cute little dog. The two were instantly melted by Da Huang's cuteness, and on each side, they started petting the dog. Da Huang narrowed its eyes in contentment, enjoying the caresses of the two beauties. Watching this scene, Ye Chen chuckled inwardly. This little fellow is pretty good at taking credit. After submitting the test, Ye Chen's contribution points soared to over 1 million. Now, I don't have to worry anymore. Ye Chen stretched, feeling very pleased. He also handed each of them a bottle of Qi restoration pills. These are Qi restoration pills. They'll come in handy for tomorrow's secret realm assessment. Then we won't stand on ceremony. Yu Chuman didn't stand on ceremony at all. She took the pills. Between her and Ye Chen, there was no need for formality. Ye Chen, it's so good to have you around. Luo Qingcheng's eyes were full of affection. Silly girl. Ye Chen reached out and rubbed Luo Qingcheng's head. The next day, sunlight bathed the earth. The secret realm assessment began. All the academy disciples were teleported into the secret realm via the teleportation array from the academy square. This was a small secret realm created by the academy specifically for assessments, and it was filled with many unicorns. Collecting the horns meant the horns on these unicorns' heads. There was no need to kill the unicorns, just take the horns from their heads, and they would grow back after a while. The disciples entered the teleportation array one by one. Whoosh! The light of teleportation flashed, and Ye Chen felt a dizzying whirl. What a crappy teleportation array, making me dizzy. Ye Chen rubbed his temples, complaining. I wonder where Qingcheng has been teleported to. Upon entering the secret realm, everyone was randomly scattered. He looked around and found himself in a dense forest. Towering trees blocked out the sky, and sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled spots of light on the ground. The environment of this secret realm is not bad, but I wonder where those unicorns are hiding. Ye Chen muttered as he walked forward. Roar! Before he had taken a few steps, several unicorns charged out from the woods, heading straight for Ye Chen. These unicorns were huge, with a spiraling horn on their heads that glinted coldly. Just in time. A glint of excitement flashed in Ye Chen's eyes. His figure flickered, and he instantly appeared before one of the unicorns. Crack! Ye Chen reached out and grabbed, directly snapping off the horn from the unicorn's head. The unicorn, in pain, let out a mournful cry and turned to run. Hee hee, this is too easy. Ye Chen looked at the horn in his hand and smiled smugly. Next one. His figure flickered again, and he charged towards another unicorn. Crack! 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 After a series of crisp sounds, the horns of several unicorns were all taken off by Ye Chen. This efficiency is faster than cutting chives. Ye Chen clapped his hands and stored the horns into his storage ring. Humming a tune, Ye Chen strolled around the secret realm without deliberately seeking out unicorns. He wasn't worried at all. After all, the assessment lasted 3 days. On the last day, he could rob them all, and then all the horns would be his. The secret realm was filled with the miserable cries of unicorns having their horns broken off, as well as the sounds of prodigies fighting over the horns. The academy rules stated that killing was not allowed in the secret realm, but robbing horns was permitted, which was also a form of training for the disciples. Ye Chen, you bastard, I finally caught you. At this moment, a cold voice rang out behind Ye Chen. He turned to look and saw, among the crowd, a young man in fine clothes glaring at him viciously. The young man was none other than Zhao Ruitian. During the recruitment examination at Tianxuan Academy in Zhongzhou City, they had dined together at Zaixing Tower. Ye Chen had tricked Zhao Ruitian into footing the entire bill, a grudge Zhao Ruitian had never forgotten. Well, if it isn't young Master Zhao. What a coincidence. Ye Chen greeted him with a smile. Zhao Ruitian was flanked by a group of lackeys, each looking fierce and menacing, clearly not the kind to be trifled with. Kid, I haven't forgotten about making me pay for that meal. Today, you'll pay the price, Zhao Ruitian said through gritted teeth. He waved his hand, and his lackeys immediately surrounded Ye Chen. I can't kill you here, but I can take your beast horn and beat you senseless. Zhao Ruitian sneered. Ye Chen looked at the group and was thrilled. Inside this was practically a gift. Attack! At Zhao Ruitian's command, his lackeys surged forward to assault Ye Chen. A cunning smile played on Ye Chen's lips. He didn't take them seriously at all. He vanished in a flash, using a spatial jump to break free from the encirclement and reappear instantly before Zhao Ruitian. Bam! A fierce punch sent Zhao Ruitian flying. You! Zhao Ruitian clutched his face, staring at Ye Chen in disbelief. He hadn't even seen how the other boy had appeared before him. Sorry, your face hit my fist, Ye Chen said with an innocent expression, clapping his hands. Then he flashed forward again, charging into the crowd. Bam! 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 After a series of dull impacts, Zhao Ruitian's lackeys fell to the ground, unable to rise. Ye Chen's strikes were swift, precise, and ruthless, each punch landing on vital points, instantly neutralizing his opponents. This! Zhao Ruitian watched in complete shock, unable to believe how incredibly strong Ye Chen's combat prowess was. Who are you? Zhao Ruitian's voice trembled, his face drained of color. He had assumed Ye Chen was merely an ordinary genius, but now he realized that couldn't be further from the truth. Someone with cultivation lower than his own had effortlessly taken down the entire group, a truly inexplicable feat. Who I am doesn't matter. Ye Chen shrugged with a nonchalant expression. What matters is that your storage rings are now mine. Through a sleight of hand, he had secretly swapped their storage rings, and they were all in his possession. He swayed the storage ring in his hand, looking triumphant. You dare to steal my storage ring? Zhao Ruitian's eyes widened in disbelief. He was the young master of the Zhao family. Who would dare lay a finger on him? Moreover, all their magical treasures and pills were stored within their rings. Their entire wealth was contained within those rings. What reason would I have to hesitate? Ye Chen raised an eyebrow, his expression daring and provocative. Do you even know who I am? Zhao Ruitian shouted, his voice lacking any real conviction. I am the young master of the Zhao family. If you dare harm me, the Zhao family will make you regret it. He invoked the Zhao family, hoping to intimidate Ye Chen. The Zhao family? Ye Chen sneered, showing no concern. Is the Zhao family really that formidable? He didn't take the Zhao family seriously at all. How could such a minor clan compare to his Wuji Immortal Palace? Did the Zhao family even have an Immortal Emperor? They didn't even have an Immortal Venerable. Wuji Immortal Palace may not be large, but it boasts 3 Immortal Emperors and 1 Immortal Venerable. The cultivation realms progressed from Void Immortal through Human Immortal, Earth Immortal, Heavenly Immortal, True Immortal, Golden Immortal, and Profound Immortal, culminating in Tai Immortal Venerable and finally Immortal Emperor. Only those who had reached the Tai Immortal Venerable stage dared to use the title Venerable, with Immortal Emperor standing above them all. Zhao Ruitian's heart sank as he realized Ye Chen's expression and tone revealed genuine fearlessness. The youth clearly held no regard for the Zhao family, which made Zhao Ritian wonder if he possessed some extraordinary background. Studying Ye Chen more carefully, he grew increasingly convinced that this young man was far from ordinary. With his young age, cultivation level, and courage, no ordinary family could have produced someone like him. Could he be a disciple from one of the hidden sects? The thought sent a chill through Zhao Ritian. He quickly changed his demeanor, his face contorted in desperation as he begged, Yi. Young Master Yi, please return our storage rings. Our magical treasures are inside the storage rings. Tears and snot streaming down his face, he cried like a child. Take the beast horns and spirit stones, all of them. Just give us back our treasures. His lackeys behind him joined in the wailing and pleading. Watching their display, Ye Chen suppressed a smile. Such rapid changes in attitude would be wasted if they didn't pursue acting. Given how sincere you appear, Ye Chen paused deliberately, savoring their desperation. I might consider returning your storage rings. Hearing this, Zhao Ritian and the others were overjoyed. Thank you, young Master Yi. Thank you, young Master Yi. Tears of gratitude streaming down their faces, they knelt and bowed repeatedly. However, you must do something for me first. Ye Chen shifted his tone and laid out his condition. What is it? Zhao Ritian asked hurriedly. It's simple. Go plunder the beast horns and spirit stones from the other disciples in the secret realm. A wicked smile played on Ye Chen's lips. What? Zhao Ritian and the others were stunned. This was too ruthless. Reluctant, Ye Chen raised an eyebrow, regarding them with an ambiguous smile. And no. After a moment's hesitation, Zhao Ritian agreed, for the items within the storage rings were far too precious to lose. What about us? He asked with concern. Don't worry. Ye Chen patted his shoulder with an air of loyalty and camaraderie. I'll leave you enough beast horns to meet the requirements for entering the immortal spirit cave heaven. Really? Thank you, young Master Yi. Thank you, young Master Yi. Zhao Ritian was ecstatic. I, Ye Chen, always keep my word, he said with a nod and a sincere expression. Enough talk, get to work. Ye Chen tossed them a bottle of spirit recovery pills and waved impatiently. Within the secret realm, there was no spiritual energy to replenish from, so these pills would allow them to outlast their opponents as long as they weren't killed instantly. Yes, yes, yes. Zhao Ritian took the pills and hurried off with his lackeys to rob other disciples. Watching them depart, a cunning smile crossed Ye Chen's face. With these fools handling the plundering, he could simply wait for the rewards. This was an incredible gain. He shook his head and stored the confiscated storage rings. Now it's time to find Qingchong and the others. Ye Chen vanished in a flash. Deep within the secret realm, in an ice-covered valley, Luo Qingchong and Yu Chuman stood side by side, alertly scanning their surroundings. Qingchong, do you think that guy Ye Chen is doing okay? Yu Chuman asked with concern. Don't worry, he's too cunning to get into trouble. Luo Qingchong smiled, confident in Ye Chen. I hope so, Yu Chuman sighed. At that moment, two figures soared toward them from the distance. It's senior brother Su Cheng and senior brother Lin Shuo. Yu Chuman exclaimed joyfully. After Su Cheng and Lin Shuo landed, their expressions were somewhat grave. Qingchong, Chuman, are you two alright? Su Cheng stepped forward, holding Yu Chuman's hand, and asked with concern. We're fine, senior brother. What happened? Luo Qingchong asked. We've been targeted by people from the Hoyua Immortal Sect. Lin Shuo said in a deep voice. Hoyua Immortal Sect? Luo Qingchong and Yu Chuman's expressions changed. The holy son of Hoyua Immortal Sect is like a stubborn piece of plaster. After being taught a lesson by Ye Chen last time, he became more obedient. But that was only on the surface. In the Tianxuan Academy, he didn't dare to harass Luo Qingchong, but now in the secret realm. He's definitely targeting Su Cheng and Lin Shuo to take revenge. What do they intend to do? Luo Qingchong asked. What else? They're coming after us to get revenge. Su Cheng snorted coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, a large group of people descended from the sky, surrounding them. The leader, dressed in a white robe, with a face as fair as jade, was the Hoyua Holy Son. Qingchong, we meet again. The Hoyua Holy Son looked at Luo Qingchong, a trace of great flashing in his eyes. Last time at the Tianxuan Academy, he was humiliated severely by Ye Chen, and he still harbors resentment about it. Moreover, he has been unable to forget Luo Qingchong's beauty. Hoyua Holy Son, what do you want? Luo Qingchong asked coldly. What do I want? Aren't you clear? A wicked smile curled at the corner of the Hoyua Holy Son's mouth. Come with me, and I'll let you enjoy all the wealth and honor. Humph, who do you think you are? Luo Qingcheng scorned without hesitation, her eyes full of disdain. Refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. The Hoyua Holy Son's face darkened. Last time, your lover's sneak attack caught me off guard, but it won't be so easy this time. The lover he referred to was naturally Ye Chen. When the Tianxuan Academy had just opened, he blocked Luo Qingcheng and threatened her to date him, but was knocked unconscious by Ye Chen and a few brothers. That wasn't a sneak attack. Yu Chuman retorted angrily, adding in her heart, it should be called a knockout blow. Yu Chuman retorted angrily, adding in her heart, it should be called a knockout blow. My junior brother is open and above board, 100 times better than you. When Su Cheng said this, he clearly lacked some confidence. 100 times better was certain, but open and above board still needed a question mark. You're asking for death? Su Cheng roared, unable to contain himself any longer. His figure flickered, and in an instant he appeared before the Hoyua Holy Son, throwing a punch. Boom! With a loud noise, the Hoyua Holy Son was sent staggering back several steps. You think you're worthy to fight me? The Hoyua Holy Son steadied himself, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. Get them! Seize them! At his command, the Hoyua Immortal Sect disciples and his lackeys swarmed forward. Kill! The battle was about to erupt. Su Cheng and Lin Shuo showed no fear and charged forward. Luo Qingcheng and Yu Chumen also joined the fight. Although the enemy was numerous, estimated at nearly 100, the four of them were not afraid and fought more and more fiercely. Su Chen's swordsmanship was extremely sharp, each strike carrying a sharp grand completion sword intent. Lin Shuo's swordsmanship was overbearing and unmatched, each strike heavy and powerful, already vaguely touching the threshold of immortal sword intent. Yu Chumen's whip technique was flexible and changeable, hard to defend against. Luo Qingcheng's ice spells were even more astonishingly powerful. Freeze 10,000 miles. She let out a delicate shout, and the surrounding temperature plummeted, instantly forming a world of ice and snow. A vast expanse of ice covered the ground, freezing over a dozen Hoyua Immortal Sect disciples into ice sculptures. Damn, this woman is quite fiery. A Hoyua Immortal Sect disciple yelped and hurriedly dodged. Qingcheng, be careful. Yu Chuman swung her long whip, sending several enemies who tried to approach Luo Qingcheng flying. At that moment, four figures flew over from the distance. It's Wang Xiaotian and the others. Su Cheng shouted in surprise. Sisters-in-law, we're here. Gui Huofu let out a strange cry, and talismans flew from his hand, turning into golden beams of light that repelled several Hoyua Immortal Sect disciples. Go Daohu, go! Wang Xiaotian bellowed, swinging his long sword, sword energy crisscrossing. Uphold justice. Lu Biti also joined the battle, his long saber glinting coldly. Bulls like you who bully our sisters-in-law are asking for death. The four charged into the fray with great momentum. Their big brother was their son, and their sisters-in-law were their moon. Whoever dared to bully their sisters-in-law would face a fight to the death. Meanwhile, Ye Chen was walking side by side with Zhuge Kong. Brother Yi, this secret realm seems unsettled. Zhuge Kong frowned, sensing the fluctuations of battle from afar. Let's go check it out. Ye Chen nodded, swept his divine sense, and his expression changed. It's Qingcheng and the others. Let's go. The two of them flashed, and in an instant vanished from where they stood. The next moment, they appeared on the battlefield. Ye Chen saw at a glance Luo Qingcheng and the others being besieged, and his anger blazed. Hoyua Holy Son, you're asking for death. As soon as he saw the Hoyua Holy Son, he knew what was going on. This bastard hadn't been taught a lesson enough last time. He even dared to plot against his wife. Being obsessed with his wife, how could he tolerate that? Ye Chen. Luo Qingcheng was overjoyed to see Ye Chen appear. Qingcheng, are you alright? Ye Chen asked with concern. I'm fine. Be careful, this Hoyua Holy Son is very powerful. Luo Qingcheng warned. Humph, him. Ye Chen sneered disdainfully. Thunder, come. With a thunderous roar, Ye Chen mobilized the essence of the Thunder Dao. The sky filled with dark clouds, and bolts of lightning as thick as water buckets, like dancing silver serpents, struck down at the Hoyua Immortal Sect crowd. Ah! Screams rose one after another. The Haoyuan Immortal Sect disciples and lackeys were struck by lightning, howling in agony, their bodies charred black, writhing on the ground. The Haoyuan Holy Son's face changed drastically. He quickly summoned a defensive treasure to block the lightning attacks. He never expected that Ye Chen, who had only relied on sneak attacks last time, would now be so formidable. With such little ability, you dare to provoke me? Ye Chen sneered, his figure flickering, and appeared before the Haoyuan Holy Son. You! Before the Haoyuan Holy Son could react, he was kicked flying by Ye Chen. Crack! A crisp sound rang out as the Haoyuan Holy Son's dantian was shattered by Ye Chen's kick, and all his cultivation was wasted. Ah! The Haoyuan Holy Son let out a miserable scream, clutching his lower body and rolling on the ground. Ye Chen's kick not only wasted his cultivation, but also deprived him of his manhood. You! How dare you! The Haoyuan Holy Son glared at Ye Chen with venomous hatred, his eyes filled with unwillingness and despair. This is the fate of anyone who dares to scheme against my wife. Ye Chen said coldly. My father is the sect master of the Haoyuan Immortal Sect. If you destroy me, the Haoyuan Immortal Sect will not let you go, and the Tianxuan Academy will not forgive you lightly. The Haoyuan Holy Son, full of venom, pointed a trembling finger at Ye Chen. Oh, is that so? A mere bright moon Immortal Sect, what if I kill you right now? Ye Chen said indifferently, his gaze icy cold as he slightly raised his chin with an air of dominance. You wouldn't dare. The Academy rules forbid killing. If you kill me, the Academy will surely punish you severely. The bright moon Holy Son trembled all over, genuinely terrified. His cultivation could be restored, but death meant utter ruin. Those are the Academy's rules, not mine. Ye Chen swept his hand, seizing the bright moon Holy Son by the throat, slowly tightening his grip. This time, Ye Chen was truly enraged. The bright moon Holy Son had repeatedly harassed Luo Qinsheng, and now he had led nearly 100 people to besiege her and her senior brothers. Ye Chen was no saint, he had already warned him once. This time, he had no intention of letting the bright moon Holy Son live. The Holy Son, like a chicken caught by the throat, turned crimson, his eyes bulging as he gasped for air. At that moment, terror seized him. Ye Chen truly meant to kill him. Stop! A deep voice, that of the dragon-subduing general, echoed in their ears, though his figure was nowhere to be seen. Ye Chen, grant me this favor and spare his life. The dragon-subduing general's voice rang out again, tinged with a hint of negotiation. Dragon-subduing general, this cur has harassed my wife time and again, and now he has led a siege against her. If I do not kill him, my fury will not be quenched. Ye Chen furrowed his brow, showing no sign of compromise. He was no benevolent soul. If someone dared to ride roughshod over him, he would not swallow his pride. That would not be the Ye Chen he knew. You have already crippled his cultivation and vented your anger. If you kill him here, you will break the Academy's rules and put it in an awkward position. The dragon-subduing general paused, then continued, I will expel him from the Academy and send him back to the Bright Moon Immortal Sect, letting him reap what he has sown. Ye Chen pondered for a moment. He had to grant the dragon-subduing general some face. Moreover, the Bright Moon Holy Son was now a cripple. Even if he returned alive, a crippled life was more agonizing than death. Very well, since you have spoken, I will spare him. Ye Chen released his grip and threw the Bright Moon Holy Son to the ground. At the same time, Ye Chen discreetly inserted a strand of annihilation law into the Holy Son's body. After all, in the Immortal Realm, with sufficient resources, a crippled cultivation could be restored. With this law within him, even if the Bright Moon Holy Son recovered his cultivation, he would never be a man again. Ye Chen could also trigger the law to kill him at any time, for the Holy Son must now harbor a deep hatred for Ye Chen. Who knew when he might take revenge on those around Ye Chen? Better to be wary of a thief in the night than a thief in the open. The Bright Moon Holy Son now lay on the ground like a dead dog, gasping for breath, his eyes filled with terror. Who was Ye Chen, that he could speak so calmly with the dragon-subduing general? What kind of being had he provoked? He hated Ye Chen, wished to tear him apart limb by limb. But he knew he was now a cripple, utterly incapable of revenge. Thank you, Ye Chen. I owe you a favor. The dragon-subduing general's voice carried a note of relief, along with a promise to Ye Chen. The next moment, The bright moon holy sun vanished into thin air, as if he had never existed. The dragon subduing general had acted, taking him away. Ye Chen then turned to Liu Qingqing and asked with concern, "Qingqing, are you all right?" "Sister-in-law is safe, that's what matters," Wang Xiaotian exclaimed from the side. "Exactly, exactly. Whoever dares bully our we'll fight them to the death," Gou Daohu echoed. Su Chen and Lin Shuo exchanged glances, both wearing relieved smiles. "All right, everyone has worked hard." Ye Chen patted each of them on the shoulder. "First, collect the storage rings from these fellows." "On it." Wang Xiaotian and Lu Biti perked up and scampered off to scavenge the storage rings of the Bright Moon Immortal Sect disciples. "Jackpot! We've hit the jackpot this time." Lu Biti and Wang Xiaotian were ecstatic as they examined the collected storage rings. "Such petty ambitions. Just wait, we're about to make a fortune." Watching their excitement, Ye Chen smiled mysteriously. Lin Shuo, Su Chen, and Zhuge Kang all fixed their gazes on Ye Chen, knowing he was about to stir up trouble. The people in this secret realm were in for a rough time. At that moment, a group of disciples emerged from the valley, tattered and wearing only thin undergarments, looking utterly disheveled. Clearly, they had been completely looted, even their clothes had been taken. Lin Shuo, Su Chen, and Zhuge Kang exchanged glances. This style, was it Ye Chen's doing? Or was there another of his ilk inside? "What happened? You guys?" Lu Biti approached curiously. "Don't even mention it. There's a group of bandits in the valley. They're ruthless, they even took our clothes," a disciple said with a grimace. "They had top-grade replenishing spirit pills, and we were out of spiritual energy. We couldn't fight back," another added. Ye Chen's eyes lit up, knowing that Zhao Ritian and his crew had begun their operation. Without spiritual energy, cultivators were no different from mortals, and collecting beast horns would be impossible. This was his chance to peddle pills. Ahem! Ye Chen cleared his throat and stepped before the group. "Fellow disciples, I see you're all depleted of spiritual energy. How about some top-grade replenishing spirit pills?" Top-grade replenishing spirit pills. One disciple's eyes brightened. Such pills could sustain combat for the duration of an incense stick, but then dim. "Forget it. We've been robbed and have nothing left. Yao, all our spirit stones are gone." Another disciple chimed in. "No spirit stones. No problem. You can exchange contribution points instead." Ye Chen smiled, coaxing them gently. Contribution points at the Heavenly Palace Academy could be used to acquire many treasures or directly convert to spirit stones. "We don't have contribution points either." "That's fine too. You can write an IOU and repay after leaving the secret realm. However, the beast horns you obtain must be handed over to us for distribution, and I guarantee you'll pass the assessment." Ye Chen continued, "Think about the Celestial Spirit Cave. Missed this opportunity, and it will never come again." The Celestial Spirit Cave. Those 4 words struck like a thunderbolt in the hearts of the disciples. The Xianling Cave Heaven was of paramount importance, harboring countless opportunities that could rapidly elevate the cultivation of any prodigy who entered. More crucially, those who entered could also enhance their innate talent. Innate talent was of utmost significance to every cultivator, determining how far one could ultimately journey. The Xianling Cave Heaven opened only once every millennium, and only those under 1,000 years of age could enter. If they failed to complete the Academy's assessment, they would lose this sole chance. They had expended tremendous effort for the opportunity to enter the Xianling Cave Heaven. If they missed this chance over such a trivial matter, regret would be beyond reach. Wang Xiaotian and his 4 lackeys, upon hearing Ye Chen instruct the disciples to collect the beast horns for distribution, all gave a thumbs up. This solution of the Big Brothers, once and for all, was absolutely brilliant. "This?" The disciples hesitated. "Supreme rejuvenation pills, not for 100,000 H, nor for 90,000 H, but just 10,000 supreme spirit stones, and you can take one away. Opportunity knocks but once, and never again." Ye Chen tossed out a sales pitch, striking while the iron was hot. "With these rejuvenation pills, you can quickly restore your spiritual energy, continue collecting beast horns, complete the assessment, and enter the Xianling Cave Heaven. 10,000 supreme spirit stones. That's too expensive. And we still have to hand over the beast horns we collect for you to distribute." A disciple exclaimed in shock. The supreme rejuvenation pill sold for only 1,000 spirit stones outside, but Ye Chen had multiplied the price tenfold. Ah! My pill is twice as good as the Academy's 10,000 spirit stones is an absolute bargain. Ye Chen casually produced a pill and handed it to that disciple, signaling him to try it. The disciple took the pill with a mix of doubt and curiosity, placed it in his mouth, and swallowed. His spiritual energy swiftly recovered. Indeed, it's more than twice as good as the Academy's. The disciple grew excited. With his spiritual energy restored, he could complete the Academy assessment. For the sake of the Xianling Cave Heaven, what was a little extra spirit stone spent? As for the beast horns, as long as he could pass the assessment, that was enough. Fine, I'll buy 10. The disciple immediately wrote an IOU for 100,000 spirit stones using his spiritual energy. Where there was one, there followed a second, a third. Soon, all the disciples had written IOUs in exchange for Ye Chen's supreme rejuvenation pills. Ye Chen looked at the IOUs in his hand, his eyes narrowing into slits of delight. 10,000 supreme spirit stones per pill. This price was sheer extortion. And he could still collect beast horns to exchange for contribution points. These disciples were now penniless, but once they left the secret realm, which of their family clans behind them would dare to renege on the debt? And who would dare to default? Hee. This time I'm going to strike it rich. Ye Chen rejoiced inwardly. He instructed these disciples to also go plunder, so that the beast horns would be collected faster and in greater quantity, and he would later increase their share of the distribution. These disciples, who had just been robbed themselves, were already nursing a fury in their hearts, and they agreed without hesitation. Ye Chen also had them spread the news of his pill sales. Lin Shuo, Su Chen, and Zhuge Kang watched Ye Chen's maneuvers with a mix of speechlessness. This kid was truly a born businessman. Those disciples were being swindled out of their spirit stones and still had to work for him. Junior brother, selling one pill for 10,000 supreme spirit stones and taking their beast horns too, isn't that a bit too ruthless? Lin Shuo couldn't help asking. Ruthless? Ye Chen raised an eyebrow. Senior brother, this is called market economics, understand? Supply and demand determines price. Besides, this is a supreme chi recovery pill, something that can save your life in a critical moment. Is 10,000 spirit stones really that expensive? Lin Shuo was left speechless. This junior brother of his had a knack for twisting logic. Lu Biti and the others looked at him with adoration. Their big brother was truly formidable. The disciples, their spiritual energy restored, charged at others like wolves descending upon sheep, beginning a frenzy of robbery. Hand over your spirit stones, your treasures, and your beast horns, all of them. The group of disciples surrounded a few others, shouting viciously while brandishing a mace. Those few disciples, lacking any rejuvenation pills and with their spiritual energy exhausted, were like lambs awaiting slaughter, utterly defenseless. Big brother, have mercy. We have nothing left. A robbed disciple pleaded with a pitiful face, having already surrendered all his storage rings and treasures, leaving him with only the clothes on his back. Yet these disciples still demanded he hand over treasures. Were they truly going to strip him down to his skin? Nothing left. Then take off your clothes. The robbing disciple showed no mercy, stripping the other completely naked. Let me tell you, there's a guy named Ye Chen in the secret realm who sells supreme rejuvenation pills. If you want to survive, go buy from him. After the robbery, the group didn't forget to advertise for Ye Chen. The robbed disciples, ragged and disheveled, trudged in the direction of Ye Chen's location. Their hearts were filled with anger and humiliation, but to complete the assessment and enter the Xianling Cave Heaven, they had no choice but to buy pills from Ye Chen. At Ye Chen's stall, a crowd was bustling. Want pills? You know the rules. Ye Chen sold the pills in the same manner, then sent them to go rob others. Thus, these disciples obediently wrote IOUs and exchanged them for Ye Chen's supreme rejuvenation pills. Then they too joined the ranks of the robbers. In an instant, the entire secret realm was plunged into a frenzy of looting. Ye Chen, the architect of it all, was leisurely lounging with a beauty in his arms, sitting by a grill, roasting meat and drinking with Lin Shuo and the others. Big brother, your move is brilliant. A single stone kills two birds. You earn spirit stones and collect beast horns at the same time. Wang Xiaotiang said with a look of utter admiration. Small matter, small matter. Ye Chen waved his hand, adopting the air of a transcendent master. From time to time, disciples came to buy pills, then went off to rob. Ye Chen's business grew ever larger, and the stack of IOUs in his hand multiplied. On the third day, with less than half a day left before the secret realm closed, Jiao Ritian arrived before Ye Chen with his minions. Each of them carried several storage rings, brimming with beast horns, spirit stones, and all kinds of treasures. Young Master Yi, I have not failed your trust. Jiao Ritian laid all the storage rings before Ye Chen. Ye Chen counted them and nodded in satisfaction. Good, good, you've done well. Ye Chen returned the treasures he had confiscated from them earlier and also gave them enough beast horns to pass the assessment. Thank you, young Master Yi. Zhao Ritian and his men were overwhelmed with gratitude, their admiration for Ye Chen flowing like an endless river. They had expected only to get back their own treasures, never imagining that Ye Chen would also grant them the chance to participate in the Sealing Cave Heaven. Meanwhile, at the Haoyue Immortal Sect, inside the resplendent Grand Hall, the atmosphere was as bitterly cold as an ice cellar. General Yulong had already sent the Haoyue Holy Sun back. The Haoyue Sect Master's face was ashen, staring at the Haoyue Holy Sun lying on the jade bed, a surge of raging fire churning in his chest. The Holy Sun's aura was now faint, his dantian shattered, rendering him a cripple. Fool! Who did this to my son? The Haoyue Sect Master's voice thundered like a clap of thunder, echoing through the hall. Father, it was Ye Chen. The Haoyue Holy Sun struggled to spit out a few words, his eyes filled with venomous hatred. Ye Chen. The Haoyue Sect Master gritted his teeth, wishing he could devour Ye Chen alive. He, the esteemed Sect Master of the Haoyue Immortal Sect, had his son's cultivation crippled and his manhood taken. How could he swallow this insult? This was nothing short of a supreme humiliation. Father, you must avenge me. The Bright Moon Holy Sun cried out, his voice hoarse. He was exceptionally talented, raised in luxury and privilege since childhood, never having suffered such humiliation. The Bright Moon Sect Master took a deep breath, striving to suppress the rage within him. He knew that Ye Chen was a disciple of the Heavenly Palace Academy, holding a special status. Disciples of the Heavenly Palace Academy were regarded as under the tutelage of the Heavenly Emperor. Among peers, competition could be to the death, with no one held accountable. But Ye Chen's talent was monstrous among his peers. Who could possibly defeat him? If he dispatched an elder from the older generation, the Heavenly Emperor would inevitably hold him responsible, and the Bright Moon Immortal Sect could not withstand the Heavenly Emperor's wrath. Moreover, he knew that Ye Chen was a disciple of the boundless Immortal Emperor. If he moved against Ye Chen, and the boundless Immortal Palace learned of it, that would be even more terrifying than facing the Heavenly Emperor. His Bright Moon Immortal Sect could not resist the fury of the three emperors of the boundless Immortal Palace. The sect would surely be annihilated. But how could he not avenge his son? The Bright Moon Sect Master paced back and forth, brows furrowed. Revenge, or restraint? It was a difficult choice. After a long while, the Bright Moon Sect Master finally halted. His son's revenge must be exacted. He took a deep breath, as if making a momentous decision. I accept your terms, Supreme One. The Bright Moon Sect Master's voice was low and hoarse, like a murmur emanating from the depths of hell. You have made a wise choice. A clearly disguised voice sounded from behind the Bright Moon Sect Master. At the same moment, a figure entirely shrouded in a black robe slowly materialized. Beneath the black robe, his face was indistinguishable, revealing only a pair of eerie green eyes that flickered with a sinister glow. These eyes, like those of a venomous serpent, sent chills down one's spine. The Bright Moon Sect Master looked at this figure, a flicker of fear flashing in his eyes, but what dominated was a burning, crazed hatred. To achieve revenge, he was willing to pay any price, even if it meant collaborating with a tiger. He would not hesitate. The black-robed man let out a cold, sinister laugh, as if from the deepest abyss of the nine hells. The Immortal Realm shall welcome a new dawn because of your choice. Meanwhile, within the secret realm of the Heavenly Palace Academy, the assessment was nearing its end. The disciples who had purchased spirit-returning pills from Ye Chen brought the beast horns and spirit stones they had plundered to him. Ye Chen gave them enough beast horns to pass the assessment, and as promised, he also distributed extra beast horns to those who had bought pills in the earlier batches. They took the beast horns, all smiling with satisfaction. Those who had been robbed lost their qualifications for the Immortal Spirit Cave, and especially the disciples of the Bright Moon Immortal Sect were almost all eliminated. After the distribution, the beast horns remaining in Ye Chen's hands were enough to exchange for several 100 million contribution points. He divided these beast horns equally among Lin Shuo and others close to him, but they didn't want that many, only taking just enough to pass the assessment. In the end, Ye Chen insisted on giving them enough beast horns to exchange for over 10 million contribution points. With these points, they wouldn't need to take on missions for decades. As soon as the 3-day assessment in the secret realm ended, a pulling force began to emanate, and a flash of white light swept over. All the disciples were teleported to the square of the Heavenly Palace Academy. Some wore joyful smiles, clearly having gained much. Others hung their heads in dejection, looking utterly dispirited, likely having gained nothing. The assessment is over. Now we will count the beast horns and exchange them for contribution points. The elder in charge of registration stroked his beard and announced in a loud voice. The square immediately buzzed with activity as disciples formed long lines, stepping forward one by one to submit the beast horns they had collected. Li Ergo, 320 beast horns, exchanging for 3,200 contribution points. Zhang Sen, 510 beast horns, exchanging for 5,100 contribution points. Most disciples exchanged for several thousand to tens of thousands of contribution points. Occasionally, a few lucky ones managed to exchange for hundreds of thousands, which was already considered outstanding. The square erupted in a wave of exclamations. 12 million contribution points. That was enough for an ordinary disciple to cultivate for several centuries. Following that, Lin Shuo, Wang Xiaotian, Yu Chuman, Zhuge Kong, and 8 others also exchanged for over 10 million contribution points each. This sent the entire square into a frenzy. My heavens, what kind of monsters are these 9 people? They managed to get so many beast horns. They didn't kill all the demon beasts in the secret realm, did they? This is too exaggerated. I worked hard for 3 days and only got a few thousand points. Compared to them, I'm nothing. Even the elders exchanged glances, clearly shocked by the harvest of these 9 disciples. The 4 flatterers were especially thrilled, following the big brother never meant suffering losses. They also admired Ye Chen even more. Just as everyone was discussing, Ye Chen was the last to leisurely walk up to the elder. Please count these, elder. He pulled out dozens of storage rings, piled them before the elder, and said calmly. The elder stared at the mountain-like pile of storage rings, his eyes wide. With trembling hands, he picked up one ring and sent his divine sense into it. The next moment, he gasped sharply, nearly falling from his chair. This. The elder stammered, unable to form words. Other elders also gathered around to inspect the beast horns within the rings. 300 million. After tallying, an elder spoke in a trembling voice. 300 million contribution points. The square fell dead silent, so quiet that even a pin drop could be heard. Everyone stared wide-eyed at Ye Chen, as if gazing upon a monster. 300 million contribution points, what did that even mean? It was equivalent to the accumulated wealth of some small sects over several centuries. This was utterly terrifying. Even the elders were dumbfounded. In all their years, they had never seen a disciple exchange so many contribution points at once. This was unprecedented, and likely to never be repeated. Ye Chen, beast horns. 30 million, exchanging for 3 billion contribution points. All the disciples were in an uproar. 3 billion contribution points. It was simply an astronomical figure. Ye Chen's name spread throughout the academy in an instant, becoming a legend. The assessment is over. Congratulations to all the disciples who passed. The elder in charge of registration wiped the sweat from his forehead, clearly frightened by Ye Chen's count. In 3 months, the Immortal Spirit Cave will open. Please go back and prepare well. After announcing the list of those who passed, the elder declared dismissal, and the disciples scattered like startled birds. Senior Brother Yi. Senior Brother Yi. A group of disciples surged toward Ye Chen, their faces brimming with excited smiles. They were the disciples who had previously purchased rejuvenation pills from Ye Chen in the secret realm. Senior Brother Yi, here are the spirit stones we agreed upon earlier. Please count them. A disciple respectfully handed over a storage pouch. Senior Brother Yi, mine is here too. And mine. The other disciples also produced their storage pouches and passed them to Ye Chen. Ye Chen accepted the pouches with a smile, sweeping his divine sense over them to confirm the amount, then destroyed the IOUs he had written earlier. Haha, thank you, junior brothers. Pleasure doing business. Ye Chen clasped his hands in gratitude, his spirit high. The disciples were also thrilled. We owe it all to Senior Brother Yi, otherwise, we would never have passed the assessment. Indeed, not only did we pass, but we also earned so many contribution points. What a steal! 10,000 spirit stones for tens of thousands of contribution points. Absolutely worth it! A disciple exclaimed excitedly, his face brimming with elation. On their own, they would have struggled just to pass the assessment in the secret realm, let alone amass such a fortune in contribution points. Watching the jubilant disciples, Ye Chen's heart sang with joy. From selling pills and looting premium spirit stones in the secret realm, he had netted nearly 200 million spirit stones. With an additional 300 million contribution points, he had hit the jackpot. Walking up to Luo Qingchun, he embraced her in farewell, then turned and departed. Lin Shuo, Su Cheng, and the four sycophants all returned to their respective caves to go into seclusion, preparing for the celestial spirit secret realm. Meanwhile, Zhuge Kang, having received a message from his master, bid farewell to Ye Chen and the others and temporarily headed back to the Tianji Pavilion. Back in his cave, Ye Chen placed all the spirit stones into the cosmic pearl for refinement, elevating his cultivation to the 5th level of the void Immortal Realm. He then resumed his study of the Annihilation Dao, determined to prevent any further loss of control. Big Yellow lay beside him, listlessly dozing off. Zhuge Kang traveled swiftly and soon returned to the Tianji Pavilion. The Tianji Pavilion, as its name implied, specialized in the art of celestial divination. The pavilion towered into the clouds, with intricately carved beams and painted rafters, exuding an air of mystery. Master! Zhuge Kang bowed respectfully before an elder with silver hair and a youthful face. The celestial sage Tianji's tone was heavy. Master, has something happened? Zhuge Kang keenly sensed his master's unusual demeanor. I observed the celestial patterns last night and sensed that the opening of the celestial spirit grotto will herald a great event. The celestial sage Tianji stroked his beard and spoke slowly. I have been divining for days, yet all remains shrouded in mist. I cannot see the future. Could someone be obscuring the celestial mechanisms? Zhuge Kang speculated. Possibly, but other reasons cannot be ruled out. The celestial sage Tianji shook his head. The opening of the celestial spirit grotto is of utmost importance. I must ascertain what will transpire. That is why I summoned you, in hopes that together, master and disciple, we might divine some clues. Rest assured, master, I will give my all. Zhuge Kang nodded solemnly. He was the most talented disciple of the Tianji Pavilion, his divination skills rivaling even those of the celestial sage Tianji. The bronze plate radiated a faint golden light, its surface engraved with intricate patterns, clearly no ordinary artifact. This was the Tianji Pavilion's supreme treasure, the Tianji plate, which could enhance the accuracy of divinations. The celestial sage Tianji placed the Tianji plate on the table. Kang-er, come here and join me in the divination. Zhuge Kang walked to the table and stood shoulder to shoulder with his master. They formed hand seals and began to chant. A mysterious aura emanated from them, enveloping the entire room. The patterns on the Tianji plate began to flicker, emitting a dazzling radiance. The light grew increasingly intense, eventually forming a pillar of light that shot straight into the sky. Yet within that pillar, all was still chaos. Nothing could be discerned. How can this be? The celestial sage Tianji frowned, his face filled with confusion. Is even the Tianji plate unable to divine? Zhuge Kang was equally perplexed. They tried again several times, but the result remained the same. It seems this matter is beyond mortal divination. The celestial sage Tianji sighed and shook his head helplessly. After a moment of contemplation, Zhuge Kang said, Master, could it be that because the celestial spirit grotto's opening is still 3 months away, the celestial mechanisms have yet to manifest? Perhaps. The celestial sage Tianji nodded. For now, the best course is to wait until the grotto opens in 3 months and then attempt divination again. That seems the only option. Zhuge Kang concurred. Although we cannot divine the specifics, one thing is certain, the opening of the celestial spirit grotto will bring about a momentous event. The celestial sage Tianji's tone was grave. Kang be extra cautious when you return. I understand, Master. Zhuge Kang nodded, his heart filled with vigilance. He knew that this journey to the celestial spirit grotto would likely be fraught with danger. Time in cultivation always flew by, and 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. The celestial spirit grotto is opening. All disciples gather at the academy square. A resonant voice echoed across the academy, rustling the leaves. During these 3 months, most disciples had been in seclusion. Upon hearing the summons, they all emerged simultaneously. Ye Chen stretched lazily and stepped out of his cave dwelling. He flexed his joints, eliciting a series of crackling sounds. Just then, a figure rode past him on a snow-white warhorse, looking majestic and imposing. The warhorse was extraordinarily spirited, its hooves seemingly treading on clouds as it galloped through the air. The rider, clad in pristine white, was handsome and divine, like an immortal descending to the mortal realm. Holy crap! Ye Chen's eyes burned with envy, staring wide-eyed. This is how a true prodigy should make an entrance. How majestic! He clicked his tongue in admiration, then glanced at himself disheveled and dusty, like a country bumpkin. Big Yellow appeared beside him, nudging his leg with its head, signaling him to climb onto its back. How embarrassing! The thought of himself riding a dog while others rode war horses was too absurd to bear. Big Yellow seemed to read Ye Chen's mind, its eyes filled with disdain and contempt. With a flash of golden light, the Huang transformed into a majestic fire chilling before Ye Chen's eyes. Its body was ablaze with roaring flames, exuding an aura of overwhelming dominance and invincibility. What the hell? Ye Chen lost his composure and blurted out an expletive. You're actually a fire chilling. He had only known that Da Huang was extraordinary, but never expected it to be a divine beast a chilling. Lin Shuo, Su Cheng, Zhuge Kang, along with Wang Xiaotian, Ge Huofu, and the other two, were all stunned as they came out. Da Huang is actually a divine chilling. Lin Shuo's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the scene before him. Su Cheng and Zhuge Kang were equally shocked. Wang Xiaotian, Ge Huofu, and the other two were completely dumbfounded. Big Brother's pet is actually a chilling. That's just too awesome. Ye Chen circled around Da Huang, nodded with great satisfaction. It was indeed imposing enough. Riding a fire chilling onto the scene would definitely make him the most dazzling figure at Tiangdong Academy. Ye Chen mounted the fire chilling and deliberately slowed his pace, leisurely heading toward the plaza. Along the way, all the academy disciples were utterly astonished, turning their heads to stare. The fire chilling was a legendary divine beast, and most people had never even seen one. That's a fire chilling. Ye Chen is actually riding a fire chilling. My heavens! Wang Xiaotian, Ge Huofu, and the other two gazed at Ye Chen with adoration. Big Brother is so majestic. Go Dahu followed behind the fire chilling, the cloth strip on his head fluttering in the wind. He felt that following Big Brother was truly impressive. Lin Shuo, Su Cheng, and Zhuge Kang wore helpless expressions. This kid always manages to pull off something unexpected. Ye Chen rode the fire chilling to the academy plaza. All the disciples qualified to enter the Xianling Cave Heaven had already gathered, waiting only for them. When they saw Ye Chen appearing on a fire chilling, the plaza erupted into an uproar. The elders were even more shocked, exchanging bewildered glances. They knew that this fire chilling belonged to the Heavenly Emperor. Normally, only the Heavenly Emperor could approach it, and even he could not mount its back. Yet Ye Chen, a mere void immortal, was boldly riding the fire chilling as he made his entrance. Ye Chen, you. The elder in charge was stunned into silence. The Heavenly Emperor's fire chilling had actually allowed Ye Chen to ride it. Ye Chen jumped off the fire chillin's back and patted its head. That wine, change back. With a flash of golden light, the fire chillin transformed back into a fluffy little dog. Ye Chen scooped up the wine and said with a grin to the elder, Elder, sorry I'm late. The elder finally snapped back to reality. It's fine, let's go. He directed the crowd to board a massive flying ship. Everyone, get on. The disciples filed onto the ship. On the flying ship, Luo Qingchong was already waiting, with Yu Chuman beside her. Chuman. Su Chong grew excited at the sight of Yu Chuman. They hadn't seen each other for months. Ye Chen looked at Luo Qingchong, a gentle smile spreading across his face. Carrying that wing, he boarded the ship. As soon as he stepped on deck, he gave Luo Qingchong a warm embrace. They had been apart for months. You really know how to steal the spotlight. Luo Qingchong's beautiful eyes sparkled as she cast a playful, reproachful glance at Ye Chen. Hey! It's all that Huang's fault. Ye Chen threw that Huang under the bus without hesitation. Woof woof. The Huang protested. It was clearly Ye Chen who had felt awkward riding a dog. But, for the sake of the pills, the Huang decided not to argue and simply lay down to sleep, ignoring Ye Chen. Ye Chen and Luo Qingchong nestled together, whispering to each other. On the deck of the flying ship, a gentle breeze lifted Luo Qingchong's hair. Ye Chen softly tucked a strand behind her ear. Qingqing, once we come out of the Xianling cave heaven, let's go. Ye Chen whispered in her ear, causing Luo Qingchong to blush shyly. You're terrible. Luo Qingchong lightly punched Ye Chen's chest. The flying ship cut through the air like a dragon, weaving through the sea of clouds. Half a month later, the flying ship slowly descended into a spacious plaza at the entrance of a vast mountain range. The plaza was filled with flying ships, banners fluttering, and a sea of people. The elite prodigies of all the Immortal Realm sects had already arrived. The elders of the various sects exchanged greetings and chatted, waiting for the optimal time to open the Xianling cave heaven. The flying ship of the Tenji Pavilion was also docked in the plaza. This time, the Tenji Pavilion had over 100 slots for the Xianling cave heaven. While waiting, Zhuge Kang descended from the Tianxuan Academy's ship and boarded the Tenji Pavilion's vessel, heading straight for the inner observatory platform. The Tenji Venerable turned around, a trace of weariness on his face. Let us perform the divination together once more. All right. The Tenji Venerable stood with his hands behind his back before the astrolabe, his brows furrowed. Master! Zhuge Kang bowed respectfully. Kang you're here. Zhuge Kang and the Tenji Venerable conducted the divination again on the ship, but still failed to obtain any results. They only deduced that the Xianling cave heaven held great danger, yet there was a glimmer of hope. Sigh. The Tenji Venerable let out a sigh. Still utter chaos. Great danger. A glimmer of hope. Zhuge Kang murmured to himself, a sense of unease rising in his heart. The Tenji Pavilion specialized in divining the will of heaven, yet now they could not even discern the situation within the Xianling cave heaven. This filled him with deep concern for the upcoming expedition. I, your master, have decided to withdraw from this Xianling cave heaven expedition. The Tenji Venerable pondered for a moment before speaking. This matter was too significant. The Tenji Pavilion could not afford the risk. Zhuge Kang was silent for a moment. Master, the Tenji Pavilion may withdraw, but your disciple wishes to participate. He raised his head, his gaze resolute. Your disciple has faith in Ye Chen. The Tenji Venerable fell into deep thought. He could not see through Ye Chen, and he suspected that perhaps the glimmer of hope lay with Ye Chen. The Tenji Pavilion had once attempted to divine Ye Chen's fate, but instead of obtaining any information, they suffered a backlash. The Tenji Venerable's junior brother was severely injured by the backlash and has still not recovered. That was why he had instructed his disciple Zhuge Kang to befriend Ye Chen. Very well. The Tenji Venerable finally relented. Since you insist on going, I will not stop you. Perhaps this is your destined opportunity. Be careful in all things, but remember, do not divulge the secrets of heaven, or the consequences will be far worse. Your disciple understands. Zhuge Kang nodded solemnly, then turned and descended from the Tenji Pavilion's flying ship. The elder of Tianxuan Academy had already produced the token to open the Xianling cave heaven and was about to activate it. Just then, the Tenji Pavilion's flying ship suddenly started up and sped back in the direction it had come from. What's happening? What is the Tenji Pavilion doing? Everyone in the plaza was stunned. The elders and disciples of all the sects were dumbfounded. Had the Tianji Pavilion actually fled? Was it really skipping the Xianling Cave Heaven, which opened only once every 1,000 years? The elder of the Heavenly Palace Academy was also utterly bewildered. What's going on? Weren't we supposed to open the Immortal Spirit Realm? Why did they suddenly leave? Abandoning such a magnificent fortune, Zhuge Kang watched the departing flying vessel, knowing that the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion's withdrawal from the Immortal Spirit Realm was the wisest choice. Their Heavenly Secrets Pavilion specialized in divination arts, and their combat capabilities were generally weak. Entering the Immortal Spirit Realm would only add to the casualties. Gazing upon the prodigies gathered there, Zhuge Kang felt a complex mix of emotions, fearing that many gifted cultivators might perish within the Immortal Spirit Realm. But he could not publicize the divination results. First, no one would believe them. They would only assume that the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion lacked the strength to compete and wished to prevent other sects from obtaining the fortune. This would place the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion at the center of controversy. Second, even if everyone believed the prophecy, they would still choose to enter the Immortal Spirit Realm, for it contained a fortune beyond measure. No cultivator could resist the temptation of such an extraordinary fortune. Most importantly, divining heaven's secrets was itself a rebellious act against the heavens. Once such knowledge was revealed, it would invite even greater variables. Perhaps even that thread of hope would be severed, plunging the Immortal Realm's prodigies into an abyss from which there would be no return. He raised his gaze toward the entrance of the Immortal Spirit Realm, his eyes filled with unwavering resolve. Ye Chen, I hope you can truly bring that sliver of hope. After recovering from his astonishment, the elder of the Heavenly Palace Academy channeled a stream of immortal energy into the token. The Heavenly Secrets Pavilion had fled, but the secret realm of the Immortal Spirit had to be opened regardless. A resonant hum echoed through the void as it trembled, and a massive gate of light materialized upon the plaza. The Immortal Spirit Realm opens. The prodigies of each sect entered in orderly fashion. Remember, once inside the Immortal Spirit Realm, you will be separated and transported to random locations. Ye Chen produced a stack of talismans and handed them to Luo Qingqing. Take this, crush one if you encounter danger. All right. Luo Qingqing nodded, carefully stowing the talismans away. And protect yourself well. Ye Chen offered another gentle reminder. I know, you're so fussy. Luo Qingqing shot him a glance, yet her heart filled with warmth. Hee hee. Ye Chen smiled, gently tousling Luo Qingqing's hair. Let's go. Together they stepped into the Immortal Spirit Realm, a flash of radiance engulfing them before they vanished without a trace. Big Yellow could not enter. It exceeded the age limit and would be repelled and annihilated by the Immortal Spirit Realm. Woof woof. It gazed longingly at the spot where Ye Chen had vanished, letting out a pitiful whimper. The Academy Elder kept a safe distance from Big Yellow, not daring to approach. He knew precisely how terrifying Big Yellow could be when provoked. He also marveled at how the Fire Chilin, whom only the Heavenly Emperor could approach, was so affectionate and obedient with Ye Chen. Within the Immortal Spirit Realm, Ye Chen felt the world spin around him, and upon opening his eyes once more, he found himself in an unfamiliar forest. It appears we've been transported to different locations. Ye Chen surveyed his surroundings. I wonder how Qingqing and the others are faring. He felt worried for Luo Qingqing's safety. However, he trusted in her ability to protect herself. After all, the 1,000 miles of ice technique she had comprehended was even difficult for him to withstand. Let me explore this Immortal Spirit Realm first. Ye Chen strode forward. I hope it won't be too boring. A nonchalant smile curved across his lips. Ye Chen pulled out a crisp map, the interior layout of the Immortal Spirit Realm. This map had been drawn by a prodigious cultivator who entered the realm 1,000 years ago, and the Academy had provided one to each disciple. Let me see where I am. Ye Chen squinted, his finger tracing across the map. Goodness, this secret realm is truly vast. I'm at the very edge. The Immortal Spirit Realm existed as a self-contained space, extraordinarily expansive. Ye Chen estimated that even at his speed, flying a complete circuit would take at least a year. His destination was the chaotic core region, the most perilous place, where no one had ever ventured close. Yet for Ye Chen, this posed no difficulty at all, for he possessed a body of all laws, naturally attuned to the Great Tao's principles. He suspected that his extraordinary fortune awaited him there. Core region, here I come. He tucked away the map, oriented himself, and strode through the forest. A woo roar, various beast cries echoed ceaselessly, making one's scalp tingle. TSK, quite lively indeed. Ye Chen appeared completely at ease, showing no signs of fear. From the sounds, he judged that the highest level demon beasts here were only at the immortal human stage, easily eliminated with a casual gesture. A massive beast lunged from the trailing, its gaping maw aimed directly at Ye Chen. Seeking death. Ye Chen coldly snorted, swinging his hand casually. A blade of sword energy flashed. The beast was instantly cleaved in two, blood spraying across the ground. Pfft, that's it. Ye Chen curled his lip dismissively. Beyond the forest, the view opened dramatically to reveal a vast plain. Several groups of people were locked in fierce combat, their battle cries shaking the heavens. Oh, what an interesting spectacle! Ye Chen watched with keen interest. What they were fighting over was a Dao treasure medicine emanating the principles of the Great Dao. A Dao treasure medicine mine, what a fine thing! Ye Chen's eyes gleamed. This could directly aid the user in comprehending the Dao, and for someone as gifted as Ye Chen, it could directly condense Great Dao origin. Moreover, with this Dao treasure medicine in his possession, Ye Chen could refine it into pills of even greater potency. Hee. This Dao treasure medicine is mine for the taking. Ye Chen grinned wickedly, his form flickering before vanishing on the spot. When he reappeared, he was already standing beside the Dao treasure medicine. He plucked the treasure medicine in one swift motion and fled without looking back. The groups froze in bewilderment. What just happened? Where's the medicine? What the heck? Someone's stolen our prize. After recovering from the shock, fury erupted among them. They had fought bitterly, losing several companions, all for this Dao treasure medicine only to have it snatched away. Chase him! Don't let him escape! The groups immediately ceased fighting and searched after Ye Chen in unison. Think you can catch me? Not a chance. Ye Chen glanced back, a mischievous smile playing at his lips. He executed several space jumps in rapid succession, his form flickering through the air until he had left his pursuers far behind. A bunch of fools, thinking they could challenge me. Ye Chen harumphed smugly. This Dao treasure medicine can be refined into no fewer than 10 Dao pills. I can share them with all my senior brothers. Pleased with himself, he quickened his pace, racing toward the core region. Meanwhile, Luo Qinchen's situation was far less fortunate. Luo Qinchen struggled with great difficulty, forced to fight and flee simultaneously. Damn it! Why can't these demonic creatures be exterminated? Luo Qinchen gritted her teeth, brandishing her ice sword to cleave a frozen demonic creature in two. Damn it! These demonic creatures cling like persistent sores, impossible to shake off. Luo Qinchen gritted her pearly teeth and waved her hand, unleashing a fierce chill that swept out, freezing several charging demonic creatures into ice statues. Crack! The ice statues shattered into powder, but more demonic creatures surged from all directions, seemingly endless. These demonic creatures resembled humanoids but were hideously ferocious, their bodies wreathed in black miasma, emitting a nauseating stench of decay. Their movements were incredibly swift, claws like blades gleaming with a cold light, each attack carrying a heart-stopping demonic energy. Although Luo Qinchen's freeze 10,000 miles was formidable, she could not sustain it for long, and inhaling too much demonic energy corroded her immortal power, greatly diminishing the freezing effect. Luo Qinchen failed to dodge in time, a demonic creature clawed her arm, and black demonic energy invaded through the wound, causing a sharp pain. Another demonic creature seized the opportunity to strike her chest with a dark spell. Luo Qinchen was hit by the spell, with demonic energy invading her body, suffering serious injuries, and she couldn't help spitting out a mouthful of blood. Cough, cough. She clutched her chest, coughing out a trace of blood. Her pristine white robe was now stained with specks of blood. Hiss! Luo Qinchen's face turned pale as she drew a sharp breath, quickly circulating her immortal power to expel the demonic energy. No, at this rate, I'll be drained to death. I must find a safe place as soon as possible. Luo Qinchen grew anxious, forcing herself to endure the pain and continue fleeing ahead. While escaping, she deployed the talismans Ye Chen had given her to block the pursuing demonic creatures. Meanwhile, in other parts of the Xianling Cave Heaven, the same tragedy unfolded. Many prodigies were besieged by demonic creatures. Though powerful, their immortal power circulation was hampered by the erosion of demonic energy, greatly reducing their combat effectiveness. Ah! A scream rang out as a prodigy was caught by a demonic creature. Its sharp claws pierced his chest, and blood gushed out. The demonic creature greedily sucked his essence blood. The once handsome and spirited prodigy instantly turned into a withered corpse, a gruesome death. More prodigies fell under the claws of the demonic creatures, blood staining the earth, and the air grew thick with the pungent smell of blood. Some prodigies, weak of mind, were invaded by demonic energy, their eyes turning bloodshot as they emitted bestial roars and began attacking their comrades. Kill! 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 They were like mad things, completely losing their reason, turning their immortal artifacts into tools of slaughter, and former fellow disciples into enemies. The Canglan cave heaven had become a living hell. The sky, unnoticed, had turned gray. The originally bright sunlight was obscured, as if veiled by a layer of black gauze. The air was filled with a suffocating sense of oppression, as if something dreadful was about to descend. Ye Chen was rushing toward the core area, vaguely sensing a hint of unease. He stopped, frowning slightly. He felt that the surrounding sky seemed to have darkened. There was also a faint black mist in the air. What's going on? This atmosphere. Ye Chen frowned, feeling the air thicken, making it difficult to breathe. Is this demonic energy? Ye Chen's expression changed. Why would demonic energy be here? Bad. Something big is about to happen. A strong sense of unease rose in his heart. Just then, a pitch-black demonic creature silently appeared behind Ye Chen. It opened its bloody maw, revealing sharp fangs, and lunged to bite his neck. Phew! You're asking for death. As if Ye Chen had eyes in the back of his head, he sidestepped at the last moment, easily dodging the attack. The demon race. Ye Chen recognized these creatures as from the demon race, and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Let me see what makes these demonic creatures so unusual. Ye Chen possessed the myriad law's body, and demonic energy had no effect on him. He let out a cold snort, flipped his right hand, and the Immortal Emperor's sword appeared in his grasp, gleaming coldly. The combat prowess of the demon race far surpassed that of humans, so Ye Chen dared not be careless. The demonic creature before him was still at the Earth Immortal initial stage, far higher in cultivation than Ye Chen, demanding even greater caution. Ye Chen twirled his sword in a flourish, moving like lightning, charging toward the demonic creature as sword shadows flickered. He executed the 9 Jinhong swords, each strike imbued with powerful immortal energy. Though fierce, the demonic creature gradually fell into a disadvantage under Ye Chen's assault. However, it seemed to feel no pain and feared not death, still madly lunging at Ye Chen. Ye Chen suddenly intensified his attack, unleashing the newly devised Jinhong One sword. The Jinhong One sword was as graceful as a startled swan and as sinuous as a swimming dragon. The sword light was elusive and hard to track. This strike swept across the demonic creature's shoulder, severing its head, and its body dissipated into a puff of black smoke. Why are there members of the demon race here? Ye Chen knitted his brows. The Canglan cave heaven was under the control of the Heavenly Emperor Palace and would not open without the Heavenly Emperor's order. How did demonic creatures from the demon race get in? Ye Chen sensed something suspicious. This matter was not simple. Could it be? A terrible thought suddenly flashed through his mind. At that moment, the heavenly dao pearl within his body began to frantically absorb the surrounding demonic energy. This! Ye Chen was stunned. The heavenly dao pearl had always absorbed spiritual energy. This was the first time it absorbed demonic energy. But since he had never encountered demonic energy before, Ye Chen had no idea what was happening. Let's set that aside for now. Ye Chen shook his head, thinking of Luo Qingchun. She might have encountered demonic creatures too. The most important thing now was to find her. Ye Chen closed his eyes, frantically sensing Luo Qingchun's location. He finally caught a faint connection. Over there. Ye Chen's eyes snapped open with a trace of anxiety. He gripped the Jinhong Emperor's sword tightly, and with a flicker, he dashed toward the direction he sensed. Along the way, countless demonic creatures surged like a tide. Get out of my way! Ye Chen roared, swinging the Jinhong sword, its light flashing. Wherever he passed, demonic creatures were cleaved in two, black blood spurting out, polluting the earth. Qing Chen, you must be safe. Ye Chen's heart was filled with anxiety. He sensed that the direction Luo Qingchun was in also had many demonic creatures. He ran at full speed, pushing himself to the limit. Along the way, other prodigies he encountered were also besieged by demonic creatures. Without hesitation, Ye Chen swung his sword to slay the creatures and rescue them. Thank you for saving us. Those prodigies looked at Ye Chen with gratitude. Leave this place quickly. Ye Chen said nothing more and continued racing toward Luo Qinchen's direction. He had only one thought: find Luo Qinchen. The demonic energy grew denser, the air more oppressive, and Ye Chen felt his breathing becoming labored. But he did not pause. He had to find her as soon as possible. Suddenly, he sensed a powerful demonic energy fluctuation ahead. At the same time, he caught a familiar aura. Qinchen, is that you? Ye Chen's heart sank. That direction had a very dense demonic energy, and he sped up, rushing forward. More and more demonic creatures converged toward the same direction. Qinchen is in danger. A look of determination flashed in Ye Chen's eyes. He swung the Jinhong sword, slaying demonic creatures all the way, like a bolt of lightning cutting through the darkness. Each strike carried a fierce killing intent, cleaving the obstructing creatures in two. Black blood splattered, demonic energy roiled, yet none could touch Ye Chen. He became a god of slaughter, weaving through the horde of demonic creatures, leaving them fallen in his wake. He had only one goal: rescue Luo Qinchen. Ye Chen accelerated, sprinting all the way, the Jinhong sword transforming into a silver bolt of lightning in his hand. The demonic creatures along the way could not stop him in the slightest. Qinchen, wait for me. Only one thought filled his mind: find Luo Qinchen as soon as possible. Finally, he sensed that familiar immortal power fluctuation, mixed within a powerful mass of demonic energy. Found her. Ye Chen's heart leaped with joy, and he increased his speed again, directly teleporting through space. He broke through the layers of demonic energy, and the scene opened up before him. On a clearing, two figures were besieged by a group of demonic creatures. Second senior brother. Yu Chu Man. Ye Chen recognized the two on the siege at a glance: his senior brother Su Chen and Yu Chu Man. The two stood back to back, barely fending off the attacks of the demonic beasts. They had just encountered each other in the secret realm, barely exchanging a few words before being surrounded by a sudden horde of demonic creatures. They fought to repel the demonic beasts, while simultaneously warding off the encroaching demonic energy. The battle was grueling, and it seemed they could not hold out much longer. Junior brother. Su Chen's face lit up with relief upon seeing Ye Chen. He knew they were saved. With Ye Chen's combat prowess, these demonic beasts would be slaughtered without question. Yu Chuman's face was pale. Several wounds marred her body as black demonic energy continuously eroded her flesh. Hold on. Ye Chen said nothing, swinging his sword into the fray. The Jinhong blade radiated imperial authority, its radiant arc cleaving through several demonic beasts in an instant. Excellent. Junior brother Yi has arrived. Yu Chuman's spirits lifted, the crushing pressure easing considerably. Ye Chen's heavenly dull pearl began voraciously absorbing the surrounding demonic energy. In mere moments, the heavenly dull pearl had consumed all the demonic energy. What? The demonic energy has vanished. Su Chen discovered in astonishment as the surrounding aura rapidly dissipated. Yu Chuman likewise sensed the demonic energy had ceased its invasion, a look of delight spreading across her face. Freed from the corrosive influence, their combat effectiveness had recovered substantially. Ye Chen's 9 swords of Jinhong proved devastatingly powerful. With successive strikes of a single sword startles the swarm, blade light flashed and demonic beasts fell one after another. Insignificant demons, no match for me. Ye Chen snorted coldly, his Jinhong blade moving with even greater ferocity. Within moments, all the demonic beasts had been slaughtered, dissolving into black smoke. Phew! Su Chen and Yu Chuman exhaled deeply, collapsing to the ground. Having pushed their bodies to the limit during the battle, they rapidly weakened once the fighting ceased. Your injuries are severe. Ye Chen examined the wounds on both of them, his brows furrowing. They needed to heal promptly, or latent dangers would remain. Qinchen is in danger. I must find her as soon as possible and cannot guard your cultivation. Anxiety gnawed at him. Luo Qinchen's condition remained unclear. Yet Su Chen and Yu Chuman's injuries were grave. Should they encounter more demonic beasts, death was certain. What? You say junior sister is also in danger? Yu Chuman grew frantic, more distressed than if she herself were in peril. Junior brother Yi, go quickly, we'll be fine on our own. Worried for her junior sister's safety, she urged him on. Ye Chen recalled the star soul-taming pagoda and nodded. Then recuperate within my soul-taming pagoda for now. Without hesitation, he sealed both of them inside the pagoda to heal. Qin Chen, wait for me. He sprinted once more toward Luo Qinchen's location, his figure vanishing into the demonic mist. Meanwhile, Luo Qinchen had been driven into an abandoned small palace by a horde of demonic beasts. Around the palace, dense waves of demonic beasts surged like a tide, relentlessly assaulting the defensive barrier. Cracks spiderwebbed across the barrier's surface, threatening to collapse at any moment. Luo Qinchen propped herself against the ruined palace wall, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Her white robes had long been stained crimson, resembling a blooming blood-red datura. The long sword in her hand had snapped into two pieces. Cough! Cough! She racked with violent coughs, each one aggravating her wounds, the piercing pain nearly sending her into unconsciousness. Her spiritual energy was completely depleted, her strength exhausted. She could no longer fight and could only wait for the demonic beasts to breach in and drain her dry. Outside the palace, the defensive barrier had collapsed, and the demons roared, frantically battering the crumbling gates. Bam! The great door shattered with a deafening crash, splitting open. Is this the end? Luo Qinchen weakly closed her eyes, Ye Chen's figure flashing through her mind. I'm sorry. Ye Chen. I can't stay with you anymore. A single tear slipped from the corner of her eye. The demonic beasts surged into the palace, their foul stench overwhelming. Luo Qinchen closed her eyes in despair, awaiting death's approach, too weak even to take her own life. Ye Chen. I miss you so much, she whispered with her last remaining strength. The demonic beasts let out excited roars, lunging toward Luo Qinchen. Their sharp claws and fangs glinted coldly, and the shadow of death enveloped her. Just as all seemed lost, from the distance, several immortal sword intentions and bolts of lightning tore through the darkness, radiating murderous intent as they surged toward them. The lightning and sword intent instantly shattered the demonic beasts that had approached Luo Qinchen. You seek death! Ye Chen's furious voice rolled across the heavens like thunder. He appeared before Luo Qinchen in an instant, his eyes blazing with killing intent. The Jinhong Emperor's sword let out a clear ring, as if echoing its master's fury. Gripping the Jinhong Emperor's sword, Ye Chen swept it in a wide arc around him. His immortal sword intent cascaded like a Milky Way, instantly slaughtering all the demonic beasts that had rushed into the palace. Black blood gushed and demonic energy churned, yet none could approach Ye Chen. Qin Chen! He turned and gathered Luo Qinchen into his arms, shielding her close. Seeing her wounds, Ye Chen's eyes burned with rage, his heart twisting like a knife. An overwhelming fury surged from his core. He had never seen Luo Qinchen so battered. Ye Chen! Luo Qinchen weakly opened her eyes, and upon seeing him, a poignant smile graced her lips. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Ye Chen gently stroked her hair, his eyes filled with tenderness and sorrow. He quickly fed her a healing pill. Turning to face the tide of demonic beasts surging toward them, his killing intent was overwhelming. Dare to harm her, and I will make you all die. Ye Chen's voice was icily cold, like the reaper from the deepest hell. He helped Luo Qinchen sit against the wall and erected a defensive barrier. Gripping the Jinhong Emperor's sword, it vibrated with a resonant hum, responding to its master's killing intent. Ye Chen charged into the horde of demons, his sword blazing with fury and wielding destructive power. Lightning and laws of extinction swirled around him like a god of death, terrifying and majestic. Wherever he passed, demonic beasts turned to ash and vanished. His figure darted through the horde like lightning, swift as a phantom. Each swing of the Jinhong Emperor's sword claimed multiple demonic lives. His sole thought was to slaughter every last one and avenge Luo Qinchen. The heavenly downpour voraciously absorbed the surrounding demonic energy. The demonic beasts dwindled until none remained. Peace returned to the palace. I'm fine, just depleted of spiritual energy. Luo Qinchen managed a weak smile. Ye Chen summoned the Star Soul Taming Pagoda. Let's enter the pagoda first. I'll help you heal. He lifted Luo Qinchen into his arms and disappeared into the top floor of the Star Soul Taming Pagoda. At the top of the Star Soul Tower, the spiritual energy was dense, like a celestial realm. Ye Chen gently placed Luo Qinchen on the soft spirit bed. Let me treat your wounds first. He carefully removed her blood-stained robe, which had once been pure white, revealing wounds that were shocking to behold. The wounds were tainted by demonic energy, taking on an eerie black hue. Cursed demons! A flash of anger flickered in Ye Chen's eyes. The demon beasts were the lowest species of the demon race, controlled by them, acting as their killing machines. He pressed his palm against Luo Qinchen's wounds, channeling the heavenly doll pearl within him to absorb all the demonic energy from her injuries. The black demonic energy gradually dissipated, the wounds were cleansed, and her skin began to restore its original color. Ye Chen crushed a healing pill and carefully sprinkled the powder over Luo Qinchen's wounds. The pill exuded a refreshing fragrance, swiftly repairing her injuries. As time passed, Luo Qinchen's wounds were completely healed. Her skin was as fair as snow, as if reborn, and her spiritual energy was fully restored. She rose, gazing at Ye Chen with deep affection. Ye Chen, thank you. Her voice was soft, carrying a hint of relief after a narrow escape. Silly, no need to thank me. Ye Chen smiled gently, pulled her into his arms, and soothed the trauma she had endured. In Ye Chen's embrace, Luo Qinchen's eyes glistened with tears. When she thought she was about to die, when she thought she would never see Ye Chen again. The person she longed to see most was Ye Chen, even if only for a last glimpse. And Ye Chen, at the critical moment, appeared before her like a descending god, slaying all the demon beasts and resolving the crisis. After a while, Luo Qinchen fell asleep peacefully in Ye Chen's arms. Sleep, you'll feel better after a good rest. Ye Chen gently patted her back, as if coaxing a child. Watching Luo Qinchen sleeping soundly in his arms, a sweet smile on her lips, he carefully laid her on the spirit bed and covered her with a blanket, careful not to wake her. Ye Chen sat cross-legged at the head of the bed, turned his gaze inward, and began to examine the heavenly doll pearl. The pearl had been absorbing demonic energy, and Ye Chen hadn't had a chance to inspect it. Now was the time. He saw that the demonic energy inside the heavenly doll pearl had been purified, turning into extremely rich spiritual energy. So that's it, the heavenly doll pearl can purify demonic energy into spiritual energy. From now on, I won't have to rely solely on spirit stones and spirit herbs to improve my cultivation. A flash of surprise crossed Ye Chen's eyes. This was a major discovery. He immediately activated the 10,000 Laws Longevity Art to refine the spiritual energy within the heavenly doll pearl and elevate his cultivation. After the time it takes to burn an incense stick, all the spiritual energy in the heavenly doll pearl was refined. Ha! Ye Chen exhaled deeply and slowly opened his eyes. Void Immortal Realm, Level 9. Ye Chen was ecstatic. Previously, refining a vast amount of spirit stones and a single white jade pear blossom had only increased his cultivation by 4 minor levels. But refining the demonic energy absorbed by the heavenly doll pearl in just one day had raised him by 4 minor levels. At this moment, he even felt like taking a stroll through the demon realm. Perhaps in a year or two, he would directly become a righteous Immortal Emperor. But that was just a thought. Not only would cultivation become more difficult at higher realms, but the moment he set foot in the demon realm, he might be annihilated without a trace. The next morning, warm sunlight bathed the top of the Star Soul Tower. Luo Qinchen slowly opened her eyes. Ye Chen was sitting cross-legged by the bed. Sensing her movement, he opened his eyes and smiled tenderly. Awake! Luo Qinchen nodded lightly, sat up, and felt completely refreshed. Her injuries had fully recovered. How do you feel? Ye Chen asked with concern. Much better. Ye Chen, I'm so glad to have you. Luo Qinchen looked at him with deep affection. Silly, there's no need to be so formal with me. Ye Chen affectionately ruffled her hair. They exchanged a smile, a wordless understanding between them. He helped her out of bed, and after a simple tidy-up, they went together to the first floor of the Star Soul Tower. Su Chen and Yu Qiuman had also fully recovered and were sitting cross-legged, consolidating their cultivation. Seeing Ye Chen and Luo Qinchen descend, they rose and greeted them. Qinchen, are you all right? Yu Qiuman asked with concern. Senior sister, I'm fine, Luo Qinchen replied with a smile. Junior brother, how did so many demon beasts appear in this secret realm? Su Chen's expression was grave. Yes, these demon beasts appeared suddenly, as if premeditated, Yu Qiuman added. Luo Qinchen furrowed her delicate brows slightly, pondered for a moment, and then said, this is no simple matter. Someone must have colluded with the demon race. Colluded with the demon race? Su Chen and Yu Qiuman exclaimed in unison, finding it hard to believe. The celestial spirit cave is under the control of the heavenly emperor palace. The demon race should have no way in. Ye Chen analyzed. Unless. A gleam of insight flashed in his eyes. Unless there is a traitor in the celestial realm cooperating with the demon race. A traitor? The three of them looked at Ye Chen simultaneously. Exactly. Only with a traitor's help could the demon race bypass the Heavenly Emperor Palace's surveillance and let in so many demon beasts. Ye Chen's tone was firm. But who could be the traitor? Yu Chuman asked in confusion. And what is their purpose? Su Cheng also raised a question. It's hard to say for now, but one thing is certain. Their target is likely us, the prodigies participating in the Celestial Spirit Cave. Ye Chen said in a deep voice. So we are in danger. Luo Qingchong looked at Ye Chen with concern. There is certainly danger, but we are not lambs to the slaughter. A cold killing intent flashed in Ye Chen's eyes. What should we do now? Su Cheng asked. First, find senior brother and Zhuge Kang. Let's gather together and then discuss our next move. Ye Chen proposed. Agreed. The three responded in unison. Ye Chen put away the Star Soul Tower, and the four of them left the palace, beginning their search for the other prodigies. Deep in the secret realm, danger lurked everywhere. They had no idea how many demon beasts still lay hidden in the shadows, nor who the mastermind was or what their true objective might be. Meanwhile, at the Heavenly Court Academy, in an ancient hall, countless jade tablets floated in the air, emitting a soft glow. These were the life tablets of the Academy's disciples, each one representing a student. Suddenly, with a crisp crack, one jade tablet shattered without warning. Then a second, a third. More and more jade tablets, as if crushed by an invisible giant hand, cracked and shattered, the sound echoing throughout the hall. The elder in charge of the life tablets, who had been dozing off, was jolted awake by this sudden catastrophe. His eyes widened at the sight before him like an apocalypse unfolding, and he trembled, cold sweat pouring down his face. How is this possible? The elder cried out in disbelief. Each shattered tablet signified the death of a disciple. In just a short while, hundreds of jade tablets had broken, meaning hundreds of elite disciples from the Heavenly Court Academy had perished. These shattered fate tablets all belonged to disciples who had entered the Immortal Spirit Cave Heaven. In all the previous openings of the Immortal Spirit Cave Heaven, such a large-scale disaster of disciples falling had never occurred. In the past, from opening to closing, each major sect would only suffer a small number of disciple deaths. Something terrible must have happened within the secret realm. The elder guarding the fate tablets dared not delay. He immediately reported the matter to the Heavenly Emperor. Within the Heavenly Emperor's palace, resplendent and magnificent in its grandeur, the Heavenly Emperor sat upon the dragon throne, his face dark with fury as he listened to the elder's report. What did you say? A large number of disciples' fate tablets have shattered. The Heavenly Emperor's voice was low and majestic, laced with barely contained rage. The genius disciples who entered the secret realm were all the finest of the younger generation, the future hope of the Immortal Realm. They must not come to harm. Yes, Your Majesty the Heavenly Emperor. The elder replied tremulously, daring not to look directly into the Heavenly Emperor's majestic presence. Meanwhile, the same events were unfolding across all major sects in the Immortal Realm. The sound of shattering fate tablets echoed through each major sect like the tolling of the Reaper's funeral bell. All sects promptly reported the matter to their respective patriarchs. In an instant, the entire Immortal Realm was shrouded in panic. They all knew something major had occurred within the Immortal Spirit Cave Heaven. Given the gravity of the matter, the Heavenly Emperor summoned the patriarchs of several major sects to the Heavenly Emperor's palace to discuss a response. Ye Chen's master, the Wuji Immortal Emperor, was among them, accompanied by his senior disciple, Bailey Hong. Bailey Hong was the youngest Immortal Emperor in the Immortal Realm, distinguished in bearing and commanding in presence. Within the Grand Assembly Hall of the Heavenly Emperor's palace, the atmosphere was heavy. Everyone, an anomaly has occurred within the Immortal Spirit Cave Heaven, and a large number of disciples have perished. This is no trivial matter. Indeed, this matter is suspicious and the cause must be determined as soon as possible, one patriarch chimed in. This old man suspects this matter is connected to the demon race, another patriarch said after a moment of contemplation. The demon race? Upon hearing this, everyone was startled. We have always maintained strict defenses against the demon race in the Immortal Realm. How could the demon race enter our Immortal Realm? And how could they enter the Immortal Spirit Cave Heaven? Someone questioned. Unless there is a traitor within the Immortal Realm. The Wuji Immortal Emperor's gaze was profound. A traitor? Everyone was once again shocked. If there truly was a traitor, the consequences would be unimaginable. This matter must be thoroughly investigated. The Heavenly Emperor's tone was resolute, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. The urgent priority is to rescue the surviving disciples first. The immortal spirit cave heaven has already closed. How can we rescue them? Lu Nangshuang asked with concern. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent for a moment. The immortal spirit cave heaven opens only once every 1,000 years. After the geniuses enter, it closes with them, reopening automatically only after a year. For the time being, they could not think of any other rescue method. What should we do? Are we to stand by and watch those disciples perish inside? One patriarch spoke first, stamping his foot in anxiety. It is not entirely without solution. The heavenly emperor spoke slowly, his tone carrying a hint of helplessness. Oh! What brilliant plan does your majesty have? If a few immortal emperors cooperate with me, I can forcibly tear open a gap in the immortal spirit cave heaven, the heavenly emperor explained. However, anyone over 1,000 years old who enters the secret realm will still be annihilated. The highest cultivation within 1,000 years is only the human immortal realm, and they have already entered the secret realm, the heavenly emperor added, his tone grave. In other words, even if we can open the immortal spirit cave heaven, we cannot enter it ourselves. One patriarch asked with deep concern. Correct. The Wuji immortal emperor sighed and nodded helplessly. Unless. The heavenly emperor paused, his gaze sweeping over everyone before finally settling on Beilihong. Unless one is an immortal emperor under 10,000 years of age, one can resist the secret realm's annihilation. The heavenly emperor spoke word by word. Everyone's gaze fell simultaneously upon Beilihong. In the entire immortal realm, there was only one upright immortal emperor under 10,000 years of age. Beilihong felt everyone's gaze and understood the heavenly emperor's intention. He was also concerned about his junior martial brother Ye Chen's safety and understood the responsibility he bore. This disciple is willing to enter the immortal spirit cave heaven to rescue our immortal realm's geniuses. Excellent. The heavenly emperor nodded approvingly. With the young master's intervention, those disciples can be saved. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. There is no time to waste. Let us depart at once. The heavenly emperor rose to his feet, waved his great hand, tore through the void, and stepped through in a single stride. Everyone hesitated no longer, rising together to follow the heavenly emperor into the spatial rift. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the rolling mountain range where the immortal spirit cave heaven was located. The heavenly emperor stood within the void, his hands forming seals as a vast surge of immortal power erupted, transforming into a golden light that shot straight into the clouds. Open! The heavenly emperor's thunderous shout caused the golden light to explode in the sky, forming a massive vortex. At the same time, the other immortal emperors also acted, each manifesting their divine abilities and channeling immortal power into the vortex. The vortex spun faster and faster, a powerful suction force emanating from within, causing the surrounding space to begin twisting and deforming. With the combined efforts of all the immortal emperors, the entrance to the immortal spirit cave heaven was finally torn open. The opening was not large, barely wide enough for one person to pass through. Beilihong took a deep breath, glanced at the people behind him, and a look of resolve flashed in his eyes. He stepped into the immortal spirit cave heaven in one stride, his figure disappearing instantly. Only the slowly closing rift remained, along with everyone's hopeful gaze. Meanwhile, within the immortal spirit cave heaven, Ye Chen, Su Chen, Liu Qincheng, and Yu Qiumen fought their way through demon beasts while searching for other geniuses. Ye Chen held a long sword in hand, black demonic blood still dripping from its blade. At the same time, the heavenly Dao pearl within his body was silently absorbing the surrounding demonic energy. These demon beasts are truly endless. Su Chen wiped the sweat from his face and complained. Careful! Yu Qiumen suddenly cried out sharply, her long whip extending like a spirit snake, wrapping around a demon beast that was launching a surprise attack from the side. The demon beast, entangled by the whip, let out a mournful shriek before being slashed in two by Ye Chen's sword. Everyone be careful. These demon beasts are becoming increasingly cunning, Ye Chen warned. He could feel that as they delved deeper into the secret realm, not only did the number of demon beasts increase, but their strength was also growing stronger. Ye Chen, don't you feel that the demonic energy seems much denser than before? Liu Qinchen's delicate brows furrowed slightly as she asked with some worry. Yes, I have felt it too. Ye Chen nodded, a faint sense of unease rising within his heart. Could it be that there are powerful experts of the demon race deep within this secret realm? He suddenly thought of something, and his expression changed slightly. The higher the cultivation of the demon race, the denser the demonic energy they emitted. Highly likely. Ye Chen had also thought of this. Then we must be even more careful. Su Chen's expression grew grave. Roar. Just then, a deafening roar came from ahead, followed by a group of geniuses fleeing in disarray.